Chapter 1, Traveling to a Dog. Huaxia Country, Yan'an City. On the bus, Shen Xiaotian, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a vibration in his trouser pocket. Shen Xiaotian closed his eyes and took out his cell phone, then answered the call in a daze. "Hello. Shen Xiaotian, why didn't you reply to my message?" A young female voice came from the phone, sounding a little unhappy. "Who are you?" Shen Xiaotian was disturbed from his sweet dream and asked impatiently. The girl on the phone immediately got angry. "I'm Su Mimi, Shen Xiaotian, you can't even hear my voice." Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Shen Xiaotian hung up the call. "I don't even know you." Immediately afterwards, Shen Xiaotian realized something was wrong. He quickly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. "Oh shit, what is this?" Shen Xiaotian looked at the old-fashioned keypad phone in his hand with a confused expression. "Where's my smartphone? How did it become this old antique?" Shen Xiaotian quickly looked up and found that he was actually sitting on a bus. "Wait, wasn't I on the high-speed train? How did you get on the bus?" Suddenly, a beam of dazzling sunlight from the window shone into the car, stinging his eyes. It was at this moment that Shen Xiaotian felt a splitting headache and the head was spinning. Countless fragments of memories flooded into his mind like a tide. 2 minutes later, the headache gradually disappeared. But Shen Xiaotian was completely confused. "I actually traveled through time." Shen Xiaotian did travel through time. He traveled to a parallel time and space, and the original owner of this body was also called Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian was 28 years old before he traveled through time. He joined the army right after graduating from university and served as a scout on the border for 6 years. Last month, his family called him and asked him to go back to his hometown for a blind date. Shen Xiaotian didn't want to go at first, but his parents called him every day to urge him. Shen Xiaotian really couldn't stand the old couple's phone calls, so he had to ask for a home visit leave and bought a high-speed rail ticket back home. Shen Xiaotian is straightforward and righteous. He doesn't like romance and is unwilling to try to please girls. To put it bluntly, he is an out-and-out straight man. Over the years, Shen Xiaotian has met girls he likes, but because of his straightforward personality, he ultimately never got a girlfriend. Now that he is almost 30 years old, how can his family not worry about his lifelong affairs? "But I never expected that after taking a nap on the high-speed train and waking up, I would find myself traveling to another parallel world. In comparison, this parallel world is a little backward. The internet was in its early stages of development and online shopping was not well developed. Smartphones hadn't appeared yet, and everyone was using the old-fashioned keypad phones. As for WeChat, Meituan, and various apps and mini-programs on smartphones, they are no longer visible. In general, the level of technology is similar to that of the original world 20 years ago. Although both of them are named Shen Xiaotian, they grew up in completely different environments. Before traveling through time, Shen Xiaotian was born into a happy family. My father is a junior high school teacher and my mother is a factory accountant. Although the family's economic conditions are average, the relationship between the three of us is very good. However, Shen Xiaotian in the parallel world is an orphan who was abandoned at the door of an orphanage when he was young and was later adopted and raised by the orphanage. Because of his hard work, an anonymous kind-hearted person later sponsored him to finish college. Although it was only a second-tier university, the original owner was already very satisfied. Just as Shen Xiaotian was digesting the original owner's memories, the old keypad phone in his hand rang again. The caller ID is Sister. Shen Xiaotian's brows immediately frowned. He had just integrated the original owner's memory, so of course he knew very well who this Mimi was. Her name is Su Mimi, and she is the original owner's college classmate. Since freshman year, the original owner began to lick Su Mimi madly. Not only did he show concern for her and take care of her in every possible way, he also spent almost all the money he earned from working on Su Mimi. But Su Mimi never thought of being the original owner's girlfriend. Even the original owner was not considered as a backup from the beginning to the end. They just treat him as a bootlicker who comes when called and goes away when dismissed. But the original owner didn't mind at all, and kept licking the other person willingly and perseveringly, and would feel moved and excited from time to time. It was lunchtime, and the reason why Shen Xiaotian was sitting on the bus was because Su Mimi said, "I want to drink the pearl milk tea on Qingshan Road." After graduation, Shen Xiaotian and Su Mimi went to work in a company. It takes half an hour to take a bus from their company to Qingshan Road. If you include the time for the return trip, waiting for the bus, and walking, it takes about an hour and a half there and back. In order to please Su Mimi, the original owner, this dog, wasted his lunch break to buy milk tea for her. Shin Xiaotian glanced at his vibrating phone and couldn't help but shook his head inside. Oh my god, how did I offend you? Why did you let me travel through time and space to become a dog? Just when Shin Xiaotian was about to hang up the call, a message suddenly appeared in front of him, and an emotionless broadcast voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, you have obtained the favorability system. Hello host, the favorability system has been activated and we will serve you wholeheartedly. Damn it, system daddy. Shin Xiaotian was shocked inside and looked surprised. At this moment, Shin Xiaotian had no time to pay attention to his vibrating phone. He has begun to concentrate on studying System Dad. Current level of favorable impression system, 1. How to play the favorability system: complete the tasks issued by the system within the specified time and earn corresponding task rewards. Note, if the mission fails, you will be punished accordingly. Just when Shin Xiaotian was curious about what task the system would release, the task appeared. Mission target, Su Mimi favorability 5. Task content: based on the existing basis, increase Su Mimi's favorability towards you by 1 point. Task time, 2 hours. Task reward, 500 favorability coins. Note, favorability coins can be used to purchase items in the system mall, and can also be exchanged for cash. Penalty for mission failure: deduction of 500 yuan in cash, or forced loss of items worth 500 yuan. Oh my god, what kind of system is this? Knowing that Su Mimi doesn't take me seriously, I still want to improve her favorability towards me. Isn't this forcing me to be a bootlicker? What kind of favorability system is this? It should be called a dog licking system. Also, why is there a failure penalty mechanism? Shin Xiaotian couldn't accept it for a moment. Because he only had more than 300 yuan on him. If the mission fails, you will lose $500 at once. This is too much of a rip-off. Complaints aside, Shin Xiaotian knew very well that the system could not be defied. Otherwise, why would we call it System Daddy? Since the mission is to increase Su Mimi's favorability towards me, I have to answer this call. Shin Xiaotian quickly pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Before he could say anything, Su Mimi's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Shin Xiaotian, how dare you hang up on me? Who gave you the courage? To be honest, Su Mimi is still quite pretty, and if she dresses up, her appearance can reach 85 points. And Su Mimi also has a very good figure. She has a curvy figure, long legs, and an indescribable charm in her words and actions, which is truly fascinating. His shortcoming is that he has a bad temper. When he gets angry, he doesn't care about his relatives and will scold people without any negotiation. Shin Xiaotian had originally been thinking about not offending Su Mimi. But when he heard the other party speaking to him in such a bad attitude, Shin Xiaotian, a straight man, instantly became angry. What's wrong with hanging up on you? Who do you think you are? After Shin Xiaotian retorted, he immediately hung up the phone. Chapter 2, Potential to be a licker. Before Shin Xiaotian put away his phone, a system message appeared in front of him. Su Mimi's favorability 1. Su Mimi's current favorability, 4. Shin Xiaotian had a look of disdain on his face and was extremely disappointed with this dog-licking system. I tell you clearly that it is impossible for me to be a bootlicker. Even without you, Grandpa can still reach the peak of his life. Shin Xiaotian quickly made up his mind to get off at the next stop and return to the company. What Su Mimi, what dog-licking system, go to hell. After a while, Shin Xiaotian suddenly became curious and opened the system mall. He just wanted to see what was inside, and as soon as he took a look, his eyes immediately widened. The exchange ratio of favorability coins to cash is 110, and the upper limit of exchange per day is 10,000 favorability coins. In other words, 500 favorability coins can be exchanged for 5,000 yuan in cash. After a long time, Shin Xiaotian suddenly slapped his forehead and regretted it deeply. Damn, I was too impulsive. Although Shin Xiaotian is a straight man, he is not a fool. In this world, Shin Xiaotian's monthly salary is only over 1,800 yuan. After deducting the money for social security and medical insurance, he can't even get 1,700 yuan. 5,000 yuan, that's 3 months' salary. Just imagine, if you don't do any tasks for 2 hours, you will become a pauper. You can earn 5,000 yuan immediately after completing the task. You know how to use your toes. At this time, the bus stopped at the platform, but Shin Xiaotian did not get off. Because Shin Xiaotian has figured it out. No matter who you are, you should never be against money. Even though money is a bastard, without money everything is ruined. Shin Xiaotian checked the remaining time of the task, which was 1 hour and 50 minutes. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, it's just 2 points of favorability, a piece of cake. 10 minutes later, Shin Xiaotian got off the bus at Qingshan Road Station. Shin Xiaotian went straight to the milk tea shop and not only bought the pearl milk tea that Su Mimi liked, but also bought 2 delicious desserts from the dessert shop next door. After packing the milk tea, Shin Xiaotian did not take the bus, but took a taxi back to the company. For Shin Xiaotian, the most important thing right now is time, and money is secondary. When I returned to the company, there was still 1 hour and 16 minutes left in the mission. Shin Xiaotian didn't take the elevator, but ran to the 5th floor with milk tea and dessert. As soon as he reached the 5th floor, Shin Xiaotian saw Su Mimi coming out of the office. Su Mimi was holding a tissue in her hand, probably going to the bathroom. When Su Mimi saw Shin Xiaotian coming, her expression suddenly changed. When Shin Xiaotian walked up to Su Mimi didn't even look at him and just strode over. Shin Xiaotian looked at Su Mimi's twisting hips and kept comforting himself in his heart. Be patient, be patient. That's 5,000 yuan. When Su Mimi came out of the bathroom, Shin Xiaotian was waiting outside with milk tea and dessert. Su Mimi still pretended not to see Shin Xiaotian and was about to walk away with her head held high. Shin Xiaotian immediately stopped Su Mimi, handed her milk tea, and said while trying to suppress his nausea, Mimi, drink the milk tea. Su Mimi glanced at Shin Xiaotian coldly, who are you? Su Mimi is also a person who holds grudges. She immediately returned the favor for what Shin Xiaotian had just said to her. After saying that, Su Mimi was about to avoid Shin Xiaotian. If the system dad hadn't appeared, Shin Xiaotian would never have tried to please him. But it's different now. The woman in front of me is a walking $5,000 woman. Mimi, don't be angry, can you please listen to my explanation? Shin Xiaotian said. Su Mimi stopped talking and just looked at Shin Xiaotian coldly. Shin Xiaotian said, Mimi, I just met a thief on the bus. After hearing this, Su Mimi frowned slightly. Shin Xiaotian said seriously, the thief tried to steal my wallet while I was on the phone. When I found out, I shouted, who are you? I'm not coming for you. Su Mimi listened for a while and her expression gradually changed. You mean, when you answered my call, someone tried to steal your wallet, and then you shouted, who are you, and frightened him. Then that person wanted to leave, so you hung up on me and went to argue with him. Later, when I called you, you were still arguing with that person, so that's why you didn't answer my calls? Shin Xiaotian nodded quickly, yes, that's what happened. Su Ying was half believing and half doubting, is what you said true? Are you not lying to me? Shin Xiaotian quickly said, Mimi, how could I lie to you? How dare I lie to you? I know, no matter what the reason, it was my fault for hanging up on you. I promise, this won't happen again. As he spoke, Shin Xiaotian handed over the milk tea again. Look, Mimi, to express my apology, I not only bought your favorite pearl milk tea, but also bought your favorite dessert. I don't expect you to forgive me, I just hope to make up for my mistake just now. When saying these words, Shin Xiaotian almost vomited. He never thought that such disgusting and servile words could come out of his mouth. Shin Xiaotian was stunned. Could it be that because I have the potential to be a bootlicker in my bones, God arranged a bootlicker system for me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Okay, since you are in a special situation, I will not bother with you about this for the time being. But I warn you, there can't be a next time. Su Mimi's voice was cold, her pretty face still tense. Su Mimi's favorability +1. Su Mimi's current favorability, 5. The moment Shin Xiaotian saw the system prompt message appear, his heart suddenly settled down a little. Su Mimi hasn't had lunch yet, and she just called Shin Xiaotian to ask him to bring back some more food. As a result, Shin Xiaotian hung up the phone with a very bad attitude, and he hung up twice. This made Su Mimi so angry that she lost her mood to eat. But after she calmed down, Su Mimi started to feel hungry again. Now seeing the milk tea and dessert in Shin Xiaotian's hand, I couldn't help but want to eat it. Shin Xiaotian looked at Su Mimi, who took the milk tea and dessert and walked towards the office, and thought to himself, if I hadn't argued with her just now, I would have got the 5,000 yuan by now. Su Mimi took the milk tea and dessert and went straight to the office. Not only did he not say a word of thanks throughout the whole process, he didn't even look at Shin Xiaotian behind him, as if he was air. Shin Xiaotian really didn't understand why the original master wanted to lick such a woman. Did she save the galaxy in her previous life? After a while, Shin Xiaotian followed Su Mimi back to his workstation. A female colleague came over immediately after seeing the two of them and said with some envy, Mimi, I really envy you. I wish my boyfriend could send me delicious food often. After saying that, the female colleague looked at Shin Xiaotian with a smile in her eyes. Everyone in the company knows that Shin Xiaotian is Su Mimi's die-hard bootlicker. As long as Su Mimi says a word, Shin Xiaotian will immediately take his position and rush wherever he is directed. When Su Mimi heard this, she quickly emphasized, "Don't talk nonsense, Shin Xiaotian is not my boyfriend, we are just college classmates and ordinary friends." Chapter 3 Is this woman brainless? The female colleague actually felt sorry for Shin Xiaotian, so she kindly wanted to help him. But I didn't expect Su Mimi to be so decisive in severing their relationship. After hearing this, the female colleague didn't say anything else. She just gave Shin Xiaotian a sympathetic smile, turned around and left the office. It was lunchtime, and after that colleague left, only Su Mimi and Shin Xiaotian were left in the office. Su Mimi took a sip of milk tea comfortably, chewed some pearl fruit, and turned to look at Shin Xiaotian. "Why don't you go back?" Su Mimi asked. "Shin Xiaotian will not leave. There is only about an hour left in the mission, and he must find a way to increase his favorability by 1 point. Mimi, didn't you say that your computer was slow? I can help you clean up the system junk while you eat." Shin Xiaotian was trying to be nice to her against his will. Su Mimi shook her head and said calmly, "No need, Manager Zhang already helped me with it yesterday." Shin Xiaotian thought about it immediately and said, "Mimi, what else do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you." Shin Xiaotian couldn't think of a better solution in a short period of time, so he could only start from the fact that Su Mimi likes to eat. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Mimi glanced at Shin Xiaotian with disdain and said unhappily, "What do you mean? Do you think I'm not fat enough?" After saying that, Su Mimi no longer paid any attention to Shin Xiaotian, turned her head and continued eating. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but roll his eyes and complained in his heart, "If you are afraid of getting fat, why are you drinking milk tea and eating desserts?" Anyone would have walked away tactfully in this situation. But Shin Xiaotian can't leave. If he leaves, the mission will not be completed. For the next 20 minutes, Shin Xiaotian stayed there shamelessly, thinking about how to improve his favorability. But Su Mimi ignored Shin Xiaotian. It was not until she finished eating that Su Mimi remembered that she had important things to do and glanced at Shin Xiaotian. "Shin Xiaotian, you should go back quickly. When Manager Zhang sees you, he will scold me again. This is a formal order to expel you." No matter how thick-skinned Shin Xiaotian is, he can't deny it any longer. Shin Xiaotian was helpless and had to turn around and walk towards the door. I glanced at the remaining time for the mission and there were only about 20 minutes left. If I had known the mission couldn't be accomplished, I wouldn't have included milk tea and dessert in the package. And I didn't even get a thank you. Oh, and there is also money for taxi fare. Oh, what a loss. Just as Shin Xiaotian was about to walk out of the office door, Su Mimi's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Xiaotian." Shin Xiaotian turned around when he heard the voice, only to see Su Mimi running towards him with an anxious look on her face. The next moment, Su Mimi pulled him towards her workstation without saying anything. "Xiaotian, you know more about computers than I do. Can you help me check why this file suddenly cannot be opened?" Su Mimi's tone and expression were extremely anxious. Shin Xiaotian quickly sat at Su Mimi's workstation, holding the mouse and checking it carefully. After a moment, Shin Xiaotian said, "The file is damaged. Do you have a backup?" I forgot to back it up," Su Mimi said weakly. "It's okay, Shin Xiaotian originally wanted to say, "It's okay, I can fix it." Because Shin Xiaotian studied computer science in college before traveling through time, it was not difficult for him to repair some slightly damaged files. But after speaking, Shin Xiaotian suddenly realized that this was a great opportunity to improve her favorability, and he couldn't tell her so quickly that he had a way to fix it. Su Mimi asked hurriedly, "Xiaotian, do you have any way to fix this file?" Shin Xiaotian immediately shook his head. "No, I mean, it's okay, if it can't be opened, just make another one." "Make a new one." Su Mimi was upset at that moment. "Do you know how long I spent on this document? 3 whole days. Mr. Li will need it soon. If I can't hand it in, I'll be in trouble." Su Mimi was so anxious that her face changed. Hearing this, Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but sneer in his heart, "Is this woman brainless? Knowing that the file is so important, she didn't even back it up. You deserve to be scolded by Mr. Li." Just then, the phone on the desk rang. Su Mimi was feeling annoyed, so she grabbed the receiver and answered in a bad tone, "Hello, who is this?" The next second, Su Mimi's expression and attitude changed. "Ah. It's Mr. Li. I know. Okay, I will definitely deliver it to you on time. When she hung up the phone, Su Mimi was about to cry. Xiaotian, what should I do? Mr. Li asked me to print out the document and send it to his office within half an hour. He will be going on a business trip soon. As she said this, tears welled up in Su Mimi's eyes. According to Su Mimi, this document is very important to Mr. Li's business trip. If Mr. Li fails to get it on time and delays his departure, he will definitely be furious, and the entire purchasing department will be in trouble. Shen Xiaotian immediately said, "Don't worry, call the people in the information department and ask them to send someone to take a look." Shen Xiaotian said this deliberately because he was very clear about the efficiency of the information department. Even if we call now, it would be great if someone could be sent to resolve the problem within 2 hours. It's too late. Mr. Li said it will be over in half an hour. What should I do? Obviously, Su Mimi was also very clear about the tone of the information department. Shen Xiaotian deliberately frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Don't worry, I'll call my friend and ask him. He's a computer expert and maybe he can find a way." Okay, then just fight. Su Mimi immediately grabbed the life-saving straw. Shen Xiaotian immediately took out his cell phone, made a call while walking out of the office and into the corridor. In fact, Shen Xiaotian was just pretending. He doesn't have any friend who is a computer expert. That friend is himself. The reason why Shen Xiaotian didn't repair the file immediately was that he wanted to make Su Mimi more anxious. The more anxious she is, the more grateful she will be when the file is repaired, and the greater the probability that her favorability towards me will increase. Shen Xiaotian pretended to be on the phone, but in fact he was paying attention to the remaining time of the task. Su Mimi in the office looked at the time, scratched her hair in annoyance, and then went to the door to look at Shen Xiaotian in the corridor, anxious like an ant on a hot pot. It was not until there were 5 minutes left in the task that Shen Xiaotian ended the call and walked into the office. "How is it? What did your friend say?" Su Mimi came over eagerly. Shen Xiaotian said calmly, "My friend taught me a method, I hope it will be effective." Hope? Su Mimi was a little desperate, but there was no other way at the moment. Shen Xiaotian had already sat in front of Su Mimi's computer and began to operate it skillfully. Su Mimi stood aside with a nervous look on her face, watching and praying silently, "Please, it must be effective." 2 minutes later, Shen Xiaotian finished the operation, "It's done." Immediately afterwards, Shen Xiaotian double-clicked the document, and the document was successfully opened. "That's great." Su Mimi was very excited. Su Mimi's favorability +1. Su Mimi's current favorability, 6. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Task rewards have been issued, please check in the system mall. A series of system prompt messages appeared in front of Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. Chapter 4, A First Time. As soon as the task was completed, Shen Xiaotian instantly lost interest in staying. Shen Xiaotian wanted to find a deserted place to study the system mall carefully. Just now he only saw that favorability coins can be exchanged for cash, and he has not browsed the items sold in the system mall. Just as he was about to leave, Su Mimi called Shen Xiaotian. "Xiaotian, you've helped me so much, I'll treat you to a meal after get off work." While Su Mimi was speaking, the printer on the desk had already started printing documents. Shen Xiaotian immediately stopped and looked over with surprise. In the 4 years since college, Su Mimi has never taken the initiative to ask Shen Xiaotian out for dinner. Whenever the two of them went out, Shen Xiaotian always paid the bill. But even so, Su Mimi often still complained that Shen Xiaotian was reluctant to spend money and the food he ate was of too low quality. And now Su Mimi actually took the initiative to ask me out for dinner. This is really the first time. But this Shen Xiaotian is not that Shen Xiaotian. Deep down, he has no interest in having dinner with a woman like Su Mimi. "I have something to do tonight and can't go." Shen Xiaotian refused decisively and instantly turned into his straight man self. Anyway, the mission has been completed, so there is no need to lick Su Mimi like a dog anymore. Su Mimi was stunned. When she wanted to say something else, Shen Xiaotian had already walked away without looking back. Su Mimi looked at Shen Xiaotian's back and felt a little bit unbelievable. Is Shen Xiaotian out of his mind? I was so kind as to ask him out for dinner, and not only was he not excited, he actually had the guts to reject me. Does he really have something to do after get off work? Impossible. He is a poor guy living in the dormitory with few friends. What serious work can he do? Even if there is, can it be more important than having dinner with me? Thinking of this, Sumini suddenly became unhappy. No, after I send the documents to Mr. Lee, I must ask him for clarification. Just as I was thinking about it, the sound of the printer stopped. Sumini immediately took the printed documents and hurriedly left the office. On the other side, Shin Xiaotian went downstairs and found a deserted place. When I opened the system mall, I saw that the 500 favorability coins had indeed arrived. Shin Xiaotian was not in a hurry to withdraw cash, but instead checked the purchasable items in the mall. After entering, 2 items appeared for purchase. The first one is Triple Stamina. It costs 300 favorability coins. After use, your physical strength and power will be tripled, and the duration is 12 hours. The second one is Strong Eloquence. It costs 500 favorability coins. After use, the chance of persuading the other party is tripled and the duration is 3 hours. Shin Xiaotian also noticed that there was a line of text at the bottom. Use 100 favorability coins to refresh props, which can only be refreshed once a day. Oh my god, this dog licking system is really a scam. The items sold are temporary buffs, but even refreshing them costs 100 favorability coins. 100 favorability coins are equivalent to 1,000 yuan, so grab the money. Shin Xiaotian did not hesitate at all, he decisively withdrew and chose to exchange the favorability coins. A few seconds later, Shin Xiaotian completed the exchange and withdrawal operations. Immediately afterwards, the cell phone in Shin Xiaotian's pocket vibrated. I took it out and saw that it was a text message notifying me of the bank's arrival of the money. The information shows that 5,000 yuan was deposited into the bank account and the account balance was 5,003.5 yuan. Shin Xiaotian was very happy and immediately began to look forward to the next task. As soon as I put the phone in my pocket, the system prompt message appeared. Mission target, Yaoqing current favorability 25. Task content, based on the current situation, increase Yaoqing's favorability towards you to 28. Task time, 10 hours. Task reward, 1,000 favorability coins. Penalty for mission failure, deduction of 1,000 yuan in cash, or forced loss of items worth 1,000 yuan. Yao Qing is Shin Xiaotian's colleague and joined the company at the same time as Shin Xiaotian and Su Mimi. At that time, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing were assigned to the warehousing department. Because of her outstanding appearance, Su Mimi was taken care of by manager Zhang and was assigned to the purchasing department. Yao Qing is the type with a petite figure and cute looks. Even her voice is soft and sweet. She is a typical soft girl. After joining the company, Shin Xiaotian, who was also in the warehousing department, always took good care of Yao Qing. He would help Yao Qing with any heavy work, so Yao Qing always had a good impression of Shin Xiaotian. 1,000 favorability coins, that's $10,000. Shin Xiaotian looked like he was obsessed with money. If he could complete this task, he would be able to move out of the staff dormitory and rent a house nearby to live alone. As he was looking forward to it, Shin Xiaotian was suddenly startled and discovered a problem. Why does Yao Qing have a favorability rating of 25 points towards me, while Su Mimi only has a favorability rating of 6 points towards me? Shin Xiaotian has only known Yao Qing for more than half a year, but he has known Su Mimi for nearly 5 years. And he has been licking the other person for the past 5 years. Logically speaking, it would be reasonable for the two of them to exchange their feelings towards each other. But the next second Shin Xiaotian figured out the reason. Because for so many years Su Mimi never regarded the original owner as a friend. In her eyes, the original owner was just a bootlicker who could be ordered around at any time. For a bootlicker, having a few points of favorability is already a great kindness. You stupid system, if you issue another task to win Su Mimi's favor in the future, I will take your surname if I accept it. Shin Xiaotian was much more satisfied with Yao Qing's favorability mission than Su Mimi's. First of all, it's because of the mission time, although 10 hours is not a long time. But compared to Su Mimi's 2 hours, it is already quite sufficient. Secondly, Shin Xiaotian didn't hate Yao Qing, so he didn't have to worry about feeling nauseous or vomiting while licking her. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Shin Xiaotian returned to the warehouse department. Just when he was about to go to the office to find Yao Qing, Su Mimi appeared in front of him with a gloomy and ugly face. Su Mimi came here to wait after delivering the documents to Mr. Lee, but Shin Xiaotian didn't show up, which made her very unhappy. According to her logic, Shin Xiaotian should be waiting for her at any time and anywhere so that she can find him whenever she wants. But now she has been waiting for Shin Xiaotian for so long, she feels aggrieved just thinking about it. Come out, I have something to tell you. Su Mimi's voice was cold and her tone was extremely dissatisfied. She said this and walked out. In her opinion, Shin Xiaotian would definitely follow her without hesitation. But after walking a few steps, Su Mimi suddenly realized something was wrong. Looking back, Shin Xiaotian didn't follow me at all and was heading towards the warehouse department office. Shin Xiaotian. Su Mimi suddenly got angry and shouted immediately. Shin Xiaotian then slowly stopped, turned around and asked impatiently, "What are you doing?" Chapter 5 I want tea serve you. I asked you to come out, didn't you hear me? Su Mimi raised her voice with a shouting tone. Shin Xiaotian suddenly felt more and more disgusted, frowned slightly and said, "If you have something to say, just tell me, I'm busy, I don't have time to go out for a stroll with you." Shin Xiaotian, are you really that bold? How dare you talk to me like that? Su Mimi was very dissatisfied with Shin Xiaotian's attitude, and she was really angry at the moment. Will you tell me or not? If not, I'm leaving. Shin Xiaotian didn't tolerate Su Mimi at all, and his tone was even more impatient than before. Su Mimi was furious and immediately raised her hand to point at Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian, you. She originally wanted to scold Shin Xiaotian, but because she had something that needed Shin Xiaotian's help, she thought about it and finally held back. Su Mimi suppressed her anger and walked up to Shin Xiaotian, saying coldly, "Come to me after get off work, and we'll go eat together." Shin Xiaotian said coldly, "I just said that I have something to do after get off work and can't go." Su Mimi immediately asked, "What can you do for me?" Shin Xiaotian sneered and asked back, "Ha! Why do you care about me? I just have something to do." Su Mimi said willfully, "I don't care what you have to do, just turn it down immediately." Ha! Shin Xiaotian was so angry that he laughed. Su Mimi continued, "I'll tell you the truth, I've already told AI that we'll have dinner together tonight, you have to go." Hearing this, Shin Xiaotian immediately understood what was going on. AI's real name is AIXIN. She is a senior in college to Shin Xiaotian and Su Mimi, 2 years older than them. Half a month ago, Su Mimi told Shin Xiaotian that AIXIN would be moving in the near future and she wanted Shin Xiaotian to help. At that time, Shin Xiaotian naturally agreed without hesitation. But 2 days later, Su Mimi told him that AIXIN asked her boyfriend for help and would not trouble Shin Xiaotian. At this moment, Su Mimi suddenly said that she wanted to have dinner with AIXIN. Shin Xiaotian knew without asking that it must be because of AIXIN's move. It was estimated that AIXIN's boyfriend had something urgent to do and couldn't go, so Su Mimi wanted to take over. Su Mimi, is it because AIXIN's boyfriend can't go to move, so you want me to be the free labor? Shin Xiaotian asked very directly. Su Mimi's pretty face suddenly turned red. She didn't expect Shin Xiaotian to guess the reason so quickly and tell it out loud without beating around the bush. Su Mimi had no choice but to confess AI broke up with her boyfriend. You know, she doesn't have many friends in this city. Shouldn't you, as a junior, go and help her? Shin Xiaotian sneered in his heart, this is even a form of moral blackmail. I won't spoil you. I'm not her boyfriend, why should I help her move? Shin Xiaotian said in a cold tone. Without waiting for Su Mimi to speak, Shin Xiaotian immediately said, I remember AIXIN has a lot of friends, didn't you say that? The boys chasing her can line up from the east to the west of the city. With so many suitors, there should be many people rushing to move for her. Why do you still come to me? I don't want to chase her. Su Mimi suddenly became anxious. Shin Xiaotian, you clearly agreed last time. Shin Xiaotian curled his lips calmly, shrugged slightly, and said, this is different now. You? Su Mimi was suddenly speechless. After taking a breath, Su Mimi suddenly frowned and asked sternly, Shin Xiaotian, I'm asking you one last time, are you going or not? Just as Shin Xiaotian was about to speak, a petite figure walked out of the office. Shin Xiaotian. This person was Yao Qing. She called out and walked over quickly. Shin Xiaotian turned around and saw that it was Yao Qing, and immediately put on a bright smile. Yao Qing. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian stopped paying attention to Su Mimi, turned around and walked towards Yao Qing. Hey, don't go. Su Mimi wanted to call Shin Xiaotian, but he acted as if he didn't hear her. Yao Qing walked quickly to Shin Xiaotian and asked, Shin Xiaotian, are you free after get off work? I have something I want to ask you for help. I have time. I must have time. Shin Xiaotian agreed readily without even asking anything. Su Mimi was so angry when she heard this. Didn't he just say that he had something to do after get off work? How come Yao Qing is free now? Yao Qing was very happy and immediately said, I asked a friend to buy a bookshelf, but I don't know how to install it. Can you help me install it? Okay. You should come to me for this kind of job. I'm very good at it. Shin Xiaotian agreed with a smile. Yao Qing immediately smiled too. Shin Xiaotian. Su Mimi's angry voice suddenly appeared from behind. Shin Xiaotian turned around and saw Su Mimi walking towards him with an angry face. You are not available when I call you, but you are available when others call you. What do you mean? Su Mimi asked angrily. Shin Xiaotian has always been Su Mimi's lickspittle. He dares not go west when told to go east and never dares to disobey her wishes. But today, Shin Xiaotian seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. Not only did he not listen to me, he also slapped me in the face in front of others. When Yao Qing heard Su Mimi say this, she immediately realized that something was wrong. Yao Qing said hurriedly, I'm sorry, Su Mimi, I didn't know Shin Xiaotian had an appointment with you. Shin Xiaotian, I'd better ask someone else for help. I won't bother you anymore. I'm sorry. After saying that, Yao Qing wanted to leave. But Shin Xiaotian stopped Yao Qing and said calmly, who told you that I had an appointment with Su Mimi? I never promised her anything, okay? Then, Shin Xiaotian looked at Su Mimi and said seriously, Su Mimi, I can tell you with certainty that I will not help AIXAN move. If you want free labor, please go find someone else. I won't serve you. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian took Yao Qing to the office. Yao Qing kept looking back at Su Mimi as she walked, her expression showing she was very embarrassed and helpless. At this time, Su Mimi was so angry that her face turned red, and her bulging chest kept rising and falling. She never thought that after she condescended to come to see Shin Xiaotian, this guy would dare to treat her like this. Shin Xiaotian, you don't regret it. Su Mimi stomped her feet hard, turned around and left angrily. When Yao Qing saw Su Mimi running away in anger, she wanted to chase her. Shin Xiaotian held her back and said, ignore her. She really thinks she's a piece of cake. Yao Qing worriedly asked, Shin Xiaotian, you're making Su Mimi so angry, aren't you afraid that she will ignore you in the future? Just ignore me. Shin Xiaotian looked indifferent. Yao Qing looked at Shin Xiaotian in surprise and asked, Shin Xiaotian, what's wrong with you today? Why are you different from usual? Shin Xiaotian smiled faintly, and then said meaningfully, just think of me as being reborn. Chapter 6 Shin Xiaotian, you bastard. After Su Mimi left angrily, she did not return to the office, but found an empty place behind the office building to make a phone call. Hey, AI, what are you doing? Su Mimi's tone was a little depressed. Mimi, what's wrong with you? You look a little unhappy. Who made you angry? AIXAN's voice was capable and straightforward. Su Mimi was waiting for AIXAN to ask about this, and she immediately complained, it's still that Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian? AIXAN's tone suddenly became surprised. Wait, did I hear you right? You are talking about Shin Xiaotian? The Shin Xiaotian who likes you the most? It's him. I'm so mad at him. Su Mimi became angry when she thought of the way Shin Xiaotian rejected her just now. AIXAN immediately started gossiping. What happened? Why did he make you angry? Tell me. Su Mimi quickly recounted the whole process from the time Shin Xiaotian went to buy milk tea to when she was rejected by him just now. Immediately afterwards, Su Mimi switched to a rapid-fire complaining mode. AI, do you think Shin Xiaotian has lost his mind? I didn't even bother to argue with him about hanging up on me, and I even went to ask him to have dinner with me out of kindness. In the end, he actually refused, and even said that I wanted to use him as free labor, but he wouldn't serve me. By the way, he also said that you have so many suitors and you should go to those people for help. He doesn't want to pursue you, so why should he help you move? You know what? When I heard those words, I was completely speechless. I wanted to slap him twice. Su Mimi never mentioned the fact that Shin Xiaotian helped him recover important files, and just kept complaining about how bad Shin Xiaotian was. Su Mimi continued, AI, Shin Xiaotian is too unemotional. The three of us graduated from the same university, and you are my best senior. Shouldn't we help you move? But he actually said such ruthless words. Don't you think it's infuriating? After saying that, Su Mimi panted a few times, venting her dissatisfaction. Although AIXAN was somewhat dissatisfied after listening to this, she still expressed her understanding. Mimi, Shin Xiaotian can't be blamed for this. He agreed last time, and then I told him not to trouble him. Now you suddenly call him, it's normal that he doesn't want to come. AIXAN said. After hearing this, Sumini quickly changed the phone to her other ear and said angrily, "If he doesn't want to, just don't agree. Why say such hurtful words?" Aixan thought about it and felt that something was wrong, so she asked, "Nini, did you do something to upset Shin Xiaotian?" "No, what could I do to make him unhappy?" Sumini was very confused. "Ai, why do you ask this?" Aixan said very rationally, "Nini, although I am not very familiar with Shin Xiaotian, based on my understanding of him, he will not disobey what you say. But he's acting so abnormal today, there must be a reason for it." Sumini was slightly startled, then said, "What reason could there be? Either he has lost his mind, or he is screwed." Although she said this, Sumini already had a guess in her mind. She felt that Shin Xiaotian must be resentful because she did not formally thank him after repairing the file. Aixin on the other end of the phone chuckled and said, "It's okay. If Shin Xiaotian doesn't want to come, then don't come. I don't have much stuff anyway. I can just hire a tricycle driver to move it later." Just as she finished speaking, she heard a voice coming from Aixin's direction, as if someone was looking for her for something. "Nini, I have to go out and get busy. Contact me after get off work," Aixin said and hung up the phone. Sumini put away her phone and thought to herself, "At worst I can say a few nice words to Shin Xiaotian later. I don't believe that he doesn't want to accompany me to dinner." Thinking of this, Sumini confidently lifted her hair, then twisted her waist and walked towards the office building. This afternoon, in addition to being busy with his own affairs, Shin Xiaotian was also helping Yao Qing organize her cargo area. The company where Shin Xiaotian works is a well-known medical supplies sales company in the province. The warehouse is divided into many areas, such as prescription drug area, over-the-counter drug area, medical device area, special drug area, etc. Among them, prescription drugs and over-the-counter drugs are large areas, so they are subdivided into small areas such as A, B, and C. Shin Xiaotian is in charge of Area C for prescription drugs, and Yao Qing is in charge of Area A for over-the-counter drugs. The two people's work areas are very close, so it is very convenient for Shin Xiaotian to go over and help. As the workday was about to end, Shin Xiaotian saw a system prompt message. Yao Qing's favorability +1. Yao Qing's current favorability, 26. Shin Xiaotian checked the remaining time of the mission again, which was still 6 hours and 46 minutes. Well, there is still plenty of time. Shin Xiaotian is confident in completing this task. With 5 minutes left before the end of get off work, Shin Xiaotian suddenly received a text message. The text message was sent by Sumini, and the content was, "I will come to see you after get off work, wait for me." Shin Xiaotian frowned immediately, then quickly put away his phone and found Yao Qing. "It's time to get off work, let's go," Shin Xiaotian said. Yao Qing checked the time and said, "There are still a few minutes left." "It's okay, I'll tell the manager, he won't say anything." After Shin Xiaotian finished speaking, he went to the office, greeted the manager, and then took Yao Qing to the side door of the company. Shin Xiaotian was in such a hurry to get off work because he didn't want Sumini to find him, and he went through the side door because he didn't want to run into her. Less than 5 minutes after the two of them left, Sumini appeared at the door of the warehouse department. Just then, the warehouse manager came out. "Hey, isn't this Sumini? Why are you here?" The warehouse manager's surname is He. He is a middle-aged man with a slightly balding head. He gives people a very friendly impression. Sumini smiled and nodded. "Manager He, I want to talk to Shin Xiaotian about some work." "How long will it take for him to come out?" Manager He replied, "You are a little late. Xiaotian just left work." "Gone?" Sumini couldn't believe it. She sent him a message because she was worried that Shin Xiaotian would leave too early, but this guy left anyway. Manager He nodded. "Yes, he left with Yao Qing just now, and went out through the side door." After saying that, Manager He walked away leisurely. Sumini secretly clenched her fists, feeling extremely angry. Shin Xiaotian usually goes home through the front door, but today he went through the side door. It's obvious that he is avoiding me. Damn Shin Xiaotian. I just forgot to say thank you to you. It's just a small thing. Why do you have to hold a grudge against me like this? The more Sumini thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, so she turned around and walked towards the main entrance. At the same time, Sumini also took out her mobile phone and quickly dialed Shin Xiaotian's number. "Sorry, the user you dialed has turned off the phone." Hearing this prompt tone, Sumini exploded on the spot. "Shin Xiaotian, you bastard." Chapter 7 Familiar Feeling. On the other side, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing, who had left the company, had arrived at the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, Yao Qing, where do you live? Yao Qing does not live in the staff dormitory, she rents a house outside. Yao Qing replied, Jinchuan Community. Jinchuan Community? Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised. Jinchuan Community is very famous in Yan'an City. Because of the convenient transportation, good environment, and high housing prices, most of the people who live there are middle class or above. The houses there are not cheap. Shin Xiaotian said. Yao Qing smiled and said, rented. The rent is not cheap either. Shin Xiaotian said immediately. Yao Qing explained, my mother rented it for me. I didn't agree at first, but she insisted on renting it. I couldn't stop her, so I had to agree. My mother said that the security in Jinchuan Community is better, so she feels more at ease with me living there, Yao Qing added. Shin Xiaotian nodded and said, your mother is right. For a cute and beautiful girl like you, living alone outside, you can't take safety issues lightly. Shin Xiaotian thought, it seems that Yao Qing's family conditions should be quite good. If it were an ordinary family, who would be willing to rent a house in Jinchuan Community? Yao Qing thought Shin Xiaotian would ask what her family did for a living, and she had already prepared an excuse to deal with it. But surprisingly, Shin Xiaotian didn't ask and seemed not interested at all. Yao Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. In order to avoid a dull silence, Yao Qing quickly changed the subject and talked about something else. It took me 10 minutes to wait for the bus and another 20 minutes to get on the bus. After getting off the car, the two walked side by side into the community. Every time he walked a distance, Shin Xiaotian would look around silently, pretending to appreciate the scenery of the community. In fact, from the moment he got off the bus, he realized that he was being followed. Shin Xiaotian has been a veteran scout for 6 years and he is very familiar with the feeling of being followed. A residential building in the community. On the 3rd floor, in front of Yao Qing's house. Yao Qing took out the key to open the door and asked Shin Xiaotian, are you sure you don't want to go eat first? Shin Xiaotian said, let's finish installing the bookshelf before we go eat. I have a problem. I don't feel like eating until I finish my work. In fact, Shin Xiaotian wanted to increase his favorability first, and then eat peacefully. This feeling is similar to the summer vacation in middle school. As soon as the summer homework is handed out, Shin Xiaotian will finish it as soon as possible, and then he can play without any pressure. Besides, if I don't finish installing the bookshelf, how can I have the nerve to ask you to treat me to a meal? I shouldn't accept the reward without doing anything. Shin Xiaotian added. Yao Qing smiled after hearing this, looking very cute. The next moment, Yao Qing turned the key and opened the door. Yao Qing's house is very clean, the living room is spacious, the furniture is complete, and the lighting is very good. Shin Xiaotian was just about to find a pair of slippers to change into when he heard Yao Qing say, no need to change shoes. I don't have any men's slippers at home. Shin Xiaotian immediately said, then bring the mop over so I can clean the soles of my shoes, otherwise it would be bad if I dirty your house. Yao Qing was slightly stunned, and quickly said, wait a moment, I'll go look for it. After saying that, Yao Qing ran to the bathroom. Soon, there was some noise coming from the bathroom. It should be Yao Qing looking for a mop. But after a while, Yao Qing came out of the bathroom. She didn't have a mop in her hand, but ran towards the living balcony. Found it, found it. Yao Qing's voice rang out on the living balcony. Immediately afterwards, Yao Qing ran back with a mop and placed it in front of Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian was secretly puzzled, thinking, isn't this her house? How come she doesn't even know where to put the mop? Shin Xiaotian carefully wiped the soles of his shoes before entering the living room. Where is the bookshelf? Shin Xiaotian asked. Yao Qing pointed to a room and said, in the study. The two of them quickly came to the study. At this time, there were a lot of wooden boards and parts on the floor of the study. It was obvious that Yao Qing had tried to install them herself, but unfortunately failed. Shin Xiaotian didn't waste any words. He picked up the installation instructions on the ground, glanced at them, and put them down again. This is easy. I can install it right away. After Shin Xiaotian finished speaking, he started to install the bookshelf. Yao Qing watched for a while and seeing that she couldn't help much, she offered to make juice for Shin Xiaotian. By the time the juice was ready and brought back, the bookshelf was almost assembled, with only the final finishing steps left. Shin Xiaotian, you're so fast. Yao Qing looked surprised. Shin Xiaotian was speechless, thinking, you are fast. I can last very long, okay? Shin Shaotian only dared to keep these words in his heart. After all, Yao Qing is the target of the mission. She is such a pure and lovely girl. If you make dirty jokes and cause the other party to be disgusted, you will be shooting yourself in the foot. 10 minutes later, a brand new and beautiful bookshelf was installed. Yao Qing's favorability +1. Yao Qing's current favorability, 27. Shin Shaotian was very happy. Now, he was only 1 point away from completing the mission. After putting the bookshelf in place, Shin Shaotian asked, "Can I use the restroom?" Yao Qing quickly nodded in agreement, signaling Shin Shaotian to do as he pleased. As soon as Shin Shaotian entered the bathroom, the phone in Yao Qing's pocket vibrated. Yao Qing took it out, took a look at it, and immediately frowned. But Yao Qing still answered the phone. "Dad, can you please stop calling?" A middle-aged man's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xingqing, what did you promise me? How can you just bring a man home?" "Dad, this is my colleague. I asked him to help me install the bookshelf," Yao Qing said impatiently. "Is it really just installing a bookshelf?" Yao Qing's father obviously didn't believe it. Yao Qing rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "Believe it or not." After saying that, Yao Qing hung up the call. After a few seconds, the phone rang again. It was my dad calling. Yao Qing shook her head speechlessly and then hung up the phone. In fact, since entering the house, Yao Qing's father has been calling his daughter, but Yao Qing has always ignored him. If Shin Shaotian hadn't gone to the bathroom, Yao Qing would not have answered the call at all. After a while, Shin Shaotian came out of the bathroom. "Yao Qing, the light bulb in your bathroom seems to be a little loose and keeps flickering. Do you have a ladder at home? I can help you tighten it," Shin Shaotian asked. Yao Qing hurriedly ran out of the study. "No need, I can handle this little thing myself. Let's go eat, I'm a little hungry." What Yao Qing wanted at this moment was to go out early. If he stayed at home with a man for too long, his father might come and kill him. "It's okay, it will be quick. Where is the ladder?" "I'll get it." Shin Shaotian was very kind-hearted. Of course, Shin Shaotian was very enthusiastic at this moment. After all, he was only 1 point short of favorability. "Once the task is completed, you will get 10,000 oceans." Yao Qing didn't know what to say, so she could only point in the direction of the large balcony and said, "It's over there." In less than 5 minutes, Shin Shaotian solved the problem of the bathroom light bulb. But what disappointed him a little was that Yao Qing's favorability did not increase as a result. Chapter 8, Miss? Shin Shaotian had just put the stepladder back on the balcony when he heard Yao Qing say, "Shin Shaotian, can you wait for me downstairs? I'll come down after changing my clothes." Shin Shaotian nodded and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs." After saying that, Shin Shaotian opened the door and walked out of Yao Qing's house. Just as Shin Shaotian was about to go down the stairs, a man suddenly came up from below. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, in his 30s, and quite strong. Shin Shaotian subconsciously stopped and then stepped back a little, thinking of letting the other party go upstairs first. Unexpectedly, the man did not go upstairs, but stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up and staring at Shin Shaotian. There was obvious hostility in the man's eyes, which made Shin Shaotian feel uncomfortable. Shin Shaotian was slightly startled, and suddenly remembered that he was being followed. "Brother, were you following me just now?" Shin Shaotian asked. From the way the other person looked at him, Shin Shaotian was very sure that this was the person who had been following him. The man did not answer, but asked, "What's your name?" Shin Shaotian couldn't help but sneer, and replied without dodging his gaze, "Brother, before asking others' names, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" When the man heard what Shin Shaotian said, he became displeased. The next second, the man strode up the stairs and came towards Shin Shaotian. As soon as he got close, the man reached out to grab Shin Shaotian's clothes. Shin Shaotian was prepared and immediately raised his hand to slap his hand away. The man's hand was a little painful from being hit, and he instantly became angry. Immediately afterwards, the man tried to grab Shin Shaotian again, and this time he used both hands. Of course, Shin Shaotian would not give the other party any chance and immediately launched a counterattack. The next moment, the two men started fighting in the stairwell. The man thought that he could easily subdue Shin Shaotian with his height and strength advantage. But after the fight, he realized that he had oversimplified the problem. Although Shin Shaotian is slightly inferior to men in strength, but with only 6 years of experience as a scout, his opponent was far less experienced than Shin Shaotian in actual combat. After a while, Shin Shaotian grabbed one of the man's arms and swept his feet hard, and the man immediately fell to the ground. Shin Xiaotian took advantage of the situation and pressed his knee on the back of the opponent's neck, completely subduing the man. Who are you? Why are you following me? Shin Xiaotian asked bluntly. The man didn't answer. He tried to struggle to get up, but he was powerless. Just then, the door of Yao Qing's house opened. Yao Qing changed into a cute outfit and stood at the door carrying a small pink bag. When she saw Shin Xiaotian kneeling down and pinning down a person, Yao Qing screamed out in surprise, "Ah!" Shin Xiaotian turned around and said, Yao Qing, please help me call the police. This guy is following me. Yao Qing didn't hold the phone tightly, but ran to Shin Xiaotian quickly, pulled his arm, and persuaded him, Shin Xiaotian, let him go, he is not a bad person. Shin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, and then he understood something. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian slowly let go of the man and then took 2 steps back. Do you know each other? Shin Xiaotian asked Yao Qing. Yao Qing was helping the man to stand up at this time, and replied, he is my father's bodyguard, my Zhanghao. After that, Yao Qing asked my Zhanghao again, are you okay? My Zhanhao's face flushed, and he rubbed the back of his neck and shook his head, I'm fine, Mississippi. Miss? It was the first time that Shin Xiaotian heard this name in real life. Before this, only people in movies and TV dramas called him that. Ma Zhanhao turned around and looked at Shin Xiaotian, his eyes full of anger and dissatisfaction. Ma Zhanhao, why are you here? Did my dad ask you to come? Yao Qing asked with a frown. Ma Zhanhao nodded and said in a muffled voice, the boss said your phone is turned off, so I came up to see what's going on. Yao Qing immediately asked, then why did you fight with Shin Xiaotian? Did my dad ask you to do this? Ma Zhanhao whispered, the boss told me to scare this kid so that he would know that a toad cannot eat swan meat. When Yao Qing heard this, her face turned red. What are you talking about? Shin Xiaotian is my colleague and we are good friends. I asked him to come and help me install the bookshelf. What on earth is my dad thinking? Yao Qing said angrily. Ma Zhanhao lowered his head and said nothing. He just followed his boss's orders and the rest of the things had nothing to do with him. Why aren't you leaving? Yao Qing glared at Ma Zhanghao. Ma Zhanghao had no choice but to quickly walk downstairs and disappear from their sight. Yao Qing turned to face Shin Xiaotian and apologized sincerely, I'm sorry, Shin Xiaotian. I didn't expect my dad to do this. I apologize to you on his behalf. Shin Xiaotian immediately said, no, I actually understand your dad. If I had a daughter as cute and beautiful as you, I would probably do the same. When Yao Qing heard this, she frowned and stared at Shin Xiaotian. After a long while, Yao Qing finally spoke, Shin Xiaotian, why do I feel like you are taking advantage of me? Shin Xiaotian quickly waved his hands and shook his head, no, I didn't take advantage of you. Yao Qing suddenly smiled, I was just kidding. Let's go eat. After saying that, Yao Qing walked downstairs, and Shin Xiaotian followed behind her at a distance. Yao Qing took out her cell phone as she walked downstairs, turned it on and immediately called her father. In the next phone call, Yao Qing changed her usual gentle and soft speaking style and was fierce throughout, questioning and blaming others. The call lasted about 10 minutes before I hung up. Yao Qing put her phone into her bag and said to Shin Xiaotian, I'm sorry, I've already told my dad that he won't find anyone to harass you again, so don't worry. Shin Xiaotian smiled and waved his hands, meaning it didn't matter. Next, on the way from Jinchuan community to the restaurant, Yao Qing briefly talked about her family's situation. Yao Qing's father is a big boss. He originally wanted Yao Qing to study business administration abroad and come back to help him manage the business in the future. But Yao Qing didn't want to go abroad, so the father and daughter often quarreled about this. Later, after a big fight, Yao Qing moved to Jinchuan community and lived alone, refusing to go home no matter what. After a long time, Yao Qing felt a bit bored, so she went to find a job and eventually became a colleague of Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian, I don't want anyone in the company to know about my affairs. Can you keep it a secret for me? Yao Qing asked Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian nodded without hesitation and said, don't worry, I'm always very tight-lipped. Thank you, Shin Xiaotian. Yao Qing was very happy. Before he finished speaking, a system prompt message appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. Yao Qing favorability +1. Yao Qing's current favorability, 28. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Task rewards have been issued, please check in the system mall. Shin Xiaotian was very surprised. He was still thinking about how to improve Yao Qing's favorability. I didn't expect that just by agreeing to keep her secret, my favorability towards her would actually increase. Chapter 9. If you want to know, go ask him. Along the way, Shin Xiaotian withdrew 1,000 favorability coins while chatting with Yao Qing. Looking at the text message of 10,000 yuan arriving in his account, Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but smile knowingly. Shin Xiaotian has already made up his mind. The day after tomorrow is the weekend, and he is going to rent a house and move out of the crowded and smelly staff dormitory. Arrive! Just then, Yao Qing stopped and pointed to a restaurant nearby. Shin Xiaotian also stopped immediately and looked in the direction where he was pointing. This is a newly opened home-style restaurant. Although the place is not very big, the decoration is very unique, like a farmyard, and it is very down-to-earth. This store is newly opened. I heard the food is delicious. Is it okay? Yao Qing asked. Of course Shin Xiaotian would have no objection. It was agreed that Yao Qing would treat him to this meal, so naturally the guest should follow the host's wishes. Yao Qing was about to walk into the store when Shin Xiaotian asked, Yao Qing, do you want to ask your father's bodyguard to come with you? Ah? Yao Qing was stunned for a moment. You mean my Zhanghao? He's gone. Where can we ask him to go? Shin Xiaotian looked back at a corner in the distance. He has been following us. Yao Qing immediately looked back. Although she did not see my Zhanghao, for some reason, she believed what Shin Xiaotian said. Why is he still following us? I'll call my dad right now. Yao Qing said unhappily. As she spoke, Yao Qing was about to take out her cell phone. Shin Xiaotian stopped her and said, forget it, don't make it difficult for him. He is also following your father's request to protect you every day. It's very hard. Yao Qing was a little surprised. You mean, Ma Zhanghao is secretly following me every day? Shin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. What else? You are a beautiful girl. How can your father feel at ease if he doesn't let someone follow you? Yao Qing wanted to say something, but frowned and held back. Then, Yao Qing said, don't worry about him. I'm inviting you to dinner, not him. After saying that, Yao Qing pulled Shin Xiaotian towards the store. There were many customers in the store, and the two waited for a while before they were seated at a small table. Yao Qing picked up the menu and started ordering dishes, ordering 4 dishes in one go. When Yao Qing wanted to order more, Shin Xiaotian quickly stopped her. That's enough, there are only 2 of us, don't waste it. Yao Qing then put down the menu and signaled the waiter to serve the food as soon as possible. After the waiter left, Yao Qing asked curiously, Shin Xiaotian, have you ever learned Kung Fu before? Shin Xiaotian shook his head and said, no. I don't believe it. Yao Qing said immediately, Ma Zhanghao is a good fighter. You must have learned Kung Fu to beat him. Then, Yao Qing asked again, hey, who is your master? What school of Kung Fu do you learn from? Is there any saying about it? Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, I don't have any master. I grew up in an orphanage. If I don't want to be bullied, I have to learn how to fight. I've learned it slowly by fighting more. Yao Qing believed it and nodded repeatedly, expressing her feelings about how difficult Shin Xiaotian's childhood was. While the two were chatting, 2 beautiful figures appeared outside the store. AI, you brought me here specially, the food in this restaurant must be very good. Yeah. You like spicy food, right? The spiciness of this restaurant will definitely satisfy you. That's right, they are Su Mimi and AIXIN. Su Mimi was still wearing the same professional suit she wore to work and carrying a high-end imitation brand name bag in her hand. AIXIN is half a head taller than Su Mimi. She wears tight jeans and a casual white shirt. She has a high ponytail on her head and a small backpack on her back, looking refreshing and capable. If Su Mimi is charming and graceful, then AIXIN is energetic and heroic. Although their styles are very different, they have one thing in common, which is that they are very attractive to men. As the 2 of them walked by, every man would glance at them sideways. Su Mimi and AIXIN had long been accustomed to this situation. They chatted as if no one was around, looking comfortable and relaxed. The 2 were lucky. As soon as they entered the store, they ran into a table of customers paying their bill and leaving. As soon as she sat down, Su Mimi started looking at the menu. But AIXIN gently tugged at her sleeve. Mimi, look over there, is that Shin Xiaotian? As soon as she heard the name Shin Xiaotian, Su Mimi immediately looked up. At this time, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing were sitting with their backs to Su Mimi and AIXIN. But even so, Su Mimi could still recognize the other person at a glance. After all, Shin Xiaotian is too familiar to her. Why are they here? Su Mimi immediately frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on her face. As soon as AIXIN saw Su Mimi's expression, she knew she had not recognized the wrong person. Mimi, you said before that Shin Xiaotian had something to do in the evening, but it turns out he is going on a date with a girl. AIXIN whispered. AIXIN said as she looked at Yao Qing's back, I can't see the girl's face from here, and I don't know what she looks like, but from the back she looks pretty good. Su Mimi said coldly, it's my colleague, Yao Qing, who is also in the warehouse department like Shin Xiaotian. Yao Qing, well, that's a nice name. AIXIN nodded, then asked, hey, what does she look like? Is she pretty? AIXIN looked gossipy. Su Mimi said calmly, it's okay. After hearing this, AIXIN nodded slowly and her gaze immediately returned to Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing. Su Mimi didn't even look at the two of them. She called the waiter and ordered 2 dishes she liked. After a while, AIXIN suddenly turned around and asked in a low voice, Mimi, have you said anything hurtful to others recently, or done anything to hurt others? Su Mimi frowned immediately, I didn't. Then why would Shin Xiaotian suddenly pursue other girls? This is unreasonable. AIXIN was puzzled. How would I know that? If you want to know, go ask him. Why are you asking me? Su Mimi looked as if she didn't care, but she was actually feeling very uncomfortable. You have to know that for all these years, Shin Xiaotian has always been Su Mimi's full-time bootlicker. What do you want to eat? What do you want? Where do you want to go? As long as Su Mimi says a word, Shin Xiaotian will find a way to do it even if it means selling himself. But what about now? Just because I didn't say thank you to him, this guy ignored me. Mimi, think carefully, how did you hurt her feelings? AIXIN asked. I said there is no more. Su Mimi was a little annoyed, and her tone changed a little. AIXIN was very sure, no, you definitely did something to hurt someone, and you may not even realize it. Mimi, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you have such a sharp tongue that you show no mercy when you get angry and curse at people. No matter how good-tempered Shin Xiaotian is, he will get fed up one day. Su Mimi didn't say anything. She lowered her head and fiddled with her phone, feeling a little annoyed again. Chapter 10 I miss you a little bit. Hey, Mimi, since I met you too, it seems that Shin Xiaotian has never invited other girls to dinner except you, right? Over the years, Shin Xiaotian has always appeared in front of AIXIN as a bootlicker. So AIXIN naturally thought that when Shin Xiaotian had dinner with a girl, it must be him, the bootlicker, who was treating them. AIXIN continued, I remember when we were in college, in order to save money for your birthday, he would go to the cafeteria and order only 1 portion of rice every day, and then soak the rice in the free seaweed egg drop soup. Just think about it, he was really trying hard. Before she finished her words, Su Mimi suddenly stood up. If you say this again, I'll leave. Su Mimi was really angry. Su Mimi's feeling at this moment was as if the loyal dog she had raised for many years was suddenly abducted by someone, and would never wag its tail to beg for mercy again. When AIXIN saw Su Mimi getting anxious, she quickly tried to pull her to sit down and said in a low voice, Mimi, keep your voice down. As she said that, AIXIN nodded towards Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing, meaning, don't let them see you like this. Su Mimi was just impulsive just now, and now after realizing it, she felt a little excited. Su Mimi sat down slowly, glanced at Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing, and felt relieved when she saw that they hadn't noticed her yet. For more than 20 minutes, AIXIN did not say anything about Shin Xiaotian. During this time, the waiter served dishes to Shin Xiaotian's table and Su Mimi's table respectively, and both sides entered a normal eating rhythm. Su Mimi was eating while chatting with AIXIN about moving. Originally, AIXIN was going to move today, but because her company had to work overtime and she got off work a little late, she decided to move tomorrow. However, AIXIN still did not stand up her invitation to dinner with Su Mimi. At this time, Su Mimi suddenly found that Shin Xiaotian was waving and calling the waiter. When AIXIN saw Su Mimi looking at Shin Xiaotian, she immediately looked over as well. Waiter, please get me 2 cans of herbal tea. Shin Xiaotian said to the waiter. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian turned around to comfort Yao Qing, telling her not to worry, as the herbal tea would be here soon. When Su Mimi saw Shin Xiaotian like this, she immediately remembered how attentive he was when they were having dinner together. So Su Mimi's mood, which had just calmed down, suddenly became uneasy again. You deserve it. Su Mimi muttered resentfully and poked the bottom of the bowl hard with her chopsticks. AIXIN on the side wanted to laugh but held it back. After a while, AIXIN suddenly said, Mimi, lend me your phone. My phone is running out of battery. Su Mimi didn't think much about it. She took out her cell phone from her bag and handed it to her. AIXIN took the phone and started operating it quickly. While operating, she was still trying to suppress a smile. What are you laughing at? Su Mimi asked curiously. AIXIN didn't answer and continued to operate quickly, as if she was sending a message to someone. After a while, AIXIN put down her phone and said with a smile, "Done." What did you accomplish? Su Mimi was puzzled. AIXIN picked up the chopsticks, picked up a bite of food and put it into her mouth. While eating, she said, "Guess who I was messaging just now?" Who did you send the message to? How can I? Su Mimi had just said half of her words when she suddenly realized something and her expression changed instantly. Hey, you didn't send a message to Xin Xiaotian. Su Mimi was very nervous and quickly picked up her phone to check. Sure enough, AIXIN sent the message to Xin Xiaotian. The message read, "Where are you? I miss you a little bit." AIXIN, what are you doing? Why are you sending him this kind of message? Su Mimi became anxious and pinched AIXIN's arm. AIXIN was in so much pain that she quickly slapped Su Mimi's hand away, and then said righteously, "I'm helping you get Xin Xiaotian back, okay? I don't need it." Su Mimi said insincerely. In fact, Su Mimi was also thinking about how to win Xin Xiaotian back. It's not that Su Mimi likes Xin Xiaotian so much, but because she saw her dog licking someone else, she felt aggrieved and uncomfortable, with an indescribable sense of loss. To put it bluntly, it has nothing to do with feelings, only winning or losing. AIXIN sneered, "Okay, stop pretending. I've known you for so long, can't I tell what you're thinking?" Su Mimi didn't say anything. She picked up the drink and took a sip, obviously feeling a little guilty. AIXIN asked, "Do you know why Xin Xiaotian ignored you?" Having said this, Su Mimi immediately looked at AIXIN. AIXIN said seriously, "You always ignore me or are cold to me. I have been pursuing you for so many years and have devoted so much time and energy to you. If it were you, how would you feel?" Su Mimi remained silent and continued sipping her drink. AIXIN continued, "As the old saying goes, if you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat enough grass. You can't always treat him like that. You have to give him some sweetness to let him see hope, right?" After listening to this, Su Mimi thought about it carefully. Indeed, my attitude toward Xin Xiaotian in the past 2 months was indeed a bit bad, and it may have really hurt his feelings. Is it possible? Su Mimi asked weakly. AIXIN nodded confidently, "It will definitely work. Don't you know how much Xin Xiaotian likes you? When he sees your message, he will definitely jump with excitement." At this point, AIXIN suddenly pointed at Xin Xiaotian and said, "Look, he got his phone." Not long after AIXIN sent the message, Xin Xiaotian felt the vibration of his phone in his trouser pocket. But Xin Xiaotian did not rush to see it. Instead, he finished the food in the bowl before slowly taking out his mobile phone. When Xin Xiaotian clicked on the message, his brows immediately frowned and he was quite surprised. "Where are you? I kind of miss you." Xin Xiaotian silently read the message and thought to himself, "Why would Su Mimi send me such a message? This is not her character. After so many years, no matter what happened or who made the mistake." It was always the bootlicker Xin Xiaotian who took the initiative to admit his mistakes, and then tried every means to coax Su Mimi and beg for reconciliation in a servile manner. At this moment, the sun is rising from the west. She was still angry in the afternoon, but in the evening she took the initiative to send me such a message. "Who's looking for you?" Yao Qing's voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Xin Xiaotian looked up and saw Yao Qing biting on a straw while drinking herbal tea, her lips already red from the spiciness. "No, it's harassing information." Xin Xiaotian replied casually, then deleted the message and quickly put the phone back into his pocket. When Su Mimi and AIXIN at the other table saw this scene, their expressions suddenly became one of disbelief. Although the two of them couldn't hear clearly what Xin Xiaotian had just said, he saw with his own eyes that there was no reply to the message. "AI, look how much he goes too far. He used to reply to my messages immediately, but now he's pretending not to see them." At this moment, Su Mimi was devastated and felt extremely aggrieved. Chapter 11. I'll call him. Immediately afterwards, Su Mimi's eyes began to turn red. When AIXIN saw her best friend so sad, she quickly pulled her hand over, patting her and comforting her. "Mimi, don't be sad. Xin Xiaotian will not fail to reply to your message. He is having dinner with someone else now. It is not polite to reply in front of him. If it were me, I would not reply now." AIXIN said. Sumini paused slightly, her expression half believing and half doubting. Don't worry, let's wait a little longer. When he's free, he will definitely reply to your message. AIXIN said affirmatively. After hearing this, Sumini nodded slowly, but her aggrieved and sad look did not change. AIXIN turned her head to look at Shin Xiaotian, who was talking to Yao Qing, and then asked. Mini, tell me the truth, are you interested in Shin Xiaotian? AIXIN asked seriously. Sumini was a little surprised and didn't know why AIXIN asked that. AIXIN said seriously, Shin Xiaotian pursued you for 4 years in college, and helped you find this job after graduation. He is really good to you. If you don't like me, just tell me clearly as soon as possible. It will be better for both of you. Similarly, if you are interested in him, you can try dating him for a while. If you find that you are not suitable for each other after dating, you can break up with him. AIXIN expressed her opinion. Sumimi thought about it for a moment, then nodded sincerely, yes. AIXIN thought Sumimi had heard everything, so she temporarily shut up and said nothing more. In fact, Sumimi didn't take AIXIN's words seriously at all. Her thoughtful expressions and sincere nodding were all fake. Sumimi was born in a small county town. Ever since she was old enough to understand, her parents had a bad relationship and they had no love for her. Because we were poor, there was a small quarrel at home every day and a big quarrel every 3 days. Sumimi understood a truth very early on, that is, poor couples have many sorrows. When she was in junior high school, she made up her mind to live in a big city, marry a rich man and become a wealthy wife, and never return to that poor and loveless home. Shin Xiaotian is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. In terms of economic conditions, he is not as good as himself. How could Sumimi, who is determined to become a wealthy wife and enjoy a rich life, be interested in him? So from the very beginning, Sumimi never thought about dating Shin Xiaotian. She didn't reject Shin Xiaotian, nor did she explain it to him clearly. It's because she can't bear to give up Shin Xiaotian's meticulous care, and even more so, she can't bear to give up the vanity of Shin Xiaotian being around her and obeying her orders. 10 minutes later, Sumimi and AIXIN both looked towards Shin Xiaotian's table. But it was not Shin Xiaotian but Yao Qing who attracted their attention. Yao Qing stood up at this time and walked to the cashier with her pink bag. Seeing that Yao Qing was paying the bill, AIXIN couldn't help but say, I thought it was Shin Xiaotian who treated us, but it turned out to be hers. Strange, when did Shin Xiaotian become so charming that there are girls willing to treat him to a meal? AIXIN was a little confused. Sumimi said, Yao Qing asked Shin Xiaotian for help, probably because of this matter that she invited him to dinner. Seeing AIXIN's curious face, Sumimi told her that Yao Qing asked Shin Xiaotian to help her install the bookshelf. So that's how it is. AIXIN said suddenly. At this moment, AIXIN suddenly discovered that Shin Xiaotian took out his cell phone. Mimi, look, Shin Xiaotian is about to reply to your message. AIXIN patted Sumimi's forearm excitedly. Sumimi looked over immediately after hearing that and saw Shin Xiaotian operating the phone with one hand, but it didn't look like he was sending a message. After a while, Yao Qing came back after paying the bill. Let's go. Yao Qing said to Shin Xiaotian with a smile. Shin Xiaotian immediately put away his phone, stood up and walked out of the hotel with Yao Qing. Sumimi and AIXIN kept staring at the mobile phones on the table. After a long time, the phone still didn't receive any text message from Shin Xiaotian. AIXIN felt that the situation was a bit serious, and couldn't help but frown and said, Mimi, you guys recently. As soon as she opened her mouth, AIXIN saw Sumimi's red eyes, and she looked extremely aggrieved. AIXIN originally wanted Sumimi to tell her in detail about how she and Shin Xiaotian had been getting along during this period. But when he saw Sumimi was about to cry, he immediately changed the words on his lips, I don't believe it. After saying that, AIXIN picked up Sumimi's phone and sent another text message to Shin Xiaotian. The content of the message is, Xiaotian, I haven't eaten yet, please come out and have something to eat with me. AIXIN felt that, given Sumimi's position in Shin Xiaotian's heart, if he knew that the goddess had not eaten yet, he would definitely be very anxious and would definitely not ignore it. AIXIN showed the text message to Sumimi and said, believe it or not, within 2 minutes, Shin Xiaotian will definitely reply to the message or call back. Sumimi felt the same way in her heart, but she didn't say anything. She just waited quietly. 5 minutes passed. There was no movement from the phone. 10 minutes later. There was still no movement from the phone. Suddenly, AIXIN grabbed her phone and frowned, I'll call him. Su Mimi's heart tightened and she quickly grabbed AIXAN's hand. What do you want to say to him? Su Mimi asked nervously. AIXAN gently patted the back of Su Mimi's hand and said seriously, don't worry, I won't say anything nonsense, I just want him to come to you. Su Mimi asked, why did you let him come over? AIXAN immediately expressed her idea. After listening to this, Su Mimi thought for a while and said, let's go play outside. It's too noisy here. AIXAN nodded in agreement, then stood up to pay the bill, and left the restaurant with Su Mimi. After they came out, they walked a short distance and stopped in a quieter place. AIXAN called Shin Xiaotian using Su Mimi's cell phone and turned on the speakerphone. The call was answered after a few beeps. Hello. Shin Xiaotian's cold voice came from the phone. Su Mimi suddenly became a little nervous and immediately looked up at AIXAN. AIXAN looked calm and asked, Shin Xiaotian, I'm AIXAN, where are you now? Shin Xiaotian on the other end of the phone paused for a moment before replying, I'm outside. What's up? AIXAN deliberately asked, Shin Xiaotian, did you upset Mimi? Why are her eyes red? She didn't say anything when I asked her what happened. It seems like she just cried. Having said that, AIXAN immediately raised her eyebrows at Su Mimi, with a hint of pride in her eyes. AIXAN believed that if Shin Xiaotian knew that Su Mimi was crying, he would definitely rush over without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the situation did not develop as AIXAN had expected. If she is unhappy, why are you asking me? I'm not his nanny. Shin Xiaotian replied impatiently. These words almost choked AIXAN to death. Shin Xiaotian, Mimi is crying, but you don't care about her at all. Do you still have a conscience? AIXAN said angrily. Chapter 12 Uncle Li's phone call. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but sneered after hearing this. Ha! You are really funny. Who is Su Mimi to me? What does it have to do with me whether she cries or not? Shin Xiaotian, you. AIXAN was about to teach Shin Xiaotian a lesson when the other party hung up the phone. At this moment, AIXAN felt aggrieved and speechless. She looked up at Su Mimi. Su Mimi, who had been listening, now looked even more aggrieved than before. How come Shin Xiaotian has become a different person? Did he take the wrong medicine? AIXAN was surprised and felt indignant for Su Mimi. She couldn't understand why Shin Xiaotian's attitude changed so much. No, I must find him and ask him what happened between you two. After being treated like this by Shin Xiaotian, AIXAN's stubborn temper came out. Su Mimi is her best friend, and she can't just sit back and do nothing when encountering something like this. Just as he was about to make a call, Su Mimi snatched the phone back. What are you doing? AIXAN looked at Su Mimi in confusion. Su Mimi frowned and said with great grievance, he just said that, why did you call him? Do you think it's satisfying to be indecisive when someone gives you a cold shoulder? When Su Mimi said this, she never thought about Shin Xiaotian's feelings. In the past, Shin Xiaotian had no idea how many times he had tried to please her. Now that the positions have changed, Su Mimi looks 10 times more aggrieved than Shin Xiaotian. But Shin Xiaotian. AIXAN wanted to say something, but Su Mimi had no interest in listening. She took big strides and walked quickly forward. AIXAN paused, then hurried to catch up. After the two walked forward silently for a short distance, AIXAN couldn't help but ask, Mimi, what are you going to do? Su Mimi said coldly, since he wants to draw a line between us, then I have nothing to say. Anyway, I won't be the one who regrets it in the future. AIXAN thought for a moment and said, Mimi, send me Shin Xiaotian's number. I'll have a good chat with him later. I think there must be some misunderstanding between you two. Su Mimi said, AI, don't worry about Shin Xiaotian's affairs, I can handle it myself. After saying that, Su Mimi walked to the side of the road and raised her hand to hail a taxi. Su Mimi is in a terrible mood now and just wants to go home early. Soon, Su Mimi hailed a taxi and left. AIXAN did not take a taxi, but walked towards the bus stop in front. After a while, AIXAN suddenly remembered something. It seemed that Shin Xiaotian's number was saved in the old mobile phone she used when she was in college. Thinking of this, AIXAN turned and walked to the side of the road, hailed a taxi and disappeared into the night. Not long ago. As soon as Shin Xiaotian hung up AIXAN's phone, Yao Ching came over and asked cautiously, is Su Mimi looking for you for something? Why don't you just go over there quickly? I can go home by myself. Shin Xiaotian put his phone back in his pocket and shook his head, it's okay, don't worry about her. Yao Qing was not too reassured. What if she gets mad at you if you don't go? It doesn't matter. Let her be angry if she wants to. What does it have to do with me? Shin Xiaotian looked calm and didn't care at all. Although Yao Qing was very curious about why Shin Xiaotian's attitude towards Su Mimi had changed so much, she hesitated and did not ask. Afterwards, Shin Xiaotian sent Yao Qing to the gate of Jinchuan community. Yao Qing, I'll take you here. See you tomorrow. Yao Qing nodded obediently and said with a smile, see you tomorrow. Shin Xiaotian also smiled, then waved to Yao Qing, turned and walked away. Afterwards, Yao Qing also entered the Jinchuan community. Mai Zhanghao, who had been following behind, saw Yao Qing enter the community gate, so he took out his mobile phone and made a call. Boss, the eldest lady has returned home and just entered the gate of the community. Ma Zhanghao said. The next moment, Yao Qing's father's voice sounded on the other end of the phone, where's that kid? Ma Zhanghao replied, he sent the young lady to the gate of the community and left. Yeah. Yao Qing's father responded, and then asked, by the way, when they were eating just now, did that boy behave unruly to Qingqing? Ma Zhanghao thought about it carefully and shook his head, no. Boss, I was watching them while they were eating just now. That guy was quite well behaved. He and the young lady should be just ordinary friends. Okay, I got it. Yao Qing's father said and hung up the phone. When Shin Xiaotian returned to the dormitory building, it was already past 8:40 in the evening. The dormitory building is very close to the company, less than 10 minutes walk away. But the dormitory conditions are not very good. This is an old residential area with a mixed crowd and poor sanitary conditions. What Shin Xiaotian could not tolerate the most was that there was a garbage transfer station near the dormitory building, which emitted a pungent odor every day. It's not just Shin Xiaotian's building. Residents living near the garbage station usually don't dare to open the windows, otherwise the unpleasant smell will drift into the house and take a long time to dissipate. Just as Shin Xiaotian held his breath and quickly passed by the garbage transfer station, the cell phone in his trouser pocket suddenly vibrated. Shin Xiaotian took out his cell phone, took a look at it, and then quickly answered the call. Good evening, Uncle Li. Shin Xiaotian said with a smile in his tone. An older male voice came from the phone, Xiaoshin, have you eaten? Shin Xiaotian smiled and replied, I have eaten, Uncle Li. How about you? Uncle Li smiled and said, I've already eaten. The two exchanged a few brief pleasantries, and Uncle Li got straight to the point. Xiaoshin, are you free the day after tomorrow, Saturday? Come to my house for lunch at noon. It's been a while since we last met. Without any hesitation, Shin Xiaotian agreed immediately, okay, Uncle Li. I will be there on time. Okay, then I'll wait for you. By the way, don't buy anything when you come here, otherwise I won't let you in. Uncle Li said seriously. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, I understand, Uncle Li. When he hung up the phone, Shin Xiaotian had already entered the corridor of the dormitory building. The Uncle Li who called just now is named Li Mingyu. He is 61 years old and is an old cadre who just retired. The story of how the two met began half a year ago. At that time, Shin Xiaotian had just graduated from college and was one of the many people looking for a job. One day, it was very windy. Shin Xiaotian was on his way home after an interview when a billboard in front of him was suddenly blown down by the wind. When Shin Xiaotian saw someone standing below, he rushed over without thinking and pushed the person away. And the person who was pushed away by Shin Xiaotian was Li Mingyu. Chapter 13 The Real Reason. As a result, the billboard hit Shin Xiaotian on the head and he had to go to the hospital. Fortunately, the injury was not serious, just slight bleeding, and it would be fine after a bandage. Li Mingyu was very grateful to Shin Xiaotian for this. Not only did he cover the medical expenses, but he also left his number. Later, when Shin Xiaotian went to the hospital for a follow-up examination and a change of dressing, Li Mingyu accompanied him throughout the whole process. After a few interactions, the two gradually became familiar with each other. After learning that Shin Xiaotian was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage, Li Mingyu's attitude towards Shin Xiaotian changed again. He sympathized with Shin Xiaotian's life experience, but also admired his willingness to sacrifice himself to save others. During the process of contact, Li Mingyu also began to care for Shin Xiaotian. Later on, he simply took the initiative to propose that he and Shin Xiaotian should be treated as uncle and nephew. Shin Xiaotian was also very happy after hearing this, because he felt that Uncle Li was a very kind person. He did not feel any pressure when getting along with him, as if he was his own uncle. Later, Li Mingyu heard that Shin Xiaotian had not been able to find a satisfactory job, so he asked a friend to introduce him to his current medical supplies sales company. At that time, Shin Xiaotian was still Su Mimi's die-hard bootlicker. After learning that Uncle Li introduced a job to him, his first reaction was to give this job opportunity to Su Mimi. Fortunately, the company was actively recruiting at that time, so Shin Xiaotian and Su Mimi both joined the company smoothly. This is why, during the meal, Aixan said that Shin Xiaotian had helped him find Su Mimi's job. But Su Mimi didn't think so. She thought the company was recruiting at the time and Shin Xiaotian was just providing information. 99% of the time, she was finally accepted by the company because of her excellent qualifications. Shin Xiaotian's dormitory is a 4-person room with 2 bunk beds. Most of the people living here are employees of the affiliated drugstore chain. Because pharmacy employees' salaries are relatively low, many people are willing to live in cheap staff dormitories. In fact, with Shin Xiaotian's salary, he could have rented a house a long time ago. But he wanted to save more money to spend on Su Mimi, so he also lived here. As soon as he entered the room, Shin Xiaotian smelled the sour smell of stinky socks. But Shin Xiaotian didn't dare to open the window, because the smell from the garbage station outside was even more pervasive. While washing up, Shin Xiaotian made up his mind to go out to find a house at noon tomorrow and move out of here as soon as possible. 10 o'clock in the evening, Jinchuan Community. Yao Qing was wearing a cute set of pajamas and lying on her side on the cloth sofa in the living room. She was watching the idol drama on TV and eating snacks, with a happy smile on her face. Just then, the cell phone placed among the snacks rang. Yao Qing frowned immediately, wondering who would call at this time and interrupt her from watching the idol drama. However, when she saw the caller ID, Yao Qing lost her temper and answered the call immediately. "Hey, cousin." Yao Qing raised her voice, very happy. A female voice came from the phone. "Qingqing, do you have a boyfriend?" When Yao Qing heard the expression and asked this question, she immediately understood what was going on. "Cousin, did my dad tell you that I brought a boy home today?" As Yao Qing spoke, she picked up the remote control and turned down the volume of the TV. The female voice on the other end of the phone chuckled and asked, "Your dad sent me to find out about that boy, and I called you right after I got off the plane." Yao Qing shook her head helplessly. "My dad is such a fool. I told him it wasn't what he thought, but why didn't he believe it?" My cousin smiled and said, "Qingqing, from what I know about you, it's impossible for you to bring a boy home for no reason. Tell me, what's so special about that boy that he could be favored by our Miss Qingqing?" When Yao Qing heard her cousin teasing her like this, she immediately felt embarrassed. Yao Qing hurriedly explained, "No, cousin, I did this today simply to help my male colleague." So, Yao Qing told the real reason. It turned out that at noon today, when Yao Qing was about to come out of the office, she happened to hear Su Mimi questioning Shin Xiaotian. "Shin Xiaotian, I'm going to ask you one last time, are you going or not?" Yao Qing knew that Shin Xiaotian liked Su Mimi since she joined the company. "I also know that he has been pursuing Su Mimi since his freshman year." But Su Mimi was arrogant and never looked at Shin Xiaotian straight in the eye. Yao Qing initially thought that Shin Xiaotian was too stupid to hang himself on a tree. But as time went by, Yao Qing received a lot of help from Shin Xiaotian in her work. She gradually discovered that Shin Xiaotian was actually a nice person. His only shortcoming is that he is a bit stubborn and cannot extricate himself once he falls into Su Mimi's emotional trap. Yao Qing always felt sorry for Shin Xiaotian, so when she saw Su Mimi questioning Shin Xiaotian, she rushed out on impulse, wanting to help Shin Xiaotian out. As for the reason, Yao Qing couldn't think of a better one at the moment. It just so happened that there was a bookshelf at home that hadn't been assembled yet, so I put it to use. After listening to Yao Qing's story, the cousin paused for a moment and then asked, "Qingqing, tell me the truth, do you have a little crush on this male colleague named Shin Xiaotian?" Yao Qing thought about it seriously and replied, "I don't know either. Anyway, I don't hate him now. As for whether I will have a good impression of him in the future, I am not sure." My cousin chuckled after hearing this, and then asked, "Then tell me, what does Shin Xiaotian look like? What is his family situation like? What do his parents do? And which university did he graduate from?" "Cousin, are you checking the household registration?" Yao Qing was a little dissatisfied and her voice suddenly became higher. My cousin didn't deny it, and her tone suddenly became serious. "Qingqing, you should know very well that if you want to have a boyfriend, we can't help but find out the basic situation of the other party." The "we" my cousin mentioned naturally included Yao Qing's parents. Yao Qing thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Cousin, I have never lied to you since I was a child. I don't want to have a boyfriend yet. But if I really decide to have a boyfriend, I will definitely report his information to you as soon as possible and will never hide it." My cousin laughed when she heard it and then replied, "Okay, then I know how to tell your parents." Afterwards, the two sisters chatted for a while before ending the call. Yao Qing threw her phone on the sofa and turned to look at the TV. The idol drama had already ended and commercials were playing. Yao Qing picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Then she lay down on the sofa, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Just now, Yao Qing deliberately did not tell her cousin about Xin Xiaotian's basic situation. Because she knew very well that Xin Xiaotian, who grew up in an orphanage, would never be recognized by his father. Rather than listening to my dad's words that belittle and despise Xin Xiaotian, it's better to have some peace and quiet. Chapter 14. Is there a possibility? Xin Xiaotian had just finished washing up and laid down on the bed when the cell phone on the bedside table started vibrating. The call was from an unfamiliar number. Xin Xiaotian didn't answer it and hung up directly. But after a few seconds, the strange number called again. At this time, except for one roommate who was on night shift, the other two roommates had already gone to bed. Xin Xiaotian didn't want to disturb others' sleep, so he got out of bed and left the room, and answered the phone in the corridor. "Hello, who is this?" Xin Xiaotian walked towards the stairwell while answering the phone. A capable female voice came from the phone. "Hello, Xin Xiaotian, this is AIXIN. AIXIN? Xin Xiaotian was quite surprised. The last time AIXIN called Xin Xiaotian was when he was a sophomore in college. After that, the two never contacted each other alone again, and they only met because of Su Mimi. Xin Xiaotian frowned, then asked calmly, "Senior AI, it's so late, why did you think of calling me?" AIXIN said seriously, "Xin Xiaotian, we are not strangers, so I won't be polite with you. I'm calling you just to ask you, what happened between you and Mimi? Why did it become like this?" Xin Xiaotian was thinking about how to answer when AIXIN spoke again. "Xin Xiaotian, don't worry, I'm alone at home now, Mimi doesn't know I called you." Xin Xiaotian had already walked into the stairwell at this time. There was no light in the stairwell and the light was very dim, only illuminated by the neon lights of the high-rise buildings outside. Xin Xiaotian stood by the guardrail, looking at the flashing neon lights in front of him, and asked, "Senior AI, what did Su Mimi say to you?" AIXIN said, "It's because she didn't say anything that I called you." As she spoke, AIXIN described in detail how Su Mimi had been sad and aggrieved. "Xin Xiaotian, what happened to you?" AIXIN asked again. Xin Xiaotian said calmly, "Senior AI, if I tell you that I am tired of licking and don't want to continue licking, will you believe it?" AIXIN was slightly startled after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, she said, "You mean, you don't want to pursue her anymore?" "Yes." Xin Xiaotian answered affirmatively. AIXIN asked in confusion, "Don't you like Su Mimi anymore? You've been pursuing her for so many years, why did you suddenly give up? Is it because of the girl you had dinner with today?" Xin Xiaotian was very confused. "Senior AI, how did you know that I was having dinner with a girl today?" AIXIN hesitated for a few seconds, and finally told him that she happened to see him in Yao Qing today. Xin Xiaotian was not stupid. When he heard what AIXIN said, he immediately thought of the two text messages from Su Mimi. "Senior AI, those two text messages were sent by you using Su Mimi's phone, right?" Xin Xiaotian asked. AIXIN immediately admitted, "I sent it." "Do you know how sad and aggrieved Mimi was when she saw you having dinner with other girls?" Her eyes were red. AIXIN emphasized. Xin Xiaotian didn't say anything. AIXIN continued, "Xin Xiaotian, I know that you have been pursuing Mimi for so many years, and you have always treated her sincerely and done good for her. It's not that she doesn't have feelings for you, she just hasn't decided whether to be your girlfriend. Don't give up. If you give up now, you will regret it in the future." AIXIN said as she emphasized her tone. Xin Xiaotian frowned, and then asked back, "Senior AI, do you really think Su Mimi hasn't thought it through?" AIXIN was stunned and didn't understand why Xin Xiaotian asked this. Xin Xiaotian said, "Senior AI, do you think it is possible that Su Mimi has never thought of being my girlfriend?" AIXIN was shocked and said subconsciously, "Impossible." Xin Xiaotian didn't say much, just chuckled, and then said, "Senior AI, it's getting late, I have to get up early tomorrow, so I won't chat with you anymore, bye." After saying that, Xin Xiaotian pressed the hang-up button and ended the call. AIXIN sat on the sofa, frowning as she looked at the hung-up phone, thinking about something. After Xin Xiaotian hung up the phone, he turned off the phone. He didn't want to receive another call from AIXIN later. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, my roommate's alarm went off. Shin Xiaotian woke up and looked at the time. It was only 6:30 in the morning. Both roommates work in pharmacies, and the one-way commute takes more than half an hour, so they get up much earlier than Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian wanted to sleep a little longer, but he couldn't fall asleep when he closed his eyes. After thinking about it, Shin Xiaotian decisively got up and went to wash up. Shin Xiaotian thought that while it was still early, he should go to a better community nearby after breakfast to see if there were any houses available for rent. After washing up and changing his clothes, Shin Xiaotian suddenly remembered something. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian opened the System Mall. Sure enough, the items available for purchase in the System Mall have been refreshed. Yesterday the first one was triple stamina, today it became double luck. Shin Xiaotian immediately looked at the annotation of double luck. Spend 800 favor coins, and after use, your luck will be doubled, lasting for 24 hours. Shin Xiaotian's first feeling was that this prop was of no use to him at the moment. Do I want to use it to rent a good and cheap apartment? Shin Xiaotian didn't look at it any further and moved his eyes to the second prop. Yesterday it was powerful eloquence, and today it was refreshed to double charm. The note says that it costs 800 favorability coins, and after use, personal charm will be doubled and last for 48 hours. After reading it, Shin Xiaotian shook his head and thought, both props cost 800 favorability coins, that is $8,000. With his current financial situation, anything he could do with 8,000 yuan would be better than buying these two props. After tidying up everything, Shin Xiaotian went out. After coming out of the dormitory, Shin Xiaotian went straight to the residential area on the next street. There are many breakfast shops near that community, and Shin Xiaotian plans to ask those breakfast shop owners to see if there are any houses for rent in the community. An hour later, Shin Xiaotian left the residential area and walked quickly towards the company. I had a very enjoyable breakfast today, but I couldn't find a house in the community that satisfied me. Either the house is too big, such as a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room or a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house. Or they can share the rent, but Shin Xiaotian doesn't want to share the rent. He wanted to rent a house that wasn't too big to live in alone, preferably one with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, but no more than 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Shin Xiaotian knew that renting a house was not something that could be rushed, so he planned to take a walk around the area during his lunch break. When he arrived at the company gate, Shin Xiaotian happened to meet Su Mimi. As soon as Su Mimi saw Shin Xiaotian, she frowned and turned her head away, with a cold expression as if saying, "Don't talk to me if you are angry." How could Shin Xiaotian take the initiative to talk to Su Mimi? He wished Su Mimi would always be like this. When Su Mimi turned her head and looked away, she was wondering whether Shin Xiaotian would come over to coax her. Shin Xiaotian walked past her like a gust of wind and entered the company gate without any reluctance. Su Mimi was so angry on the spot that she wanted to yell at Shin Xiaotian. But because there were too many people at the company's entrance, she finally didn't feel comfortable doing so. Chapter 15 Leave it to me. At this moment, someone behind her gently patted Su Mimi's shoulder. "Mimi." Su Mimi looked back and immediately smiled. "Good morning, Sister Yuan." Sister Yuan's full name is Zhang Yuan, and like Su Mimi, she is also in the purchasing department. She is 6 years older than Su Mimi, and her child is already over 3 years old. Zhang Yuan gently pointed her mouth towards the inside of the company and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Did you have a fight with your Shin Xiaotian?" "No." Su Mimi quickly shook her head. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything after hearing this, but just smiled gently. In fact, she saw what happened just now. Su Mimi turned her head away angrily, while Shin Xiaotian ignored her. If this wasn't a quarrel, what was it? The next moment, Zhang Yuan took Su Mimi's elbow and walked into the company with her. When there were fewer people around, Zhang Yuan whispered, "Mimi, you have to keep a close eye on him recently. Don't let him take advantage of you and steal your girl." Su Mimi was stunned after hearing this, and her expression was full of confusion. When Zhang Yuan saw Su Mimi's expression, she suddenly felt a little worried for her. "Mimi, please be more careful. Shin Xiaotian went on a date with Yao Chang yesterday." Su Mimi asked hurriedly, "Sister Yuan, who told you this?" Zhang Yuan lowered her voice and said, "A lot of people are talking about it. Someone saw them leaving get off work together yesterday, and they went out the side door." "Really?" Su Mimi looked calm, but she was quite unhappy inside. Zhang Yuan added, "Mimi, to be honest, Shin Xiaotian is a good person, hardworking and capable, and most importantly, he listens to you very much. You and he were classmates in college, and you know each other very well. I think you two are a perfect match." Su Mimi immediately explained, Sister Yuan, Shin Xiaotian and I are just ordinary friends, not the kind of relationship you think. Zhang Yuan immediately advised, Mimi, don't say such things again in the future. I'm also an experienced person and I know what you are thinking. But I have to remind you that everything should be done in moderation. If you overdo it, Shin Xiaotian will be snatched away by someone else, and you will have no place to regret it. After saying that, Zhang Yuan patted Su Mimi's arm, gave her a meaningful look, turned around and walked towards the office building first. Su Mimi was stunned for a moment, then turned to look in the direction of the warehouse department with her brows furrowed. Shin Xiaotian was busy in the warehouse this morning. After I finished my work, I looked at the time and found that it was already 11:30. Shin Xiaotian returned to the office and sat down, drinking water while opening the favorability system to check. Strange, why hasn't the system released the task yet? 2 tasks were released yesterday, and the whole morning has passed, why is there not a single one? After waiting for a while, the system still did not release the task, so Shin Xiaotian was too lazy to care about it. Picking up a newspaper on the table, Shin Xiaotian began to read it. At present, social network media is just in its infancy, and television and print media are still the main information channels. Shin Xiaotian looked carefully at the house rental section, thinking that there might be a house suitable for him there. At this time, Yao Cheng walked into the office and saw Shin Xiaotian reading a newspaper carefully at the desk. Yao Cheng did not disturb Shin Xiaotian. She walked gently behind him and stuck her head out to look at the newspaper. Shin Xiaotian, do you want to rent a house? Yao Cheng suddenly asked. Shin Xiaotian looked back at Yao Cheng and nodded, yes, I want to move out and live alone. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian turned around and continued reading the newspaper. Yao Cheng thought for a moment and said, we have houses for rent in our community. Tell me what you want and I can ask for you. Your community? Shin Xiaotian asked in surprise. Shin Xiaotian had always wanted to rent a house near the company and had never considered Jinchuan community before. Yao Cheng thought Shin Xiaotian was worried about the high rent, so she said, actually, the houses in our community are not as expensive as you think. If you don't have enough money, I can lend you some first, and you can pay me back slowly in the future. Shin Xiaotian was a little puzzled and asked with a smile, why are you so nice to me and willing to lend me money to rent a house? Aren't you afraid that I won't pay it back in the future? Yao Cheng said frankly, if you don't want to pay it back, then don't pay it back. I just want to find someone to get off work with. You know, it takes half an hour to take the bus from our community to the company. It's really boring to wait for the bus alone. It would be great to have someone to talk to. Shin Xiaotian thought for a moment and asked, okay, then you can ask for me. It doesn't need to be too big. 1 bedroom and 1 living room is best. No more than 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, okay? Leave it to me. Yao Cheng immediately smiled happily. After saying that, Yao Cheng took out her cell phone and ran out of the office while talking on the phone. Shin Xiaotian went to Jinchuan community yesterday and was quite satisfied with the environment and facilities there. Although the rent of houses in Jinchuan community is a bit more expensive, Shin Xiaotian is not too worried. After all, he can make money through System Dad, so renting a decent house is not a problem. At this time, Yao Cheng took the phone and went to a deserted place outside. While looking at the office door, she said to the person on the phone, cousin, don't you have a house in Jinchuan community? Can you rent it to my colleague at a lower price? Rent it to your colleague? My cousin was a little surprised, and then asked, male or female colleague? Yao Cheng hesitated for a moment and replied, male colleague. Without waiting for her cousin to speak, Yao Cheng immediately said, cousin, don't think too much. I just want someone to go to and from get off work with me, to talk and chat with me. Yao Cheng was a little nervous, afraid that her cousin would misunderstand something. My cousin laughed when she heard it, and then asked, if I guess correctly, the male colleague who wants to rent a house is Shin Xiaotian, right? Yao Cheng was suddenly embarrassed. Cousin, you are too smart, I can't hide anything from you. My cousin asked, didn't you say you didn't like him? Why did you ask me to rent the house to him at a lower price? Yao Cheng hurriedly explained, cousin, Shin Xiaotian has helped me a lot since I joined the company. You know, I am a person who knows how to repay kindness. If I have the chance, I should find a way to thank him. Is it really just a thank you? Asked my cousin. Really, I can swear. Yao Cheng was extremely sure. My cousin thought about it quietly, then said, okay, when he wants to go to see the house, remember to tell me in advance so I can arrange a time to go. Thank you, cousin. Yao Cheng was very happy and her smile immediately became bright. After finishing the call, Yao Qing skipped back to the office. Shen Xiaotian was still reading the newspaper at this time, but he had no longer read the page about house rentals. Shen Xiaotian, when are you free to go house hunting? Yao Qing asked with a smile. Chapter 16. My cousin is so awesome. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Shen Xiaotian and Yao Qing left the company together. Because they had an appointment with Yao Qing's cousin to see a house, the two of them did not take the bus this time but took a taxi. As soon as the car stopped, Yao Qing rushed to open the passenger door. Because the person sitting in the front passenger seat usually pays for the taxi. Yao Qing didn't want Shen Xiaotian to spend the money, so she rushed to sit in the passenger seat. Of course Shen Xiaotian understood what Yao Qing was thinking, but he didn't say anything and sat quietly in the back seat of the car. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the gate of Jinchuan community. Yao Qing opened her bag and was about to take out money when Shen Xiaotian in the back seat had already handed the money to the driver. It turned out that Shen Xiaotian had been paying attention to the meter, and when he was about to reach his destination, he had already prepared the change in advance. I'll pay. Seeing this, Yao Qing quickly quickened the pace of taking out the money. But in the end, what she took out of her bag was a $100 bill. The fare was only 18 yuan. Faced with the choice between small change that did not require change and a 100 yuan bill, the driver naturally chose the former. After the taxi left, Yao Qing asked Shen Xiaotian, "Why are you rushing to pay?" "I can do it." Shen Xiaotian smiled and said, "You have helped me find a house, so why should I ask you to pay for the car?" Yao Qing was relieved when she heard him say that. "Then I'll treat you to a meal later." After saying that, the two of them walked into the community. "Yao Qing, why doesn't your cousin live here herself?" Shen Xiaotian asked. Yao Qing led Shen Xiaotian forward and said, "My cousin bought the house here for investment, and then she said she wanted to live there herself, so she hired someone to renovate it. But after the renovation was completed, she had to travel around the country for work, so she stopped living here." Shen Xiaotian asked curiously, "Yao Qing, what does your cousin do for a living?" Yao Qing immediately stopped, turned around and looked at Shen Xiaotian, and said proudly, "My cousin is amazing. She is the manager of their company's business development department." Without waiting for Shen Xiaotian to speak, Yao Qing asked, "Do you know what the business development department does?" Of course Shen Xiaotian knew what the business development department did, but when he saw Yao Qing asking this, he shook his head cooperatively. Yao Qing immediately explained, "The business development department, as the name suggests, is responsible for the expansion and market development of the company's business, as well as finding new business opportunities, partners, and customer resources. Because they need to communicate and negotiate with customers, understand market demand and competition, and promote the company's products or services, they often have to travel around the country, such as visiting customers, attending industry exhibitions, business meetings, etc. Only in this way can we establish and maintain good business relationships." After hearing this, Shen Xiaotian nodded repeatedly in agreement, with a look of learning on his face. "In that case, your cousin should be in her 30s, right?" Shen Xiaotian asked. When Shen Xiaotian heard that Yao Qing's cousin was the manager of the development department, he naturally assumed that she should be over 30 years old. Yao Qing was immediately unhappy and raised her voice, "Don't talk nonsense, my cousin is only 27 years old, she is very young." As they were talking, the two arrived in front of a residential building. This place is 5 buildings away from Yao Qing's home, and it only takes 3 minutes to walk there. "This is it, Unit 1, 7th floor." Yao Qing pointed upstairs. The two then took the elevator to the 7th floor. Soon after I rang the doorbell, the door opened. The person who opened the door was Yao Qing's cousin. Cousin Yao Qing has shoulder-length hair. She is very beautiful and capable, especially her eyes, which are bright and sharp. "Cousin." Yao Qing greeted her happily while enthusiastically holding the other person's elbow. Shen Xiaotian took the opportunity to look at the other person. He found that cousin Yao Qing was much younger than he had imagined. She didn't look like she was 27 at all. She dressed more like a college graduate. Shen Xiaotian had no idea that cousin Yao Qing had changed into this outfit specifically before coming here. This is to avoid appearing out of place when standing with Shen Xiaotian and Yao Qing. After Yao Qing greeted her cousin, she turned around and said, "Shen Xiaotian, this is my cousin, Xinyu. Cousin, this is my colleague, Shen Xiaotian." Shen Xiaotian immediately nodded to Xinyu, "Hello, I'm Shen Xiaotian." Xinyu also smiled and nodded generously, saying, "Hello, please come in." At this time, a pair of men's slippers and a pair of women's slippers had been prepared in the entrance hall, which shows that Qin Yu's usual style of doing things is very meticulous and thoughtful. They changed into slippers and went to the living room. Yao Qing felt like she was at home at this moment. She sat down on the sofa and became lazy in an instant. Shin Xiaotian did not sit down, but after getting Qin Yu's consent, he began to visit. Qin Yu's house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. The decoration style is simple and clean, with basically no fancy decorations, which is very consistent with Shin Xiaotian's aesthetic. Shin Xiaotian took a quick look around and found that the house was fully equipped with appliances including a television, washing machine, water heater, air conditioner, etc., and was ready for move-in. After Shin Xiaotian looked at it, he was very satisfied and asked, "Sister Qin, how much is the rent per month?" When Yao Cheng heard Shin Xiaotian asking about the rent, she immediately ran over and said, "Don't worry, Shin Xiaotian, my cousin said she will give you a friendly price." Yao Qing's words were obviously a reminder to her cousin not to spend too much. Qin Yu looked at Shin Xiaotian, smiled and said, "I have everything here, you can move in any time, the rent is 2,000 a month, 1 deposit and 3 payments. You pay for water and electricity yourself, and I will take care of the property management fees. Of course, if you're willing to pay the rent annually, I can give you a 5% discount." As soon as the words fell, Yao Qing shouted excitedly, "Cousin!" The next second, Yao Qing rushed to Qin Yu and frowned, "Cousin, didn't you say it would be cheaper? Why do you want 2,000? Shin Xiaotian's monthly salary is only 1,800 plus, and Qin Yu asked for 2,000 a month for rent." Yao Cheng naturally felt that Shin Xiaotian could not afford it. But if compared with the average rental price in Jinchuan community, 2,000 yuan a month for such a good house is not excessive. Qin Yu didn't say anything, but quietly tugged at Yao Qing's clothes, signaling her with his eyes to be quiet. Shin Xiaotian was very satisfied with this house, so he nodded readily, "Okay, then I'll rent it." Yao Qing didn't expect Shin Xiaotian to agree without even asking for the price, and she immediately became anxious. "Shin Xiaotian, you have to think carefully. This house costs 2,000 yuan a month. How much is your salary? If you rent it, will you still need to eat?" Yao Qing winked at Shin Xiaotian as she spoke, meaning that he should not be impulsive and the rent could still be negotiated. Shin Xiaotian smiled and nodded, indicating that he had already thought about it. Then, Shin Xiaotian asked, "Sister Qin, when can we sign the contract?" Qin Yu replied, "We can sign it now. I prepared the contract before I came here." "Wait a minute, I'll get it." After saying that, Qin Yu went to get the contract. Seeing this, Yao Qing hurriedly pulled Shin Xiaotian aside, frowned and asked, "Shin Xiaotian, are you stupid? Don't you know how to bargain?" Chapter 17. So you were observing him. Shin Xiaotian smiled and replied, "I think your cousin's house is pretty good. It has everything it needs. I'm very satisfied with it. The rent is only 2,000 a month, which is very fair." "Only 2,000? Your monthly salary is more than 1,800, but you want to rent a house for 2,000 a month. What are you thinking?" Yao Qing was very confused. Shin Xiaotian said, "Don't worry, I still have savings, I can afford the rent." Shin Xiaotian's current savings is 15,000 yuan, and the deposit in 3 payments only add up to 8,000 yuan, leaving 7,000 yuan, which is more than enough for living expenses. Besides, he has the system daddy to support him. As long as he continues to complete tasks and earn favorability coins, why would he be afraid of having no money? "How much savings do you have?" When saying this, Yao Cheng suddenly realized that it was not appropriate. She was worried about hurting Shin Xiaotian's self-esteem, so she hurriedly explained, "What I mean is, even if you have savings, you have to spend them carefully." Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, "It's okay, let's just leave it like this." When Yao Qing wanted to persuade her again, Qin Yu had already brought the rental contract over. "Take a look. If there is no problem, just sign it." Qin Yu handed the contract to Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian took the contract and started reading it. Yao Qing pulled her cousin to the other end of the living room and began to persuade her in a low voice. Shin Xiaotian looked at the contract for a while and his eyes quickly fell on the monthly rent column. The contract is a printed copy, and the monthly rent column is also printed in advance, showing that the monthly rent is 1,200 yuan. In other words, Qin Yu had already decided before he came that he would rent the house to Shin Xiaotian for 1,200 yuan per month. As for what she said just now about 2,000 a month, she must have other intentions. Shin Xiaotian quickly read the contract, looked up and said to Qin Yu, "Sister Qin, you rent such a nice house to me for 1,200 a month, isn't it a bit of a loss?" Yao Qing, who was trying to persuade her cousin, turned around immediately when she heard this and asked, "What did you just say? How much per month?" Shin Xiaotian walked over with a smile, handed the contract to Yao Qing, and motioned for her to read it herself. Yao Qing immediately took it and took a look at it, and the next moment she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Yao Qing found that her cousin was looking at her with a smile, with some teasing in her eyes. "Cousin." Yao Qing pouted and pretended to be unhappy. Xinyu said to Shin Xiaotian, "You are Qingqing's colleague and her good friend, so of course I have to give you a friendship price, otherwise Qingqing will definitely not forgive me." When Yao Qing heard this, she immediately pushed forward and said, "Cousin, Shin Xiaotian's salary is not high, and you are not short of money, how about you make it a little cheaper, just round off to 1,000 yuan. Xinyu was speechless for a moment, then said, "Why don't I just let him stay here for free?" "You said it." Yao Qing was very thick-skinned and just went ahead and took advantage of the situation. After the joke, Shin Xiaotian signed the contract readily. Afterwards, Shin Xiaotian asked Xinyu for her bank card number and mobile phone number, saying that he would transfer the rent and deposit to her shortly. After Xinyu handed the key to the house to Shin Xiaotian, she said, "I have something else to do, so I have to leave first. Just call me if you have anything else." After saying that, Xinyu glanced at Yao Qing. Yao Qing reacted immediately and followed her, saying, "Cousin, I'll take you there." Seeing this, Shin Xiaotian wanted to go and see her off, but Yao Qing stopped him. "Don't go, get familiar with everything at home first, I'll be up soon." Then the two sisters took the elevator downstairs. As soon as they came out of the elevator, Yao Qing asked, "Cousin, why did you tell Shin Xiaotian that the rent was 2,000 a month?" Xinyu walked towards the parking lot and said, "I just want to see how your colleague will react when he hears that the rent is very expensive." Yao Qing immediately understood, "Cousin, so you are observing him." Xinyu smiled faintly and said nothing, which was considered as his agreement. Yao Qing asked curiously, "Did you find out anything?" Xinyu thought for a moment and said, "At the moment, your colleague has given me a good first impression. He has a calm and composed personality. There is definitely no problem in making friends with him." Yao Qing nodded immediately. She knew that her cousin was always good at judging people. "However, if you want to be my boyfriend, I have to continue to observe him in depth for a while." Xinyu paused before saying the second half of the sentence. Yao Qing immediately rolled her eyes. "Cousin, he and I are really just good friends." Okay, good friend. That should be fine," Xinyu said with a smile. Soon, Yao Qing watched Xinyu drive away, then went upstairs and returned home. "Shin Xiaotian, let's go eat. I'm a little hungry," Yao Qing said to Shin Xiaotian as soon as she entered the room. Shin Xiaotian heard the sound and walked out of the bedroom. "Yao Qing, your cousin is so thoughtful. She even changed the sheets and quilt covers to new ones." Yao Qing smiled and said, "Of course, my cousin is always the most thoughtful." A quarter of an hour later, the two walked out of Jinchuan community. Shin Xiaotian looked back and saw that Mai Zhenghao from yesterday was still following him from a distance. The difference is that yesterday Mai Zhenghao deliberately concealed his whereabouts, but today he followed openly. Yao Qing originally wanted to go to a restaurant to eat fried food, but Shin Xiaotian thought it would waste too much time. He finished his meal early and went to the dormitory to pack his things, and moved in tonight. So the two of them found a noodle restaurant nearby, had a simple meal, and then took a taxi to Shin Xiaotian's dormitory. Shin Xiaotian originally didn't want Yao Qing to make this trip, but Yao Qing insisted on going with him to help. With no other options, Shin Xiaotian could only agree. Shin Xiaotian packed his things very quickly. Apart from some clothes and daily necessities, there was nothing else to pack. More than 10 minutes later, Shin Xiaotian walked out of the dormitory pushing a suitcase and carrying a large plastic bag. Yao Qing had been waiting at the dormitory door. When she saw Shin Xiaotian coming out, she stepped forward to take his plastic bag. "No need, I can get it myself." Shin Xiaotian was reluctant to let Yao Qing do it. But Yao Qing refused and insisted on taking the plastic bag. Shin Xiaotian thanked her and let her go. As soon as the two of them went downstairs, several girls who lived in the dormitory next door gathered together and started discussing. "Hey, is that girl Sumimi? She's quite cute." "No, this is Yao Qing." Like Shin Xiaotian, she's also in the warehouse department. Someone immediately said, "Wait, that's not right. Isn't the person Shin Xiaotian like Sumimi? Why is he involved with Yao Qing again?" It's true that Shin Xiaotian likes Sumimi, but Sumimi is so good, it's impossible for her to be interested in Shin Xiaotian. Why? Isn't Shin Xiaotian a good person? And I heard that they were college classmates. You just came to the company and didn't know that Shin Xiaotian is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. If Su Mimi liked Shin Xiaotian, they would have confirmed their relationship when they were in college. Why would they have to pursue him until now? That's true. Well, then tell me, why did Yao Qing like Shin Xiaotian? Doesn't she mind that Shin Xiaotian is not good enough? It's just a boyfriend. We're not going to get married right away. What's the harm in having a relationship? Haven't you had more than a dozen boyfriends? Bah, you've only had more than a dozen boyfriends. I've only had 6 in total, okay? Ha 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 ha. Soon, several versions of the rumor spread in the dormitory. It is said that Shin Xiaotian was unable to get Su Mimi, so he had to give up in the end and chose Yao Cheng as a last resort. There are also reports that Shin Xiaotian couldn't stand Su Mimi's bad temper, so after dumping Su Mimi, he got together with Yao Cheng. Some even said it was Yao Cheng who stole Su Mimi's girl and made Shin Xiaotian move out of the dormitory, and the two lived together. Chapter 18. This name sounds familiar. After the two came out of the dormitory community, Shin Xiaotian found a nearby ATM center and transferred 4,800 yuan to Qinyu. When Shin Xiaotian was about to call Qinyu to confirm, the other party sent a text message. The content of the text message is, "The rent has been received, thank you." Shin Xiaotian put away his phone, then took a taxi and returned to Jinchuan community with Yao Cheng. Shin Xiaotian first sent Yao Cheng downstairs, and then returned to his home. Shin Xiaotian first took a comfortable hot bath, and then familiarized himself with the situation at home. At about 10:30 in the evening, Shin Xiaotian went to bed. I slept very comfortably, and when I woke up, it was already 8:30 in the morning. Before getting up, Shin Xiaotian checked the system mall. The items available for purchase have been refreshed, but they are still temporary buffs and are of little use to Shin Xiaotian at the moment. After exiting the system mall, Shin Xiaotian took another careful look. During the sleeping period, the system did not issue any tasks. Shin Xiaotian was secretly puzzled. It's strange, why didn't the system release any tasks yesterday? It released 2 tasks on the first day. Afterwards, Shin Xiaotian got up and went to wash. While brushing his teeth, Shin Xiaotian looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help frowning. Before traveling through time, Shin Xiaotian was a scout. He always had short hair and had a strong and resolute image. Although this body also had short hair, it still looked a little longer to Shin Xiaotian. After washing up, Shin Xiaotian went out and had breakfast first, then found a hair salon nearby and had his hair trimmed. An hour later, Shin Xiaotian walked out of the hair salon. After cutting his hair short, Shin Xiaotian became obviously more handsome, and gave people a more sunny and refreshing feeling. Seeing that it was still early, Shin Xiaotian went to a nearby supermarket to buy some daily necessities and some fruits that Uncle Li and his wife liked to eat. Although Li Mingyu did not allow Shin Xiaotian to bring anything to his house, Shin Xiaotian still felt it was impolite to come empty-handed. After all, the other party is your elder, so it's always nice to be polite. After staying at home until 11 o'clock in the morning, Shin Xiaotian went out with some fruit. 40 minutes later, Shin Xiaotian got off the bus, crossed the road and entered the community where Li Mingyu lived. As soon as he reached the downstairs of Li Mingyu's house, Shin Xiaotian stopped. Because at this time the system suddenly released a task. Mission target, Li Mingxi favorability 0. Task content, based on the existing basis, increase Li Mingxi's favorability towards you by 10 points. Mission time, 10 days. Task reward, 2,000 favorability coins. Task penalty, deduct 2,000 yuan in cash, or force the loss of items worth 2,000 yuan. Shin Xiaotian looked at the task content and couldn't help frowning in confusion. Who is Li Mingxi? I don't know this person. Shin Xiaotian repeated the name silently several times and always felt that the name sounded familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere, but I can't remember where it is at the moment. Suddenly, several horns honked from behind, interrupting Shin Xiaotian's thoughts. Shin Xiaotian turned his head and saw a red car honking its horn. The driver of the red car was a woman wearing a black mask. Although Shin Xiaotian couldn't see her face, he could tell that she had very fair skin and a very good temperament. The neighborhood where Li Mingyu lives is an old one and has been there for many years. There was no underground garage when the community was first built, so cars in the community are parked around the residential buildings. The red car honked its horn because there was a black car parked diagonally in the middle of the parking space in front of her, taking up 2 parking spaces. At this time, the female driver in the red car honked the horn a few more times and looked upstairs. Immediately afterwards, the red car slowly backed up, probably to find another parking space. Just as Shin Xiaotian was about to turn around and walk into the corridor, the roar of a car engine reached his ears. The red car suddenly accelerated, and in front of Shin Xiaotian's astonished gaze, it crashed into the car with a bang. "I'll go." Shin Xiaotian was stunned and couldn't help but let out a low cry. The female driver of the red car looked calm and cool, but I didn't expect her to have such a hot temper. If a car takes up 2 parking spaces, a normal person would call someone to move the car first. But she actually bumped into it directly. It was too exaggerated. Shortly after the black car was hit, some commotion was heard from upstairs. Although he couldn't hear the specific content, Shin Xiaotian knew that most of them were swear words. As soon as Shin Xiaotian saw the situation, he knew that there would probably be some trouble soon. Thinking that the elevator would not be enough if there were too many people, Shin Xiaotian quickly walked into the corridor and got on the elevator. After coming out of the elevator, Shin Xiaotian stood at the door of 902. Ding dong! Shin Xiaotian gently pressed the doorbell. Soon, the door opened. The person who opened the door was Li Mingyu's wife, Song Meiyu. Song Meiyu is 56 years old this year. She has maintained herself very well and looks energetic. Judging from her appearance, she looks only about 48 or 49 years old. When Song Meiyu saw Shin Xiaotian carrying something again, she immediately complained, "Xiaoshun, didn't I tell you? Just come, don't take anything, why don't you listen?" Shin Xiaotian quickly smiled and said, "Auntie, it's just some fruit. I bought it to eat after dinner. It didn't cost much." Song Meiyu immediately welcomed Shin Xiaotian into the house and took the bag of fruit. "Oldly, Xiaoshun is here." Song Meiyu shouted into the study. Shin Xiaotian had just changed his shoes when Li Mingyu walked out of the study. "Xiaoshun, please sit down first. I have something to do downstairs and will be back soon." Li Mingyu looked hurried, holding a mobile phone in his hand. Song Meiyu looked puzzled and asked her husband, "Where are you going? Xiaoshun just arrived and you ran out." Li Mingyu looked a little embarrassed and hurriedly pulled his wife to the kitchen. "Xiaoxi hit someone's car, I have to go down and deal with it." Li Mingyu lowered his voice, not wanting Shin Xiaotian to hear. Song Meiyu was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Did you bump into him again?" "Oh my, Xiaoxi is really something." Song Meiyu was speechless for a moment. Soon, Li Mingyu and Song Meiyu came out of the kitchen. Li Mingyu asked Shin Xiaotian to sit down first, and then he hurried out. Song Meiyu led Shin Xiaotian to the living room and sat him down. She smiled and asked, "Xiaoshun, drink some tea and watch TV first. Your uncle will be here soon." After saying that, Song Meiyu brought Shin Xiaotian a cup of hot tea. Song Meiyu had a very good impression of Shin Xiaotian. Whenever she looked at him, her eyes were filled with love and care for a younger generation. The couple only had one daughter in all these years and had always wanted a son, but they were ultimately unable to do so due to Li Mingyu's physical condition. It's not that Li Mingyu and his wife favor sons over daughters, but their family has been a single son family for 4 generations, and Li Mingyu's generation was unable to give birth to a son. "When I was young, I didn't care. After all, it was a new era and we couldn't have old concepts and ideas." But as he grew older, Li Mingyu's mentality gradually changed, and now he always feels ashamed of his ancestors. Chapter 19. It turns out that she is Li Mingxi. Song Meiyu is nice to Shin Xiaotian not only because he saved Laoli, but also because Shin Xiaotian's appearance and personality are in line with their expectations of having a son. Song Meiyu looked at Shin Xiaotian with a smile and asked, "Xiaoshun, how is your work recently? Are you happy working at Donghui?" Donghui is where Shin Xiaotian works now. Its full name is Donghui Medical Supplies Sales Company, Ltd. Shin Xiaotian smiled and nodded, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Auntie." In the following time, Song Meiyu chatted with Shin Xiaotian while watching the news on TV. There were constant sounds of car horns coming from downstairs, and faint sounds of quarreling. Because this is on the 9th floor and the windows are closed, I can't hear clearly what the noise is about. Shin Xiaotian is very familiar with this type of old residential area because his parents live in this type of community, and everyone there has been familiar with the family for 10 to 20 years. There are already many conflicts and many people who like to watch the fun, so it is normal for them to start quarreling. The content of their conversation was all about family matters. Basically, Song Meiyu asked questions and Shin Xiaotian answered. At the end of the conversation, Song Meiyu didn't know what to talk about. Why hasn't old Li come up yet? Song Meiyu was secretly anxious and couldn't help but look at the clock on the living room wall. "Xiaoshun, I'm going to the kitchen for a while, you watch TV for a while." Just as Song Meiyu stood up, the doorbell rang, ding dong. It should be old Li who was back. "I'll go open the door." Song Meiyu hurried over to open the door. When I opened the door, Li Mingyu was standing outside with a dark face. "What's going on?" Song Meiyu asked in a low voice. Li Mingyu whispered, "What else can I do? Just pay the money. That boss is such a piece of shit. I told him so many times not to occupy our parking space, but he just wouldn't listen." At this point, Li Mingyu turned his head and looked behind him. "And you, can you change your bad temper? You have to make such a big fuss about something that can be solved through good communication. How many times has this happened? Oh. You always make such a fuss every time you go home. Aren't you afraid that someone will expose you online?" Although Li Mingyu's tone contained some complaints, it was more of helplessness. Song Meiyu winked at oldly at this time, and Li Mingyu immediately remembered that Shin Xiaotian was still at home, so he hurriedly relaxed his expression and walked into the house. There was another woman who entered the room with Li Mingyu. She is tall, with long hair and wearing a black mask. The moment the woman followed Li Mingyu into the house, Shin Xiaotian happened to turn his head and look over. "Oh shit, it's so big." Shin Xiaotian's eyes widened instantly and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. From Shin Xiaotian's perspective, he could just see the woman's side profile. Even though she was wearing a loose windbreaker, it still couldn't hide the magnificence of her chest. Among the women Shin Xiaotian knows, Su Mini's figure is considered to be very good. But the body proportions of the woman in front of him wearing a black mask are even more sexy than Su Mini. "Wait, isn't this the female driver who just hit someone's car downstairs?" Shin Xiaotian quickly recognized the other person. "Why don't you close the door?" Li Mingyu frowned and urged. The woman in the black mask said nothing, turned around and closed the door. "Xiao Shun, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Li Mingxi. She is 24 years old, 1 year older than you." Li Mingyu put on a smile when he was talking to Shin Xiaotian. Hearing this, Shin Xiaotian immediately reacted. Turns out she is Li Mingxi. The next moment, Li Mingyu found that his daughter was still wearing a mask, so he said with some dissatisfaction, "We are already home, why don't you take off your mask?" Li Mingxi turned her head to look at Shin Xiaotian, then took off her mask under the gaze of her father. When Shin Xiaotian saw Li Mingxi's true appearance, he was immediately stunned. I have to say, Li Mingxi is really eye-catching. She has a tall stature, an impressive bust, delicate facial features, and fair skin. Although she had a stern face and looked as if she didn't want anyone to approach her, it didn't affect her beauty at all and it was still so breathtaking. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh in his heart, not only her figure, but also her appearance is better than Su Mini. After a brief moment of daze, Shin Xiaotian immediately stood up and greeted with a polite smile, "Hello, my name is Shin Xiaotian." Li Mingxi looked at Shin Xiaotian without saying anything and showing any expression. She just nodded lightly, which was considered a greeting. Afterwards, Li Mingxi lowered her head to change into slippers and took off her windbreaker. At this moment, Li Mingxi's proud figure was revealed, which made Shin Xiaotian's breathing unconsciously speed up. Li Mingxi didn't look at Shin Xiaotian. She picked up her windbreaker and bag and went into her room. "This girl." Li Mingyu wanted to scold him, but he held back in the end. "Xiao Shun, don't mind it. This is just her personality. She is like this not only to others, but also to me and her mother. She just can't change it," Li Mingyu explained. Shin Xiaotian smiled slightly to show his understanding. When you meet someone for the first time, you can't expect them to be very enthusiastic. After all, you are not money that everyone can love. "You guys chat for a while, I'll go get the food ready and we'll be eating soon." After Song Meiyu finished speaking, she called out Xiaoxi. A few seconds later, Li Mingxi walked out of her room. She was already wearing a home coat at this time, but the huge thing on her chest was still so eye-catching. At her mother's signal, Li Mingxi followed her to the kitchen. "What's wrong with you? Seeing that there are guests here, you still have a stern face." Shin Xiaotian vaguely heard these words before the kitchen door closed. Li Mingyu smiled and asked Shin Xiaotian to sit down, saying, "Xiaoxi has been spoiled by me and her mother since she was a child. She has been spoiled and does whatever she wants. Let's talk about school, for example. We wanted her to go to school locally, but she insisted on going to Beijing. Later, she went to sing. She was out all year round and rarely stayed at home." As he spoke, the blame disappeared from Li Mingyu's face, and there was even a hint of pride and honor. When it comes to singing, Shin Xiaotian finally reacts. He finally understood why the name Li Mingxi sounded so familiar. It turns out that she is a singer, and a new and popular singer. Shin Xiaotian is not a fan of celebrities, but the convenience store where he worked during college often played music, and the playlist added by his colleagues included several songs by Li Mingxi. Shin Xiaotian was familiar with this name from the playlist. Uncle Li, I never thought that the big star Li Mingxi is your daughter. You are so lucky, Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. Li Mingyu quickly waved his hands and shook his head, sighing, what a blessing. She is too busy. We rarely see each other. When I was in school, at least I stayed at home during holidays. Now that she has become a star, she is out running around for 300 days out of 365 days a year. She finally came home once, but she was still in a hurry. Now that I think about it, her mother and I would rather she not be a star and be an ordinary person. While Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingyu were chatting, the mother and daughter were also talking in the kitchen. Xiaoxi, do you have any problem with me and your dad? Song Meiyu asked with a stern face while picking vegetables. Chapter 20. The computer can't be turned on. Li Mingxi didn't understand why her mother asked this, so she turned around and tilted her head blankly and said, no. No? Song Meiyu's face darkened. If not, can you stay away from home for 2 months? You finally came back, but you still have a stern face. How can you call this failure? If you don't want to come back, don't come back. Seeing her mother getting angrier and angrier, Li Mingxi quickly grabbed her arm and said, Mom, I'm just in a bad mood. Are you in a bad mood? What's wrong? When Song Meiyu heard her daughter say that, she immediately became concerned. Li Mingxi didn't say anything, but silently let go of her hand and helped her mother pick vegetables. When Song Meiyu saw her daughter was silent, she became even more anxious. Tell me, what's wrong with you? Did someone bully you? No. It's about work. I just had some problems. No one is bullying me. Li Mingxi shook her head. Then, Li Mingxi added, Mom. Who is your daughter? The person in this world who can bully your daughter hasn't been born yet. When Song Meiyu heard her daughter say this, she felt a little relieved. Xiaoxi, don't have a bad face in front of Xiaoshan later, okay? Song Meiyu warned. I know, Mom. Li Mingxi replied. Although the kitchen door was closed, one could still hear Li Mingyu and Shin Xiaotian chatting in the living room. The two of them had a very pleasant conversation, and Li Mingyu would laugh from time to time. More than half an hour later, Song Meiyu prepared the dishes with the help of Li Mingxi and served them on the table. Song Meiyu's cooking skills are excellent, and her dishes are rich and fragrant. This is also one of the reasons why Shin Xiaotian likes to come to Uncle Li's house for dinner. At the rectangular dining table, the elderly couple Li Mingyu and Song Meiyu sat next to each other on one side. Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi sat opposite them. As soon as Shin Xiaotian sat down, he smelled a faint fragrance. He knew without asking that it was coming from Li Mingxi. Shin Xiaotian had no knowledge of perfume, he just thought that this perfume smelled good, not strong or garish, and gave people a fresh and elegant feeling. Li Mingyu smiled and called out, Xiaoshun, why are you still standing there? Use your chopsticks. Shin Xiaotian nodded quickly, picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth, while praising it for being delicious. Li Mingxi didn't say anything, but just picked up the food and ate it silently. Shin Xiaotian noticed that Li Mingxi only picked up vegetables and basically didn't touch meat. Celebrities have to control their weight and dare not eat meat casually. Thinking of this, Shin Xiaotian had another doubt, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at Li Mingxi's chest. How did she grow so big if she didn't eat meat? During the meal, Li Mingyu and Song Meiyu basically talked to Shin Xiaotian. Either I ask him whether his work is going well or whether he has any difficulties in life. During this time, Song Meiyu kept picking up food for Shin Xiaotian with a bright and enthusiastic smile. Li Mingxi didn't say a word the whole time, but occasionally the corners of her mouth would slightly curl up, as if to say, I am your daughter, okay. It was not until Shin Xiaotian said that he was a little full that Song Meiyu stopped persuading him. After dinner, Shin Xiaotian helped to clean up the dishes. He always did this after dinner when he came to Uncle Li's house, and Song Meiyu never stopped him. But today was different. Song Meiyu stopped him and said, Xiaoshan, go play chess with Lali Xiaoxi and I will take care of it. Li Mingyu smiled and said yes, then he pulled Shin Xiaotian to the living room and took out the chess set from under the coffee table in the living room with a smile. Li Mingyu likes to play chess, and he will play a few games with Shin Xiaotian every time he comes. Although Shin Xiaotian's chess level is average, he is making rapid progress, so Li Mingyu is also quite happy about it. 20 minutes later, Li Mingxi walked out of the kitchen after cleaning. But she did not stay in the living room, but went straight back to her room. Shin Xiaotian was still playing chess with Li Mingyu at this moment, but his mind was not on chess. The system task has been released. What Shin Xiaotian is thinking about now is how to get close to Li Mingxi and improve her favorability towards him. She's a big star, and I'm just a nobody. How can I get close to her? Wouldn't it be too abrupt to just go over and talk to him so directly? What should I do if I cause the other party to be disgusted? Thinking of this, Shin Xiaotian suddenly became a little anxious and couldn't help but look at the remaining time of the task. Remaining mission time, 9 days, 22 hours, 15 minutes. Seeing this time, Shin Xiaotian was stunned. When the system issued the task before, Shin Xiaotian's attention was focused on the somewhat familiar name Li Mingxi, and he did not notice that the task lasted for 10 days. After all, the first two tasks, one is 2 hours and the other is 10 hours, neither of them exceeds 24 hours. And now this task actually takes 10 days. What's going on? Shin Xiaotian was suddenly puzzled. However, this also eased Shin Xiaotian's anxiety a lot. The mission took so long that he didn't have to worry for the time being. Just then, Li Mingxi suddenly walked out of the room. "Mom, did you touch my computer?" Li Mingxi asked into the kitchen. Song Meiyu immediately came out of the kitchen. "No, I haven't touched your computer." "Then why can't I open my computer?" Li Mingxi frowned. Song Meiyu paused, then suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Oh, when I was cleaning last time, I helped you wipe the table and computer. Did I accidentally loosen a plug?" Li Mingxi said, "The plug is fine, and the monitor has power, but it just won't turn on." "Then I don't know. I just wiped the dust off and never opened your computer." After Song Meiyu finished speaking, she looked at Li Mingyu. "Oldly, is that you?" Li Mingyu hastily clarified, "Don't blame me. I would never touch my daughter's things. There are still important files stored in my computer." Li Mingxi said anxiously. Shin Xiaotian had been waiting for an opportunity. Seeing Li Mingxi's anxious expression, he immediately said, "Well, I know a little about computers. I can help take a look." When Li Mingxi heard this, his eyes immediately fell on Shin Xiaotian. Seeing this, Li Mingyu also said, "That's great, Xiaoshen, go help Xiaoxi." Song Meiyu also nodded beside him. Afterwards, Shin Xiaotian followed Li Mingxi to her room. Li Mingxi's room is very clean and tidy. The ornaments on the table and the books in the bookcase all reveal the temperament of a college student. As expected, she rarely lived at home after graduating from college, otherwise her room would not still look like it did in college. Shin Xiaotian sat down in front of the computer. He first looked at the contents on the monitor, and then restarted the computer. Li Mingxi didn't say anything, just stood quietly aside. After the computer restarted, it still could not access the desktop. Li Mingxi, who was standing next to him, frowned again when he saw this. "I guess what she's thinking right now is, if rebooting worked, I would have done it a long time ago." The next second, Shin Xiaotian turned off the power and turned around and said, "Meng, that, Miss Li." Shin Xiaotian originally wanted to call her Mengxi, but then he thought it was too intimate, so he changed his name to Miss Li. Li Mingxi said coldly, "You should just call me Sister Shi." Chapter 21. Why don't you just not do this mission? As soon as Shin Xiaotian heard it, he knew that Li Mingxi didn't like the title Miss Li. So he hurriedly called again, "Sister Shi, I need to open the case and check it." Li Mingxi nodded, indicating that Shin Xiaotian could handle it himself. Then, Shin Xiaotian unplugged the wires connecting to the computer chassis, moved out and opened the chassis cover. "You don't know until you see it." I was shocked. The case was full of dust and the fan seemed to be unable to turn. Shin Xiaotian turned around and said, "Sister Shi, do you have a hairdryer and a brush?" Shin Xiaotian wanted to clean the dust. He guessed that the computer couldn't start up because there was too much dust. Li Mingxi didn't say anything, turned around and went to the living room. After a while, Li Mingxi found a hairdryer and a small brush. Shin Xiaotian didn't waste any time. He picked up the computer case and went to the corridor. Then he turned on the cold air of the hairdryer and blew it into the computer case. For a moment, dust was flying in the corridor, and Li Mingxi was so scared that she quickly retreated into the house. After blowing away the dust, Shin Xiaotian cleaned it carefully twice with a brush. Finally, Shin Xiaotian carefully checked whether the memory stick was loose and whether there was anything wrong with the circuit interface on the motherboard. Only then did he move the computer back into the house. After reconnecting, Shin Xiaotian pressed the power button. Soon, the Windows startup screen appeared. Everything is normal and the computer successfully enters the desktop. Shin Xiaotian turned around and smiled. Sister Shi, it's okay. Thank you. Li Mingxi thanked calmly. Shin Xiaotian felt a little excited. I helped Li Mingxi fix her computer, which contains her important files. I wonder how much her favorability will increase. 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock? It would be best if it could be 3 o'clock. He. But after waiting for several minutes, the system message about the improved favorability did not appear. Shin Xiaotian was speechless, and he shouted in his heart, Hey! System Dad, what are you doing? Is there a bug? Doesn't this increase the favorability? Just as Shin Xiaotian kept calling for a response from the system dad, Li Mingxi's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Can you move aside for a moment? Shin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses and looked at Li Mingxi. Li Mingxi pointed to her computer and said, I want to use the computer for a while, can you step aside for a moment? Shin Xiaotian nodded hurriedly, turned and left Li Mingxi's room. At this moment, Shin Xiaotian suddenly came to his senses. No wonder the system gave the task a duration of 10 days, it turned out that it was too difficult to improve Li Mingxi's favorability. Xiao Shun, what's wrong? Song Meiyu walked over and asked. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, Auntie, it's done. There's too much dust in the case. Just clean it up. Thank you, Xiao Shun. It's a good thing you were here today, otherwise Xiaoxi would definitely blame me for breaking her computer. Song Meiyu said. As soon as the voice fell, Li Mingxi in the room spoke, Mom, in your eyes, am I this kind of person? Song Meiyu immediately said, Isn't it? When I was in high school, I accidentally dropped your Walkman and you blamed me for breaking it. But when I checked, I found out that the battery was out. Do you still remember this? Li Mingxi was suddenly speechless and turned back without saying anything. Shin Xiaotian smiled secretly in his heart, then went to the living room with Song Meiyu, sat on the sofa and chatted with Li Mingyu. After a while, Li Mingxi walked out of the room. Li Mingyu immediately waved and said, Xiaoxi, come here. Li Mingxi came to the living room, but did not sit down, just stood next to the sofa. Xiaoxi, add Xiaoxin's contact information. In the future, no matter if it's a computer problem or something else, you can contact each other. Li Mingyu said. When Shin Xiaotian heard this, he immediately gave Uncle Li a big thumbs up in his heart. Shin Xiaotian was just worrying about how to get Li Mingxi's contact information, but he didn't expect Uncle Li to help him in time. Shin Xiaotian glanced at Li Mingxi and then took out his cell phone. Although his expression remained calm, he was vaguely looking forward to it. After all, she is a big star, so it's quite new to be able to exchange contact information with her. But Li Mingxi didn't pick up the phone. Instead, she said, No need. I plan to buy a new computer in the next 2 days. I won't be able to use this old one. Hearing the other party say this, Shin Xiaotian silently put away his phone. What Shin Xiaotian was thinking at this moment was that he could get 2,000 favorability coins by completing the task. But given Li Mingxi's difficult personality, I would definitely suffer a lot if I chased her and licked her. And with her hot temper, I might be treated even more harshly by then. Or you might as well not do this task. It's only $2,000 anyway, and you can afford the fine. Thinking of this, Shin Xiaotian felt relieved immediately. But Li Mingyu was not satisfied with his daughter's response and immediately asked, What's wrong with asking you to add Xiao Shun's contact information? If you want to buy a computer, you need someone who knows computers to go with you. Xiao Shun is just the right person for you. Song Meiyu nodded quickly and agreed, Yes, your father is right. Helplessly, Li Mingxi had to go into the house to get a cell phone and exchanged cell phone numbers with Shin Xiaotian. At this moment, Li Mingxi's cell phone suddenly rang. Li Mingxi took a look at the incoming call number, turned around, went into the room, closed the door and went to answer the phone. Shin Xiaotian chatted with Li Mingyu and Song Meiyu for a while, and then he thought it was time to say goodbye and leave. Just at this moment, Li Mingxi opened the door and walked out of the room. Although there was no obvious change on Li Mingxi's face after answering the phone, Shin Xiaotian could feel that she was a little colder than before, and seemed to be in a worse mood. Uncle Li, Auntie, Sister Shi, I'll be leaving first. Shin Xiaotian stood up and said goodbye. Li Mingyu immediately said, Xiaoxi, please send Xiao Shun off. Li Mingxi was slightly stunned, probably because she didn't expect her father to let her send him off. Shin Xiaotian said quickly, Don't bother Sister Shi, I can go downstairs by myself. Li Mingxi was feeling a little upset and wanted to go downstairs for a walk, so she said, I'll take you there. Having said that, Li Mingxi went to the door to change her shoes. Shin Xiaotian didn't say anything, but walked to the door and quickly changed his shoes. Soon, Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi entered the elevator. Li Mingxi was already wearing a black mask at this time, and her aura was cold and intimidating. Shin Xiaotian didn't say anything. He raised his head slightly and watched the elevator go down quietly. The elevators in old residential communities are relatively slow, and there are some strange noises when they are running that make people feel uneasy. But Li Mingxi didn't care at all. She just kept her arms folded across her chest and said nothing. Although Li Mingxi's action made her breasts stand out, Shin Xiaotian didn't dare to look. Because there were only two of them in the elevator, if Shin Xiaotian tried to peek at someone else's breasts, he would easily be discovered. Shin Xiaotian admitted that he liked girls with big breasts, but he didn't want to be mistaken as a pervert. Especially since the other party is Uncle Li's daughter. Shin Xiaotian didn't know that while he was staring at the floor numbers, Li Mingxi was secretly observing him. Ding dong! The elevator door opened. Shin Xiaotian walked out of the elevator, turned around and said to Li Mingxi, "Sister Shi, you go up, I can go back by myself." Li Mingxi was looking at him with cold eyes. After a pause, she also walked out of the elevator. "Can you tell me about the scene when you rescued my dad that day?" Li Mingxi asked. Chapter 22. Are you crazy? Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised. This happened more than half a year ago. Uncle Li should have told her about it long ago. Sister Shi, didn't Uncle Li tell you about this? Shin Xiaotian asked. Li Mingxi shook her head slightly. I was out of town at the time, and they didn't tell me. I only found out when I returned home 3 months later. Then, Li Mingxi pointed outside and said, "Let's go for a walk in the community." Shin Xiaotian nodded and followed Li Mingxi out of the stairwell. The two took a walk in the community for a while, and Shin Xiaotian recounted in detail what happened that day. After listening to this, Li Mingxi stopped, looked at the top of Shin Xiaotian's head and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's all right now." Shin Xiaotian shook his head. Li Mingxi thanked him very solemnly. "Thank you, Shin Xiaotian. Don't be so polite. When you are not at home, I often come to your house for meals. I like the dishes cooked by your aunt the most," Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. Li Mingxi nodded, then walked forward. "I'll take you to the gate of the community." "No need to trouble you, you can go back, I can go by myself," Shin Xiaotian said. But Li Mingxi did not listen to Shin Xiaotian and continued walking towards the entrance of the community. Shin Xiaotian didn't know what to say when he saw this. A few minutes later, Li Mingxi sent Shin Xiaotian to the gate of the community. Li Mingxi stopped moving forward and looked at Shin Xiaotian seriously, saying, "Thank you for coming to visit my parents often when I'm not at home. If you need any help in the future, just give me a call." "Okay." Shin Xiaotian nodded, said you go back, and then walked towards the bus stop across the street. When Shin Xiaotian walked to the bus stop and looked back, Li Mingxi was no longer at the entrance of the community. But at this time, the system prompt message appeared. Li Mingxi's favorability +1. Li Mingxi's current favorability, 1. Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised, thinking that the timing of improving the favorability of this big star was really special. Others improved immediately, but she was a step behind. Although Li Mingxi's favorability has increased by 1 point, Shin Xiaotian still has no hope of completing this task. First of all, Li Mingxi has a cold personality. It is much more difficult to get close to her than to ordinary people. The second is Li Mingxi's identity. She is a popular singer and a big star. If you want to increase her favorability towards you, you must have frequent contact with her. But I am just a small person at the bottom of society. What excuses and reasons do I have to contact her? Could it be that he would often visit her under the pretext of visiting her parents or playing chess with Uncle Li? When Shin Xiaotian thought of this, he immediately shook his head. He couldn't do such a thing. Even if he did it shamelessly, it would only reduce Li Mingxi's favorability towards him, not increase it. Forget it, let everything take its course. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Donghui Medical Supplies Sales Company, Purchasing Department. In addition to Su Mimi, there were Zhang Yuan and another colleague in the office. The three of them were called by manager Zhang to work overtime after lunch, and now the work has almost been completed. After turning off the computer, Zhang Yuan stood up and stretched, then walked towards Su Mimi's workstation. Su Mimi was also packing her things at this time. Seeing Zhang Yuan coming over, she smiled and said, "Sister Yuan, do you want to go shopping later? I like a coat. Can you give me some advice?" After Zhang Yuan walked to Su Mini's workstation, she looked back at the other colleague first. The colleague just packed up and stood up. Mini, Sister Yuan, I'm leaving first. Su Mini and Zhang Yuan immediately nodded and responded with a smile. After their colleagues left, they were the only two left in the purchasing department. Zhang Yuan turned to look at Su Mini. The smile on her face had disappeared without a trace. Mini, are you still in the mood to go shopping? Zhang Yuan said in a serious tone, as if something big had happened. Su Mini didn't understand and looked at her blankly. What's wrong, Sister Yuan? Zhang Yuan looked back at the door, then lowered her voice and said anxiously for Su Mini, Shin Xiaotian is living with Yao Qing. What did you say? Su Mini was full of surprise, and her voice rose involuntarily. Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing are living together? Zhang Yuan frowned and nodded, then asked, Mimi, why are you so slow? Don't you know anything about their relationship? Sister Yuan, who told you this? Su Mini's first reaction was disbelief. Zhang Yuan said, my husband's family has a country relative who works in a pharmacy. She lives in the company's dormitory building. This news spread all over the dormitory last night. Then, Zhang Yuan began to tell the story of Yao Qing accompanying Shin Xiaotian back to the dormitory last night to pack up and move out. Clearly, she had only heard it from others, but when Zhang Yuan said it, it was as if she had seen it with her own eyes. Zhang Yuan paused after she finished speaking, and then added, by the way, they said that Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing were holding hands when they left. They had a very close relationship. Many people saw it. Su Mini didn't say anything, but her face looked a little ugly at this moment. Mini, don't be angry. There are so many men in the world. You are young and beautiful, and you have such good conditions in all aspects. You will definitely find someone better in the future. Then you will be so angry that Shin Xiaotian will die. Zhang Yuan looked as if she and Su Mini shared the same hatred for the enemy. Su Mini smiled at Zhang Yuan and said calmly, Sister Yuan, Shin Xiaotian and I are just ordinary friends. Whether he lives with someone else or not has nothing to do with me. How could I be angry? Zhang Yuan nodded immediately after hearing this, and then said a few irrelevant words to Su Mini. Mini, today is the weekend. I have to go home and cook for my husband and kids, so I won't go shopping with you. Zhang Yuan naturally could tell that Su Mini was not being sincere, so she found an excuse and left. As soon as Zhang Yuan left, Su Mini's pretty face turned dark. Of course, you Shin Xiaotian. Su Mini gritted her teeth in hatred and clenched her fists. Su Mini was certainly not jealous, she was just unhappy that Yao Qing had taken her dog away. In the quiet office, Su Mini became angrier the more she thought about it. At this moment, she had completely lost the desire to go shopping for clothes, and all she could think about was the traitor Shin Xiaotian. After a while, Su Mini suddenly picked up her phone, quickly found Shin Xiaotian from the call log, and prepared to call him. The next second, Su Mini stopped again. She put down her phone, stood up and walked to the next workstation, and dialed a mobile number on the landline. Su Mini still dialed Shin Xiaotian's number. She changed her landline number because she was worried that Shin Xiaotian would not answer her call. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, who is this? Ha. Shin Xiaotian's panting voice came from the receiver, as if he was doing something very strenuous. Su Mini had just learned that Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing were living together. When she heard Shin Xiaotian make such a sound, the scene of him and Yao Qing hugging each other naked instantly popped up in her mind. Dirty. Su Mini was so angry that she cursed into the receiver and hung up the phone. At the same time, at Shin Xiaotian's home, Shin Xiaotian was standing in the living room with his bare chest, holding a cell phone, looking confused. At this time, his chest, back, face and neck were all covered with sweat. You must be crazy. Shin Xiaotian muttered something incomprehensible, then threw his phone on the sofa and continued to lie down and do push-ups. Chapter 23, I've grown stronger after not seeing you for a few days. After hanging up the phone, Su Mini's eyes instantly turned red. At this moment, she only felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and a huge sense of humiliation filled her body. Su Mini was worried that someone would see her like this, so she quickly found a tissue to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Immediately afterwards, Su Mini went to the window, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. But no matter what she did, her chaotic and complicated emotions could not calm down. 5 minutes later, Su Mini hurriedly left the office building carrying her bag and holding her cell phone, and walked quickly towards the company's gate. It was not until she was some distance away from the company gate that Su Mini called AIXIN. Hey, Mini, didn't you go to the company to work overtime? Why did you think of calling me again? AIXIN's voice was lively and she sounded like she was in a good mood. Sumimi wanted to keep her emotions stable, but when she heard AIXIN's voice, her heart ached suddenly, and she asked in a tearful voice, AI, where are you? I want to see you. AIXIN was stunned for a moment, and the next moment her voice became nervous. Nini, what's wrong with you? What happened? Sumimi didn't say anything and asked again, where are you? Can I come to find you now? I'm packing my things at home. Where are you? Do you want me to pick you up? AIXIN asked. Wait for me, I'll take a taxi over. Sumimi said and hung up the phone. Afterwards, Sumimi hailed a taxi and went straight to AIXIN's house. AIXIN is packing her things in the rental house. She plans to move out early tomorrow morning and is busy packing now. After receiving Sumimi's call, AIXIN no longer had the mood to clean up. Sumimi acted quickly and changed her clothes within 5 minutes. She went downstairs with her cell phone and keys. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a taxi stopped not far ahead. A tall and very beautiful girl got out of the car. Who else could it be but Sumimi? AIXIN hurried over and said, Nini, what happened? As soon as Sumimi saw AIXIN, she rushed over and hugged her tightly with both arms, saying sadly, AI, Shin Xiaotian is a bastard, he is a big bastard. When the taxi driver saw that there was some excitement, he immediately rolled down the window and looked at Sumimi curiously. AIXIN hated this kind of people the most. She glared at the taxi driver, pulled Sumimi and walked into the corridor. After going upstairs and entering the house, AIXIN asked Sumimi to sit down and poured her a glass of water. At this time, Sumimi's eyes were red and there were traces of tears on her face, making her look pitiful. AIXIN looked distressed and quickly found a tissue to wipe Sumimi's tears. Nini, don't cry first. Tell me, did that guy Shin Xiaotian bully you? AIXIN asked indignantly. Sumimi didn't say anything. She paused for a moment and then gently tapped her chin. When AIXIN saw Sumimi nodded, she immediately lost her composure. She picked up the phone and was about to call Shin Xiaotian. Her best friend was being bullied and she had to stand up for her. Seeing this, Sumimi quickly grabbed AIXIN's hand and shook her head. Don't. What are you afraid of? If Shin Xiaotian dares to bully you, I will settle the score with him. AIXIN is like a female knight who draws her sword to help others when she sees injustice. Sumimi thought for a moment and said, he didn't really bully me. I just felt bad after hearing about something. What's up? AIXIN heard that there was something going on, so she quickly put down her phone and sat next to Sumimi. Sumimi took a sip of water and said, he and Yao Qing, they are living together. Ah? AIXIN suddenly opened her eyes wide and was completely stunned. No way. AIXIN shook her head repeatedly, looking unconvinced. Sumimi said seriously, it's true, everyone in the company dormitory knows. Sumimi repeated what Zhang Yuan had said, and after she finished, she couldn't help but cry. AIXIN was completely confused at this moment. She found it hard to believe that Shin Xiaotian had established a relationship with another girl so quickly and they were even living together at the speed of light. Nini, are you sure? Have you confirmed this with Shin Xiaotian himself? AIXIN asked. Sumimi became excited when she heard this. I just called him, and guess what, that guy is actually, at. What is he doing? AIXIN was a little anxious. Sumimi quickly adjusted her breath and said, in broad daylight, he and Yao Qing are actually doing that kind of thing. Hearing these words, AIXIN was stunned at first, and then she understood what Sumimi meant. Impossible. How did you know? AIXIN was shocked. Sumimi didn't want to recall Shin Xiaotian's intense breathing when he answered the phone just now. So he said with certainty, don't ask. Anyway, I am sure that he and Yao Qing were just doing something. Seeing her best friend was so sure, AIXIN no longer doubted what she was feeling. Damn Shin Xiaotian, he's become more capable after not seeing him for a few days. He dared to be with another woman in broad daylight. It's simply obscene, not only obscene, but also shameless and dirty. AIXIN gritted her teeth and cursed. In the following time, the two women launched a fierce criticism meeting against Shin Xiaotian. AIXIN stopped scolding until she was almost exhausted. She checked the time and said, Nini, don't be sad. It's not worth being sad for such a scumbag. From now on, don't think about that anymore. Let's go eat, and then go sing karaoke. Don't let him affect your mood. Sumini felt that what Aixin said made a lot of sense, so she nodded vigorously immediately. Yes. It's not worth it to cry over such a scumbag. Let's go eat and sing karaoke. Sumini stood up immediately and cheered herself up while talking. On the other side, Jinchuan community. Achoo! Achoo! Shen Xiaotian was sneezing continuously after exercising at home. I don't know if it was because I sweated too much during exercise, caught a cold from the wind, or was the result of a criticism meeting between two women. Shen Xiaotian didn't want to catch a cold, so he quickly went to take a hot bath. When I came out of the shower, the phone on the sofa suddenly rang. Shen Xiaotian ran over and saw that the call was from Yao Qing's cousin Qinyu. Hello, Sister Qin. Shen Xiaotian quickly answered the phone. Qinyu's voice immediately appeared in his ears. Shen Xiaotian, are you home now? Yes. Shen Xiaotian replied. Qinyu said, I'm near your house and will be there soon. Come downstairs in 10 minutes and I'll give you the deposit slip and receipt. Shen Xiaotian replied, okay, I'll be downstairs in a minute. After hanging up the phone, Shen Xiaotian quickly put on his clothes and went downstairs. 2 minutes later, a small car drove slowly and stopped beside Shen Xiaotian. The car door opened, Qinyu walked out and looked at Shen Xiaotian with a smile. Yo, haircut. Qinyu noticed Shen Xiaotian's change at a glance. When he walked up to Shen Xiaotian, Qinyu smiled and said, well, this hairstyle suits you very well. You look much more handsome than yesterday. Chapter 24 The Purpose of Qinyu's Trip. Qinyu's words were not deliberate compliments, but his true feelings. Yesterday, Shen Xiaotian had an old-fashioned hairstyle, which made him look listless. But today he is different, looking sunny and handsome. The difference is really big. Shen Xiaotian smiled after hearing this, and said in return, Sister Qin is also very cool. Qinyu was wearing a professional suit today, which looked quite formal. When she stood in front of Shen Xiaotian, the age difference between them was immediately apparent. It was the first time Qinyu heard someone describe herself like this, and she couldn't help laughing. She quite likes the word sassy and feels it suits her taste. Xiaoshen, you probably haven't eaten yet, how about we go eat something together? Qinyu asked with a smile. Shen Xiaotian looked at the time and nodded, okay. Then, Shen Xiaotian said, I'll call Yao Chang and ask her to come alone. Qinyu said, Xingqing will go back to her parents' house during holidays and weekends, and will come here on Sunday night. Shen Xiaotian thought, this is a bit like studying in a boarding school. Wait a moment, I'll park the car. Qinyu said as he got into the car. After a while, Qinyu parked the car, got out of the car and walked out of the community with Shen Xiaotian. There are several restaurants at the entrance of the community. When Shen Xiaotian agreed to have dinner together, he had already made up his mind that he must treat everyone. Shen Xiaotian pointed to a restaurant that had the best decoration and looked the most upscale and said, Sister Qin, let's go to this one. I'll treat you. Qinyu shook his head and pointed to an old, fly-infested restaurant next door and said, listen to me, that one is better. Don't ask me how I know. After saying that, Qinyu started laughing, and Shen Xiaotian also laughed when he heard it. The two of them sat down in a small restaurant, and Qinyu skillfully ordered 2 signature dishes. Qinyu did not drink because he had to drive soon. Seeing that she didn't drink, Shen Xiaotian stopped drinking too. After ordering the dishes, Qinyu started talking and chatting with Shen Xiaotian about all sorts of things. Qinyu was worthy of being the manager of the business development department. Not only does she have a wide range of knowledge, she can also talk about any field. Moreover, his wording was humorous and he never let the other person's words fall to the ground. The whole process made Shen Xiaotian feel relaxed and comfortable. 10 minutes later, the boss brought the food and they started eating. After chatting for a while, Qinyu changed the subject and asked with a relaxed smile, by the way, Xiaotian, where is your hometown? How old are your parents? Are they retired? In fact, this is the real purpose of Qinyu coming here. While Yao Qing was away, Qinyu wanted to learn about Shen Xiaotian's personal and family situation. Shen Xiaotian replied calmly while eating, I am an orphan. I was abandoned after I was born. I grew up in the Red Star Welfare House in Yannan County. In that case, my hometown should be Yannan County. Qinyu was a little surprised. She had imagined many situations before coming here, but the only one that did not include orphans was this one. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Qinyu apologized. Shen Xiaotian smiled and shook his head, and said cheerfully, it's okay, there's nothing wrong with being an orphan. You are free and can go wherever you want and do whatever you want without any worries. And there is a huge advantage to being like me. Xin Yu was curious, what's the benefit? Shin Xiaotian said seriously, my wife will not be troubled by the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law problems in the future. Tell me, isn't this a huge benefit? Xin Yu was stunned for a moment and then started laughing. Goose, goose. The laughter immediately attracted the attention of guests from 2 other tables in the restaurant. Shin Xiaotian also laughed, but his voice was not as loud as hers. After laughing, Xin Yu took a bite of the food and then asked, Xiaotian, can you tell me about your time in the welfare home? I'm very curious and want to know more. Okay. Shin Xiaotian agreed immediately. From then until the end of the meal, Shin Xiaotian kept talking about his life and experiences in the welfare home. Xin Yu listened very carefully and asked questions about details from time to time, and Shin Xiaotian answered them all fluently. After dinner, Xin Yu wanted to pay the bill, but Shin Xiaotian didn't let her. The reason was that Xin Yu had rented a house to him at a very cheap price, so he should treat her to a meal. After coming out of the restaurant, the two walked back into the community. On the way, Xin Yu suddenly asked, Xiaotian, do you know why I am willing to rent you a house at a low price? Shin Xiaotian didn't respond, but looked at Xin Yu and waited for her to continue. Xin Yu said slowly, Xingxing said that she wanted to find someone to accompany her to and from get off work so that they could chat on the way. She said that you are a good person and have helped her a lot in the company, so I agreed. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, Yao Cheng and I joined the company at the same time, so it's only natural for us to help each other. Then can you promise me that you will accompany Xingxing to and from get off work as much as possible in the future? Xin Yu asked. Shin Xiaotian said without thinking, of course, I don't want to go to get off work alone. It's so boring without anyone to talk to. After hearing this, Xin Yu smiled and nodded, and then did not talk about this topic anymore. For Xin Yu, the purpose of coming here today has been achieved. First, we learned about Shin Xiaotian's personal situation and judged from his story that Shin Xiaotian did grow up in an orphanage. Second, I asked Shin Xiaotian to accompany Yao Cheng to and from get off work more often. Although my Zhanghao has been protecting Yao Cheng secretly, Xin Yu would feel more at ease if Shin Xiaotian was with her. The two went downstairs, and Xin Yu took out the receipt and deposit slip and handed them to Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian took a look at it, then folded it and put it in his pocket. I have to meet a client, so I'll leave first. Xin Yu waved his hand and turned to walk towards the parking lot. Shin Xiaotian did not go upstairs, but stood where he was, intending to watch Xin Yu leave before going upstairs. But after a while, Xin Yu stood in front of his car without moving, as if he had encountered some problem. Shin Xiaotian walked over to take a look and found that Xin Yu's car was sandwiched between 2 small cars in front and behind, with a very small distance between them. What's wrong, Sister Qin? Shin Xiaotian asked, and Xin Yu turned around immediately. These 2 cars are parked too close to each other. I'm afraid I can't get out. Xin Yu was worried that he would hit someone else's car. After hesitating for a moment, Xin Yu gave up and drove out. Xin Yu walked to the car in front and behind and looked, and found that neither of them had a phone number for moving the car. Xin Yu thought about it and decided to go to the property management to notify the car owner. But after calling for a long time, I couldn't get through to the property management staff. What should I do? I have an appointment with a client and I'm going to be late. Xin Yu was a little anxious. Shin Xiaotian had just checked the distance between the front and rear cars. When he heard that Xin Yu would be late, he said, Sister Qin, let me help you drive out. You? Xin Yu was a little surprised. Shin Xiaotian said, Sister Qin, you are in a hurry to meet a client. If you wait for the property management staff to come and handle it, you don't know how long you have to wait. Let me help you. Can you do it? Xin Yu was a little worried. Shin Xiaotian smiled confidently, don't worry, Sister Qin, I still have this skill. Chapter 25 System Dad, are you kidding me? As a 6-year veteran scout, Shin Xiaotian's driving skills are absolutely excellent. Ahem, pay attention, I'm talking about serious driving here. Not to mention driving the car out of a very narrow place intact, he is also good at the more difficult technique of parking in a gap. Xin Yu looked at the time, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally agreed. Xiaotian, you should be careful later. If you don't feel it is possible, don't try to be brave. Xin Yu said as he handed the car keys to Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian smiled and nodded, took the key and got in the car. Soon, the car started. Xin Yu also stood in position at this time, thinking about helping Shin Xiaotian keep an eye on the distance between the cars so as to remind him in time. But Shin Xiaotian didn't need anyone to remind him. He had an excellent sense of distance between cars. He drove the car out in less than 3 minutes and parked it in the middle of the road. The whole process was easy and smooth, and Qinyu had the illusion that he could do the same thing. Xiaotian, you are so awesome. Qinyu praised happily. Shin Xiaotian didn't turn off the engine, opened the door and got out of the car, smiling and said to Qinyu, Sister Qin, drive carefully on the road. Thank you, Xiaotian. Sister Qin thanked and sat in the driver's seat. Qinyu closed the door and lowered the window, then waved to Shin Xiaotian, then I'm leaving. Bye. The next moment, Qinyu lightly stepped on the accelerator and the car slowly drove towards the gate of the community. Shin Xiaotian looked at the car going away and thought, System Dad, why don't you issue a task to improve Qinyu's impression? Just based on this wave of operations, it must have boosted her impression. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Shin Xiaotian was watching a football game in the living room. Suddenly, the cell phone on the coffee table rang. Shin Xiaotian picked it up and saw that it was AIXAN calling. What's the matter with her? It can't be about Su Mimi again, right? Shin Xiaotian was puzzled, but after thinking about it, he answered the phone. Hello, senior sister AI. Hey, Shin Xiaotian, where are you? It was very noisy on the other end of the phone. The music and subwoofer were so loud that it was almost impossible to hear AIXAN's voice. Shin Xiaotian did not answer, but asked, What's the matter, senior sister AI? Wait a moment, it's too noisy here. I'll find a quiet place to talk to you. AIXAN shouted. Soon, Shin Xiaotian felt that the noise on the other end of the phone became much quieter. Hey, Shin Xiaotian, are you free now? AIXAN suddenly spoke. Shin Xiaotian said coldly, Senior AI, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. AIXAN paused for 2 seconds, then said, Mimi is drunk, can you come over? Shin Xiaotian thought, it must be because of Su Mimi. Senior AI, it's getting late. I won't go over. You two should drink less and be careful when you go home. Shin Xiaotian said as he was about to hang up the phone. AIXAN immediately shouted, Shin Xiaotian, don't hang up yet. Shin Xiaotian's finger was already on the hang up button, but he stopped when he heard AIXAN's voice. AIXAN said seriously, Shin Xiaotian, actually I shouldn't ask about your relationship with Mimi, but you know what? Mimi is really sad now. She drank a lot because of you and she cried. I tried to persuade her but she wouldn't stop. She kept saying she wanted to see you. Can't you come over? Senior AI, Su Mimi, and I have nothing to say. There's no point in letting it go. Shin Xiaotian said calmly. When AIXAN heard this, she felt a little indignant and couldn't help but raise her voice. Shin Xiaotian, you have liked Su Mimi for more than 4 years. Even if you don't like her now, can't you come and see her? Are you so heartless? Senior sister AI, please drink less and be careful when you go back. I'm hanging up first. Shin Xiaotian said coldly and hung up the phone. Shin Xiaotian had just thrown his phone on the sofa and was about to continue watching the game when a system message suddenly appeared. Mission target, Su Mimi current favorability 10. Task content, make the other party's favorability not negative. Task time, 5 days. Task reward, 3,000 favorability coins. Penalty for mission failure, deduction of 30,000 yuan in cash, or forced loss of items worth 30,000 yuan. Fuck, System Dad, are you kidding me? When seeing this task, Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but curse out loud. Since the first task was completed, Shin Xiaotian decisively put Su Mimi on the blacklist. After that, he never gave the other party any face in anything, and it can be said that he had offended the other party deeply. The fact that the favorability level dropped from 6 after completion to 10 now is the best proof. But now the system has actually released another favorability task for Su Mimi. Isn't this deliberately making fun of me? Shin Xiaotian's first reaction was to ignore it. But the punishment for mission failure was a heavy blow to him. If the mission fails, 30,000 yuan will be deducted. The previous task penalties were to deduct the same amount of money as the rewarded favorability coins. Why did this task suddenly become 10 times the money? You know, he can't even raise 10,000 yuan even if he sells all his belongings. Shin Xiaotian frowned and stared at the task information in front of him for a long time. Suddenly, Shin Xiaotian figured it out. The system dad must have anticipated that I would be unwilling to accept Su Mimi's task, so he suddenly increased the task penalty, forcing me to accept it. At this moment, Shin Xiaotian seemed to hear the cold and treacherous mechanical laughter of the system. Damn it, am I spineless? Even if I lose everything I own, I will not accept Su Mimi's mission. Shin Xiaotian said something tough, then leaned hard on the sofa and continued watching the game. A few minutes later, Shin Xiaotian suddenly let out a helpless sigh. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian picked up his mobile phone and made a call. "Senior AI, where are you? I'm coming to find you now." AIXAN on the other end of the phone immediately said, "Xinguang KTV, box 209. Okay." Shin Xiaotian responded and then hung up the phone. At the same time, Starlight KTV, box 209. After AIXIN answered the phone, she looked at Su Mimi beside her. Su Mimi was holding the microphone and singing. It was a love song about breaking up, and her voice was filled with sadness, loss, and unwillingness. "Mimi, Shin Xiaotian will be here soon," AIXIN said. Su Mimi didn't hear clearly, so she immediately stopped singing and looked at AIXIN drunkenly. "What did you say?" Su Mimi spoke into the microphone, her voice loud and heavy. AIXIN repeated, "I said, Shin Xiaotian will be here soon." Su Mimi paused, then asked, "What is he doing here? Did you ask him to come over?" AIXIN nodded and said, "Mimi, I just called Shin Xiaotian. At first he couldn't come, but not long after I hung up, he called again and said he'd be here right away." "Do you know what this means?" "What does it mean?" Su Mimi asked without thinking. In fact, this question is very simple, but Su Mimi has drunk too much and her mind is not very clear, so she doesn't want to think about it at all. AIXIN immediately said, "It means Shin Xiaotian can't let you go, he still has you in his heart." Chapter 26. Just wait and see how I control you. After hearing these words, Su Mimi was stunned. Suddenly, the only sound in the box was the accompaniment of the song. Su Mimi looked at AIXIN in a daze. AIXIN also looked at Su Mimi and just nodded slightly. After a moment, Su Mimi spoke, "Why did you ask him to come over?" AIXIN hurriedly sat closer, took Su Mimi's arm and said, "Mimi, Shin Xiaotian is willing to come here, which means he has you in his heart. He has liked you for so many years. Given his character, it is impossible for him to change his mind so quickly. I think there must be some misunderstanding between you two. Why not take this opportunity to clear things up?" Su Mimi didn't say anything, but just looked at the constantly changing MTV pictures on the screen, looking thoughtful. AIXAN thought Su Mimi was thinking about how to communicate with Shin Xiaotian for a while, so she didn't disturb her. But in fact, what Su Mimi was thinking in her heart was, "I knew that you, Shin Xiaotian, couldn't let me go. Humph, just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you." The next day, Shin Xiaotian took a taxi at the gate of the community and arrived at Xinguang KTV 20 minutes later. There are many bars and nightclubs on the street where Xinguang KTV is located, and it is known as the Bar Street in Yan'an City. Today is Saturday and the street was a bit congested, so Shin Xiaotian got off the car at the intersection and walked to Xinguang KTV. As soon as he entered the first floor lobby of Starlight KTV, Shin Xiaotian was stopped by someone. "Is that you, Xiaotian?" The person who called Shin Xiaotian was a boy wearing an employee uniform, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand and wearing headphones on his ears. Shin Xiaotian saw that the other party was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted in surprise, "Mao Dan." Mao Dan is the other person's nickname. His real name is Mao Guoqing. He is the same age as Shin Xiaotian and both grew up in the Red Star welfare home. The difference is that Shin Xiaotian grew up in an orphanage. Mao Guoqing was adopted by the Red Star Welfare Institute when he was 7 years old. Because Mao Guoqing was a beggar before, and he came here from the north with his elderly grandmother to beg for food. Later, his grandmother died suddenly of illness. Mao Guoqing became homeless and didn't know where his hometown was, so he was adopted by an orphanage. Although the two were not best friends when they were in the welfare home, they always had a good relationship. But Mao Guoqing didn't like studying, so he went to work in coastal areas when he was 17 years old. Shin Xiaotian was admitted to university at the age of 18, and then completed his studies with the help of kind-hearted people. "Xiaotian, we haven't seen each other for 6 or 7 years, right?" Mao Guoqing happily hugged Shin Xiaotian and patted him on the shoulder. Shin Xiaotian nodded and asked, "Mao Dan, didn't you go to work in the coastal area? When did you come back?" Mao Guoqing smiled and said, "It's been more than a year since I came back. The factory where I worked went bankrupt. Later, a friend told me that they were hiring, so I came here to try. As a result, I have been working here ever since then, haha." Mao Guoqing is less than 1.7 meters tall, very strong, with a slightly dark skin, giving people a feeling of being honest and reliable. "Xiaotian, I heard from them that you were admitted to university. How are you now?" You have graduated from university, right? Where do you work? Mao Guoqing asked. Shen Xiaotian immediately told Mao Guoqing the company's name and current situation. Mao Guoqing was very envious after hearing this. Xiaotian, I know Dongui, it's a big company, you have a lot of potential. Shen Xiaotian quickly said a few humble words. Xiaotian, are you here to sing? I'll give you a discount. Mao Guoqing said enthusiastically. Shen Xiaotian said, I'm not here to sing. I came here to meet two friends and will be leaving soon. By the way, tell me your cell phone number. I'll invite you for a drink after I have a break in a couple of days. Mao Guoqing said as he took out his cell phone. After saving each other's phone numbers with Mao Guoqing, Shen Xiaotian hurried to box 209. Mao Guoqing was also busy with work. Soon, Shen Xiaotian arrived at the door of box 209. Shen Xiaotian did not push the door open immediately, but stood outside and looked inside through the glass window on the door. There were only Su Mimi and Aixin in the box. Su Mimi leaned on the sofa with her head tilted and looked like she was drunk. Aixin was sitting on the sofa, singing with a microphone. Just then, Aixin caught a glimpse of Shen Xiaotian outside the door. She quickly put down the microphone and walked over quickly. After opening the door, Aixin grabbed Shen Xiaotian's clothes and pulled him aside without saying anything. Shen Xiaotian, you're such a bastard. Are you doing this to your sister? Aixin said indignantly, staring at him. Shen Xiaotian immediately frowned and asked, Senior AI, what have I done to let her down again? Let me ask you, are you living with someone else? Aixin asked very directly. Huh? Shen Xiaotian's first reaction was confusion. Shen Xiaotian frowned and asked, how come I didn't know that I was living with someone else? Who told you that? Aixin immediately repeated what Su Mimi had said to her. Mimi also said that when she called you, you were doing that kind of thing with Yao Qing. Aixin frowned. The more Shen Xiaotian listened, the more speechless he became, and he hurriedly asked about the reason for this misunderstanding. Aixin immediately repeated Su Mimi's words. Shen Xiaotian was extremely speechless, his eyes almost rolled up to the sky. Please. Can I do push-ups at home at that time? Really? You didn't lie to me? Aixin was skeptical. Shen Xiaotian shook his head, too lazy to explain, and turned to walk into the box. Aixin hurriedly pulled Shen Xiaotian back and asked, so, you're not in a relationship with Yao Qing either? No. Shen Xiaotian replied impatiently, pushed open the door and walked into the box. Aixin hurriedly followed in and felt relieved. I knew Shen Xiaotian wouldn't change his mind so easily. Mimi is so silly, she can even get such a thing wrong. Shen Xiaotian came and stood in front of Su Mimi, thinking, how should I start this speech? At this moment, Su Mimi slowly turned her head and looked over with a drunken face. Shen Xiaotian? Why are you here? Su Mimi drank too much and her speech was noticeably slower than usual. Su Mimi, you've drunk too much. Let me take you home. Shen Xiaotian said lightly. Su Mimi immediately shook her head, I'm not going back. I haven't had enough fun yet, I still want to sing. After saying that, Su Mimi started looking for a microphone, intending to sing a song. But after searching for a long time, Su Mimi still couldn't find the microphone, so she leaned over to grab the bottle of wine on the table. I want to drink more. Unexpectedly, Su Mimi leaned forward a little too much, and she lost her balance and suddenly fell forward. Shen Xiaotian reacted quickly and immediately stretched out his left hand to hug Su Mimi's waist to prevent her head from hitting the corner of the table. Aixin, who was standing behind, was also startled by Su Mimi and subconsciously took a step forward. However, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Shen Xiaotian hug Su Mimi in time. Stop drinking, you're already drunk. Having said that, Shen Xiaotian helped Su Mimi sit back on the sofa. Shen Xiaotian let go of her hand only after Su Mimi sat down firmly. Unexpectedly, the next second, Su Mimi suddenly pounced on him and hugged Shen Xiaotian's waist. At this moment, the two soft lumps on Su Mimi's chest pressed tightly against Shen Xiaotian's chest. Xiaotian, are you still angry with me? Su Mimi's voice was very low, as if she was extremely aggrieved. Chapter 27, Superb Crying Scene. Shen Xiaotian was caught off guard. After a moment of hesitation, he wanted to push Su Mimi away. But Su Mimi held him very tightly and refused to let go. Aixin, who was standing by, saw this and immediately said, I'm going to the bathroom, you guys can talk slowly. Having said that, AIXIN quickly walked out of the box, leaving the space to the two of them. Sumimi, you've drunk too much, can you let me go first? Although Shin Xiaotian was being hugged by a beautiful woman at the moment, he couldn't get excited at all. He just wanted her to let go of him as soon as possible and keep a safe distance. But Sumimi refused to let go, and kept hugging her tightly while saying, Xiaotian, please don't be angry with me, okay? Shin Xiaotian came to see Sumimi to complete a task. He knew very well that he must not say anything that the other party did not want to hear at this moment. I'm not angry with you, Shin Xiaotian said calmly. For Shin Xiaotian, who traveled through time, women like Sumimi were not liked by him at all, so there was no need to be angry. Then why did you treat me like that these 2 days? Sumimi sounded aggrieved. Shin Xiaotian frowned, thought for a few seconds and replied, I just suddenly figured out a lot of things, and I don't want to bother you anymore. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, if it weren't for the system, Dad, I wouldn't want to bother with you anymore. Who said you were harassing me? When did I say that? Sumimi asked dissatisfiedly. Shin Xiaotian didn't respond, and tried to push Sumimi again, can you let me go first? It's too tiring to talk like this. Sumimi didn't listen and still held him tightly. Shin Xiaotian was a little angry. According to his temper, if there were no constraints from the mission, he would have pushed Sumimi away long ago. In Shin Xiaotian's opinion, he was not the one taking advantage at this moment, but Sumimi was taking advantage of him. Then promise me that you won't treat me like that again. Sumimi's voice was soft, 3 parts of it was anger and 7 parts of it was grievance. Shin Xiaotian was helpless and could only reply against his will, I promise you. After hearing Shin Xiaotian's answer, Sumimi slowly loosened her hands and sat up straight with a look of grievance on her face. Sumimi wiped her tears with a tissue, looking aggrieved, but she was secretly proud in her heart. Humph, who am I, Sumimi? Can't I subdue you, Shin Xiaotian? In fact, everything about tonight was planned in advance by Sumimi. When Sumimi called AIXIN, she had already made up her mind that she must call Shin Xiaotian out to meet her tonight. But she knew very well that calling Shin Xiaotian would probably not work. So while having dinner with AIXIN, Sumimi began to constantly hint at AIXIN. AIXIN is a straightforward girl who likes to stand up for her good friends. So when I saw my best friend crying and complaining, my thoughts and actions were immediately guided. After Shin Xiaotian arrived, Sumimi immediately performed a superb crying scene that she had been planning for a long time. Sumimi felt that given how much Shin Xiaotian liked her, he definitely would not be able to withstand this wave of actions. After all, after pursuing her for more than 4 years, Shin Xiaotian still couldn't even hold Sumimi's hand. Now that I am willing to give him some sweet treats and hug him, this is a complete gift to him. If he can bear it, the sun will rise from the west. Sumimi did this with only one purpose, which was to get Shin Xiaotian back. Let him continue to stay by her side and be at her disposal. As for whether Shin Xiaotian was in love or living with Yao Qing, Sumimi didn't care at all. Even if Shin Xiaotian really started dating Yao Qing, Sumimi was still confident that she could win him back. After a moment, Sumimi wiped her tears and turned to look at Shin Xiaotian. Does Yao Qing know that you came to see me? Sumimi asked softly. Yao Qing? Shin Xiaotian looked puzzled. Why did she need to know that I came to see you? Shin Xiaotian didn't know that the rumor that he and Yao Qing were living together had spread in the company, so he asked this question. Sumimi was also a little confused when she saw Shin Xiaotian's expression. Aren't you living with Yao Qing? Didn't she ask you why you came out so late? Shin Xiaotian was shocked and asked hurriedly, who told you that Yao Qing and I were living together? Sumimi immediately said, everyone in the company is talking about it. Many people in the dormitory saw it. Yao Qing helped you move, and you two left the dormitory hand in hand. Shin Xiaotian shook his head speechlessly. Please, I just rented Yao Qing's cousin's house. She helped me move things out of enthusiasm and politeness. Then, Shin Xiaotian recounted the actual situation. After listening to it, Sumimi realized that what Zhang Yuan told her were all rumors. Then why were you breathing heavily when you answered the phone? Sumimi asked again. Shin Xiaotian paused, then he realized that the call was from Sumimi. Come on, I did 200 push-ups. You would also be gasping for breath if it were you. Shin Xiaotian was speechless. When Sumimi heard this, she couldn't help but turned her head and covered her mouth and laughed. It was at this time that a system prompt message appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. Sumimi's favorability +3. Sumimi's current favorability, 7. Shin Xiaotian was delighted. Not bad, not bad, the favorability has increased by 3 points at once. After laughing, Su Mimi couldn't help but said inwardly, come to think of it, Shin Xiaotian is an orphan, poor and has no skills. Yao Qing is so cute, and judging by the way she dresses, her family condition shouldn't be too bad. How could she possibly fall for Shin Xiaotian? Unless your brain is broken. Thinking of this, Su Mimi was suddenly stunned. Then, a trace of regret appeared in Su Mimi's eyes. What a loss! What a loss! If I had asked clearly about the matter first, I wouldn't have had to hug him just now. At this moment, Su Mimi suddenly felt very disgusted, as if she had just come into contact with something unclean. Xiaotian, wait for me, I'm going to the bathroom to touch up my makeup. In fact, Su Mimi wanted to go to the bathroom to wash, as if this could wash away Shin Xiaotian's smell. Shin Xiaotian had just nodded in response when a system prompt message appeared in front of him. Su Mimi's favorability 1. Su Mimi's current favorability, 8. Hey, what are you doing? I didn't do anything just now, why did the favorability suddenly drop by 1 point? Shin Xiaotian hurried to see Su Mimi, trying to analyze the reason from her expression. But at this time Su Mimi had already opened the door and walked out of the box. In the corridor outside the door, AIXIN was playing the snake game on her phone. Seeing Su Mimi coming out, she immediately went over to her, and the snake was instantly killed by its own tail. What's wrong? AIXIN asked with concern. Su Mimi raised her eyebrows confidently and whispered, what do you think? As soon as AIXIN saw Su Mimi's expression, she knew there was no problem. Mimi, tell me what you talked about with him just now. AIXIN couldn't wait to find out. Come with me to the bathroom and I'll tell you slowly. AIXIN immediately took Su Mimi's arm and nodded expectantly, let's go. Then, AIXIN said, by the way, Mimi, I didn't have time to tell you just now that Shin Xiaotian is not in a relationship with Yao Qing. Su Mimi smiled and said, I know, he told me everything. The two chatted as they walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 28. Where do you get so much money? 15 minutes later, the two returned to the box arm in arm, talking and laughing. At this time, Su Mimi had put on some makeup and became beautiful again. AIXIN saw Shin Xiaotian sitting there doing nothing, so she asked, Shin Xiaotian, why don't you order any songs? Shin Xiaotian shook his head, I'm a little tired today, and I don't feel like singing anymore. Su Mimi then said in a commanding tone, no, since you are here, you must sing a song. Right, AI? AIXIN quickly nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Su Mimi helped Shin Xiaotian order a song and handed him the microphone. In order to complete the task, Shin Xiaotian had no choice but to take the microphone and started singing with a secretly unhappy heart. In fact, the original owner's singing skills were very average, and he was even a little tone deaf. Su Mimi insisted that Shin Xiaotian sing, on the one hand because she wanted to return to a strong and dominant position. On the other hand, she also wanted to embarrass Shin Xiaotian, since it was Shin Xiaotian who treated her like that these days. But to Su Mimi's surprise, not only did Shin Xiaotian's singing not fall out of tune, but it also sounded very nice. How could Su Mimi know that Shin Xiaotian in front of her loved singing when he was in college, and even participated in a singing competition jointly organized by several universities, and won the second prize? After the song was over, Su Mimi was stunned, wondering if this was still the Shin Xiaotian she knew? He always sang out of tune before. AIXIN was not that familiar with Shin Xiaotian and did not know that Shin Xiaotian would sing out of tune. She thought Shin Xiaotian's singing was so good, so Su Mimi insisted on letting him sing. Shin Xiaotian, I didn't expect you to sing so well. AIXIN said. Shin Xiaotian didn't say anything, just put down the microphone and waved his hand modestly. AIXIN thought for a moment and then said, Shin Xiaotian, can you sing another song? I want to listen to Li Chun's song, can you sing it? Li Chun is a well-known male singer in this parallel world, but Shin Xiaotian is not familiar with his songs. He only has the few memories left by the original owner. Shin Xiaotian opened his mouth to say that he couldn't sing, but Su Mimi next to him spoke first. By the way, Xiaotian, you just said that you rented Yao Qing's cousin's house. What's going on? Why don't you live in the dormitory anymore? When AIXIN saw Su Mimi asking questions, she no longer mentioned the matter of letting Shin Xiaotian sing, and sat aside quietly. Shin Xiaotian said, you know what the company dormitory is like. In fact, I have wanted to move out for a long time. It just so happened that my cousin Yao Qing had a house for rent. I took a look and thought it was good, so I rented it. Su Mimi asked hurriedly, where is the house you rented? Is it far from the company? In fact, Sumini didn't care at all whether the house rented by Shin Xiaotian was good or not. She would continue asking just because she didn't want Shin Xiaotian to continue singing. In her eyes, she is the only protagonist in this box, her singing skills are the best, and no one else can steal her limelight. In Jinchuan community, Shin Xiaotian said truthfully. Su Mimi was surprised, Jinchuan community? Then Su Mimi asked, are you talking about the Jinchuan community in Yannan City where the housing prices are very high? Yes, that's it. Shin Xiaotian nodded. Su Mimi was a little unconvinced and immediately turned to look at AIXIN. AIXIN also had a surprised expression on her face at this time. Su Mimi turned around and said, Shin Xiaotian, the houses in Jinchuan community are not cheap. Even if you rent them, they seem to be around 1,600. AIXIN nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Yes, 1,600 a month is considered cheap, the better ones are between 1,800 and 2,000. Su Mimi had been accompanying AIXIN to look at houses some time ago, so of course they had learned about the housing prices in Jinchuan community. Shin Xiaotian quickly said, oh, cousin Yao Qing gave me a friendly price, and I thought the house was pretty good, so I rented it. How much exactly is the friendship price she gave you? Su Mimi asked. AIXIN also wanted to know, so she motioned for Shin Xiaotian to speak quickly. Shin Xiaotian said, 1,200 a month, 1 deposit and 3 payments. Su Mimi immediately did some mental calculations and asked, 3 months rent plus 1 month's deposit, that means I have to pay 4,800. Shin Xiaotian, where did you get so much money? Su Mimi knew Shin Xiaotian's financial situation very well. Shin Xiaotian had already thought of how to answer, and smiled, and said, I bought a lottery ticket last month and won more than 10,000 yuan. What? Su Mimi's eyes widened instantly, and she asked in surprise, you won the lottery? AIXIN couldn't believe it either, no way. Shin Xiaotian nodded calmly and said, at the beginning of last month, I passed by a lottery station one day, and on a whim I went in and bought a ticket. I didn't expect that I would actually win. Shin Xiaotian, you are so lucky. AIXIN exclaimed enviously. Su Mimi also enviously said, yes, you are so lucky. Both of them seemed to be envious, but in fact, their thoughts were completely different. AIXIN was genuinely envious, but Su Mimi was just pretending to be jealous. What Su Mimi was thinking at this moment was, God is so unfair, why doesn't such a good thing happen to me? No, Shin Xiaotian, you have to treat us. AIXIN shouted. After saying that, AIXIN secretly gave Su Mimi a wink. AIXIN means that you two have just reconciled, so you can take this opportunity to immediately warm up your relationship. But Su Mimi misunderstood AIXIN's meaning. She thought AIXIN was reminding her that she had to give Shin Xiaotian a good beating. Yes, Xiaotian. Winning the lottery is such a big thing, but you actually hid it from me. Do you think you should be punished? Su Mimi pretended to be displeased. As soon as she finished speaking, AIXIN started to tease, Shin Xiaotian, tomorrow is Sunday. If you are willing to treat my sister to shopping, dinner, and a movie, she will definitely forgive you for this. Shin Xiaotian had been thinking about how to improve Su Mimi's favorability towards him. Now, when she heard AIXIN say this, she immediately seized the opportunity and nodded, no problem, you guys tell me a place, I'll be there on time at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. AIXIN immediately said, I have to move tomorrow, so I don't have time. Mei can go for me. As AIXIN spoke, she gently nudged Su Mimi with her elbow. Su Mimi immediately glanced at AIXIN, hesitated for a moment before nodding and said, yes, AI has to move tomorrow and can't go. I'll go and eat it for her. Su Mimi actually didn't want to go shopping with Shin Xiaotian alone. But she just happened to have her eyes on a brand-name coat and a new bag recently, and the two together cost nearly 3,000 yuan. If she spent her own money to buy it, it would be a huge expense and she would never be willing to do that. But if I could get Shin Xiaotian to pay for me, then all the problems would be solved. Anyway, he won the lottery with his money. If he doesn't spend it on me, who will he spend it on? Shin Xiaotian sneered secretly, but nodded and said to Su Mimi, okay, then I'll pick you up at your house at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Su Mimi was secretly delighted, and a smile flashed across her lips uncontrollably, without even her noticing. Su Mimi deliberately said with a cold face, then you must not be late, you know me, I hate it most when others are late. Shin Xiaotian had already seen that smile on Su Mimi's face, and immediately felt unhappy, damn, this woman is going to rip me off. However, he still smiled and replied, don't worry, not only will I not be late, I will go early. Chapter 29 If you mention him again, I'm leaving. Thinking of this, Shin Xiaotian's mood suddenly became a little bad. But he couldn't show it in front of Su Mini and AIXIN. After all, the system task was the top priority, so he had to bear with it for now. Next, Su Mini turned on the microphone mode and was deeply immersed in the music. While Su Mimi was singing, AIXIN found that Shin Xiaotian didn't drink, so she picked up a beer and handed it to him. "Have a drink," AIXIN said. "I have a slight cold. I took a pill before coming out and I can't drink alcohol." Shin Xiaotian waved his hand. Of course Shin Xiaotian didn't have a cold and didn't take any medicine. He was just unhappy at the thought of having to continue to please Su Mimi, so he was naturally not in the mood to drink. Seeing this, AIXIN didn't force it. She put the beer on the table and turned around to continue listening to Su Mimi singing. Perhaps because she successfully got the dog back, Su Mimi was in a very good mood at the moment. She sang 3 songs in a row, one lyrical, one with a fast rhythm, and one with high notes. Shin Xiaotian looked at the time. It was already 10:30 in the evening. In fact, Shin Xiaotian had wanted to go home a long time ago, but seeing Su Mimi in such high spirits, he had to hold back. Shin Xiaotian knew Su Mimi's personality and temper very well. If he suggested going home at this time, it would definitely spoil her mood, and her favorability towards her would definitely decrease. Helplessly, Shin Xiaotian could only endure it and occasionally eat some snacks to pass the time. After a few minutes, Su Mimi was tired of singing. She dropped the microphone and leaned back on the sofa, breathing heavily with a feeling of wanting more. AIXIN looked at her phone and asked, "Nini, it's almost 11 o'clock, let's go home." Su Mimi shook her head and said, "No. I haven't sung enough yet. I want to sing for a while longer." AIXIN didn't want to spoil her best friend's fun, so she smiled and nodded, then ran to order a song. Su Mimi suddenly turned to look at Shin Xiaotian and whispered, "Xiaotian, my throat is a little uncomfortable. Can you help me buy a box of throat lozenges?" Shin Xiaotian knew that she was feeling uncomfortable because she overexerted her voice while singing, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Your throat is starting to feel uncomfortable, so just stop singing. Is that okay?" Seeing that Shin Xiaotian didn't say anything, Su Mimi gently pushed Shin Xiaotian's arm like a spoiled child, with a rather ambiguous look and expression. Shin Xiaotian was speechless. He thought it was so late, the nearby pharmacy was probably closed. Where could he buy throat lozenges? But for the sake of goodwill, Shin Xiaotian couldn't refuse, so he had to agree readily. "Okay, I'll buy it right away." Having said that, Shin Xiaotian stood up and walked out of the box. Looking at Shin Xiaotian's leaving back, Su Mimi couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, revealing a smug smile. "Shin Xiaotian, you are destined to be my bootlicker for the rest of your life." When AIXIN found Shin Xiaotian going out, she immediately turned around and asked, "Mimi, why did Shin Xiaotian leave? Won't he take you home later?" "He dares." Su Mimi raised her eyebrows confidently, raised her chin and said, "Just now I said my throat felt a little uncomfortable, so he went to buy me some throat lozenges." "Go buy throat lozenges now?" AIXIN was a little surprised. "What time is it?" "The pharmacy is closed." Su Mimi pretended to be helpless and sighed, "Alas. I just said that, but he insisted on going, and I couldn't stop him." AIXIN suddenly felt a little envious. She turned around and sat down next to Su Mimi. "Mimi, Xiaotian is really good to you, unlike that Wang Shang." "Oh, don't mention him, don't mention him." AIXIN frowned and shook her head quickly, then quickly brought the topic back to the topic. "If it were me, I would have agreed to be his girlfriend a long time ago," AIXIN said enviously. Su Mimi couldn't help but feel a little contempt when she heard this, and sneered in her heart, "Your vision is too poor, you actually look down on a poor guy like Shin Xiaotian." However, Su Mimi still kept a smile on her face and joked, "That's easy. I'll give Shin Xiaotian to you." AIXIN immediately laughed, "Forget it, everyone knows that Shin Xiaotian only has you, Su Mimi, in his heart. Even if you agree, he still won't agree. Besides, Shin Xiaotian's style is not the type I like." AIXIN added. Su Mimi immediately said, "I know, you like tall and handsome guys, preferably with 8-pack abs, and the kind with strong boyfriend power, like Wang Shang, right?" AIXIN was still laughing, but when she heard Su Mimi mention Wang Sheng again, her face suddenly darkened. "If you mention him again, I'm leaving." I'm sorry, I won't mention it again, never again." Su Mimi quickly apologized and slapped her mouth with her hand. On the other side, Shin Xiaotian came out of the Starlight KTV and walked around the area. There is a pharmacy nearby, but it is closed at this time and has no night window. Shin Xiaotian stood at the door of the KTV with a frown, thinking that he could only try his luck somewhere farther away. Just then, someone patted Shin Xiaotian on the shoulder. Shin Xiaotian turned around and saw that it was Mao Guoqing. Mao Guoqing held the intercom in his hand and asked with a smile, "Are you going home?" Shin Xiaotian immediately thought of something and asked hurriedly, "Mao Dan, besides the pharmacy, where else can I buy throat lozenges around here?" Mao Guoqing said calmly, "You mean throat lozenges? I have some in my cupboard. Is your throat uncomfortable?" Shin Xiaotian immediately said, "No, my friend's throat is a little uncomfortable." "Hey, is she your girlfriend?" Mao Guoqing immediately laughed and showed an expression that said, "I understand." Shin Xiaotian wanted to say no, but Mao Guoqing didn't give him a chance to explain and turned around and walked inside. "Wait a minute, I'll get it for you." 5 minutes later, Mao Guoqing came back with a box of throat lozenges. "How much?" Shin Xiaotian asked as he reached for his wallet. Mao Guoqing immediately waved his hand and said, "Why are you paying for a box of throat lozenges? Are you looking down on me, my brother?" Seeing this, Shin Xiaotian retracted his hand that was touching his wallet and said with a smile, "I'll treat you to a drink some other day." "Okay," Mao Guoqing said readily. At about the same time, box 209. Sumini is singing a duet love song with AIXIN. Just as she was singing with great interest, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and a young man staggered in. The young man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a blue jacket, of medium height, thin build, and not particularly good looking. When Sumini and AIXIN noticed a stranger coming in, they immediately stopped singing and turned to look at each other. "Who are you looking for?" AIXIN asked. The young man must have drunk too much, as his cheeks and eyes were a little red. After seeing two unfamiliar girls in the box, the young man was stunned at first, then he turned around and looked at the number plate on the door. "Oops, I think I went to the wrong door, haha." The young man slapped his forehead, and there was a hint of drunkenness in his laughter and tone. Just as the young man opened the door and was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. Then the young man turned around and looked at the two of them. The young man first looked at Sumini, and then looked at AIXIN. The next moment, a frivolous smile appeared on the young man's face. "Two beauties, why are there only two of you?" Chapter 30. I like the tune of a hero saving a beauty. When Sumini and AIXIN heard the other party ask this, their faces immediately became alert and nervous. Sumini didn't like the way the other person looked at her, so she immediately took a step back and half of her body hid behind AIXIN. AIXIN said into the microphone, "We don't know you, please get out." The sound was so loud that the eardrums of the three people were instantly shaken. The young man had no intention of leaving. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and said with a cheeky smile, "Two beauties, don't be so nervous. I just want to make friends with you, nothing else." "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person," the young man added. But the more he said this, the more counterproductive it became. "Please get out right now," AIXIN said sternly. Sumini also shouted, "Please get out." The young man took another step towards the two men and pulled out a flip phone from his trouser pocket. "Ladies, please leave your phone number so we can contact each other later," the young man said as he opened his flip phone. Sumini has sharp eyes and can tell at a glance that his phone has dual screens. Sumini's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the newest and most popular mobile phone on the market? The official price is 8,999 yuan. Sumini actually fell in love with this phone when it was first launched on the market. But her salary was too low, so she couldn't even hope for anything. "Did you hear me? Get out right now, or I'll call for help." AIXIN's tone became even more severe. The young man suddenly became unhappy with AIXIN's tone, his face darkened instantly, and he pointed at AIXIN and said, "I call you a beauty because I think highly of you, so don't refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment." As he spoke, the young man walked towards AIXIN with a somewhat scary expression. When Sumini saw the other person coming, she was so scared that she quickly stepped back and hid in the corner. Although AIXIN was a little scared, she did not retreat an inch, and looked as if she was determined to fight the opponent head-on. The young man just wanted to scare the two people, so he stopped when he reached AIXIN. But the next moment, the young man found that AIXIN was glaring at him fiercely, and he instantly became furious. "What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." The young man had a ferocious look on his face and pretended to raise his hand to scare AIXIN. AIXIN was indeed frightened, but she just closed her eyes and didn't move a step. "Just try hitting me," AIXIN was a little panicked, but she remained tough. Bitch, are you looking for a fight? The young man became even angrier when he saw that the other party was not convinced. Then the young man raised his right hand and stared at AIXIN fiercely. Judging from his posture, he might slap you at any time. AIXIN was also a stubborn person, so she didn't care about that at this moment. She raised her chin and retorted, "Go ahead and hit me if you can." "Damn it, you thought I wouldn't dare, right?" The young man cursed and was about to slap hard with his right hand. At the critical moment, the door of the box suddenly opened. I saw a figure rushing in, then grabbed the young man by the back of the collar and pulled him back hard. The young man's right hand dropped and suddenly fanned out. AIXIN closed her eyes subconsciously when she saw the other party slapping her. But in the end, I only felt a breeze on my face. Ouch! Before AIXIN opened her eyes, the young man's shouting reached her ears. AIXIN quickly opened her eyes and saw that the young man had fallen to the ground in a very embarrassing posture. As for the person standing in front of him, he had become Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian. AIXIN was so surprised that she couldn't help but call out his name. Shin Xiaotian held the throat lozenge in his hand, turned his head to look at the young man, and asked, "What's going on? Who is he?" AIXIN shook her head and said, "We don't even know him, he just barged in suddenly." At this time Su Mimi also ran over, and the two girls talked to each other and soon made things clear. The young man had stood up by now, but he did not rush to cause trouble for Shin Xiaotian. Instead, he checked his dual-screen mobile phone with a nervous look on his face. Such an expensive dual-screen mobile phone fell to the ground, and the young man was afraid that it would be broken. You have to know that he had to beg his mother for a long time to get the money to buy it. Ha! The young man let out a breath. Fortunately his phone was not broken. The next moment, the young man put away his phone and yelled at Shin Xiaotian, "Who the hell are you? How dare you touch me?" After saying that, the other party rushed towards Shin Xiaotian and reached out to grab his clothes. There was no way Shin Xiaotian would let him succeed, so he immediately grabbed his wrist. Then he twisted in the opposite direction, pushed and pressed to the side, and pressed the young man directly onto the sofa. The young man was unable to move instantly, and his arm was in severe pain. He couldn't help but wail, "Ah! It hurts, it hurts." Shin Xiaotian asked coldly, "Do you want to be beaten?" "I don't want to. I don't want to." The other party's expression changed very quickly. "If you don't want it, get out of here." Shin Xiaotian's tone was so cold that the young man shivered. I'll get out of here right now." The young man knew that he was no match for Shin Xiaotian, so he immediately gave in. When Shin Xiaotian let go of his hand, the young man jumped up as if he was equipped with a spring. Then, the man ran out of the box in a panic and disappeared in an instant. Shin Xiaotian turned around and saw Su Mimi and AIXIN staring at him blankly, as if they didn't know him. "It's okay," Shin Xiaotian said lightly. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian walked up to Su Mimi, raised his hand and handed her the throat lozenge, and said softly, "Mimi, this is your throat lozenge." Su Mimi's pretty face suddenly turned red. She was stunned for a moment before taking the throat lozenge. Then she nodded hesitantly, "Thank you, thank you." Su Mimi's favorability plus 20. Su Mimi's current favorability, 12. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Task rewards have been issued, please check in the system mall. A series of system prompt messages suddenly appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. Damn, it actually increased by 20 points. Shin Xiaotian was a little stunned. He really didn't expect that he could increase Su Mimi's favorability by 20 points in just one go. Shin Xiaotian nodded secretly. It turns out that Su Mimi likes the tune of a hero saving a beauty. To be honest, from Su Mimi's perspective, Shin Xiaotian's sudden appearance and his subsequent series of actions really impressed her. Although she disliked Shin Xiaotian for being poor and often looked down on his servile behavior, she did not object to someone giving her a strong sense of security. For a moment, Su Mimi was a little dazed. Why is the person in front of her less and less like the previous Shin Xiaotian? Fortunately you came back in time, thank you. AIXIN also came back to her senses at this time and looked at Shin Xiaotian with gratitude. Shin Xiaotian shook his head lightly, indicating that it was nothing. After this incident, Su Mimi and AIXIN lost interest in continuing to play, and Shin Xiaotian also felt that they could not stay here for long. Soon, the three of them picked up their things and left Starlight KTV. After waiting for a while on the side of the road, AIXIN finally called a taxi. Just as AIXIN opened the door and was about to get in the car, she heard Shin Xiaotian say, "Senior AI, please help me take Mimi home." Ah? AIXIN was stunned and looked at Shin Xiaotian in confusion. Su Mimi was also unhappy when she heard this. She frowned and stared at Shin Xiaotian, as if asking, "Shin Xiaotian, why don't you want to take me home?" Chapter 31 Don't Let Him Run Away. AIXIN frowned and asked, "Shin Xiaotian, shouldn't you be the one to send Mimi home?" Shin Xiaotian said, "I have something else to do, so I have to trouble you." "What's the matter? Is it more important than sending Mimi home?" AIXIN said with dissatisfaction. Of course Shin Xiaotian was fine, he just didn't want to send Su Mimi home. Anyway, the mission has been completed and the system reward has been obtained. As for Su Mimi's favorability, you can choose whether to lower it or not. AI, let's go. Su Mimi's face looked very ugly at this time, and she was about to get in the car. AIXIN grabbed Su Mimi and asked loudly, "Shin Xiaotian, you must explain to me clearly today. What is wrong with you that prevents you from sending Mimi home? If you can't explain it clearly, don't even think about leaving today." AIXIN was a little angry. Su Mimi stood aside without saying anything, just glancing at Shin Xiaotian sideways, as if waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. Shin Xiaotian had no choice but to say, "Senior AI, I just ran into a brother from the welfare home. I haven't seen him for many years. I wanted to chat with him." Shin Xiaotian had no choice but to bring up Mao Guoqing and told him about his encounter with Mao Guoqing just now and the throat lozenges he had received from him. AIXIN had been wondering how Shin Xiaotian could buy throat lozenges so late at night. After much searching, she found out that they were given to her by her friend. Although Su Mimi was skeptical, she was always proud in front of Shin Xiaotian, and she believed that only you could curry favor with me, not me currying favor with you. Regardless of whether what Shin Xiaotian said was true or not, he just didn't want to send me home. From Su Mimi's point of view, it was Shin Xiaotian's loss, and he would be the one who would regret it in the future. Su Mimi couldn't say anything like asking Shin Xiaotian to turn down his friends and send her home. If that were the case, it would seem as if she couldn't live without Shin Xiaotian. Get in the car, AI. Let's not disturb them from reminiscing about the past with their friends. Su Mimi's voice was cold and filled with resentment. AIXIN was just about to persuade Shin Xiaotian a few more words when the taxi driver suddenly spoke. "Hey, are you guys done talking? Are you still leaving or not?" The taxi driver was a man in his 30s, looking at Shin Xiaotian and the other two with an impatient look on his face. Su Mimi immediately said, let's go. After saying that, Su Mimi opened the back door and pushed AIXIN into the car. Immediately afterwards, Su Mimi got into the car. She didn't even look at Shin Xiaotian the whole time, and the sound of closing the door was a bit loud. Just as the car was about to start, AIXIN suddenly stopped the driver and then quickly lowered the window. "Shin Xiaotian, don't forget about tomorrow." AIXIN leaned over and looked at Shin Xiaotian outside the car window and reminded him loudly. Before Shin Xiaotian could say anything, he heard a shouting voice behind him. "Brothers, it's that kid, don't let him get away." Shin Xiaotian immediately looked back and saw a group of young people, about 7 or 8 in number, running towards him from the direction of Xingguan KTV. The leader was the young man who had just been beaten up by Shin Xiaotian in the KTV box. The young man had an angry and aggressive look on his face, and was holding an empty beer bottle in his hand. The other few people were also not empty-handed, some were holding wine bottles, some were holding wooden sticks, and some were holding a mop. "Go!" Shin Xiaotian reacted very quickly. He immediately shouted into the car, then turned around and ran away. AIXIN was stunned at first, then she saw the group of people chasing after her and instantly understood what was going on. "Shin Xiaotian, get in the car." AIXIN didn't hesitate and immediately leaned on the car window, shouting to Shin Xiaotian to get in and go with her. But at this time, Shin Xiaotian had already run more than 10 meters away and was still running further away. Seeing this, AIXIN wanted to get out of the car to chase Shin Xiaotian, but Su Mimi went over and pulled her back. Then, Su Mimi shouted, "Master, drive quickly." The taxi driver hadn't reacted to what was happening yet and was still staring blankly outside. Su Mimi was very anxious. She immediately patted the driver's seat twice and said anxiously, "Hey, why don't you drive?" The reason why he was so anxious was that the young man had already discovered Su Mimi and AIXIN in the taxi, and was now running towards them. The taxi driver finally came to his senses and immediately stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped forward. The young man chased the car to the side of the road and took a look, but the car had disappeared. He cursed fuck in annoyance, then turned around and chased Shin Xiaotian again. In the taxi, AIXIN was still looking out the rear window anxiously. Mimi, we can't just ignore Shin Xiaotian, we have to go back and save him. AIXIN shouted. When Su Mimi heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes in her heart. AI, what's the point of the two of us going back? There are so many of them, and we are just two girls. How can we save Shin Xiaotian? Su Mimi asked back. We can call the police. AIXIN said anxiously. Su Mimi immediately said, that's easy to say. We were not at the scene. What are you going to tell the police after you call them? Also, we don't know where Shin Xiaotian has gone now. Even if the police come, where can they find Shin Xiaotian? Well, then we can't just do nothing. AIXIN's face was full of anxiety. Su Mimi quickly comforted him, AI, don't worry. Shin Xiaotian is a smart guy. He is alone and it is easy for him to run away. If we go, we will become a burden to him. Hearing this, the taxi driver also said, yeah, Beauty, you two won't be able to help if you go. Don't let him run away by then, and you two get blocked by those thugs again. The driver's words made sense, but the main reason was that he didn't want to turn back. He is just a taxi driver who earns his money through hard work. If his car gets damaged by someone, it would be a loss. Seeing that Su Mimi and AIXIN both said this, AIXIN no longer mentioned going back to find Shin Xiaotian. For a moment, the car was very quiet. The cold wind outside the window blew into the car, but AIXIN didn't feel cold at all. After a moment, AIXIN took out her cell phone and dialed Shin Xiaotian's number. Beep. 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 The call rang for a long time, and no one answered until it automatically hung up. Why didn't Shin Xiaotian answer the phone? Did something happen? AIXIN was very anxious and couldn't help but call again. Only then did Su Mimi realize that the person AIXIN had called was Shin Xiaotian. Su Mimi was a little confused and thought, didn't AIXIN say that she didn't have Shin Xiaotian's cell phone number? Su Mimi didn't delve into the issue, but advised, don't call for now, Shin Xiaotian must be busy escaping now, how can he have time to answer your call? AIXIN was too anxious to think of this. After hearing what Su Mimi said, she quickly hung up the phone so as not to affect Shin Xiaotian's escape. Seeing that AIXIN was still worried, Su Mimi held her hand and comforted her patiently. AI, you really don't have to worry. I know Shin Xiaotian best. He has great stamina. When he helped me move, he went up and down countless times by himself. It seemed like he had endless stamina. So there's no way those guys can catch up with him. After he gets rid of them, they'll definitely attack us right away. AIXIN glanced at Su Mimi, and after thinking about it, she still felt a little worried. So he sent a text message to Shin Xiaotian, asking him to call him back as soon as he was safe. Chapter 32, When Did You Have a Cousin? On the other side, Shin Xiaotian crossed the road and continued running, and soon ran into a dimly lit alley. The terrain in the alley was a bit complicated. Shin Xiaotian was not familiar with this area, so he could only run farther based on the direction he came in from. However, such an environment also made Shin Xiaotian more confident in getting rid of those people. After running for a while, Shin Xiaotian suddenly stopped. Because there was no road ahead, he was blocked by a wall. Shin Xiaotian originally wanted to turn back and find another fork in the road, but as soon as he turned around, he heard some shouting, probably the gang chasing him. Shin Xiaotian frowned, and then decisively gave up the idea of going back to find the way. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian retreated a distance, then ran quickly towards the high wall in front. A minute later, Shin Xiaotian nimbly climbed over the high wall and landed steadily on the other side of the wall. Not long after landing, Shin Xiaotian heard a voice from the other side of the wall, this is a dead end, he must have run over there. Then, a burst of hurried footsteps passed by, and the other side of the wall became quiet. Shin Xiaotian didn't stay for long. He took off his coat, tied it around his waist, and then walked forward. We had not walked far when a man and a woman came out of a bar in front of us. Shin Xiaotian was slightly stunned and thought, wow, isn't this a big star? The woman between the man and woman was Li Mingxi herself. Although she was wearing a black mask and her clothes were different from before. But her proud bust and particularly cool temperament still made Shin Xiaotian recognize her at a glance. Seeing that Li Mingxi came out with a man, Shin Xiaotian was immediately curious. Shin Xiaotian immediately moved closer and secretly looked at the other person. The man was about 25 or 26 years old, with a well-proportioned body. He was estimated to be about 1.78 meters tall and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a handsome and gentle feeling. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but feel curious and secretly guessed, is this person her boyfriend? It's not surprising that Shin Xiaotian would think so. After all, this man is really handsome and has a good temperament. He and Li Mingxi are a perfect match. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly blew. Li Mingxi was wearing light blue tight jeans tonight, paired with a white casual shirt, and her jacket was left in the car. When the cold wind blew, Li Mingxi felt a chill and shrank his neck unconsciously. The man next to her immediately noticed this detail. He immediately took off his coat and wanted to put it on Li Mingxi. When Shin Xiaotian, who was following behind, saw this scene, he couldn't help but think, her boyfriend is quite considerate. But the next second, Shin Xiaotian knew he was wrong. Li Mingxi did not put on the other person's coat, but dodged to the side and refused, "No, Su Jin, I'm not cold." Su Jin suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and his hands, which were holding up his coat, stopped in mid-air. Li Mingxi didn't look at Su Jin and continued walking forward. Su Jin was stunned for a moment, then immediately retracted his hands and quickly followed Li Mingxi's pace. Su Jin did not put his coat back on, but folded it in half and put it on his arm, giving a feeling of, "Then I will accompany you to enjoy the breeze." In fact, Li Mingxi had not planned to come out tonight. But an hour ago, she suddenly received a call from her high school deskmate, who said they hadn't seen each other for a long time and wanted to meet. Li Mingxi drove over without any hesitation. "I originally thought that my deskmate was the only one there, but when he arrived, I found out that Su Jin was there too." When Li Mingxi saw her deskmate's apologetic look, she instantly understood what was going on. Su Jin asked her to make the call to her deskmate in order to give Li Mingxi a surprise. Su Jin is Li Mingxi's high school classmate and also the class monitor of their class. Su Jin comes from a very wealthy family and his academic performance is also among the best in the school. Because he liked Li Mingxi, he was admitted to university in Beijing, which is a very famous university in the country. After graduation, Su Jin stayed in Beijing to work and became an elite. In the morning, Su Jin was still at home in Beijing, but after learning that Li Mingxi had suddenly returned to Yannan City, he decisively bought a plane ticket and flew back. Su Jin knew that Li Mingxi must have encountered something unpleasant, otherwise she would not suddenly return to her hometown. Su Jin flew back in such a hurry because he wanted to be with Li Mingxi as soon as possible to give her comfort, care and encouragement. The moment he boarded the plane, Su Jin himself was moved and excited. It's a pity that the falling flowers are affectionate but the flowing water is merciless. Whether in high school or college, Li Mingxi never had any feelings for Su Jin in that sense and only treated him as a good friend. Li Mingxi walked forward for a while, then suddenly stopped and turned around and said, "Su Jin, I can go back by myself. You should go and send Lin Lin off. I'm worried about her going home alone." Su Jin immediately said, "Mingxi, let me take you there first, and I'll take her there when I come back." Li Mingxi said calmly, "Su Jin, you just drank alcohol, you can't drive." Su Jin thought, "Didn't you drink too? You can't drive either, okay?" But Su Jin didn't say these words, instead he said, "Don't worry, Mingxi, I only drank a little bit, Yannan doesn't check drunk driving strictly, it's okay." Li Mingxi immediately frowned and objected, "No, if you drink, you can't drive." Su Jin knew Li Mingxi's temper very well, and nodded quickly when he saw this, Okay, then I won't drive. I'll call a designated driver for you. After I drop you off at home, I'll take a taxi back." After saying that, Su Jin took out his cell phone and prepared to call a designated driver. Li Mingxi quickly said that there was no need to go through so much trouble, she could just call a designated driver to go back. But Su Jin refused to agree, saying that he was worried and must go with him. Just then, Li Mingxi's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a text message. Li Mingxi opened it and saw that the person who sent the message was Shin Xiaotian. Why did he think of sending me a message? With confusion and curiosity, Li Mingxi opened the text message. The text message read, "Cousin, turn around." Cousin? Li Mingxi's first reaction was that Shin Xiaotian had made a typo. He should have meant to type sister she but typed cousin. The next second, Li Mingxi turned around and looked behind. At this time, Shin Xiaotian was standing a few meters away, waving and smiling at her. "Cousin, I came here right after I saw your text message. I didn't wait too long, did I?" Shin Xiaotian walked over as he spoke, with a natural expression and a warm smile. When Li Mingxi heard Shin Xiaotian call out cousin, she instantly understood everything. "Su Jin, you don't need to call a designated driver, my cousin is here to pick me up," Li Mingxi said to Su Jin. Su Jin had just made a phone call when he suddenly heard that Li Mingxi's cousin had appeared. He was a little confused at the time. Cousin? I've known you for so long, when did you have a cousin? Shen Xiaotian had already walked up to Su Jin at this time. He nodded to Su Jin with a smile on his face and greeted him, "Hello?" "Hello." Su Jin quickly hung up the unanswered call and nodded to Shen Xiaotian. Just as Shen Xiaotian was about to speak, Li Mingxi spoke first. "Su Jin, my cousin is here to pick me up. I'll leave first, remember to send Lin Lin home." After saying that, Li Mingxi took Shen Xiaotian towards the parking lot, without any intention of introducing the two to each other. Su Jin really wanted to follow and ask for clarification, but after hesitating for a moment he didn't do it. Chapter 33. Whose song were you singing just now? Turning around, Su Jin walked towards Qing Bar. As soon as I walked to the door of the bar, a girl came out. "Xian Lin, why did you come out?" Su Jin asked. Xian Lin is about 1.6 meters tall and looks very petite and cute standing in front of Su Jin. Xian Lin didn't answer, but looked behind him and asked, "Where's Mengxi? Didn't you send her home?" Su Jin was somewhat helpless and said, "Her cousin came to pick her up, so she didn't let me take her there." Xian Lin paused for a moment, then asked in confusion, "Does Mengxi have a cousin? Why have I never heard her mention it before? I also remembered that there was no such person." Su Jin paused and said, "Maybe he is a distant relative that we don't know about." Xian Lin nodded after hearing this, and then asked, "By the way, did you tell Mengxi that you actually flew back to see her?" Su Jin shook his head. "Why don't you say it? Mengxi will definitely be very touched if you say it." Xian Lin was worried about him. Su Jin didn't say anything, just smiled bitterly. He didn't want to talk about this topic, so he said, "Xian Lin, thank you for asking Mengxi out for me today. I'll treat you to dinner some other day." When Xian Lin heard this, her eyes lit up. "When is that another day? Don't write a blank check, or tell me a specific time." I don't know now, let's see." Su Jin was just being polite, but he didn't expect Xian Lin to take it seriously. Xian Lin was disappointed for a moment, and then she pouted, "Humph. Who cares about your meal?" After saying that, Xian Lin walked forward quickly in anger. Su Jin quickly said, "I'll take you there." "No need." Xian Lin said in a bad temper and walked quickly to the side of the road. However, Su Jin still followed him, then stood on the side of the road and hailed a taxi. When Su Jin raised his hand to stop a car, Xian Lin stood silently behind him, her eyes full of affection but also with a hint of sadness. On the other side, Shen Xiaotian and Li Mingxi had already arrived at the parking lot. Shen Xiaotian recognized Li Mingxi's red car at a glance because there was a dent on the front bumper, which was caused by her previous collision. Li Mingxi asked, "Can you drive?" Shen Xiaotian nodded, "Of course, and I'm a good driver." Li Mingxi didn't say anything, but took out the car keys and handed them to him. Shen Xiaotian didn't say anything more. He took the car keys, walked around to the driver's seat, opened the door and got in the car. There was a faint fragrance in the car, and Shen Xiaotian smelled it immediately. It was exactly the same scent as Li Mingxi's. Then, the passenger door opened. Li Mingxi sat in and fastened his seat belt slowly. "Let's go." Li Mingxi's voice was very cold, and she fell silent after she finished speaking. Shen Xiaotian saw that she was worried, so he didn't disturb her. Then, Shen Xiaotian inserted the key, turned it, started the car, and then slowly drove onto the road. The car was very quiet. Shen Xiaotian was concentrating on driving, and Li Mingxi was looking straight ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, Shen Xiaotian felt that the atmosphere in the car was a little depressing, so he took the initiative to find a topic and said, "Sister Shi, aren't you curious about why I'm here?" Li Mingxi looked straight ahead and said calmly, "I'm not curious." Although Li Mingxi was a little surprised by Shen Xiaotian's sudden appearance, she could guess the general idea after a little thought. Shen Xiaotian must have happened to be nearby, and happened to see himself and Su Jin, and heard the conversation just now, so he pretended to be his cousin to come out to help. Shen Xiaotian was slightly choked by her words. He had already thought of an excuse, but it seemed unnecessary now. Then listen to some music. Shen Xiaotian didn't like this atmosphere, so he turned on the radio. Soon, a woman's singing was heard on the radio. After listening to 2 sentences, Shen Xiaotian felt very familiar. "Sister Shi, this is your song." Shen Xiaotian immediately remembered that he often heard this song when he was working in a convenience store, and it seemed to be sung by Li Mingxi. Li Mingxi hummed softly, then supported her chin with her right hand and turned her head to look out the window. The scenery outside the window flew backwards like a slide. But Li Mingxi's eyes were unfocused, and anyone could see that she was worried. After a while, Li Mingxi suddenly turned off the radio. Xin Xiaotian was listening attentively when suddenly the music stopped, causing him to look at Li Mingxi. "I want to be quiet for a while, can I?" Li Mingxi said in a cold voice. "Of course." Xin Xiaotian replied. Then the car returned to silence and the atmosphere became depressing again. While driving, Xin Xiaotian thought to himself, with her icy personality, I may not be able to complete the task even if you give me 100 days, let alone 10 days. Thinking of this, Xin Xiaotian became more determined to give up the mission with Li Mingxi. After all, I have just completed Su Mimi's task, and the 3,000 favorability coins are now in the system account, so there is no need to worry about the punishment after failing this task. Suddenly, Li Mingxi's cell phone rang. But Li Mingxi just glanced at the caller ID and didn't answer it, letting the phone keep ringing. In the following few minutes, the other party called 3 times in succession. Li Mingxi finally lost his patience at this point, hung up the call directly, and then turned off the phone decisively. Finally, the whole world is quiet. At this time, Li Mingxi pointed to a small shop on the roadside ahead and said, "Pull over for a moment. I want to buy a bottle of water." Xin Xiaotian immediately slowed down the car and slowly stopped by the roadside. Li Mingxi opened the door, got out of the car and walked into the small shop. Xin Xiaotian lowered the car window, leaned back in his seat, and waited patiently for Li Mingxi to come out. At this time, there were several late-night snack stalls doing good business across the street, and in the crowd there was a boy who was singing with a guitar on his back. After listening for a while, Xin Xiaotian's interest in singing was aroused, so he began to hum. "Is it really cruel to leave, or is it shameful to be gentle?" Before one wave subsides, another wave comes to attack, and the vast sea of people is in a storm. Xin Xiaotian sang Richie Zhen's Sad Pacific. The reason I sang this song is because the style of the song sung by the boy opposite me is a bit similar to Sad Pacific. One wave has not come yet, another wave has already passed. A lifetime is like waking up from a dream, deep in the Pacific Ocean. When Xin Xiaotian sang to the end, his voice became a little louder. Just when Xin Xiaotian was about to sing the last 2 words sad, he suddenly stopped. Because Li Mingxi was standing outside the car at this time, and was still looking at herself. Xin Xiaotian suddenly felt embarrassed for showing off his skills in front of an expert, and quickly said with a smile, "Sister Xi, you're back." Li Mingxi opened the door and got into the car, then handed over an unopened bottle of water. "Drink some water." "Thanks." Xin Xiaotian thanked him, took the water and put it aside, then started the car and drove out. Li Mingxi took another sip of water and tightened the bottle cap before asking, "Whose song were you singing just now?" "What was the name of the song?" Chapter 34, Sad Pacific. "It's not anyone's song. I just sang it randomly," Xin Xiaotian said. "In this parallel world, there is no Richie Zhen and no well-known singers. If I say the name, it will cause Li Mingxi to question me further." "Are you just singing randomly?" Li Mingxi was a little surprised. Xin Xiaotian smiled and said, "Yes, I like to hum a few lines when I have nothing to do." "I'm sorry to make you laugh, Sister Xi." Li Mingxi didn't laugh, but asked seriously, "So, you wrote that song just now? What's the point of creating something?" "I'm just singing randomly," Xin Xiaotian said embarrassedly. After hearing this, Li Mingxi glanced at Xin Xiaotian and then stopped talking. After a while, the car entered the residential area where Li Mingxi lived. The Li family's parking space was empty at this time, and the dented car was parked in the parking space next door. It seems that Li Mingxi's collision was very effective, and the man named Dong next door dared not cross the line again. After Xin Xiaotian parked the car in the parking space, he opened the door and was about to get out. "Wait!" Li Mingxi suddenly called him. Xin Xiaotian turned around and looked at Li Mingxi. "What's wrong, Sister Xi?" Li Mingxi hesitated for a few seconds, and finally asked, "Can you sing the song again? I don't remember a few parts." Although Li Mingxi didn't say anything along the way, she had sung Sad Pacific several times in her heart, but there were always a few things that didn't feel right. "Ah!" Xin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect Li Mingxi to make this request. Li Mingxi immediately said, "If you feel it is inconvenient to sing here, then come to my house, I will accompany you with guitar." Li Mingxi's tone was sincere. She took everything related to music very seriously. "That's not what I meant. I'm just a little surprised," Xin Xiaotian said quickly. Li Mingxi stopped talking and just looked at Xin Xiaotian with expectant eyes, obviously waiting for him to sing. Shin Xiaotian didn't want to sing at first, but when he saw Li Mingxi's expectant eyes, he immediately changed his mind. Ever since she met Li Mingxi, she has always been cold and indifferent. But when she talked about music, her whole aura changed immediately. From this we can see that Li Mingxi is definitely a person who loves music from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, as long as you talk to her about music-related topics, you will definitely be able to greatly improve her favorability towards you. Then I'll show off my skills in front of an expert. Sister Shi, please don't laugh at me, Shin Xiaotian said. Shin Xiaotian was somewhat nervous singing in front of a big star singer, and singing a cappella. Li Mingxi nodded and signaled to Shin Xiaotian with her eyes to start singing quickly. Ahem. Shin Xiaotian cleared his throat and began to sing. After all, I won second prize in a college singing competition. Although Shin Xiaotian's singing skills are not as good as those of professional Li Mingxi, they are still much better than ordinary people. The song is over. Shin Xiaotian first took a sip of water, then turned to look at Li Mingxi. Li Mingxi didn't say anything, but kept tapping rhythm with her fingers on her thighs, apparently repeating the song in her mind. Seeing this, Shin Xiaotian did not disturb Li Mingxi. He just sat there quietly, waiting for her to speak. Shin Xiaotian, what is the title of your song? Li Mingxi asked. Shin Xiaotian replied, Sad Pacific. Sad Pacific Ocean. Well, this song title is good. Li Mingxi nodded in agreement. Then, Li Mingxi said, Shin Xiaotian, I think. Suddenly, Shin Xiaotian's cell phone rang, interrupting Li Mingxi's words. Shin Xiaotian immediately took out his cell phone, and the caller number looked familiar. Shin Xiaotian looked up at Li Mingxi, who immediately nodded to signal him to take it. Hello. Shin Xiaotian answered the phone. AIXAN's voice came from the other end of the phone immediately. Hello, Xiaotian, are you okay? When Shin Xiaotian heard the voice, he realized it was AIXAN, and hurriedly said, Senior AI, I'm fine, don't worry. Where are you now? AIXAN asked. Shin Xiaotian said, I'm on my way home, I'll be home soon. AIXAN immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I was really worried that you would be caught by those people. By the way, how did you escape? Shin Xiaotian briefly recounted how he escaped. AIXAN hung up the phone only after making sure that Shin Xiaotian was really okay. Only after hanging up the phone did Shin Xiaotian realize that AIXAN had called him twice and sent him a text message. As for Su Mimi, not to mention phone calls, there wasn't even a text message from her. After putting the phone back in his pocket, Shin Xiaotian asked Li Mingxi, I'm sorry, Sister Shi. By the way, what did you want to say just now? Li Mingxi thought for a moment and asked, Are you free tomorrow? When Shin Xiaotian heard this, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy, and nodded quickly, yes. Tomorrow is Sunday, I'll take a day off. I want to buy a new computer, but I don't know much about it. Can you accompany me to the computer city? Li Mingxi asked. Of course. Shin Xiaotian nodded happily. Li Mingxi thought for a moment and said, Then let's meet at the entrance of Computer City at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. Shin Xiaotian agreed very readily. After agreeing on a time, the two got out of the car. Shin Xiaotian handed the car keys to Li Mingxi, said see you tomorrow, and then quickly walked out of the community. Li Mingxi waited until Shin Xiaotian walked away before turning around and walking into the corridor, humming Sad Pacific softly as she walked. When Shin Xiaotian walked out of the community gate, the system prompt message appeared in front of him. Li Mingxi's favorability +3. Li Mingxi's current favorability, 4. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, as expected, I have to talk to Li Mingxi about music. His favorability rating increased by 3 points all at once. At the same time, at Li Mingyu's home. Li Mingyu and Song Meiyu have not gone to bed yet. The old couple sat on the sofa in the living room. Although there was a program playing on TV, they had no interest in watching it. Song Meiyu held her cell phone and dialed Li Mingxi's number from time to time, but all she heard was the phone being turned off. Why is it still turned off? Song Meiyu was a little anxious. Li Mingyu looked at the clock on the wall. It was already past 12 o'clock, but his daughter had not returned yet. I'll go take a look at the entrance of the community, Li Mingyu said as he stood up and planned to go into the house to change clothes. Just then, the door opened and Li Mingxi came back. When Li Mingxi opened the door and entered the house, she was still humming Sad Pacific, and she seemed to be in a much better mood than before. Song Meiyu came over quickly. Xiaoxi, where have you been? Why is your phone turned off? Although Song Meiyu's tone was somewhat reproachful, she felt greatly relieved in her heart. Li Mingyu also came over and said with a straight face, "Xiaoxi, why are you back so late? Your mother almost called the police." Li Mengxi apologized, "I'm sorry, Dad, Mom, I don't know why my phone suddenly turned off. I won't do it again next time." After saying that, Li Mingxi hurriedly ran into her room. As soon as she entered the room, Li Mingxi found a blank musical scorebook, and then she wrote down the music score of Sad Pacific while humming softly. Li Mingyu and Song Meiyu came to the door of the room and looked at their daughter for a while, then they couldn't help but look at each other. The old couple both noticed that their daughter's mood was much better than before, and they didn't know what happy thing had happened to her. Chapter 35. What is your train of thought? It's midnight. In the dark room, the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly rang, accompanied by a buzzing sound caused by vibration. The woman who was sleeping soundly in bed was awakened instantly. After a few seconds, the phone stopped ringing. Then, an impatient female voice sounded, "Hello, who is this?" "Mimi, it's me." AI Xian's voice sounded on the phone. Su Mimi originally wanted to get angry, but when she heard that it was AI Xian calling, she had to suppress her anger immediately. AI, what time is it? You still have to move tomorrow, don't you need to sleep?" Su Mimi said. AI Xian did not answer, but asked, "Mimi, didn't Shin Xiaotian call you?" When Su Mimi heard this question, she thought something had happened to Shin Xiaotian. The next moment, Su Mimi turned sideways and turned on the table lamp on the bedside table, and the bedroom immediately became bright. "No." Su Mimi replied, and then asked, "Did he call you?" AI Xian said, "I just talked to him on the phone. Don't worry, he is fine. Those people didn't catch up with him. He should have reached home by now." Su Mimi felt relieved when she heard that Shin Xiaotian was fine. But the next second, Su Mimi's face suddenly darkened. What's wrong with Shin Xiaotian? He's obviously fine, so why didn't he call me to let me know he was safe? Even if you don't call, you should at least send a text message to tell them. AI Xian talked on the phone for a while, and suddenly found that Su Mimi was silent, so she asked, "Hey, Mimi, are you still listening?" AI, why did he call you but not me?" Su Mimi's tone seemed wrong. AI Xian knew Su Mimi too well, and she knew she had misunderstood as soon as she heard it. So she quickly explained, "No, Mimi, I called Shin Xiaotian, he didn't call me." After hearing this, Su Mimi's dissatisfaction subsided a little. "I just want to know why he didn't call me to report his safety right away," Su Mimi complained. Without thinking, AI Xian immediately explained for Shin Xiaotian, "Mimi, don't be angry with him. It's probably too late, and he didn't want to disturb your rest, so he didn't call." Su Mimi thought about it for a while and felt that this should be the reason, and it could only be this reason. Su Mimi sighed helplessly and tried to appear tolerant and said, "Forget it. Since he performed well today, I won't bother with him about this for the time being." AI Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then reminded, "By the way, Mimi, give Shin Xiaotian a call. He should be still awake now. If he can receive your call, he will definitely be very happy." "I should call him? Why?" Su Mimi's voice suddenly became higher. In fact, after Su Mimi came back, she did wait for Shin Xiaotian's call for a while. But Shin Xiaotian didn't call until she went to bed. During this period, Su Mimi had thought about calling Shin Xiaotian. But when she thought that Shin Xiaotian was always the one who took the initiative between them, Su Mimi decisively gave up the idea of contacting him. That's right. In front of Shin Xiaotian, Su Mimi is so proud. "Mimi, don't be like this. AI Xian kindly advised, Xiaotian helped us today, we should at least thank him, be obedient and give him a call." Su Mimi disagreed with AI Xian's statement and immediately retorted, "What do you mean by helping us? I don't think so. If you really want to talk about it, it's Shin Xiaotian who should be blamed for this." What do you mean?" AI Xian didn't react at once. Su Mimi said confidently, "Think about it, if Shin Xiaotian didn't fight with that man, and we called the security guards to deal with it in time, wouldn't it have to come to this? Also, you weren't very calm at the time. You shouldn't have confronted that person. You should calm him down first, and then I can take the opportunity to call security. That way, things won't get so serious." When AI Xian finished listening, her brows were already furrowed. "Su Mimi, what's your train of thought? That guy is obviously a hooligan. He wants to tease the two of us. Is it wrong for Shin Xiaotian to teach him a lesson?" AI Xian's tone became much heavier. Don't you know what my temper is like? People are bullying us, do you think I can bear it? Also, where were you when I was fighting that gangster? You were hiding in the corner. Sumimi, you were so scared at that time, and you still had the nerve to say that you took the opportunity to call the security guard? Don't you think you are funny? Sumini didn't expect AIXIN to respond so ruthlessly. She lost all sleepiness in an instant and her expression became aggrieved. Why are you so fierce? Even if I was wrong, you don't have to be so fierce. Sumini couldn't refute, so she had to pretend to be pitiful. Sure enough, as soon as Sumini pretended to be pitiful and aggrieved, AIXIN began to soften her heart. AIXIN felt a little guilty, thinking that she had spoken too harshly and did not give Sumini face. But she still felt that Shin Xiaotian was right. Sumini can put the blame on anyone but Shin Xiaotian. I didn't mean to be mean to you, I was just telling you the truth. AIXIN's tone softened a bit, and then continued, anyway, I've said everything I want to say. It's up to you to decide whether to call Shin Xiaotian or not. I'm going to sleep, good night. After saying that, AIXIN hung up the phone. Sumimi looked at the phone screen that had returned to a clock, feeling depressed and annoyed. You're really sick. Sumimi cursed angrily. Then she turned off her cell phone, threw it on the bedside table, turned off the lights and went back to sleep. Unexpectedly, after just a dozen seconds, the desk lamp came on again. Sumini took the phone with an annoyed look on her face, turned it back on, and then called Shin Xiaotian. Sumini had already thought it through. After the call was connected, she just asked coldly, "Are you okay?" and then hung up immediately. Unfortunately, Shin Xiaotian was taking a shower in the bathroom at that time, with his cell phone on the sofa in the living room, so he couldn't hear anything at all. Shin Xiaotian didn't answer the phone, and Sumini became more and more angry. Until the moment the call was automatically hung up, Sumini finally couldn't hold it anymore. How dare you, Shin Xiaotian, not answer my call? I'm telling you, you're dead. Sumimi was so angry that she turned off the phone again, turned off the lights, and got into bed angrily. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, AIXIN drank a few sips of water angrily, and then sat back on her bed. After a moment, AIXIN's mind echoed with what Shin Xiaotian had said to her. Senior AI, is there a possibility that Sumimi has never thought of being my girlfriend? Could it be that what Shin Xiaotian said was true? For so many years, Sumimi has been keeping him hanging and never thought about falling in love with him? Thinking of this, some scenes appeared in AIXIN's eyes again. Sumimi urged the driver to drive faster and left Shin Xiaotian behind without hesitation. She said she wanted to go back to find Shin Xiaotian, but Sumimi didn't want to go for various reasons. It was obviously not wrong for Shin Xiaotian to teach the gangster a lesson, but she twisted it into being Shin Xiaotian's responsibility. The more AIXIN thought about it, the tighter her brows furrowed. Suddenly, AIXIN shook her head vigorously, no. Sumimi is not that kind of person, she is definitely not that kind of person. Chapter 36 I can't keep waiting like this. After taking a shower, Shin Xiaotian returned to the living room, picked up his phone and prepared to go back to the bedroom, when he suddenly found a missed call. When I opened it, it turned out to be Sumimi calling. Although Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised, he didn't care why Sumimi called him, and he never thought about calling her back. After returning to the bedroom and lying down, Shin Xiaotian opened the system mall. At this time, there were 3,000 favorability coins in the account, which made Shin Xiaotian feel very relieved. Shin Xiaotian did not exchange these favorability coins into cash immediately. After all, he had enough money now. Moreover, the favorability coins can be exchanged for cash within seconds. You can exchange them whenever you need money. Shin Xiaotian was already very tired at this time, and fell asleep not long after he lay down. That night, Shin Xiaotian had a strange dream. In the dream, Shin Xiaotian returned to his original world and successfully met his parents whom he had missed for many days. But not long after the family was reunited, the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, he saw a fat and ugly woman. As soon as she entered, she hugged Shin Xiaotian tightly. Shin Xiaotian was shocked and tried to break free immediately, but for some reason, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the other person. The strangest thing was that at this time, my parents were still smiling kindly at me and the ugly woman. Shin Xiaotian was shocked and quickly asked his parents what was going on. His parents told him that this fat and ugly woman was his fiancée, and that they called him back to get married. After saying that, parents and the fat woman wanted to take Shin Xiaotian to the wedding. It was at this time that Shin Xiaotian woke up. When Shin Xiaotian found out that it was just a nightmare, he felt relieved. Fortunately, it was just a dream. I turned around and looked out the window. The sun was already shining brightly, so it must be getting late. Suddenly, Shin Xiaotian remembered that he had to meet Li Mingxi at the entrance of the computer city at 10 o'clock. He quickly took the phone from the bedside table and checked the time. Fortunately, it's only 8:30, no need to worry about being late. Although there is still an hour and a half left, it is not a lot of time. Shin Xiaotian quickly got up, washed and shaved. After changing his clothes, Shin Xiaotian looked at himself in the mirror and only left after making sure that everything was fine. In order to save time, Shin Xiaotian packed some food at the breakfast shop at the entrance of the community, and then ate while walking towards the bus stop. Of course, Shin Xiaotian also thought about taking a taxi, but there was still enough time now, so there was no need to spend that money. Sure enough, when he arrived at the entrance of the computer city, there were still more than 10 minutes before the agreed time of 10 o'clock. Just when he was thinking about whether he should go to the computer city for a walk first, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. I took out my cell phone and saw that the caller was indeed today's main person, Li Mingxi. "Hello, Sister Shi." Shin Xiaotian quickly answered the phone. Li Mingxi's cold voice came from the phone immediately. "Hello, I'm almost there, how about you?" Shin Xiaotian said, "I'm already here, right in front of the computer city entrance, you can see me when you come over." Li Mingxi on the phone suddenly stopped talking. After a few seconds, Li Mingxi spoke again, "I saw you." When Shin Xiaotian heard this, he immediately looked around, looking for Li Mingxi. Soon, Shin Xiaotian's eyes were fixed on a taxi that was slowly stopping across the street. The next second, the rear door opened. A tall young woman with a proud figure got out of the car. The other person wore a signature black mask, a long windbreaker, and carried a lake blue lady's bag. Her overall image was sexy and fashionable. This woman is naturally Li Mingxi. After getting out of the car, she closed the door first, then looked up across the street and waved to Shin Xiaotian. Immediately afterwards, Li Mingxi crossed the road along the zebra crossing and walked towards Shin Xiaotian. The taxi driver was not in a hurry to leave at this time. His eyes were always following Li Mingxi, who was crossing the road. Soon, Li Mingxi walked up to Shin Xiaotian and started talking to him. When the taxi driver saw this scene, his brows immediately frowned and a look of disdain appeared on his face. "What kind of vision is this? This man is too ordinary." The taxi driver muttered something, then stepped on the accelerator and disappeared at the end of the road. Li Mingxi asked, "Why did you come so early?" Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, "I am used to arriving a little earlier. It's not good to be late." In fact, this habit is the same as Li Mingxi, but Li Mingxi didn't say anything, just nodded lightly, indicating that it was okay to go in. Shin Xiaotian accompanied Li Mingxi as they walked into the computer mall and asked, "Sister Shi, are you planning to buy a desktop or a laptop?" Li Mingxi replied, "Notebook." Shin Xiaotian asked again, "What price range of notebook do you plan to buy?" "It doesn't matter, as long as it looks good and is practical," Li Mingxi said in a flat tone. Shin Xiaotian immediately realized that he had asked a stupid question. He is a big star and has plenty of money. "Okay, let's take a look around first. Tell me which one you like and I'll help you with the configuration," Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. Li Mingxi didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, and then walked towards a notebook brand store in front. The computer city in Yannan City has 3 floors. The first floor is the brand computer area, the second floor is the assembled computer area, and the third floor is the area selling CDs, consumables, printers, and other spare parts. Because Li Mingxi wanted to buy a notebook, she only needed to visit the brand area on the first floor. While Shin Xiaotian was accompanying Li Mingxi to shop at a notebook brand store, Su Mimi was sulking alone at home. On the sofa, Su Mimi was sitting with her legs crossed. At this moment, her brows were furrowed and her face was full of anger. The reason she was angry was naturally because of Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian had clearly promised her yesterday that he would pick her up before 10 o'clock in the morning. But it's already 10:15 and Shin Xiaotian hasn't shown up yet. The most unforgivable thing is that the guy didn't even call or send a text message. In fact, Su Mimi had already put on her makeup and was ready to go out at around 9:30 in the morning. And she had already thought about it. When Shin Xiaotian came, she would not go downstairs immediately. She had to let him wait downstairs for half an hour. "Who told him not to answer my call last night? This is his punishment." After patiently waiting for a while, Su Mimi suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but mutter, "He came home so late yesterday, could he not have gotten up yet?" Thinking of this, Su Mimi picked up the phone, wondering whether to call Shin Xiaotian. If he really didn't get up now, I could just scold him. But after thinking about it, Su Mini decided not to call. She always felt that it would be cheap if she took the initiative to call. It was as if he couldn't wait to go shopping, eat and watch a movie with Shin Xiaotian. Su Mini has always been a proud goddess in front of Shin Xiaotian, and she could never do such a thing. But then I thought, what if Shin Xiaotian is really still sleeping? I can't keep waiting like this. After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Mini suddenly picked up the phone and started typing text messages. I'll risk it all for my coat and bag. Soon, the text message was edited, and the content was, what time is it, where are you? Su Mini took a look and sent it out after making sure there was no problem. Chapter 37 How Dare He? Computer City, inside a certain brand of notebook store. Shin Xiaotian was accompanying Li Mingxi to buy a computer, and a shopping guide was patiently explaining the computer's configuration and various advantages to them. Shin Xiaotian was quite familiar with these things, so he didn't listen very seriously. Li Mingxi was different. She listened very carefully throughout the whole process and asked a few questions from time to time. Suddenly, Shin Xiaotian felt the cell phone in his trouser pocket vibrate. Shin Xiaotian took out his cell phone and opened it. It turned out to be a message from Su Mini. What time is it? Where are you? Shin Xiaotian took just one look and put his phone away, with no intention of replying to the text message. Li Mingxi was still listening carefully to the shopping guide's introduction and did not notice Shin Xiaotian's actions. After a while, the shopping guide finally finished talking, and Li Mingxi turned to look at Shin Xiaotian. Let's go. After saying that, Li Mingxi walked out of the brand store. Shin Xiaotian hurriedly followed and asked in a low voice, Sister Shi, don't you like this one? It's a bit heavy. I want something lighter. Li Mingxi said lightly. Shin Xiaotian didn't say anything and continued to walk around with Li Mingxi. On the other side, Su Mini had been waiting for a reply after sending the text message. But after waiting for 10 minutes, Shin Xiaotian still didn't reply. Su Mini felt a little depressed and thought, maybe I slept too soundly and didn't hear the message. After thinking about it carefully, Su Mini felt that this should be the case. After all, Shin Xiaotian has always replied to his messages and phone calls within seconds over the years. If you haven't replied for such a long time, it's either because you didn't see it or you encountered some force majeure. Su Mini looked at the time again. It was already past 10:30. No, there is no point in just waiting here. I should just give him a call. So, Su Mini dialed Shin Xiaotian's number with resentment. Before the call started, Su Mini had already made up her mind that as soon as he answered the phone, she would give him a scolding. Beep. Beep. The call was disconnected suddenly after only 2 rings. Su Mini was stunned for a moment and looked at the screen of her mobile phone. She thought that the communication signal was disconnected, so she hurriedly dialed again. Sorry, the user you dialed is powered off. The phone was turned off with a tone. Su Mini was stunned, shut down, turned off? Su Mini didn't believe it and called again immediately. As expected, the phone still sounded like it was turned off. The next moment, Su Mini suddenly became furious and threw her phone onto the sofa. Because of the excessive force, the phone bounced and fell to the ground, and the battery cover, battery, and phone that were originally integrated into one were instantly separated into 3 parts. Shin Xiaotian. You, how dare you stand me up? You're dead. Su Mini's face turned red instantly, her chest began to heave, and she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Su Mini got up at 8 o'clock in the morning. In order to coax Shin Xiaotian to buy her a coat and a bag, she spent a lot of time putting on makeup. Moreover, Su Mini has already picked out the clothes for going out. It is the style that Shin Xiaotian likes the most, which is guaranteed to charm him and make him obey her in everything. Unexpectedly, not only did Shin Xiaotian not show up, he also deliberately turned off his phone and refused to answer the call. Throughout the 4 years in college, Shin Xiaotian had never dared to do this to himself, but today he seemed to be extremely bold. How dare he? Su Mini was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she felt more aggrieved. 5 minutes later, Su Mini suddenly perked up, raised her chin and said proudly, "Humph. I don't care." Although she denied it on the surface, Su Mini was actually very uncomfortable with the huge contrast with Shin Xiaotian. Over the years, she has become accustomed to Shin Xiaotian's obedience and flattery, as well as attention and praise. It's like there's always someone cheering for you by your side, and suddenly that person is gone. Of course you will feel a sense of emptiness and loss inside. Su Mini's proud heart was offended, and she labeled Shin Xiaotian unfaithful in her heart. She also scolded him harshly, asking how could he suddenly stop revolving around her. Su Mimi picked up the mobile phone fragments from the ground, put them back together, and then pressed and held the phone to turn it on. After a while, Su Mimi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the phone was not broken, otherwise I would have to spend money to repair it. This time, Su Mimi dialed AIXAN's number and listened to the call tone ringing one after another. But after more than 10 seconds, AIXAN didn't answer the phone. Su Mimi suddenly felt a little uneasy. Could it be that AIXAN was angry with her because of what happened last night? Just as I was thinking about it, the phone was answered. "Hey, Mimi." AIXAN's voice came into my ears, sounding a little breathless, probably doing something. Su Mimi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was just one sentence, she could still hear that AIXAN was not angry with her. "AI, have you moved all your things to your new home?" Su Mimi asked. AIXAN calmed her breathing and replied, "Everything has been moved in. I'm tidying up. There are too many things and everything is a mess." Su Mimi immediately said, "Then I will go and help you." When AIXAN heard this, she realized something was wrong and immediately said, "Mimi, didn't you make an appointment with Shin Xiaotian to go shopping and have dinner today? It's almost 11 o'clock, hasn't he come to pick you up yet? His phone is turned off and he doesn't reply to my messages." Su Mimi's voice suddenly sounded aggrieved. AIXAN was sorting things with one hand, and stopped immediately after hearing Su Mimi's words. "Mimi, Shin Xiaotian must have been too tired last night and hasn't gotten up yet." AIXAN helped analyze. "Impossible. He turned off his phone on purpose and refused to answer my call." Su Mimi felt very aggrieved and immediately recounted what had happened with the text messages and phone calls. AIXAN was silent for a few seconds after listening to this, and then asked, "Mimi, did you not call Shin Xiaotian last night? If so, he might think that you don't care about him enough, and then." "I called." Su Mimi's voice suddenly rose. "He didn't answer, and he hasn't returned my call or texted me yet. How could this happen?" AIXAN was very puzzled and couldn't understand why Shin Xiaotian did this. Su Mimi suddenly asked pitifully, "AI, can you accompany me to dinner? I'm in a bad mood and don't want to do it at home." Su Mimi spent so much time putting on makeup, it's impossible for her to just take it off before going out. Even if someone is only willing to go out with her to eat a bowl of fried rice, she will go. "Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll listen to you today." AIXAN is still very loyal. If her best friend is in a bad mood, she will definitely stay by her side. Su Mimi thought about it and shook her head. "I haven't thought about it yet." Then, Su Mimi said, "AI, why don't we go to the outlet mall? There are food and shopping there. Let's decide while we look around, okay?" "No problem, I'll go out now and see you at the outlet later." AIXAN agreed very readily. Chapter 38: Women Who Like Black. Computer City. Shin Xiaotian accompanied Li Mingxi to visit several brand stores. After some reference, Li Mingxi finally chose a thin and light laptop that is very suitable for women to carry. The official price is 16,888 yuan. There are 3 colors available: silver, black, and white. Shin Xiaotian originally thought that Li Mingxi would choose white, but unexpectedly she chose black without hesitation. As for the reason, Li Mingxi didn't say and Shin Xiaotian didn't ask. However, Shin Xiaotian had seen a discussion post when he was surfing the internet before. It is said above that many women who like black have the following 3 characteristics. The first is independence and self-confidence, the second is mystery and restraint, the third is being cold on the outside but warm on the inside. After comparing them one by one, Shin Xiaotian found that Li Mingxi seemed to meet all the above characteristics very well. Suddenly, a question flashed through Shin Xiaotian's mind. If Li Mingxi really likes black, then is her underwear also black? Black lace? Black tube top? Or a black deep V? Thinking of this, Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but look at the tall and good-looking Li Mingxi. With such a devilish figure, who can resist it if she puts on a black bikini? At this moment, Li Mingxi suddenly turned her head. Shin Xiaotian reacted very quickly and immediately turned his head to avoid her gaze. Next, after Shin Xiaotian bargained for a while, the merchant gave a preferential price of 16,000 yuan, and also gave away a mouse, a computer bag, and a cleaning kit. The shopping guide was very happy because she had closed the first deal of the day. She enthusiastically led Li Mingxi to the cashier to swipe the card. Li Mingxi didn't say anything, just picked up her bag and followed. Shin Xiaotian did not go, but stayed in the store to watch the technician reinstall the computer system. As soon as Li Mingxi entered the password, the phone in her bag rang. Li Mingxi took out her cell phone and saw that the caller ID was Su Jin's name. Although Li Mingxi had expected Su Jin to call her today, she still frowned involuntarily. "Hello." Li Mingxi answered the phone, her voice as cold as ever. "Mingxi, are you up?" Su Jin's voice was soft and he asked cautiously. "Yes." Li Mingxi answered simply. When Su Jin heard this, he immediately asked, "Mingxi, let's have lunch together at noon. I'm already at the gate of your community." This was the statement Su Jin had prepared before making the call. He felt that he had already arrived at Li Mingxi's doorstep, and Li Mingxi would most likely agree to his request out of respect for their old classmate. "I'm sorry, Su Jin, I'm out now and can't have lunch with you at noon." Li Mingxi answered coldly, as if she had just met Su Jin. Su Jin was stunned for a moment, and his first reaction was disbelief. Su Jin was clear about Li Mingxi's daily routine. On weekends, no matter whether he was at home in the provincial capital or in Yannan City, Li Mingxi would usually sleep until noon before getting up. This is also why Su Jin called Li Mingxi after 11 o'clock, just for fear of disturbing her rest. "Outside?" Su Jin was quite surprised, and then said, "Then I'll go find you." Li Mingxi said calmly, "No need, I'm out doing something and I won't be able to finish it in a while." When Su Jin heard this, he suddenly felt a huge sense of loss in his heart. "Mingxi, my flight is at 6 p.m. Can't I have a meal with you before I leave?" Although Su Jin's tone was low, if you tasted it carefully you could see that it carried a hint of moral blackmail. Li Mingxi frowned slightly, then turned to look at Xin Xiaotian not far away. Xin Xiaotian was chatting with the technician who was installing the system, and they seemed to be getting along well. "I'm sorry, Su Jin, I really can't have dinner with you today." Li Mingxi's tone was very calm, and she was not affected by Su Jin's words at all. Su Jin was silent for a while, and finally responded, "Okay then. Bye." Li Mingxi said goodbye and hung up the phone without waiting for Su Jin to reply. Li Mingxi put her phone back into her bag expressionlessly, but she actually breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Su Jin had no idea that the reason Li Mingxi asked Xin Xiaotian to come over in the morning to buy a computer was to avoid Su Jin. As long as she was not at home, she didn't have to worry about anything even if Su Jin came to her. On the other side, Su Jin put his phone into his pocket helplessly, then looked up at the community ahead. At this time, Su Jin was standing at the gate of Li Mingxi's community. He actually wanted to know where Li Mingxi had gone, but he didn't have the courage to call and ask. Just when Su Jin was about to leave, Song Meiyu suddenly walked out of the community. Su Jin recognized her at first sight, so he immediately went over and greeted her, "Aunt Song." Song Meiyu was preparing lunch at home when she suddenly realized she was out of soy sauce, so she went out to buy a bottle. Song Meiyu hadn't seen Su Jin for more than 2 years and didn't recognize him when she saw him for the first time. It was not until Su Jin introduced himself that Song Meiyu suddenly understood and smiled kindly. "Xiao Su, why are you here? Are you looking for Mingxi?" Song Meiyu asked with a smile. Su Jin nodded, "Yes, Aunt Song, I wanted to invite Mingxi to dinner, but I didn't expect her to go out. She went to buy a computer, saying that the computer at home was too old and difficult to use, so she had to buy a new one." Song Meiyu said. Su Jin paused, then asked, "Aunt Song, Mingxi doesn't know anything about computers. What if she goes to buy it alone and gets cheated?" Song Meiyu immediately said, "Don't worry, no, someone will go with her." "Who is it? Do I know him?" Su Jin couldn't help but ask. Song Meiyu smiled and said, "You don't know him, his name is Xin Xiaotian, he is 1 year younger than our Xiaoxi, he is a very nice person and is quite good with computers." "Oh." Su Jin nodded in response. Suddenly, the appearance of the young man from last night appeared in Su Jin's mind. "Aunt Song, is this Xin Xiaotian Mingxi's cousin?" Su Jin asked. Song Meiyu smiled and shook her head, "No, Xiaotian is not our relative." "Not a relative?" Su Jin was secretly shocked, and suddenly became alert. Since they are not relatives, why did Mingxi say he was her cousin last night? What is the relationship between the two of them? Why doesn't Mingxi tell me the truth? What is her purpose in hiding it from me? Many questions flashed through Su Jin's mind in an instant, and the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, as if a huge stone was pressing on his heart. Song Meiyu didn't notice the subtle change in Su Jin's expression. She was still politely inviting Su Jin to visit her at home. Since the owner is not at home, Su Jin naturally won to go. Soon, Su-jin politely said goodbye to Song Meiyu, turned around and left quickly. Song Meiyu looked at Su-jin's back as he walked away, and thought to herself, I'll wait for Xiaoxi to come back later, and I'll have to ask her about Xiaosu. After walking for a while, Su-jin suddenly came to the side of the road and raised his hand to stop a taxi. As soon as he got in the car, Su-jin said, Master, let's go to the computer city. The next moment, the car door closed, the driver stepped on the accelerator, and the taxi drove quickly forward. Chapter 39 Comparison. At about 11:30, Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi walked out of the notebook brand store. As soon as the two walked away, the shopping guide ran to the cashier and started chatting with her female colleague. Hey, that beauty has such a great figure. She has long legs, a thin waist, big breasts, and a very good temperament. I wish I could be like her. As she spoke, the salesgirl lowered her head to glance at her breasts. In fact, the focus of her words was still on her breasts. The female colleague glanced at Li Mingxi as she walked away, frowned, and asked uncertainly, Do you think she looks like a star? Who is it? Asked the shopping guide. The female colleague said, Li Mingxi, the female singer who sang Warm Autumn. The song Warm Autumn that the female colleague mentioned was exactly the one that Shin Xiaotian heard in Li Mingxi's car last night. Warm Autumn is Li Mingxi's famous song. Although it has been released for more than 2 years, it is still very popular. The shopping guide curled her lips and said, How is that possible? Li Mingxi is a big star, how could she come here in person to pick out a computer? Doesn't she have any help? The shopping guide really didn't know that Li Mingxi did not have an assistant. In fact, the company assigned Li Mingxi an assistant, but Li Mingxi was not used to having someone following him, so the assistant left within 2 months. Since then, Li Mingxi has been alone, and the company saw that there was no problem, so they just let her do what she wanted. After hearing this, the female colleague thought about it and felt that this was the truth, so she stopped saying anything. The salesgirl didn't stop, and continued to talk about good figures with envy. As soon as Li Mingxi walked out of the computer city with her laptop, Shin Xiaotian stepped forward and said, Sister Shi, let me get it. As he said that, Shin Xiaotian took the laptop bag from her. Li Mingxi did not refuse, but just thanked him softly. Shin Xiaotian smiled slightly to indicate that it was a small matter, and then asked, Sister Shi, are you going home now? Li Mingxi shook her head slightly and said, Shin Xiaotian, let me treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for accompanying me to buy a computer. Shin Xiaotian was actually worried that Li Mingxi would say she wanted to go home. Because if that happened, he wouldn't be able to spend more time with Li Mingxi. Not being able to spend more time together means losing the opportunity to improve favorability. Now hearing that Li Mingxi wanted to treat him to a meal, Shin Xiaotian naturally accepted it with pleasure. Thank you, Sister Shi. Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. After hearing this, Li Mingxi said nothing more and walked straight to the side of the road to stop a car. At this moment, a taxi slowly stopped at a distance across the street. The rear window slowly lowered halfway, revealing half of Su-jin's head. Su-jin had just arrived as well. He saw Li Mingxi from a distance and quickly stopped the driver. After all, Li Mingxi's appearance and temperament are too outstanding. To be honest, it is very difficult for her not to stand out when standing in the crowd. In just these few tens of seconds, many passers-by have already looked at him sideways. Su-jin's gaze quickly fell on Shin Xiaotian next to him. At this moment, the hostility in Su-jin's eyes suddenly increased a lot. Although Shin Xiaotian looked harmless and kept a distance of 1 meter from Li Mingxi. But in Su-jin's eyes, he just disliked Shin Xiaotian no matter how he looked at him. My friend, you can't park here for too long. The traffic police will come and give you a ticket. The driver suddenly reminded. Su-jin glanced at the driver and said coldly, I'll pay the ticket. After hearing what Su-jin said, the driver immediately fell silent and thought to himself, just your words are enough. However, the driver remained alert, always observing the vehicles in front and behind, and being careful of the appearance of traffic police. Su-jin's eyes were always on Shin Xiaotian. In less than 2 minutes, Su-jin had compared himself with Shin Xiaotian many times. In terms of appearance and temperament, Su-jin was extremely confident that he was undoubtedly better than Shin Xiaotian. When it comes to dressing, how can Shin Xiaotian, who is wearing all cheap clothes, compare with me? In terms of education and family background, I can tell from his poor appearance that he is definitely not as good as me. As for his character, judging from his shifty face, he is most likely a person with evil intentions. That's right. He must have coveted Mengxi's beauty, so he racked his brains and shamelessly approached Mengxi. It must be like this. 10 minutes passed and the two still couldn't get a taxi. The computer city street is located in the downtown area with a large flow of people, so it is difficult to get a taxi during the weekends. Shin Xiaotian felt a little uncomfortable after not speaking for a long time, so he asked for something to talk about. Sister Shi, why didn't you drive over here today? Li Mingxi said in a cold tone, my dad drove it to the repair shop. Oh, I see. Shin Xiaotian responded, and then asked, which repair shop? As soon as this question was asked, Li Mingxi turned around and looked at him with a strange and puzzled look in his eyes. It's as if to say, why are you asking this? What's the harm in telling you which repair shop it is? Shin Xiaotian suddenly felt embarrassed and quickly took out his cell phone to check the time. I took out my cell phone and realized that I had turned it off. Shin Xiaotian pressed and held the power button, then opened Snake and started playing. The two then waited for a few more minutes, and all the taxis passing by were occupied without exception. Li Mingxi was getting a little impatient waiting, so after thinking for a while, she said, let's go. Where are you going? Shin Xiaotian asked. Li Mingxi pointed in a direction, let's go to the outlet mall, it's closer. Shin Xiaotian had no objection and immediately followed Li Mingxi. Su Jin, who was secretly observing from a distance, saw the two people were about to leave and immediately opened the door and prepared to get out. The driver saw it and shouted, friend, you haven't paid yet. Only then did Su Jin remember to pay. Unexpectedly, just as Su Jin paid the fare, two traffic police appeared in front of the taxi. Officer, I'm just a temporary passenger and will be leaving soon. The driver shouted hurriedly. One of the traffic policemen immediately sneered, temporary drop-off? Ask yourself, how long have you been parked here? Didn't we see you? After that, the two police officers began to work together. Those who need to issue tickets will issue tickets, and those who need to take photos will take photos as evidence. The driver got out of the car in a hurry and ran to grab Su Jin. Friend, you just said that if you get a ticket, you have to pay. Su Jin was in a hurry to catch up with Li Mingxi and Shin Xiaotian, and didn't have the time to waste arguing with the driver, so he had to take out 200 yuan and threw it into the driver's arms. It was already 12:30 noon when Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi arrived at the outlet mall. After the two of them went in, Li Mingxi went straight to a local restaurant. Li Mingxi was afraid that others would notice her, so she found a table near the corner and sat with her back to the crowd. When the waiter came over, Li Mingxi noticed that he was looking at her, so she pushed the menu to Shin Xiaotian and motioned for him to order. Shin Xiaotian understood Li Mingxi's concerns, so he quickly ordered 3 dishes, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. After the waiter left, Shin Xiaotian carefully observed the surroundings and said, don't worry, Sister Shi, no one is paying attention to you. Li Mingxi was lowering her head and propping up her arms to cover half of her face. Only after hearing Shin Xiaotian's words did she raise her head and look around. Seeing that no one noticed her, she finally relaxed a little. Sister Shi, why don't we go eat somewhere with a private room? Shin Xiaotian felt that it was too tiring for her to eat like this. Chapter 40. You name a price. Li Mingxi shook her head and said, no need. Last year, Li Mingxi and her friends came to this restaurant and had a meal there. They thought the food was very good. Because it had been a long time since Li Mingxi could get a taxi, she thought of coming to this store. Although Li Mingxi has a cold and aloof personality, she actually likes places with a lively atmosphere. Compared to sitting in a private room isolated from the outside world, Li Mingxi prefers the noisy environment in the hall. When she was in college, she often went around visiting stores with her classmates. At that time, she was not famous yet, so she didn't have to worry about being recognized by others. But now it's different. The song Warm Autumn 2 years ago made her quickly become famous. Although she is not yet a household name, many young people recognize her. Seeing that Li Mingxi was unwilling to change places, Shin Xiaotian stopped talking. At the same time, Su Jin also followed to the outside of the store. But he didn't dare to go in and could only watch from afar outside. But there were many customers in the store, and Li Mingxi was sitting very close to the inside, so she couldn't see where Su Jin was. Suddenly, Su Jin's cell phone rang. It was his mother calling. Hello, Mom. Su Jin answered the phone. Su Jin's mother said, son, when will you be back? Your uncle and his family will be here soon. They came specially to see you. It would be impolite if you were not at home. Su Jin frowned and replied helplessly, I know, I'll be back now. After hanging up the phone, Su Jin looked around the store with some depression, then turned and walked towards the entrance of the mall. In fact, Su Jin didn't want to go back, but his uncle was different. The reason why Su Jin was able to find this good job in Beijing after graduation was largely because of the recommendation of his uncle's son, who was Su Jin's cousin. He could choose not to give face to others, but Su Jin could not and dared not to give face to his cousin. Not long after Su Jin left, the dishes at Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi's table were also served. Only after the waiter left did Li Mingxi lower her head and take off her mask. Then, Li Mingxi looked around again before finally settling down and starting to eat. Half an hour later, they finished their meal. Li Mingxi quickly wiped her mouth with a tissue and put her mask back on. The moment she put on the mask, Li Mingxi's expression became obviously much more at ease, as if the mask was her protective shield. Shin Xiaotian did not rush to pay the bill because he already had some understanding of Li Mingxi's personality and temper. If I pay the bill under the pretext of going to the bathroom, she will not be happy but angry. Shin Xiaotian doesn't want to lose his favorability because of such a small matter. After Li Mingxi came back after paying the bill, Shin Xiaotian picked up his laptop bag and prepared to leave. Shin Xiaotian, I have something to discuss with you. Li Mingxi stopped him and motioned for him to sit down first. Shin Xiaotian sat down again and looked at Li Mingxi with some confusion. What's the matter, Sister Shi? Li Mingxi didn't like beating around the bush and went straight to the point. I really like your song, Sad Pacific Ocean. Can you sell it to me? I want to adapt it and sing it myself. Shin Xiaotian was very surprised. He didn't expect that Li Mingxi actually wanted to sing this song. In his opinion, Sad Pacific is a song that only men can sing, and he never thought that women could also sing it. This is of course Shin Xiaotian's stereotype. In fact, there are many female cover versions of the song Sad Pacific on the internet, and they are all very nice. Different from the male version, which conveys a sense of vicissitudes of life, the female version is more delicate and gentle. When a female voice sings Sad Pacific, it brings a different kind of tenderness and affection to the song. The delicate voice can bring out the emotional details in the song more accurately. It can even make the audience feel a more restrained and implicit emotional expression. It's like a girl is confessing her true feelings, adding a touch of tenderness and sadness to the atmosphere. Sister Shi, do you really want to buy this song? Shin Xiaotian was not sure. Li Mingxi nodded very affirmatively. Name your price. Shin Xiaotian had no idea about the market situation in this area, so he had no idea at all when asked to name a price. Shin Xiaotian thought about it and said, No need, Sister Shi, if you like it, just sing it directly. Shin Xiaotian never thought about making money by selling songs. He felt that instead of doing that, it would be better to give them directly to Li Mingxi. Since she loves music so much, giving her a good song will definitely increase her favorability. No, this is your song. If I want to adapt it, I have to buy the copyright. This is the industry rule. Li Mingxi said seriously. Really, it's not necessary. It's just a song. I'll give it to you. Shin Xiaotian said. Li Mingxi frowned suddenly after hearing this, and then said, If that's the case, then forget it. Ah? Shin Xiaotian was stunned. Li Mingxi said seriously, If you don't sell the song to me, I won't use it. After saying that, Li Mingxi stood up with a cold face and said unhappily, It's getting late, let's go back. Shin Xiaotian was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, I gave you a song for free, if you don't want it, then forget it, but why are you still angry? Sister Shi, how about you just give me 1,000 yuan, just as a token of your appreciation? Shin Xiaotian said. Li Mingxi's eyes widened immediately, a little surprised. 1,000? Then, Li Mingxi shook his head and asked, Shin Xiaotian, do you know how much it would cost if I asked someone to pay me for a good song? Shin Xiaotian shook his head. Li Mingxi said, 50,000 is the starting point. Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised. The price was indeed beyond his expectations. Shin Xiaotian, I really like the song Sad Pacific, and I am also optimistic about it. If it's a song of the same quality, the market price usually starts at 80,000. 80,000? Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a song could be sold for 80,000. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, I have so many good songs in my mind. If I could sell all of them, I would easily become a multi-millionaire. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Li Mingxi say again, How about this, I'll buy your song for 120,000. 120,000? Shin Xiaotian quickly shook his head, No, this is too much. Shin Xiaotian didn't really think the money was too much, he just didn't want to sell it to Li Mingxi at too high a price. He also wanted to take this opportunity to gain some favor. Li Mingxi said very seriously, Not much at all, because your song is worth the price. But Shin Xiaotian refused to agree to anything and started bargaining seriously with Li Mingxi. Then, a strange scene appeared. The buyer is trying hard to raise the price, but the seller is trying hard to lower the price. In the end, the two agreed to a deal of 100,000 renminbi. Li Mingxi was very happy and immediately extended his right hand to Shin Xiaotian. Happy cooperation. Li Mingxi's favorability +2. Li Mingxi's current favorability, 6. Shin Xiaotian paused slightly when he saw the system prompt message appear. But he reacted the next moment and quickly shook Li Mingxi's hand. Happy cooperation. The moment his palm touched it, Shin Xiaotian felt a little cool, but the touch was very smooth, as delicate as a newborn petal. Let me make a phone call. After saying this, Li Mingxi let go of Shin Xiaotian's hand. Then she took out her cell phone from her bag and went to a place with few people to make a call. While Shin Xiaotian was looking at Li Mingxi, who was making a phone call not far away, he was secretly savoring the smooth touch of his hand just now. A few minutes later, Li Mingxi ended the call and came back. The contract will arrive in 2 days. I will contact you then. After the contract is signed, I will transfer the money to you immediately. Chapter 41. Is he asking me to go shopping? No rush. Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. Perhaps because the song purchase was settled, Li Mingxi felt much better and there was even a hint of smile in her eyes. Shin Xiaotian was also very happy. Currently, Li Mingxi's favorability towards him has increased to 6, which is only 4 points away from the 10 points required for the task. Let's go. Li Mingxi called out, turned around, and walked towards the door. Shin Xiaotian immediately said, Sister Shi, it's still early, why don't we go shopping here? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Li Mingxi's eyes, and then his expression became a little subtle. Is he asking me out shopping? Li Mingxi thought about it, but was not sure. Shin Xiaotian reacted quickly and explained, Sister Shi, don't get me wrong, I want to buy 2 sets of clothes. You are a big star, your taste must be better than mine. I want to ask you for some advice on dressing. Seeing that Shin Xiaotian was speaking sincerely, Li Mingxi dispelled her doubts. No problem. Li Mingxi readily agreed and thought, he helps me pick out a computer, and I help him pick out clothes, so this is just a return of favors. Afterwards, the two headed towards the clothing section of the mall. Meanwhile, the outlet clothing area. Inside a high-end fashion women's clothing brand store. AI, I think this coat suits me very well. What do you think? At this time, Sumini was holding a new women's jacket in front of her, looking at AIXAN with anticipation. The two had just finished their meal in the mall, and then Sumini brought AIXAN here. AIXAN did not respond, but turned to look at the shopping guide. At this time, the salesperson was greeting other customers and did not notice them. AIXAN then took a step closer and whispered, Mimi, this coat costs more than 1,000, and it's not on sale. I know that 1380 is a little expensive, but this brand has always been priced at this price, and I think it's worth it. Sumini stroked the coat lovingly as she spoke, her eyes never leaving it. As soon as AIXAN saw Sumini's expression, she knew that she must have made up her mind to buy it a long time ago. AIXAN hurriedly advised, Mimi, why don't we go to Renmin West Road to have a look? There must be something similar there. As soon as Sumini heard the words Renmin West Road, her face immediately turned disgusted. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but why do you think of Renmin West Road whenever you buy something? Do you like wearing counterfeit goods so much? Sumimi frowned. AIXAN was a little speechless, but still said patiently, Mimi, of course I want to buy authentic products, but our salary is so limited. A coat costs 1,400 yuan, and there are a few hundred yuan left, which is not enough for food and water and electricity. It's not that Sumimi has not considered the issue of money, but she has had her eyes on this coat for a long time and has even dreamed of buying it. I haven't bought new clothes for several months. Why don't you support me? Sumimi looked at AIXAN very aggrieved. AIXAN frowned, then snatched the coat from Sumimi's hand and hung it back on the shelf. Then, AIXAN took Sumimi's hand and dragged her out the door. Let's go. Sumimi was very reluctant to leave. As she was being pulled away, she looked back at her beloved coat. Just as the two of them walked to the door of the store, AIXAN suddenly stopped. Sumini thought AIXAN had changed her mind and immediately wanted to go back. Unexpectedly, AIXAN shook Sumimi's arm vigorously, pointed outside, and lowered her voice and said, Mimi, look, that person is Shin Xiaotian, right? Sumimi was startled and quickly turned to look outside the store. Following the direction pointed by AIXAN, Sumini soon found Shin Xiaotian. What surprised Sumimi and AIXIN was that Shin Xiaotian was not alone. Next to him was a tall young woman with a proud bust and outstanding temperament. Unfortunately, the young woman was wearing a black mask, so her true appearance could not be seen. Mimi, who is that woman? AIXIN asked curiously. How should I know? Sumimi frowned and her tone was even gloomier. After saying that, Sumimi couldn't help but look down at her chest and suddenly felt a little ashamed of herself. The next moment, Sumimi's face was covered with dark clouds. The look he gave Shin Xiaotian was as if he wanted to eat him alive. Damn Shin Xiaotian. No wonder you stood me up, it turns out you were shopping with another woman. AIXIN was very confused and couldn't help muttering, it's strange, Mimi, when did Shin Xiaotian get to know such a beautiful woman? AIXIN had been staring at Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi and did not notice the change in her best friend's expression. If she had seen Su Mimi's dark face, she would definitely not have said that. Su Mimi was unhappy when she heard this, she's still wearing a mask. How do you know she's pretty? What if she's so ugly that she doesn't dare to show her face to others? Women like Su Mimi are naturally repelled by beautiful people of the same sex. Even though she couldn't see the other person's face, Su Mimi was already jealous because of her current figure and temperament. When AIXIN heard her best friend's tone, she immediately turned around and was immediately startled. Seeing Su Mimi's jealousy growing stronger and stronger, AIXIN suddenly felt very regretful. I should have known not to tell her that I saw Shin Xiaotian. Mimi, let's just stroll around our street and ignore them. AIXIN said and tried to pull Su Mimi away. But Su Mimi broke free from AIXIN and followed Shin Xiaotian. AIXIN was startled and quickly chased after her and grabbed Su Mimi. Mimi, calm down. Su Mimi sneered and said, don't worry, I'm not doing anything. I just want to follow behind and take a look. It is impossible for Su Mimi to quarrel with another woman in the street for Shin Xiaotian. Because in her eyes, Shin Xiaotian is just a bootlicker, he is not worthy of her doing that. The reason I wanted to go and take a look was purely because I was curious about the relationship between Shin Xiaotian and this woman. Su Mimi wanted to know if Shin Xiaotian's attitude towards her suddenly changed because of this woman. After hearing Su Mimi say this, AIXIN felt relieved. However, AIXIN was still a little worried that Su Mimi would not calm down, so she took her arm and said, I'll accompany you. Afterwards, the two of them followed Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi from a distance. There is still a lot of traffic in the mall on weekends. So Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi didn't notice that there were two little tails following behind them. When Li Mingxi passed by a brand women's clothing store, she suddenly stopped. Shin Xiaotian noticed it immediately, stopped and asked, why don't you leave, Sister Shi? Li Mingxi hesitated for a moment and said, my mother likes this brand of clothes very much. I want to buy her 2 pieces. Okay. Then let's go in and take a look. In order to improve his favorability, Shin Xiaotian naturally tried his best to please Li Mingxi. Li Mingxi hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said, no, I'll help you pick out clothes today, and I'll come over and take a look some other day. It's okay. We're already at the door. Just go in and take a look. It won't delay anything. Having said that, Shin Xiaotian persuaded Li Mingxi to enter the brand women's clothing store. Chapter 42 turns out to be a routine. Not far behind, AIXIN was immediately surprised when she saw Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi walk into a brand women's clothing store. Mimi, this store is not cheap. I went in once and saw that their clothes cost thousands of dollars each. Even a very ordinary silk scarf costs 700 or 800. AIXIN was a little excited and couldn't help but pull Su Mimi's arm. Su Mimi was immediately upset by AIXIN's pulling. I'm not blind. Of course I know that this brand of women's clothing is very expensive. You don't need to remind me. AIXIN did not notice the subtle changes on Su Mimi's face, and then said, Mimi, Shin Xiaotian is not going to buy her clothes from this store. Although he won more than 10,000 yuan from the lottery, it's not enough to buy clothes here. Su Mimi squinted at the store entrance and said coldly, believe it or not, Shin Xiaotian definitely doesn't know how expensive the clothes in this store are. He will make a fool of himself in a moment. When AIXIN heard this, she immediately nodded, thinking that what Su Mimi said made sense. Although AIXIN and Shin Xiaotian are not very familiar with each other, she can learn about them from her usual chats with Su Mimi. When Shin Xiaotian was in college, he spent a lot of time working to earn money, and was very frugal in his food, clothing, housing, and transportation. But he is very generous to Su Mimi. As long as Su Mimi asks, he will spend money without hesitation. So apart from the various brands that often appear in advertisements, Shin Xiaotian has almost no idea about the brand stores in major shopping malls. At this moment, a group of images had already emerged in AI Xian's mind. Shin Xiaotian happily accompanied the beautiful woman to pick out clothes and try them on, and then tried to please her by paying the bill. But when he saw the price tag, he was so scared by the number on it that his face turned pale. He stood there in embarrassment, not knowing whether to leave or stay. Oh. This Shin Xiaotian, I really don't know what he is thinking. AI Xian frowned and shook her head, secretly feeling a little anxious. Maybe it was because Shin Xiaotian helped her yesterday. AI Xian already regarded Shin Xiaotian as a friend in her heart. Since they are friends, she certainly doesn't want to see Shin Xiaotian waste his money. In AI Xian's opinion, this woman with fair skin, long legs and big breasts has perfect conditions in all aspects. She and Shin Xiaotian are from completely different worlds. Even if Shin Xiaotian spent all his savings on her, she would never be interested in him. In a word, everything you do is in vain. Sumini snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Humph, since he is willing to be a sucker, then let him be one." In fact, Sumini was very jealous. He clearly agreed to accompany me shopping today, but he stood me up. The most infuriating thing is that he actually licked another woman. Sumini felt so upset when she thought that no one was paying for her favorite coat and new bag. Afterwards, the two found a more secluded location and observed the situation in the store through the window glass. Soon, the two saw Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi. At this time, Li Mingxi was carefully selecting clothes from the rack, and Shin Xiaotian was standing beside her with a computer bag. Li Mingxi did not ask for Shin Xiaotian's opinion during the selection process, and Shin Xiaotian did not deliberately find topics to chat. If Shin Xiaotian put on a black suit and sunglasses now, he would be a competent bodyguard. After more than 10 minutes, Li Mingxi finished her selection. There are 2 sets in total, both of which were matched by Li Mingxi herself, suitable for her mother to attend different occasions. That's all. Li Mingxi handed the selected clothes to the shopping guide and then walked towards the cashier. Shin Xiaotian said nothing and followed quietly behind. After arriving at the checkout counter, the cashier quickly calculated the total price of the clothes. "Hello, the total amount is 12,000 yuan. Would you like to pay in cash or by card?" the cashier asked with a smile. Li Mingxi said calmly, "Swipe the card." As she spoke, Li Mingxi opened her bag, took out her bank card and handed it to the cashier. The cashier immediately started swiping the card. But after Li Mingxi entered her password, the cashier said, "Sorry, ma'am, the POS machine shows that your card balance is insufficient." Li Mingxi paused for a moment, then he remembered that he had just bought a laptop and the balance was less than 3,000 yuan. Then, Li Mingxi opened her bag and wanted to pay with another card. But after searching every corner of the bag, Li Mingxi couldn't find the card. After thinking about it carefully, I remembered that I had put the card in another bag. Li Mingxi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She only brought a few hundred yuan in cash when she went out today, and there was less than 3,000 yuan in her only bank card. There is no WeChat or Alipay in this time and space. Even if you call someone to transfer money now, it won't be fast. What should I do? If I say I don't want to buy it now, these shopping guides will definitely laugh at me. Even if I explain that I forgot to bring my bank card, I guess no one will believe me. After all, the fact that the credit card balance is insufficient is right in front of us, and whatever we say are just excuses. Just when Li Mingxi was wondering what to do, Shin Xiaotian suddenly handed over a bank card. "Swipe this." Shin Xiaotian looked at the cashier with a smile. When Li Mingxi was looking for her bank card just now, Shin Xiaotian had already noticed something was wrong. Li Mingxi is a big star, it is impossible for her to be without money. From her behavior, it is clear that she forgot to bring her card. Shin Xiaotian knew very well that this was a great opportunity to improve his favorability, so he immediately withdrew 1,000 favorability coins. After receiving the text message that 10,000 yuan had been deposited into his account, Shin Xiaotian decisively stepped in to help out. The cashier reacted quickly, took the bank card with a smile on his face, and started swiping the card with a beep, beep sound. Are you kidding? This is an order worth more than 10,000 yuan. No matter who pays for it, we can't let this order get away. Hello, sir, please enter the password. The cashier politely handed over the numeric keypad. Shin Xiaotian immediately entered the password skillfully and pressed the green confirm button. Then the receipt was printed out. Shin Xiaotian signed the receipt in a flamboyant manner, then took the card handed over by the cashier with a smile and put it back in his wallet. Thank you. Li Mingxi's tone was very calm, as if this was a trivial matter not worth mentioning. But Shin Xiaotian knew that Li Mengxi was very grateful to him. Because when he swiped his card to pay, the system prompt message also appeared. Li Mengxi's favorability +1. Li Mengxi's current favorability, 7. Although Li Mengxi's face was calm and cold, she was very grateful to Shin Xiaotian for helping her out. Outside the store window, Su Mimi and AIXIN watched the entire payment process. Tisk, you're so pretentious. Su Mimi had a look of disdain on her face and her tone was full of contempt. AIXIN frowned and said coldly, I thought she was going to pay for it herself, but after all this time, it turns out to be a trick. Just now, when Su Mimi and AIXIN saw Li Mengxi handing over her bank card, they were a little surprised. Just when I was wondering if I had misunderstood Shin Xiaotian, and perhaps he was really just accompanying someone shopping, a reversal occurred. How stupid. Su Mimi cursed angrily, then turned and left. Su Mimi was so angry that her head was swelling. She couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Although I don't know how much money Shin Xiaotian spent exactly, but judging by the number of pieces of clothing, it must have cost tens of thousands. He should have spent this real money on me. The more Su Mimi thought about it, the more upset she felt, as if someone had cut a hole in her heart, and the blood kept flowing out and couldn't be stopped at all. Chapter 43 Li Mengxi, please watch your words. AIXIN was still looking at Shin Xiaotian and Li Mengxi in the store through the window, when she suddenly felt something was missing. When I turned around, I realized that Su Mimi had already left angrily. Mimi, wait for me. AIXIN called out and hurriedly chased after her. Su Mimi had a gloomy face and said nothing, she just walked forward with big strides. AIXIN knew that Su Mimi was in a bad mood, so she tried to comfort her along the way, but with little success. AIXIN thought Su Mimi was going back, but halfway through the journey, Su Mimi changed direction and went to the same women's clothing brand store. A few minutes later, Su Mimi walked out of the store carrying a bag. AIXIN followed behind, shaking her head, looking somewhat speechless. Su Mimi was so angry that she bought the coat with a revengeful mentality. AIXIN certainly tried to persuade her, but it was of no use. After buying the coat, Su Mimi felt a little better. What she was thinking at this moment was, what's the big deal? It's like I can afford it myself. On the other side, Shin Xiaotian and Li Mengxi also came out of the women's clothing store. The shopping guide smiled and escorted the two out of the store, saying enthusiastically, welcome back next time. After walking a few steps, Li Mengxi looked at Shin Xiaotian, as cold as ever, send me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you when I get back. Li Mengxi did not explain why she forgot to bring her card, as if the matter was not worth mentioning and unnecessary to explain. Shin Xiaotian didn't ask, but smiled and nodded, okay, I'll send it to you later. After that, the two never mentioned it again, as if it had never happened. About an hour and a half later, Shin Xiaotian and Li Mengxi walked out of the outlet mall. Shin Xiaotian was carrying a laptop bag and several bags of casual brand clothing, while Li Mengxi was carrying a bag of clothes she bought for her mother. The two of them were carrying lots and lots of bags, looking like they had just completed a big shopping spree. Following Li Mengxi's dressing advice, Shin Xiaotian bought 3 sets of casual clothes and 2 pairs of sneakers, spending just over 2,000 yuan in total. Shin Xiaotian is not short of money now, so he can certainly afford more expensive brands. However, Shin Xiaotian does not have high material requirements. He always follows the 2 principles of what I like and what is comfortable to wear when buying things. As for those luxury brands with excessively high premiums, Shin Xiaotian will not pursue them deliberately. Of course, if the time comes when it is really necessary, Shin Xiaotian is willing to spend money. Carrying so many things, the two of them no longer had the desire to continue strolling around. Afterwards, the two took a taxi outside the mall and went to Li Mengxi's house first. After sending Li Mengxi to her home, Shin Xiaotian handed her the laptop before leaving the community. As soon as Li Mengxi entered the house carrying a bunch of things, her mother Song Meiyu came over. Didn't you go to buy a computer? Why did you buy so many clothes? Song Meiyu asked while helping to take the things. Li Mengxi said as she changed her shoes, Mom, these clothes are bought for you. Song Meiyu was a little surprised and quickly picked up the clothing bag to take a look. Oh, why did you buy such expensive clothes? Song Meiyu was surprised, but she was happy in her heart. Li Mengxi said calmly, Mom, please try it on to see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, I can exchange it for you. Song Meiyu smiled and nodded, then picked up the bag and went into her room, happily trying on clothes. Li Mengxi also returned to her room with her laptop. After entering the house, Li Mengxi was not in a hurry to fiddle with the computer. She first found another bank card and planned to go out again and find an ATM to transfer money to Xiaotian. Just then, Li Mingxi's cell phone rang. Li Mingxi took the phone and took a look at it. His brows immediately frowned. The caller ID shows Mr. Wang. Li Mingxi let the phone ring for a few seconds before he reluctantly answered it and closed the door. Hello. Li Mingxi's tone was a little cold. The next second, a male voice came from the other end of the phone. Mingxi, you finally answered my call. The man's tone sounded relieved. Judging from his voice, Mr. Wang is about 30 or 40 years old. Li Mingxi didn't say anything. She held the cell phone in one hand and crossed the other hand across her chest, making her already breathtaking chest look even more spectacular. Li Mingxi said hello and didn't say anything else. She walked to the window with her phone in her hand, waiting for Mr. Wang on the other side to get to the point. Sure enough, after Mr. Wang chatted about some gossip, he was soon embarrassed by Li Mingxi's silence. Ahem, ahem. Mr. Wang had no choice but to clear his throat and said, Mingxi, we can discuss the new album slowly. You are not a child, why would you just leave when you disagree? Li Mingxi sneered and said, Boss Wang, were you discussing this with me before? You were obviously threatening me. Mr. Wang smiled awkwardly and immediately said, Mingxi, don't be angry with me. How could I threaten you? I was just a little anxious and said something I didn't think right. Li Mingxi sneered again and did not respond to Mr. Wang's words. President Wang said in a flattering tone, Mingxi, you should rest well at home this week. Just think of it as a holiday given by the company. When you come to the company next Monday, we can discuss the new album in detail, okay? Li Mingxi didn't have time to beat around the bush with him, so she said bluntly, Boss Wang, if you still want to put those shoddy songs in my new album, then there's nothing to talk about. Mingxi, please don't act on impulse. Mr. Wang's voice suddenly rose a little. Calculate for yourself, how long has it been since you released a new album? It's been almost a year. What you should do most urgently now is to release a new album to increase your popularity. Do you know how many fans online are waiting for your new album? Li Mingxi immediately raised her voice, of course I know this, but I can't fool my fans with those rubbish songs. When Mr. Wang heard this, he immediately became unhappy. Rubbish song? The next second, Mr. Wang's tone became stern. Li Mingxi, please watch your words. Those new songs are the best ones that the company carefully selected for you. They are all suitable for your voice and singing style, so how come they become garbage when they come out of your mouth? Li Mingxi didn't say anything. Although she realized that what she said was a bit excessive, she had no intention of apologizing or changing her words. President Wang paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Li Mingxi, do you know how much the company has to spend on you every month? Insurance fees, public relations fees, training fees, travel expenses. There are also clothing expenses, jewelry expenses, beauty treatment expenses. Oh, and there's also the rent for the house you live in, and various living expenses, etc., etc. These are all real money. Mr. Wang became more and more excited, and finally couldn't help but question, you have been silent for almost a year, shouldn't you be creating profits for the company? After hearing this, Li Mingxi lost interest in continuing the conversation. Boss Wang, I'm a little tired. I'll hang up now. Li Mingxi, wait a minute, don't hang up. Li. Before Mr. Wang could finish his words, Li Mingxi hung up the phone. Immediately afterwards, Li Mingxi turned her phone to silent mode, stuffed it into her bag and ignored it. Chapter 44 Stubborn Li Mingxi. The reason why Li Mingxi suddenly came back from the provincial capital was because of the songs in her new album. The company believes that Li Mingxi has not released a new album for nearly a year. If she keeps delaying the release, her fans will probably forget about her. Of course Li Mingxi wants to release a new album, and she is eager to do so. But so far, she thinks only 6 of the 10 songs on the new album are up to standard. The remaining 4 songs seem to her to be shoddy. There is no novelty, no characteristics, and it is far from meeting my own qualification standards. Li Mingxi hopes that the company will give her a few more months to release a new album after the quality of the 10 songs meets the standards. But Mr. Wang said that the company could not wait any longer. While Li Mingxi's popularity was still there, he insisted on releasing the new album immediately, and even the promotional plan had been completed. Out of responsibility to her fans, Li Mingxi naturally would not agree to use those 4 shoddy works to make up the number. So the stubborn Li Mingxi started a debate with Mr. Wang and others in the company. But no one was able to convince the other in this debate, and it ended with Li Mingxi returning to Yan'an City in anger. As soon as Li Mingxi left the provincial capital, she received a life-threatening call from the company. Li Mingxi was very upset by these phone calls. It was because he was in such a bad mood that when Li Mingxi came back and saw that his parking space was occupied by his neighbor, he stepped on the accelerator and crashed into it. When Li Mingxi saw Mr. Wang calling just now, she actually wanted to tell him, "I just discovered a very nice song and have already negotiated to buy the copyright." But not long into the conversation, Mr. Wang began to put pressure on her, which ultimately led to the matter not being spoken out. But Li Mingxi was not in a hurry because she had made up her mind. As long as there is one song she is not satisfied with, then it doesn't matter if this new album is not released. Li Mingxi calmed down a little, then put her bank card into her bag and prepared to go out with her bag. When Song Meiyu heard the sound, she poked her head out of the room. Seeing her daughter was about to go out again, Song Meiyu hurriedly asked, "Xiaoxi, why are you going out again after just coming back?" Li Mingxi said, "I'm going to the bank and will be back soon." When Song Meiyu heard that they were going to the bank, she stopped asking questions and turned back to the house to continue trying on clothes. 20 minutes later, Li Mingxi transferred 12,000 yuan to Xin Xiaotian at an ATM center near the community. Immediately afterwards, Li Mingxi sent a message to Xin Xiaotian, reminding him to check it. And at the end of the text message, he added the word "thank you." Xin Xiaotian had just entered the house when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. When I took it out and looked at it, it turned out to be a notification message about bank card payment. Just after reading this text message, Li Mingxi's message came. After reading it, Xin Xiaotian immediately replied, "You're welcome." After that, Li Mingxi never sent any more messages. Of course, Xin Xiaotian would not send a message to Li Mingxi for no reason. Because he knew very well that meaningless text messages would not increase Li Mingxi's favorability. On the contrary, given the current level of their relationship, if too many meaningless messages are sent, it may be regarded as harassment. If that causes a drop in favorability, it would be more trouble than gain. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Xin Xiaotian returned home. He first exercised for an hour and then took a hot bath. By the time I sat comfortably on the sofa, it was almost 6 o'clock. When Xin Xiaotian was thinking about what to eat for dinner, his cell phone rang. What surprised Xin Xiaotian was that the person who called was Yao Qing. Xin Xiaotian thought, didn't Yao Qing go back to her parents' house? Why did she think of calling me? "Hello, Yao Qing." Xin Xiaotian answered the phone. The next second, Yao Qing's lively voice came over. "Xin Xiaotian, are you home now?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Xin Xiaotian said. Yao Qing immediately said, "Have you eaten? If not, let's go eat together. I'll tell you something while we're at it." "What's the matter?" Xin Xiaotian was a little curious. Yao Qing said, "Come down first and we'll talk when we meet. I've already gone downstairs and am on my way to your house." After saying that, Yao Qing hung up the phone. Xin Xiaotian quickly changed into a casual suit and sneakers he had just bought today, and then went downstairs. When I walked out of the corridor, Yao Qing was already waiting outside. Coincidentally, Yao Qing was also wearing a casual suit today, and the color matched Xin Xiaotian's suit quite well, giving them a vague sense of couple outfits. As soon as Yao Qing saw the brand new Xin Xiaotian, she ran over and said with a smile, "This set must be newly bought, it looks pretty good." Xin Xiaotian didn't respond, but just looked down at his body and smiled slightly. Then, Xin Xiaotian asked, "By the way, what do you want to talk about?" Yao Qing immediately said, "My cousin said you can drive and you are a very good driver. Why didn't you tell me this before?" Xin Xiaotian said calmly, "You didn't ask me. If you had asked, I would have told you." Yao Qing was speechless. She had never asked this question before. "Let's not worry about that for now. I want to tell you that since you can drive, we can drive to and from get off work in the future." Yao Qing said seriously. "Driving? Whose car?" Xin Xiaotian asked puzzledly. Yao Qing smiled and pointed at herself, "Drive my car, I have a Mini, but I've never driven it much." Xin Xiaotian was a little surprised when he first heard it. Because the current market price of the Mini car is about 400,000 yuan, it is unlikely that ordinary office workers can afford it. However, Xin Xiaotian reacted instantly. Yao Qing is not an ordinary office worker. She is the daughter of a wealthy second generation. What's so strange about having a mini car? Xin Xiaotian paused, and immediately thought of another question. "That's not right, Yao Qing. Why don't you drive your own car? Why do you have to take the bus every day?" Xin Xiaotian was puzzled. Yao Qing smiled a little embarrassedly, and said with a slightly ashamed expression, I don't dare to open it. Then, Yao Qing explained the reason why she was afraid to drive. It turns out that Yao Qing got her driver's license during the summer vacation after she graduated from high school. At that time, several high school classmates made an appointment to take a driver's license test together. Yao Qing found it very interesting and joined in. But after getting her driver's license, she went to college and had no chance to touch the steering wheel during her 4 years. When Yao Qing graduated from college, her father gave her a mini car to make her happy. Yao Qing was very happy at that time, and then he drove on the road excitedly, wanting to experience the joy of driving. Unexpectedly, the car had just driven out of the house not far when Yao Qing, in a panic, mistook the brake for the accelerator in order to avoid an oncoming motorcycle and crashed head-on into a tree. Ever since this car accident, Yao Qing has been traumatized and dares not touch the steering wheel again. Ha 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 ha. After listening to this, Shen Xiaotian burst into laughter, as if Yao Qing had just told a very funny joke. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Yao Qing's face suddenly turned red and hot. In a hurry, she slapped Shen Xiaotian's arm with a reproachful look on her face. Chapter 45 Road Killer Yao Qing? Yao Qing was already very cute, and now with her red face and coquettish and complaining look, she looked even more charming and pretty. Shen Xiaotian quickly stopped laughing and shook his head to deny, No, I didn't laugh at you. Then what are you laughing at? Yao Qing asked. Shen Xiaotian paused, tried hard to hold back his laughter, and said, I just suddenly thought of something funny. How could Yao Qing believe it? She immediately gave Shen Xiaotian a cold look. Seeing this, Shen Xiaotian quickly begged for mercy. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore, let's talk business. Yao Qing then turned around and looked at Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian said seriously, Yao Qing, although I can drive, there is a very important problem that needs to be solved first. What's the problem? Yao Qing was a little confused. Shen Xiaotian said, I have to go get a driver's license first. You don't have a driver's license? Yao Qing was very surprised and looked at Shen Xiaotian with wide eyes. Shen Xiaotian nodded. Yao Qing asked, Then how do you know how to drive? You don't even have a driver's license, who did you learn to drive from? Shen Xiaotian had already thought about how to answer, and blurted out, I learned to drive when I was in high school. I learned it from the driver of our welfare home. Ah? Yao Qing was very surprised. Shen Xiaotian said calmly, the welfare home had a van for buying groceries and transporting goods. I had a good relationship with the driver at the time, so I pestered him to teach me how to drive, and slowly I learned how to drive. Shen Xiaotian wasn't lying entirely. When he was in high school, he did have a very good relationship with the driver of the welfare home. During holidays, I often accompanied the driver to buy groceries and transport goods, but he was the one who made up the story about learning to drive. Anyway, Yao Qing would not verify such a trivial matter. After Shen Xiaotian said this and Yao Qing heard this, the matter quickly passed. What should I do? I thought you had a driver's license. Yao Qing was suddenly a little depressed, and her bright eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. Shen Xiaotian smiled and said, It's okay. I'll just go get a driver's license, and then I can be your driver. When Yao Qing heard this, she immediately became happy again. I have acquaintances in the driving school. The registration fee is cheaper than outside, and I can also have priority in driving practice. Shen Xiaotian said, I don't need to practice driving, I can just sign up for the test directly. Yao Qing looked at Shen Xiaotian in astonishment, is this possible? Yao Qing suddenly recalled the torturous experience she had when she was taking the driving test. I took the test for reverse parking 3 times and for driving on the road 4 times. This guy actually passed the test without any practice. Why is there such a big gap between people? Yao Qing suddenly felt depressed and felt that she was too weak at driving. Let's go and have dinner. Shen Xiaotian's voice interrupted Yao Qing's thoughts. Yao Qing was about to nod when she suddenly thought of something. By the way, Shen Xiaotian, can you ride an electric scooter? Yao Qing asked. Shen Xiaotian was amused, why can't I do this? It's so easy to use an e-donkey. All you need is a hand. When Yao Qing heard this, her expression suddenly became a little unnatural. Yao Qing quickly calmed down and said, I also have a small electric donkey. How about we ride it to get off work until you get your driver's license? Sure. Shen Xiaotian answered readily. In a third-tier city like Yannan, you don't need a driver's license to drive an electric scooter. As long as you wear a helmet, you can go wherever you want. Moreover, you basically don't have to worry about traffic jams with electric scooters, so it's very convenient to take a side road or a shortcut. Yao Cheng immediately pulled Shin Xiaotian towards her building. Not long after, Shin Xiaotian followed Yao Cheng to the underground garage. In the middle of a parking space, there is a stylish pink electric scooter parked. The huge garage is full of small cars, making this pink electric scooter particularly eye-catching. Because it has not been driven for a long time, the car body is covered with a transparent plastic dust cloth. This is my beloved e-donkey. How about it? It's beautiful. Yao Cheng stepped forward, tore off the plastic dust sheet, and showed the appearance to Shin Xiaotian like presenting a treasure. Shin Xiaotian walked around the pink electric scooter and nodded, "Yeah, it's pretty." Then Shin Xiaotian looked at Yao Cheng and asked, "Strange, you bought an electric scooter, why don't you ride it to and from get off work?" These words immediately hit Yao Cheng's sore spot. Yao Cheng lowered her head and said weakly, I hit someone, and then I didn't dare to ride anymore." After further questioning, Shin Xiaotian found out that after the mini car accident, Yao Cheng asked her family to buy her a small electric scooter. Before setting out on the road, Yao Cheng practiced for 3 consecutive days near her home until she was sure there were no problems. The first day on the road was quite smooth and everything was safe and sound. But the next morning, as soon as I went out, I bumped into an old lady who was buying groceries. Although the old lady was not injured, she scolded Yao Cheng for a long time in the street. At that time, Yao Cheng kept apologizing, feeling guilty and embarrassed, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Since then, Yao Cheng no longer dares to ride her electric scooter and can only take the bus to and from get off work. Shin Xiaotian finally understood that Yao Cheng was the typical girl with poor body coordination and slow reaction speed. It is better for girls of this type not to drive or ride a bike easily, otherwise it is too easy to turn into a road killer. Is the bike still charged after not riding it for such a long time? Shin Xiaotian asked. Yao Cheng nodded, "It has electricity. I occasionally ride it for fun in the community. It is usually fully charged." Shin Xiaotian thought about it, then said, "Come on, I'll take you to dinner by bike, it's a good opportunity to try this bike." Yao Cheng nodded immediately, "Okay, wait for me, I'll go upstairs to get the key." After saying that, Yao Cheng ran towards the elevator. 10 minutes later, Shin Xiaotian rode a pink electric scooter and drove out of Jinchuan community with Yao Cheng. The two of them didn't walk too far and found a clay pot rice restaurant on the street next to the community, where they had an economical dinner. Monday morning. Shin Xiaotian got up early, washed and dressed, then went downstairs. Yesterday he made an appointment with Yao Cheng to meet downstairs of her house at 7 o'clock in the morning, then have breakfast together and then go to the company. But until 7:10, Yao Cheng still didn't show up. Helpless, Shin Xiaotian had to call Yao Cheng. As a result, Yao Cheng was still dazed when she answered the phone, obviously not awake yet. After reminding Yao Cheng to get up, Shin Xiaotian went to the gate of the community and bought 2 cups of soy milk and a few meat buns. Shin Xiaotian would be responsible for riding the bike in a while, so he started eating his breakfast while walking downstairs to Yao Cheng's building. After finishing breakfast downstairs at Yao Cheng's house, Shin Xiaotian went to the underground garage and rode his electric scooter up. After waiting for a few more minutes, Yao Cheng ran out of the corridor in a panic. Because she was in a hurry, Yao Cheng didn't even tie her hair up. She came out with her hair loose, looking very anxious. "I'm sorry, Shin Xiaotian, my alarm clock was out of battery, so it didn't go off." "I'm so sorry." Yao Cheng hurriedly expressed her apology. Shin Xiaotian glanced at the time and smiled, "It's okay, there's still time." As he spoke, Shin Xiaotian put on a new black helmet. "I bought this nearby after dinner yesterday, because the electric scooter originally only came with a pink helmet." Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian handed the pink helmet to Yao Cheng. As soon as Yao Cheng put on her helmet, Shin Xiaotian handed her hot soy milk and meat buns. "Eat it while it's hot," Shin Xiaotian said. Seeing that Shin Xiaotian had already prepared breakfast for her, Yao Cheng felt a little touched. "Thanks." Yao Cheng hurriedly took the breakfast and then smiled sweetly at Shin Xiaotian. "Get in the car." Shin Xiaotian called out to her and Yao Cheng immediately got on the electric scooter. The next moment, the pink electric scooter carrying Shin Xiaotian and Yao Cheng drove away and soon disappeared in front of the road. Chapter 46 Shin Xiaotian, you scumbag. The moment the pink electric scooter drove out of Jinchuan community, a blue SUV on the side of the road suddenly started and quickly followed. The driver of the blue SUV was a young man in his early 20s. He has a thin face, a somewhat arrogant look, and a small tuft of alpaca bangs on his forehead, but not as long as a real alpaca's. "By the way, what's that kid's name, Tian?" Alpaca Luhai suddenly spoke, and his question was directed at Mai Zhenghao, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Master, his name is Shin Xiaotian. Ma Zhenghao replied immediately, his expression and tone very respectful. The young man called young master by Ma Zhenghao was Yao Qing's younger brother, Yao Lang. Yao Lang is 3 years younger than his sister. He is a sophomore at Yannan Institute of Technology. Shin Xiaotian, TSK, what a rustic name. Yao Lang said disparagingly while curling his lips while driving. Ma Zhenghao didn't respond, but kept looking straight ahead at the pink electric scooter in the traffic. Yao Lang paused, and suddenly asked Ma Zhenghao, did my father ask you to investigate this Shin Xiaotian? Where is he from? What is his family situation like? Ma Zhenghao replied, Shin Xiaotian is an orphan who grew up in the Shuangxing Welfare Home in Yannan County. By the way, like you, he also went to Yannan Institute of Technology. What? He also studied at Yannan Institute of Technology. Yao Lang was very surprised and thought, so this guy is my senior? But the next second, Yao Lang shook off the idea. He refused to admit that there was such a senior. He was not worthy of it. And at this moment, Yao Lang suddenly felt that his school was a bit low-end, even a guy like Shin Xiaotian could study there. An orphan without parents actually wants to date my sister. He's really like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Yao Lang's tone was full of hostility and contempt. Ma Zhenghao still didn't respond and continued to stare at the pink electric scooter on the non-motor vehicle in front of him. For the rest of the journey, Yao Lang kept speaking disdainful and derogatory words while driving, as if Shin Xiaotian was worthless. Master, slow down. The light will turn red soon. Suddenly, Ma Zhenghao pointed forward and reminded. Yao Lang originally wanted to speed up and rush through the intersection, but after hearing Ma Zhenghao's reminder, he hurriedly stepped on the brakes. At this time, the green light ahead flashed and then turned red, and all vehicles going straight stopped. But the pink electric scooter had already crossed the intersection while the light was green, gradually going farther and farther away, and finally disappeared from the sight of Yao Lang and Ma Zhenghao. Seeing that he had lost track of her, Yao Lang suddenly felt unhappy. What did you shout just now? If you hadn't shouted, I would have passed by. Ma Zhenghao was a little speechless, but he did not make any excuses. After a while, Ma Zhenghao glanced at the time and said, Master, it's getting late, I'd better take you to school. Yao Lang said unhappily, I don't have classes today, what am I going to school for? Ma Zhenghao didn't dare to respond. He actually knew that Yao Lang had classes today, and it was an 8-hour class in the morning. But the eldest son of the Yao family had no interest in studying, and he went to this university just to get a diploma. When the light turned green, Yao Lang stepped on the accelerator and quickly passed the intersection. Yao Lang kept trying to speed up to catch up with his sister, but the traffic was too heavy during the morning rush hour and the car couldn't speed up at all. Seeing that the pink electric scooter could not catch up, Yao Lang thought about it and gave up decisively. When passing by a large internet cafe, Yao Lang parked the car on the side of the road. I'm going to the internet cafe to play some games. Remember to call me before they get off work. After saying that, Yao Lang jumped out of the SUV and walked quickly into the internet cafe. Ma Zhenghao had also gotten out of the car by this time. After answering, he sat in the driving seat, restarted the car and drove towards Donghui Pharmaceutical. On the other side, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing had already entered the gate of Donghui Pharmaceutical Company. There is a special parking area for non-motor vehicles in the company. After Shin Xiaotian entered, he drove directly to the parking area. Coincidentally, Su Mimi was standing in front of the office building at that moment. When I turned my head, I saw Shin Xiaotian driving the car, and Yao Qing sitting behind him with a bright smile. Su Mimi was wearing the new coat she bought yesterday, and she was in a good mood. After she joined the company, several female colleagues came up to her and started talking to her after seeing her. The reason for the conversation was naturally this 1,380 renminbi jacket. Listening to the praise and envy from her female colleagues, Su Mimi's vanity was immediately satisfied. At that moment, she felt like she was walking a little lighter and her back was straighter. Unexpectedly, before I could enjoy this feeling enough, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing appeared. The way the two of them were showing their affection while riding in the same car was like a fly suddenly crawling into her throat. Su Mimi felt extremely uncomfortable and her mood instantly plummeted. Bah! Shin Xiaotian, you scumbag! Su Mimi couldn't help but curse in her heart, then turned around and walked towards the office building. There was a lot of work to do on Monday, so after the department morning meeting, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing went to their respective work areas and quickly got into work mode. Shin Xiaotian was busy until around 11 o'clock in the morning before he finally had some free time. Shin Xiaotian was just about to go to the office to drink some water when Yao Qing walked over from a distance. Shin Xiaotian was just about to say hello when he suddenly noticed that Yao Qing's face looked a little strange, as if she had just gotten angry. Yao Qing, what's wrong with you? Shin Xiaotian took a few steps forward and asked. Yao Qing frowned and walked quickly to Shin Xiaotian, then said angrily, I'm so angry, someone is spreading rumors about us. What rumor? Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised. Yao Qing said, I accompanied you to the dormitory to pack your things that day, and those people saw us and started gossiping about us behind our backs, saying that the two of us. At this point, Yao Qing's face suddenly turned red, and she felt embarrassed to continue. What are you talking about us too? Shin Xiaotian asked hurriedly. Yao Qing hesitated for a moment, but finally said it out loud, they spread rumors that we were living together. Although Shin Xiaotian was a little speechless, he didn't take it seriously, so he smiled and said, what else did you say? Isn't this enough? Yao Qing asked back. Then, Yao Qing found that Shin Xiaotian didn't seem angry, so she asked, you're not angry? Shin Xiaotian smiled and replied philosophically, a person of integrity is not afraid of his own shadow, and rumors stop at the wise. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian walked towards the office. Yao Qing also followed, her expression still angry. Don't be angry. It's not worth it to get upset over something that is not true. Shin Xiaotian comforted. Yao Qing nodded, I know, but I just can't control myself, especially when I explain to those people, none of them believed me. Isn't that infuriating? Shin Xiaotian said calmly, don't explain. This will only make things worse. We come together in the morning and go back together in the afternoon, and this will be the way we go to and from get off work in the future. Even if you explain it clearly today, they still won't believe us if they see us like this every day in the future, okay? Yao Qing thought about it carefully and thought, it seems that this matter cannot be explained clearly. However, Yao Qing was not that disgusted. After all, Shin Xiaotian didn't make her dislike him, so it didn't matter even if there was a rumor. Forget it, let them say whatever they want. I don't want to care about it anymore. Yao Qing suddenly let it go. That's right. Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. Yao Qing smiled helplessly, and suddenly remembered something, by the way, my friend at the driving school asked you when you can go. He needs your personal information so that he can help you make an appointment for the first subject test as soon as possible. Shin Xiaotian asked, how about after get off work? If it's too late, I can take some time to go there at noon. Yao Qing immediately said, I'll call and ask, wait a minute. As she spoke, Yao Qing took out her cell phone and called her friend. Chapter 47 You are Shin Xiaotian. A few minutes later, Yao Qing finished the call. Yao Qing immediately said to Shin Xiaotian, my friend said you can come over anytime, he is at Shunan driving school. Yao Qing said to Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian nodded, okay, I'll go over after lunch, I'll send you the address and his number. Yao Qing responded, then edited a text message and sent the address and contact number of Shunan driving school to Shin Xiaotian. After lunch, Shin Xiaotian rode his pink electric scooter out of the company. The company starts work at 2:30 in the afternoon, which is enough time to go to Shunan driving school and back. Yao Qing's friend at Shunan driving school is the uncle of a former high school classmate. Yao Qing and several classmates signed up for the driving test through him. Shin Xiaotian contacted the other party quickly after arriving at the driving school. After some conversation and communication, Shin Xiaotian handed the information and test fees to the driving school. The other party said that if nothing unexpected happened, he could be arranged to take the Subject 1 exam within this week. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing finished their work for the day and walked towards the company's parking lot while chatting. Many colleagues have heard the rumors about them, and when they see the two of them together, they can't help but cast strange glances at them, and some people even secretly talk about them. After all, everyone knows that Shin Xiaotian has been pursuing Su Mimi from the purchasing department. But now Shin Xiaotian is actually with Yao Qing. Shin Xiaotian naturally didn't care what these people thought of him, but Yao Qing was still a little uncomfortable and didn't dare to raise her head too high when walking. Seeing this, Shin Xiaotian joked, why, is it embarrassing to have a scandal with me? Yao Qing immediately looked at Shin Xiaotian and shook her head, no, just a little. Yao Qing didn't know how to describe her current mood, it just felt weird. Okay, don't think about these things, let's think about what to eat tonight. Shin Xiaotian said. Yao Qing didn't even think about it and blurted out, I want to eat beef noodles. Shin Xiaotian smiled slightly, it seemed that she had thought about it a long time ago. Okay, then I'll treat you to beef noodles to thank you for introducing me to the driving school. While Shin Xiaotian was speaking, he had already pushed out the electric scooter and handed the helmet to Yao Qing. Yao Qing immediately put on her helmet and sat behind Shin Xiaotian. Then, the two of them rode their bikes away from the company under the gaze of their colleagues. Downstairs in the office building at the back, Su Mimi happened to see Shin Xiaotian driving Yao Qing away. Scumbag! Su Mimi frowned and spat. Su Mimi thought, Yao Qing is such a fool, she definitely doesn't know Shin Xiaotian's true face. When she finds out that she has been cheated on, she will cry. Across the road from Donghui Pharmaceutical Company. At the moment the pink electric scooter drove out of the company, an SUV also started. In addition to Mai Zhanghao, Yao Lang was also in the car, but Mai Zhanghao was the driver. Hurry, hurry, catch up, don't get lost again like this morning. Yao Lang shouted, pointing ahead. Mai Zhanghao didn't say anything, thinking, it wasn't me who lost in this morning. After the SUV merged into the traffic flow and smoothly caught up with the pink electric scooter, Yao Lang took out his mobile phone and started sending text messages. The mobile phone Yao Lang uses is also the new dual-screen folding phone. Yao Lang likes the marquee design of this phone the most. Whenever a call or text message comes in, the marquee will flash coolly, making him look very proud in front of his classmates. At this time, Yao Lang was texting with a girl named Xiao Ru. Yao Lang, Ru, is the get out of class over yet? Xiao Ru, just got out of class. Why didn't I see you today? Where did you go? Yao Lang, there's something I need to deal with personally. Xiao Ru, what's the matter? Do you need to ask about it in person? Yao Lang, it's not a big deal. There's just a poor boy who wants to pursue my sister. I have to teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to harass my sister again. Xiao Ru, Yao Lang, you are so manly. I feel so safe around you. Yao Lang was very happy to receive the praise. The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a lot, while he continued to send messages with his hands. Yao Lang, it's okay. Xiao Ru, then when are you coming over? You said you were going to invite me and my roommates to the bar today. You won't stand us up, will you? Yao Lang, how could that be? I'll be ready soon and will be able to get there around 8 o'clock. Xiao Ru, okay, I'll wait for you. Don't be late. Yao Lang, don't worry, I won't stand you up. Before 7 o'clock in the evening, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing returned to Jinchuan community after eating beef noodles. At the same time, the SUV also drove into the community. Yao Lang pointed in another direction and said to Mai Zhanghao, go downstairs to his house. Mai Zhanghao nodded and did as he was told. After a while, the car stopped downstairs of Shin Xiaotian's house. As Yao Lang opened the door and got out of the car, he said to Mai Zhanghao, don't show up yet. I want to talk to that guy alone. Mai Zhanghao responded, and after Yao Lang closed the car door, he drove away. Yao Lang moved his neck and arms, then walked to the entrance of the corridor. While he was thinking about what move he would use to intimidate Shin Xiaotian, he was waiting for him to come over. At this time, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing had already parked the electric scooter in the parking space in the underground garage. After charging the electric scooter, Shin Xiaotian chatted with Yao Qing for a while before saying goodbye and walking out of the underground garage. 5 minutes later, Shin Xiaotian arrived downstairs of his house. Just as Shin Xiaotian was about to continue walking into the corridor, he suddenly stopped. It was already dark at this time, the street lights outside the corridor entrance were on, and a strange man was standing below. Because of the angle of the streetlight, Shin Xiaotian couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but his alpaca bangs were very eye-catching. Shin Xiaotian didn't know Yao Lang, but his intuition told him that this man was coming for him. Sure enough, as soon as Yao Lang saw Shin Xiaotian appear, he walked towards him with his chin raised. You are Shin Xiaotian? Shin Xiaotian frowned slightly, and looked at the other person while secretly alert. Who are you? Yao Lang didn't answer at all, but just continued walking towards Shin Xiaotian. As soon as he got closer, Yao Lang suddenly punched Shin Xiaotian in the nose. Shin Xiaotian was prepared and immediately tilted his head to the side to avoid the punch. Yao Lang's punch missed and he was a little surprised. Wow, this kid's reaction is quite quick. However, Yao Lang did not hesitate or pause, but turned around quickly and punched again. But before the punch could be thrown, Shin Xiaotian had already stepped forward and grabbed his punching arm. Immediately afterwards, Yao Lang's arm was twisted behind his back by a powerful force, and he screamed in pain, "It hurts, it hurts." Shin Xiaotian held Yao Lang's arm and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Although Yao Lang felt a lot of pain and realized that Shin Xiaotian was much stronger than he thought, he refused to admit defeat. "Why do you care who I am? You won't tell me, okay?" After saying that, Shin Xiaotian sneered silently, then forced Yao Lang into the corridor. In an SUV parked not far away, Ma Zhanghao was talking on the phone with his mother. "Howsy, when can you come back? Your dad's health is getting worse and worse. He's been mumbling about you in a daze lately." Ma Zhanghao's mother's voice was filled with tears. Ma Zhanghao said quickly, "Mom, I will ask for leave from my boss in a while. Don't worry, I will go back to see Dad as soon as possible." Because he was too concerned about his father's condition, Ma Zhanghao did not notice that Yao Lang had been subdued by Shin Xiaotian. When Ma Zhanghao hung up the phone and turned to look at the corridor entrance, Shin Xiaotian had already brought Yao Lang into the stairwell and pressed him heavily against the wall. "Tell me, who asked you to come?" Shin Xiaotian's tone was cold, and the strength with which he twisted Yao Lang's arm increased a bit. Chapter 48. You called us friendly? Yao Lang was suddenly sweating all over his head due to the pain and became scared. "Why is it completely different from what I thought?" When returning home last night, Yao Lang overheard his parents say that a boy was pursuing his older sister. Yao Lang was very curious, so he ran to ask his parents who the other person was. But his parents refused to tell Yao Lang and told him to concentrate on his studies and not to worry about these things. Of course, Yao Lang did not give up, so he contacted Ma Zhanghao privately, and only then did he find out the general situation. The reason why Yao Lang followed Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing today. One is that she wanted to take a look at Shin Xiaotian and see if he was worthy of her sister. Secondly, I wanted to observe the extent of the relationship between my sister and this man, and whether he had taken advantage of her. Third, she wanted to meet Shin Xiaotian alone and let him know that her elder sister had a brother like him who was not easy to mess with. It's not that Yao Lang opposed their relationship without asking any questions. However, after Yao Lang learned that Shin Xiaotian was an orphan, he was influenced by his preconceived impression of him, and his impression of him instantly changed. Yao Lang is a second-generation rich man and has always been lavish with his money. This results in him being surrounded by many women who are after his money, as well as those drinking buddies who are never serious and only know how to please him. So Yao Lang subconsciously thought that Shin Xiaotian was a phoenix man who wanted to take advantage of his sister. In Yao Lang's heart, his elder sister is a simple and naive girl who has no idea that people in this world are treacherous and can be easily deceived. As her biological brother, it is naturally my obligation to protect my sister, let her cherish her life and stay away from scumbags. At first, Yao Lang just wanted to warn Shin Xiaotian verbally. But when he heard in the morning that Shin Xiaotian was an orphan, Yao Lang changed his mind. He felt that verbal warnings were far from being deterrent enough, and that he should be given a real lesson so that he would be afraid and retreat. But things did not develop at all as he imagined. Not only did he fail to even touch the corner of Shin Xiaotian's clothes, but he was also completely subdued by him with just one move. "I'll ask you one last time, who asked you to come? Or I'll break your arm." Shin Xiaotian issued an ultimatum. Of course, Shin Xiaotian increased the strength in his hands by another 2 points. Yao Lang was already in a lot of pain, and now the force was added, it hurt even more. "No one asked me to come here, I came here on my own initiative." Yao Lang was really afraid that Shin Xiaotian would accidentally break his arm, so he started shouting in a hurry. "Who are you? I don't even know you." Shin Xiaotian simply couldn't believe it. How could a stranger come to cause trouble for him for no reason? Yao Lang quickly shouted, "My name is Yao Lang, I'm Yao Qing's younger brother, my real brother." Yao Qing's brother? Shin Xiaotian was indeed a little surprised, and the strength in his hands immediately loosened a little. Yao Lang quickly said, "I didn't lie to you. I really am Yao Qing's brother. If you don't believe me, you can call my sister right now." Shin Xiaotian thought for a moment and said coldly, "Do you think I don't dare?" After saying that, Shin Xiaotian took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket with his other hand and quickly dialed Yao Qing's number. "Don't talk, or I'll break your hand right away," Shin Xiaotian warned. Yao Lang was just a spoiled rich second-generation boy, and had never met a ruthless man like Shin Xiaotian. He nodded quickly and even slowed down his breathing. A few seconds later, the call was answered. "Shin Xiaotian, what's the matter?" Yao Qing's cute and lively voice came from the phone. Shin Xiaotian glanced at Yao Lang and said calmly, "Yao Qing, I just met a man downstairs. He said he was your brother." "Ah?" Yao Qing was very surprised. "Are you talking about Yao Lang?" As soon as the words fell, Yao Qing reacted and asked in confusion, "That's not right, I never mentioned you to him, how did he know you?" "Shin Xiaotian, where is Yao Lang now? Let him talk to me." Yao Qing's tone suddenly became serious. Shin Xiaotian replied calmly, "He has just left, you can call him." "Okay." I'll call him right now. Yao Qing paused after she finished speaking, and then asked, by the way, Shen Xiaotian, why did Yao Lang come to see you? Did he say anything strange to you? No, he just said hello to me, and I said hello back. It was quite friendly. Shen Xiaotian said with a smile. When Yao Lang heard what Shen Xiaotian said, he rolled his eyes on the spot and thought, you call this friendship? Yao Qing on the other end of the phone believed it and said him before hanging up. Soon, the cell phone in Yao Lang's pocket rang. Shen Xiaotian had basically confirmed Yao Lang's identity, so he let go of his arm. Yao Lang flexed his arms with a grin and took out his cell phone. The marquee of the new dual-screen folding phone is very cool, with bright and colorful lights, highlighting the user's extraordinary and noble character. Shen Xiaotian took a look and saw the word sister displayed on the outer screen of the phone. Yao Lang frowned and glanced at Shen Xiaotian, then raised his thumb and the foldable phone opened elegantly. Hello, sister. Yao Lang answered the phone, his voice deliberately loud, as if he was protesting to Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian saw through Yao Lang's thoughts at a glance and couldn't help but want to laugh. Yao Lang, how do you know Shen Xiaotian? Did your parents tell you that? Why did you go looking for Shen Xiaotian? Where are you now? Yao Qing asked several questions in a row like a string of cannonballs. Yao Lang did not answer, but let out a breath first, then said, Sister, you asked so many questions at once, which one should I answer first? As soon as these words were spoken, a burst of panting sounds came from the other end of the receiver. Where are you now? Yao Qing's voice was a little fierce. Yao Lang said, in your community. Yao Qing immediately ordered, come to my house now, immediately, right now. Got it. I'll be there in a minute. Yao Lang didn't want to go, but since his elder sister had spoken, he had no choice but to agree. After hanging up the phone, Yao Lang looked at Shen Xiaotian. At this time, Shen Xiaotian no longer had the ferocity he had just shown, and was replaced by a harmless smile. Go quickly, don't keep your sister waiting for too long. Shen Xiaotian said this with a smile and walked out of the stairwell as if nothing had happened. As for the purpose of Yao Lang's visit, Shen Xiaotian knew it easily with his toes, so he didn't need to ask. Yao Lang was stunned for a moment, then chased after him. At this time, Shen Xiaotian had just pressed the up button of the elevator. Hey, what do you mean? You almost broke my hand, and now you want to run away without even saying sorry? Yao Lang, relying on the fact that he was Yao Qing's younger brother, yelled at Shen Xiaotian in anger. Shen Xiaotian slowly turned his head and stared at Yao Lang. That look immediately made Yao Lang feel uncomfortable, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye for a moment. Bite. The elevator arrived and the door slowly opened. Shen Xiaotian walked into the elevator, turned around and pressed the floor button while saying to Yao Lang outside, okay, no need to see me off, go find your sister quickly. As the words fell, the elevator door closed. Yao Lang was very upset about the whole setback he had just suffered, but he couldn't do anything about Shen Xiaotian. Helpless, Yao Lang could only walk out with a lot of anger. As soon as he came out, Yao Lang saw Ma Zhenghao running towards him. Ma Zhenghao was a little worried because Yao Lang hadn't come out yet, so he came to check on the situation. Master, are you okay? Ma Zhenghao was relieved when he saw Yao Lang coming out safely. Yao Lang frowned and shook his head, then walked towards his sister's house in silence. After taking a few steps, Yao Lang stopped, wait. The next moment, he turned around and looked at Ma Zhenghao, frowning and asking in confusion, why do you ask me if I'm okay? Chapter 49 Is money the only way to measure a person? Ma Zhenghao said, Shen Xiaotian is quite skilled. I saw that the young master hadn't come out for a long time, and I was worried that you would suffer. How do you know he is good at fighting? Yao Lang asked. Ma Zhenghao didn't want to talk about how he was subdued by Shen Xiaotian that day, so he shook his head and said, I don't know, I guessed. Unfortunately, Ma Zhenghao couldn't lie, and his unnatural expression and tone immediately betrayed himself. What's going on? Tell me the truth. Yao Lang frowned. Ma Zhenghao shook his head and said nothing. Yao Lang pointed at Ma Zhenghao and threatened, okay, you won't tell me, right? I'll tell my dad that you don't protect my sister well, and I'll ask him to deduct your salary. Ma Zhenghao suddenly became anxious. His father was still sick and his mother had no income, so the family relied on his salary to pay for his father's medical treatment. No, young master, I'll tell you. Ma Zhenghao didn't dare to hide it anymore. Then, Ma Zhenghao told about his fight with Shen Xiaotian. Yao Lang was upset after hearing this. Ma Zhenghao, are you sick? Shen Xiaotian is so powerful, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yao Lang regretted it very much at this moment. If he had known that even Ma Zhanghao was no match for Shen Xiaotian, he would not have taken action just now. Ma Zhanghao felt that Yao Lang's reaction was a bit extreme, and asked quickly, "Master, did Shen Xiaotian bully you just now? How is that possible?" Yao Lang's heart tightened and he quickly denied it loudly. Yao Lang raised his chin and said proudly, "It's good enough that I don't bully others. Who dares to bully me?" Yao Lang is young and energetic, and he thinks highly of himself. He is also very concerned about his reputation in public. Even if he is really bullied, he will not say anything unless he has no other choice. No one else saw what happened just now except himself and Shen Xiaotian. And he didn't suffer any injuries, just a little bit of pain in his arm, but he's almost fine now. In addition, Shen Xiaotian did not mention this matter when he called his sister, so it was naturally impossible for Yao Lang to reveal this embarrassing experience. Ma Zhanghao thought so too, so he nodded and felt relieved. "You go back first, I'm going to my sister's house. Leave the car to me, I'll drive it later," Yao Lang said as he reached out to Ma Zhanghao for the car keys. Ma Zhanghao nodded, then gave the SUV keys to Yao Lang, turned around and left the community first. 5 minutes later, Yao Lang knocked on Yao Qing's door. As soon as the door opened, Yao Qing with a cold face appeared in front of Yao Lang. As soon as Yao Lang saw that his elder sister's expression was not right, he immediately smiled flatteringly. "Sister, I didn't do anything, why do you have that expression?" Yao Lang asked weakly. Although Yao Qing is usually lively, cute, and seems to have a good temper when she is outside, she is a bit fierce in front of her unmotivated brother. Yao Qing reached out and pulled Yao Lang into the house, then closed the door and asked, "Who told you to go find Shen Xiaotian?" Yao Lang said, "No one asked me to go, I was just curious about what he looked like, so I went to take a look." Yao Lang was afraid of being beaten, so he quickly hid in the living room while talking. Yao Qing frowned and followed him to the living room, then asked, "Did Dad say anything to you?" "No." Yao Lang shook his head, "I just happened to hear a few words from my parents when they were chatting." Then Yao Lang asked, "Sister, are you really dating that guy? Who told you that I was in love with him?" Yao Qing was a little amused and explained emphatically, "I'm telling you, Shen Xiaotian and I are just colleagues and good friends, we are not in love." "Really?" Yao Lang stared at Yao Qing, trying to tell the truth from her eyes. He knew this sister very well. Whenever she lied, her eyes would be different from usual and he could tell it at a glance. "Really?" Yao Qing said firmly. Yao Lang observed his elder sister and quickly confirmed that she was not lying, and then he felt relieved. "That's good. That guy is too poor and not worthy of you at all," Yao Lang said. Yao Qing frowned as soon as she heard this, and said unhappily, "Yao Lang, why are you becoming more and more like Dad?" Yao Lang complained in his heart, "He is my biological father, if I am not like him, who should I be like?" But Yao Lang didn't dare say it out loud, because he knew that his sister was not talking about appearance. At this time, Yao Qing's expression became much more serious. "Is money the only way to measure a person?" "Of course not," Yao Qing said in a louder voice. Yao Qing continued, "Money is just a symbol of material wealth. Although it can reflect a person's economic status and material achievements to a certain extent. But it cannot cover all the values of a person, such as morality, kindness, love, courage, responsibility, creativity, and other qualities. Only when many factors are combined together can a person be truly defined." "Sister, I know you have good grades, but now is not the time to preach. We are talking about your love life." Yao Lang didn't want to get off topic. Yao Qing said seriously, "I said, I'm not in a relationship." "I know, and I also believe that you are not in a relationship," Yao Lang said quickly. "I just want to remind you not to be fooled by some people with bad intentions. You have to open your eyes and see clearly the man around you." Yao Lang spoke like a very experienced relationship expert. Of course Yao Qing understood who this evil-minded person was referring to. "Yao Lang, you don't understand Shen Xiaotian at all. What right do you have to say that he has bad intentions?" Yao Qing asked. Yao Lang was suddenly speechless. He said this only because he had just been humiliated by Shen Xiaotian and was simply displeased with him. Next, Yao Qing told her brother how she met Shen Xiaotian and how Shen Xiaotian helped and took care of her at work. Yao Lang listened patiently at first, but when he received Xia Ru's text message, he could no longer sit still. Xia Ru sent a message to Yao Lang asking if he had come. When Yao Lang looked at the time, he suddenly realized that it was almost 8 o'clock. Yao Lang quickly replied, "On the way." Then he stood up and walked quickly to the door. "Sister, I have an appointment with my classmates to study in the library, I have to go." Before Yao Qing could react, Yao Lang had already closed the door and disappeared out the door. Yao Qing shook her head speechlessly. I don't know what kind of person you are. You just say you want to play, why are you talking about a library? More than half an hour later, Yao Lang drove an SUV to the door of a milk tea shop near Yannan Institute of Technology. Yao Lang had made an appointment with Xia Ru to meet in front of this milk tea shop at 8 o'clock sharp. After getting off the car, Yao Lang looked around but there was no sign of Xia Ru, so he immediately called her. But Xia Ru didn't answer the call, but hung up directly. Yao Lang knew that Xia Ru was angry, so he hurriedly called twice more. But the result is always the same, the other party dies instantly. I'm sorry, Ru, I was wrong. Yao Lang had no choice but to send an apology text message to Xia Ru. After sending the text message, Yao Lang stood by the car and waited anxiously for Xia Ru's reply. In the next 10 minutes, Yao Lang sent Xia Ru several messages and made several phone calls. But the call was hung up immediately and the text message remained unanswered. Just when Yao Lang was dejected and preparing to get in the car to leave, Xia Ru called. Yao Lang suddenly perked up and answered the phone anxiously. Hey, Ru, don't be angry, I really know I was wrong. There was no one talking on the other end of the phone, only the sound of breathing, which was quite fast and you could tell that the person was angry. Ru, I shouldn't have been late. I apologize to you. As long as you can calm down, I will do anything for you. Yao Lang was sincere and at this moment he was willing to pay any price to gain Xia Ru's forgiveness. Chapter 50. You want face, right? I don't want face. Sure enough, this sentence worked, and the girl on the other end of the phone spoke. Are you serious? You'll do whatever I ask you to do? Xia Ru's voice was very soft, but at the moment it revealed a sense of unhappiness. Really, anything is fine. Yao Lang nodded vigorously. Xia Ru thought for a moment and said, well, now stand in the middle of the crowd and shout 3 times at the top of your voice, I am the king of lateness. After you shout, I will forgive you. After saying that, Xia Ru fell silent. Yao Lang's face suddenly turned embarrassed. You know, this street of the school has a lot of people at night. It is very likely that among the people who go out shopping and eating there are people Yao Lang knows. Everyone who knows him knows that Yao Lang is a rich second generation, and a rich second generation who was very proud of his reputation. Asking Yao Lang to stand in the middle of the crowd and shout I am the king of lateness 3 times would be more embarrassing than killing him directly. Ru, can you change it? Yao Lang asked with a pleading tone. Xia Ru did not answer, but asked back, didn't you just say that you can do whatever I ask you to do? Ru, this is too embarrassing. If people I know see this, I'll lose all my face. Yao Lang said. Ha! Xia Ru suddenly sneered, and then asked, you are the only one who wants to save face, right? I don't want face? We agreed to arrive at 8 o'clock. I specifically reminded you not to be late, but what about you? Not only am I late, but I'm also so late. Do you know how embarrassed I was in front of my roommates just now? The more Xia Ru spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, and the more Yao Lang listened, the more he blamed himself. I'm sorry, Ru, I really know I was wrong. Yao Lang couldn't say anything else except to apologize. Xia Ru pretended not to hear and continued, just now I made an excuse for you, saying that you were delayed by something important and asked them to bear with you for a while. Then one of my roommates said that your behavior actually means you don't care about me and I'm not that important to you. Yao Lang got anxious when he heard this. How could that be? Don't listen to her, Ru, you are the most important in my heart. Xia Ru paused, and then continued, my roommate also said that the boyfriend of one of her high school classmates was only 5 minutes late for a date. As a result, he not only bought his girlfriend roses to apologize, but also gave her a set of very high-end cosmetics. Look at you, you come here empty-handed. How can you be sincere in your apology? Xia Ru asked angrily. Yao Lang was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. Xia Ru should be watching me not far away at this time, otherwise how could she know that I had nothing in my hands? Yao Lang looked for Xia Ru and said, Ru, I am sincere too. It's just flowers and cosmetics. Whichever one you like, I'll give it to you right now. I don't want it. You talk as if I want your things. Xia Ru said unhappily. No, I just want to express my apology. I give it to you willingly. Yao Lang said quickly. Next, Yao Lang coaxed Xia Ru on the phone for a while before Xia Ru finally agreed to show up. Shortly after hanging up the phone, a pure and beautiful female college student came over from across the street with her lips pouting. Ru. Yao Lang immediately went to greet him, and while he was attentive, his face was also full of apology. Xiaoru glanced at Yao Lang, then turned her head away and stopped talking, obviously still angry. Yao Lang asked, "Ruru, where are your roommates? Why don't you leave earlier? Who else but me would be so stupid to wait for you here?" Xiaoru rolled her eyes at him, looking very aggrieved. After hearing this, Yao Lang felt warm in his heart and thought, my Ruru is still the best. The more aggrieved Xiaoru acted, the more guilty Yao Lang felt. Yao Lang hurriedly said, "Get in the car, Ruru, we are going to the mall now, you can pick whatever cosmetics you like." "I'm not going." Xiaoru twisted her body and refused. Go ahead. Yao Lang coaxed. Afterwards, Xiaoru reluctantly got into the SUV and sat in the passenger seat with a stern face. Yao Lang very attentively closed the car door for her, then trotted around the front of the car, quickly opened the door and jumped into the car. The car started quickly and then slowly drove into the street. Along the way, Yao Lang was looking for topics to please Xiaoru. But Xiaoru didn't pay much attention to Yao Lang, she just kept sending text messages on her cell phone. "Ruru, who are you texting with?" Yao Lang asked weakly. Xiaoru turned her head and glanced at Yao Lang, and said unhappily, "Talk to my roommates. They have been waiting for you for so long. Should I calm them down?" Yes, we should comfort her." "We should." Yao Lang nodded quickly and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Xiaoru lowered her head and continued to edit the message, then sent it out. "He promised to buy me cosmetics, which brand should I choose?" The recipient of the letter was a girl named Sister Man. After a while, Sister Man replied to the text message, and she replied 3 times in a row. "If you want to use it yourself, just pick the one you like. If you want a discount, choose the 5888 set from Xiangtang. I have a friend who is willing to buy it for 3,000 yuan. Remember, the original package cannot be opened, otherwise we will not accept it." After reading the text message, Xiaoru had an idea in her mind. But she was also very cautious and immediately deleted all text messages with Sister Man. About 20 minutes later, Yao Lang's SUV stopped at the entrance of a high-end shopping mall. "We're here. Get off the bus, Ruru." Yao Lang turned off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to get out of the car. But Xiaoru didn't move, her expression was a little hesitant. "Yao Lang, forget it, let's just go get something to eat, don't buy cosmetics, it's too expensive." "No way. I've already promised to buy it for you. This is my sincere apology." Yao Lang was firm in his attitude. Xiaoru was a little worried. "Yao Lang, isn't it a bad idea for you to buy such expensive cosmetics for me? If your parents knew about it, they would definitely be unhappy." Yao Lang immediately said, "Don't worry, they won't know. If they ask, I'll just say I bought a new computer and they won't be suspicious." Xiaoru nodded, unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door and prepared to get out of the car. Yao Lang immediately got out of the car happily, ran to Xiaoru, took Xiaoru's hand with a smile, and the two walked into the mall. About 40 minutes later, Yao Lang took Xiaoru out of the mall gate. Yao Lang held Xiaoru's hand with one hand and held a set of high-end cosmetics from Xiangtang in the other. Xiaoru's had a distressed expression on her face, and she looked back as she walked. "Yao Lang, why don't we go back and get a cheaper set? This one is really too expensive. Xiaoru's acting is very good and there are no flaws to be found. What do you want to change? If you want to use something, use the best one. That's what suits you." Yao Lang looked magnanimous and generous. In fact, Yao Lang was feeling the pain at this moment. He really didn't expect that a set of cosmetics would cost 5,888 yuan, which was really equivalent to buying a computer. Soon, the two returned to the SUV. Yao Lang didn't start the car in a hurry. Instead, he glanced at the time on his phone and whispered, "Ruru, it's getting late. How about we not go back to school tonight?" As he said these words, Yao Lang's heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and he felt both nervous and expectant. Chapter 51. I'm actually a slow warm-up person. Although Yao Lang is a rich second-generation dude, he has no experience in sexual matters so far. The Yao family was quite strict in this regard. Before they went to college, they never allowed the brother and sister to stay out overnight. Although Yao Lang had a girlfriend during his freshman year, the relationship was very short-lived. The other party is also a freshman, and they are not in a relationship because they like Yao Lang so much. Instead, it was because of her beautiful yearning and longing for love that the girl agreed to date Yao Lang. Unexpectedly, less than a month into the relationship, the girl felt that they were not suitable for each other, so she decisively proposed to break up. During this period, Yao Lang only held hands with the other party and did not even kiss her, let alone any further in-depth communication. Xia Ru is 1 grade higher than Yao Lang and is his second girlfriend. Yao Lang pursued Xia Ru for 3 months before he finally got her. Of course, Yao Lang spent a lot of time and money in the pursuit. But as her boyfriend, Yao Lang has only held her hand so far. Although there were kisses, they were only on the face and the lips were never touched. Xia Ru's reason was that they had just started dating and they had to take things slow. As for caressing and touching sensitive parts, Yao Lang had tried before, but was rejected by Xia Ru. The reason why Yao Lang dared to boldly propose not to go back to school today was mainly because he had just invested a lot of money. 5,888. It is equivalent to 3 months' salary for an ordinary salaried worker. Yao Lang took it for granted that I spent so much money on you. The other party must be very touched and will agree to your request without hesitation. But contrary to expectations, things did not develop as Yao Lang had wished. Yao Lang, what do you mean? Xia Ru's face turned cold instantly. Yao Lang's heart started to panic, but he remained calm. Xia Ru pointed at the cosmetics set on the back seat and frowned. Do you think if you buy me a nice set of cosmetics, I will sleep with you? No, I didn't mean that. Yao Lang suddenly became even more panicked, and quickly waved his hands to explain. I'm just worried that the dormitory door will be closed when I go back, and you won't be able to get in. I'll take you home now. If we drive faster, there should be enough time. Yao Lang quickly changed the subject and started the car. In fact, Yao Lang was just asking. It would be best if Xia Ru agreed, but it would be okay if she didn't agree. Xia Ru was unwilling to let Yao Lang off like this, and said very seriously, Yao Lang, if you think I'm a casual woman who can sleep with you for just a set of cosmetics, then you were very wrong. Ruru, you misunderstood me. I didn't think so. Yao Lang regretted it very much at this moment. He would not have asked such questions if he had known earlier. The car had already started. Xia Ru turned her head to look out the window, and then said coldly, I don't want the cosmetics anymore, you can return them. He didn't mention the withdrawal earlier late, but only said it after the car started moving. Yao Lang was shocked and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Ruru, I said something wrong, don't be angry. But Xia Ru had already ignored Yao Lang and remained silent no matter how he apologized. As soon as the car stopped at the school gate, Xia Ru opened the door and got out, walking towards the school gate without looking back. Yao Lang hurriedly jumped out of the car and chased after her, grabbing Xia Ru and coaxing her in a humbly voice. After coaxing him for about 10 minutes, Xia Ru finally forgave Yao Lang with red eyes. Yao Lang then went back to the car to get the cosmetics and handed them to Xia Ru. Don't be angry, I will never do this again. Xia Ru nodded with red eyes, then lowered her head and said shyly, Yao Lang, I believe you can see that I am actually a slow-moving person. I think that when we spend more time together and get to know each other better, some things will come naturally. Yao Lang nodded quickly. I understand, I was too impatient, I was wrong. Xia Ru hurriedly shook her head and whispered, I know this is human nature. In fact, I have thought about it sometimes. Anyway, I don't mean to blame you. After saying that, Xia Ru stood on tiptoe and gave Yao Lang a gentle kiss on the cheek. Then, Xia Ru shyly ran away carrying the cosmetic set worth 5,888. Yao Lang looked at Xia Ru's receding back, feeling indescribable sweetness and happiness in his heart. Only when Xia Ru disappeared from view did Yao Lang turn around and walk towards the SUV, humming a cheerful song as he walked. The pain from swiping the card just now has completely disappeared. Yao Lang even felt that the 5888 he spent tonight was well worth it. Because he heard Xia Ru say, sometimes she thought about it. On campus. As soon as Xia Ru walked to a place where Yao Lang could not be seen, she took out a tissue and began to wipe her lips frantically. In fact, Xia Ru doesn't like Yao Lang at all, and even hates him a little. If it weren't for the fact that Yao Lang's family had some money and he was simple and gullible, Xia Ru wouldn't even look at him. After wiping her mouth, Xia Ru threw the tissue into the trash can with disgust, and then walked quickly in one direction. Not long after, Xia Ru arrived at the bottom of a row of dormitory buildings carrying cosmetics. Xia Ru took out her cell phone and quickly dialed Sister Man's number. Hey, Sister Man, I'm downstairs, please come down. Xia Ru said. Sister Man on the phone asked, is it the deluxe set from Xiangtang? Yes. Xia Ru replied. Sister Man immediately said, wait for me, I'll be down right away. After saying that, the phone hung up. In less than 5 minutes, a tall, curvy and beautiful girl came up to Xia Ru. Sister Man's full name is Wu Mani. She is a senior this year and is an announcer at the school radio station. Wu Mani first looked at the luxurious suit of Xiangtang, and then smiled sweetly. That's great, Ru, you are becoming more and more charming now. Wu Mani praised. Xia Ru immediately shook her head and said a few humble words, but in fact she was still very proud and complacent. At this time, Wu Mani took out a black thing from her pocket, then tore it open with both hands and shook it quickly. Xia Ru looked closely and found that it was an extra-large black plastic bag, the kind used to cover large trash cans in school. Put it in, Wu Mani said. Xia Ru reacted quickly and immediately put the luxury suit into the trash bag. Wu Mani put away the garbage bag and said, there are still people in the dormitory. It's not good if they see it. We have to cover it up. Xia Ru nodded to show her understanding, and then asked, Sister Man, when can the money be transferred to me? 2 or 3 days, it won't be too long, don't worry. After saying that, Wu Mani picked up the bag and left. The next second, Xia Ru also turned around and walked towards her dormitory building. Xia Ru walked while thinking happily that once the 3,000 yuan came into her account, she could buy her favorite clothes and bags. Tuesday morning. Yao Cheng was not late and was waiting downstairs at 7 o'clock sharp. After finishing breakfast at the entrance of the community, Shen Xiaotian drove Yao Cheng to the company. It was a very peaceful day. Nothing special happened from the time I got off work to the time I got home after dinner. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Shen Xiaotian was watching TV and doing push-ups in the living room. Suddenly, the cell phone on the coffee table vibrated. Shen Xiaotian picked up the phone and saw that it was Li Mingxi calling. After pressing the answer button, Shen Xiaotian said, Good evening, Sister Shi, have you eaten? Li Mingxi did not respond to Shen Xiaotian's opening remarks, but asked in a cold tone, Can you come out for a moment? The contract has arrived. Where are you? I'll come to find you now. Shen Xiaotian asked. Li Mingxi thought for a moment and said, Where is your home? I'll come find you. Shen Xiaotian was a little surprised, but he immediately replied, Jinchuan Community. See you at the gate of your community in half an hour. After saying that, Li Mingxi hung up the phone. Chapter 52 I don't want to go back yet. Shen Xiaotian put down his phone, finished the remaining dozens of push-ups, and then went to take a hot bath. After changing my clothes and going out, when I arrived at the gate of the community, there were still 6 or 7 minutes left before the agreed meeting time. 2 minutes later, a small red car stopped at the roadside ahead. Beep, beep. The red car honked twice. Shen Xiaotian walked over immediately. After walking closer, Shen Xiaotian discovered that the dent on the front of the red car had been repaired and there was no trace of it at all. At this time, the passenger window was rolled down, and Li Mingxi was sitting in the driver's seat looking at Shen Xiaotian. She didn't wear a mask today, and her face was still so cool and beautiful, like a flawless white lotus. Li Mingxi didn't say anything and didn't make any movements. She just waited quietly for Shen Xiaotian to get in the car. Shen Xiaotian smiled and greeted him, then opened the car door and got in. The next moment, Li Mingxi started the car and drove forward for a while. Soon, Li Mingxi parked the car on the side of the road, turned off the engine and turned on the interior lights. Li Mingxi reached out and took a file bag from the back seat, handed it to Shen Xiaotian and said, Take a look at the contract first. Shen Xiaotian opened the bag, took out the contract, and then quickly browsed through it. The contract is in duplicate, Party A is the buyer Li Mingxi and Party B is the seller Shen Xiaotian. In less than a minute, Shen Xiaotian nodded and said, No problem, I can sign it now. Li Mingxi was a little surprised, You finished reading it so quickly? Shen Xiaotian joked, There's nothing to see, as long as the amount is correct. Shen Xiaotian didn't care about the contents of the contract at all. He originally wanted to give the song to Li Mingxi, but Li Mingxi insisted on spending 100,000 yuan to buy it. Li Mingxi glanced at Shen Xiaotian, then took out a pen and handed it to Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian took the pen and signed both contracts without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, Li Mingxi also signed his name in the Party A column. Li Mingxi put one of the contracts into a file bag and handed it to Shen Xiaotian, saying, That's it. Thank you. Shen Xiaotian took it with a smile. Li Mingxi added, I will transfer the money to you tomorrow. No rush. Shen Xiaotian said. Li Mingxi didn't say anything. She looked down at the time and frowned slightly. Coincidentally, Shen Xiaotian happened to see the frown. Sister Shi, what's wrong with you? Did you encounter something unhappy? Shen Xiaotian asked with concern. Currently, you are still 3 points away from completing Li Mingxi's favorability mission. Naturally, Xin Xiaotian would seize every opportunity to get close to Li Mingxi. Li Mingxi shook her head gently and said nothing. Xin Xiaotian smiled and joked, I thought sister she regretted buying my song for 100,000 yuan, but it's too late to regret now. The contract has been signed, haha. Li Mingxi didn't laugh after hearing this, but just glanced at Xin Xiaotian indifferently, hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's a little early, and I don't want to go back yet. Li Mingxi's voice was cold, with a hint of annoyance. Xin Xiaotian knew at a glance that Li Mingxi might have encountered some troubles. Xin Xiaotian did not immediately ask her why she didn't want to go back, but suggested, Sister Shi, there is a small square nearby. If you like, we can go for a walk and breathe some fresh air. Li Mingxi thought for more than 10 seconds, then nodded and said, okay. After saying that, Li Mingxi started the car and drove towards the small square according to Xin Xiaotian's instructions. 10 minutes later, Li Mingxi parked the car. Before getting off the car, Li Mingxi put on her signature black mask again, and then walked towards the small square side by side with Xin Xiaotian. This small square is built in the middle of 2 residential areas. After dinner, many people come here to walk their children or take a stroll. Because there were a lot of people in the center of the square, Li Mingxi didn't like to join in the fun. So Xin Xiaotian accompanied her and walked slowly along the stone road outside the small square. Along the way, the square was bustling with noise, children were running and chasing, adults were chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was full of life everywhere. After walking around for a while, Xin Xiaotian felt that the two of them were too quiet, so he took the initiative to find a topic and asked, Sister Shi, how do you plan to adapt my song? When it comes to music, Li Mingxi immediately becomes energetic. I plan to rewrite the lyrics and add some innovations to the chorus and arrangement. For the next 20 minutes, Li Mingxi kept talking about his thoughts. She was talking so eloquently in front of him, which formed a huge contrast with the usually cold and taciturn Li Mingxi. Xin Xiaotian is not a professional, so he has no say in these matters. However, he listened very carefully, nodded in response from time to time, and gave Li Mingxi enough feedback. Whenever Li Mingxi talks about music, she will talk endlessly and her eyes will sparkle. Before they knew it, the two of them had walked around the small square 3 or 4 times. Li Mingxi had been walking and talking, and suddenly she felt a little thirsty and her feet were a little tired. So the two of them bought some water at a nearby store and sat down on a stone bench. While taking a break to drink water, 2 children playing in the small square caught Li Mingxi's attention. The 2 children are a boy and a girl, both about 8 or 9 years old. The boy held the remote control in both hands and was concentrating on operating a remote-controlled car, moving flexibly among the crowd. The girl stood beside the boy, watching with great interest, her eyes full of desire and expectation. After a while, the girl gently tugged at the boy's sleeve. It's been 10 minutes, it's my turn to play. Wait a minute, I haven't had enough fun yet, said the boy. The girl frowned immediately. Why don't you keep your word? You clearly promised me that you would let me play for a while in 10 minutes. The boy pretended not to hear and ignored the girl. Soon, the girl became unhappy and turned away angrily. The boy actually wanted to call out to the girl, but when he saw that the girl had already walked away, he closed his open mouth again. When Li Mingxi saw this scene, she couldn't help but frown, obviously a little dissatisfied with the boy's dishonest behavior. Sister Shi, did you play with remote control cars when you were a child? Xin Xiaotian suddenly asked. Li Mingxi said, my parents said that remote control cars are for boys to play with. After a pause, Li Mingxi added, but I played it twice at my elementary school classmate's house, and it was quite fun. Speaking of this, Li Mingxi recalled the happy times in elementary school and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xin Xiaotian accurately caught this smile, and suddenly an idea came to him. He stood up and said, Sister Shi, I want to play with remote control cars too. Ah? Li Mingxi was slightly stunned and turned to look at Xin Xiaotian. Xin Xiaotian pointed to one end of the small square and said, there's a place selling remote-controlled cars over there. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Xin Xiaotian trotted out. Li Mingxi looked in the direction Xin Xiaotian had gone, and indeed, there were a few small vendors there. One of them seemed to be selling toys, including remote-controlled cars and various children's toys. In less than 5 minutes, Xin Xiaotian came back trotting at the controls of a remote-controlled car with a cool appearance and colorful lights. Sister Shi, what do you think of the car I picked? Does it look good? Xin Xiaotian asked with a smile. Chapter 53. The more you share the difficulties, the less you have to bear. Li Mingxi was a little surprised. She didn't expect Xin Xiaotian to actually buy a remote control car. It's okay. Li Mengshi nodded slightly and responded. Xin Xiaotian said, "It's just okay? This is the most expensive and coolest thing in their house. It cost me more than 200 yuan. To be honest, it is already very good for a vendor in a small square to sell remote control cars at this price." Li Mengshi smiled faintly and said nothing. Xin Xiaotian didn't say anything else. He sat next to Li Mengshi and continued to play with the remote control car. At first Xin Xiaotian was a little unskilled, but he had strong learning and adaptability, and he was able to operate it skillfully in just a few minutes. Under Xin Xiaotian's operation, the remote control car performed various actions, which immediately attracted the attention of many people around, especially the children. The boy who played with the remote control car earlier has always been the focus of the film. But ever since Xin Xiaotian started playing, the boy has lost a lot of his audience. One reason is that Xin Xiaotian's skills are better than the boy's and he can perform many fancy moves. The second reason is that Xin Xiaotian's car is bigger and better looking than the boy's, especially the colorful lights on the car, which are particularly eye-catching when it is running. It is worth mentioning that the girl who wanted to play with the remote control car before also came over and watched Xin Xiaotian control the car with relish. Suddenly, Xin Xiaotian stopped operating and handed the remote control to Li Mengshi. Li Mengshi was puzzled. "What for?" Xin Xiaotian said, "I'm going to the bathroom, you play for me first." After saying that, Xin Xiaotian walked towards the toilet. Li Mengshi didn't want to play at first, but the children watching the fun around her were unhappy and urged her to continue playing. With no other options, Li Mengshi had to continue playing. Not far away, Xin Xiaotian was looking at Li Mengshi. Only when she started playing with the remote control car did a smile appear on his face. Xin Xiaotian didn't want to go to the bathroom, he just found an excuse to let Li Mengshi play with the remote control car. Otherwise, if I had been there all the time, Li Mengshi would definitely not be willing to take over. Afterwards, Xin Xiaotian deliberately waited a little longer before going back. At this time, Li Mengshi was already familiar with the operation, and the remote control car could perform many beautiful movements. As soon as Xin Xiaotian sat down next to Li Mengshi wanted to return the remote control to him. How could Xin Xiaotian possibly go to pick it up, considering that this remote control car was originally bought for her? Xin Xiaotian shook his head. "You continue, I will play later." Li Mengshi was having fun, and when she heard him say that, she continued playing. Xin Xiaotian secretly observed Li Mengshi's expression while she wasn't paying attention. Although she was wearing a mask, there was a faint smile in her eyes and she seemed to be having a lot of fun. Xin Xiaotian took a sip of water and then said, "Sister Shi, when you feel unhappy in the future, just play with the remote control car like you are doing now to distract yourself, and your mood will naturally improve." As soon as he finished speaking, the remote control car stopped. At the same time, Li Mengshi turned and looked at Xin Xiaotian. Xin Xiaotian did not avoid Li Mengshi's gaze, but looked at her and smiled and said, "Sister Shi, have you heard of this saying? The more happiness you share, the more you gain, the more difficulties you share, the fewer you have. If you are unhappy or have any difficulties, you can tell me. I am willing to share with you." After saying that, Xin Xiaotian stopped talking, turned his head and looked quietly at the stopped remote control car. The remote control car didn't move, and the children around suddenly became anxious and urged Li Mengshi to continue playing. But Li Mengshi did not move. There was hesitation in her eyes, as if she was considering whether to tell Xin Xiaotian. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, a remote-controlled car drove into the crowd and quickly attracted everyone's attention. This remote control car belongs to the little boy, who has been sulking beside it since his audience was snatched away by Xin Xiaotian. When he saw that Xin Xiaotian's car was not moving, he immediately realized that his opportunity had come. So he acted decisively and drove his remote-controlled car into the crowd. Although the boy's remote control car was smaller than Xin Xiaotian's and had less horsepower, but the boy had good control skills and soon attracted everyone's attention with some fancy moves. The boy's remote-controlled car ran around Xin Xiaotian's car several times and then quickly rushed out of the crowd. As a result, many young viewers also ran away. The area around Xin Xiaotian and Li Mengshi also quickly became quiet. Li Mengshi pushed the remote control lever and slowly drove the car to his feet and stopped it. Then, Li Mengshi put down the remote control and slowly said, "Do you know why I don't want to go back?" Xin Xiaotian shook his head. Li Mengshi said, "Because the company called my home, my parents started to persuade me after they answered the phone, repeating the same words over and over again. I didn't want to listen to their nagging, so I didn't want to go back so early." After saying that, Li Mengshi shrugged his shoulders, with helplessness in his eyes. Shin Xiaotian immediately remembered that night in the car, Li Mingxi was unwilling to answer the phone and even turned off her cell phone. That night in the car, was it your company that kept calling you? Shin Xiaotian asked. Yes. Li Mingxi nodded, then frowned and continued, the company asked me to release a new album, but there are a few songs in the new album that I am not satisfied with. Then, Li Mingxi briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. It turned out that after Li Mingxi spoke with Mr. Wang on the phone that day, the company called Li Mingxi's home the next day. The person who answered the phone at that time was Song Meiyu, and the person from the company explained in detail the conflict between the two parties due to the new album from the company's perspective. Originally, Song Meiyu didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, it was her daughter's job and it was not appropriate for her to interfere. But when she heard that her daughter might have to pay tens of millions in liquidated damages, Song Meiyu suddenly panicked. After hanging up the phone, Song Meiyu immediately told Li Mingyu about the situation. After hearing this, Li Mingyu was also shocked by the tens of millions of dollars in liquidated damages. So the old couple began to persuade their daughter not to be so willful and to just make sure the quality of the song was acceptable. For 2 consecutive days, Li Mingxi's ears were almost calloused from listening to these words, so she naturally didn't want to go home early. Shin Xiaotian asked, Sister Shi, you bought my song. Are you planning to put it on your new album? Li Mingxi nodded. How many songs are missing from the new album? Shin Xiaotian asked. Li Mingxi said truthfully, 3. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, only 3 songs, not many. When Li Mingxi heard this, she immediately realized something and asked hurriedly, Shin Xiaotian, do you have any other songs? Shin Xiaotian nodded, that's right. How many more songs do you have? Li Mingxi's eyes suddenly became eager and expectant. Shin Xiaotian smiled and replied, only 5 or 6, 7 or 8 at most. Shin Xiaotian thought, there are more than just a few songs, this is my Chinese music library. Let's go. Li Mingxi grabbed Shin Xiaotian's hand and said, I want to listen now. Shin Xiaotian didn't move, which made Li Mingxi look puzzled. Shin Xiaotian said seriously, Sister Shi, it's okay if you want to listen to the song, but you have to promise to do something for me first. What's the matter? Tell me. Li Mingxi said without hesitation. Chapter 54 Are you bored? Chapter 54 Are you bored? Shin Xiaotian smiled, then pointed forward mysteriously. Li Mingxi looked over immediately and discovered that Shin Xiaotian was referring to the little boy who was playing with the remote control car. The boy was still controlling the car to shuttle back and forth, but there were fewer spectators around. Actually, it's not surprising. After watching the remote control car for so long, everyone's novelty has worn off. Besides, the boy's remote control car didn't have cool colored lights, and it looked far inferior to Shin Xiaotian's. However, even though there were fewer spectators, the boy was still very serious and acted like a professional little driver. Li Mingxi looked at Shin Xiaotian with a question mark on her face, not understanding why he was pointing at the little boy. Shin Xiaotian picked up the remote control and put it in Li Mingxi's hand, saying, knock over his car, and I'll sing for you. What did you say? Li Mingxi was stunned. She thought she had misheard. Shin Xiaotian knew that she was very surprised at the moment, so he repeated, I said, you use our remote control car to knock over his remote control car. Li Mingxi was stunned for a few seconds before asking, why? Because he stole my limelight. Shin Xiaotian said nonsense seriously. Li Mingxi immediately stuffed the remote back to Shin Xiaotian and rolled her eyes at him, are you bored? Why are you arguing with a kid? The next second, Li Mingxi was about to get up and leave. Shin Xiaotian quickly grabbed Li Mingxi and said with a smile, don't leave, I was just kidding you. Li Mingxi didn't say anything and just looked at Shin Xiaotian quietly. Shin Xiaotian put away his smile and said seriously, Sister Shi, you also saw it. That boy just now didn't keep his word. He promised to let the girl play with him for a while, but later he cheated. I just can't stand it and want to vent my anger on behalf of that girl. Boys should act like boys, right? Li Mingxi didn't say anything. She was still observing Shin Xiaotian's expression, secretly judging the truth of his words. Shin Xiaotian then asked, Sister Shi, you are also a girl, don't you want to vent your anger for that girl? Li Mingxi still didn't speak, but her eyes were already on the boy. Suddenly, Li Mingxi felt there was something extra in his hand. Looking down, I found that Shin Xiaotian had put the remote control back in my hand. After hesitating for a moment, Li Mingxi suddenly asked, do you keep your word? Shin Xiaotian immediately nodded heavily and promised, I will definitely keep my word. Only then did Li Mengshi raise the remote control and turn on the power switch. Seeing this, Shen Xiaotian immediately encouraged, "Sister Shi, come on." Then, Li Mengshi started to control the remote control car, but she still seemed a little hesitant. Because the car was running very slowly and was just wandering around the nearby area. "Go ahead, Sister Shi, slam your foot on the floor and crash right into it," Shen Xiaotian encouraged from the side. Li Mengshi frowned slightly, then gritted his teeth and suddenly accelerated the car and rushed over. The boy was controlling the remote control car to make a turn in an emergency stop, and he didn't notice that a larger remote control car was rushing towards him from the side. Immediately afterwards, the big remote control car crashed into the small remote control car with a bang. Suddenly, the small remote control car overturned under the impact force, then rolled twice and stopped. If this was a real car collision, the scene would be shocking. But this was just a collision of remote-controlled cars, and the shock was far less than a collision of real cars. The boy was stunned when he saw his remote control car being knocked over. After a few seconds, the boy reacted and quickly ran to his remote control car to check the situation. When he found that the body of his beloved remote control car was slightly damaged, his mouth instantly flattened. 2 seconds later, the boy suddenly burst into tears and his voice echoed throughout the small square. When Li Mengshi saw the boy crying, she suddenly felt a little panicked and stood up subconsciously. "What should we do now?" Li Mengshi asked Shen Xiaotian. Before Shen Xiaotian could answer, he saw an old lady running towards him from a distance. Although the old lady has gray hair, she walks very briskly and seems to be in very good spirits and physical strength. "What's wrong, baby? Who bullied you?" the old lady asked with concern. Then, the old lady came to her grandson. While coaxing her grandson, she shouted fiercely to the people around her, "Who bullied my grandson? Who is it? What kind of ability is it to stand up and bully such a young child?" The old lady is full of energy and her robust appearance is totally inconsistent with her age. The boy suddenly pointed at Shen Xiaotian and cried, "Grandma, it's them." Before he finished speaking, Shen Xiaotian felt something stuffed into his arms. Looking down, I saw that it was actually the remote control of the remote control car. When I looked around again, Li Mengshi was gone. Shen Xiaotian hurriedly looked back, only to see that Li Mengshi had already run more than 10 meters away and slipped away without looking back. "Oh my god, that's too decisive." Shen Xiaotian really didn't expect Li Mengshi to run away suddenly. When the old lady looked over in the direction of her grandson's hand, only Shen Xiaotian was left standing there, still holding the crime tool in his hand. The old lady's speed is much faster than expected. In the blink of an eye, the man rushed in front of him and grabbed Shen Xiaotian's clothes tightly. "You are such a grown-up, how dare you bully a child?" the old lady demanded. Shen Xiaotian hurriedly explained, "Grandma, it was an accident, a pure accident." When Shen Xiaotian was grabbed by the old lady, Li Mengshi had already run to the outskirts of the small square, more than 100 meters away from the scene of the incident. Li Mengshi looked back at the small square, where a crowd was gathering to watch the excitement, and the noise was getting louder. Li Mengshi suddenly felt a little bit guilty and thought to himself, "Am I being a little too disloyal by doing this?" But then I thought again, who was he who instigated me to bully other people's children? It's clearly his own fault. That's right, he brought it upon himself. Blame him if you want to blame someone. Although he pushed all the responsibility onto Shen Xiaotian in less than a second, Li Mengshi did not go far away. She had been watching the crowd from afar, wanting to see how Shen Xiaotian was doing. After a while, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. After his vision was no longer obstructed, Shen Xiaotian's figure reappeared. Li Mengshi looked at it carefully and suddenly became confused. At this time, Shen Xiaotian was not only not blamed by the old lady, but was chatting with her with a smile. The little boy was playing with a remote control car, but the car he was controlling was the one with cool colored lights. Li Mengshi was very puzzled. What's going on? Why are the two of them still chatting? After a while, Shen Xiaotian was seen smiling and waving goodbye to the old lady. Then, the old lady called her grandson and politely greeted and said goodbye to Shen Xiaotian. Afterwards, the two sides parted in a harmonious atmosphere. Li Mengshi was very curious, and after Shen Xiaotian walked away a little, she quickly chased after him. "Hey, how did you start chatting with her?" Li Mengshi asked. Shen Xiaotian did not answer Li Mengshi. Instead, he sighed heavily, glanced at her with a disappointed shake of his head, and continued to walk forward quickly. Li Mengshi knew that Shen Xiaotian was not really angry, so she quickly chased after him and said with a suppressed smile, "You didn't say I can't run." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Xiaotian stopped, turned his head and nodded, "Okay, you don't have martial ethics, right?" Your song is gone. Chapter 55, See Where You Can Run. When Li Mingxi heard that the song had stopped, she immediately became anxious. Stop. Shen Xiaotian glanced at her and said, Who told you to abandon me and run away alone? I. Li Mingxi was suddenly speechless. After a pause of a few seconds, Li Mingxi asked again, So what do you want to do? Simple. Shen Xiaotian immediately said, Just say I was wrong and I will forgive you. Li Mingxi was immediately unhappy. Why? You are the instigator, and I was fooled by you. If I have to apologize, I'll apologize to that boy. Why should I apologize to you? After saying that, Li Mingxi crossed his arms and turned his head to look away. Shen Xiaotian couldn't help but snickering, then he said seriously, Sister Shi, if you say so, then I have to have a good talk with you. You're right, I'm the instigator of this matter, and you were indeed instigated by me. When Li Mingxi heard Shen Xiaotian admit it, he opened his mouth and wanted to speak. However, Shen Xiaotian raised his hand and held her down first. Listen to me first. Li Mingxi had no choice but to shut up again. Shen Xiaotian asked, In this matter, if I am the principal offender, then you are the accomplice. You don't deny this, right? Li Mingxi nodded and did not deny it. Shen Xiaotian asked again, If we put aside the right and wrong of the whole thing, in the situation just now, the two of us are teammates, and there is no problem with this, right? Li Mingxi thought about it and nodded again. Shen Xiaotian followed the logic and said, Since we two are teammates, shouldn't we advance and retreat together, live and die together, and never leave each other? Li Mingxi suddenly frowned, neither nodding nor shaking her head, but she always felt that something was wrong. Shen Xiaotian continued, Let me ask you, if you were on the battlefield and you left your teammates behind to escape alone, would that be considered betrayal? Li Mingxi frowned even deeper. Since you betrayed your teammates, shouldn't you apologize to them? Is my small request too much? Shen Xiaotian asked while spreading his hands. Li Mingxi pursed her lips as she spoke, and from her micro-expressions one could tell that she seemed to be beginning to waver. Shen Xiaotian struck while the iron was hot and sighed, Alas! Fortunately, it wasn't a real battlefield just now, otherwise, I would have lost my life long ago. After saying that, Shen Xiaotian shook his head, with a look on his face that said, It was a wrong decision after all. Li Mingxi was unable to refute what Shen Xiaotian said, and even felt a little guilty. After hesitating for a moment, Li Mingxi finally said, I was wrong. Shen Xiaotian waved his hands hastily, and replied with a tolerant and generous expression, Forget it, forget it. Since you know you are wrong, I will forgive you this time. Don't do this next time. After saying that, Shen Xiaotian took a step forward, laughing secretly and trying hard to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Li Mingxi stood there in a daze for a few seconds, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Why do I feel like I've been fooled by him again? Li Mingxi frowned secretly. Suddenly, Li Mingxi turned to look at Shen Xiaotian and shouted, Shen Xiaotian, stop. How could Shen Xiaotian just stand there and get hit? As soon as he heard Li Mingxi's shout, he immediately ran away. When Li Mingxi saw him running away, she stretched out her long legs without thinking and chased after him while shouting, Don't run. Suddenly, two young figures chasing each other appeared on the sidewalk, attracting the attention of passers-by. Not long after, Shen Xiaotian was caught up by Li Mingxi. Where are you going? Li Mingxi grabbed the clothes on Shen Xiaotian's back while panting. Of course Shen Xiaotian deliberately let Li Mingxi catch him. In terms of speed and physical strength, even if there were several Li Mingxis combined, they would not be able to compare to Shen Xiaotian. Okay, I won't run away. I was just teasing you just now. Don't be angry. Shen Xiaotian begged for mercy with a smile. Of course Li Mingxi also knew that Shen Xiaotian was teasing her. But when he thought about how he had been tricked into apologizing to him, Li Mingxi felt inexplicably unhappy and a little embarrassed. Li Mingxi was a little angry, and suddenly reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Shen Xiaotian's waist. Ouch! Shen Xiaotian was caught off guard and cried out in pain. Because the sound was a bit loud, two middle-aged women who were walking home in front immediately turned around and looked over. Li Mingxi's face turned red instantly and she quickly turned her back to avoid the aunt's gaze. Only Shen Xiaotian was left, covering the painful spot on his waist and smiling at the two aunts with an awkward expression. Li Mingxi didn't blush just because the aunt looked at her. She suddenly realized that pinching Shen Xiaotian's waist just now seemed a little inappropriate. Given her current relationship with Shen Xiaotian, such an action seemed too intimate. Sister Shi, your hands are so strong. Shen Xiaotian frowned and rubbed his waist and complained. Li Mingxi silently lifted up her mask, as if she was afraid that Shen Xiaotian would notice that she was blushing. Let's see if you dare to fool me again in the future, Li Mengshi said unhappily. Shen Xiaotian quickly shook his head. I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore. Li Mengshi quickly calmed down and then walked towards the parking lot. Shen Xiaotian followed her for a short distance and suddenly asked, Sister Shi, are you feeling better now? Li Mengshi turned her head to look at Shen Xiaotian and found that Shen Xiaotian was looking at her with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Li Mengshi understood. It turned out that everything that happened just now was deliberately done by Shen Xiaotian to make himself happy. Thinking carefully, Li Mengshi realized that she hadn't played like this for a long time. The last time I saw a similar scene was probably in high school. No way, you almost pissed me off to death. Li Mengshi's answer was a little arrogant, but there was a barely perceptible smile flashing in the corner of her eyes. But the next moment, her eyes returned to their usual coldness. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at the car. After getting in the car, Li Mengshi took off his mask and then secretly exhaled. By the way, why is the boy's grandmother so nice to you? Li Mengshi asked. Shen Xiaotian smiled and said, I gave the remote control car to his grandson, how can she have a bad attitude? It turned out that in order to appease the boy and his grandmother and to avoid a bloody storm, Shen Xiaotian resolutely gave his remote control car to the boy. The boy's grandmother was stunned at the time and thought she had heard it wrong. After confirming that it was true, the boy stopped crying immediately, and his grandmother no longer blamed Shen Xiaotian. Both sides immediately smiled and became harmonious. Li Mengshi couldn't help but shook her head. You are really willing to give away something worth more than 200 yuan. Shen Xiaotian sighed and said, what else can I do? I don't want to be scolded. Just think about the old lady's speed of speech, her eyes, and her aura. I'm scared just thinking about it. Hearing this, Li Mengshi immediately thought of the old lady's fierce look. She couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. When Shen Xiaotian saw her smile, he also started laughing, and the car was suddenly filled with joy. Chapter 56 Isn't she afraid that I might have bad intentions? Half an hour later, the red car stopped in front of an empty beach on the riverbank. After the two got off the car, Li Mengshi looked around. This area is very quiet, with almost no pedestrians and only the occasional vehicle passing by on the road. Li Mengshi nodded with satisfaction and said to Shen Xiaotian, let's sing here. After saying that, Li Mengshi closed the car door, turned around and walked to the trunk, opened it and took out a guitar case from it. Shen Xiaotian was a little surprised when he saw the guitar. Sister Shi, you even brought a guitar? Li Mengshi said, this is an old guitar that I have left in the car and never took care of. I didn't expect it to be useful. The next moment, Li Mengshi closed the trunk and walked towards the riverbank with his guitar. Shen Xiaotian followed behind, observing the empty areas around, feeling speechless. This big star not only has big breasts, but she's also very courageous. In the middle of the night, she actually brought me to this dark riverside to sing. Isn't she afraid that I might have bad intentions? Fortunately, I was born under the red flag and grew up in the new society, a 5 good youth. Soon, Li Mengshi stopped. She tried sitting on a rock in front of her and felt quite comfortable, so she stopped moving forward. That's it. After saying that, Li Mengshi handed the guitar to Shen Xiaotian and motioned for him to sit down and sing. Shen Xiaotian didn't pick up the guitar because he didn't know how to play it. I can't play the guitar. Shen Xiaotian said. You can't play guitar? Li Mengshi looked at Shen Xiaotian in surprise, thinking this was incredible. Who would believe it if I told you that the person who created such a beautiful song like Sad Pacific can't play the guitar? Shen Xiaotian blushed suddenly, but fortunately the light around him was very dim and Li Mengshi could not see the change in his expression. Li Mengshi paused, then asked, what musical instrument do you usually play? Shen Xiaotian shook his head and said truthfully, I don't know how to play a musical instrument. Ah? Li Mengshi had never expected this to happen, and her expression immediately changed from surprise to astonishment. Shen Xiaotian immediately pretended to be dissatisfied and said, what's wrong with not being able to play an instrument? If you can't play an instrument, you can't create? No, that's not what I meant. Li Mengshi quickly shook her head to deny it, and then said, I just rarely meet creators who don't know how to play a musical instrument. It's just a few accidents. It's not that he rarely encounters such a person. Li Mengshi has never met a creator like Shen Xiaotian at all. Shen Xiaotian didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he changed the subject and said, then I'll sing a song first, and see if you like it. When Li Mengshi heard that Shen Xiaotian was about to start singing, she immediately perked up and pretended to listen attentively. Ahem. Shen Xiaotian cleared his throat and then began to sing. You are always too soft-hearted, too soft-hearted. I cried alone until dawn. You love that person without regrets. I know you're not that strong at all. On the way here, Shin Xiaotian had made up his mind that since Li Mingxi was going to put Sad Pacific in the new album, he might as well choose Richie Jen's songs for the next few songs. Sure enough, when Li Mingxi heard the first sentence of Heart Too Soft, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. After a while, Shin Xiaotian finished singing the first paragraph. Shin Xiaotian stopped and asked, Sister Shi, is this song okay? In fact, Shin Xiaotian was asking the question even though he knew the answer. He had been observing Li Mingxi's expression while he was singing just now. Li Mingxi kept looking at me with shining eyes. I knew without asking that she was very satisfied with this song. As for why he only sang the first verse and didn't continue, it was mainly because Shin Xiaotian couldn't quite remember the lyrics of the second verse. Li Mingxi nodded vigorously immediately, and asked with a little excitement, What's the name of this song? It's so catchy and beautiful. Shin Xiaotian said, It's called Being Too Soft-Hearted. Too soft-hearted. Li Mingxi softly recited the song title, then nodded and said, Yeah, not bad. The song title is very appropriate. After saying that, Li Mingxi began to sing Heart Too Soft a cappella. Shin Xiaotian listened for a while and was a little surprised. He had to admit that Li Mingxi's memory was really good. I just sang it only once, but she could remember 90% of the melody. The most exaggerated thing is that she also remembered 60 to 70% of the lyrics. Whenever he heard something she sang incorrectly, Shin Xiaotian would correct her immediately. Li Mingxi also made changes very quickly, and when she sang it the second time, there were almost no obvious mistakes in the melody and rhythm. By the third time, Li Mingxi was already able to play simple melodies on the guitar. The sound of the guitar combined with her iconic voice was simply an ultimate enjoyment for Shin Xiaotian. While Shin Xiaotian was enjoying himself, he secretly sighed. It turns out that listening to a big star's live performance feels so great. Wait for me, I'm going to get something. Suddenly, Li Mingxi thought of something. He quickly put down his guitar and walked quickly towards the car. Shin Xiaotian was a little confused and looked at Li Mingxi silently. After a while, Li Mingxi came back, this time with a recorder in her hand. Only then did Shin Xiaotian realize that she wanted to record the song. Afterwards, Li Mingxi turned on the recorder and placed it on the stone next to her, then began to play and sing Heart Too Soft from the beginning. This time Li Mingxi sang very seriously and devotedly. She vividly portrayed the helplessness and sadness of enduring pain alone and shedding tears silently in love. Shin Xiaotian sighed secretly, there is indeed a huge difference between me, an amateur, and the professionals. As soon as the song was finished, Shin Xiaotian immediately applauded. Li Mingxi immediately turned off the recorder, looked up and smiled at Shin Xiaotian. Then, Li Mingxi turned on the recorder and listened attentively to the recording. In Shin Xiaotian's opinion, the part recorded by Li Mingxi was sung perfectly. But she kept frowning, obviously not very satisfied. After listening to it twice, Li Mingxi calmed down. For the next 10 minutes, Li Mingxi just held the guitar and looked at the dark river surface without making any sound. Shin Xiaotian knew that she was probably thinking about a song, so he didn't disturb her and just stayed by her side quietly. As time went by, the temperature gradually dropped and the river breeze became stronger. It was not until he saw Li Mingxi shiver that Shin Xiaotian spoke up, Sister Shi, let's go to the car. It's too cold here and it's easy to catch a cold. Li Mingxi finally came back to her senses. She turned to Shin Xiaotian and nodded gently, saying, Okay. Immediately afterwards, Li Mingxi stood up with his guitar in his arms and walked towards the car. Shin Xiaotian also turned and walked towards the car. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, I heard the sound of a guitar falling to the ground behind me. Shin Xiaotian was startled and quickly looked back. At this time, Li Mingxi had already sat back on the stone, her right hand covering her heart, and her face looked a little strange. Sister Shi, what's wrong with you? Shin Xiaotian immediately ran over, squatted in front of him and asked with concern. When Shin Xiaotian was asking questions, he noticed that Li Mingxi had a lot of sweat on his forehead and his hands were shaking slightly involuntarily. Li Mingxi frowned and said with a distressed expression, I have hypoglycemia. Chapter 57 Sugar Supplement. Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Li Mingxi also had hypoglycemia. But Shin Xiaotian also breathed a sigh of relief. He just saw Li Mingxi covering her chest with her hands and thought she had some heart problem. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. Sister Shi, did you bring any candy? Shin Xiaotian asked hurriedly. Li Mingxi frowned and said, trying to suppress her panic. In the bag. Shin Xiaotian immediately said, Sister Shi, give me the car keys, I'll go get them. Li Mingxi immediately took out the car keys and handed them to Shin Xiaotian. Without saying a word, Shin Xiaotian grabbed the keys and ran towards the car. Although the symptoms of hypoglycemia are not as urgent as heart disease, they cannot be ignored and sugar must be replenished quickly. Soon, Shin Xiaotian opened the car door and got in. But he searched every corner of the front and back seats and couldn't find Li Mingxi's bag. There is also no candy or sugary food on the bus. Shin Xiaotian thought about finding a nearby store to buy candy. But this is the suburbs, and there is no shop around. Helpless, Shin Xiaotian could only turn back. From a distance, Shin Xiaotian shouted, Sister Shi, where is your bag? I can't find it. Li Mingxi was sweating profusely and her body was shaking slightly. I'm sorry, I just remembered that I forgot to take my bag when I went out today. Li Mingxi suddenly remembered this matter not long after Shin Xiaotian ran away. The first thing she wanted to do was to call Shin Xiaotian back, but her low blood sugar made her feel weak all over. She not only had no strength to walk, but she couldn't even make a loud voice. Shin Xiaotian didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Li Mingxi. He quickly came to Li Mingxi and tried to help her up. But Li Mingxi didn't have the strength to stand up, and his body was shaking even more violently than before. Seeing this, Shin Xiaotian said decisively, Sister Shi, I'll carry you. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian squatted down with his back to Li Mingxi, patted her shoulder and motioned her to come up. Li Mingxi didn't act pretentiously and immediately leaned forward and lay on Shin Xiaotian's back. The moment his chest touched his back, Shin Xiaotian immediately felt an exaggerated softness. Shin Xiaotian was shocked and couldn't help swallowing secretly. Oh my god, this is really interesting. However, Shin Xiaotian was not immersed in it. He was very clear about what to do at the moment. The next second, Shin Xiaotian hooked Li Mingxi's legs with his hands, then stood up, carried her on his back and walked quickly towards the car. After a while, Shin Xiaotian carried Li Mingxi to the car. Quickly opening the car door, Shin Xiaotian helped her into the car again and sat her in the passenger seat. Just as Shin Xiaotian sat in the driver's seat and prepared to start the car, Li Mingxi suddenly spoke, Record, the recorder fell. When Shin Xiaotian asked, he found out that the recorder in her pocket seemed to have fallen out when he was carrying her here. Come back later, it's important to replenish your sugar first. Shin Xiaotian started the car and turned back the way he came. Generally speaking, when mild symptoms of hypoglycemia occur, such as palpitations, trembling hands, slight hunger and sweating, it is best to replenish sugar within 15 to 20 minutes. Because at this stage, the human body's sympathetic nerves are just beginning to become excited. The drop in blood sugar has not yet had a serious impact on important organs such as the brain. If you replenish sugar in time at this time, you can quickly increase blood sugar levels and relieve these early symptoms. But if you delay, the symptoms of hypoglycemia will continue to develop. Once symptoms such as abnormal behavior, slurred speech, and coma appear, simply replenishing sugar is not enough and medical assistance must be sought. Otherwise, in the worst case, it may cause life-threatening situation. There were few vehicles on the road at night, so Shin Xiaotian naturally drove very fast. After a while, he found a small shop on the side of the road with the lights still on. Shin Xiaotian drove over hurriedly and stopped in front of the small shop. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian opened the door, got out of the car, and quickly walked into the store. In less than a minute, Shin Xiaotian ran out of the store. He held a bottle of Coke in his left hand and a bag of hard candy in his right hand. Shin Xiaotian quickly opened the passenger door, then unscrewed the Coke and brought it to Li Mingxi's mouth. Li Mingxi started drinking immediately. While Li Mingxi was drinking Coke, Shin Xiaotian tore open the candy bag, peeled a piece of fruit candy and handed it to her. Have another candy. Before Li Mingxi could reach out to take it, Shin Xiaotian had already stuffed the candy into her mouth. While eating the sweet fruit candy, Li Mingxi looked at Shin Xiaotian with a serious expression and said, Don't worry, everything will be fine as long as you have the candy. Shin Xiaotian nodded and put all the fruit candies in Li Mingxi's hands. Wait a minute, I'll go pay. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian turned and went into the store. Li Mingxi leaned back in the car, watching Shin Xiaotian's back as he walked into the store, and suddenly felt at ease and safe. In the store, just as Shin Xiaotian took out the banknotes and handed them to the boss, a system prompt message appeared in front of him. Li Mingxi's favorability plus 15. Li Mingxi's current favorability, 22. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Task rewards have been issued, please check in the system mall. Shin Xiaotian was not surprised that the favorability would increase. He just didn't expect that this wave could actually increase his favorability by 15 points, exceeding the target by 12 points. Shin Xiaotian immediately opened the system mall and took a look. The 2,000 favorability coins as a task reward had already arrived. Adding the remaining 2,000 favorability coins, there are currently a total of 4,000 favorability coins in the account. Young man, is your girlfriend okay? The shop owner's voice suddenly interrupted Shin Xiaotian's thoughts. Shin Xiaotian subconsciously wanted to explain, "That's not my girlfriend." But after thinking about it, Shin Xiaotian decided not to explain. He didn't know him anyway, so why should he explain it? Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, "It's okay, I just have a little hypoglycemia. I'll be fine if I eat something sweet." After hearing this, the shop owner nodded and gave the change to Shin Xiaotian. After paying the money, Shin Xiaotian did not drive away in a hurry, but sat in the car and patiently accompanied Li Mingxi. During the conversation, we learned that Li Mingxi suddenly developed symptoms of hypoglycemia half a year ago. The reason was that she had never had regular meals and often stayed up late, which resulted in her body becoming like this over time. And tonight, Li Mingxi came out without having dinner. As for why she didn't eat dinner, Shin Xiaotian didn't ask. But he could guess a little bit that it should be related to the new album. After more than 10 minutes, Li Mingxi's complexion gradually improved, the cold sweat on his forehead stopped, and the trembling hands and panic feeling also disappeared. Li Mingxi looked at Shin Xiaotian gratefully. "Thank you, Shin Xiaotian." "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Shin Xiaotian shook his head. Li Mingxi was a little confused and didn't understand why he said that. Shin Xiaotian immediately smiled and said, "I can't let anything happen to you. If anything happens to you, no one will buy my songs." Ha ha ha. When Li Mingxi heard this, a faint smile immediately appeared on her face. Then, Li Mingxi said, "Shin Xiaotian, let's go back and find the recorder." "Good." Shin Xiaotian agreed, then turned the key to start the car and drove towards the river beach. 20 minutes later, the two found the dropped recorder and brought the guitar back as well. As soon as he put the guitar into the trunk, the cell phone in Li Mingxi's pocket rang. Li Mingxi took it out and saw that it was her mother calling. "Hello, Mom." Li Mingxi answered the phone. "Xiaoxi, what time is it now? Why haven't you gone home yet?" asked Song Meiyu on the phone. Li Mingxi glanced at Shin Xiaotian casually and replied, "I'm on my way back. You don't have to wait for me. Go to sleep first." After a few simple words, Li Mingxi hung up the phone. "Shin Xiaotian, let's continue with the remaining 2 songs tomorrow," Li Mingxi said. Shin Xiaotian naturally would not object. He smiled and nodded and said, "Yes." Chapter 58 Is Xiaoshun pursuing Xiaoxi? At 11:30 in the evening, Li Mingxi's red car entered his neighborhood. Shin Xiaotian was driving, while Li Mingxi was wearing headphones and sitting in the passenger seat with a calm look on his face. Li Mingxi originally wanted to send Shin Xiaotian home first and then drive back by herself. But Shin Xiaotian was worried and insisted on acting as a driver to drive her back. Li Mingxi happened to be thinking about the song Heart Too Soft, so she just let it go. On the way back, Li Mingxi spent most of the time listening to Heart Too Soft in the recorder and hardly talked to Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian didn't take the initiative to talk. He was concentrating on driving the whole time without looking around. After a while, Shin Xiaotian parked the car in the parking space of Li Mingxi's house. After getting off the car, Li Mingxi said, "Xiaotian, thank you for sending me back. Be sure to be safe on the way back. Remember to send me a text message when you get home." Everything that happened tonight has made obvious progress in the relationship between Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi. Li Mingxi naturally changed the way she addressed him to Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian smiled and nodded, then waved his hand and said, "Got it, Sister Shi, you should also go to bed early. Bye." After saying that, Shin Xiaotian turned around and strode towards the entrance of the community. Li Mingxi did not go upstairs immediately, but watched Shin Xiaotian walk away before entering the corridor. A few minutes ago, in the living room of room 902, Song Meiyu hadn't gone to bed yet. After she had talked to her daughter on the phone, she had been waiting for her to come back by the window. Although Li Mingxi asked her to go to bed first and not wait for her, as a mother, how could she sleep well without her daughter coming home? Of course, Li Mingyu didn't sleep either, but he was watching TV while waiting for his daughter, and he looked much more relaxed. Just then, Song Meiyu saw her daughter's red car driving downstairs. "Old Li, your daughter finally decided to come back." Song Meiyu turned around and said something to her husband, and her worry disappeared instantly. After hearing this, Li Mingyu just responded and kept his eyes on the TV. Turn off the TV. It's time to go to bed. Song Meiyu reminded unhappily, then looked downstairs. At this time, Shin Xiaotian and Li Mingxi got out of the car, one on the left and one on the right. There is a big street lamp next to the Li family's parking space. Even at night, the view from the window on the 9th floor is very clear. Old Li, come and see, why is Xiaoxi back with Xiaoshan? Song Meiyu suddenly shouted, her tone a little surprised. They just met on the road, and then Xiaoshan came over with Xiaoxi in his car. There's nothing to be surprised about. Li Mingyu's attention was still on the TV program and he didn't realize that there was something wrong with what he said. What are you talking about? Don't you see what time it is now? Song Meiyu immediately raised her voice. Li Mingyu was stunned at first, then he reacted. It's almost 12 o'clock. Why is Xiaoshan coming here at this time? The next moment, Li Mingyu stood up and walked quickly to the window, lowered his head and stuck out his butt to look downstairs. Sure enough, my daughter and Shin Xiaotian were standing under the streetlight and talking. Soon, the old couple saw Shin Xiaotian waving goodbye to Li Mingxi, and then walked towards the entrance of the community. When Li Mingxi turned around and walked into the corridor, Song Meiyu withdrew her gaze and looked at her husband beside her. Old Li, how come Xiaoxi and Xiaoshan, what's going on? Song Meiyu was a little confused about the situation. Li Mingyu also straightened up at this time, thought about it and shook his head. I don't know, let's ask Xiaoxi later. Li Mingyu is an old cadre who retired from the municipal government office. Generally speaking, he would not easily draw conclusions without understanding the specific circumstances. Song Meiyu frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, she suddenly said, Old Li, is Xiaoshan pursuing Xiaoxi? How is that possible? Although Li Mingyu denied it verbally, he still seriously considered this possibility in his mind. Then, Li Mingyu shook his head secretly and quickly concluded that this was impossible. Although Shin Xiaotian is a nice person, he is just a small employee in the company with a meager income. As for his daughter, she graduated from a prestigious university and is now a well-known singer. His ability to make money is much stronger than Shin Xiaotian's. Since ancient times, the traditional idea of China has been that men are strong and women are weak, which is the default concept in people's minds. Even today, this idea is still deeply rooted in the minds of most people. Although this concept may not be correct in theory, it is ubiquitous in real life. To give the simplest example, let us look at full-time housewives and full-time dads. In reality, which one has a higher proportion? Based on Li Mingyu's understanding of Shin Xiaotian, he is a child who has a clear understanding of his own position and will definitely not do anything beyond his ability. Even if Shin Xiaotian really took that step without considering his own limitations, his daughter would most likely look down on him given her high standards. Because whether it is occupation, education or income, the gap between the two of them is too big. How can it be impossible? Our creek is so beautiful. She's tall, has a good figure, and she's a celebrity. Which boy wouldn't like her? Song Meiyu's thoughts were not as complicated as her husband's. She just felt that Shin Xiaotian was about the same age as her daughter, so it was not surprising that a man would pursue a woman. I understand what you mean, but I think the two of them should be just ordinary friends. It's not like what you said. You must be overthinking it. Of course Li Mingyu would not say that Shin Xiaotian was not worthy of his daughter. After all, Shin Xiaotian had saved me and he was a loyal and honest man. It would be too hurtful for him to say such things. In Li Mingyu's mind, there is no problem in accepting Shin Xiaotian as his godson, but not as his son-in-law. Just as Song Meiyu was about to speak, there was a noise at the door, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. Song Meiyu knew that it was her daughter who had returned, and she immediately went to greet her. The next moment, the door opened and Li Mingxi walked into the room with a cold expression. Xiaoxi, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Song Meiyu asked with concern. Li Mingyu had already turned off the TV and walked over slowly, secretly observing his daughter. Li Mingxi glanced at her mother, then replied calmly while changing her shoes, I was chatting with a friend for a while and accidentally forgot the time. After saying that, Li Mingxi walked towards her room. Song Meiyu asked quickly, which friend did you go to chat with? Do I know your father? Li Mingxi immediately felt that her mother's tone and expression were a little strange, so she stopped and turned to look over. After thinking for a while, Li Mingxi said, you don't know him. Seeing that her daughter was not telling the truth, Song Meiyu was a little unhappy and said coldly, your father and I don't have Alzheimer's disease, so how could Shin Xiaotian not recognize us? Li Mingxi was a little surprised. How did you know? Song Meiyu said angrily, when you two got off the car just now, your father and I saw it. You actually wanted to lie to us. Tell me, what did you and Xiaoshen do tonight? When did you two get so close? Song Meiyu instantly entered interrogation mode. Chapter 59 A Good Son-in-Law Candidate. As soon as Li Mingxi saw her mother's expression, she knew what she was thinking and couldn't help shaking her head. Why are you shaking your head? I'm asking you a question. Song Meiyu urged. Li Mingyu at the side also asked, yeah, Xiaoxi, where did you go just now? Why did you come back so late? Li Mingxi looked at her parents and said very seriously, Dad, Mom, Xiaotian, and I just went to chat about music for a while. It's not what you think. Music? Song Meiyu frowned and said, don't try to fool me. Xiaoshen is not a musician. What can you two talk about? Hearing his wife say this, Li Mingyu couldn't help but nodded, and his eyes became puzzled when he looked at his daughter. Li Mingxi asked, Mom, how do you know Xiaotian doesn't understand music? What do you mean? Song Meiyu asked hurriedly. Xiaotian not only understands music, he can also write songs, said Li Mingxi. Then, Li Mingxi told Shin Xiaotian that he could write songs. She also told her parents that she had bought the copyright of a song from Shin Xiaotian and the contract had been signed. Xiaoshen can write songs? Why have I never heard him say that? Song Meiyu didn't quite believe it and looked back at Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu also looked suspicious, always feeling that his daughter was not telling the truth. Li Mingxi was speechless. She turned around and changed her shoes again, saying, wait a minute. I'll bring the contract up now. A few minutes later, Li Mingxi placed the song purchase contract in front of her parents. After reading it carefully, Li Mingyu and Song Meiyu were both shocked. It's not because Shin Xiaotian can really write songs, but because he spent 100,000 yuan to buy the copyright of this song. Xiaoxi, one song costs 100,000 yuan. Isn't this too expensive? Song Meiyu didn't understand the market situation and always felt that it was not worth it. Li Mingyu also nodded and said, yes, buying a house in our community only costs a little over 200,000 yuan, and your song is almost half of that. Li Mingxi said very seriously, Dad, Mom, you don't understand, the market situation of good songs is like this. Then you have to ask Xiaoshen for a discount. Your father has such a good relationship with him. Song Meiyu said. Li Mingxi smiled faintly and said, Mom, Xiaotian has already given me a discount. At first I was planning to buy it for 120,000. Then, Li Mingxi briefly recounted their bargaining experience that day. Only then did Li Mingyu and Song Meiyu realize that the price of 100,000 was set by their daughter, not by Shin Xiaotian himself. Dad, Mom, all in all, this song is worth the price. Li Mingxi concluded. After hearing this, the old couple looked at each other and said nothing more about buying songs for the time being. After a pause of 1 second, Li Mingyu said, all right, let's not talk about the song for now. Let me ask you, as a driver, why didn't you send Xiaoshen back first, but let others send you back instead? Li Mingyu asked. Li Mingxi hesitated for a moment and then said, it's too late. Xiaotian was worried that it was unsafe for me to drive, so he insisted on sending me back. Nothing I said would work, so I had to let him do it. Li Mingxi didn't tell her parents about her hypoglycemia, mainly because she didn't want her parents to worry about her. Xiaoshen is a really good kid, very considerate, right, old Li? Song Meiyu nodded with satisfaction, and finally asked her husband a question. Although Li Mingyu nodded, his brows slowly furrowed. Dad, Mom, I'm going to take a shower. You should also go to bed early. After saying that, Li Mingxi picked up the contract and returned to her room. Since her daughter had already returned home, Song Meiyu had nothing to worry about, so she took her husband back to the room. After entering the room and closing the door, Song Meiyu suddenly found that her husband seemed to be thinking about something, and she became curious. Old Li, what are you thinking about? Your frown looks like it could kill a mosquito. Song Meiyu asked. Li Mingyu sat down beside the bed and was silent for a few seconds before asking, Meiyu, did you notice that when Xiaoxi called Xiaoshen, she actually called him Xiaotian? Song Meiyu was slightly stunned, then quickly recalled. The next moment, Song Meiyu nodded quickly and said, yes, I almost didn't notice it if you didn't say it. Xiaoxi really calls Xiaoshen like that. Then, Song Meiyu said, Old Li, Xiaoxi just met Xiaoshen on Saturday. It's only been a few days. How come they are so familiar with each other? The old couple knows their daughter's personality and temper very well. My daughter is not the type to make friends out of turn. She never addresses people she has only known for a few days in such a familiar way. If you have a better impression, it would be great if you could call the other person by his or her full name. Most of the time, my daughter refers to others as he, she, or that person. You ask me, who should I ask? Li Mingyu asked back, shaking his head. The next second, Li Mingyu added, but what is certain is that Xiaoxi must have a very good impression of Xiaoshan. Otherwise, given your daughter's aloof personality, she would not agree to let anyone send her back. Song Meiyu agreed very much and nodded immediately. Suddenly, Song Meiyu thought of a possibility and exclaimed, boldly, could it be that they are in love with each other? This time, Li Mingyu did not deny it immediately, but thought about it seriously. After a few seconds, Li Mingyu said, no, Xiaoxi just said that the two of them were just discussing music, nothing else. Li Mingyu still didn't believe that his daughter would fall in love with Xin Xiaotian. Just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future, said Song Meiyu. Li Mingyu waved his hand, still maintaining a negative attitude. Song Meiyu thought about it carefully and said, actually, if you think about it carefully, Xiaoshan is a pretty good kid. Although his conditions are a little worse than our Xiaoxi's, as long as he can be really good to Xiaoxi, I won't object. What are you talking about? There's nothing even started, and you're already thinking about this. Li Mingyu didn't want to think about these things and immediately interrupted his wife's thoughts. Go to sleep, stop thinking about it. After Li Mingyu's urging, she quickly took off her pajamas and got into bed. Soon, Song Meiyu also lay down in bed and turned off the bedside lamp. However, Song Meiyu was not sleepy at all. At this moment, she was still thinking about Xin Xiaotian and her daughter. Ever since her daughter became famous, Song Meiyu began to worry that her daughter would find a boyfriend in the entertainment industry in the future. In her impression, the TV news is either about this star getting divorced or that star cheating. For example, which celebrity may remarry, or even get married for the third or fourth time. Or maybe so-and-so is actually a single father, and so-and-so has joined the ranks of single mothers. In short, Song Meiyu was very worried that her daughter would also be affected and would not live a happy life in the future. But if I could be with Xin Xiaotian, I wouldn't have to worry about these problems. First of all, Xin Xiaotian has good character and personality. Although his economic conditions are a little poor, his family is not short of money and does not care much about these things. Secondly, Xin Xiaotian is an orphan. If the two of them are together, they don't have to worry about conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future. The more Song Meiyu thought about it, the more she felt that Xin Xiaotian was actually a good candidate for son-in-law. Chapter 60 Busy Man. The next day, around 4 in the afternoon, Li Mingxi was writing lyrics for Sad Pacific in her room. It's not that Xin Xiaotian's version of the lyrics was not good enough, but that Li Mingxi wanted the song to have more of her style and characteristics. Suddenly, the cell phone on the table rang. Although the ringtone had been turned down a lot, it still interrupted Li Mingxi's thoughts. Li Mingxi was a little unhappy, but still took the phone and took a look. The next moment, Li Mingxi frowned and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Wang. Li Mingxi's voice was cold. Mingxi, I'm already in Yannan and will be near your home in about half an hour. Mr. Wang said calmly. Li Mingxi was a little surprised and frowned and asked, Boss Wang, you didn't come here specially to see me, did you? Why, you don't welcome me? Mr. Wang asked. When Li Mingxi heard this, his expression suddenly became serious. Boss Wang, I have already made it very clear about the new album. If you still insist on putting in those substandard songs, I won't agree even if you come here in person. Li Mingxi's attitude was very firm and there was no room for negotiation. After hearing this, President Wang was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, Mingxi, I have good news for you. The company just spent a lot of money to buy 2 songs from teacher Su Dong. I suddenly came to Yannan to find you today just to let you listen to these 2 songs. I can assure you with my own integrity that the quality of these 2 songs is absolutely very high, and you will definitely be satisfied. Teacher Su Dong's song? When Li Mingxi heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up and her tone became filled with surprise and joy. As we all know, Mr. Su Dong is a very well-known singer-songwriter in the industry with a very good reputation. As long as it is a song written by him, all the agencies and record companies in the industry will scramble for it. Of course, the price of teacher Su Dong's songs is also very high, with a starting price of at least 200,000. Mr. Wang is a smart person. As soon as he heard the change in Li Mingxi's tone, he knew that she was very interested in teacher Su Dong's songs. Mingxi, you are the singer that our company strongly supports. Right now, the production of your new album is the top priority of the company. In order to ensure the quality of your new album, the company can be said to be sparing no expense this time. President Wang emphasized in a strong tone. Li Mengshi didn't say anything, just listened quietly. Li Mengshi certainly understood that the company does not care about costs was just Mr. Wang's personal nice words. The main reason why he was willing to spend a lot of money to buy songs from teacher Sudong was Li Mengshi's insistence on the quality of the songs. President Wang continued, Mengshi, let's find a place to have a good chat later. The new album really can't be delayed any longer, it must be finalized as soon as possible. Li Mengshi hesitated for 2 seconds and said, but Mr. Wang, I have an appointment with a friend for dinner later. Li Mengshi made an appointment with Xin Xiaotian on her way back last night. After get off work today, they will have dinner together and then sing the other 2 songs for her. Mr. Wang immediately said, Mengshi, you know I am usually very busy. It is not easy for me to find time to come here today. Why don't you talk to your friend and change the time for dinner together? I have to go back tonight and there are a lot of things waiting for me in the company. Li Mengshi thought about it for a few seconds, then agreed, okay, then I'll call my friend. After saying that, Li Mengshi hung up the phone and called Xin Xiaotian. After just 2 rings, Xin Xiaotian answered, hello, Sister Shi. Li Mengshi said, Xiaotian, I suddenly have something to do tonight, so I can't have dinner with you. I see. Judging from the voice, Xin Xiaotian on the other end of the phone seemed a little disappointed. But the next second, Xin Xiaotian understood and said, it's okay, Sister Shi, we can make an appointment another day. I'm free every day anyway. I'm sorry, Xiaotian. Li Mengshi said sorry and then hung up the phone. Afterwards, Li Mengshi called Mr. Wang again. On the phone, both parties agreed to meet at the entrance of the community half an hour later. 5:20 p.m., Donghui Pharmaceutical Company. Xin Xiaotian had finished his work for the day and was now sitting in the office chatting with his colleagues, waiting to get off work. Suddenly, the cell phone in Xin Xiaotian's pocket vibrated. When Xin Xiaotian took it out and looked at it, he was a little surprised because it was Mao Dan who called. Hello, Mao Dan. Xin Xiaotian answered the phone with a smile. Xiaotian, have you gotten off work yet? Come over and have a drink. Mao Guoqing's voice was filled with laughter. Xin Xiaotian agreed without any hesitation and immediately arranged a meeting place. 10 minutes later, it was time to get off work. As soon as Xin Xiaotian walked out of the office, he saw Yao Qing coming towards him. What do you want to eat tonight? Yao Qing asked as she approached. Xin Xiaotian said apologetically, I'm sorry, Yao Qing, a friend of mine from the welfare home asked me to drink with him tonight, so I can't have dinner with you. Yao Qing was suddenly disappointed, sighed helplessly, and said, okay, busy man. In the morning, Xin Xiaotian told Yao Qing that he would have dinner with others in the evening. An hour ago, Xin Xiaotian suddenly said that his friend had something urgent to do and cancelled the dinner. Yao Qing was quite happy at that time because she didn't have to eat dinner alone. Who knew that Xin Xiaotian suddenly had another dinner party, so Yao Qing had to eat alone. Don't worry, I will take you home first. Xin Xiaotian said. Yao Qing smiled and nodded, then ran into the office, put on her bag, and left the warehouse department with Xin Xiaotian. Half an hour later, Xin Xiaotian rode his electric scooter to take Yao Qing home. After getting off the bike, Yao Qing said to Xin Xiaotian, you can ride my bike. Just remember to charge it when you come back. Xin Xiaotian thought about it and didn't refuse. This period of time is the rush hour after get off work. Not only is the traffic a bit congested, but it is also the time when taxis are changing shifts, so it is very difficult to get a taxi. After watching Yao Qing walk into the corridor, Xin Xiaotian rode his electric scooter and left Jinchuan Community. The place where Mao Guoqing and Xin Xiaotian met was not far from the KTV where he worked, just 2 streets away. It was a small restaurant called Hai Gu Pai Dang. 20 minutes later, Xin Xiaotian arrived at the door of Hai Ji's stall. Just after he parked his electric scooter, Mao Guoqing came out of Hai Ji's stall and greeted him with a smile on his face. The two chatted briefly and then walked into the store. Mao Guoqing did not come alone, there was also a girl and a boy with him. The girl looked young, probably in her early 20s, with above-average looks and 2 small canine teeth when she smiled. The boy was a little older, probably around 25 or 26 years old, with slightly dark skin. The first impression he gave was that he was very honest. Xiaotian, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Zhao Qiaoli. Mao Guoqing said with a smile. Zhao Qiaoli was very sweet. She immediately smiled and nodded at Xin Xiaotian, saying hello, brother Xiaotian. Xin Xiaotian also nodded immediately in response, hello. Mao Guoqing introduced him, his name is Feng Dongshen. He lives in the same dormitory with me. He is my good brother. Feng Dongxing seemed to be a little socially anxious. He just nodded shyly at Shin Xiaotian and was too embarrassed to speak. Shin Xiaotian also smiled and nodded, as a greeting. After the introduction, Mao Guoqing turned around and shouted to the boss lady, get a box of beer first. Judging from Mao Guoqing's attitude, he's going to get drunk today. Chapter 61. Do you want to open a milk tea shop? The lady boss at the counter immediately responded after hearing this, okay. Who would have thought that the next second Zhao Qiuli next to Mao Guoqing would become unhappy? Zhao Qiuli secretly pinched Mao Guoqing's thigh under the table and said in a low voice, why did you order so much wine? Zhao Qiuli doesn't speak Mandarin, but with a Sichuan accent. Mao Guoqing quickly smiled and said, isn't this brother here? Xiaotian and I haven't seen each other for several years. I'm glad. You can drink, but you are not allowed to get drunk. Zhao Qiuli still spoke in Sichuan dialect, and then pinched Mao Guoqing's thigh. I know. Mao Guoqing nodded and uttered something in Sichuan accent. After getting a positive answer, Zhao Qiuli stopped talking. Soon, the proprietress brought over a case of beer. Zhao Qiuli was very sensible and immediately opened the beer and poured it for everyone. Shin Xiaotian chatted with Mao Guoqing for a while, then asked, Mao Dan, judging from your girlfriend's accent, she seems to be from Sichuan and Chongqing, right? Yes, she is from Western Sichuan. We met in a factory in the south. Later, the factory went bankrupt, and she followed me to Yannan. Mao Guoqing replied with a smile. Without Shin Xiaotian asking, Mao Guoqing started talking about him and Zhao Qiuli. After listening for a while, Shin Xiaotian realized that Zhao Qiuli's life experience was quite similar to that of Mao Guoqing. Zhao Qiuli's parents died when she was very young, and she was raised by her grandmother. When Zhao Qiuli was 15 years old, her grandmother also passed away. Later, Zhao Qiuli went to work in the south with her fellow villagers, and happened to join the factory where Mao Guoqing worked. In the first 2 years, the two people's trajectories were like two parallel lines and never intersected. Until the third year of working. It was a summer night. Because of her beautiful appearance, Zhao Qiuli was often harassed by two boys in the factory. Once, Mao Guoqing happened to pass by and saw this, so he stepped forward to help her out. Mao Guoqing suffered some minor injuries as a result, but since then, the two boys have never harassed Zhao Qiuli again. After this incident, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Later, as time went by, the two of them learned about each other's life experiences. Suddenly, the two of them felt a sense of closeness and sympathy. In the strange city, the two poor people began to rely on and comfort each other, and gradually came together. A few years later, the factory suddenly closed down. Zhao Qiuli did not choose to return to her hometown in western Sichuan, but instead followed Mao Guoqing to Yannan City. During the years that the two had been together, Zhao Qiuli had already decided that she would be with Mao Guoqing for the rest of her life. Wherever he goes, I go there. This is what the old people always say, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. When Mao Guoqing was telling the story of himself and Zhao Qiuli, his face and eyes were full of happiness and beauty, and his words were full of love for Zhao Qiuli. To sum it up in 8 words, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Shin Xiaotian was deeply touched after listening to this, and was also happy that the two of them could meet in such a vast crowd. Okay, Guoqing, stop talking about us all the time. It makes me feel embarrassed when I hear too much. Zhao Qiuli blushed slightly. In fact, she didn't drink any alcohol. She was just shy. Mao Guoqing smiled and nodded, then changed the subject and asked about Shin Xiaotian's experiences over the years. Shin Xiaotian also talked about his experiences in recent years in detail. But during the entire process, Shin Xiaotian did not mention Su Mimi. Because in Shin Xiaotian's heart now, there is no place for Su Mimi at all. After that, everyone chatted a lot while eating and drinking. But it was Mao Guoqing and Shin Xiaotian who were talking all the time, with Zhao Qiuli occasionally joining in a few words. Feng Dongxing hardly spoke, except for nodding from time to time, or nodding in response when asked. Mao Guoqing can drink a lot of beer, and he drinks it very quickly. When Shin Xiaotian had only drunk 2 bottles, Mao Guoqing had already drunk 4 bottles. Seeing that Mao Guoqing was about to open another new bottle, Zhao Qiuli immediately became unhappy. Zhao Qiuli grabbed the bottle and said in Sichuan dialect, "Don't drink anymore, you'll be drunk." Mao Guoqing immediately said, "No, don't you know how much I can drink? It's only a few bottles, how can I get drunk?" When Zhao Qiuli saw that he didn't listen, she immediately frowned, "If you keep drinking, I'll go back to the dormitory to sleep tonight." When Mao Guoqing heard this, he immediately admitted his mistake and said, okay, I won't drink anymore, okay? But after a few seconds, Zhao Qiuli returned the wine to Mao Guoqing and reminded him in Sichuan dialect, the last bottle. Mao Guoqing quickly smiled and said, thank you, my wife. After saying that, Mao Guoqing opened the bottle cap and poured himself a glass. Shen Xiaotian suddenly felt a little confused and couldn't help asking, Mao Dan, why are you and your sister-in-law still living in the dormitory? Why don't you rent a house outside? Before Mao Guoqing could say anything, Zhao Qiuli said, it's cheaper to live in the dormitory, and our workplaces are far away from each other, so it's inconvenient to rent a house. After chatting for a while, Shen Xiaotian found out that Zhao Qiuli was working in an internet cafe near Yannan Institute of Technology. If you come to the city from there, it will take at least an hour by bus. If she rents a house in the city, firstly, the rent will be too high, and secondly, it will be inconvenient for Zhao Qiuli to go to work. If he rented a house near the Institute of Technology, the rent would be much cheaper, but it would be inconvenient for Mao Guoqing to go to work. So the two of them discussed and decided to live in their respective dormitories for the time being. They have 2 days off every month, and they try to schedule their breaks on the same day. Then when you are resting, go to a cheap hotel, book a room and have some good time. At this moment, Shen Xiaotian suddenly understood why Mao Guoqing gave in immediately when Zhao Qiuli said she was going back to the dormitory to sleep. Today must be a day for both of them to take a break and go out to get a room to spend some time together. It can't always be like this. Sister-in-law, have you ever thought about finding a job in the city? Shen Xiaotian asked. Zhao Qiuli said, of course I have thought about it. Last time during Guoqing's holiday, they were recruiting salespeople in the KTV to sell alcoholic beverages. I wanted to go, but Guoqing refused and even got angry with me. Mao Guoqing immediately raised his voice and said, what do you know? There are all kinds of weird people in KTV. How could I let you sell alcohol there? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Dongsheng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Yes, sister-in-law, there are too many dishonest people in KTV. If you go there, you will definitely suffer. Shen Xiaotian also nodded and said, sister-in-law, Mao Dan was right not to let you go. That job is not suitable for you. When Mao Guoqing saw that his two brothers were speaking for him, he immediately raised his chin and looked very confident. Zhao Qiuli smiled and said, okay, I know. I didn't say you were wrong. I just thought that I could make more money by selling alcohol. Mao Guoqing said, don't worry, I have been working hard to save money for opening a milk tea shop, and I have never spent it recklessly. Do you want to open a milk tea shop? Shen Xiaotian suddenly became curious. Zhao Qiuli nodded immediately and said excitedly, yes, brother Xiaotian. Guoqing and I have already discussed it. When we save enough money, we will open a milk tea shop near the Institute of Technology. College students nowadays love to drink milk tea. As long as the shop is opened, business will definitely be good. Shen Xiaotian nodded. She felt that Zhao Qiuli had good business acumen. Think about the future, when the streets are full of all kinds of milk tea shops. Even if a cup of milk tea costs more than 10 or 20 yuan, people will still flock to it. Shen Xiaotian smiled and asked, excuse me, how long will you keep saving money? Zhao Qiuli looked at Mao Guoqing and said uncertainly, 2 years should be enough, right? 3 years at most. Mao Guoqing replied. Shen Xiaotian frowned secretly, thinking that this was too long. If we wait another 3 years, the area around Yannan Institute of Technology would be filled with milk tea shops. Chapter 62 System Upgrade. Although he thought about it, Shen Xiaotian did not say it out loud. After all, Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiuli are working hard for their future. If I said that, I would feel like I was deliberately discouraging their enthusiasm. Shen Xiaotian thought about it and suddenly asked, sister-in-law, how much money does it cost to open a milk tea shop now? Zhao Qiuli had obviously known all this for a long time, and answered without thinking, if it is opened on the street of Yannan Institute of Technology, the storefront transfer fee, rental deposit, plus decoration fees. Oh, and there are also all kinds of equipment and raw materials for the milk tea shop. The total cost is at least 120,000 to 150,000. After listening to this, Shen Xiaotian nodded and thought to himself, the cost of opening a milk tea shop in this world is still not high. Unlike in my own world, if I want to open a milk tea shop next to a university, tens of thousands of yuan may not even be enough to pay for the storefront transfer fee. Mao Guoqing smiled and said, Xiaotian, we have already saved half of it. If we work hard and save for another 2 or 3 years, it will definitely be enough. Zhao Qiuli immediately smiled and nodded, her eyes full of longing for the future. Shin Xiaotian thought, that's true, but waiting another 2 or 3 years would be too long. By that time, milk tea shops will be everywhere, and by the time you open one, you will have missed the first wave of profits. Another thing is that domestic commodity and housing prices are rising every year, so the cost of opening a store will naturally rise as well. It's still hard to say whether more than 100,000 yuan will be enough to open a milk tea shop in 3 years. Suddenly, Shin Xiaotian had an idea. Don't you have more than 100,000 yuan in cash on hand? How about investing in it and forming a partnership with them to open the milk tea shop sooner? Shin Xiaotian is still very optimistic about the milk tea shop business. As long as you plan early, you won't have to worry about not making money. However, after thinking carefully for a while, Shin Xiaotian decided not to express this idea immediately. Firstly, I haven't seen Mao Guoqing for many years, and his personality, temper and character now must be very different from when he was a teenager. Shin Xiaotian still needs to observe whether Mao Guoqing is a reliable partner. Secondly, Shin Xiaotian is not clear about what Mao Guoqing and his wife think. In case the couple had no intention of forming a partnership, saying those words would not only make me seem presumptuous, but would also make Mao Guoqing feel embarrassed. While he was thinking about it, Feng Dongxing next to him suddenly spoke. National Day, sister-in-law, it's almost time, I have to go first. Having said that, Feng Dongxing stood up. Mao Guoqing also stood up immediately, I'll see you off. Feng Dongxing immediately greeted Shin Xiaotian again, and then left the store with Mao Guoqing. At this time, Zhao Chili said, Brother Xiaotian, Brother Dongxing has switched to the evening shift with Guoqing today. It's almost time for work, so he has to go first. Shin Xiaotian nodded to show that he understood. After a while, Mao Guoqing came back. As soon as Mao Guoqing sat down, Zhao Qiaoli got up to go to the bathroom. Mao Guoqing actually wanted to drink 2 more bottles, but he held back when he thought of his girlfriend's words. He finally got a day off after a shift change, and he didn't want to be alone in an empty bed at night. By the way, Xiaotian, which of the 2 beautiful girls with you that night is your girlfriend? Mao Guoqing suddenly asked with a smile. Shin Xiaotian paused at first, then he realized that he was asking about Su Mimi and Aixin. It seems that Mao Guoqing must have seen the 3 of them when they left the KTV that night. However, Mao Guoqing probably doesn't know that he was being chased by that group of people, otherwise he would have asked about it long ago. Shin Xiaotian replied, neither, one is a college classmate, and the other is a senior from college. We are just ordinary friends. Mao Guoqing immediately shook his head, I don't believe it. Mao Guoqing immediately added, when I saw you rushing to buy throat lozenges that night, I knew you had a special relationship with one of them. Tell me, which one is your girlfriend? Your classmate or your senior? Mao Guoqing asked while raising his eyebrows. Shin Xiaotian smiled helplessly and continued to deny, really not, I don't have a girlfriend. But no matter how Shin Xiaotian denied it, Mao Guoqing just didn't believe it. He took advantage of the alcohol and kept urging Shin Xiaotian to bring his girlfriend out for dinner next time. Seeing that no matter how he explained, it was useless, Shin Xiaotian simply gave up explaining. After a while, Zhao Qiaoli came back. When Shin Xiaotian saw the invoice in her hand, he knew that she had already paid the bill. Shin Xiaotian didn't say anything, but he had already made up his mind that he would definitely invite them back next time. Mao Guoqing also saw the invoice in his girlfriend's hand, so he asked, why did you issue the invoice if you can't get it reimbursed? Zhao Qiaoli said, nowadays, all receipts can be scratched for prizes. Last time, one of my colleagues won 500 yuan. Really? Mao Guoqing was a little surprised. In order to save money to open a milk tea shop, he rarely eats out. I came out to spend money today because of Shin Xiaotian. See if I've won the prize. Mao Guoqing's interest suddenly perked up. Zhao Qiaoli found a coin and immediately scratched the lottery area. I won the prize, I won the prize. Zhao Qiaoli shouted happily. When Mao Guoqing heard this, he immediately came over excitedly. But the next moment, the excitement on Mao Guoqing's face disappeared. It's only $5, it's all in vain. Mao Guoqing said speechlessly. Zhao Qiaoli didn't think so, what's wrong with $5? Winning the prize means I'm lucky, and good luck makes people happy, and when people are happy, they feel good. Mao Guoqing thought about it and immediately nodded and smiled. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but nod and smile as he looked at the 2 people's contented expressions. 10 minutes later, Shin Xiaotian said goodbye to Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiaoli, and left on his electric scooter. Mao Guoqing turned around and hugged Zhao Qiaoli's slender waist, whispering, wife, let's get a room nearby tonight. I can't wait any longer. Zhao Qiaoli blushed after hearing this and said, "The hotels nearby are too expensive. Let's save some money." Mao Guoqing smiled and kissed Zhao Qiaoli on the face, saying, "Don't worry, honey. I know a cheap one. I'll take you to have a look." After saying that, Mao Guoqing took Zhao Qiaoli's hand and walked forward impatiently. On the other side, Shen Xiaotian was riding his electric scooter and walking back leisurely. Suddenly, the system's task information appeared in front of Shen Xiaotian. Mission target, AIXIN favorability 5. Task content, based on the existing basis, increase AIXIN's favorability towards you to 10. Mission time, 3 days. Task reward, 5,000 favorability coins. Task penalty, deduct 20% of money, deduct 20% of favorability coins. Shen Xiaotian immediately parked the electric scooter on the side of the road and began to read the content of the new task carefully. Oh my god, what is going on? Why did the task penalty suddenly start to be deducted as a percentage? Shen Xiaotian frowned slightly. He now had 110,000 yuan in his card. If the mission failed, 22,000 yuan would be deducted. There are also favorability coins. He now has 4,000 left, and 800 will be deducted if the mission fails. When converted, the total amount is 30,000 oceans. Just when Shen Xiaotian was helpless and speechless, the system message appeared again. Hello host, after completing this task, the system will be upgraded to level 2. Warm tips, every time you upgrade the host, you will receive an upgrade gift pack. Shen Xiaotian became interested instantly. He didn't expect that he could get a gift pack after upgrading. Chapter 63 Why are you so hostile to me? Shen Xiaotian did not ask the system what was in this upgrade gift package. Because Shen Xiaotian had tried to communicate with the system many times before, but the system did not give any feedback. In other words, the systems cannot communicate. You either complete the task and get the reward, or accept the punishment of the system. Shen Xiaotian was very curious about what was in the upgrade gift package, so he took out his cell phone and dialed AIXIN's number. But after the call was connected, AIXIN didn't answer it and hung up automatically after a while. Shen Xiaotian called again, but the result was the same, no one answered. Helplessly, Shen Xiaotian could only ride his electric scooter back, thinking of trying again later. 5 minutes later, Shen Xiaotian suddenly braked and stopped while passing a commercial pedestrian street. Because Shen Xiaotian saw AIXIN, she was standing at the entrance of the pedestrian street, shouting something. Shen Xiaotian was a little curious and thought, what is she doing? Shen Xiaotian immediately parked the electric scooter on the sidewalk, then walked closer and secretly observed AIXIN. After a while, Shen Xiaotian realized that AIXIN was selling goods at a stall in the pedestrian street. AIXIN's stall consists of 4 gantry hangers, about as high as an adult's shoulders, hung with short-sleeved t-shirts of various patterns and colors. AIXIN stood in front of the stall, shouting a few words every once in a while. Take a look, new fashionable short-sleeved t-shirts are on clearance sale. 19 yuan each, all 19 yuan each. Buy more and earn more, don't miss it. Although AIXIN shouted very hard, few passers-by stopped to buy food. Basically they just glanced sideways and then left without any reluctance. Of course, occasionally someone would come closer to take a look and touch the clothes to check their quality. Every time this happened, AIXIN would come forward and greet them enthusiastically. Shen Xiaotian observed from a distance for about 10 minutes, during which time AIXIN did not make a single transaction. Shen Xiaotian couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled, then walked towards AIXIN. AIXIN just sent an old lady away. Although the old lady didn't like the t-shirt, AIXIN's attitude was still very good. Boss, how much are the t-shirts? Suddenly, AIXIN heard a questioning voice behind her. When AIXIN heard that there was a customer coming, she immediately turned around with a smile and greeted, "Hello, t-shirts are all 19 yuan each." Before she finished speaking, AIXIN was stunned. Shen Xiaotian? Why are you here? Shen Xiaotian asked back, why can't I be here? Why can't I go shopping for clothes? AIXIN didn't think much about it, she thought Shen Xiaotian just happened to pass by. Then take your time to stroll around. I don't have time to greet you now. After saying this, AIXIN stopped paying attention to Shen Xiaotian and continued to solicit customers on the road. Shen Xiaotian didn't say anything. He walked to the longmen clothes rack and admired the t-shirts with great interest. Shen Xiaotian touched the t-shirt and found that the quality was very good. At 19 yuan, it was indeed a good deal. In the next 10 minutes, AIXIN's hard work attracted several more waves of passers-by. But unfortunately, no one is willing to pay for the t-shirt. As soon as the others left, AIXIN's face became depressed and her brows were instantly furrowed. Maybe because she talked too much, AIXIN's throat was a little dry. Just when she was thinking about whether to buy a bottle of water, Shen Xiaotian walked beside her. "Senior AI, drink some water and take a break," Shen Xiaotian said as he handed over a bottle of purified water. AIXIN glanced at Shen Xiaotian, then looked at the purified water he handed over, and after hesitating for 2 seconds, she took it. However, AIXIN did not give Shen Xiaotian a good look. "Why haven't you left yet?" Shen Xiaotian frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, "Senior AI, I don't think I have done anything to offend you, right? Why are you so hostile to me? Humph, why do you know it in your heart?" AIXIN gave Shen Xiaotian a displeased look, turned her head away and drank water with a stern face. Ever since she saw Shen Xiaotian using a credit card to buy clothes for Li Mingxi at the outlet last time, AIXIN's favorability towards Shen Xiaotian has plummeted. In AIXIN's eyes, Shen Xiaotian is a scumbag who has fallen in love with someone else. What AIXIN hates most is scumbag men, so naturally she won't be nice to Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian was confused by what she said, and said blankly, "No. I don't understand, can you explain it clearly?" AIXIN said coldly, "I don't have time. Can't you see I'm busy now?" After saying that, AIXIN tightened the bottle cap, put it down and went back to soliciting customers. Shen Xiaotian was left aside and thought for a long time, but he still couldn't understand why AIXIN was so hostile to him. She was fine a few days ago. Shen Xiaotian had no choice but to walk over to AIXIN and asked, "Senior AI, what happened to me? Can you let me die with a clear conscience?" AIXIN said impatiently, "I've already told you, I'm busy now. You'd better leave quickly, I get angry when I see you." Under normal circumstances, Shen Xiaotian would definitely leave without looking back, without any hesitation. But now he has a mission to accomplish, so even if AIXIN scolds him, he has to endure it. Afterwards, Shen Xiaotian shamelessly tried to talk to AIXIN several times. But AIXIN either ignored him or replied in a bad mood, "Go away." Shen Xiaotian was very helpless and could only step aside to think about what to do. Before I knew it, half an hour had passed. During this period, someone finally bought a t-shirt, but only bought one. Moreover, he picked them over and over again for a long time, which delayed AIXIN a lot of time. AIXIN looked back and found that Shen Xiaotian still hadn't left. "Shen Xiaotian, what do you want to do?" Because the t-shirts were not selling well, AIXIN was ready to vent her anger on Shen Xiaotian. Seeing her coming over aggressively, Shen Xiaotian immediately said, "Senior AI, I don't think you should sell it so cheaply." AIXIN was unhappy when she heard this. "What do you know? This is a short-sleeved t-shirt, out of season. If it's not cheap, who would be willing to buy it?" Shen Xiaotian said, "But there are not many people buying it so far. I have been here for almost an hour and I have only sold one." Just as he finished speaking, the customer who had just bought the t-shirt came back. "Boss, your t-shirt is not good, it has holes in it." While talking, the guest handed the t-shirt to AIXIN with dissatisfaction. AIXIN took it and looked at it carefully. It turned out that there was a very small opening under the armpit of the t-shirt. In fact, many people can ignore such a small flaw. After all, it is only 19 yuan and the requirements are not that high. But this customer is a bit picky. Not only was he a little excited, but he also spoke very loudly, which immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. After all this commotion, no one is willing to come and buy things. AIXIN was a little annoyed. She didn't want the other party to affect her business, so she immediately asked him to change it for a new one. But the customer refused to agree and insisted that AIXIN's t-shirts were of poor quality and he wanted a refund and he would not buy them. AIXIN really didn't want to bother with such a customer, so she decisively returned the money and sent the person away, thus giving herself some peace and quiet. Shen Xiaotian shook his head in silence, thinking, "It's all right now, let's just go back to zero." Chapter 64, Changing Marketing Strategy. Why are you shaking your head? If you have the ability, come and sell it. AIXIN couldn't help but say something harsh to Shen Xiaotian. After saying that, AIXIN walked aside angrily, crossed her arms and looked depressed. Shen Xiaotian was not angry either. He walked over and said, "Senior AI, I have an idea. Do you want to hear it?" AIXIN glanced at Shen Xiaotian and said nothing. Shin Xiaotian said, Senior AI, the quality of your t-shirt is actually quite good, but 19 yuan is really too cheap. If you raise the price a bit, it will definitely sell much better. AIXIN said depressedly, I told you, this is an off-season t-shirt. Who will buy it if it's expensive? Shin Xiaotian said patiently, of course it can't be too expensive. What I mean is to increase the price within a reasonable range and change the marketing strategy at the same time. AIXIN suddenly became curious and hesitated for a few seconds before asking, what do you mean? Shin Xiaotian wanted to create a sense of mystery, so he waved at her and said in a low voice, come closer and listen. AIXIN's first reaction was to shake her head. Shin Xiaotian said, you won't lose anything if you listen to me. If you don't listen to me, you might miss out on 100 million. Tisk. AIXIN said disdainfully. But after 2 seconds, AIXIN couldn't resist her curiosity and quietly moved a step toward Shin Xiaotian. Speak. AIXIN whispered. Shin Xiaotian leaned close to AIXIN's ear and quickly told her his idea. After hearing this, AIXIN immediately turned around and looked at Shin Xiaotian with a skeptical expression. Will this work? Shin Xiaotian said confidently, believe it or not, if you sell according to my method, you may not be able to sell enough t-shirts on these racks. Just keep bragging. AIXIN curled her lips, her expression still disdainful, but there was a subtle change in her eyes. Shin Xiaotian didn't force it. After taking a sip of water, he said, anyway, I've told you the idea. It's up to you whether you listen to it or not. AIXIN hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, okay, I'll trust you this time. AIXIN has only sold one item since she opened the stall, and it was even returned. She thought the situation couldn't get any worse than this, so she decided to give Shin Xiaotian's idea a try. If it doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that you can just change back to the original mode. When Shin Xiaotian heard AIXIN agreed, he immediately smiled and said, Senior AI, believe me, this is definitely the wisest decision you can make tonight. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian walked towards the small supermarket behind. Hey, where are you going? AIXIN asked hurriedly. Shin Xiaotian walked away and turned back to say, wait for me, I'll be back soon. About 5 minutes later, Shin Xiaotian came back. Shin Xiaotian had a rectangular piece of cardboard in his hand, which looked to be as big as a 34-inch TV. There was a line of words written in the middle of the cardboard, fashionable t-shirts, 1 yuan each. Especially the one in 1 yuan, Shin Xiaotian deliberately made this Arabic numeral bold, wide and larger, making it particularly eye-catching. Shin Xiaotian placed the cardboard in front of the stall and started shouting. The boss is not here, so they sell everything at random. Fashionable t-shirts, only 1 yuan each. Don't miss it if you pass by. Seeing Shin Xiaotian start to shout hard, AIXIN also quickly perked up and started to attract business. After a while, the gimmick of 1 yuan per piece attracted a fat lady. Hey young man, are your t-shirts really only 1 yuan each? Asked a fat lady. Shin Xiaotian immediately greeted her with a smile, of course it's true, auntie. As long as you buy 3 t-shirts at a time, the first one is 39 yuan, the second one is 29 yuan, and the third one can enjoy a super low price of 1 yuan. After listening to Shin Xiaotian's explanation, the aunt looked at the many t-shirts on the hangers, looking a little interested. Shin Xiaotian quickly said, Auntie, our t-shirts are all made of pure cotton, and the quality is absolutely fine. We are having a big off-season sale, so we are selling them at such a discounted price. All 3 pieces together only cost 69. If I buy them in the summer, they will definitely be more expensive than now. After hearing this, the aunt did not hesitate and walked towards the clothes rack. Okay, then I'll pick 3 to try. After a while, the aunt picked out 3 t-shirts and paid 70 yuan readily. Shin Xiaotian took the money and handed it to AIXIN with a smile, saying, give me the change. AIXIN was a little dazed, thinking, I just spent so much effort to sell 1 item, but in the end it was returned. But what about this guy? He just shouted a few times and sold 3 pieces at once. What are you daydreaming about? Give me some money quickly. Shin Xiaotian waved the banknotes in front of AIXIN. AIXIN finally reacted and quickly took the money, gave the change of 1 yuan to the aunt. As soon as the old lady left, Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN started shouting again. The boss is not here, so they sell everything at random. Fashionable t-shirts, only 1 yuan each. In less than an hour, Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN successfully completed more than 20 orders and sold more than 70 t-shirts in total. Under the influence of the herd effect, the originally deserted stalls suddenly became popular and lively. As more and more customers came to choose t-shirts, Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN were a little overwhelmed. It was not until 10:30 in the evening that the noise from the pedestrian street gradually faded away. At this time, the surrounding vendors began to pack up their stalls. AIXIN didn't want to close the stall, because she was making money so happily that she couldn't bear to leave. Shin Xiaotian looked around, then glanced at the time and said, "Senior AI, let's stop here today. There are no customers. Let's continue tomorrow night." AIXIN hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, "Okay then." After saying that, AIXIN started to pack her things. When she first opened the stall, there were 4 full racks of t-shirts. Now, less than half a rack is left. AIXIN is very satisfied with the sales results. If it were the weekend, we would definitely sell more. AIXIN made a lot of money today and she couldn't hide the happy smile on her face. Shin Xiaotian did not respond, but asked, "Senior AI, how did you move these 4 shelves here?" AIXIN said, "I just moved here. My house is right next to it. It only takes a few minutes to walk there." AIXIN said this and pointed to a building not far away. After packing up everything, Shin Xiaotian picked up 4 gantry clothes hangers and followed AIXIN towards her home. AIXIN was holding a large cardboard box filled with t-shirts left over from today's sale. After walking for a while, AIXIN couldn't help but ask, "Shin Xiaotian, how did you come up with this idea?" Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, "I was just observing from the side and thought of this unintentionally. I didn't expect it to be useful. It's more than useful, it's amazing. I've put it on display for 2 days, and only sold more than 10 pieces in total." AIXIN said excitedly. Shin Xiaotian just smiled and didn't respond. In Shin Xiaotian's original world, this kind of marketing tactic was actually commonplace. It's just that the internet in this world is not yet developed enough, and the speed of dissemination of various information is relatively slow. When the internet develops rapidly in the future, this kind of marketing tactics will become more and more common and will gradually become ineffective. Shin Xiaotian, I didn't expect you to have such a useful brain. I didn't realize it before. AIXIN couldn't tell whether this was a compliment or an insult. Then, AIXIN analyzed it carefully. They knew how to use the gimmick of 1 yuan a piece to attract customers, and then use the psychology of not wanting to miss the discount to sell 3 pieces at once. This not only saves time, but also doubles the sales volume. Shin Xiaotian smiled and continued, "The most important thing is that I can make more money than selling them at 19 yuan each." AIXIN was stunned at first, and then she started to calculate in her mind. The cost of these t-shirts is 10 yuan each. If you sell 3 pieces at 19 yuan, that's 57 yuan. Minus the cost of 30 yuan, the gross profit is 27 yuan. But if Shin Xiaotian sells it this way, the first piece will be 39 yuan, the second piece will be 29 yuan, and the third piece will be 1 yuan, which adds up to 69 yuan. Excluding the cost of 30 yuan, the gross profit is 39 yuan. The profit is 12 yuan more. Really? You make more money than I do by selling like that. AIXIN looked at Shin Xiaotian with sparkling eyes. Chapter 65. There is one more thing I must ask. The two chatted as they walked, and soon they arrived at an old 6-story residential building. We're here. This is the building. AIXIN was holding the box in both hands and couldn't move, so she raised her chin and gestured towards the building. Shin Xiaotian looked at the residential building, which should be an old house built in the 1970s. Many of the homeowners in this area have moved away, and the old houses are generally rented out. Shin Xiaotian was a little confused and couldn't help asking, "Senior AI, if I remember correctly, the house you lived in before was much better than this one. Why did you suddenly move to such an old house?" Shin Xiaotian had heard from Su Mimi before that the community where AIXIN lived not only had a good environment and responsible property management, but most importantly, the residents in the community had high quality. "I thought you would move to a community with better environment, or one with similar environmental conditions, but I didn't expect to move to such an old community." AIXIN smiled awkwardly, hesitating for a few seconds before saying, "The main reason is, it's close to where I work, and the rent is cheaper. I want to save some money to buy bags, clothes, and the like." After hearing this, Shin Xiaotian nodded without any doubt or thought. In fact, he just asked casually and didn't care about AIXIN's motive for moving to a new place. "Which floor?" Shin Xiaotian asked. AIXIN immediately said, "Second floor." Shin Xiaotian said, "That's quite convenient." As he spoke, Shin Xiaotian carried 4 racks and went up to the second floor. AIXIN followed behind and said, if I didn't live on the second floor, I wouldn't be able to move these things to the stall by myself. Shin Xiaotian nodded, and then asked, by the way, senior sister AI, why did you want to set up a stall? Don't you have a formal job? Senior AI, you are not unemployed, are you? Shin Xiaotian suddenly had this thought. AIXIN was unhappy when she heard this, and she frowned and spat, pooh, you are the one who is unemployed. Your whole family. AIXIN originally wanted to say, your whole family is unemployed. But halfway through his words, he suddenly remembered that Shin Xiaotian was an orphan and had no family at all. I'm sorry, I spoke too quickly and didn't mean anything else. AIXIN apologized quickly. Shin Xiaotian smiled and shook his head, it's okay, I'm not as sensitive as you think. AIXIN also smiled after hearing this. At this time, the two of them had already reached the second floor. After Shin Xiaotian asked which household it was, he immediately carried the shelf and made way for AIXIN to open the door. AIXIN put down the cardboard box, took out the key, and opened the door swiftly. Then he reached into the room and turned on the light. The room is a little messy, don't mind it. AIXIN said something polite, then picked up the cardboard box and went into the house. Shin Xiaotian immediately followed in carrying the shelf. AIXIN had already put down the cardboard box and came back to close the door. After placing 4 shelves in the corner, Shin Xiaotian turned around and scanned the room. This house is not as messy as AIXIN said. Instead, it is quite tidy and clean. Most things are put in their places, unlike some girls' rooms where underwear and daily necessities are thrown around and garbage is seen everywhere. Senior AI, if your house is considered messy, then wouldn't my house be a doghouse? Shin Xiaotian was speechless. Shin Xiaotian really didn't mean to compliment him deliberately in order to improve his favorability. He spoke from the heart. Normally, he would just throw his clothes and socks away when he got home. I've only lived here for less than a week and already the living room feels like a mess. AIXIN smiled, motioned for Shin Xiaotian to sit anywhere, and then ran to pour a glass of water. Because the living room was not big and there was no coffee table, AIXIN handed the cup of water to Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian took the cup and asked, Sister AI, is it because your salary is too low that you set up a stall? AIXIN hesitated for a moment, sort of. After Shin Xiaotian sat down on the old sofa in the living room, AIXIN continued, a relative of my colleague's husband, he used to run a clothing factory in the south. As a result, due to poor management, the factory suddenly closed down last year, and then there was a backlog of many short-sleeved t-shirts in the warehouse. AIXIN spoke calmly, and Shin Xiaotian listened patiently. Soon, Shin Xiaotian understood what was going on. To put it simply, the relatives of AIXIN's colleague's husband wanted to cash in on this batch of accumulated t-shirts. The cost price he gave AIXIN was 10 yuan per piece. As for how to sell it and how much profit to make, it was all AIXIN's business. The man also said that if more than 1,000 pieces were sold, the price to AIXIN could be reduced by another $1 to $9 per piece. AIXIN needed money, so she took 500 pieces from the man first, and then, through her relationship with her colleagues, agreed to settle the bill after the goods were sold out. I thought it would be a big seller if it was sold at 19 yuan a piece, but the ideal is so good, but the reality is so skinny. After setting up the stall, AIXIN realized that selling t-shirts was not as easy as she thought. If AIXIN had not happened to meet Shin Xiaotian today, she would definitely still maintain the snail-like pace of shipment. How many pieces do you have left now? Shin Xiaotian asked. AIXIN thought for a moment and replied, I have 50 pieces on each shelf. I've sold about 150 pieces today. Adding the 10 or so pieces I sold earlier, I probably have about 300 pieces left. Shin Xiaotian nodded and said, then it should be enough to sell tomorrow night. AIXIN nodded immediately, looking forward to tomorrow night. Okay, I'll come again tomorrow night. By the way, what time will you open the stall? Shin Xiaotian said. AIXIN was very surprised. She didn't expect Shin Xiaotian to be willing to come and help tomorrow night. However, AIXIN still pretended to be polite and said, no need, I can set up the stall myself, I won't bother you. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, okay, don't be polite to me. If there are as many people tomorrow night as today, you won't be able to take care of them all by yourself, okay? Tell me what time you want to open the stall so I can come earlier. Shin Xiaotian said again. AIXIN smiled happily. She did not refuse and said, I usually open the stall at 7:30. There will be a lot of people on the pedestrian street starting at 8 o'clock. Okay, then I'll come over at 7:15 and help you move things. Shin Xiaotian decided readily. Okay. AIXIN nodded with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt message appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. AIXIN favorability +6. Current favorability of AIXIN 1. Shin Xiaotian was quite satisfied with the result. He thought that if he could help her sell more goods in the next 2 days, the task should be completed smoothly. After chatting for a few more words, Shin Xiaotian stood up and prepared to go home. Unexpectedly, AIXIN called Shin Xiaotian at this time, and her expression suddenly became more serious. Shin Xiaotian, wait a moment, there is something I must ask clearly. What's the matter? Shin Xiaotian looked at AIXIN and felt that what she was going to ask was not an ordinary question. AIXIN frowned and hesitated for a moment, but finally made up her mind to ask. Shin Xiaotian, did you go to the outlet mall in the city center last Sunday? When Shin Xiaotian heard her ask this, he immediately guessed something. However, Shin Xiaotian's expression did not change. Instead, he nodded very calmly, looked directly at AIXIN and replied, yes. AIXIN continued to look at Shin Xiaotian and asked again, what is your relationship with the woman with you? Chapter 66 I'll trust you for now. Shin Xiaotian did not answer immediately, but looked at AIXIN with a strange look. AIXIN said, Mimi and I happened to go to the outlet mall to eat and go shopping that day, and we happened to see you guys. Shin Xiaotian thought, what a coincidence, I could encounter this. An ordinary friend. Shin Xiaotian said calmly. AIXIN frowned immediately, ordinary friends? Why don't I believe it? If we were just ordinary friends, would you buy her such expensive clothes? And so many pieces at once? AIXIN asked. Shin Xiaotian immediately looked puzzled and asked, how do you know I bought her clothes? Mimi and I both saw it. You used your bank card to pay for that woman. Was I wrong? AIXIN raised her voice, looking a little excited. Shin Xiaotian was immediately amused by AIXIN's appearance. Senior AI, sometimes what you see may not be what you think. Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. Quibbling. AIXIN said with a straight face. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt message appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. AIXIN favorability 1. Current favorability of AIXIN 0. Shin Xiaotian was shocked. Oh my god, how come my favorability dropped after just 2 sentences? Senior AI, could you please put aside your preconceived ideas and listen to my explanation of the situation? Shin Xiaotian said hurriedly. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself that he had to explain the matter quickly, otherwise AIXIN would continue to misunderstand and her favorability would drop. AIXIN was about to start scolding, but when she saw that Shin Xiaotian still looked calm and confident, she thought about it and decided to hold back. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes to prove your innocence. AIXIN leaned back and crossed her arms over her chest, which made her swollen chest look a little taller. Shin Xiaotian thought for a few seconds, then asked, Senior AI, do you know Uncle Lee? Su Mimi should have told you about him, right? AIXIN nodded and said, I know. I heard from Mimi that when you saved that uncle, your head was hit and bleeding. Yes, the girl who was with me that day was Uncle Lee's daughter. Shin Xiaotian said. AIXIN didn't say anything. She frowned and looked at Shin Xiaotian, waiting for him to continue. Shin Xiaotian continued, I was invited by Uncle Lee to have dinner at his house on Saturday. It happened that Uncle Lee's daughter came back from another place, and we got to know each other after a few visits. Then, Shin Xiaotian recounted in detail what had happened on Saturday and Sunday. However, he did not tell AIXIN that Uncle Lee's daughter was the celebrity Li Mingxi. It took Shin Xiaotian a full 10 minutes to explain the whole story. AIXIN quickly sorted out her thoughts and repeated what had happened in clear and concise words. So, this is what happened. That day you accompanied Uncle Lee's daughter to buy a computer, and then she invited you to have lunch at the outlet to express her gratitude. After dinner, you guys went shopping in the outlet mall for a while. She just wanted to buy some clothes for her mother, but when she swiped her card, there was insufficient balance on her card. You didn't want to embarrass her, so you paid for her. Shin Xiaotian nodded heavily, yes, this is what happened. But AIXIN still didn't quite believe it, and frowned and asked, really? Didn't you offer to pay for her in order to pursue her? Of course not. Shin Xiaotian immediately shook his head to deny it. Then, Shin Xiaotian took out his mobile phone, opened the text message and showed it to AIXIN. Look, Look carefully, the other person transferred the money to me on the same day and said thank you. I didn't lie to you, Shin Xiaotian said, pointing at the text message. AIXIN carefully looked at the content and time of the text message and found that it was indeed forwarded on Sunday. AIXIN hesitated for a moment and asked again, Shin Xiaotian, she has such a good figure and temperament, aren't you tempted? Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, don't joke, Senior AI, she is so good in all aspects, her standards must be very high, how could she possibly be interested in me? AIXIN didn't say anything, but she muttered to herself, you have some self-awareness. Senior AI, I have said everything I should say. If you still don't believe me, I don't know what to say anymore. Shin Xiaotian looked helpless. In the following time, AIXIN kept staring at Shin Xiaotian with a serious expression, as if she could see through him. Shin Xiaotian had nothing to hide, so he naturally didn't feel guilty. He didn't even look away and let her stare at him. After a long while, AIXIN finally spoke, okay, I'll trust you for now, but if you're lying to me, I'll never let you go. Shin Xiaotian didn't say anything. He waited for a few seconds and saw that AIXIN's favorability did not drop any further. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, AIXIN asked again, Shin Xiaotian, have you really given up pursuing Mimi? Shin Xiaotian nodded with an extremely sure expression, without any trace of nostalgia. Why? AIXIN didn't understand. AIXIN asked hurriedly, you have liked Mimi for so many years, why are you giving up now? If that's the case, then all your previous efforts and persistence have been in vain, haven't they? Shin Xiaotian frowned and thought for a few seconds before saying, Senior AI, everyone grows up. When you realize that your choice is wrong, you should wake up and turn back in time. If you get deeper and deeper, you will only waste more time and energy. Although what he said was true, AIXIN still felt it was a pity. AIXIN didn't give up and tried to persuade her, Shin Xiaotian, I think Mimi still has you in her heart. Do you know how angry she was when she saw you with Uncle Li's daughter that day? When Shin Xiaotian heard this, he immediately sneered in his heart, ha! Is she angry because I am with another woman? No, she is not. She was angry because I spent money on other women instead of her. AIXIN continued to persuade, Shin Xiaotian, if you work harder and persist a little longer, you will definitely be able to impress Mimi. Don't worry, I will help you persuade Mimi. She has feelings for you. As long as you don't give up, I believe that one day, you will be able to see the moon after the clouds have cleared. Shin Xiaotian was speechless for a while, thinking, AIXIN, you are someone who has been in love, how come you are so blind? For more than 4 years, Su Mimi neither refused nor agreed to the original owner's pursuit. If you insist on saying that she has feelings for the original owner, I won't deny it. It's just that it's not the kind of relationship between normal men and women. But I can't bear the feeling of loss of having one less bootlicker around me. If Su Mimi really had a place for the original owner in her heart, she should have been moved long ago. Why would she have to wait until now? Shin Xiaotian sighed secretly. He didn't want to continue this topic, so he stood up decisively and said, Senior AI, it's getting late. I should go back. AIXIN wanted to give a few more words of advice, but Shin Xiaotian had already walked quickly to the door and opened it. I'll take you there. AIXIN quickly got up and followed. Shin Xiaotian said, no need, Senior Sister AI. As he spoke, Shin Xiaotian had already walked out the door. See you tomorrow, Senior AI. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Xiaotian closed the door and disappeared from AIXIN's sight. AIXIN sighed inwardly for a while, then went upstairs and locked the door. I really don't understand what Mimi is thinking. Isn't Shin Xiaotian a good person? AIXIN shook her head and muttered something, then turned and went into the bedroom. Chapter 67 Why is he here? At around 11 a.m. on Thursday, Shin Xiaotian was at work when Li Mingxi suddenly called. Hey, Sister Shi. Shin Xiaotian temporarily put down what he was doing and walked towards the window while answering the phone. Li Mingxi asked, Xiaotian, are you able to talk now? It's convenient, Sister Shi. Shin Xiaotian came to the window and stood still. Li Mingxi said, it's like this, Xiaotian, I have to go back to the company afternoon, so I want to tell you that I can't meet you today. Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised and couldn't help asking, Sister Shi, is there something urgent that the company needs you for? Li Mingxi thought about it, and then said truthfully, Xiaotian, the company helped me buy 2 new songs from teacher Su Dong. I listened to them carefully last night and felt that they were very good, so I promised the company that I would rush back today to start preparing for the production of the new album. Shin Xiaotian immediately said, "That's great, Sister Shi. Congratulations on finding a satisfactory song." "Thank you." Li Mingxi thanked him in a soft tone. Then, Li Mingxi said, "Xiaotian, I really like the song Too Soft Heart. I plan to buy it and put it in my new album. As for the price, it's the same as Sad Pacific, 100,000, okay?" "No problem," Shin Xiaotian said readily without any hesitation. Li Mingxi was a little surprised. She didn't expect Shin Xiaotian to agree so readily. In Li Mingxi's opinion, the melody of the song Heart Too Soft is catchier than Sad Pacific, and it will definitely be more popular once it is released. So Li Mingxi had thought it through before making the call. Even if Shin Xiaotian raised the price temporarily, she would agree as long as it was not too outrageous. "Thank you, Xiaotian," Li Mingxi said gratefully. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, "Why thank me? The song is not given to you for free. You paid for it, okay?" Li Mingxi chuckled after hearing this, and then said, "I will send you the copyright contract in a few days. Just sign it and send it back to me as soon as possible. I will transfer the money as soon as possible." Shin Xiaotian said, "Yes, I understand." Afterwards, the two chatted briefly for a few more sentences before ending the call. At this moment, Li Mingxi suddenly said, "Xiaotian, there is one more thing." "You say?" Shin Xiaotian said. Li Mingxi said, "When I'm done with this, you must sing the remaining 2 songs for me, okay?" "Yeah," Shin Xiaotian responded with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Shin Xiaotian edited his address into a text message and sent it to Li Mingxi. Because he spent most of his time in the company, he left the address of Donghui Pharmaceutical Company. Evening, 7:15. Shin Xiaotian rode his pink electric scooter to the downstairs of AIXIN's house on time. After parking the electric scooter, Shin Xiaotian went upstairs and knocked on AIXIN's door. "Here it comes, here it comes." AIXIN's voice rang out in the room. Soon, hurried footsteps were heard, and AIXIN opened the door. The moment he saw AIXIN, Shin Xiaotian was a little dazed. Because AIXIN's outfit today is very different from usual. AIXIN usually wears a casual style. But today she was wearing a black professional suit. This type of women's blazer is tight-fitting at the waist. Once you put it on and button it up, it will immediately show off the wearer's good figure. Although AIXIN's bust size is not as exaggerated as Li Mingxi's, it is estimated to be between B and C. Normally, she doesn't show much when she wears loose clothes, but once she puts on this blazer, the proud curves of her chest are fully revealed. In addition, AIXIN tied her hair into a ponytail and put on some light makeup, giving her the look of a female elite in the workplace. "Senior AI, why are you dressed so formally today?" Shin Xiaotian asked curiously. AIXIN was somewhat helpless. "A senior leader came to inspect us, and we had to wear formal attire. He didn't tell me earlier, so I had to rush back to change at noon." Shin Xiaotian heard from Su Mimi that AIXIN worked in the General Affairs Department of Yannan TV station and her position was an ordinary administrative staff member. AIXIN was about to let Shin Xiaotian into the house, and said at the same time, "Please sit down for a while. I can change my clothes and leave." Shin Xiaotian had already taken a step forward with his right foot, but when he heard AIXIN wanted to change clothes, he immediately pulled his foot back. "I won't go in," Shin Xiaotian said. The girl wanted to change clothes, so Shin Xiaotian thought it would be better not to go into the house. AIXIN immediately understood Shin Xiaotian's thoughts. She didn't say anything and quickly walked into the bedroom, closed the door and went to change clothes. A few minutes later, the bedroom door opened. AIXIN, who had changed into casual clothes, came out. Because she didn't want Shin Xiaotian to wait too long, AIXIN didn't remove her makeup. "You can go now," AIXIN said with a smile. Shin Xiaotian then walked into the house, picked up the 4 gantry clothes hangers placed in the corner, turned around and went downstairs. Soon, AIXIN came downstairs carrying a box of t-shirts. "Go and reserve a seat first. I'll come back to move the 2 boxes of t-shirts later," AIXIN said. Shin Xiaotian nodded, carrying the clothes hanger and walking towards the pedestrian street with AIXIN. While walking and chatting, Shin Xiaotian realized that AIXIN had to run back and forth several times every time she set up her stall. Because with her strength, she can only move 2 large clothes hangers at a time, so she has to make 2 trips just to move the clothes hangers. Then I had to move whole boxes of t-shirts, which required several trips. When it's off time to close the stall at night, AIXIN has to repeat the process again and take all the things back home. When she set up her stall on the first day, AIXIN was still very motivated. Because she thinks her t-shirts are cheap and of good quality, they will definitely sell well. But unexpectedly, the result went against her wishes, which greatly dampened her enthusiasm. Shin Xiaotian didn't know that AIXIN had actually thought about giving up the stall last night. Especially when only one item was sold and then returned. But after Shin Xiaotian's advice, the business became booming instantly, and AIXIN's fighting spirit and motivation were rekindled. Soon, the two arrived at the location where they set up their stall yesterday. There were not many people setting up stalls at this time, and many stalls were still empty. AIXIN told Shin Xiaotian that if it was the weekend, people would set up stalls around 5 p.m. The stall under their feet is very popular during weekends. If you arrive a little later, it will definitely be taken by someone else. As soon as she put the shelves aside, AIXIN said, "I'll go back and move the t-shirts." "Let me go. I'm stronger than you and can move it in one go, so you don't have to run back and forth," Shin Xiaotian said. AIXIN thought about it, then nodded, took out the house key and handed it to Shin Xiaotian. As soon as Shin Xiaotian took the key, a system prompt message appeared in front of him. AIXIN favorability +1. Current favorability of AIXIN 1. Just when Shin Xiaotian returned to AIXIN's house to move things, Sumini suddenly appeared at the entrance of the pedestrian street. Today Sumini happened to be having dinner with two friends nearby. After dinner, Sumini went home alone. When I walked nearby, I suddenly remembered that AIXIN had told me that she would set up a stall on the pedestrian street next to her home in the next few days. In fact, AIXIN once mentioned that she hoped Sumini could come to see her more often and chat with her. Although Sumini agreed verbally, she didn't want to go in her heart. Because in Sumini's cognitive system, setting up street stalls is something only people at the bottom of society would do. Sumini also tactfully persuaded AIXIN not to set up a stall, saying that it would waste time and energy, but in the end AIXIN did not listen to her. The reason why Sumini came here today was mainly because she promised AIXIN that she would come to see her. It has been a few days. If I don't come to see her again, AIXIN will definitely say something to her. Sumini had made up her mind before she walked into the pedestrian street. She would just have a brief chat with AIXIN and then leave. She would not stay too long because she didn't want others to think she was watching the stall. From a distance, Sumini discovered AIXIN. At this time, AIXIN was hanging t-shirts one by one on the hanger, and did not notice that Sumini was not far away. Sumini smiled and then tried to sneak closer to scare AIXIN. Unexpectedly, just after Sumini took 2 steps forward, a familiar boy appeared beside AIXIN. Sumini was stunned for a moment, secretly surprised. Shin Xiaotian? Why is he here? Chapter 68 AIXIN, you asked for this. Shin Xiaotian had just brought in 2 boxes of t-shirts at this time and placed them next to the stall, somewhat out of breath. You've worked hard, drink some water. As soon as Shin Xiaotian put down the box, AIXIN opened a new bottle of purified water and handed it to him. Thank you. Shin Xiaotian took the water and drank 2 sips with a gentle smile on his face. Sumini, who was not far away, was stunned for 2 seconds, and then hid behind a nearby electric pole. Sumimi slowly tilted her head to look at Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN, then she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I acted quickly and was not discovered by them. At this moment, Sumei's brows were full of question marks. Why is Shin Xiaotian here? Judging from his appearance, he should be here to help AIXIN set up the stall, but why didn't AIXIN tell me about this? Also, when did Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN become so close? Could it be that she has been in contact with Shin Xiaotian behind my back? The more Sumini thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, and her brows soon furrowed deeply. At the stall, Shin Xiaotian drank some water and started helping to hang up t-shirts. The 2 men stood face to face, each responsible for a large coat hanger. After hanging up a few pieces, Shin Xiaotian said, Senior AI, do you dare to compete with me? Comparing what? AIXIN looked up at Shin Xiaotian and asked curiously. Shin Xiaotian pointed at the clothes rack in front of him and said, It's simple. Let's see who can hang up the clothes on this rack first. How about it? Okay. What if you lose? AIXIN immediately felt the desire to win. Shin Xiaotian said without hesitation, whoever loses will buy a barbecue, how about that? It's a deal. AIXIN agreed readily. Then, the 2 began the competition. AIXIN has been setting up her stall for 2 days, so she has some experience in hanging goods. So she ran very fast from the start and left Shin Xiaotian behind in an instant. Although Shin Xiaotian was a little unskilled at the beginning, he immediately found the trick and the feel after hanging a few pieces, and his speed gradually caught up. During this period, Shin Xiaotian, who was lagging behind, would always make some anxious, nervous, and funny noises, which would make AIXIN laugh non-stop. Shin Xiaotian proposed the competition to liven up the atmosphere and add to the fun. As long as he could make AIXIN happy, his favorability would definitely increase. But Su Mimi, who was secretly observing not far away, couldn't figure out what was going on. From her perspective, Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN were so happy, they were obviously flirting. The more happily AIXIN laughed, the angrier Su Mimi became. This pair of bastards were actually having an affair behind my back. Su Mimi frowned and gritted her teeth secretly. At this moment, Shin Xiaotian said something funny and AIXIN immediately burst out laughing. Su Mimi couldn't bear it anymore and kicked the electric pole in frustration. But the next moment, Su Mimi regretted it. The pair of high heels on her feet was bought last month and cost her half a month's salary. I kicked him a little too hard just now, and the tip of his shoe is dented. Ouch, my shoes. Su Mimi suddenly became extremely nervous. She quickly leaned against the electric pole, took off the injured shoe and examined it carefully. After a moment, Su Mimi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a minor bump and there was no obvious damage to the shoes. However, Su Mimi still felt very distressed, and she immediately blamed Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN for the incident. After putting on her shoes, Su Mimi turned around and looked at Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN again. At this time, the game between the two was over. AIXIN had already raised her hands and cheered happily, while Shin Xiaotian was still busy hanging the last two t-shirts. Looking at AIXIN, whose smile was as beautiful as a flower, Su Mimi felt more and more uncomfortable. Without Shin Xiaotian, this bootlicker, Su Mimi has been very unhappy recently. But what she never expected was that this dead licker actually dared to lick her best friend. How can this guy be so shameless? This is too much. However, the person who made Su Mimi most angry was AIXIN. She was clearly helping me to denounce the scumbag Shin Xiaotian a few days ago. But the next moment, not only did she get so close to the scumbag behind his back, she also shamelessly flirted with him in public. Do you still consider me as your best friend? Aren't we supposed to be on the same side? The more Su Mimi thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and her eyes involuntarily became red. Why? Why did you betray me? At this moment, Su Mimi felt that the whole world was against her. AIXIN, you asked for this. Su Mimi's eyes were red and she muttered hatefully. Immediately, Su Mimi took out her cell phone, found a number in the address book, and dialed it. After the call tone sounded a few times, the call was answered. Hello, who is this? A young man answered the phone. The environment on the other end of the phone was a bit noisy, probably someone was eating and drinking. Hello, Wang Shang, I'm Su Mimi. Su Mimi introduced herself. When Wang Sheng on the other end of the phone heard that it was Su Mimi, he was obviously stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect her to call him. Su Mimi? Why did you think of calling me? Wang Sheng's tone was very puzzled. Su Mimi glanced at AIXIN, who was chatting and laughing with Shin Xiaotian, and then asked, Do you want to know where to find AI? Where? Wang Sheng's tone immediately became anxious. Su Mimi frowned and said, Can you find a quiet place? It's too noisy over there. Wang Sheng immediately said, Wait for me. Immediately afterwards, Wang Sheng on the other end of the phone fell silent. Then, the noise in the environment began to fade away rapidly. Su Mimi, please tell me where AI is now? Wang Sheng's voice appeared again. Su Mimi said in a serious tone, Wang Sheng, I can tell you, but you must promise not to let AI know that I told you, otherwise AI will definitely not forgive me. Don't worry, I will definitely not tell AI, I can promise. No, I can swear. Wang Sheng said hurriedly. Su Mimi sighed softly, and then her tone became sincere. Wang Sheng, the reason why I called you is that I hope you can sincerely apologize to AI and gain her forgiveness. I really think you two are a perfect match and shouldn't be separated like this. Wang Sheng hurriedly said, I will. I was confused before. I know I was wrong. I will definitely apologize to AI. Su Mimi, please tell me quickly, where is AI now? How can I find her? Wang Sheng asked anxiously. Su Mimi asked, "Do you know the pedestrian street next to Xingli Road?" A few minutes later, AIXIN hung up the phone. AIXIN turned her head and looked at the stall. There were already several customers there, all choosing their favorite t-shirts. Su Mimi rolled her eyes viciously at AIXIN, who was greeting guests, and whispered to herself, "You treat me like a treasure even though I don't want you to be your bootlicker. You really have no vision." After saying that, AIXIN turned around and walked away in her high heels. 2 hours later, Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN had already started to pack up their stall. Normally we close the stall after 10 o'clock, but today all the t-shirts have been sold out and there is nothing else to do if we don't close the stall. If I had known that these products would sell so well, I should have gone and got more goods today, AIXIN said with some regret as she packed her things. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, "It's okay. Today's sales are just right. I'll continue when I get the goods tomorrow." AIXIN nodded and then concentrated on packing her things. After a while, Shin Xiaotian carried 4 empty racks and followed AIXIN towards her home. AIXIN was very excited along the way and the smile on her face never disappeared. Shin Xiaotian was also very happy at this time, because in these 2 hours, AIXIN's favorability had increased by another 5 points and had now reached 6 points. Another 4 points increase in mission accomplished. Just when Shin Xiaotian was secretly looking forward to the upgrade gift package, a male voice suddenly sounded from behind. AI. Upon hearing the voice, AIXIN immediately turned around and looked over. When she saw clearly who the person was, her brows immediately frowned and her face darkened instantly. Chapter 69, AIXIN's ex-boyfriend. AI. A tall boy trotted over from not far away. The boy's appearance is not very handsome, at most around 7 or 8 points. However, he gives people a very strong and upright feeling, and his body is well managed, giving people a sense of male model. "Wang Shang? How do you know I live here?" AIXIN frowned, obviously not welcoming the boy who suddenly appeared. Shin Xiaotian had some impression of this name. Su Mimi mentioned it last time at KTV. I think it should be her boyfriend. No, it should be her ex-boyfriend. Wang Shang ran to AIXIN with an anxious look on his face and reached out to hold AIXIN's hand. AIXIN was holding the cardboard box at this time. When she saw him reaching out his hand, she quickly took a step back, with disgust flashing in her eyes. Wang Shang was a little embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly adjusted himself. AI, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I solemnly apologize to you, please forgive me. Also, I swear to God now that I will never do that again. From now on, I will only be good to you. Wang Shang ignored Shin Xiaotian, who was standing next to him, and started to apologize. Wang Shang apologized sincerely, his eyes full of regret and self-blame. At this moment, he was like a wounded deer, weak and helpless, with his tightly furrowed brows as if he was suffocating under the pressure of endless guilt. After saying this, Wang Shang slowly lowered his head, like a sinner awaiting trial. He clenched his hands tightly together, and his knuckles turned white due to the force. Wang Shang. Just as AIXIN was about to speak, Wang Shang suddenly raised his head and interrupted her. AI, if you don't forgive me, I will never be able to forgive myself in this life. This incident will become an unbridgeable chasm that will always stand in my way and keep me in darkness forever. Please give me a chance, let us start over, and allow me to atone for my sins, okay? Shin Xiaotian, who was standing by, was stunned. He never expected that a boy with such a tough appearance could say such disgusting words, and he said it in front of him, a stranger. Shin Xiaotian, a straight man, secretly admired it, because he definitely couldn't do it. However, Shin Xiaotian also understood one thing: it was no wonder that he was able to pursue senior AI with such good speaking skills. Sure enough, AIXIN was a little dazed by what Wang Shang said. Holding the cardboard box, she suddenly didn't know how to respond. As soon as Wang Shang saw AIXIN's expression, he knew that his words had worked, so he struck while the iron was hot and reached out again to hold AIXIN's hand. Just as Wang Shang's fingers were about to touch the back of AIXIN's hand, Shin Xiaotian suddenly coughed loudly. Cough. The surroundings were relatively quiet. Shin Xiaotian suddenly coughed, which immediately woke AIXIN up. AIXIN quickly took another step back and avoided Wang Shang's touch. Wang Shang, how do you know I live here? AIXIN asked the question again, her expression much more serious. Wang Shang did not answer immediately, but glanced at Shin Xiaotian with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Shin Xiaotian didn't want to get involved in their relationship issues, so he said, "Senior AI, I'll move the shelf upstairs first, and you guys can chat." Having said that, Shen Xiaotian prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, AIXIN said, Shen Xiaotian, don't leave. Shen Xiaotian looked at AIXIN in confusion. AIXIN quickly turned to look at Wang Shang and raised her voice to ask, I'm asking you, how did you know I live here? Who told you? Wang Shang had no choice but to reply, no one told me, I just happened to see you setting up the stall when I passed by nearby. You had a lot of customers at the time, so I didn't come over. I waited by the side until you closed the stall and then I followed you. Really? AIXIN was a little unconvinced. Wang Shang nodded very confidently, I didn't lie to you, I swear to heaven. Don't give me that shit. What else can you do besides swearing? AIXIN said disdainfully. As soon as Shen Xiaotian heard what AIXIN said, he understood. The man must have sworn many times when they were dating. Shen Xiaotian remembered that he had read some posts discussing emotions while surfing the internet before, and one of the replies received a lot of likes. The post said, there is an 80% chance that a boy who swears easily is a scumbag. Considering the cheesy words Wang Shang used in his apology just now, Shen Xiaotian knew without asking that the other party must be a scumbag. Do you know how anxious I was when I couldn't find you during this period? Wang Shang said anxiously. Wang Shang added, I really know I was wrong. Can you forgive me this time? I will never make the same mistake again. You are the only one in my heart, really. Having said that, Wang Shang suddenly stepped forward and grabbed AIXIN's wrist. AIXIN's expression changed immediately. She twisted her body to shake him off and shouted, don't touch me. But Wang Shang refused to let go. He pulled AIXIN hard and tried to pull her into his arms. When AIXIN saw that she couldn't break free, she suddenly became agitated and struggled even harder. As she struggled and pulled, the cardboard box that AIXIN was holding suddenly slipped out of her hands and fell to the ground. After the cardboard box fell to the ground, it overturned. There was a loud crash and a bunch of plastic hangers slid out and scattered all over the floor. But even so, Wang Shang still held AIXIN's wrist tightly. Let go, you're hurting me. AIXIN frowned and slapped Wang Shang hard with her other hand, hoping that he would let her go immediately. Can you please forgive me? As long as you forgive me, I will agree to anything you ask me to do. Although Wang Shang spoke gentle words, his actions showed no mercy at all. Shen Xiaotian finally couldn't bear it anymore. He quickly put down 4 coat hangers, walked forward, and grabbed Wang Shang by the throat. Wang Shang was startled, and then he felt pain in his throat. Let go. Shen Xiaotian's tone was cold and left no room for questioning. The next moment, Wang Shang felt a sense of suffocation. He didn't have time to pull AIXIN anymore and quickly let go of her. Immediately afterwards, Wang Shang grabbed Shen Xiaotian's arms with both hands, trying to separate him from himself. But Shen Xiaotian was much stronger than he had imagined, and for a moment he was unable to pry his hands open. Soon, Wang Shang's face turned red. He anxiously slapped Shen Xiaotian's arm, and a painful sound came from his throat. Seeing that something was wrong, AIXIN hurriedly pulled Shen Xiaotian and advised, Xiaotian, calm down and let him go first. Shen Xiaotian was certainly not losing his composure. He just wanted to teach the other party a lesson on purpose so that this guy wouldn't do anything to him again. Shen Xiaotian did not let go immediately, but continued to pinch Wang Shang's neck for 3 seconds before pushing him away. Wang Shang staggered backwards and began to cough violently before he could stand still. Cough, 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 cough. Wang Shang coughed and covered his throat. When he looked up at Shen Xiaotian, his eyes were filled with resentment. Wang Shang, I don't want to see you, please leave. AIXIN's voice was cold, and after she finished speaking, she squatted down to pick up the hangers on the ground. Wang Shang is taller and bigger than Shen Xiaotian. But at this moment, Wang Shang did not have the courage to take revenge. Because Shen Xiaotian's eyes were so scary, and the aura he exuded also made him a little scared. Although Wang Shang hated this person so much in his heart, his intuition told him that he must not fight with this person, otherwise he would be the one who would suffer. Who are you? Why do you care about what happens between me and AIXIN? Wang Shang covered his red neck and asked angrily. Just as Shen Xiaotian was about to speak, AIXIN, who was squatting, suddenly stood up, holding a clothes hanger in her hand and shouted, "He is my boyfriend, why can't I control him?" As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became quiet. Although Shen Xiaotian was surprised that AIXIN would say that, he did not show any strangeness on his face because he knew why AIXIN said that. A few seconds later, Wang Shang, who was in a daze, reacted. He pointed at AIXIN and said, AIXIN, it's only been a short time since we broke up, and you found a man so quickly. Are you worthy of me? Oh. I see, you two must have been hooking up behind my back for a long time, no wonder you were so determined to break up with me. Chapter 70. Is this the legendary facial cleanser? AIXIN ignored Wang Sheng's words and turned to Shin Xiaotian and said, ignore him, let's go. After saying that, AIXIN threw the hanger into the cardboard box, then picked it up and wanted to walk into the corridor. Wait a moment. Shin Xiaotian didn't leave, but called AIXIN. AIXIN was puzzled and turned to look at Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian took a step towards Wang Sheng and threatened him fiercely, why don't you leave? You want to get beaten, right? Wang Sheng was startled and quickly took 2 steps back. You dare, believe it or not, I will call the police now. Wang Sheng pointed at Shin Xiaotian and shouted. Shin Xiaotian immediately rolled up his sleeves and took another big step forward, call the police, okay. I want to see if your mother can still recognize you when the police come. Wang Sheng thought Shin Xiaotian was really going to beat him, so he turned around and ran away in fear. Seeing this, Shin Xiaotian immediately chased after him a few steps, and Wang Sheng ran even faster. After a while, Wang Sheng disappeared, and Shin Xiaotian stopped and turned back. Shin Xiaotian said, Senior AI, hurry upstairs and don't let him know that you live on the 2nd floor. When AIXIN heard this, she nodded quickly and walked upstairs quickly holding the cardboard box. In fact, Shin Xiaotian knew very well that if Wang Sheng wanted to know which floor AIXIN lived on, it was only a matter of sooner or later. The reason why he wanted to scare Wang Sheng away was mainly to make AIXIN feel more at ease, at least she didn't have to worry about the other party coming to harass her tonight. Soon, Shin Xiaotian followed AIXIN up to the 2nd floor and entered her house. Before closing the door, AIXIN deliberately peeked downstairs. In fact, she also knew that this action was a bit redundant, but she couldn't help doing it. After AIXIN locked the door, she suddenly let out a breath of foul air, her face full of annoyance. I am so unlucky to run into him. Shin Xiaotian had already placed 4 large coat hangers in the corner of the wall, then turned around and walked over. AIXIN immediately looked at Shin Xiaotian and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Shin Xiaotian, I used you as a shield just now. Are you angry? Shin Xiaotian immediately shook his head, how could that be? As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt message appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. AIXIN favorability +2. Current favorability of AIXIN, 8. Shin Xiaotian was secretly surprised and thought, why is it only 2 points? This heroic act of saving the beauty just now deserves at least 4 or 5 points, if not 10 or 8 points. Xiaotian, please sit down. I'll pour you some water. AIXIN said as she went to pour water. Shin Xiaotian walked to the sofa and sat down. After thinking for a while, he asked, Xiaojia AI, did you move because of him? AIXIN did not answer immediately, but at least handed the cup of water to Shin Xiaotian before speaking. That's partly the reason, but the main reason is that I want to save more money. AIXIN sighed and sat on the sofa. This is a 3-seater sofa, with 2 people sitting at each end and a seat in the middle. Shin Xiaotian took a sip of water and did not continue asking because he could feel that AIXIN would continue talking on her own. Sure enough, after a few seconds AIXIN spoke. Wang Sheng and I met more than 3 months ago. At that time, I thought he was a nice guy, very sincere and considerate. When I was with him, I could always feel his care and concern for me, and I had the illusion that our relationship was destined. As Shin Xiaotian listened to AIXIN's description of Wang Sheng, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Bombarding with sweet words, emphasizing special fate, creating emotional crises, and providing sufficient emotional value, aren't these the usual tricks used by scumbag men? It wasn't until later that I changed my mind and went to his workplace to look for him that I found out that he was dating another girl behind my back, and they had been dating for over a year. You know what? At that moment I almost thought I was a mistress. At this point, AIXIN's face turned angry and her fists clenched tightly. I was so angry that I proposed a breakup right then and there. But who would have thought that he would dare to come to me 2 days later? At first I ignored him, but then she came every night and I was fed up with it. Then my dad suddenly. I just moved away. When AIXIN said this, she suddenly turned around, bent down, and took out a black plastic bag from the side of the sofa. The bag looked quite substantial, but I had no idea what was inside. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian was secretly surprised. AIXIN took out 2 cans of beer from the bag, handed one to Shin Xiaotian, and put the other next to herself. Senior AI, do you always have beer at home? Shin Xiaotian asked. AIXAN said, no, last time I treated a colleague to a barbecue, and I bought too much and didn't finish it. Oh. Shin Xiaotian responded. In fact, Shin Xiaotian didn't want to drink, but AIXAN was in a bad mood. After thinking about it, he took the beer and opened the can with a pop. Bang! AIXAN immediately opened the can and started drinking from it in big gulps. For more than half an hour, it was AIXAN who spoke and Shin Xiaotian who listened. AIXAN became more and more excited as she spoke, and drank can of beer after can. Before Shin Xiaotian finished one can, AIXAN had already finished 4 cans. Seeing that AIXAN was drunk as she took the beer, Shin Xiaotian immediately snatched the bag. Senior sister AI, stop drinking. Shin Xiaotian said. AIXAN immediately became unhappy and reached out to grab the bag. Shin Xiaotian quickly hid the bag of beer far away so that AIXAN couldn't reach it. AIXAN was very depressed. She frowned and shouted, "Give it to me," while standing up and leaning forward to take it. Unexpectedly, because she leaned forward too much, AIXAN lost her balance and suddenly fell on Shin Xiaotian. It was at this moment that Shin Xiaotian felt an indescribable elasticity and softness on his face. Shin Xiaotian was stunned at first, then he realized what had touched his face. At this moment, a sentence suddenly popped up in Shin Xiaotian's mind: is this the legendary facial cleanser? As the person involved, AIXAN naturally felt that something was wrong. She tried to prop herself up in a hurry, but because she was too panicked, she couldn't find a foothold after working with her hands for a long time. In the end, Shin Xiaotian raised his arm to lend her strength, and then she hurriedly kept a distance from Shin Xiaotian. AIXAN sat back with her face flushed and hot. She didn't dare to look at Shin Xiaotian at all. At the same time, her heart was beating very fast. AIXAN tried hard not to think about the embarrassment just now. But the strange thing is that the feeling of my chest touching Shin Xiaotian's face can't be shaken off. She could even feel that she had just touched Shin Xiaotian's nose and mouth. After a few seconds of silence, Shin Xiaotian suddenly stood up. Senior AI, it's getting late. I have to go back. You should also go to bed early. This was the first time that Shin Xiaotian encountered such an embarrassing situation. He didn't know how to deal with it, so he had to resort to the strategy of running away. Then I won't see you off. AIXAN was also very nervous and her speech was a little unclear. Shin Xiaotian walked quickly to the door and tried to open it twice only to find that the door had been locked by AIXAN. Shin Xiaotian hurriedly opened the latch, opened the door and ran out. It was not until she heard the door close that AIXAN heaved a sigh of relief and leaned back on the sofa. A few seconds later, AIXAN suddenly covered her chest with her left hand and her face with her right hand. Ah, how could this happen? It's so embarrassing. AIXAN yelled madly and kicked her legs wildly. Chapter 71 Upgrade Package. Shin Xiaotian walked out of the corridor quickly and only let out a long sigh when he felt the cold wind outside. Oh my god. That was so embarrassing just now. When Shin Xiaotian thought of the facial cleanser seen just now, he couldn't help but touch his nose. The soft and elastic touch on the tip of his nose left a deep impression on him. If I think about it carefully, I can still smell a faint fragrance. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Senior Sister AI's figure doesn't look particularly attractive. Unexpectedly, the actual situation was very different from what I imagined. Shin Xiaotian took 2 deep breaths, then calmed himself down and prepared to go home. Shin Xiaotian got on his electric scooter and just as he inserted the key into the keyhole, a system prompt message appeared in front of him. AIXAN favorability +5. Current favorability of AIXAN 11. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Task rewards have been issued, please check in the system mall. Shin Xiaotian was very happy. He originally thought that the task would not be completed until tomorrow, but he did not expect that AIXAN's favorability suddenly increased. After a pause, Shin Xiaotian began to ponder. After the facial cleanser incident that just happened, Senior Sister AI's favorability towards me not only did not decrease, but increased instead. This was indeed a bit surprising. Suddenly, another thought flashed through Shin Xiaotian's mind: could it be that she did it on purpose just now? But the next second, Shin Xiaotian immediately denied this idea. Because after spending these 2 days together, Shin Xiaotian has been able to confirm that AIXAN and Su Mimi are completely different types of people. AIXAN has a straightforward personality. She says whatever she wants to say, and most of her emotions are written on her face. She is definitely not the kind of woman who is scheming. Besides, if she really did it on purpose, then what was she trying to achieve? Do you think you are a pauper and a loser? Therefore, Shin Xiaotian can be sure that the facial cleanser incident just now was purely an accident. At this moment, the cold and emotionless system broadcast voice appeared. Congratulations to the host, the favorability system has been upgraded. Current level of favorable impression system, 2. Tips 1. After each system upgrade, the rewards and penalties of system tasks will be increased accordingly. Warm tip 2. The daily exchange limit of favorability coins has been increased from 10,000 to 50,000. Shin Xiaotian nodded secretly. Not bad, not bad, I can earn more by completing tasks in the future. At this moment, Shin Xiaotian automatically skipped the reminder that the punishment would also increase. The system announcement continued. Congratulations to the host, you have received the upgrade package. Do you want to check the upgrade package immediately? Whether. This was what Shin Xiaotian was waiting for, so he chose yes, without hesitation. As soon as the selection was made, the system announcement sounded again. Upgrade package has been opened. Congratulations to the host, you have received an extra reward of 5,000 favorability coins. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained one item card triple strength. Note, the prop card has been stored in the prop column. If you need to use it, please go to the prop column to check it. Shin Xiaotian was still deeply impressed by this triple stamina card. Every morning when Shin Xiaotian checked the purchasable items in the system mall, the probability of the triple stamina card appearing was very high, and he would see it almost every other day. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, that's fine, although the triple stamina card is not needed right now, it costs 300 favorability coins to buy one. After waiting for a few seconds, Shin Xiaotian felt a little disappointed when he saw that the system broadcast did not continue. Why does the upgrade package only have 2 rewards? I thought there should be at least 3. But after thinking about it carefully, Shin Xiaotian immediately felt relieved. It's understandable that the upgrade package doesn't give much in terms of rewards since it's only level 2 now. When your level goes up in the future, the upgrade rewards will definitely be much richer. Thinking of this, Shin Xiaotian suddenly became excited. Afterwards, Shin Xiaotian opened the prop bar again and checked the triple stamina card. The description of the triple stamina card remains the same as before. After use, your physical strength and power will be increased to 3 times the original level, and the duration is 12 hours. Before closing the prop bar, Shin Xiaotian suddenly thought of a question. Can the items in the prop column be sold? As soon as the thought came to Shin Xiaotian's mind, a prompt box appeared in front of him. Sell triple stamina cards, the price is 150 favorability coins per card. Oh my god, it's half price. Shin Xiaotian felt it was not worth it and immediately gave up the idea of cashing in the props. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian closed the prop bar and entered the system mall to check the balance of favorability coins. The balance before the task is completed is 4,000 favorability coins. Add to that the 5,000 favorability coins you received as a reward for completing the AIXIN mission, and the extra 5,000 favorability coins you received as a reward from the upgrade package. The current total balance of favorability coins is 14,000. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, 14,000 favorability coins can be exchanged for 140,000 cash. Adding the 110,000 yuan in the bank card, my current net worth is about 250,000 yuan. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but nodded, thinking, if things continue at this pace, buying a house and a car won't be far away. Shin Xiaotian turned the key happily, then stepped on the accelerator and drove out while looking forward to a bright future. The next morning, Shin Xiaotian received a call as soon as he arrived at the company with Yao Qing. It was the uncle from the driving school that Yao Qing introduced to me who called. The other party informed Shin Xiaotian that he should go to the Municipal Vehicle Administration office at 3 p.m. today to take the first subject test. Shin Xiaotian naturally agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Shin Xiaotian told Yao Qing about this. When Yao Qing heard this, she immediately said that the afternoon work could be given to her so that Shin Xiaotian could concentrate on the exam. Shin Xiaotian thanked him with a smile, and then asked for leave from Manager He of the warehousing department. When Manager He learned that Yao Qing was available to help take over the shift, he immediately agreed. This morning, Shin Xiaotian spent most of his time reading the exam books for Subject 1 in order to prepare for the afternoon's exam. At around 2 p.m., Shin Xiaotian rode his electric scooter to the vehicle management office. At 3:25, Shin Xiaotian walked out of the examination room. The Subject 1 exam lasted 45 minutes, but Chen Xiaotian finished it in just over 20 minutes. After all, these contents were all learned before, and I had spent the whole morning reviewing, so it was normal to finish the exam early. Xiaotian, how did you do in the exam? A middle-aged, slightly plump man walked over with a smile on his face. This man is called Luo Dahai, and he is the uncle of the high school classmate introduced by Yao Qing. It's okay. There's no problem passing. Xin Xiaotian replied with a smile. Luo Dahai took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket, handed it over and said, "Have one." Xin Xiaotian smiled and waved his hand, "Thank you, I don't know how." Seeing this, Luo Dahai put the cigarette in his mouth and said as he lit it, "Once you pass the first subject, I can help you make an appointment for the second subject in 10 days. Xin Xiaotian nodded, "Thank you, Mr. Luo." Luo Dahai took a puff, exhaled a cloud of mist and said, "Xiaotian, come to the driving school tomorrow to practice driving. I will teach you personally." Xin Xiaotian smiled and shook his head, "No need, I will just go and take the exam when the time comes." Luo Dahai was a little surprised, and then he kindly said, "Xiaotian, the second subject is not as simple as you think. It is safer to practice. Although the makeup test fee is not much, it is still money." Xin Xiaotian still shook his head, looking confident. Luo Dahai then smiled and nodded, "Okay, since you are so confident, I won't say much. I wish you pass it in one try." While speaking, Luo Dahai was thinking, "Young man, when you fail the exam, you will regret not listening to me." Chapter 72. Do you think I don't want to beat him? At the same time, Donghui Pharmaceutical Company. 5th floor, Purchasing Department. As soon as Su Mimi finished the work at hand, she picked up her cell phone and quickly left the office. Coming to the window at the end of the corridor, Su Mimi first looked behind her, and when she saw that there was no one nearby, she dialed Wang Sheng's number. Su Mimi wanted to make this call in the morning, but she had too many things to do at that time and never had the time. The call rang for more than 10 seconds before the other party finally answered the phone. "Hello?" It was Wang Sheng's voice, weak and as if he was sleeping. Su Mimi couldn't help but glance at the time and thought, "It's already 3:30 in the afternoon, why is this guy still sleeping?" "Hello, Wang Sheng, it's Su Mimi." Su Mimi's voice was not loud, probably because she was afraid of being heard by people in the next office. Wang Sheng suddenly became quiet for a moment, then asked, "Su Mimi, what are you going to do?" Wang Sheng's tone was a little impatient. When Su Mimi heard this, she felt unhappy and thought, "What's the attitude of this guy? I just told him AIXIN's new address yesterday, why did he suddenly turn against me?" "Wang Sheng, did you see AI last night? Did you two have a good chat?" Su Mimi asked, suppressing her displeasure. Of course, Su Mimi didn't really care whether Wang Sheng and AIXIN met last night or how they talked. She just wanted to know how Wang Sheng felt when he saw AIXIN with another boy yesterday, and what happened afterwards. Wang Sheng was still a little sleepy at first, but when he heard Su Mimi's question, all his sleepiness disappeared instantly. "Su Mimi, what do you mean? Are you teasing me on purpose?" Wang Sheng asked angrily. Su Mimi was confused at this time, and asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Wang Sheng, what are you talking about? When did I tease you?" Wang Sheng's voice suddenly rose a little, "Su Mimi, don't tell me you don't know that AIXIN has a new boyfriend." Su Mimi was stunned, "Ah? What did you say?" Wang Sheng continued, "She already has a new lover, but you still want me to go find her. If this isn't intentional, what is it?" Wait. Su Mimi quickly stopped him and interrupted Wang Sheng's words, "What did you just say? AIXIN has a new boyfriend?" "Yes. She has a new boyfriend." Wang Sheng was very sure. Su Mimi was stunned and asked hurriedly, "When did it happen? How come I don't know about it?" "Pretend. Keep pretending." Wang Sheng didn't believe Su Mimi's words at all. Su Mimi quickly explained and finally made Wang Sheng believe that she really didn't know about this. Su Mimi thought about it and always felt that it was impossible. Although AIXIN doesn't meet Su Mimi every day, they still talk on the phone quite frequently. If AIXIN really found a new boyfriend, there is no way Su Mimi would not know about it. Su Mimi asked, "Wang Sheng, what does AIXIN's new boyfriend look like? Have you met him?" "Of course I saw him. That guy was there when I went there yesterday. They were setting up a stall together to sell goods," Wang Sheng said with certainty. Su Mimi thought, "Isn't it Xin Xiaotian who sells goods with AIXIN? When did he become her boyfriend?" "Wang Sheng, what does that boy look like?" Can you give us a brief description? Su Mimi asked hurriedly. Wang Shang gave a brief description of Xin Xiaotian's physical features, using a tone and words that were as derogatory and contemptuous as possible. After Su Mimi heard this, she immediately said, Wang Shang, you must have made a mistake. The man you're talking about is called Xin Xiaotian, he's my college classmate, he and AIXAN are just ordinary friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Who said it wasn't? Wang Shang asked back excitedly. Wang Shang immediately added, AIXIN herself admitted it, okay? That guy is her boyfriend. Then, Wang Shang told AIXIN and Xin Xiaotian everything that happened last night. Especially the part where AIXIN admitted that Xin Xiaotian was her boyfriend. Wang Shang repeated it several times. Of course, there was no mention of the part where he was strangled by Xin Xiaotian and then ran away in fear. While Wang Shang was talking excitedly, Su Mimi was already shocked. Because from the beginning to the end, Su Mimi never thought that AIXIN would be with Xin Xiaotian. In Su Mimi's eyes, Xin Xiaotian is a bootlicker and he is only fit to be a bootlicker in this life. AIXIN knew Xin Xiaotian's past. With her vision and knowledge, how could she possibly fall in love with a bootlicker? So, even though she saw it last night, she still called them bastards. But deep down, she still believed that it was impossible for AIXIN to fall in love with Xin Xiaotian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to explain the relationship between Xin Xiaotian and AIXIN just now. But Wang Shang's tone when he described what happened last night was firm and full of indignation, so certain that she couldn't help but believe it. Suddenly, Su Mimi thought of the night when they went to KTV and AIXIN was worried about Xin Xiaotian in the car. Su Mimi couldn't help but frowning, thinking, it seems that AIXIN has been interacting with Xin Xiaotian behind my back. She kept saying that she didn't have Xin Xiaotian's number, but it turned out that was not the case at all. Hey, Su Mimi, are you still listening? Wang Shang's voice interrupted Su Mimi's thoughts. Su Mimi quickly came back to her senses and asked angrily, Wang Shang, didn't you always say that you loved AIXIN? She's been snatched away by another man now. You're cheating on her. Are you just going to sit back and do nothing? Su Mimi continued to add fuel to the fire. If I were you, I would have beaten Xin Xiaotian up without hesitation last night. Wang Shang was suddenly unable to respond and could only mutter in his heart, damn, do you think I don't want to beat him up? But do you know how terrifying that guy's aura was last night? Of course, Wang Shang couldn't say these words out loud, so he had to pretend to be graceful. I am a well-mannered person, beating people is not my style of dealing with problems. Wang Shang deliberately used the word beat someone instead of fight. It felt as if he could easily pin Xin Xiaotian to the ground and rub him. Besides, a forced melon is not sweet. She already has a new love, so why should I waste my energy on it? Wang Shang added lightly. Su Mimi was speechless for a while and cursed in her heart, bullshit, you are just a coward. Su Mimi thought about it and suddenly said, Wang Shang, do you know what kind of person Xin Xiaotian is? Wang Shang asked coldly, why should I know this? Su Mimi ignored him and continued, let me tell you, Wang Shang, Xin Xiaotian is not a good guy. He is a big scumbag who has multiple girlfriends at the same time. Then, Su Mimi, with resentment and hatred, exaggerated and portrayed Xin Xiaotian as a scumbag who played with women's feelings and cheated them of their money. Wang Shang was stunned when he heard this. He never expected that Xin Xiaotian was even more of a scumbag than himself. He was playing both games, and now that both boats have capsized, he just wants to get back the boat with Su Mimi. As for the other boat, Wang Shang was no longer interested. If I make amends for it now, I can be considered a loyal person. Fuck. This bastard is such a scumbag. Wang Shang couldn't help but curse. Su Mimi said in a tone that showed she had seen through Xin Xiaotian a long time ago, because he is such a scumbag, he pursued me for 4 years in college and I didn't agree. I didn't expect that he would go and harm my best friend now. Wang Shang couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily, damn it. Xin Xiaotian dared to harm my AI, I won't let him off. After saying that, Wang Shang hung up the call. Su Mimi lowered her phone and looked at the screen, and the next moment a sinister smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 73 New Mission Released. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Xin Xiaotian rode his electric scooter back to the company. On the way back, Xin Xiaotian received a call from AIXIN. AIXIN told Xin Xiaotian that she didn't want to bother him to go over tonight, and she called 2 other friends to help. As soon as Xin Xiaotian heard AIXIN's tone, he knew that she was probably still embarrassed about what happened last night. Thinking that the mission had been completed anyway, and since AIXIN didn't want to meet, he might as well not go. As soon as he entered the warehouse, Xin Xiaotian saw Yao Chang and immediately waved and called her. Yao Qing came over immediately and asked about his exam performance. The two chatted for a while, and Yao Qing suddenly said, "By the way, Xiaotian, go home by yourself after get off work. My brother will come to pick me up later." Shin Xiaotian immediately remembered that today was Friday and Yao Qing was going back to live with her parents. Good. As soon as Shin Xiaotian nodded and finished speaking, the system information suddenly appeared in front of him. New task release. Mission target, Yao Lang friendliness 10. Task content, increase Yao Lang's friendliness towards you to above 0 points. Mission time, 3 days. Task reward, 10,000 favorability coins and 1 random item card. Penalty for mission failure, deduct 200,000 yuan in cash. If the cash is insufficient, an equivalent amount of favorability coins will be deducted. After reading the task information, Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised. Why did a friendliness level suddenly appear? After looking at Yao Lang's name and thinking about it, Shin Xiaotian suddenly understood. It seems that the system calls men's favorability towards oneself friendliness, and only women's favorability. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian frowned slightly. It was reminded during the system upgrade that the rewards and penalties for each upgrade will be increased accordingly. Judging from the new tasks released, the rewards for completing the tasks have indeed increased a lot. Not only did the reward of favorability coins increase, but there was also an additional reward of 1 prop card. But then again, why has the penalty for mission failure been increased so much? If this fails, 200,000 will be deducted. Wouldn't that mean we will be back to the time before liberation? Shin Xiaotian felt a little depressed and wanted to protest, but gave up. Because there is no point in protesting, the system dad will not pay any attention to me. Yao Qing. Shin Xiaotian suddenly shouted. At this time, Yao Qing had already turned around and walked away more than 20 meters. But when she heard Shin Xiaotian's voice, she immediately stopped and looked back. What's wrong? Shin Xiaotian walked up quickly and said with a smile, Yao Qing, I would like to invite you and your brother to have a meal after get off work. I hope you can do me the honor. Why do you suddenly want to invite us to dinner? Yao Qing looked confused. Shin Xiaotian said, it's like this. First of all, I want to thank you for introducing me to teacher Luo. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to finish the first subject so quickly. Secondly, it's because of your brother Yao Lang. Because of him? Yao Qing didn't understand. What did this have to do with her brother? Shin Xiaotian said, I met your brother last time, and I felt that he was a nice guy, so I wanted to make friends with him and get to know him better. Shin Xiaotian's tone and expression were very sincere, and Yao Qing did not doubt it after hearing it. After thinking for a moment, Yao Qing said, I'm sorry, Xiaotian, I'm afraid we can't have dinner tonight. I promised my parents that we would go home for dinner on weekend nights. Shin Xiaotian was a little disappointed for a moment, but still nodded in understanding. Yao Qing immediately added, but my brother and I are going to the heat wave bar tonight. If you are free, come and join us. Don't worry, I'll treat you tonight, you don't have to spend any money. Yao Qing was worried that Shin Xiaotian would refuse due to financial reasons, so she immediately added a sentence. Heatwave Bar is a new nightclub that opened in Yannan City 2 months ago. It is located near the outskirts of the city and focuses on performances in disco. Shin Xiaotian was quite surprised. You still like to go to nightclubs? Yao Qing was worried that Shin Xiaotian might misunderstand her, so she immediately waved her hand and shook her head. No, one of the owners of the Heatwave Bar was my high school classmate. When the store first opened, she asked me to come over and play, but I never went. Later, I couldn't refuse anymore, so I agreed. Shin Xiaotian smiled and nodded, I understand. I have to go and support my high school classmate's shop. That's what I think. Yao Qing also said with a smile. In fact, Yao Qing did not tell her parents about going to the nightclub, because she knew very well that her parents would never agree if they knew. So Yao Qing asked her younger brother Yao Lang to go out with her. In this way, with my younger brother accompanying me when I go out, my parents won't worry. Secondly, when the two of us collude to give testimony, my parents won't suspect anything. Afterwards, Yao Qing and Shin Xiaotian agreed to meet at the Heatwave Bar at 9 o'clock in the evening. After get off work, Shin Xiaotian rode his electric scooter back to Jinchuan community alone. After parking the electric scooter in the parking space to charge it, Shin Xiaotian returned home. Shin Xiaotian had dinner at home. He cooked a bowl of egg noodles with 2 eggs, added chopped green onions and green vegetables, and it tasted pretty good. After dinner, Shin Xiaotian saw that there were still more than 2 hours until 9 o'clock, so he did push-ups in the living room while listening to the news on TV. After a while, entertainment news began to be broadcast on TV. Shin Xiaotian had no interest in entertainment news, so he wanted to change the channel and listen to international or current affairs news. Just as Shin Xiaotian picked up the remote control to change the channel, the host suddenly read out Li Mingxi's name. Shin Xiaotian immediately stopped changing channels and watched the news on TV. This is a news release about Li Mingxi's upcoming new album. The content is not very long. The main purpose is to let fans and music lovers know that Li Mingxi's new album has started recording and should be available to everyone before the Spring Festival. At the end of the news, a piece of Li Mingxi's famous song Warm Autumn was played, and the host also expressed his strong anticipation for the new album. After the news ended, Shin Xiaotian switched the TV to another channel and continued doing push-ups. While exercising, Shin Xiaotian thought that Li Mingxi's company was really fast. Li Mingxi had just returned to the company when the publicity and promotion began. Thinking that Li Mingxi would put the songs Sad Pacific and Heart Too Soft in her new album, Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but look forward to it secretly. At around 8:20 in the evening, Shin Xiaotian walked out of the community gate and soon after stopped a taxi on the roadside. Shin Xiaotian did not ride an electric scooter, one reason being that the Relong bar was quite far from the Jinchuan community. The electric scooter is not fully charged, so it will probably break down halfway through the run. Secondly, considering that there is a high probability that I will drink tonight, if I drink too much, it will not be safe to ride a bike. The traffic conditions in Yan'an City are pretty good after 8 p.m., and there is basically no traffic jam except for waiting at red lights. In less than half an hour, the taxi stopped at an intersection a few hundred meters away from the heatwave bar. "Friend, there are too many cars ahead, you have to walk in by yourself," said the driver. The driver was telling the truth. Today is the weekend and there are a lot of people coming to the heatwave bar to play. At this time, the road outside was already full of parked cars. If the taxi went in again, it would take a long time to get out. For taxi drivers, wasting time means wasting money. Shin Xiaotian expressed his understanding, paid the fare, got out of the car, and walked towards the entrance of heatwave bar. From a distance, Shin Xiaotian could hear the music coming from the heatwave bar. At this moment, many young men and women dressed fashionably were standing at the entrance of the nightclub. Some were making phone calls, while others were gathered in groups of 3 or 2 smoking and chatting. Some people were looking straight ahead on the road, apparently waiting for their friends to come. As Shin Xiaotian walked along, he saw quite a few girls with the shamat style, all of them wearing heavy makeup and holding lit cigarettes in their hands. At this time, a smoking shamat girl noticed that Shin Xiaotian was looking at her. The next second, the girl frowned and glared at Shin Xiaotian fiercely. "What are you looking at?" Shin Xiaotian did not respond, but just moved his eyes away from her and continued walking forward. When the shamat girl saw Shin Xiaotian walking away, she cursed under her breath and then looked away. After a while, Shin Xiaotian arrived at the main entrance of the heatwave bar. Just when Shin Xiaotian took out his cell phone and was about to call Yao Qing, the call suddenly came in. Li Mingxi? Shin Xiaotian looked at the name on the caller ID and felt a little surprised. Chapter 74, The knife pierced my butt, and I opened my eyes. "Hey, Sister Shi." Shin Xiaotian thought it was a bit noisy at the door, so he walked to a quiet place while answering the phone. The next second, Li Mingxi's cold voice came from the phone. "Xiaotian, it's a bit noisy over there, are you outside?" "Yes, I'm at the heatwave bar now," Shin Xiaotian said truthfully. After Shin Xiaotian finished speaking, Li Mingxi on the other end of the phone paused obviously, probably a little surprised. Shin Xiaotian didn't know why, and hurriedly explained, "Sister Shi, my colleague's high school classmate is a shareholder of Heatwave Bar, so we came together to show our support." Li Mingxi didn't seem to care where Shin Xiaotian was playing, but asked, "Is it convenient for you to talk now? If not, you can call me back when you are done." "It's convenient, Sister Shi, you say," Shin Xiaotian said immediately. While talking, Shin Xiaotian had already walked to a quieter place. Seeing a big tree in front of him, Shin Xiaotian walked over, leaned gently against the trunk, and started chatting with Li Mingxi attentively. Li Mingxi called mainly to tell Shin Xiaotian that the contract for the song Heart Too Soft had been finalized. She will have someone send it out tomorrow morning, and hopes that Shin Xiaotian will sign for it and send it back as soon as possible after receiving it. Shin Xiaotian naturally agreed and told Li Mingxi that he had seen the news and knew that her new album had already started production, so he would definitely not delay her progress. Afterwards, Li Mingxi explained to Shin Xiaotian the progress of the adaptation of the 2 songs, and said that he would let Shin Xiaotian listen to the demo first after it was recorded, and would officially record it after confirming that there was no problem. "Okay, that's all I have to say. I won't disturb you and your colleagues from having fun." Li Mingxi said and prepared to hang up the phone. Shen Xiaotian immediately said, Sister Shi, you should also take care of your body, eat on time, and always carry some candy with you to avoid hypoglycemia again. Li Mingxi said softly and then hung up the phone. Shen Xiaotian also put his cell phone into his trouser pocket, turned around and prepared to go to the heatwave bar. Just as he was about to lift his leg, a girl's voice came from the other side of the tree trunk. Sister man, you clearly told me last time that it was 3,000, how come it suddenly became 2,000 now? The girl sounded dissatisfied and seemed a little excited. Shen Xiaotian couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. A few meters away on the other side of the tree trunk was a young girl, talking on the phone. She wore a light pink fashionable jacket on the upper body, a pleated skirt on the lower body, and black stockings on her feet. Unfortunately, the girl had her back to Shen Xiaotian at the time, so her true face could not be seen. But judging from the voice alone, she doesn't seem to be too ugly. Shen Xiaotian looked at the girl's legs and thought, it's so cold at night, isn't she cold dressed like this? Shen Xiaotian didn't have the habit of eavesdropping on other people's phone calls, so he wanted to leave immediately. But the girl's next words made Shen Xiaotian retract his leg. Sister man, that's a luxury suit from Xiangtang. I had a hard time getting Yao Lang to buy it for me. Can't you just talk to him about it? Shen Xiaotian was a little surprised and thought, could this Yao Lang she mentioned be Yao Qing's younger brother? Or is it just a coincidence that they have the same name? Shen Xiaotian thought about it for a moment, then shook his head, impossible, how could it be such a coincidence? It must not be the same person. Although he thought so in his heart, Shen Xiaotian did not walk away. He continued to stand quietly behind the tree, listening to the girl's phone call. After listening for a while, Shen Xiaotian figured out what was going on. This girl's boyfriend bought her a set of high-end cosmetics, but the girl immediately sold it to someone else. The previously agreed discount was 3,000 yuan, but a few days later the buyer suddenly said that he was only willing to pay 2,000 yuan. The girl was very dissatisfied with this, so she came here to make a phone call and argued with the middleman. The girl was so focused on talking on the phone that she didn't notice someone was eavesdropping behind the tree. The two argued for a while, and the middleman on the other end of the phone became impatient. Okay, stop talking. Anyway, the other party is only willing to give 2,000. If you think it's okay, I'll collect the money and transfer it to you. If you think it's not okay, you can take the things back tomorrow. I didn't make a dime, and now I'm in a difficult situation. Who can I turn to for justice? The middleman grew angrier as he spoke. The girl also got angry after listening to this, just take it back, I can use it myself at most. The middleman immediately said, that's the best. Also, don't bother me with this kind of thing in the future. I don't have that much free time. After that, the phone was hung up. The girl was very angry and immediately stomped her feet on the spot, cursing to vent her dissatisfaction. I thought the girl would leave after the call, but I didn't expect her to think for a moment and call back. Hey, sister man, the lowest price is 2,500. 2,000 is really too little. The girl said in a muffled voice. After hearing this, the middleman was silent for a few seconds, and then his tone became softer than before. Ruru, how about this? I also have some responsibility in this matter. I will personally give you an extra 200, a total of 2,200. If you still think it's not enough, then I can't do anything about it. After hearing this, the girl became hesitant. Half a minute later, the girl finally made up her mind, okay, 2,200 is 2,200, ask her to transfer the money to me immediately. Okay. The middleman agreed readily and hung up the phone the next second. The girl took a deep breath, and then angrily cursed, shameless thing for money. Then, the girl put her hands in her pockets, turned around and walked towards the heatwave bar. Shen Xiaotian waited until the girls walked away before coming out from behind the tree. Looking at the girl's back as she walked away, Shen Xiaotian couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. He's doing the job of a prostitute, and he still has the nerve to say that others are shameless when they want money. It really is like a knife stabbing my butt. It opened my eyes. Suddenly, Shen Xiaotian's cell phone rang again. I took it out and saw that it was Yao Qing calling. I knew without asking that Yao Qing should have arrived and was looking for me. Shen Xiaotian immediately answered the phone. Hello, Yao Qing, I'm almost at the door. I'm at the door now. Where did you come from? Yao Qing asked. While talking to Yao Qing on the phone, Shen Xiaotian walked quickly towards the main entrance. Soon, Shen Xiaotian saw Yao Qing looking around at the door. Yao Qing is still dressed in a cute style tonight, with a lively appearance and pure temperament. The next second, Yao Cheng saw Shin Xiaotian and immediately waved at her with a happy smile on his face. Shin Xiaotian immediately sped up and trotted to Yao Cheng's side. "I'm sorry, I just went over there to make a phone call," Shin Xiaotian explained. Yao Cheng waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. "Where is your brother?" Shin Xiaotian asked. Yao Cheng replied, "Inside, everyone is here, except you." After saying that, Yao Cheng gestured, "Come in, the show will start soon." Shin Xiaotian nodded, and then entered the heatwave bar with Yao Cheng. The moment you step into the heatwave bar, the noise instantly overwhelms you like a surging tide. The deafening music hits the eardrums without restraint. The strong rhythm seemed to make everyone's heartbeat resonate with the same frequency, and every drum beat was like a heavy hammer hitting the chest. The flashing neon lights were crisscrossing wildly above the dance floor. Red, blue, purple, all kinds of light were like dancing sword shadows. The faces of the young men and women were illuminated in flickering light, and their expressions became distorted and blurred in the changing light and shadow. Because there were too many people, Yao Cheng subconsciously grabbed Shin Xiaotian's wrist and led him through the crowd towards a booth behind the dance floor. As soon as he approached the booth, Shin Xiaotian saw Yao Lang inside. At this time, Yao Lang was happily chatting with a beautiful girl next to him. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian's sight fell on the girl, and he was secretly surprised. Light pink coat, pleated skirt, and black stockings. Oh my god, isn't she the gold digger from before? Chapter 75 I 1T let you get your wish. When Shin Xiaotian looked at the girl in secret surprise, the other person suddenly turned around and his eyes met Shin Xiaotian's. The girl was not surprised by the gaze from the strange man. Instead, she felt a little bit of enjoyment and satisfaction. But on the surface she still revealed a hint of shyness, giving people a feeling of purity and shyness. When the girl saw that Shin Xiaotian was brought over by Yao Cheng holding his wrist, she immediately said a few words to Yao Lang. After hearing this, Yao Lang immediately turned around and his eyes fell on Shin Xiaotian's face. The moment he saw clearly that the person coming was Shin Xiaotian, Yao Lang's brows instantly frowned and his expression immediately became uglier. Then, Yao Lang saw that his elder sister was still holding Shin Xiaotian's wrist, and his expression suddenly became even gloomier. At this time, Yao Cheng had already brought Shin Xiaotian to the booth. There were a total of 4 people in the booth at this time, including Yao Lang and the gold digger, and 2 other girls. One is slightly plump, the other is thin. Their clothing style and looks are average. One can tell from their reserved looks that they don't often hang out in places like nightclubs. Xiaotian, let me introduce you. This is my younger brother Yao Lang, whom you have met before. Because the music was too loud, Yao Cheng almost had to shout when speaking. Yao Lang suffered a loss at the hands of Shin Xiaotian last time and did not have a good impression of him, so he did not want to pay any attention to him at this time. Shin Xiaotian actually didn't want to pay attention to Yao Lang, but for the sake of Yao Cheng and the system task, he still gave Yao Lang a friendly smile. Then, Yao Cheng introduced the girl in the light pink coat. This is Yao Lang's girlfriend, Xiaoru. Xiaoru smiled slightly and nodded gently at Shin Xiaotian, looking shy and timid. Shin Xiaotian also nodded to Xiaoru and said, "Hello." Afterwards, Yao Cheng introduced 2 other girls. The slightly plump one was called Li Xiao, and the thin one was called Meng Hongqiao. After introducing everyone present, Yao Cheng began to introduce Shin Xiaotian. My colleague Shin Xiaotian just graduated from Yan'an Institute of Technology last year. Actually, he is older than you. Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao didn't expect that Shin Xiaotian was actually an alumnus, and they both immediately had kind smiles on their faces. Xiaoru was also a little surprised and couldn't help but secretly take a look at Shin Xiaotian's clothes. But soon, Xiaoru lost interest in Shin Xiaotian. First of all, Shin Xiaotian is not handsome enough. At least according to her aesthetic standards, Shin Xiaotian does not meet her requirements. Secondly, Shin Xiaotian was wearing cheap stuff from head to toe. His clothes, pants, shoes and socks combined were not as expensive as Yao Lang's coat. Shin Xiaotian raised his hand and greeted everyone, then sat in the booth with Yao Cheng. Yao Cheng had just sat down when Yao Lang pulled her to sit next to him. "Sister, why did you call in here? I thought I was talking about someone else." Yao Lang frowned slightly, his tone very disappointed. When Yao Lang just picked up Yao Cheng after get off work, Yao Cheng told him that she should call a friend to go to Relong together in the evening. Yao Lang was very curious at the time and kept asking who it was, but Yao Cheng never said anything. It was not until now that Yao Lang realized that this person was Shin Xiaotian. Yao Cheng immediately realized that Yao Lang was not welcoming to Shin Xiaotian, so she frowned and said in a low voice, "Any questions?" When Yao Lang saw that his sister's face was not right, he immediately shook his head and said, "No, no, I was just asking casually, no problem." Yao Qing leaned close to Yao Lang's ear and said, "Xiaotian said you are a nice person and wants to be friends with you so we can get to know each other better." Ha! Yao Lang thought he had heard it wrong, and immediately turned around and looked at his elder sister in astonishment. How is this possible? Yao Lang thought to himself, if he wanted to be friends with me, why was he so violent towards me last time? Yao Qing said seriously, "I remind you, be gentle when you talk to others later, and don't talk nonsense, understand?" I know. Yao Lang had no choice but to nod in response. Yao Lang sneered in his heart, "Ha! What do you mean you want to make friends with me? It's just an excuse." The next moment, Yao Lang stole a glance at Shen Xiaotian and thought to himself, "Do you think I can't see through your little tricks? You just want to please me so that I won't object to you pursuing my sister in the future. Don't worry, I won't let you get your wish." Suddenly, Yao Lang felt someone patting his arm. When I turned around, it turned out to be Xia Ru who was sitting next to me. "Yao Lang, can you please sit next to me? I want to chat with me for a while," Xia Ru said. Yao Lang nodded immediately, stood up and moved to the other side of Yao Qing, letting her sit with Xia Ru. Xia Ru immediately smiled sweetly and held Yao Qing's hand. Xia Ru stared at Yao Qing's face with wide eyes and curiosity, and asked in a slightly exaggerated tone, "Sister, your skin looks so good, what brand of skincare products do you usually use?" Yao Qing subconsciously raised her hand and touched her cheek, then shook her head and said, "No, I usually don't use any skincare products except for a little toner." "No way, my skin is so good without any skincare products. Is this the legendary natural beauty?" Xia Ru said in surprise. Yao Qing felt a little embarrassed for a moment, but she was still very happy in her heart. After all, there is no girl who doesn't like to be praised by others. "Sister, what brand of toner do you usually use? Can you tell me? I want to try it too," Xia Ru asked with great interest. Yao Qing was in a good mood, so naturally she wouldn't hide anything. So he seriously told Xia Ru about several of his favorite toner brands. Xia Ru was not interested in toner at all. She just wanted to find a topic to get closer to Yao Lang's sister in order to improve her image and status in Yao Lang's heart. Sure enough, when Yao Lang saw his girlfriend and his sister getting along so well, his mood immediately improved a lot. "My parents don't know that he has a girlfriend yet. If they start to oppose it after knowing it, at least my sister will have a good impression of Xia Ru. Maybe my elder sister can help persuade my parents by then. It's better than fighting alone." Shen Xiaotian also watched this scene silently. If Shen Xiaotian hadn't accidentally heard Xia Ru's phone call just now, he would definitely think that Xia Ru was a very nice girl. Shen Xiaotian glanced at Yao Lang inadvertently. At this moment, he was looking at Xia Ru with a happy smile. Shen Xiaotian shook his head secretly. Alas, another silly child who was deceived by the innocent appearance. Shen Xiaotian turned his head and stopped looking at Yao Lang. He picked up a bottle of beer, drank it while looking at everything in the nightclub. Although Shen Xiaotian looks calm and composed at this moment, he is actually not familiar with the environment of a nightclub. Before he traveled through time, he had only been to a nightclub once with a few classmates when he graduated from college. "I went there twice with my high school classmates when I was on home leave. If you include this time, the total number of times he has been to nightclubs can be counted on one hand." Looking at the men and women twisting their bodies to the music on the dance floor, Shen Xiaotian always feels like he can't fit in. Compared to this kind of environment, Shen Xiaotian prefers to sing in KTV. Because Yao Chang and Xia Ru were talking about topics that girls were interested in, Yao Lang couldn't get a word in at this time. He was not familiar with Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao, so it didn't seem appropriate to force himself to talk to them. Besides, it was the first time for Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao to come to a nightclub. They were not familiar with the environment yet and were not brave enough or willing to talk to others. The two girls stayed together all the time, pointing inside the dance floor, whispering something in each other's ears, and then covering their mouths and laughing at the same time. For a while, Yao Lang could only drink alone and listen to music like Shen Xiaotian, stealing glances at the beautiful girls in the venue from time to time. Just then, a man's hand holding a bottle of wine reached out to Yao Lang. "It was a misunderstanding last time, don't mind it." Yao Lang turned his head slightly and saw Shen Xiaotian holding a beer bottle and looking at him with a smile. Yao Lang sneered silently, not wanting to pay any attention to Shen Xiaotian at all, and still stared at a beautiful woman on the dance floor. Shen Xiaotian was not angry. He moved his butt and sat next to Yao Lang. "Stop staring at the beauty like that. Your girlfriend has already noticed." Shen Xiaotian reminded in a low voice. Chapter 76 I Can Teach You How to Coax. Although Yao Lang looked calm after hearing this, he was shocked in his heart. Then, Yao Lang glanced at Xia Ru without saying a word. At this time, Xia Ru was still chatting happily with her elder sister, and her attention was not here at all. Yao Lang immediately felt relieved, and then cast a disdainful look at Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian smiled helplessly and continued drinking while watching the men and women on the dance floor. After a while, a tall, fashionably dressed young woman walked up to the booth. Yao Qing, the young girl shouted with a smile. As soon as Yao Qing saw the young girl, she immediately stopped talking to Xia Ru, stood up and ran happily to her side. Su Ting, you're here. As she spoke, Yao Qing began to look Su Ting up and down, and then said with surprise, Su Ting, we haven't seen each other for just a few months. How come you have become so beautiful all of a sudden? In terms of appearance, Su Ting is actually a lot worse than Yao Qing, but she has a cheerful and generous personality and doesn't have any appearance anxiety at all. Because of this, after hearing what Yao Qing said, Su Ting immediately posed in a funny way, as if she was a model in a photo shoot. The next moment, the two girls burst into laughter. After laughing, Yao Qing introduced everyone, this is my high school classmate Su Ting, and she is also the owner of this nightclub. Su Ting arrived late because of something, but she had already booked a booth. Su Ting quickly waved her hand to correct him, I'm not the boss, I'm just a small shareholder here, the boss is someone else. Then, Yao Qing introduced the people present to Su Ting. After Su Ting greeted everyone enthusiastically, she said generously, I'll have someone send a bottle of foreign wine over later, so you can enjoy your drink. After that, Su Ting said to Yao Qing, come with me. Where are you going? Yao Qing asked puzzledly. Su Ting smiled and said, Tian Lily is here today, as well as Li Wenjing and Zhang Yaping from the next class. They are all in the box. When Yao Qing heard that they were all acquaintances, she immediately said to Shen Xiaotian and Yao Lang, I'll go for a while and be back soon. After saying that, Yao Qing and Su Ting walked away while chatting and laughing. As soon as the two left, Yao Lang moved his butt to sit next to Xia Ru, and reached out to hold her hand. Xia Ru raised her hand to avoid it, leaned back with her arms folded across her chest, and said coldly, Is the beauty pretty? Yao Lang was stunned for a moment, then he realized instantly that Xia Ru had actually discovered him peeking at the beauty just now. No, I didn't see it. Yao Lang denied it immediately without even thinking about it. Xia Ru was not too angry at first, but when she heard Yao Lang actually denied it, she immediately became a little angry. It would be fine if I didn't see it, but I clearly saw it just now, and you still don't admit it? You stinky boys, there's not a single one of you who isn't lustful. After saying that, Xia Ru stood up angrily holding her bag. Yao Lang thought Xia Ru was going to leave, so he quickly grabbed her and asked, Where are you going? Xia Ru said, Get out of the way, I'm going to the bathroom. Yao Lang felt relieved, but still worried, Ruru, I'll go with you. Need not. Xia Ru pushed Yao Lang aside and said, Keep looking at your beauty. After saying that, Xia Ru picked up her bag and was about to leave. When Li Xiao and Meng Honchao saw Xia Ru leaving with her bag, they hurriedly asked her where she was going. After learning that Xia Ru was going to the bathroom, the two girls also expressed their desire to go. Then, the three of them walked towards the bathroom together. After the three of them left the booth, Yao Lang withdrew his gaze. When he turned around, Yao Lang found that Shen Xiaotian was looking at him with a faint smile on his face. Yao Lang frowned immediately and said unhappily, What are you laughing at? Shen Xiaotian shrugged slightly, I'm not laughing. If it were someone else, Yao Lang would have become aggressive a long time ago, and would not have stopped until the other party admitted their mistake and apologized. But this man was Shen Xiaotian, and he could not last even a round against him. Even if people laughed out loud, he couldn't do anything. Yao Lang had no choice but to adopt the strategy of ignoring him, picked up the beer and drank it depressedly. Shen Xiaotian smiled and clinked his bottle with Yao Lang's. Come, I'll drink with you. As he said that, Shen Xiaotian tilted his head back and took a big sip. Yao Lang had the temper of a child. As soon as he saw Shen Xiaotian drinking with him, he immediately became unwilling to drink. Bang! Yao Lang angrily put the bottle of wine on the small table. If you want a drink, drink it yourself. Shen Xiaotian just thought it was a little funny. Yao Lang, have you thought about how to coax your girlfriend? Yao Lang frowned slightly, turned his head to look at Shen Xiaotian, but said nothing. Shen Xiaotian's question really hit the nail on the head. Xia Ru always has a little temper, but it's okay if she can be coaxed into submission in time. If you don't coax him or her into submission in time, she will become more and more angry, and finally completely ignore you. Although Yao Lang was not too worried, because he had a trick. That is when words don't work, they will use the gift apology method. Generally speaking, as long as you give her a nice bag, good clothes, or high-end cosmetics, Xiaoru's anger will slowly subside, and you will finally be back to normal. But now there is a problem, that is, Yao Lang has already overspent his pocket money this month. Take the money he used to buy Xiaoru a set of Xiangtang cosmetics last time. He had to beg his mother for a long time to get that money. If I don't coax Xiaoru into calming down soon, I'll probably have to spend money to avoid disaster again. The problem is that Yao Lang has no money now. Although Yao Lang did not speak out loud while thinking about these questions, the micro-expressions on his face and in his eyes were constantly changing. Shen Xiaotian has a very strong ability to observe, and he saw through his thoughts at once. Brother, if you haven't made up your mind, I can teach you how to coax her, Shen Xiaotian said. Yao Lang looked at Shen Xiaotian again, still without saying anything, but his brows were slightly furrowed. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Shen Xiaotian deliberately shrugged and said, "If you don't want to listen, forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything." After saying that, Shen Xiaotian moved his butt a little further away and went to drink as if nothing had happened. Yao Lang hesitated for a few seconds before making up his mind. He frowned and asked, "How do you think I should coax her?" If it weren't for the system task, Shen Xiaotian would definitely keep it a secret and deliberately make Yao Lang anxious. So Shen Xiaotian said, "I can teach you, but you have to promise me that we will put aside our past grudges and not quarrel again." Shen Xiaotian's tone was like he was talking to a grown-up child. Yao Lang thought about it and nodded, "Okay, I promise you." In fact, Yao Lang didn't really agree. He just wanted to get the method for free first, and then decide whether to have a good talk with Shen Xiaotian based on his mood. Shen Xiaotian waved at Yao Lang, motioning him to lean his head over. Yao Lang was a little reluctant, but he did it anyway. Then, Shen Xiaotian started talking in Yao Lang's ear. After listening to this, Yao Lang looked at Shen Xiaotian with some doubt. "Will this work?" "You'll know if you try it," Shen Xiaotian said. After that, Yao Lang stopped talking. He always felt that what Shen Xiaotian taught was unreliable, but he couldn't think of a better excuse. 10 minutes later, Xiaoru, Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao came back together. The three girls were still talking and laughing as they came over. But as soon as she entered the booth, Xiaoru's face instantly sank, and she didn't even want to look at Yao Lang. Soon, the three girls sat down. However, Xiaoru did not sit next to Yao Lang, but sat down between Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao, completely away from her boyfriend. Shen Xiaotian saw the whole scene, and then looked at Yao Lang, as if asking, "How should you respond?" Yao Lang's heart suddenly tightened, and he hurried over and sat next to Xiaoru. Xiaoru still ignored Yao Lang, looking indifferent as if the man beside her didn't exist. Yao Lang was still a little hesitant and couldn't help but look at Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian was very confident and immediately gave him an encouraging look. Yao Lang frowned, then pointed at a man smoking in the next booth. "Ruru, did you see that man smoking?" Chapter 77 Smoking Man. Xiaoru didn't react at first. After a pause, she turned her head slightly and glanced at the smoking man that Yao Lang was pointing at. Then, Xiaoru withdrew his gaze and continued to remain silent. Yao Lang moved closer to Xiaoru and said, "Ruru, look at this man. Once he gets into the bad habit of smoking, it is often difficult for him to quit." Xiaoru was somewhat puzzled by what she heard, and she frowned slightly and glanced at Yao Lang. "I'm just unhappy that you're peeking at other girls. Why are you talking to me about this?" Yao Lang was afraid that Xiaoru would not listen any further, so he hurriedly continued, "But men who smoke usually only smoke one brand of cigarettes because they are used to it and don't want to change to other brands." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoru immediately understood the implication and turned to look at Yao Lang. Seeing the effect, Yao Lang immediately continued, "Ruru, I admit that I looked at other girls just now, but I promised that I was just like a man going into a store to buy cigarettes." Xiaoru didn't quite understand and couldn't help asking, "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, no matter how many types of cigarettes there are on the shelves, I will only choose the one I'm used to smoking," Yao Lang explained. After saying that, Yao Lang looked at Xiaoru nervously, expecting her next response. Xiaoru still had a stern face and said nothing. After a few seconds, Xiaoru suddenly couldn't hold it back anymore, and quickly turned her head away and burst out laughing. Seeing Xiaoru laughing, Yao Lang's nervous heartstrings immediately relaxed. He quickly took Xiaoru's hand and coaxed her, "Ruru, don't be angry. I was wrong just now. Let's go eat hot pot later. Who wants to go to eat hot pot with you? Can't you see that I have acne these days?" As Xiaoru spoke, she pointed to the right corner of her forehead, and sure enough, there was a small pimple there. Yao Lang quickly said, "Then let's eat something else." You choose. I'll listen to you. Xiaoru then revealed a sweet smile and nodded slightly. After coaxing her a few more times, Yao Lang finally relaxed completely until he was sure that Xiaoru was no longer angry. While Xiaoru wasn't paying attention, Yao Lang stole a glance at Xin Xiaotian. Xin Xiaotian was drinking as if nothing had happened, as if he had seen nothing and knew nothing. Just then, 3 waitresses came over. The waiter at the front was holding a bottle of foreign wine, and the 2 behind him were holding a large fruit plate and some snacks respectively. Hello, this is the foreign wine and fruit plate sent to you by Manager Su. Please enjoy it slowly. The waitress was very polite. After the fruit plate and snacks were put down, the waiter opened the foreign wine. Then, the waiter briefly introduced the bottle of foreign liquor and added some soda water and a small amount of juice. It is said that this makes the drink taste cleaner, more pleasant to the mouth, and also reduces the alcohol concentration. Because the music was too loud, Xin Xiaotian didn't hear clearly how the waiter introduced the food. He only heard words like imported and high-end. After the waiter left, Yao Lang and Xiaoru called Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao over and started tasting foreign wine together. Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao didn't want to drink it at first, but when Xiaoru told them that this bottle of foreign wine usually costs more than 1,000 yuan, they were shocked. Both of them were students who came from small places. Their family conditions were very ordinary and they had never drunk such expensive wine. With curiosity and anticipation, the 2 finally picked up their glasses and tried to drink. The foreign liquor mixed with soda water and juice tasted much better than they had imagined, and did not have the pungent throat feeling that white liquor did. Soon, the 3 girls found a new topic and started drinking while chatting. After a while, Yao Lang suddenly picked up 2 glasses of foreign wine and sat next to Xin Xiaotian. Let's clink. Yao Lang handed over a glass of foreign wine, his expression much friendlier than before. Xin Xiaotian took the glass and clinked it with Yao Lang, saying, let's put the previous matter behind us. Yao Lang hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and took a sip of foreign wine. Seeing this, Xin Xiaotian also took a sip. Who would have thought that the next second Yao Lang said, the misunderstanding between you and me can be put aside, but my attitude is still the same. Don't set your sights on my sister. Xin Xiaotian was a little speechless, but he still patiently explained, brother, I don't have any intention of hitting on your sister. Your sister and I are just colleagues and good friends. At most, I treat her as my sister. Yao Lang didn't believe it at all. He frowned and shook his head. Seeing that his explanation was not working, Xin Xiaotian had no choice but to give up. Think whatever you want, I'm telling the truth anyway. Then swear that if you have any improper thoughts about my sister, you will die a miserable death. Yao Lang suddenly said with a serious face. Without any hesitation, Xin Xiaotian immediately raised his right hand, held up 3 fingers, and swore an oath to the laser headlights above the dance floor. Only after Xin Xiaotian finished swearing did Yao Lang begin to believe him a little. Since you don't have that kind of intention towards my sister, why did you follow me here today? Yao Lang continued to attack. Xin Xiaotian said sternly, I was entrusted by someone and I will be loyal to him. Who asked you to do this? Yao Lang asked curiously. Xin Xiaotian replied, my landlord is your cousin, Xinyu. Then, Xin Xiaotian told Xinyu that he had been asked to take care of Yao Chang. After listening to it, Yao Lang finally believed it 80%. As for the remaining 2 points, he still had to make a specific judgment through future observations. After taking a few sips of wine, Yao Lang secretly glanced at Xiaoru. At this time, Xiaoru was chatting happily with Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao, and the 3 of them laughed from time to time. Yao Lang then nudged Xin Xiaotian with his elbow and asked in a low voice, who did you learn those words you taught me just now? A senior, 3 years older than me. Xin Xiaotian replied. In fact, Xin Xiaotian saw this theory about men smoking when watching short videos before. But there is no short video app in this world, and even mobile phones that can log into QQ are not popular. Xin Xiaotian could only make up a senior to cover it up. Yao Lang was immediately interested and asked, is this senior really good at chasing girls? Probably. Xin Xiaotian nodded lightly. After 2 seconds, Xin Xiaotian suddenly said, brother, what I just told you is only the first half. Do you want to know the second half? Yao Lang nodded immediately, think about it. Tell me quickly. Xin Xiaotian took a sip of wine and said seriously, in fact, men who smoke know that men usually won't refuse cigarettes handed to them by others, no matter what brand they are. Some men even often think about the cigarettes in other people's pockets. Having said that, Xin Xiaotian smiled meaningfully at Yao Lang. Yao Lang also smiled and nodded immediately. Shen Xiaotian continued, as a man, everyone wants to try other brands of cigarettes, but the conditions do not allow it. Sometimes when men are so tight on money, they will even pick up cigarette butts from the ashtray and take a few puffs. So, most of the time, not being able to afford other brands of cigarettes is just a helpless situation. After saying that, Shen Xiaotian began to drink with a look of emotion on his face, giving people a deep feeling in his heart. Yao Lang seemed to have heard a wise saying. He immediately gave a thumbs up and nodded in admiration, saying, "This senior is really amazing. This summary is so insightful." The next second, a system prompt message appeared in front of Shen Xiaotian. Yao Lang's friendliness, +3. Yao Lang's current friendship level, 7. Chapter 78. Do you really think you are a love saint? After this conversation, Shen Xiaotian and Yao Lang began to communicate more frequently. During the conversation, I learned that Yao Lang is currently studying business administration at Yannan Institute of Technology. But he personally didn't seem to be very interested in business administration, and it was his parents who forced him to study this major. The reason is that I will have to inherit the family business after graduation, and I cannot do this without knowing how to manage a company. As they chatted, Shen Xiaotian turned the topic to Xia Ru and asked about how they met in their relationship. As soon as he started talking about his girlfriend, Yao Lang immediately became excited. Yao Lang spent a lot of energy and money when pursuing Xia Ru. So he worked particularly hard when telling the story, and the pride of a winner was evident everywhere. For example, on Xia Ru's birthday, he gave her a gold necklace. Xia Ru was very happy and excited at the time, and even shed tears of emotion. For example, on Chinese Valentine's Day, he gave Xia Ru a new brand name bag. Xia Ru was moved and burst into tears again, then she gave him a kiss. For example, when Xia Ru wanted to exercise, Yao Lang helped her buy the most expensive membership at the fitness center next to the school. After listening for just a moment, Shen Xiaotian was 100% certain that Xia Ru was a typical gold digger. Looking at Yao Lang, who was intoxicated in beautiful love, Shen Xiaotian couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Silly child, if you weren't a rich second generation, would anyone look up to you? Do you really think you are a romantic? While Yao Lang was drinking, Shen Xiaotian suddenly came over and asked, "Where are you two at now?" What has happened? Of course Yao Lang understood what Shen Xiaotian was asking, he just pretended to be stupid because he felt embarrassed. Shen Xiaotian immediately said, "Don't play dumb, you know what I'm asking." Yao Lang knew he couldn't avoid this question, but he was too embarrassed to say that he was still a virgin, so he said tactfully, "She is slow to warm up, and I also think that our relationship needs to accumulate more. When the time is right, some things will happen naturally." Shen Xiaotian secretly shook his head, classic quotes from gold diggers, "I'm a slow warmer." It's not because Shen Xiaotian has had a rich emotional experience, but because the information in the world before he traveled through was too developed. Even if you don't go out, you can know the tricks used by gold diggers by just watching short videos at home. Shen Xiaotian really wanted to tell Yao Lang that Xia Ru's words were meant to deceive innocent male college students like you, and she probably never thought about doing that with you at all. As they were chatting, Xia Ru suddenly sat next to Yao Lang with a glass of wine. "What are you guys talking about? Can I join in?" Xia Ru's tone was very gentle. Perhaps it was because she had drunk some wine, she looked a little charming in her tipsy state. Yao Lang turned around and suddenly found that Xia Ru's cheeks were red, so he hurriedly said, "Ruru, why is your face so red? Stop drinking." As he said that, Yao Lang snatched the wine glass from Xia Ru's hand. Xia Ru was drinking happily, but suddenly Yao Lang snatched her glass away, and she felt unhappy. But because he still had things to rely on Yao Lang to do, he had no choice but to suppress his anger temporarily. Yao Lang opened a bottle of fruit juice and handed it to Xia Ru. "Ruru, drink this." Xia Ru didn't say anything. She took the drink and smiled slightly. "By the way, Yao Lang, the school is going to hold a cultural evening in a while. Did you know about this?" Xia Ru asked. Yao Lang nodded. "I heard about it, what's the matter?" Xia Ru sighed in annoyance and said helplessly, "What else can I do? You know that every time the school organizes an event or a party, our external relations department is the most tired. The student union wants you to solicit sponsorship again?" Yao Lang frowned slightly. Xia Ru sighed again and nodded, "Yes. The tasks have been assigned. We have 12 people in the external relations department. The head of the department will get 8,000, and the rest will get 3,000 to 5,000. Why do you have to pull so much this time?" Yao Lang was a little surprised. Xia Ru said, "It's different. This evening party is on a larger scale, and the total budget is estimated to be 80,000 to 100,000. After saying that, Xiaoru looked at Yao Lang with burning eyes, obviously expecting something. Yao Lang certainly understood why Xiaoru said all this to him, but now he was short of money and could only play dumb and pretend not to understand. Yao Lang, say something. Xiaoru felt unhappy when she saw Yao Lang pretending to be mute. Yao Lang was helpless, so he had to lean close to Xiaoru's ear and whispered, "Ruru, didn't I buy you some cosmetics a few days ago?" So? Yao Lang didn't say the rest, but he knew Xiaoru must understand. When Xiaoru heard this, his brows immediately frowned. But in less than a second, Xiaoru's frown relaxed again. Then, Xiaoru took Yao Lang's arm and pressed her plump and soft body against him. Xiaoru said softly in a coquettish tone, "Dear, this event means a lot to me. If I can successfully obtain sponsorship, I will be more confident in the student union and will be more respected by everyone. Honey, if you can help me this time, I'll be super grateful, okay?" Yao Lang was in great distress and quickly turned his body, trying to face away from Xin Xiaotian as much as possible. "Ruru, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I really have no money this month. You know, we've been spending a lot of money on food and shopping lately. I only have a little living money left." If Xin Xiaotian hadn't been next to him, Yao Lang would have probably taken out his wallet and shown it to Xiaoru. Before she finished speaking, Xiaoru had already let go of Yao Lang's arm, with a depressed look on her face, and said in a resentful tone, "Yao Lang, I finally understand. What you said just now actually means you don't want to help me." "I don't." Yao Lang wanted to deny it, but Xiaoru didn't give him a chance and continued. "You usually spend money so freely, a few hundred here, 1,000 there, and a sponsorship of only 3 to 5,000 is enough. What does this mean to you? I know that when we're together normally, we spend a lot of money, but this is different. This time it's about my influence in the student union. Yao Lang, everyone in school knows that your family is rich. If you are not willing to help out even 3 or 5,000 this time, how will those people who are jealous of you talk about you behind your back? They will definitely ask why you are so stingy with your girlfriend and why you don't value her enough to not even help her with such a small favor. Also, if my classmates ask me about it, how should I answer them? You know what? Whenever I think of that scene, I feel overwhelmed. I don't know how to explain it." The more Xiaoru spoke, the angrier she became, and the more aggrieved she felt. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and it felt like she was about to cry any moment. Yao Lang was a little anxious and said quickly, "Ruru, I don't want to help you, I really do." "Stop talking." Xiaoru immediately interrupted Yao Lang, tears of grievance streaming down her face. "If you really don't want to pay this money, I won't force you. At worst, I can bite the bullet and beg those annoying sponsors. If your girlfriend is teased and molested by others, forced to drink and bullied by those people, you'd better not feel bad." As soon as these words came out, Yao Lang's mentality exploded on the spot. "Ruru, who do you think your boyfriend is?" Then, Yao Lang patted his chest vigorously and said loudly, "How could I let you go out and get bullied? I'm going to make this clear today. I must pay for this." Chapter 79. It's just 5,000 yuan. Yao Lang's words were so powerful and impressive that Xiaoru immediately showed an expression of being touched and delighted. "My dear, I know you are the best to me." Xiaoru was overjoyed and immediately hugged Yao Lang's arm. Suddenly, Yao Lang felt a sense of elasticity and softness, and he couldn't help but feel a little distracted, and a certain part of his body was vaguely restless. But such good times were short-lived, and Xiaoru let go of him not long after. Yao Lang really wanted to say no, go on, but he was too shy to say it in the end. "Honey, when can you transfer the sponsorship fee? The minister said that the sponsorship funds must be in place before next Friday." Xiaoru asked. Yao Lang said, "Don't worry, I will definitely transfer the 3,000 yuan before next Friday." Xiaoru was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then said, "Dear, it's not 3,000, it's 5,000. Yao Lang immediately asked, "Why did it change to 5,000 again? Didn't you just say that, except for the minister, the rest of the people would only need 3,000? Xiaoru sighed softly and nodded, "Yes, 3,000 is enough for ordinary staff like us, but I want to make some achievements in the external relations department, so of course I can't just meet the minimum standards." At this point, Xiaoru leaned on Yao Lang and said softly, "Dear, I want to tell you something. After the last meeting in the department, the minister told me privately that if I can get 8,000 to 10,000 in sponsorship for this event, I can be promoted to deputy minister starting next semester." Yao Lang was shocked. 8,000 to 10,000? "Auntie, where can I get so much money for you right now?" Xiaoru slowed down her tone and said patiently, "Dear, I know that 8,000 to 10,000 is a bit too much, but I want to compete for the position of deputy minister. I can't just bring back 3,000 in sponsorship. If I do that, even if I become the deputy minister in the future, others will not be convinced. While Xia Ru was speaking, Yao Lang's mind had already begun to work rapidly. Yao Lang had already spent all his pocket money for this month, and his mother also gave him several thousand yuan in private. If I ask my dad for an advance on next month's pocket money now, my parents will definitely ask me why I spend money so quickly, and by then I probably won't be able to hide the fact that I have a girlfriend. Honey, I don't need much, just 5,000 is okay, is that okay? As Xia Ru spoke, she shook Yao Lang's arm like a spoiled child, with an expression that said it would be a sin if you didn't agree. Okay, 5,000 is 5,000. I'll give it to you in 2 days. Yao Lang had no choice but to agree. Xia Ru was very happy after hearing this, and immediately grabbed Yao Lang's arm and said affectionately, "My dear, you were so nice. I'm going to the bathroom and will be back soon." After saying that, Xia Ru sat next to Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao. After questioning the two people, the three girls got up together and went to the bathroom. At this time, a lively singing and dancing performance had already begun on the stage, but Yao Lang was in no mood to enjoy it. All he was thinking about was how to deal with the 5,000 yuan sponsorship fee. I can't ask my parents for this money, and most of my friends are poor students. There were 2 high school classmates who were in good condition, but they were both studying in other places. The most important thing is that the relationship between him and those 2 people is not good enough to lend him so much money. After thinking it over, there was only one person left in Yao Lang's heart, and that was his own sister. Thinking of this, Yao Lang took out his cell phone and called his sister. But because of the bad signal, I couldn't get through to my sister on the phone. Sister, what a joke. Why hasn't she come back after being gone for so long? Yao Lang complained in a low voice, then tried to call again. But it still prompts that the signal is poor and cannot be connected temporarily. Yao Lang felt a little upset, so he picked up his glass and started drinking. At this moment, Shen Xiaotian suddenly sat over and asked, "Brother, are you worried about the sponsorship fee?" Shen Xiaotian had been sitting next to them, and although the music was very loud, he still heard most of the conversation between the two. At this moment, just by looking at Yao Lang's expression, you can tell what he is worried about. When Yao Lang heard Shen Xiaotian ask this, his face suddenly became a little embarrassed, but he still nodded. Shen Xiaotian asked, "How much does your girlfriend want you to sponsor?" 5,000, Yao Lang said and took a sip of wine. Shen Xiaotian said, 5,000 yuan is not a lot for you, why do I bother you so much? Yao Lang was feeling depressed, and having drunk some wine, he got carried away and told Shen Xiaotian about his recent overspending. Shen Xiaotian smiled and said generously, "It's just 5,000 yuan, I'll lend it to you." Ah? Yao Lang looked at Shen Xiaotian in surprise. To be honest, Yao Lang never expected that Shen Xiaotian would take the initiative to offer to lend him money. What? Are you so surprised that I'm willing to lend you money? Shen Xiaotian asked with a smile. Although Yao Lang wanted to agree, he thought about it carefully and shook his head. No, I'll just ask my sister to borrow it later. She must have it. Shen Xiaotian thought to himself, that may not be the case. In the past few days, Shen Xiaotian has been going to and from get off work with Yao Qing. Not only has their relationship become much closer, but the topics they talk about have also become more in-depth and richer. So Shen Xiaotian has some understanding of Yao Qing's current financial situation. Ever since Yao Qing moved out to live alone, her parents have imposed financial sanctions on her. Although Yao Qing doesn't have to worry about the rent, property, water and electricity bills. But her meager salary is only enough for her food, transportation, snacks, and some daily expenses. Yao Qing definitely doesn't have the ability to lend her brother 5,000 yuan at one time. At the same time, in the women's restroom of the hot wave bar, Xia Ru was putting on makeup in the mirror while Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao were washing their faces beside her. It was the first time for the two girls to drink so much alcohol, so they wanted to use cold water to sober themselves up. After washing his face, Meng Hongqiao checked the time and said, "Xia Ru, it's getting late. Should we go back? Otherwise, we won't be able to get into the dormitory soon." When Li Xiao heard this, he quickly checked the time and said, "Yes, Xia Ru, we should go back." Xia Ru was not in a hurry at all. She put on makeup and said, "It's so hard to get out and have fun together. Can you two not spoil the fun?" After a pause, Xia Ru said, "I'll take you to a hotel tonight." Stay in a hotel? Li Xiao was very surprised and said subconsciously, "Forget it, the hotel is quite expensive." Meng Hongqiao had the same idea and couldn't help but nodded. Xiaoru turned her head and looked at the two of them, smiling and said, "Don't worry, I'll pay for the hotel, you don't have to spend a penny." Hearing that he didn't have to pay, Meng Hongqiao was immediately tempted, so he looked at Li Xiao. Although she wanted to go, she also had to listen to Li Xiao's opinion. Li Xiao hesitated for a moment, and then said in a negotiating tone, "Xiaoru, how about we go back to school to sleep? We are still students, and it is not good to live outside." As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoru said coldly, "Okay, if you want to go back, I won't stop you." Li Xiao was about to speak when Xiaoru immediately said, "But I'm telling you, if you leave today, don't even think about using my computer to surf the internet anymore. If you want to surf the internet, go to an internet cafe yourself." Chapter 80. What are you going to do with the money? Xiaoru was the only one in her dormitory who bought a computer. Her roommates all borrowed her computer to surf the internet. Among them, Li Xiao borrowed it the most times and for the longest time. When Li Xiao heard this, he immediately changed his tone and said, "Xiaoru, I didn't say I had to go back. I just listened to you, isn't that enough?" Xiaoru didn't say anything, but turned her gaze to Meng Hongqiao. Meng Hongqiao was the one who wanted to stay and continue playing. When he saw Xiaoru looking at him, he quickly nodded and agreed. Xiaoru then smiled with satisfaction and continued to touch up her makeup. To be honest, Xiaoru didn't think much of Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao from the bottom of her heart. In her eyes, these two girls dressed in a rustic way and didn't know how to dress up. Their taste in every aspect was inferior to hers. If they didn't live in the same dormitory, she wouldn't bother to pay attention to them. Then why did she invite the two of them to play together? Because before coming here, Xiaoru had already made up her mind that she wanted to have fun and enjoy herself tonight, and she had already decided not to go back to the dormitory to sleep. But she was also worried that Yao Lang would want to take her to a hotel. If she refused directly, Yao Lang would probably be unhappy. After all, the task of sponsorship fees still depended on him. So Xiaoru thought of calling Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao. In this way, even if Yao Lang suggested getting a room, she could refuse by using the excuse that the three girls had already agreed to stay in the hotel together. Soon, Xiaoru and the other two returned to the booth and continued drinking and watching the show. After waiting for another half an hour, Yao Qing finally came back. Yao Qing was sent back to the booth by Su Ting. Both of them were smiling, and it was obvious that they had had a lot of fun. Su Ting was busy greeting guests. She just smiled and said hello to everyone, then left. As soon as Yao Qing sat down, Yao Lang came over and asked, "Sister, where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back?" Yao Qing smiled and said, "I just chatted with a few classmates for a while and accidentally forgot the time." Yao Lang turned his head to look at Xiaoru, and seeing that her attention was on the stage, he whispered, "Sister, I'm a little short of money recently, can you lend me some money?" Yao Qing was watching the show, but when she heard Yao Lang's words, she immediately turned her head away with a very surprised expression. "Yao Lang, your monthly pocket money is 7 or 8 times my salary, and you actually asked me to borrow money?" Yao Qing looked incredulous. "Sister, please keep your voice down." Yao Lang was a little anxious and quickly reminded his sister. After saying that, Yao Lang immediately looked around. At this time, Shen Xiaotian was looking at herself as if nothing had happened. Xiaoru and the other three were still watching the show and did not hear anything. Yao Lang ignored Shen Xiaotian because he knew he had to borrow money from his sister. "Sister, please lend me some money. I have a lot of expenses this month and it's really not enough." There was a hint of pleading in Yao Lang's tone. Yao Qing was no longer in the mood to watch the show. She asked seriously, "Then tell me first, what are you going to do with the money?" Yao Lang had already thought about it, and immediately said, "My classmate has his eyes on a laptop that costs more than 10,000 yuan, but he is still short of money, so he wants me to help him." "Which classmate of yours? What's his name?" Yao Qing asked with a cold face. Yao Lang immediately said the name of a classmate, but Yao Qing was not familiar with him. Yao Lang immediately saw his sister's concerns and said hurriedly, "Sister, he is my best friend. He helps me a lot in school. If I refuse this time, it would be too mean." After listening to this, Yao Qing didn't say anything, but frowned and stared into Yao Lang's eyes. Upon seeing this, Yao Lang immediately showed a frank and sincere look. After a moment, Yao Qing suddenly shook her head and asked helplessly, "Tell me, how much do you want to borrow?" Yao Lang was delighted and immediately said, "Not much, just 5,000. 5,000? Yao Qing was surprised and her eyes widened instantly. "Sister, can you please keep your voice down?" Yao Lang reminded again, fearing that Xiaoru would hear. Shen Xiaotian, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but snicker when he saw this scene. Yao Qing was speechless and said, "Where can I get so much money? I only have over 2,000 yuan in my card now. How is that possible?" Yao Lang didn't believe it at all. Yao Qing frowned and said, "You know my parents have suspended all my credit cards. I only make 1,800 yuan a month, so where can I get 5,000 yuan to lend you?" Yao Lang suddenly felt a little annoyed, and couldn't help but frown and muttered in a low voice, "For such a small amount of money, what's the point of attending this crappy class?" "What did you say?" Yao Qing didn't hear clearly. "Nothing, nothing." Yao Lang didn't dare to touch on this topic and quickly shook his head to deny it. "I definitely don't have 5,000. At most I can lend you 1,500. The remaining few hundred I need is living expenses," Yao Qing said. Although Yao Qing is usually a bit mean to her brother, she actually loves him very much in her heart. Even though she didn't have much money, Yao Qing still tried to help her brother as much as she could. "Forget it, sister. More than 1,000 is of no use. You should keep it as living expenses," Yao Lang said. After hearing this, Yao Qing didn't say much, but just reminded her brother to persuade that classmate. Either buy a cheaper laptop or continue saving money. Yao Lang was in a low mood. He just nodded perfunctorily and then said little. After half an hour, the show on stage ended. Then, the DJ switched the music and the subwoofer on the scene started bombarding. The whole audience instantly entered disco mode. Xia Ru was waiting for this moment. She took off her coat immediately, revealing her proud figure, and then wanted to pull Yao Lang to dance on the dance floor. But at this moment Yao Lang was still thinking about how to get 5,000 yuan, and he was really not in the mood to go out and have fun. After thinking for a while, Yao Lang declined and said, "Ruru, my stomach feels a little uncomfortable. You go jump first. I'll go to the toilet and come back to see you." Xia Ru didn't care, and then asked Yao Qing, "Sister, let's go together." Yao Qing actually doesn't like clubbing, but today is the first time she meets Xia Ru. Since the other party had invited her, she felt a little embarrassed to refuse, so she nodded and agreed. Then, Yao Qing turned and looked at Shen Xiaotian. Her eyes seemed to be asking, "Do you want to come along?" Shen Xiaotian immediately shook his head and refused with a smile. Afterwards, the four girls in the booth went to the dance floor, leaving only Shen Xiaotian and Yao Lang. Shen Xiaotian poured Yao Lang a small glass of wine, handed it to him and said, "Why, are you still upset about 5,000 yuan?" Yao Lang didn't say anything. He took the wine glass and took a big sip. Just when Shen Xiaotian was about to suggest lending him money again, a male waiter suddenly came over. "Hello, who is the owner of XXXX?" the male waiter asked politely. Yao Lang said, "It's me, what's wrong?" The male waiter immediately stepped forward and quickly explained his purpose. It turned out that Yao Lang blocked a car behind him when he parked his car. Now that the car was about to leave, the waiter came over and asked him to move the car. After Yao Lang understood, he immediately stood up and agreed, "Okay, I'll go right away." Shen Xiaotian also stood up immediately, "I'll go with you." Shen Xiaotian felt that it was too noisy in here and he just wanted to go out and have some quiet time. Besides, after moving the car, he will be able to have a good communication with Yao Lang. As long as you can lend him 5,000 yuan, your friendship level will definitely increase. Shen Xiaotian walked outside with Yao Lang and secretly wanted to laugh. Why do I feel like a lone shark now, wishing people would borrow money from me? Chapter 81. Why doesn't Teehee go and rob? The two followed the waiter and quickly came outside. Yao Lang was driving the same SUV today as last time, and the place where he parked happened to block a private car. The private car owner was a man in his 30s, who was standing in front of the car with his female companion, waiting impatiently. Seeing that Yao Lang, who came to move the car, was so young, he couldn't help but complain a few words. Yao Lang actually heard it, but he pretended not to hear it. After all, he parked his car incorrectly and blocked other people's cars, so it's understandable that they would complain a few words. When Yao Lang opened the car door and prepared to get in, Shen Xiaotian suddenly stopped him and said, "Brother, you've been drinking, you can't drive. Let the waiter help you move." Yao Lang waved his hands and said confidently, "It's okay. I'm not drunk, I just need to move the car, I can do it myself." After saying that, Yao Lang sat in the car, closed the door and started the car. Under Shen Xiaotian's gaze, Yao Lang slowly started the car and made way for traffic. The private car drove out quickly and everything went very smoothly. Although the private car had left, Yao Lang could not leave yet. He had to back the car back into the parking space, otherwise the entire road would be blocked. But what Shin Xiaotian didn't expect was that Yao Lang got into trouble when reversing. Yao Lang didn't know why, but suddenly he lost control of the force and stepped on the accelerator too hard. The car suddenly accelerated, and the rear end of the car hit the side of a car next to it with a bang. At the moment of the collision, Yao Lang, who was in the driving seat, felt a sudden shock in his heart. After being stunned for a second, Yao Lang hurriedly ran out of the car to check. Shin Xiaotian also came over at this time. The two men took a closer look and saw that there was an obvious dent on the side of the hit car and a large piece of paint had been knocked off. Fortunately, this car is not a luxury car worth a fortune, otherwise Yao Lang would probably want to die. Damn it! Yao Lang looked annoyed, his brows furrowed so high that they could pinch a fly to death. The noise of the car crash quickly attracted security guards and waiters. Yao Lang wasn't too worried because the car itself was insured. He would just have to explain and communicate with the other car owner when he arrived. 20 minutes later, the owner of the hit car came over in a hurry. The other person was a man in his 40s, not tall and slightly fat, giving people the feeling that he was not easy to deal with. Sure enough, the man started to criticize Yao Lang right away, with a very bad tone and attitude. Yao Lang knew it was his fault, so he tried his best not to say anything, hoping to just let the matter go. Unexpectedly, the man's words became more and more unpleasant, and finally involved Yao Lang's parents. When Yao Lang heard that the other party dared to scold his parents, he couldn't bear it anymore. Under the influence of alcohol, Yao Lang rushed forward in anger and started swearing at the other party. As a result, the scene suddenly became chaotic. The other car owner had also drunk quite a bit of alcohol, and he was already very angry because his car was hit for no reason. Now that he saw that this little brat actually dared to curse back at him, he immediately became even more furious, and his curses became more explicit and harsher. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Shin Xiaotian hurriedly stepped forward, hugged Yao Lang, and pulled him aside. Several security guards also grabbed the middle-aged man and patiently persuaded him not to get too excited. Just as the middle-aged man was shouting that he wanted to call the police, Su Ting and Yao Cheng also rushed over with Xia Ru, Li Xiao, and Meng Hongqiao. After more than 10 minutes, with the persuasion and mediation of everyone, both sides finally calmed down. In order to prevent Yao Lang from arguing with the other party again, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing took Yao Lang to a place with few people. Su Ting brought a few people to negotiate with the middle-aged man, hoping that they would not call the police and could settle the matter privately. Yao Lang, what's wrong with you? You knew you were drunk, but you still drove. Have you ever learned the traffic rules? Yao Qing questioned Yao Lang angrily. Yao Lang didn't dare to say anything, he just listened obediently with his head down. Xia Ru next to him didn't say anything, but just looked at Yao Lang seriously. In fact, Xia Ru also wanted to scold Yao Lang, because she was having a great time dancing on the dance floor, but suddenly Yao Lang crashed into someone's car. How can she continue to play with peace of mind after this happened? But in the end, Xia Ru held back and didn't say anything. After all, the 5,000 sponsorship fee still depends on Yao Lang. If the sponsorship fee is lost just for the sake of a few words, it will not be worth it. Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao were not familiar with Yao Lang, so they didn't know what to say at this time. They just stood silently behind them, watching and listening quietly. At this time, Shin Xiaotian came over and handed Yao Lang a bottle of purified water. Drink some water and calm down. Yao Lang nodded, took the water, unscrewed the bottle and drank it silently. After a while, Su Ting came over from not far away. Seeing this, Yao Qing immediately asked, Su Ting, what did the other party say? Yao Lang also looked at Su Ting with some concern. Su Ting glanced at everyone and said, the other party said that if you don't want to call the police, you have to pay compensation. How much compensation? Yao Qing had expected this result and did not look surprised. Su Ting said, 30,000. 30,000? Yao Lang was immediately furious and shouted, why doesn't he just go and rob him? Yao Qing raised her hand and hit Yao Lang, scolding him, what's your name? If it weren't for you, would this have happened? Yao Lang was instantly speechless and didn't dare to say anything else. Shin Xiaotian frowned and said, 30,000 is too much. Although his car is not bad, he shouldn't have to pay so much money. Su Ting frowned and nodded, that's what I said, but the problem now is that Yao Lang was driving under the influence. If people call the police, Yao Lang's driver's license will be revoked. If it's revoked, then it will be revoked. You will have less trouble if you don't drive in the future. Yao Qing said. Xia Ru frowned secretly and thought, no, it would be too tiring if I don't have a car to ride when I go out in the future. Su Ting thought for a moment and said, then let's call the police. Asking for 30,000 right away is too outrageous. After saying that, Su Ting was about to turn around. Unexpectedly, Yao Lang grabbed Su Ting and said, "No, no, you can't call the police." Su Ting looked at Yao Lang in confusion, then looked at Yao Cheng. Yao Cheng immediately asked, "Why?" Yao Lang said, "If I call the police, my parents will definitely know about it. If they find out, I will definitely be in big trouble." Yao Lang knew very well what would happen to him if his parents found out about this. First of all, he has no car to drive, so how can he show off in school? Secondly, he will be punished with economic sanctions, if for no other reason than to teach him a lesson. In the end, I will be scolded by my parents, and with my father's bad temper, I might even get beaten. What else can I do if I don't call the police? He is clearly trying to extort 30,000 yuan from you. What are you going to use to compensate him? Yao Cheng was very angry and wanted to beat him up right now. Yao Lang was silent again, looking as if he didn't know what to do. At this time, Shen Xiaotian suddenly spoke up, "I think it's better not to call the police if you can." Everyone immediately looked at Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian said, "If we call the police, the matter will definitely be reported to the school, and Yao Lang will definitely be punished, which will have a great impact on his studies." Right, we can't let the school know. I've already failed several courses, and if I get punished again, I might even be expelled. Yao Lang seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and tried to exaggerate the situation as much as possible. Chapter 82 Powerful Eloquence. Hearing what Yao Lang said, Yao Cheng suddenly fell into hesitation and embarrassment. Su Ting frowned and thought for a moment, then said helplessly, "Yes, it will be very troublesome if the school finds out. Now it seems that we can only pay money and settle it privately. But that guy wants 30,000. Where can we get so much money?" Yao Cheng said. Then, Yao Cheng added, "Besides, we are not suckers. Even if we have money, we can't let him get away with it." Yao Cheng had already explained her current situation when they were chatting previously, so Su Ting was not surprised when she said this. Su Ting lowered her head and remained silent for a few seconds, then said, "Well, I'll go talk to him again and see if there's any chance of a turnaround." After saying that, Su Ting turned and walked towards the middle-aged man. As soon as Su Ting walked away, Yao Cheng angrily slapped Yao Lang a few times, blaming him for only causing trouble. Yao Lang didn't dare to argue and could only bear it obediently with his head down. His aggrieved look was actually somewhat funny. Xiaoru had already gone to Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao by this time. The three of them were huddled together and whispering about something. From a distance, it seemed as if they had nothing to do with it. Shen Xiaotian glanced at Su Ting for a few seconds, then said, "I'll go see what's going on." After saying that, Shen Xiaotian walked over. Soon, Shen Xiaotian came behind Su Ting. At this time, Su Ting was already discussing the amount of compensation with the middle-aged man. Su Ting repeatedly said that 30,000 yuan was too much, and hoped that the middle-aged man would not ask for an exorbitant amount, otherwise she would have to call the police in the end, and he would not get a penny. The middle-aged man reeked of alcohol and his attitude was as tough as a stone in a toilet. No matter how Su Ting tried to persuade him, he refused to listen and insisted on paying 30,000 yuan in compensation. "Otherwise, I would rather not get a penny and call the police." Shen Xiaotian understood after just a moment's observation. The other party must have seen that Yao Lang was a college student and knew that he didn't want the school to know about this, so he was so tough in his attitude. Afterwards, after nearly 20 minutes of persuasion by Su Ting, the middle-aged man finally agreed to pay 2,000 yuan less, a minimum of 28,000 yuan. Su Ting worked so hard, but the other party only gave her 2,000 less, which made her feel powerless and helpless. However, Su Ting did not give up. She still cheered up and tried hard to persuade the other party, hoping to reduce the compensation. Taking advantage of this time, Shen Xiaotian came back and told Yao Cheng and Yao Lang about the situation. After hearing this, the brother and sister felt angry and helpless. Yao Cheng was probably really angry, and she pinched Yao Lang's arm several times in front of everyone, causing Yao Lang to scream in pain. "I'll go talk to him." Yao Cheng was at her wit's end and had to do it herself. Yao Lang immediately grabbed his elder sister and said, "Sister, you are not as eloquent as me, so don't go. That guy's mouth stinks like a toilet, you will definitely get scolded if you go. What should we do? We can't call the police now. Where can we find so much money to compensate him?" Yao Cheng was obviously a little anxious. In the past, 30,000 yuan would have been nothing to Yao Cheng. But now her family has cut off her financial support, just like a person with powerful inner strength having his acupoints sealed. When Shin Xiaotian heard the word eloquence, his eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately thought of something. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian opened the system mall and checked the items that could be purchased today. Unfortunately, the two items available for purchase include double luck and triple memory, but there is no item that Shin Xiaotian wants. There is no. Shin Xiaotian was secretly disappointed. It always popped up when I didn't need it a few days ago, but now it doesn't appear when I need it. That's right, what Shin Xiaotian was looking for was the powerful eloquence card. Shin Xiaotian remembered that this card could increase the chance of persuading the other party by 3 times. If I use this card, I might be able to defeat the opponent. Then, Shin Xiaotian noticed a line of text at the bottom of the prop column. Use 100 favorability coins to refresh props, which can only be refreshed once a day. Without any hesitation, Shin Xiaotian immediately used 100 favorability coins to refresh the prop bar. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian showed a happy smile. He was lucky. After using his only refresh opportunity, the powerful eloquence card actually appeared. The other one is a triple stamina card. Shin Xiaotian immediately read the introduction of the powerful eloquence card. Powerful eloquence costs 500 favorability coins. After use, the chance of persuading the other party is tripled and lasts for 3 hours. After Shin Xiaotian confirmed that it was correct, he immediately issued an order and spent 500 favorability coins to buy the card. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian used the powerful eloquence card. Shin Xiaotian thought some special effect would appear, but after waiting for 7 or 8 seconds, there was no response. Except for the disappearance of the powerful eloquence card in the inventory, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Does this count as being used? But why don't I feel anything? Just when Shin Xiaotian was puzzled, an impatient voice of a middle-aged man suddenly came from Su Ting's direction. Stop talking. Either pay the money or call the police. I'll give him the last 5 minutes. When Shin Xiaotian and others heard the voice, they immediately turned around and saw the middle-aged man walk away a few steps, unwilling to communicate with Su Ting anymore. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, no matter if it works or not, let us give it a try. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian walked quickly towards the middle-aged man. When Su Ting turned around, she saw Shin Xiaotian coming over. She thought it was Yao Qing who asked him to come over. Su Ting immediately shook her head at Shin Xiaotian, took a few steps forward and said helplessly, I told him I would do it but he still didn't want to. He wanted 28,000 and he wouldn't pay a penny less. Shin Xiaotian walked straight towards the middle-aged man without stopping. I'll go talk to him, you take a break. Su Ting subconsciously wanted to say, it's useless, he won't listen. But the strange thing was that after hearing Shin Xiaotian's words, Su Ting didn't make any sound from her mouth. She opened her mouth and then closed it again. And Su Ting also felt that what Shin Xiaotian said made sense. She had been persuading him for so long, and it was time to take a break. At the same time, Shin Xiaotian had come to the middle-aged man. Shin Xiaotian raised his hand and hooked the middle-aged man's shoulder. Brother, let's go over there and talk for a while. The middle-aged man's first reaction was to ask, who are you? At the same time, he wanted to push away Shin Xiaotian's arm that was hooked around his shoulders. But the amazing thing is that the next second the middle-aged man said, okay. He stopped trying to push Shin Xiaotian's arm away and nodded kindly. Then, Shin Xiaotian hooked his arm around the middle-aged man's shoulder and walked more than 10 meters away. The two of them turned their backs to the crowd and began to communicate non-stop. Be it Su Ting and others, or Yao Qing and Yao Lang, they couldn't hear what Shin Xiaotian was saying. But the middle-aged man could be seen nodding continuously, as if he had listened to everything Shin Xiaotian said, and it seemed very convincing. After about 20 minutes, the conversation between the two ended. Shin Xiaotian smiled and patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder, then shook hands with him and raised his voice deliberately, then it settled. The middle-aged man also nodded in agreement, looking very easy to talk to. Everyone was very curious and wondered what Shin Xiaotian had said to the middle-aged man and why his attitude had changed so drastically. As soon as Shin Xiaotian came back, Su Ting couldn't wait to ask, what did you agree with him? Shin Xiaotian asked, Manager Su, is there an ATM machine nearby? Su Ting nodded and pointed to a place not far away and said, yes, it's just a few minutes walk ahead. Then Su Ting asked, have you agreed on the compensation amount with him? How much is it? Just as Su Ting asked this question, Yao Qing, Yao Lang, Xiaoru, Li Xiao, and Meng Hongqiao also came over. Hearing Su Ting's question, everyone's eyes fell on Shin Xiaotian's face. Chapter 83 I'll lend it to you. Shin Xiaotian replied calmly, 3,000. 3,000? Everyone was very surprised. Su Ting, Yao Chang, and Yao Lang even cried out in surprise. Xiao Ru, Li Xiao, and Meng Hongqiao also showed surprised expressions. Everyone just saw that Su Ting and others negotiated with the middle-aged man for such a long time and spent so much time talking before they reluctantly reduced the price from 30,000 to 28,000. As a result, Shen Xiaotian went up and talked a lot, and actually bargained the price down to 3,000 yuan. This reduced the compensation by 9/10 at once. It's incredible. Shen Xiaotian, how did you do it? The most surprised person was Su Ting. After all, Su Ting had been negotiating with the middle-aged man for such a long time, and she knew too well how difficult it was to convince the other party. Yao Lang and Yao Qing also looked at Shen Xiaotian with wide eyes, wanting to hear him talk about what had just happened. Shen Xiaotian said, "I didn't really say anything. I just tried to persuade them with reason and emotion, hoping that they could understand our difficulties." Shen Xiaotian was telling the truth. Su Ting had actually said everything he just said. It's just that I have the buff effect of the powerful eloquence card, so the result is unexpected. And then? What else did you say? Su Ting asked quickly. Shen Xiaotian shrugged slightly and shook his head, no more. Impossible. Su Ting was the first one who didn't believe it. Su Ting was stunned and thought, I just said so much, almost covering everything, why is that guy still not listening? But now it's your turn, why is that guy so easy to talk to? Could it be that Shen Xiaotian looks better than me? Thinking of this, Su Ting couldn't help but look Shen Xiaotian up and down, and felt that he was just an average handsome guy, and was far from being super handsome. Yao Lang suddenly said, but even if it's 3,000, I don't have that much money now. Yao Qing immediately said, I still have 2,000 in my card. If everyone helps to collect the money, it should be enough. Yao Lang hurriedly took out his wallet and pulled out the only $300 bills in it. The next moment, Yao Lang turned around and asked Xiao Ruru, do you have any money on you? Can you lend me a few hundred first? I will pay you back tomorrow. When Xiao Ru heard that Yao Lang actually asked her to borrow money, she immediately became unhappy. But she controlled her expression very well, and there was no sign of displeasure on her face. When Xiao Ru went out with Yao Lang, she never spent a penny herself, and all the expenses were covered by Yao Lang. Not only that, Yao Lang also had to spend money to buy gifts for Xiao Ru from time to time. If Xiao Ru doesn't send it after a few intervals, she will be unhappy and lose her temper. Originally, Xiao Ru was in high spirits to go clubbing tonight, but because Yao Lang hit someone else's car, she couldn't continue. The anger had not yet subsided, and Yao Lang had to borrow money from himself to compensate the other party. To be honest, if Xiao Ru hadn't seen Yao Chang and Su Ting, she would have definitely started scolding him right now. Xiao Ru's mind raced, and she came up with an excuse the next second. She said weakly, Dear, I only have over 300 yuan left. The school dormitory building is already locked at this time. I promised to invite Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao to stay in the hotel. These are our room fees. Yao Lang immediately looked at the time and found that it was already past 11 o'clock. The school dormitory building is locked at 11 p.m. on weekends, so the three of them can't get in if they go back now. Forget it, just keep this money for hotel stay. Yao Lang had no choice but to say. As for Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao, Yao Lang was not familiar with them and it was impossible for him to borrow money from them. Su Ting then said, Yao Qing, let me help your brother pay the 3,000 yuan first. Just when Yao Qing was about to say thank you, Shen Xiaotian spoke. Manager Su, let me do it. Yao Cheng and I are in the same company, so it will be more convenient for her to pay me back later. When Yao Cheng heard Shen Xiaotian say this, she quickly took 2 steps away from him, turned her back to everyone and asked in a low voice, Do you have so much money? Yao Cheng knew that Shen Xiaotian was not rich, and he had just rented his cousin's house a few days ago. In addition, it cost money to get a driver's license. Shen Xiaotian smiled and said, Don't worry, I have it. Yao Qing thought about it and still felt that it was inappropriate, so she shook her head and said, Forget it, I'll just ask Su Ting to borrow it. I guess you don't have much savings. If you lend it all to my brother, how are you going to live? How could Shen Xiaotian give up the opportunity to improve Yao Lang's friendliness, otherwise the powerful eloquence card just now would be used in vain? Shen Xiaotian hurriedly said, Yao Qing, listen to me. Su Ting has already given us a big discount on our consumption tonight, and she also gave us such expensive foreign wine. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to borrow money from her now? After hearing Shen Xiaotian's words, Yao Qing immediately showed hesitation on her face. After a while, Yao Qing made a decision and turned to Su Ting and said, Su Ting, I can borrow the money from Xiaotian. We are in the same company, so it will be more convenient for me to pay you back. Su Ting didn't have to lend money to Yao Qing, she just thought it was okay to help if she could. Since Yao Qing said she didn't need it, she didn't mind. Okay. Su Ting nodded in response. Afterwards, Shen Xiaotian went to a nearby ATM center to withdraw money. Su Ting took Yao Qing, Yao Lang, and the middle-aged man to their office. Just now, Shen Xiaotian and the middle-aged man had already agreed that both parties needed to sign a settlement agreement stating the settlement amount of 3,000 yuan. During this period, people from the insurance company also arrived at the scene. After taking photos as evidence, they said they would deal with it as soon as possible the next day. At around 12 o'clock midnight, Shen Xiaotian gave 3,000 yuan in cash to the middle-aged man and took the signed settlement agreement from him. At this point, the car crash came to an end. After the middle-aged man left, Yao Qing's cell phone suddenly rang. The person who called was Yao Qing's mother. She saw that it was too late, and asked why Yao Qing and Yao Lang had not returned home yet. Yao Qing didn't dare to say that she was in a nightclub, so she lied and said they would go home soon. Since everyone was drunk and unable to drive, Su Ting helped to call a familiar designated driver. Because there were a lot of people on Shen Xiaotian's side, one SUV couldn't fit them all. So Xiao Ru discussed with Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao and decided that the three of them would take a taxi to the hotel. There was a reason why Xiao Ru did this, because Yao Lang really spoiled her fun tonight. She was very unhappy and didn't want to ride in Yao Lang's car again. Yao Lang had already noticed that Xiao Ru was in a bad mood, so while waiting for a taxi, Yao Lang kept coaxing Xiao Ru. But Xiao Ru's attitude was a little cold. She just nodded perfunctorily and said insincerely things like "it's okay and I'm not unhappy." After Xiao Ru and the other two got into the taxi, Yao Lang immediately went over and diligently helped close the door. Then he leaned against the car window with his butt sticking out, and said to Xiao Ru in the car, "Ruru, after you get to the hotel, remember to call me and let me know you're safe." Xiao Ru nodded in response, but in fact she was already very annoyed with Yao Lang. Only when the taxi disappeared from sight did Yao Lang turn and walk towards his SUV. At this time, Yao Qing was talking to Su Ting beside the car. From her expression and actions, it was clear that she was thanking someone. Yao Lang had just taken a few steps when Shen Xiaotian suddenly appeared and blocked his way. "Here." Shen Xiaotian turned his back to Yao Cheng and handed a stack of banknotes to Yao Lang. "What?" Yao Lang was slightly stunned. Shen Xiaotian said, "I'll lend you the 5,000 yuan sponsorship fee." Yao Lang was stunned at first, and then he began to hesitate. After a few seconds, Yao Lang had a conflicted expression, as if he wanted to reach out to take it, but felt uncomfortable about it. "You don't want it, right? Then forget it," Shen Xiaotian said as he was about to take the money back. Yao Lang's heart tightened, and he quickly pulled Shen Xiaotian back. "Yes, yes, yes." Before he finished speaking, Yao Lang took the 5,000 yuan and quickly put it into his pocket. "Don't worry, I will return the money to you as soon as possible," Yao Lang said very seriously and affirmatively. Shen Xiaotian nodded slightly without saying anything, then turned and walked towards Yao Qing. The next second, a system prompt message appeared in front of Shen Xiaotian. Yao Lang's friendliness, +10. Yao Lang's current friendliness, 3. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Task rewards have been issued, please check in the system mall. Chapter 84. It's always a good idea to stock up on one first. Shen Xiaotian was delighted and immediately opened the system mall. The account balance is shown as 23,400 favorability coins. Previously, there were 14,000 favorability coins. I just used 100 to refresh the props and 500 to buy a powerful eloquence card. There is no problem with the number. Immediately afterwards, Shen Xiaotian opened the prop bar. What Shen Xiaotian was more concerned about was the extra reward for this new task, a random prop card. The next second, Shen Xiaotian saw the reward prop card. Super hearing card. After use, your hearing will be increased to 3 times the original level, and the duration is 1 hour. Shen Xiaotian really wanted to know how many favorability coins this card would cost if sold, but unfortunately, it was not displayed in the system. But after thinking about it carefully, it was only a level 2 system and it was probably impossible to reward expensive prop cards. Soon Shen Xiaotian felt relieved. It was already past 12 o'clock and a new day had begun. Shen Xiaotian took a look at the purchasable items and found that they had been refreshed. The 2 purchasable items today are triple stamina and triple vision. When Shen Xiaotian saw the new prop card, he was immediately curious and checked the description of triple vision. Triple vision costs 1000 favorability coins. Your vision will be improved to 3 times the original level in a short period of time, and the duration is 30 minutes. Shen Xiaotian thought about it and realized that this was just a low-end version of the clairvoyance card. Shen Xiaotian didn't think much about it and immediately spent 1000 favorability coins to buy the card and put it in the prop column. After witnessing the power of the powerful eloquence card, Shen Xiaotian has gained a new understanding of the system's prop cards. These cards are far more powerful than he imagined, and who knows, they might be useful someday in the future. So Shen Xiaotian decided that when he encountered a card that rarely appeared, it would always be a good idea to stock up on one. After buying the card, Shen Xiaotian took another look at the system account. The current balance has become 22,400 favorability coins. Yao Qing noticed Shen Xiaotian coming over, so she said to Su Ting, let's go back first. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Okay, then I'll have to give you a good beating. Su Ting joked. Yao Qing readily agreed, and then walked up to Shen Xiaotian, today is really thanks to you. Shen Xiaotian smiled and shook his head, signaling Yao Qing not to be polite. But Yao Qing couldn't help but say a few more words of thanks, and then looked at Yao Lang not far away. Hey, why are you still standing there? Yao Qing urged. Yao Lang was sending a message to Xia Ru with his head down. When he heard his sister's voice, he immediately responded and ran over. After saying hello to Su Ting, the three of them got into the SUV. Shen Xiaotian sat in the co-pilot seat consciously, leaving the back seat for the brother and sister. On the way back, Yao Qing kept blaming her brother. Yao Lang kept his head down the whole time, looking like a completely different person from his usual self. He had gotten into such a big trouble tonight, and he knew very well that he had to be doubly well behaved. The other side. A taxi carrying 3 girls stopped in front of a small hotel near the school. After getting off the car, Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao looked at Xia Ru with confusion. Meng Hongqiao pointed at the entrance of the hotel and asked, Xia Ru, didn't you say you were going to stay in a hotel tonight? Why are you here? Li Xiao also asked, yes, Xia Ru, didn't you say before that you would at least stay in a star-rated hotel? Why did it suddenly become a small hotel next to the school? Xia Ru did not answer immediately, but waited until the taxi drove away before saying, I have more than 300 yuan on me now, how can I stay in a star hotel? At the beginning, Xia Ru's plan was to let Yao Lang pay for her hotel accommodation tonight. That's why Xia Ru made a wish to Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao in advance when they were in the heatwave bar just now, saying that they wanted to stay in a star-rated hotel. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Who could have thought that Yao Lang would crash into someone else's car halfway through the journey? Now she has to pay for herself to spend the night outside, so of course it is impossible for her to stay in those extremely expensive star-rated hotels. Meng Hongqiao was very disappointed and said with a little dissatisfaction, Xia Ru, you clearly promised us, how can you suddenly change your mind? Li Xiao also nodded, having the same idea as Meng Hongqiao. Xia Ru was immediately unhappy, her face instantly turned cold, and she said unhappily, if you want to live here, then live here. If you don't want to, then you can solve it yourself. After saying that, Xia Ru strode into the hotel lobby. Li Xiao and Meng Hongqiao immediately looked at each other, with helplessness expressed on their faces. The next second, the two of them jogged at the same time to catch up with Xia Ru. Then, the two of them took Xia Ru's arms, one on the left and one on the right, as if to please her, and smiled and said nice things to her. The next day, Saturday. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Shen Xiaotian had just woken up for less than 2 minutes. The cell phone on the bedside table began to vibrate. I picked it up and saw that it was from an unfamiliar number. But when I looked at the number carefully, it was a local number of Yannan. Shen Xiaotian looked at the ceiling and answered the phone, hello, who is this? Brother Tian, it's me. A familiar male voice came from the phone. Shen Xiaotian was slightly stunned, and then asked in surprise, Yao Lang? Brother Tian, are you awake yet? Did I disturb your sleep? Not only was Yao Lang's tone different from before, even the way he addressed people had changed. Shen Xiaotian asked, how do you know my phone number? Yao Lang smiled and said, my sister told me. Shen Xiaotian had just woken up and his mind was still a little confused. He reacted immediately when he heard what Yao Lang said. What do you want from me? Shen Xiaotian asked. Yao Lang immediately said, Brother Tian, my sister and I would like to treat you to a meal at noon to thank you for what you did last night. Shen Xiaotian thought about it and agreed, okay, send me the address and I'll go there myself later. No need, I'll drive over to pick you up at noon. Yao Lang said. When Shin Xiaotian heard what Yao Lang said, a playful smile immediately appeared on his face. You still dare to drive? Yao Lang suddenly became anxious. Brother Tian, last night was an accident. I am sober now, nothing will happen to me. When Yao Lang spoke the second half of his sentence, his voice became lower and lower. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, okay, see you at noon. Hey! Yao Lang responded happily and then ended the call. At around 11:30 a.m., Yao Lang called again. After answering the phone, Yao Lang told Shin Xiaotian that he had already gone downstairs. Shin Xiaotian replied, I'll be right down, then hung up the phone, quickly changed his shoes and went downstairs. Yao Lang did not drive the SUV from yesterday, but instead changed to an ordinary royal blue private car. Yao Qing was sitting in the passenger seat at the moment. When she saw Shin Xiaotian come out, she immediately smiled and waved at him. Shin Xiaotian also smiled at Yao Qing, then walked forward, opened the door and sat in the back seat of the car. As soon as the door closed, Shin Xiaotian said seriously, let me make it clear first, I want to go to a store where the average consumption per person is less than 300 yuan. Yao Lang was startled and immediately withdrew his foot which had just touched the accelerator. The next second, Yao Lang turned around and looked at Shin Xiaotian with an embarrassed and somewhat helpless expression. When Yao Cheng saw her brother's expression, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was just joking with you. Look how scared you are. Yao Cheng patted her brother lightly as she spoke, and the smile on her face became even brighter. Chapter 85 Xia Ru is a gold digger. Yao Cheng smiled, and Shin Xiaotian also laughed. Only then did Yao Lang realize that he had been tricked. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Brother Tian, I was almost scared to death. Yao Lang said. Shin Xiaotian asked with a smile, where are you planning to take me out for dinner? Yao Lang immediately said, a high school classmate of mine opened a Western-style restaurant. The environment and food are both very good. Okay. Shin Xiaotian nodded in response. Afterwards, Yao Lang drove out of the community and headed towards his classmate's Western restaurant. About half an hour later, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing entered a Western restaurant. The environment of the Western restaurant is pretty good and there are quite a lot of customers. When the three of them entered, there were no empty seats in the hall. Fortunately, Yao Lang had already booked a seat. After telling the front desk, the waiter led them into the private room. After we took our order, the waiter left. Yao Qing also stood up at this time, I'm going to the bathroom. After Yao Qing left, Yao Lang immediately took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Shin Xiaotian together. Brother Tian, this is my IOU, please keep it. Shin Xiaotian took a look and found that both were IOUs, one for 3,000 yuan and the other for 5,000 yuan. Shin Xiaotian looked at Yao Lang in confusion, not quite understanding why the IOU had to be written in 2 pieces. Yao Lang explained that he didn't want his sister to know about the 5,000 yuan sponsorship fee. The IOU for 3,000 yuan was written in front of my elder sister, and I secretly added the one for 5,000 yuan later. At the same time, Yao Lang also asked Shin Xiaotian not to tell his sister about the 5,000 yuan. Shin Xiaotian nodded seriously and agreed, then put away the IOU. Just as the two were chatting, the system suddenly issued a task. Mission target, Yao Qing current favorability 30. Task content, based on the current situation, increase Yao Qing's favorability towards you to 40. Mission time, 7 days. Task reward, 15,000 favorability coins. Penalty for mission failure, deduct 150,000 yuan in cash. If the cash is insufficient, an equivalent amount of favorability coins will be deducted. Shin Xiaotian frowned secretly and thought, System Dad, are you doing this on purpose? Why didn't you post this task last night? Why did you have to wait until now to post it? Shin Xiaotian remembered very clearly that after completing Yao Qing's task, his favorability was 28. Now Yao Qing's favorability has risen to 30, which is definitely related to the fact that I helped Yao Lang last night. Just as Shin Xiaotian was thinking about how to improve Yao Qing's favorability towards him, the system issued another task. Mission target, Yao Lang friendliness 3. Task content, improve Yao Lang's friendliness towards you, up to 100 friendships. Note, this task is a long-term task and has no time limit. Tips 1. Every time the mission target's friendliness increases by 5 points, you can receive a mission reward. The reward content is random. Tips 2. Every time the mission target's friendliness decreases by 5 points, 50,000 cash will be deducted once. Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised that another long-term task had popped up. If that is the case, then tasks with time limits are considered short-term tasks? Shin Xiaotian looked carefully at the content of Yao Chang and Yao Lang's tasks again and felt that he should have understood it correctly. An hour later, the lunch came to an end. Before leaving, Yao Lang suddenly expressed his desire to go to the bathroom. So he threw the car keys to Yao Chang and asked her and Shin Xiaotian to wait for him in the car first. Yao Ching spat in annoyance, lazy people are full of shit and piss, and then walked out of the restaurant with Shin Xiaotian. On the way to the parking lot, the two chatted and the topic turned to Xiao Ru. Yao Cheng paused for a moment and suddenly asked, Xiaotian, after you met Xiao Ru yesterday, what was your impression of her? Shin Xiaotian didn't rush to expose the truth that Xiao Ru was a gold digger, but asked calmly, why do you ask this suddenly? Yao Ching frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she said, I don't know why, but I always feel that Xiao Ru and Yao Lang are not the same kind of people. Oh? Shin Xiaotian looked curious. Yao Ching continued, Yao Lang is my biological brother. I know him too well. Although he is a college student now, he is actually a child at heart and is still very naive and childish in many cases. Shin Xiaotian didn't interrupt and listened very carefully. Yao Chang added, but Xiao Ru is different. Although I just met her for the first time yesterday, I found that Xiao Ru is much more mature than Yao Lang in terms of both interpersonal relationships and language communication. Then, Yao Cheng asked Shin Xiaotian, if you were Xiao Ru, what would you like about my brother? When Shin Xiaotian heard Yao Cheng ask this, he immediately understood what she wanted to say. Yao Cheng, are you trying to say that Xiao Ru is in love with your brother because your family is better off? Shin Xiaotian asked. Yao Cheng nodded, yes, that's what I think. In my opinion, girls generally like boys who are older than themselves and more mature in their thinking and behavior. Xia is a junior this year, and my brother is a sophomore. If my brother was a mature and steady guy, I probably wouldn't think too much about it, but the problem is, my brother is not that kind of guy at all. The more Yao Ching spoke, the deeper her frown became. Shin Xiaotian thought for a moment and asked, what do you think now? Yao Ching said seriously, I want someone to investigate Xiao Ru. I always feel that the Xiao Ru I saw yesterday was not the real her. Shin Xiaotian was very surprised. Yao Cheng actually noticed it. From Shin Xiaotian's perspective, Yao Cheng and Xiao Ru clearly had a very pleasant chat last night, but he didn't expect that it was all a fake. In fact, Yao Cheng had already noticed that something was wrong. Shin Xiaotian asked, who do you plan to let investigate Xiao Ru? Yao Cheng whispered, originally I wanted to ask Ma Zhenghao to go, but Ma Zhenghao has asked for leave to go home to see his father these days, so we can only wait until he comes back. No need to check. I can tell you for sure now that Xiao Ru is a gold digger. Shin Xiaotian did not hide it and directly exposed Xiao Ru's true face. Digger? Yao Ching had never heard of this term before, so she asked hurriedly, what is a digger? Shin Xiaotian thought for a moment and explained, to put it simply, it is the kind of woman who can abandon her dignity and is willing to exchange her soul and body for money. Then, Shin Xiaotian told Yao Ching everything he heard from Xiao Ru on the phone last night. Yao Ching understood immediately after hearing this, and immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, no wonder my brother's expenses have increased so much in the past few months, it turns out it's because of Xiao Ru. After a while, Yao Ching became angrier and angrier, so she took out her cell phone and wanted to call Yao Lang. She wanted to urge her brother to come out quickly so that she could ask him what was going on in person. Shin Xiaotian immediately stopped Yao Cheng and said with a serious expression, Yao Ching, if I were you, I would definitely not do this. Yao Cheng frowned and looked at Shin Xiaotian with a very confused expression. Shin Xiaotian patiently advised, your brother is in a passionate love relationship right now. If you suddenly tell him that his girlfriend is actually a gold digger who is only willing to date him for money, do you think your brother will believe it? Yao Cheng stopped talking immediately, frowned and looked at Shin Xiaotian, then fell into thought. After a while, Yao Lang came over from a distance, texting while looking down, with a happy smile on his face. Shin Xiaotian immediately reminded Yao Ching, don't tell your brother about Xiao Ru in advance. Let's find a time to discuss it and make a decision later. Yao Ching turned her head to look at Yao Lang who was walking towards her with a silly smile on his face while texting. At this moment, Yao Ching wanted to rush up and slap this silly brother to wake him up. In the end, Yao Ching decided to endure it for now, shook her head and said in a low voice, okay. Chapter 86 I have an idea. Yao Lang finished editing the text message and when he pressed send, he was already not far in front of Shin Xiaotian and Yao Ching. As soon as Yao Ching saw her brother's silly grin, she knew that he must be texting Xiao Ru, and she immediately felt angry. But she had already promised Shin Xiaotian not to tell anyone about Xiao Ru for the time being, so she had to suppress her anger and said coldly, can you hurry up? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yao Lang nodded quickly and quickened his pace. Immediately afterwards, Yao Lang took the car keys from his sister, opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. Soon, Shen Xiaotian and Yao Chang also got into the car. But what surprised Yao Lang was that his elder sister did not sit in the passenger seat, but sat in the back seat with Shen Xiaotian. "Sister, why don't you sit in the front?" Yao Lang turned around and asked. Yao Ching was angry and didn't even look at Yao Lang. "There is a strange smell up ahead, it makes me uncomfortable." "A strange smell?" Yao Lang's face was full of doubts, and he immediately twitched his nose and sniffed left and right a few times. Then, Yao Lang started to ask, "No, where does the strange smell come from?" Yao Qing thought to herself, "Of course there is, the childish and stupid smell coming from you is almost suffocating me." Yao Lang had no idea that his elder sister was making a veiled criticism of him, and he was still unaware and continued to sniff around vigorously. "Sister, don't you like this brand of air freshener?" Yao Lang felt that he had finally found the source. "I don't like it very much either. I always feel it has a cheap smell. I'll go buy one with a nice scent later," Yao Lang said. Yao Qing was too lazy to pay attention to the stupid brother, and urged him unhappily, "Okay, hurry up and drive." "Oh." Yao Lang responded immediately. Shen Xiaotian, who was sitting next to them, listened to the conversation between the siblings and couldn't help but want to laugh. More than half an hour later, Yao Lang drove Shen Xiaotian and Yao Qing to Jinchuan community. Yao Lang originally wanted to send his sister home, but Yao Qing said she didn't want to go home so early. "Sister, I'll go to the insurance company first and come pick you up when I'm done," Yao Lang said. "I know. You can go there quickly." Yao Qing looked annoyed. After Yao Lang drove away, Yao Qing immediately looked at Shen Xiaotian. Yao Qing said angrily, "No, I can't bear it anymore. When I think about my silly brother being taken advantage of by others, I get so angry." Shen Xiaotian patiently advised, "Don't worry, I know you want to expose that gold digger as soon as possible. But you have to think about it. The current situation is that your brother has been bewitched by her. If you accuse her without any evidence, your brother will definitely not believe it. If we alert her by then, she will be on guard and it will be difficult to expose her." Yao Qing knew that what Shen Xiaotian said made sense, but she was still a little anxious. "Then what should we do?" Shen Xiaotian thought about it seriously, and then said, "I have an idea." "What?" Yao Qing asked anxiously. Shen Xiaotian leaned close to Yao Qing's ear and briefly explained his idea. "Good idea." After hearing this, Yao Qing immediately clapped her hands and cheered. At the same time, a system prompt message appeared in front of Shen Xiaotian. Yao Qing's favorability +2. Yao Qing's current favorability, 32. But the next second, the happy expression on Yao Qing's face disappeared. Yao Qing said with a bitter face, "Xiaotian, although your idea is very good, there is a big problem now." Shen Xiaotian looked at Yao Qing in confusion. Yao Qing spread her hands and said, "I only have over 2,000 yuan in my card." "It's not enough." Shen Xiaotian laughed when he heard it. "I thought it was a big problem, it's just money, I have it." After saying that, Shen Xiaotian took Yao Qing and walked out of the community. Half an hour later, Shen Xiaotian and Yao Qing walked out of an ATM center next to the community. Yao Qing kept her eyes on the bank account arrival text message on her phone, feeling that it didn't seem real. "Shen Xiaotian, when did you become so rich? You can transfer 50,000 yuan just by saying so." As Yao Qing spoke, she carefully counted the zeros after 5 again. "That's right, 4 zeros, which equals 50,000 yuan." Shen Xiaotian said calmly, "Oh, I forgot to tell you that I won a small prize in the lottery some time ago." "A small prize?" Yao Qing didn't believe it at all. In her mind, small prizes were limited to those worth 1 or 2,000. Any prize over 5,000 was considered a big prize in her eyes. And Shen Xiaotian earned 50,000 yuan for himself without blinking an eye. "What does this mean?" "This means that the amount Shen Xiaotian won must be more than 50,000. Yao Qing excitedly grabbed Shen Xiaotian and asked, "Tell me the truth, how much is your prize?" Shen Xiaotian didn't want to say anything, but Yao Qing grabbed his sleeve tightly, as if to say, "You can't leave if you don't say it." Helplessly, Shen Xiaotian said, "It's not much, just 100,000 yuan." 10,100,000, do you think it's too little? Yao Qing was immediately shocked. Seeing that Shen Xiaotian didn't take the 100,000 yuan seriously, Yao Qing wanted to beat him up. Ever since Yao Qing moved out to live alone and her parents imposed financial sanctions on her, she can no longer spend money as she pleases. Shin Xiaotian, you, what kind of shit luck do you have? I actually won such a big prize. Yao Qing stared at Shin Xiaotian with envy and jealousy, and she could barely speak. Shin Xiaotian shrugged slightly and said lightly, I don't know either. I just bought some randomly and then I won. Don't say anything yet. With the look on your face right now, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but beat you up. Yao Qing turned around, raised her head, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. After a minute, Yao Qing turned around and asked, Where did you buy it? I want to buy it too. Shin Xiaotian deliberately frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I forgot, I just bought it casually while shopping, I don't remember which store it was from. No. You could have forgotten this? Yao Qing was probably angry, and she raised her head and took a deep breath again. Soon, Yao Qing secretly made up her mind. She will insist on buying lottery tickets starting tomorrow. And it comes rain or shine, and I won't miss a single issue. Why can Shin Xiaotian win the prize but I can't? Half an hour later, Yao Qing finally calmed down. After communicating with Shin Xiaotian for a while, Yao Qing called Yao Lang. What's wrong, sister? Yao Lang quickly answered the phone. Yao Qing said, Yao Lang, send me Xia Ru's phone number. I'm a little bored now and want to ask her to go shopping with me. Yao Lang was very surprised and couldn't help asking, Sister, why did you think of going shopping with Xia Ru? Yao Qing glanced at Shin Xiaotian beside her and said, Xia Ru and I get along pretty well. Can't I go shopping with her? Okay, of course. Yao Lang said immediately. Not long after hanging up the phone, Yao Lang sent a text message with Xia Ru's cell phone number. Yao Qing calmed herself down again and dialed Xia Ru's number. Hello, is this Xia Ru? I'm Sister Yao Lang. Chapter 87 I'll take you somewhere. A few minutes later, Yao Qing ended the call with Xia Ru. Yao Qing turned to look at Shin Xiaotian and said, she agreed to meet at Jiefang Road intersection in an hour. Shin Xiaotian nodded and said, okay, I'll take you there. No need, I'll let my bodyguard take me there. I'll also remind him of something. Yao Qing said. After saying that, Yao Qing made a phone call. 10 minutes later, an off-road jeep stopped at the entrance of the community. Yao Qing waved to Shin Xiaotian and said, I'm going to go then. I'll contact you later. Okay. Shin Xiaotian nodded and watched Yao Qing get into the car. Soon, the off-road jeep drove away from the entrance of the community and disappeared in front of the road. Shin Xiaotian turned around and walked into the community. As soon as he walked downstairs, system task information appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. Mission target, AI XIN favorability 11. Task content, based on the existing basis, increase AI XIN's favorability towards you to 30. Mission time, 10 days. Task reward, 30,000 favorability coins. Mission penalty, deduct 300,000 cash, or force loss of items worth 300,000. Shin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, System Dad, what are you doing? Didn't we just release 2 tasks? Why is there another one now? With so many tasks coming at the same time, can I handle it? Just then, the phone vibrated and a text message came in. Shin Xiaotian took out his cell phone and saw that it was a text message from AIXIN. Can you come to my house now? I need your help with something. Shin Xiaotian's first reaction when he saw the text message was that AIXIN might want him to help her set up the stall. However, Shin Xiaotian did not reply to the text message, but called AIXIN directly. But after the call was connected, AIXIN did not answer it, but hung up directly. A few seconds later, AIXIN sent another text message. My phone is running out of battery, can you come over now? Shin Xiaotian immediately replied to the text message, okay, I'll be there right away. Soon, Shin Xiaotian rode on his electric scooter and headed towards AIXIN's house. More than 20 minutes later, Shin Xiaotian arrived downstairs of the house where AIXIN rented. After parking the car, Shin Xiaotian went upstairs and knocked on AIXIN's door. Knock, 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 Senior AI? Shin Xiaotian shouted while knocking on the door. But after knocking on the door for a long time, no one responded from AIXIN's house. Strange, why is there no one at her house? Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but open his phone to read the content of the text message. That's right, she was the one who asked me to come to her house, so why isn't she at home? With doubts, Shin Xiaotian called AIXIN. Sorry, the user you dialed is powered off. The phone turned off and a tone was heard from the phone. Shin Xiaotian hung up the phone and thought, Could it be that she couldn't wait and went to set up the stall first? Thinking of this, Shin Xiaotian quickly went downstairs and prepared to go to the pedestrian street. Unexpectedly, before he had taken a few steps, a tall, muscular man wearing sunglasses suddenly appeared from behind. Shin Xiaotian, the muscular man wearing sunglasses, shouted. Shin Xiaotian looked back and was immediately confused. I don't know this person, how does he know my name? The muscular man in sunglasses took 2 steps forward and said, Come on, I'll take you somewhere. After saying that, the muscular man in sunglasses fell silent, as if waiting for Shin Xiaotian to follow him. Shin Xiaotian frowned and asked, Where are you going? The muscular man in sunglasses said impatiently, Don't ask so many questions, just follow me. Shin Xiaotian said rudely, Why? Who the hell are you? Hey! You are really. The muscular man in sunglasses frowned immediately. Although his eyes could not be seen, it could still be felt that he was very dissatisfied with Shin Xiaotian's attitude. Your girlfriend is with us. The muscular man in sunglasses said unhappily. Shin Xiaotian paused at first, then he realized that the girlfriend he was talking about should be AIXIN. It's Wang Sheng. Shin Xiaotian immediately figured out why AIXIN was not at home but sent him a text message asking him to come over. Because those 2 text messages were sent by Wang Sheng, he wanted to trick me here. Are you leaving or not? Don't regret it if you don't leave, said the muscular man in sunglasses and turned and left. Seeing the muscular man in sunglasses walking further and further away, Shin Xiaotian no longer hesitated and quickly followed him. When the muscular man in sunglasses saw Shin Xiaotian following him, he took out his cell phone and made a call. The call was very brief. After the call was connected, he just said I'm coming and then hung up. After Shin Xiaotian followed the muscular man in sunglasses for a while, he suddenly asked, What did you do to AIXIN? Do you know that this is kidnapping? The muscular man in sunglasses immediately turned to look at Shin Xiaotian, showing an exaggerated expression of fear and said, Hey, don't talk nonsense, we are all good people, and we never do such things that hurt the world. Do you believe I will call the police now? Shin Xiaotian said sternly. The muscular man in sunglasses shrugged slightly and said indifferently, If you want to report it, then report it. We didn't do anything bad anyway. Shin Xiaotian immediately took out his cell phone and pretended to call the police. But the muscular man in sunglasses just glanced at Shin Xiaotian and then ignored him. Shin Xiaotian thought for a moment and finally put away his phone. Judging from the other person's appearance, he probably didn't do anything excessive to AIXIN, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Later on the way, Shin Xiaotian asked a few more questions, but the muscular man in sunglasses did not answer. After walking for about 20 minutes, the muscular man in sunglasses brought Shin Xiaotian to a relatively deserted street. The two walked a little further before the muscular man in sunglasses stopped and pointed at a gym sign and said, We're here. Shin Xiaotian took a look and saw the sign that read Akeo Fitness Center. Shin Xiaotian was confused, but still followed the muscular man in sunglasses into the gym. As soon as he entered, Shin Xiaotian was a little dumbfounded. An old smell hits you in the face, with mottled walls and badly worn rubber floors. There were a few faded European and American-style fitness posters on the wall, which were also crumbling. In the corner, rusty dumbbells were piled randomly, like warriors forgotten by time. There was someone exercising on an old treadmill in front. The belt made a creaking protest sound as it turned, as if telling of its past glory. Shin Xiaotian noticed that there was a simple boxing ring at the innermost part of the gym, which seemed to be the newest facility here. There were only 3 or 4 people exercising in the gym. When Shin Xiaotian walked in, everyone looked at him and the atmosphere was a little weird. Just as Shin Xiaotian was looking at everything in the gym, a small door on the side suddenly opened. Xiaotian! AIXIN shouted and ran out of the room. She came to Shin Xiaotian with an anxious look on her face and grabbed Shin Xiaotian's arm. Shin Xiaotian immediately asked with concern, Senior AI, are you okay? Did they do anything to you? AIXIN shook her head and said, I'm fine, they didn't do anything to me. Suddenly, another person walked out of the room. Are you Shin Xiaotian? Shin Xiaotian looked over when he heard the voice and saw that the person who spoke was a muscular man in his early 30s, of medium height, with a flat head and a square face. Hey, sister, why do you like this skinny monkey? Asked the muscular man with a flat head, frowning. Chapter 88 Treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The muscular man with a flat head continued, Sister, you are so beautiful, you should find a boyfriend who is bigger and can protect you when you go out. AIXIN didn't respond, her expression showing some disgust. Shin Xiaotian frowned and looked at the muscular man with a flat head, and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? The muscular man with a flat head laughed dryly and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ho Chow. People usually like to call me Ah Chow. This fitness center is owned by me." Shin Xiaotian immediately remembered the sign outside, a KO Fitness Center. "What do you want to do by calling me here?" Shin Xiaotian asked coldly. Ho Chow smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, I'm just entrusted by someone." Trusted by someone? Who? Shin Xiaotian had actually guessed who it was a long time ago, but he still wanted to confirm it with his own ears. Ho Chow said, "You don't need to know this." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Aixan say, "It must be Wang Shang." Shin Xiaotian looked at her immediately. Aixan lowered her voice and said, "I've heard Wang Shang mention this before. He knows a friend who practices fitness and boxing. Although I haven't met him, it should be him." Shin Xiaotian nodded slightly, and then questioned Ho Chow, "Did Wang Shang ask you to do this?" Ho Chow neither admitted nor denied it, but just smiled meaningfully. Then, Ho Chow said, "Shin Xiaotian, you are more courageous than I thought. At the beginning, I thought you didn't dare to come. Just for this reason, I admire you very much." Ho Chow gave Shin Xiaotian a thumbs up. "Stop talking nonsense. What exactly do you want to do?" Shin Xiaotian didn't want to waste time talking to him. As expected, Ho Chow stopped talking and raised his hand to point to the boxing ring at the innermost part. "Let's have a one-on-one competition, and then we'll let you go," Ho Chow said. When Shin Xiaotian heard him say this, he immediately understood what was going on. Wang Shang must have been resentful of me for strangling him, so he asked Ho Chow to help him. He kept saying that he wanted to have a boxing fight, but in fact he just wanted to beat himself up and avenge himself from last time. "No." Aixan's heart tightened and she quickly pulled Shin Xiaotian's arm. Shin Xiaotian immediately gave Aixan a reassuring look, signaling her not to worry. The next second, Shin Xiaotian looked at Ho Chow and asked, "Are you going to fight me?" When Ho Chow heard this, he immediately raised his head and laughed, "Ha ha 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 ha." At the same time, several other people in the gym also started laughing. Especially the muscular man in sunglasses, he laughed the loudest and had the most annoying expression. Aixan felt a little flustered by these people's laughter, and couldn't help but hold Shin Xiaotian's arm tightly and move her body closer. Shin Xiaotian looked calm and looked coldly at the laughing people. The laughter soon stopped, and Ho Chow said, "Boy, if you want to fight me, that's fine, but you have to think it over carefully. If I fight you, you might end up in the hospital for 10 days or half a month." When Aixan heard this, she quickly shook her head at Shin Xiaotian and her expression became even more nervous. How could Shin Xiaotian be frightened by such words? His lips twitched slightly and he sneered, "Really? After hearing what you said, I am a little scared." Ho Chow felt a little unhappy when he saw that Shin Xiaotian didn't take his words seriously. If Wang Shang had not warned him in advance not to use too much force, Ho Chow would have definitely done it himself. Ho Chow glanced at Shin Xiaotian with disdain, and then said, "You can pick any one of these people here." Shin Xiaotian looked back and saw that all the people in the gym had gathered around him. They were all muscular men, aged between 20 and 30. When Aixan saw that these men were as strong as bulls, she immediately became scared and worried. "Xiaotian, don't listen to him. Let's call the police now. They won't dare to do anything to us," Aixan whispered. When Ho Chow heard Aixan wanted to call the police, he immediately smiled and said, "No problem. Call the police anytime if you want. We will definitely cooperate. But I also want to remind you that we are law-abiding citizens and have not done anything bad. What can the police do to us if they come?" After saying that, Ho Chow looked at everyone else, and everyone immediately showed a playful smile on their faces. Shin Xiaotian shook his head gently and said to Aixan, "Senior AI, calling the police can solve the current problem, but it is only temporary and does not address the root cause." When saying this, Shin Xiaotian added in his heart, "Only by defeating them can we solve the fundamental problem." Aixan subconsciously wanted to say something, but after opening her mouth, she found that she couldn't answer. "I can move away, but I can't quit my job at the TV station." As long as he continued to work at the TV station, Wang Shang would be able to find them and let them harass him at any time. Even if you call the police, it can only solve the problem temporarily. The police can't follow you 24 hours a day. But you will suffer. Aixan originally wanted to say you can't beat them, but the moment she opened her mouth, she suddenly felt that saying this was a bit discouraging, so she changed her words temporarily. As soon as Shin Xiaotian saw Aixan's eyes, he knew what she was worried about. Don't worry, I'm quite strong enough in a one-on-one fight, Shin Xiaotian said confidently. Shin Xiaotian's ability is more than just okay. He has been a scout for 6 years. During this period, he has participated in 2 military district competitions, 3 group army competitions, and countless battalion-level competitions. Shin Xiaotian is best at competitive sports such as boxing and sanda. He is either the champion or the runner-up in every competition. Boy, you are so arrogant. The person who spoke was not Ho Chao, but the muscular man in sunglasses. Shin Xiaotian glanced at the muscular man in sunglasses and said to Ho Chao, "Let's pick him." "I don't like him." Ho Chao was a little surprised and thought, "You are really good at picking." When the muscular man in sunglasses saw that Shin Xiaotian actually picked him, he immediately laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Someone at the scene felt a little sympathetic towards Shin Xiaotian, so he kindly advised him, "Boy, I advise you to find someone else. You can't stand Coach Hu's punches." "Yeah, kid, quickly change someone. Coach Hu and Brother Chao are on par with each other in level. You'd better not ask for trouble," another person also advised. When Aixin heard them say this, her heart suddenly hung in the air. "Xiaotian, don't fight them, let's call the police." Aixin didn't care about the future anymore. Now she just wanted to leave here immediately and didn't want Shin Xiaotian to get hurt. Shin Xiaotian whispered to comfort her, "Senior AI, don't worry, I know what's going on." To be honest, Ho Chao was quite worried that Shin Xiaotian would call the police. After all, he took Wang Sheng's money and promised to teach Shin Xiaotian a lesson. If I let him get away this time, I will have to rack my brains to trick him here next time. However, when Ho Chao heard Shin Xiaotian say, "I have an idea of what's going on," he immediately felt relieved. "Not bad, kid. Putting aside other things, your courage is quite manly." Ho Chao sincerely praised Shin Xiaotian. The next moment, Ho Chao said to Aixin, "Sister, now I understand why you chose this guy as your boyfriend." After saying that, Ho Chao looked at the muscular man in sunglasses and said, "Hu Kai, since he has chosen you, you should play with him. Remember, don't be too harsh." Chapter 89. It doesn't matter whether you use this thing or not. Hu Kai immediately revealed a confident smile after hearing this, and then responded cheerfully, "Got it, Brother Chao." After saying that, Hu Kai turned and walked towards the locker room. Ho Chao asked Shin Xiaotian, "Boy, do you want to warm up first?" Shin Xiaotian ignored Ho Chao and pulled Aixin to the side. Seeing this, Ho Chao didn't say anything and let the two of them go. Shin Xiaotian pulled Aixin to a corner of the gym and asked in a low voice, "Senior AI, why are you here?" Aixin said, "I was tricked by them." Aixin told Shin Xiaotian that someone suddenly called her this morning and said that he wanted to buy 200 short-sleeved t-shirts and asked her to have them delivered to her door immediately. Aixin was only thinking about making more money and did not have any doubts at the time. She thought that these were customers attracted by the stall she set up in the evenings of the past 2 days. So Aixin personally delivered 200 t-shirts here as requested by the other party. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at Brother Chao's fitness center, Ho Chao controlled her and snatched her cell phone. Aixin was frightened at the time, but fortunately Ho Chao's target was not her, he just locked her in the room. Then, Ho Chao used Aixin's mobile phone to send a text message to Shin Xiaotian and tricked him into coming over. After Aixin finished speaking, she felt very guilty. "Xiaotian, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I got you into trouble. I shouldn't have said you were my boyfriend. I'm really sorry." Shin Xiaotian smiled and shook his head. "Senior AI, it's okay, I'll beat these people down in a while, and see if they dare to mess with us again in the future." Just as Aixin was about to speak, the door to the locker room suddenly opened. Hu Kai, wearing a Sanda uniform, walked out with a confident look and steady steps. At this time, Ho Chao waved to Shin Xiaotian, signaling him to come over quickly. Shin Xiaotian turned around and was about to go over, but Aixin suddenly grabbed his arm, looking very worried. Shin Xiaotian immediately patted Aixin's arm and said confidently, "Don't worry, senior sister AI, you have to have confidence in me, just wait and see how I beat him down." After saying that, Shin Xiaotian strode towards the boxing ring. Aixin hurriedly followed, a worried look on her face. Although Aixin knew that Shin Xiaotian was a good fighter, the situation that night was completely different from the current situation. The guy in the KTV is about the same height and build as Shin Xiaotian, while the muscular man in front of him is called Hu Kai, and others call him Coach Hu. In terms of height and weight, Shin Xiaotian is far inferior to Hu Kai. If we talk about weight class, Shin Xiaotian should be 2 or 3 weight classes behind Hu Kai. Just then, Aixin suddenly heard a burst of laughter. AIXIN was very confused and looked up immediately. It turned out that the person who was laughing was Shin Xiaotian. Boy, what are you laughing at? Don't laugh. The owner of the voice was Hu Kai, who was yelling at Shin Xiaotian with an angry face. AIXIN didn't understand what was going on, so she quickly walked up to Shin Xiaotian and asked, Xiaotian, what's wrong? Why are you laughing all of a sudden? Shin Xiaotian still had a smile on his face. He pointed at Hu Kai over there and whispered, Senior AI, look at him. AIXIN was puzzled and quickly turned her head to look over. At this time, Hu Kai had taken off his sunglasses, revealing his original appearance. However, what AIXIN didn't expect was that Hu Kai's eyes were actually small and round. It doesn't mean that people with round eyes are necessarily ugly. This is mainly because Hu Kai's face is relatively wide and big, which forms a huge contrast with his two round eyes. Especially when Hu Kai blinked his little eyes angrily, the scene was really funny and hilarious. After being stunned for about 2 seconds, AIXIN suddenly burst out laughing. Then, AIXIN realized that it was not nice to make fun of someone in person. She quickly turned her back, covered her mouth with one hand, and tried hard to hold back her laughter. Hu Kai was already very angry, and now after hearing AIXIN smile, he instantly became furious and crazy. What are you laughing at, bitch? What's so funny? If AIXIN wasn't a woman, Hu Kai would have rushed over and beat her up long ago. Shin Xiaotian laughed and said to AIXIN, I now understand why he always wears sunglasses. It turns out he is so funny without them. Ha ha ha. AIXIN couldn't help laughing a few more times after hearing this, but she suddenly thought that this was not a good idea, so she hurriedly patted Shin Xiaotian on the shoulder, reminding him to restrain himself. Hu Kai was already furious, pointing at Shin Xiaotian and saying, Boy, you can laugh now, but I want to see if you can still laugh later. Hu Kai, who never hits a woman, has now focused all his anger on Shin Xiaotian. Ho Chao shook his head inside, feeling somewhat sympathetic towards Shin Xiaotian. What Hu Kai cares about most is people making fun of his appearance. It would have been fine if Shin Xiaotian just laughed secretly, but he actually laughed so loudly in front of everyone. He would definitely suffer a lot soon. Okay, everyone, be serious. Put on your protective gear and get ready to start. Ho Chao interrupted both sides while clapping his hands. As soon as he finished speaking, a muscular man brought protective gear and distributed it to Shin Xiaotian and Hu Kai one after another. A helmet and 2 gloves, that's all the protective gear. Shin Xiaotian was given a red helmet and red boxing gloves, while Hu Kai was given a blue one. Shin Xiaotian looked down, then touched the helmet and gloves in his hands, which felt thin and old. Then, Shin Xiaotian picked up the helmet and smelled it. The next second, an indescribable smell of sweat rushed into his nose, making Shin Xiaotian frown. Hey, isn't there anything cleaner? This smell is too bad. It hasn't been washed for 800 years. Shin Xiaotian shouted with disgust. When AIXIN heard this, she hurriedly went to smell it, then covered her nose with her hands, also looking disgusted. Ho Chao suddenly felt unhappy, thinking, you are a beaten bastard, and you still have the mind to pick on such a small problem. Boy, these are our conditions. Please make do with them. Ho Chao said coldly. Shin Xiaotian was unwilling to wear such a smelly helmet, so he immediately threw the smelly helmet on the bench. Then, Shin Xiaotian put on his boxing gloves and said, let's do it this way. It doesn't matter whether we use this thing or not. To be honest, according to Shin Xiaotian's idea, he didn't even want to wear boxing gloves because the smell was too strong. But after careful consideration, I decided not to do so, mainly because I didn't want to kill anyone. When Ho Chao saw that he was unwilling to wear a helmet, he immediately frowned. Just as she was about to speak, AIXIN spoke first, no. Before she finished her words, AIXIN had already picked up the helmet on the bench and forced Shin Xiaotian to put it on. Shin Xiaotian refused at first, but AIXIN insisted that he wear it no matter what, and her expression and tone left no room for doubt. Shin Xiaotian knew that AIXIN was worried about getting hurt, so he had no choice but to agree. Afterwards, Shin Xiaotian endured the smell of sweat and put on the helmet with the help of AIXIN. At the same time, Hu Kai, who had put on protective gear first, had already climbed over the ropes of the ring and began to walk back and forth on the ring, punching and kicking, doing warm-up exercises. Before Shin Xiaotian went on stage, AIXIN tightly shook Shin Xiaotian's hand and whispered to him, come on. Shin Xiaotian responded with a smile, then turned and walked towards the ring, climbing over the ropes with ease. Seeing the two men go up to the ring, everyone present immediately surrounded them. Shin Xiaotian didn't waste any words. He stretched his neck twice and then went towards Hu Kai with full fighting spirit. Wait! Ho Chao under the ring suddenly stopped the two of them. Shin Shaotian stopped, turned around and frowned and asked, "What?" Hu Kai shouted, "I haven't told you the rules yet." Chapter 90. You are a little stronger than I thought. Shin Shaotian was speechless and had to step back, motioning Ho Chao to speak quickly. Seeing Shin Shaotian's impatient look, Hu Kai immediately yelled, "Boy, Brother Chao is thinking about you. If this is a fight without rules, you will die here today." Shin Shaotian just wanted to end the battle quickly at the moment, so he was too lazy to argue with him so as not to waste more time. But I still replied in my heart, I should be the one saying this. Afterwards, Ho Chao announced the rules of the competition. Shin Shaotian understood it after listening for a while. It was just the rules of Sanda, nothing new. It has to be said that Ho Chao put some thought into teaching Shin Shaotian a lesson. He deliberately packaged the one-sided beating as a fighting competition in order to avoid responsibility. If Shin Shaotian went to call the police after being beaten, they could use fighting as an excuse. Moreover, all those present were Ho Chao's men, and they could all serve as witnesses when the time comes. After Ho Chao announced the rules, he emphasized again the vital parts that should not be hit. Then he looked at Shin Shaotian and asked, "Shin Shaotian, do you understand all the rules?" Shin Shaotian didn't say anything, but just nodded calmly, his eyes like a hawk, always staring at Hu Kai opposite him. Hu Kai was already feeling very uncomfortable being stared at by Shin Shaotian. It was strange, and he didn't understand why, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. It was as if a tiny voice kept whispering, "You will lose. You will lose." Gradually, Hu Kai became annoyed. He raised his hand and slapped his face, secretly angrily retorting to the voice in his heart, "Get lost, how could I possibly lose?" Hu Kai had no idea that Shin Shaotian had already adjusted his mentality and state. At this moment, his eyes and aura were infinitely close to himself when he participated in the competition. "Hu Kai, what about you?" Ho Chao looked at Hu Kai again. Of course Ho Chao knew that Hu Kai understood the rules. He asked this just to remind Hu Kai not to be too harsh in the future, so as not to make things worse. Hu Kai nodded vigorously in response, then raised his fists and assumed a fighting stance. Start! At Ho Chao's command, the competition began. At this moment, Aixin's heart quickly rose to her throat. She couldn't help but clench her hands together and press them hard against her chest, not even daring to breathe. Hu Kai on the ring was thinking about whether to attack the top lane first or hit the bottom lane first. Shin Shaotian on the opposite side was already coming towards him. And looking at his eyes and expression, there was no trace of fear at all. Seeing that Shin Shaotian was already in front of him, Hu Kai swung his fist without thinking and hit him on the nose. But what Hu Kai didn't expect was that Shin Shaotian reacted so quickly that he dodged by just tilting his head slightly. At this moment, Hu Kai was shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed, "So fast." But in the next moment, Hu Kai was no longer surprised by Shin Shaotian's reaction and speed. Because he had been punched on the bridge of his nose, he groaned in pain and immediately staggered back a few steps. Shin Shaotian threw this punch while dodging Hu Kai's attack. Hu Kai didn't even have time to retract his attack at that time, so how could he dodge the punch? At the same time, Aixin in the ring saw Shin Shaotian hit Hu Kai and immediately cheered excitedly. Although Aixin didn't know how to fight, she could see that Shin Shaotian's speed and agility far exceeded Hu Kai's. In sharp contrast to Aixin's excited cheers were naturally Ho Chao and his companions. They all thought from the beginning that Hu Kai would win, the only difference was how long Shin Shaotian could hold out before begging for mercy. But the first thing they saw was that Hu Kai got beaten. You have to know that Hu Kai is a very powerful figure in their circle. At this time, Hu Kai had already stepped back a few steps and stood firm. While retreating, Hu Kai raised his arms to protect his head to prevent his opponent from chasing him. However, the expected pursuit did not happen. Hu Kai looked up and saw Shin Shaotian still standing more than 1 meter away, looking at him with a sneer on his lips. "Hu Kai, don't underestimate the enemy," Ho Chao reminded him immediately. Hu Kai immediately perked up, rubbed his painful nose, and then nodded vigorously. "Not bad, kid, you're a little bit stronger than I thought." At this moment, Hu Kai has not yet realized the gap between himself and Shin Shaotian. He just felt that he had underestimated his enemy, otherwise how could this skinny monkey hit him? "Really?" Shin Shaotian replied with a sneer. Hu Kai suddenly felt that he was being looked down upon, and he became instantly furious. The next moment, Hu Kai suddenly made a fake punch. In fact, he used a whip kick and kicked Shin Shaotian's thigh fiercely. The kick was so powerful that if it hit Shin Xiaotian solidly, with his body's ability to withstand blows, there was a high probability that he would have broken a bone. Hu Kai is very confident in this move. Because when he usually sparred with people he wasn't familiar with, the success rate of this move was quite high. It is no exaggeration to describe it as killing at first sight. Hu Kai initially planned to play slowly with Shin Xiaotian. It's like an adult boxing with a child. They first walk around and then play around, saying all kinds of pretentious words, until they get tired of playing and then use cool moves to KO the other person. But after being hit by Shin Xiaotian's first punch, Hu Kai changed his mind. Hu Kai made a decisive decision to find someone more powerful first for Shin Xiaotian. First, you can get the upper hand back immediately, and second, it can make him lose a lot of fighting power and confidence. After that, I can slowly humiliate and teach him a lesson. Although ideals are full, the reality is very skinny. Hu Kai thought that the kick was going to hit the target, but Shin Xiaotian dodged it again. Not only did Shin Xiaotian dodge it, he also kicked Hu Kai back when he was finishing his attack. This kick was a straight kick, hitting Hu Kai's crotch accurately. Hu Kai, who was kicked, suddenly lost his balance and quickly retreated, then leaned on the ropes of the boxing ring. Fortunately, there were ropes, otherwise Hu Kai would have definitely fallen down on the ring, looking several times more embarrassed than he is now. Xiaotian, well done, great kick. At this time, AIXIN's excited cheers rang out from the audience again. Several muscular men nearby shook their heads and made disappointed sounds, obviously very dissatisfied with Hu Kai's performance. However, Ho Chao had a stern and solemn expression. He finally understood that Shin Xiaotian was not only not a novice in fighting, but also an advanced fighter. Hu Kai, don't hold back, go all out. Ho Chao shouted. At this moment, Hu Kai on the stage also woke up. Just because Shin Xiaotian was shorter and heavier than himself, he took it for granted that he was a rookie. Who would have thought that after the fight, I realized that Shin Xiaotian was actually a tough guy? Boy, you forced me to do this. Hu Kai glared at Shin Xiaotian and began to grit his teeth when speaking. Shin Xiaotian raised his hand and hooked Hu Kai with his boxing gloves, his expression of contempt and disdain showing the utmost sarcasm. Hu Kai couldn't stand this kind of provocation. He suddenly burst out with strength, took a step forward, then jumped up and punched Shin Xiaotian with all his strength. Shin Xiaotian took a big step back calmly and easily avoided his attack again. What happened next was the same as the previous two times. Shin Xiaotian threw a right hook punch without waiting for Hu Kai to land and stand firmly. There was a loud thump, and Hu Kai, who had suffered a heavy blow to the head, fell heavily on the ring. Shin Xiaotian, who fell on the ring, felt dizziness and darkness in front of his eyes. He tried very hard to stand up and continue fighting with Shin Xiaotian. But my head has been buzzing for a long time. Seeing that he was powerless, Hu Kai was filled with endless hatred. Chapter 91. I just want to play a little longer. Seeing Hu Kai being knocked down by a punch, AIXIN, Ho Chao, and several other muscular men were all shocked. Coach Hu, are you okay? Hurry up, Coach Hu. The muscular men started shouting. Ho Chao couldn't help but yell, Hu Kai. AIXIN was pleasantly surprised, but her heart, which had been hanging in the air, had now completely settled down in her stomach. She really didn't expect Shin Xiaotian to be so powerful. No wonder he was so confident and calm just now. On the ring, Shin Xiaotian looked at Hu Kai indifferently, hooked his finger again, and continued to provoke, get up, it's not fun to pretend to be dead. Hu Kai was certainly not pretending to be dead. He was just stunned by the punch and couldn't recover in a short time. Even though Hu Kai has well-developed muscles, he is usually called Coach Hu by everyone. In fact, he learned the Sanda technique halfway through his career, and his greatest advantage is his great strength and powerful momentum. When facing those who are just fancy-looking people, Coach Hu Kai is naturally invincible. But when they meet a master like Shin Xiaotian who has real skills and whose actual combat level is far superior to theirs, they can only take the beating. Hu Kai didn't want to embarrass himself in front of everyone, so he immediately slammed the table with his fist and stood up angrily. Damn it, you're looking for death. Hu Kai cursed angrily. Shin Xiaotian sneered, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Next, Hu Kai used all his skills and launched wave after wave of attacks on Shin Xiaotian. Hu Kai didn't hold back when he threw his punches, and the whirring sound of his fists passed by Shin Xiaotian's ears from time to time. But unfortunately, after a flurry of fierce punches, he didn't even hit Shin Xiaotian. Due to the excessive physical exertion from continuous punching, Hu Kai quickly became exhausted. He stopped attacking and began to breathe heavily. When Shin Xiaotian saw Hu Kai like this, he couldn't help laughing. You have no strength now? He looks as strong as a bull, but I didn't expect him to be a weak guy. Hu Kai panted and said angrily, if you have the guts, don't run. Okay, as you wish. After Shin Xiaotian finished speaking, he rushed towards Hu Kai and kicked him. Hu Kai was still taking a breath when he saw Shin Xiaotian suddenly kicking him. He was so scared that he quickly raised his arms to protect his eyes and closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Hu Kai felt a kick in his lower abdomen. Ouch! Hu Kai cried out in pain, immediately squatted down holding his stomach, then slowly fell down and curled up on the ring. Hu Kai thought Shin Xiaotian was going to kick him in the face, but he ended up kicking him in the stomach. Hu Kai! When Ho Chao saw that something was wrong, he immediately crawled through the ropes and rushed onto the ring, checking on Hu Kai's condition with concern. Hu Kai was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. His face turned red and he held his stomach tightly with an extremely painful expression. Seeing this, several other muscular men also ran onto the ring and instantly surrounded Hu Kai in the middle. Shin Xiaotian sneered and then retreated to a corner of the ring. Ixan also ran over at this time and looked up at Shin Xiaotian. Xiaotian, you were so awesome. Shin Xiaotian smiled confidently, it's okay. After a while, Hu Kai finally recovered. However, he no longer had the ability and confidence to continue fighting, and was helped off the ring by the two men. Seeing that his opponents were gone, Shin Xiaotian prepared to take off his boxing gloves and helmet. At this moment, Ho Chao suddenly shouted, wait a minute, it's not over yet. Shin Xiaotian paused, then looked up at Ho Chao with a frown on his face. Ho Chao glared at Shin Xiaotian and said, I want to fight you. Ixin immediately became anxious and shouted, hey, how can you cheat? You are too dishonest. Of course Ho Chao knew that this was cheating, but when he saw Hu Kai lose so miserably and so completely, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. It's okay, senior sister I just want to play for a while longer. Shin Xiaotian said easily. When Ho Chao saw that Shin Xiaotian agreed, he immediately asked someone to bring protective gear and put it on quickly. A few minutes later, a new game started on the ring. As soon as Ho Chao came on the court, he was like an enraged bull, his eyes burning with unyielding flames. Every punch and kick was full of power and speed, trying to suppress Shin Xiaotian with his fierce offensive. Facing Ho Chao's attack, Shin Xiaotian appeared unusually calm. His steps were nimble and his body was like a fish in water, and he could easily avoid Ho Chao's attacks every time. As time passed, beads of sweat began to appear on Ho Chao's forehead. His breathing gradually became heavy, but his eyes remained firm. He had realized the gap between himself and Shin Xiaotian, but was unwilling to admit defeat easily. It has to be said that Ho Chao's boxing and kicking techniques are obviously more powerful than Hu Kai's, and his practical experience is also richer. But compared with Shin Xiaotian, the gap is still very big. Ixin's heart was in suspense again under the ring. Because she didn't know that Shin Xiaotian was deliberately observing the other party's strength. She only saw that Shin Xiaotian was always on the defensive and did not gain the upper hand and knock down his opponent as quickly as he did just now. I naturally thought that Shin Xiaotian had met a strong enemy. Seeing that Ho Chao was beating Shin Xiaotian, several muscular men watching in the audience couldn't help but shout loudly. Hu Kai was one of them. He clenched his fists and kept yelling beat him, as if he had poured all his anger into his voice. At this moment, Shin Xiaotian suddenly dodged Ho Chao's heavy punch, and then hit him with an uppercut, accurately hitting his chin. Ho Chao, who was hit hard, suddenly panicked and subconsciously stepped back. But before he could stand firm, Shin Xiaotian had already chased after him. The next moment, fists fell on his head like a rainstorm. Ho Chao didn't have time to think about it. He immediately put his hands on his head and stepped back. But after taking only a few steps back, Ho Chao hit the ropes and had nowhere to retreat. But Shin Xiaotian's attack continued, giving his opponent no chance to breathe. Soon, Shin Xiaotian's fist found a flaw and hit Ho Chao's left cheek. Because Ho Chao's lower body was relatively solid, this punch did not knock him to the ground. But this was not good news for Ho Chao, because the punch had broken down his defense. Then more punches hit him in the face. Finally, Ho Chao couldn't hold on any longer and fell heavily on the ring. Brother Chao! Several people in the audience shouted anxiously. When Shin Xiaotian saw the other party fall down, he stopped, stepped back a few steps, and began to breathe heavily. Ho Chao, who had fallen, took a few breaths before he slowly sat up. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Boy, you win. You can go now." Ho Chao knew that he was no match for Shin Xiaotian, so he had to keep his promise and let Shin Xiaotian and Ixan go. After hearing this, Shin Xiaotian took off his smelly helmet and boxing gloves and threw them on the ring. AIXIN was very happy and quickly ran to the side of the ring, signaling Shin Xiaotian to come down quickly. But Shin Xiaotian had no intention of leaving and instead walked towards Ho Chao. Ho Chao was secretly shocked and immediately became alert. What did this kid want to do? When Hu Kai and others in the audience saw that something was wrong, they quickly jumped onto the stage, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Shin Xiaotian didn't say anything, walked over calmly, bent down and extended his right hand towards Ho Chao. Ho Chao looked at Shin Xiaotian, then stretched out his right hand and grabbed Shin Xiaotian. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian pulled Ho Chao up. After letting go, Shin Xiaotian asked with a puzzled look on his face, "I'm a little curious, how much money did Wang Sheng give you?" Chapter 92, Treat Others in Their Own Way. Ho Chao did not answer immediately after hearing this question. Instead, he frowned and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, "It's nothing, just consider it as satisfying my curiosity." Ho Chao shook his head and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I can't talk about this." Shin Xiaotian shrugged with some regret, then turned and walked towards the edge of the ring. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian made a cool move, climbed over the ropes and jumped steadily off the ring. AIXIN immediately came to Shin Xiaotian and prepared to leave with him. Shin Xiaotian was about to take a step, but suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian turned around and looked at Ho Chao and others on the ring. Let me ask you a question. Now that you are trying to beat me up but end up getting beaten up instead, will Wang Sheng still give you money?" Shin Xiaotian asked with a smile. Ho Chao's face suddenly became a little embarrassed and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Hu Kai was very angry and said angrily, "Shin Xiaotian, you are deliberately trying to piss us off, right?" The others were also very angry and glared at Shin Xiaotian. As soon as Shin Xiaotian saw their reactions, he knew that they would definitely not get the money. Hu Kai said again, "Hurry up and leave. Believe it or not, if you provoke us, we will attack you all at once." AIXIN was startled and quickly grabbed Shin Xiaotian's hand and walked towards the door. Shin Xiaotian was not afraid at all. He turned around and signaled AIXIN not to panic, then turned back and said, "Hey, you guys don't want to work in vain, do you? Are you interested in negotiating a deal with me?" Ho Chao did not respond immediately, but met Shin Xiaotian's gaze and looked at him for a long time. Soon, Ho Chao noticed something from Shin Xiaotian's eyes. Ho Chao stepped forward, slipped through the ropes and jumped off the ring, and asked, "What's the deal?" Hu Kai and others also jumped off the ring and followed Ho Chao's footsteps. Shin Xiaotian said loudly, "No matter how much Wang Sheng promised to pay you, I can give you double it." When Hu Kai and others heard this, their eyes lit up instantly. Then they all looked at Ho Chao. Although Ho Chao looked normal at this time, he was still a little shocked in his heart. What are the conditions? Ho Chao certainly understood that getting double pay came at a price. Shin Xiaotian said, "Treat them in their own way." Everyone was not a fool, and they immediately understood what Shin Xiaotian said. This guy wanted them to bring Wang Sheng over as well, and then treat Wang Sheng the same way they treated Shin Xiaotian. Impossible. Wang Sheng is my best friend, don't even think about it. Ho Chao refused decisively with a firm attitude. Hu Kai originally wanted to persuade Ho Chao to reconsider it, but who knew that Ho Chao responded so quickly, which made it difficult for him to persuade him. After hearing Ho Chao's answer, Shin Xiaotian couldn't help laughing. What a shitty best friend, he just complains about the little money. At the same time, Shin Xiaotian also understood one thing, that is, the reward promised by Wang Sheng was not much. 3 times. Suddenly, Shin Xiaotian raised 3 fingers and raised his voice a lot. As the saying goes, there is no absolute loyalty in the world, it's just that there are not enough chips for betrayal. Ho Chao's expression froze after hearing this, and a light flashed in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was a little moved. Hu Kai and the others were delighted and looked at Ho Chao again, not hiding their anticipation. Ho Chao thought for a moment, shook his head and replied in a deep voice, "I have already said it just now, Wang Sheng is my best friend, we will not do anything to let him down." When Hu Kai saw that Ho Chao still refused, he became a little anxious, so he secretly pulled Ho Chao's clothes from behind. Ho Chao immediately blocked Hu Kai's hand without showing any strange expression. Shin Xiaotian understood Ho Chao's thoughts at a glance. He just wanted to take the opportunity to ask for more. At this moment, AIXIN suddenly pulled Shin Xiaotian. "Xiaotian, let's go, ignore them, I will go and settle the score with Wang Sheng." Shin Xiaotian looked at AIXIN and asked curiously, "How are you going to settle the score with him? Beat him up? Or scold him?" AIXIN couldn't answer. If it comes to fighting, there is no way she can beat the tall and strong Wang Sheng. If you want to curse, what's the point even if you curse to death? Wang Sheng 1T lose a piece of meat, so it 1T make me feel better at all. Moreover, Wang Sheng never showed up during the entire incident. Even if she called the police, she had no evidence and could not expect Ho Chao and others to testify for her. Shin Xiaotian sighed lightly and said seriously, Senior AI, since you don't know how to settle the score with him, then leave it to me. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian looked at Ho Chao and the others again and said, hey, 3 times is already a lot, don't be too greedy. Ho Chao didn't say anything, but there was a hint of hesitation in his expression. Shin Xiaotian waited for a few seconds, and seeing that Ho Chao had not expressed his opinion, he shrugged and said, in this case, I can only go find someone else. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian pulled AIXAN towards the door. When Hu Kai saw that the two were really going to leave, he couldn't help but shouted, wait a minute. Shin Xiaotian slowly stopped and looked back at the few people. Hu Kai looked at Ho Chao anxiously and said, Brother Chao, 3 times. That's 6,000 yuan. Shin Xiaotian was speechless for a while, thinking, these guys are too cheap, they are willing to be thugs for others for a mere 2,000 yuan. I can count, no need for you to remind me. Ho Chao frowned in displeasure, secretly cursing Hu Kai for his impatience. I didn't say I didn't agree. Doesn't he understand? Hu Kai looked anxious and continued, Brother Chao, if we had this money, we could at least renovate the walls and floors. Oh, and the signboards and posters outside can also be replaced with new ones. Look at our place now. It's old and run down. Customers run away as soon as they come in. How could anyone be willing to apply for a card? If no one comes to apply for a card, our store will close down sooner or later. As Hu Kai spoke, he winked at the other people, indicating that they should help persuade them as well. Brother Chao, Coach Hu is right. We should quickly renovate our place. Yes, Brother Chao, renovation is urgent, otherwise we will really have to close down. Several others also advised. In the end, Ho Chao couldn't resist the persuasion of Hu Kai and others, and could only nod and agree, okay, I promise you. Hu Kai and the others were delighted at the same time, and immediately looked up at Shin Xiaotian expectantly. Unexpectedly, Shin Xiaotian said, sorry, there are only 5,000 left now. What? Everyone was surprised. Shin Xiaotian said coldly, who told you to dilly-dally? Time is money, didn't the teacher teach you that before? Shin Xiaotian, you are not trustworthy. Ho Chao shouted. Shin Xiaotian's mouth twitched, and he retorted coldly, I learned that from you. Ho Chao was stunned at first, then he reacted and his face instantly became embarrassed. I was the one who broke my promise just now and insisted on dragging Shin Xiaotian into another fight. Not only did he not win the fight, he was also beaten up by the other party, and now he will lose 1,000 yuan. Shin Xiaotian didn't waste any words and said loudly, I'm in a hurry, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. The next second, Shin Xiaotian began to count down, 3, 2, 1. Before he finished speaking, Hu Kai shouted anxiously, 5,000 is 5,000, we agree. Right, Brother Chao? Having said that, Hu Kai immediately pushed Ho Chao, signaling him to agree quickly. Several people nearby also advised Ho Chao not to go against money. Ho Chao was extremely helpless. He couldn't beat Shin Xiaotian, and he didn't have the nerve to not make the money. In the end, Ho Chao could only nod and agree, okay, then 5,000. Chapter 93 Is this how you treat your sponsor? Shin Xiaotian smiled and nodded, then said to AIXAN, Senior AI, let's go in and sit down, and wait for the show to start. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian took AIXAN and strode towards Ho Chao's office. AIXAN was feeling nervous and actually wanted to leave immediately. But since Shin Xiaotian refused to leave, AIXAN didn't know what to say, so she quickly followed him. Ho Chao's office was the one that AIXAN came out of before. As Shin Xiaotian walked into the office, he turned to Ho Chao and said, Hey, you better hurry up, I won't wait too long. Ho Chao was afraid that the money he had earned would fly away, so he quickly responded, Don't worry, brother, I'll go get Wang Sheng over right away. After saying that, Ho Chao said a few words to Hu Kai and the others, then turned and ran out the door. AIXAN suddenly remembered something and immediately shouted, Wait a minute, where's my phone? Ho Chao then remembered that he had not returned the phone to AIXAN. The next second, Ho Chao turned back and ran into the office. Ho Chao took out the key and opened a locked drawer, then took out a mobile phone. He then apologized and handed it back to AIXAN with both hands. After Ho Chao left, Shin Xiaotian and AIXAN walked into the office. Not only was the office shabby and run down, the things on the desk were also messy, and there was a strange smell in the air. Although it doesn't smell very nice, it's much more comfortable to stay outside. Shin Xiaotian did not sit down immediately, but instead glanced around the office first. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian's eyes fell on a large cardboard box on the ground next to the wall. Shin Xiaotian recognized this cardboard box. It was the box that AIXIN used to pack her short-sleeved t-shirts. I went forward to open it and took a look, and sure enough, the box was full of brand new short-sleeved t-shirts. The layout is very neat, and the colors are well classified from light to dark. Shin Xiaotian turned around and said, "Senior AI, we almost forgot about this box of goods." "Yeah, I almost forgot." AIXIN just remembered it. The situation just now made her a little too panicked. She was thinking about leaving this damn place as soon as possible, and she had long forgotten about the box of goods. If she really left, AIXIN would definitely not have the courage to come back and get the box of t-shirts. The thought of it making her feel like a loss. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian had just sat down on the sofa when a system prompt message appeared in front of him. AIXIN favorability +6. Current favorability of AIXIN, 17. Shin Xiaotian frowned secretly, thinking, my performance just now should be quite cool. Why did I only increase my favorability by 6 points? This shouldn't be the case. Shin Xiaotian didn't know that at this moment AIXIN was mostly thinking about self-blame. AIXIN believed that if she had not lied to Wang Shang that Shin Xiaotian was her boyfriend, Wang Shang would not have sought revenge on Shin Xiaotian. What happened today was all her fault. It is because of the excessive sense of self-blame that the increase in favorability is affected. At this moment, Shin Xiaotian heard AIXIN's voice. "Xiaotian, I'm really sorry for today. I've got you into trouble." AIXIN blamed herself. Shin Xiaotian immediately said, "Senior AI, why are you apologizing to me? The one who should apologize is Wang Shang." AIXIN nodded and said, "I know, but I also have responsibilities. I shouldn't have said you were my boyfriend that day. I'm sorry. Can you please stop saying sorry? You're not like the senior sister AI I know at all." Shin Xiaotian said. AIXIN suddenly became curious and asked, "Xiaotian, what kind of person am I in your eyes?" Shin Xiaotian thought about it and said seriously, straightforward, hearty, and clear about love and hate. "Oh, and I've never been nagging. I always say sorry to others." When AIXIN heard him say that, she immediately felt a little embarrassed and said quickly, "Okay, I know. I won't say anything, okay?" Shin Xiaotian immediately smiled and nodded, "That's right. This is more like the senior sister AI I know." After a pause, AIXIN suddenly lowered her voice and asked, "By the way, Xiaotian, you're not really going to give them 5,000 yuan, are you?" Shin Xiaotian said, "Yes, what's wrong?" AIXIN frowned and thought for a moment, then whispered, "Xiaotian, why don't you just forget it? 5,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. There's no need to waste it on a bastard like Wang Shang. Why is it not necessary?" Shin Xiaotian immediately raised his voice, "I think it is absolutely necessary." Shin Xiaotian said firmly, "Today I must teach Wang Shang a lesson. Let's see if he dares to harass you again. Let alone spending 5,000, I'm willing to pay even 50,000. Hearing this, AIXIN was immediately moved. At the same time, a system prompt message appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. AIXIN favorability +1. Current favorability of AIXIN, 18. After a while, AIXIN suddenly became a little worried and asked weakly, "Xiaotian, what if Wang Shang calls the police?" AIXIN is a girl after all, and she has a natural fear of this kind of thing. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior AI, Wang Shang won't call the police, and he doesn't dare to call the police." AIXIN was a little confused. Shin Xiaotian patiently explained, "Senior AI, do you believe it? If Wang Shang dares to call the police, I bet that Ho Chao and the others will eat him alive. In fact, to put it bluntly, the whole thing is just hiring thugs to beat someone up. The thugs hired by Shin Xiaotian and Wang Shang are from the same gang. If they really call the police, Ho Chao and his friends won't get a penny. Why did Ho Chao and others agree to let Wang Shang teach Shin Xiaotian a lesson? It's just for that 2,000 yuan. But Shin Xiaotian was too good at fighting, so Ho Chao and his team were unable to complete the mission and thus could not get the 2,000 yuan reward from Wang Shang. Now I finally have the chance to earn 5,000 from Shin Xiaotian, which is 3,000 more than before. Just imagine if Wang Shang called the police and cut off Ho Chao and others' source of income, how would they feel? When they get out of jail, will Wang Shang still have a good life?" After listening to Shin Xiaotian's explanation, AIXIN finally felt relieved and no longer worried about Wang Shang calling the police. After a moment, Shin Xiaotian suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. Xiaotian, where are you going? AI Xian also stood up immediately. Shin Xiaotian asked with a smile, Senior AI, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something to fill your stomach? Shin Xiaotian had just played 2 games and was already hungry. AI Xian immediately said, I'll go buy it. No, just sit down. How could Shin Xiaotian let AI Xian go buy food? After he said that, he asked AI Xian to sit back. Then, Shin Xiaotian walked to the door and shouted outside, Hey, where are the people? Where did they go? As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Kai came running over happily. Brother, what's up? At this time, Hu Kai put on his sunglasses again, and his expression was completely different from before. Shin Xiaotian said angrily, I say, is this how you entertain your sponsor? Not to mention food, there's not even a bottle of drink. Sorry, brother, it's our negligence. I'll go buy it now. Hu Kai had a very good attitude. Shin Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction and said, Go quickly and come back soon. Right away, right away. Hu Kai didn't dare to delay and immediately turned around and ran outside. More than 10 minutes later, Hu Kai came back with 2 large supermarket shopping bags in his hands, which were bulging and heavy. When you open it, you will find that there are not only cola, juice, and tea drinks, but also a wide variety of snacks. Shin Xiaotian placed the snacks in front of AI Xian and said with a smile, Senior AI, let's eat while we wait. Chapter 94 It's all Wang Sheng's fault. Wow, why did you buy so much? AI Xian was a little surprised and slightly opened her rosy lips. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but keep his gaze on AI Xian's lips for 2 seconds, thinking, looking closely, Senior AI's lips are quite sexy. When AI Xian looked up at Shin Xiaotian had already looked away. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, Senior AI, it's 5,000 yuan. What's the big deal about eating their food? AI Xian thought about it and then took out a bag of snacks from the bag, opened it and handed it to Shin Xiaotian. Xiaotian, you eat first. AI Xian smiled gently. Shin Xiaotian didn't hesitate to take it and started eating it in big mouthfuls. AI Xian was very happy. She immediately took out another bag of snacks, opened it and started eating. After a while, Shin Xiaotian suddenly asked, By the way, Senior Sister AI, how was your business last night? How many pieces did you sell? When AI Xian heard Shin Xiaotian asking about business, she immediately became excited. Business was very good last night. I took another 600 t-shirts and sold more than 200 of them in one night. My 2 friends and I were almost exhausted. AI Xian stuffed snacks into her mouth while happily recounting the exciting scene of last night. Shin Xiaotian listened very carefully and praised AI Xian from time to time, which made the smile on AI Xian's face even brighter. After a while, AI Xian suddenly said, By the way, Xiaotian, some people on the pedestrian street have learned our tricks and started selling goods this way. These people are so shameless that they are blatantly stealing our ideas. AI Xian frowned and pursed her lips, her face full of dissatisfaction. Shin Xiaotian was very calm and said calmly, This is inevitable. People are not fools. Seeing that such a sale is so popular, they will definitely follow suit. Then what should we do? If more and more people follow our example, business will become increasingly difficult. AI Xian was a little worried. Shin Xiaotian thought about it and said, It's okay. We'll try a new strategy after a while and it's guaranteed to attract another wave of customers. Really? What's the new trick? AI Xian asked expectantly. Shin Xiaotian smiled and replied, I already said it will be after a while, I haven't made up my mind yet. Tisk. AI Xian was speechless. Then, Shin Xiaotian opened a bottle of juice and handed it to AI Xian. AI Xian thanked him, took it, and started drinking. Shin Xiaotian opened another bottle of Coke, raised his head and took 2 sips, then asked, Senior AI, you work so hard to make money, do you need it urgently? When AI Xian heard this, she paused slightly while drinking her drink. The next moment, AI Xian looked at Shin Xiaotian, seeming to be hesitating whether to tell him. Just then, a noisy sound came from outside the office, which immediately attracted AI Xian's attention. Shin Xiaotian immediately stood up and walked to the door, opened a small crack and looked out. I saw Ho Chao putting his arm around Wang Sheng's shoulder, chatting and laughing with him while leading him to the innermost part of the gym. At the same time, Ho Chao's other hand was constantly making gestures behind his back. The next second, someone understood what he meant and ran to lock the door of the gym without saying a word. Wang Shang had no idea that he had fallen into a trap and was still chatting with Ho Chao with a smile on his face. Soon, the two men walked to the boxing ring. As soon as he stopped, Hu Kai and several other muscular men surrounded him with unfriendly faces. Wang Shang paused at first, then he realized that something was wrong. "Brother Chao, what are you going to do?" Wang Shang asked nervously, with cold sweat on his back. Ho Chao patted Wang Shang on the shoulder and pointed at the stage, saying, "Go up." "Ah?" Wang Shang was stunned for a moment, and asked quickly, "Why, Brother Chao?" Ho Chao said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense, just go up if I tell you to." At this time, the smile on Chao's face had completely disappeared, and his eyes looking at Wang Shang became fierce. Although Wang Shang didn't understand why, he still climbed onto the stage under pressure, trembling with fear as he stood alone. "Brother Chao, what happened? Weren't we just chatting happily?" Wang Shang swallowed secretly as he spoke, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Ho Chao did not answer, but took out a set of protective gear and threw it at Wang Shang's feet. "Put it on," Ho Chao said fiercely in a deep voice. Wang Shang looked down at the protective gear and didn't pick it up. Then he looked bitter and pleaded, "Brother Chao, can you please explain clearly first? I'm so panicked when you're like this." Hu Kai on the side couldn't help it and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, Wang Shang. Hurry up and put on your protective gear, I want to fight with you." "Ha?" Wang Shang was shocked and his face turned pale in an instant. The next second, Wang Shang shook his head like a rattle. No, I won't fight you, I won't fight with you." Wang Shang knew Hu Kai's strength too well, so how could he possibly be his opponent? "That's not up to you," Hu Kai said without question. Seeing that Hu Kai was already putting on protective gear, Wang Shang gritted his teeth and suddenly ran to the other side of the ring. Then he was seen climbing over the ropes and jumping off the ring, running towards the door desperately. But the door of the gym was locked, and Wang Shang had no way to escape. After a while, Wang Shang was dragged back by two muscular men and thrown onto the boxing ring like a chicken. Just when Wang Shang was filled with fear and had no idea what was going on, a male voice suddenly came from behind Ho Chao. "What a coincidence, Wang Shang, we meet again so soon." Wang Shang looked up and was immediately shocked. "Xin Xiaotian?" The next second, Wang Shang discovered that there was a girl following Xin Xiaotian. Who else could it be but Aixin? At this moment, Wang Shang suddenly understood what was going on. Wang Shang immediately looked at Ho Chao angrily, and said in a timid tone, "Brother Chao, you clearly promised to help me, why did you suddenly turn against me?" Ho Chao immediately said, "Wang Shang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. We are not betraying you." Next, Ho Chao came up with his own theory, leaving Wang Shang speechless. Ho Chao said that they had tricked Xin Xiaotian here according to Wang Shang's request. But Xin Xiaotian was too strong and none of them were his match. Since the task was not accomplished, he was too embarrassed to ask Wang Shang for the 2,000 yuan reward. The current situation is that Xin Xiaotian is willing to pay more money and use the same method to target you. In other words, this is a brand new transaction, there is no question of backlash. After that, Ho Chao said to Hu Kai, "Let's start." Hu Kai had already put on his boxing gloves. When he heard Ho Chao's words, he immediately bumped his fists together and jumped onto the ring excitedly. It was Hu Kai who took the initiative to ask for a fight with Wang Shang because he had just suffered a loss at the hands of Xin Xiaotian. He was furious at the moment, but he had no ability to seek revenge on Xin Xiaotian, so he could only vent his anger on Wang Shang. Hu Kai's logic was very simple. If Wang Shang hadn't asked them to teach Xin Xiaotian a lesson, he wouldn't have been beaten today. So, no matter what, the reason I got beaten today was all because of Wang Shang. On the ring, Wang Shang saw Hu Kai coming up and was so scared that he quickly ran off the stage. But there were people guarding the boxing ring all around, and as soon as he got close he would be pushed back. While Wang Shang was running around on the stage, Xin Xiaotian and Aixin were already sitting on a bench with the best view. "Coach Hu, I'm in a hurry, let's start now," Xin Xiaotian said with a smile. Aixin had a cold expression on her face and said nothing, just waiting to see Wang Shang being beaten up. "Okay," Hu Kai responded loudly, and then rushed towards Wang Shang with great momentum. Wang Shang was so frightened that his legs went limp and he quickly backed away in panic. Soon, Wang Shang's back hit a corner post of the ring and he had nowhere to retreat. The next second, Hu Kai's sandbag-sized fist hit over. Wang Shang didn't have time to think about it, he immediately squatted down with his hands on his head. Then, Hu Kai's fists fell like raindrops. At the same time, screams and wails could be heard from the ring. Chapter 95. Am I that much of a miser? While screams were heard on the ring, Shin Xiaotian and Aixin were sitting on a bench, watching the show coldly. Every blow from Hu Kai made Wang Sheng feel so painful that he wanted to die, and his voice was miserable. He huddled under the corner post of the ring with his hands clasped together, looking so powerless and desperate. There was no trace of sympathy on Shin Xiaotian's face, there was only indifference and contempt in his eyes. Aixin was also very angry at the beginning, and she felt relieved every time Wang Sheng screamed in pain after being beaten. But as time went on, Wang Sheng screamed more and more miserably, and looked more and more embarrassed and pitiful. Aixin gradually felt a little bit sorry for him. Of course, it's not because Wang Sheng is her ex-boyfriend and she still has feelings for him. She couldn't bear it just because she had the compassion of a normal person. In her opinion, torturing a person like this was indeed a bit cruel. Xiaotian, that's enough. If you keep fighting, something bad will happen. Aixin gently tugged at Shin Xiaotian's sleeve and advised him reluctantly. Wang Sheng, who was being beaten, happened to hear these words and immediately shouted loudly. I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me, I really know I was wrong. Wang Sheng's voice was filled with tears. Shin Xiaotian didn't speak immediately, but let Hu Kai throw a few more punches before saying, Kochu, stop for a moment. When Hu Kai heard Shin Xiaotian's words, he stopped immediately. Immediately afterwards, Hu Kai took 2 steps back, breathing heavily, and looked back at Shin Xiaotian under the ring. Wang Sheng, who was huddled under the corner pillar, finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed miserably. Looking closely, I saw that his body and face were already covered with bruises. Shin Xiaotian stood up and slowly walked to the edge of the ring, supporting the surface with his hands in an H shape, his eyes revealing a frightening majesty. Wang Sheng, listen to me. Shin Xiaotian stared at Wang Sheng, and his voice echoed in the gym. From today on, if you dare to harass Aixin again, I guarantee that next time you will be 10 times more miserable than you are now. Shin Xiaotian's words were sonorous and powerful. Wang Sheng raised his head in pain, but after just one glance at Shin Xiaotian, he was frightened by his murderous eyes. The next second, Wang Sheng avoided Shin Xiaotian's gaze, his eyes filled with fear. Did you hear that? Shin Xiaotian suddenly roared, scaring Wang Sheng so much that his whole body trembled. I heard you, I promise, I will never harass Aixin again, I swear. When Wang Sheng spoke, his body and voice trembled involuntarily. Shin Xiaotian paused, then continued, as for me, you are welcome to come to me for revenge at any time, and I will accompany you to the end. No. Wang Sheng quickly waved his hands and shook his head. Although the literal meaning was no, the real meaning was dare not. Shin Xiaotian nodded slowly, staring at Wang Sheng with eyes like sharp knives. Remember what you said today. After saying that, Shin Xiaotian turned around and walked back to Aixin. Senior AI, let's go. Shin Xiaotian said to Aixin calmly. Aixin nodded and stood up immediately. Shin Xiaotian looked at Ho Chao next to him again, gave him a look, and indicated that they should go out and talk. Ho Chao nodded immediately and took the key from someone else. He quickly ran to unlock the door, then followed Shin Xiaotian and Aixin out of the gym. As soon as Shin Xiaotian and Aixin disappeared at the door, Wang Sheng, who fell on the ring, could no longer hold on and broke down crying. When Hu Kai heard Wang Sheng crying, he immediately turned his head and glanced at him, his face full of contempt and disgust. Why are you crying? Everyone is gone. Who are you crying to? Hu Kai said something in a bad mood, then jumped off the stage and walked away as if nothing had happened. Outside the gate, Shin Xiaotian and Aixin took Ho Chao to the ATM center. After withdrawing the money, Shin Xiaotian handed 5,000 yuan in cash to Ho Chao. Ho Chao was overjoyed when he received the money and kept saying compliments. For example, they have made friends with Shin Xiaotian. If you need help with anything, just come to him. Shin Xiaotian was not interested in listening to his flattery, so he raised his hand to interrupt and said, by the way, Brother Chao, our box of t-shirts. Ho Chao immediately misunderstood. He thought Shin Xiaotian asked him to buy those 200 t-shirts. Brother, it's not that I don't want to take care of my sister-in-law's business, it's just that there are only 5,000 yuan in total, and it's really not enough for us. Ho Chao looked bitter. Aixin suddenly heard Ho Chao calling her sister-in-law, and her face immediately became a little embarrassed. Shin Xiaotian was amused at the time. Brother Chao, what are you thinking about? What I'm saying is that you should ask someone to help us move the box of t-shirts back. Ho Chao realized that he had misunderstood. He immediately smiled and agreed readily, don't worry, I'll ask someone to move the things over right away. About 20 minutes later, Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN returned to the downstairs of AIXIN's house. That's enough, put the box down, Shin Xiaotian said to the muscular man holding the box behind him. The muscular man quickly put the box on the ground, said goodbye quickly, and ran away. Shin Xiaotian glanced at the time. It was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, almost 6 o'clock. Senior AI, it's already this late, why don't we just set up the stall so that others won't take our spot? Shin Xiaotian suggested. AIXIN immediately shook her head and said, I won't be setting up the stall today. I'll go buy some vegetables and make you a delicious meal. If it weren't for what happened in the afternoon, AIXIN would definitely agree to set up the stall without hesitation. But given the current situation, that would naturally not be done. Senior AI, today is Saturday. Wouldn't it be a loss if we don't set up the stall? Shin Xiaotian asked in surprise. AIXIN frowned slightly and pretended to be displeased. Shin Xiaotian, what do you mean? Am I that much of a miser? Shin Xiaotian had fought 2 boxing matches for her today and must be very tired. How could she bear to let him accompany her to the stall again? No, I just thought that there would be a lot of people on weekends, and it would be a shame if I didn't set up the stall, Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. What's so regretful? It's not the end of the world. There's only this weekend left, AIXIN said as she went to pick up the cardboard box. But because the box was too heavy, AIXIN had to work hard to lift it. Seeing this, Shin Xiaotian hurried forward to help. After taking the box, he found that it was much heavier than he had imagined. The next second, Shin Xiaotian saw the system prompt message. AIXIN favorability +1. Current favorability of AIXIN, 19. Senior AI, how did you carry such a heavy box of clothes just now? Shin Xiaotian asked. AIXIN said, we just moved there like this. It's not far away, so there's no need to take a taxi. Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the usually glamorous sister AI actually had a hard-working side. Shin Xiaotian frowned secretly, and became more and more puzzled. How did a girl like Senior AI become best friends with Su Mimi? The two of them are totally not on the same page. Soon, Shin Xiaotian followed AIXIN into her home. After putting down the cardboard box, AIXIN asked Shin Xiaotian to sit down in the living room. Then, AIXIN rummaged through the refrigerator while asking Shin Xiaotian what he liked to eat and whether he preferred spicy or light food. Shin Xiaotian said that he is not picky about food and he will eat whatever AIXIN cooks. Although Shin Xiaotian looked like he was easy to deal with, AIXIN was unwilling to just do it half-heartedly. AIXIN asked Shin Xiaotian to wait at home, then she hurried out and headed quickly to the nearby vegetable market. Chapter 96. I didn't expect you to be so smart. A few minutes after AIXIN left, Shin Xiaotian's phone rang. The call was from Yao Qing. Hello, Yao Qing. Shin Xiaotian answered the phone. Yao Qing asked, Xiaotian, where have you been? Why aren't you at home? Over at Jinchuan Community, Yao Qing had just walked out of the corridor of Shin Xiaotian's house. As soon as Yao Qing came back, she went to look for Shin Xiaotian, but he was not at home, so she made a wasted trip. Shin Xiaotian replied, Oh, I'm having dinner at my friend's house. Yao Qing was immediately disappointed. I wanted to invite you to have dinner together and tell you about what happened this afternoon. Shin Xiaotian said, Tomorrow morning, I'll call you as soon as I get up. Yao Qing couldn't wait any longer and asked, Is it convenient for you now? I want to talk to you right now. Shin Xiaotian replied, It's convenient. My friend is out shopping. Please tell me briefly first. Yao Qing took a few quick steps, sat down on a bench in front, and began to talk about what happened in the afternoon. This afternoon, Yao Qing took Xiaoru to visit 3 large shopping malls, focusing on the high-end brand counters. There are shops selling bags, clothes, women's shoes, and high-end cosmetics. In any case, Yao Qing did not miss out on any high-end women's brand in the mall. In order to get closer to Xiaoru, Yao Qing's acting skills exploded this afternoon. Yao Qing even forced herself to hold back her nausea and talk to the Xiaoru sisters. At that moment, she admired her own endurance and acting skills. The two were a little reserved when they first started shopping. But after strolling around for 2 hours and chatting countless heartfelt words, Xiaoru Tsai was finally touched by Yao Qing's enthusiasm, and in the end, both of them developed a sense of closeness as if they had met each other too late. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yao Qing took Xiaoru to a high-end brand store and enthusiastically selected a limited edition bag for Xiaoru. When Xiaoru learned that Yao Qing was going to buy her a limited edition bag, she was shocked and couldn't believe it, and kept shaking her head to refuse. Finally, Yao Qing used the reason that she and Xiaoru hit it off right away and she had to buy a greeting gift for her, and Xiaoru finally agreed. Shen Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, Yao Qing, how much did you buy her for the bag? Yao Qing said seriously, I originally wanted to buy one worth more than 10,000 yuan, but then I thought about it carefully. What if it's too expensive and she doesn't dare to sell it? So I chose a limited edition one worth more than 8,000 yuan. Shen Xiaotian said, you think too much, Yao Qing. If I were Xiaoru, even if you bought me a bag worth 200,000 yuan, I would still dare to sell it. Yao Qing was a little surprised and asked quickly, what if she sells it and one day I suddenly ask her to take out the bag? Shen Xiaotian laughed when he heard it, Miss, you know there are many fakes in this world, right? Yao Qing suddenly realized, yes. She just needs to buy an A-grade product of the same model, and then sell the real thing for cash. It's not that Yao Qing is stupid, but that she has never liked money since she was a child. Whether buying clothes or bags, she never considered A-grade products. Naturally, they would not immediately think of replacing Li Kuei with Li Guei. Oh, why didn't you remind me earlier? If I had known, I would have bought her the one worth more than 30,000 yuan. Yao Qing suddenly felt a little guilty, but blamed Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. Miss, what does this have to do with me? It's you who is out of touch with reality, okay? He. Yao Qing smiled innocently a few times and didn't dwell on this issue any further. The next second, Yao Qing continued, after I bought the bag, my brother came over, and then they went to eat, and I separated from them. But don't worry, I've already asked someone to secretly keep an eye on Xiaoru. As soon as she takes the bag to sell, I will receive a call immediately. Shen Xiaotian was a little curious and couldn't help asking, who did you ask to keep an eye on Xiaoru? Was it the bodyguards at home? Yao Qing immediately said, no, if I ask the bodyguards at home to keep an eye on her, my parents will know about it. I asked my cousin for help. The person she arranged is definitely reliable. When Shen Xiaotian heard that it was someone arranged by Qinyu, he was no longer worried. Although they had only met twice, Qinyu left a very good impression on Shen Xiaotian and was very reliable. Xiaotian, do you think Xiaoru will really sell this bag? Yao Qing asked with some concern, what if she keeps it for herself? Shen Xiaotian said confidently, don't worry, Yao Qing. Xiaoru even sold a set of cosmetics worth more than 5,000 yuan, how could she be willing to use a bag worth more than 8,000 yuan? Why not? What if she doesn't like that brand of cosmetics, but happens to like this limited edition bag? Yao Qing asked. Shen Xiaotian patiently explained, Yao Qing, believe it or not, Xiaoru's family conditions must be very ordinary. If her family conditions were good, how could she be a gold digger? Yeah. Yao Qing responded softly, feeling that there was some truth in it. Shen Xiaotian continued, since you've become a gold digger, then making money must be your primary mission. Even if she sells the bag at a 50% discount, it's still over 4,000 yuan. Do you think she wouldn't be tempted? Then, Shen Xiaotian said, also, she is just an ordinary female college student, not a rich girl. Even if she carries a limited edition bag worth more than 8,000 yuan every day, how many people do you think will think that her bag is genuine? Instead of being talked about by others as if her real bag is fake, she might as well be practical and exchange the item for cash. Oh. Yao Qing thought it made sense and her voice immediately became higher. Shen Xiaotian smiled and said, so just wait and see, she will definitely sell the bag soon. Yeah. Yao Qing nodded vigorously, and her confidence was instantly boosted. At this time, Shen Xiaotian suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, Yao Qing, you suddenly spent so much money to buy a bag for Xiaoru today, but she didn't ask you why you suddenly had money again? Last night, the brother and sister couldn't even raise the 3,000 yuan to compensate the other party, but after one night, she was suddenly able to afford a limited edition bag worth more than 8,000 yuan. This is really hard not to make people curious. Yao Qing immediately said, she asked me, and I said that I pretended to be poor last night on purpose, in order to teach Yao Lang a lesson so that he would not dare to touch a car after drinking in the future. I also told Xiaoru not to tell Yao Lang. She didn't doubt it at all and agreed immediately. Shen Xiaotian thought, how could she not agree? She must be hoping that Yao Lang doesn't know about this, okay. Sure, Yao Qing. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Shen Xiaotian said. Hey, Shen Xiaotian. What do you mean? Why do I feel like you are mocking me? Yao Qing's tone suddenly turned cold, and she was obviously a little unhappy. Shin Xiaotian hurriedly smiled and said, "How could that be? I am really praising you." That'd be better." Yao Qing's tone suddenly became unruly. While the two were chatting and laughing, Shin Xiaotian suddenly heard the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. Shin Xiaotian knew that it was Aixin who came back, so he said, "Yao Cheng, my friend is back, so I won't talk to you for now." After saying that, Shin Xiaotian hung up the phone. The next moment, the door opened and Aixin walked in carrying 2 plastic bags. As soon as Aixin entered the room, she turned around and said to the outside of the door, "Master, just put it here, thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man brought a box of beer into the house and placed it against the wall. After the door closed, Shin Xiaotian walked over, looked at the box of beer in surprise, and asked, "Senior AI, why did you buy so much beer?" Aixin smiled and said, "The supermarket next door is having a sale, so it's more cost-effective to buy a box. I don't say you have to finish it." After saying that, Aixin carried a plastic bag into the kitchen and started to get busy. Shin Xiaotian looked at the box of beer in front of him and suddenly thought of the facial cleanser that night. Chapter 97. I didn't tell you the truth last time. I'm afraid he'll get drunk and cause something outrageous. Thinking of this, Shin Xiaotian actually felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. In the following time, Aixin was busy in the kitchen. Shin Xiaotian tried to help many times, but was rejected by Aixin. Aixin said that this meal was specially prepared to thank Shin Xiaotian, and she had to complete it independently and would not let Shin Xiaotian interfere. In the end, Aixin even closed the kitchen door, not giving Shin Xiaotian any chance to help. Shin Xiaotian had no choice but to sit in the living room and wait for dinner. More than half an hour later, the kitchen door opened. A spicy aroma wafted out from the kitchen, immediately attracting Shin Xiaotian's attention. Aixin came out of the kitchen carrying a pot of spicy soup base. After placing the soup base on the coffee table, Aixin ran to the cupboard and took out the induction cooker, and then put together a spicy hot pot. The weather has been a lot colder recently, and the food gets cold quickly. After thinking about it, I think hot pot is a better choice, said Aixin. Shin Xiaotian nodded immediately. Hot pot is good, I like hot pot the most. Aixin was very happy and immediately went to the kitchen to get out all kinds of ingredients and filled the coffee table with them. After plugging in the power and turning on the induction cooker, Aixin suddenly remembered that she had not yet taken the dishes and chopsticks, so she hurried to the kitchen again. While the pot was heating up, Aixin moved the beer to the coffee table, opened a bottle for Shin Xiaotian personally, and placed it in front of him. After chatting for a while, the hot pot started to boil. Aixin immediately greeted them and started putting the food into the pot. Shin Xiaotian scalded a piece of mutton, dipped it in the sauce and put it in his mouth. Immediately, he felt his eyes brighten. "Senior AI, your soup base tastes great," Shin Xiaotian praised. Aixin was not surprised at all. She smiled and nodded, saying, "If it's delicious, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll go buy more." Shin Xiaotian's appetite was stimulated by the delicious mutton and he couldn't stop eating. After eating a few pieces of meat, Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, "Senior AI, who did you learn this soup base from? It seems to taste different from the hot pot restaurants outside." Aixin smiled and said, "Of course it's different. This is my father's original secret recipe. You can't have it anywhere else." Shin Xiaotian nodded as he ate the meat. Well, no wonder. If this were to open a hot pot restaurant, the business would definitely be booming. I think so too. Aixin nodded and smiled happily. Because hot pot is a bit spicy, cool beer is essential to relieve the spiciness. Although there were only 2 of them, they chatted and ate, occasionally clinking glasses, and the atmosphere in the room was surprisingly not lonely at all. In less than an hour, Shin Xiaotian suddenly discovered that there were so many empty bottles at Aixin's feet. Shin Xiaotian counted them immediately and found that there were 5 of them. Shin Xiaotian lowered his head and looked next to him. There were only 4 bottles. One of the bottles had more than half a bottle of beer left in it. At this moment, Aixin took out another bottle of beer from the box, then picked up the bottle opener and opened it with a click. "Senior AI, you've already drunk 5 bottles. If you drink more you'll get drunk." As Shin Xiaotian said this, he tried to snatch the beer from Aixin's hand, but Aixin immediately raised her hand to block him. As Aixin poured wine into the glass, she said, "It's okay. I just want to drink more today. Don't stop me." Although Aixin's cheeks were already red at this time, she still sounded very sober when she spoke, and there was no obvious sign of drunkenness. Shin Xiaotian originally wanted to persuade her again, but after hesitating for a moment, he held back. Anyway, we are not outside. Even if AIXIN gets really drunk, we can just help her lie down in the house. After eating for a while, Shin Xiaotian suddenly thought of something and said, Senior AI, you are suddenly working so hard to make money. Are you planning to save money to buy a house? AIXIN was a little surprised and immediately asked, how did you know? Did Nini tell you? Shin Xiaotian just asked casually, but he didn't expect that he actually guessed it right. No, I'm just guessing. Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. AIXIN's cheeks flushed red, and she sighed before saying, I did want to save money to buy a house before, but now I don't dare to think about it. Why? Shin Xiaotian was puzzled. Probably because she had drunk a lot of wine. AIXIN did not hide it anymore and said, my father was ill some time ago and needs money for his treatment. I don't want to think about anything else now. I just want to make more money for my father's treatment. After listening for a while, Shin Xiaotian realized that AIXIN's father was hospitalized because of lung disease. As for what the specific illness was, AIXIN didn't say, and Shin Xiaotian didn't ask too much. I only know that the hospital recommends having surgery as soon as possible, and the cost of the surgery is about 150,000 yuan. Most importantly, after a successful operation, the patient's long-term respiratory support and rehabilitation treatment are also a huge expense. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, Sister AI, how much is left for your father's surgery? AIXIN took a sip of wine and replied, it's probably still 50,000 short. Then, AIXIN said, don't worry, as long as I run the stall for a while longer, I should be able to collect enough money. Shin Xiaotian finally understood why AIXIN moved to a cheaper house and set up a stall after work. It turned out that it was all because of her father's surgery fees. Although AIXIN's job at the TV station is good, the total salary is only over 2,200 yuan per month. If we deduct the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, AIXIN actually only receives more than 1,900 yuan per month. After deducting rent, utilities, daily expenses, transportation costs, etc., the remaining amount is at most around 1,000. AIXIN's family's economic conditions are not very bad, but they can't be said to be very good either. They are just an ordinary family of ordinary people. AIXIN's family has spent a lot of their savings to treat her father, but there is still a gap of nearly 50,000 yuan for the surgery fee. However, what worries AIXIN and her mother the most is not the 50,000 yuan, but the recovery costs after the operation. According to the doctor's estimate, the patient's recovery time after the operation will take at least 2 years, and all rehabilitation costs are expected to exceed 300,000 yuan. But the current situation is that even if AIXIN's family can raise enough money for the surgery, but if the subsequent rehabilitation costs cannot be met, they dare not go on the operating table. Shin Xiaotian thought about it and decided that this was a good opportunity to improve AIXIN's favorability. Thinking of this, Shin Xiaotian said, Senior AI, I still have some savings on hand, why don't you use it first? AIXIN was slightly startled after hearing this, but she suddenly laughed the next second. Xiaotian, thank you for your kindness. But you have to know that my dad's surgery fee plus the first few months of rehabilitation costs are not a small amount, at least 100,000. Shin Xiaotian said, Senior AI, I have 100,000. AIXIN didn't take Shin Xiaotian's words seriously. She smiled and waved her hands, saying, stop joking. You won a small lottery and it's only over 10,000 yuan. Where did you get so much money? After saying that, AIXIN picked up the wine glass and drank it nonchalantly. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Shin Xiaotian said seriously, Senior AI, I didn't tell you the truth last time. In fact, the lottery ticket I bought won 100,000 yuan. Before she finished her words, AIXIN suddenly vomited with a puff sound. Shin Xiaotian on the opposite side was completely unprepared, and his head, face, and body were instantly covered with beer. Shin Xiaotian closed his eyes and was speechless. He paused for a second before raising his hand to wipe his face. There's no need to react so strongly, Senior Sister AI. Shin Xiaotian said indifferently. AIXIN was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She then hurriedly picked up a tissue and ran to Shin Xiaotian, saying I'm sorry while helping him wipe the wine off his body. Chapter 98 My alcohol tolerance is not as bad as you think. AIXIN's movements were a little flustered, probably because she had drunk a lot of wine, and her wiping movements were a little rough. This made Shin Xiaotian feel a little amused. He took the tissue and said, Senior AI, it's okay. I can do it myself. Shin Xiaotian spoke calmly, and there was no blaming of AIXIN in his eyes. AIXIN said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Xiaotian, I didn't mean it." Shin Xiaotian shook his head and continued to gently wipe the beer stains on his face, head, and clothes with a tissue. "Senior AI, you don't have to apologize. I know you didn't mean it." Shin Xiaotian expressed his understanding. Seeing that Shin Xiaotian had almost wiped off the beer stains, AIXIN sat back down opposite the coffee table. AIXIN looked at the remaining ingredients on the coffee table, looking quite embarrassed. "It's all my fault. I made the food dirty. Wait for me, I'll go prepare some more." Having said that, AIXIN was about to stand up. Shin Xiaotian quickly said, "No need, senior sister AI, I'm almost full. Besides, it's nothing. The temperature of the hot pot is so high. It will be disinfected after just a dip. You can still eat it." Shin Xiaotian joked. AIXIN said, "How is that possible? You are talking nonsense." Seeing that AIXIN didn't believe him, Shin Xiaotian immediately picked up a piece of bean curd skin and put it into the hot pot, then put it into his mouth. When AIXIN saw that he was actually going to eat, she quickly stopped him. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't eat anymore." "It's okay." Shin Xiaotian still looked indifferent. AIXIN didn't waste any time, snatched Shin Xiaotian's chopsticks, and then started to pack up. Shin Xiaotian wanted to help, but AIXIN wouldn't let him. He ordered him to sit down and not move, with an expression as if he would get angry if he didn't obey. Helplessly, Shin Xiaotian had to sit still and watch AIXIN go to the kitchen to clean up the dishes one by one. After a while, all the dishes were put away in the kitchen. Because she had drunk a lot of wine, AIXIN really didn't want to wash the dishes at the moment, so she closed the kitchen door and pretended to ignore it. Then, AIXIN walked to the sofa and sat down. As soon as her butt touched the sofa cushion, AIXIN let out a comfortable gasp. Shin Xiaotian turned his head and saw that AIXIN's cheeks were already stained with an intoxicating blush, as if the clouds in the sky had quietly fallen on her face. The starry eyes were half hidden in the tipsy mist, and the movement of her eyes was full of confusion and charm. She tilted her head slightly, and a few strands of hair fell playfully around her neck. The slight drunkenness made him look lazy and casual, as if all the troubles in the world had nothing to do with him and he just wanted to immerse himself in this moment of sensuality and intoxication. "Senior AI, are you drunk?" Shin Xiaotian asked a little worriedly. AIXIN immediately laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm not drunk. My alcohol tolerance is not as bad as you think." Having said that, Shin Xiaotian could clearly feel that her voice had risen unnaturally. Shin Xiaotian immediately realized that this was a condition that only occurred when one was drunk. She was trying hard to appear sober, but in fact she was already a little too drunk. Then, AIXIN asked seriously, "Xiaotian, you are kidding me, did you really win 100,000? Shin Xiaotian nodded very affirmatively. "It's true, senior sister AI." AIXIN immediately showed a surprised expression again, shaking her head in disbelief. "Shin Xiaotian, what can I say about you? Your luck is too good." AIXIN could remain calm if she won more than 10,000 yuan, but she was really envious of the 100,000 yuan. Because what AIXIN lacks most now is money. It would be great if she could have 100,000 yuan. Shin Xiaotian said, "Senior AI, I don't need money now anyway, why don't you give it to uncle first, and you can pay it back anytime." After hearing this, AIXIN didn't say anything, but just frowned slightly and looked at Shin Xiaotian quietly. After a few seconds, AIXIN asked, "Xiaotian, do you really want to lend me 100,000 yuan? People say that when borrowing money, you have to choose the right person. Generally, people lend money to those in urgent need, not to those who are poor. Have you ever thought about this? After you lend it to me, it may take a very long time for me to return it to you. The worst case scenario is that I may not be able to return it to you at all." AIXIN said in a serious tone. Shin Xiaotian said seriously, "I don't care about these. The doctor said that the earlier the surgery is performed, the better it will be for the patient's recovery. Money is important, but can it be as important as family?" These words immediately made AIXIN's heart tremble. It is precisely because he has no relatives that he values family affection so much. At this moment, the living room fell into silence. AIXIN slowly turned her head and leaned back on the sofa, looking straight ahead with inner emotion. After a moment, a system prompt message suddenly appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. AIXIN favorability +2. AIXIN's current favorability, 21. Seeing that his favorability had increased, Shin Xiaotian said, "Senior AI, send me your card number and I will transfer the money to you tomorrow." But AIXIN shook her head and smiled. Xiaotian, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. I will find a way to pay for it myself. Senior AI. Okay, stop talking. I won't agree to it. Shen Xiaotian wanted to persuade her again, but AIXIN raised her hand to interrupt Shen Xiaotian, signaling him not to mention it again. Then, AIXIN took her unfinished glass of wine, tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. Senior AI, you've drunk a lot tonight. Don't drink anymore. Shen Xiaotian advised. AIXIN did not respond, but continued, when I was young, my grandfather would buy a lot of rice wine and store it at home every new year. I have liked the taste of rice wine since I was a child. Every time I went to my grandfather's house, I would clamor to drink it. But the adults in my family didn't allow me to drink, and they said that children would get drunk to death. I was in the 3rd grade at the time, and I wasn't stupid, so how could I believe them? Then I secretly drank when they weren't paying attention, hee hee hee. Speaking of this, AIXIN must have recalled the interesting moments in her childhood, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Shen Xiaotian was reminded of his childhood when he heard this. He smiled and said, actually, I also drank rice wine secretly when I was a kid. As a result, my face turned into a monkey's butt. My mother found out and gave me a good beating. AIXIN was slightly startled, and then looked at Shen Xiaotian in surprise. Wait a minute, aren't you an orphan? When did you have a mother? Shen Xiaotian was secretly shocked. Damn, I almost forgot that I am an orphan now. Damn it, how come after drinking a little bit of wine I actually talked about things from my childhood before I traveled through time? I'm talking about the director of our welfare home. She is our mother. Shen Xiaotian said without changing his expression. Oh. AIXIN nodded immediately without any doubt. Shen Xiaotian didn't want AIXIN to dwell on this question any longer, so he quickly changed the subject and asked, and then, did you get drunk after drinking the rice wine secretly? Who said that? I'm not drunk. I just felt a little sleepy after drinking. AIXIN said confidently. After hearing this, Shen Xiaotian was speechless and couldn't help rolling his eyes. The next second, Shen Xiaotian had a strange look on his face, and clasped his fists in an exaggerated manner. Senior AI, I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. I admire you, I admire you. As soon as she finished speaking, AIXIN was amused by Shen Xiaotian. Ha! Shen Xiaotian couldn't help laughing, and the living room was suddenly filled with laughter. Chapter 99, Senior Sister AI is really a hidden talent. After laughing, AIXIN said seriously, let me tell you, the funniest thing that day was that after I drank the rice wine, I actually fell asleep sitting in the corner behind the cabinet. I was quite small at that time, and I was sitting in the corner, blocked by the cabinets, so I couldn't be seen from the outside. Then my parents, my grandparents, and our whole family went out to look for me for more than 2 hours, and finally found me with great difficulty. Shen Xiaotian smiled and said, then your whole family must be very worried. AIXIN nodded and said, yes, my mother was so anxious that she cried and almost called the police. While talking about interesting things from her childhood, AIXIN opened a bottle of beer and started drinking. Shen Xiaotian wanted to stop her but couldn't, so he had no choice but to let her do what she wanted. After drinking, Shen Xiaotian sat lazily on the sofa. He listened to AIXIN's story with his whole body relaxed, and smiled and responded from time to time. After a while, what Shen Xiaotian heard seemed to slowly turn into a lullaby, making him more and more sleepy. After a while, AIXIN finished telling a funny story from elementary school, and suddenly found that Shen Xiaotian was silent. When I turned around, I realized that Shen Xiaotian had fallen asleep. When AIXIN saw Shen Xiaotian asleep, her first reaction was to wake him up. But the next moment, the hand that wanted to wake Shen Xiaotian up suddenly stopped in mid-air. AIXIN decided on the spur of the moment to let him sleep for a while. After all, he was so tired today. As everything became quiet, AIXIN began to feel sleepy. After a while, AIXIN also fell asleep, and the living room became completely quiet. While sleeping, Shen Xiaotian suddenly felt something pressing on his shoulder. He slowly opened his eyes and realized that it was AIXIN's head resting on his shoulder. Shen Xiaotian gently pushed AIXIN and whispered, Senior AI, Senior AI? But AIXIN did not respond and continued to sleep soundly leaning on Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian did not get up immediately, but took out his mobile phone to check the time and found that it was almost 12 o'clock. Shen Xiaotian was slightly surprised. I just took a nap, why is it so late? Shen Xiaotian immediately decided to wake up AIXIN and go home to sleep. Unexpectedly, AIXAN slept much more deeply than he had imagined, and she didn't wake up even after Shin Xiaotian called her for a long time. In desperation, Shin Xiaotian had to push AIXAN twice harder. This time AIXAN really reacted and her body moved twice. Shin Xiaotian thought she was awake, but AIXAN was still not awake. "Hey, stop making noise." AIXAN closed her eyes and muttered impatiently in her sleep. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian was startled. Because after AIXAN finished speaking, she suddenly hugged Shin Xiaotian's arm and pressed him tightly in her arms. Suddenly, I felt a soft and elastic touch on my arm. At this moment, Shin Xiaotian immediately recalled the facial cleanser experienced 2 nights ago. Shin Xiaotian silently felt the soft comfort, and couldn't help but secretly ponder. Although senior AI's broad-mindedness does not seem to be as great as Su Mimi and Li Mengxi. But the actual feeling of fitting it in is not bad at all. Oh my god, senior AI is really a hidden talent. Just when Shin Xiaotian was daydreaming, AIXAN beside him suddenly moved. Shin Xiaotian was startled, thinking that AIXAN must have woken up this time, so he quickly tried to pull his hand away. But the next second, Shin Xiaotian realized that he was overthinking again. AIXAN still didn't wake up. She just pushed Shin Xiaotian a few times and instantly stuck closer to him. After a few seconds, Cricket Pupa AIXAN finally found a comfortable posture and then continued to sleep soundly. Shin Xiaotian was a little amused and thought that she was treating him as a pillow. Time passed by minute, but the living room remained very quiet. Shin Xiaotian listened to the even breathing sound coming from beside him, and suddenly had a strange and complicated illusion in his heart. Although Shin Xiaotian has never had a girlfriend, he has imagined the scene of having a girlfriend more than once. For example, one weekend, he and his girlfriend stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. There was a large comfortable sofa in the living room, and the two of them were watching TV while eating snacks and drinking red wine. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, the two of them gradually fell into drowsiness due to being tipsy. They can just fall asleep in each other's arms without worrying about anything or anyone, and enjoy the warm and happy time. And the scene before him was surprisingly similar to the scene Shin Xiaotian had imagined. The only thing wrong was that the senior sister AI next to him was not his girlfriend. It took a long time before Shin Xiaotian pulled himself together and returned to reality. "It's already past 12 o'clock, I have to go home." Shin Xiaotian reminded himself secretly. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian looked at AIXAN who was sleeping soundly, and then slowly pulled his arm out of her arms. Shin Xiaotian did not get up immediately. Instead, he turned sideways and hugged AIXAN's waist and legs, preparing to carry her to the bed in the bedroom. It is winter now and the temperature at night is very low. If she sleeps on the sofa for a night, she will definitely catch a cold and have a fever when she wakes up the next day. When Shin Xiaotian picked up AIXAN, he discovered that she was heavier than she looked. She was the type who looked thin when she was dressed, but had fleshy curves when she was undressed. Then, Shin Xiaotian carefully carried AIXAN to her bedroom. The bedroom was very dark, but fortunately the lights in the living room were on, and the light shining in from the door prevented Shin Xiaotian from bumping into anything. Coming to the bed, Shin Xiaotian gently placed AIXAN on the bed, and then took off her shoes. I originally wanted to just cover AIXAN with a quilt and let her sleep in her clothes for the night. But Shin Xiaotian thought about it and decided to take off her coat. Because my coat smells like hot pot, if I sleep like this, my bed will definitely smell like hot pot when I wake up tomorrow. Just when Shin Xiaotian had half zipped up AIXAN's coat, AIXAN, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. The next second, AIXAN held down Shin Xiaotian's zipper hand with one hand. Shin Xiaotian was startled and immediately looked up at AIXAN. "Senior AI, please don't make the mistake." Shin Xiaotian's first reaction was to explain it clearly. But before he could finish his words, Shin Xiaotian felt an arm hooked around the back of his neck. The next moment, a force pulled him down. Shin Xiaotian was caught off guard and immediately fell on top of AIXAN. Shin Xiaotian was startled and subconsciously tried to prop himself up and stand up. But AIXAN took the lead and put her arms around Shin Xiaotian's neck, looking at him with blurry eyes, as if saying, "Don't go." In the dim bedroom, in the hazy light and shadow, the man's strong chest pressed against the softness of the woman's chest. The man's arms were firmly supported on both sides of the woman, and his breathing was becoming slightly rapid. There was silence in the room as their eyes met. Although the light was dim, they could still see themselves in each other's eyes. Unconsciously, a feeling of affection began to spread. Shin Xiaotian's breathing gradually became heavy, and his warm breath gently hit AIXAN's rosy cheeks. Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol, but at this moment AI Xian's gaze was gradually becoming hot and affectionate, as if there was a fire burning inside her. Stay tonight, okay? Although AI Xian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, every word she spoke sounded like a whisper full of temptation. Like a rose blooming in the dark night, it exudes an irresistible scent. Chapter 100 Sister AI, you are really drunk. Xin Xiaotian suddenly felt his heartbeat quickening. Whether it was the original owner or the current Xin Xiaotian, it was the first time a girl said such tempting words to him. Xin Xiaotian's breathing became heavier again. After just a short period of close contact, he could already feel AI Xian's body temperature and breathing. Countless indescribable images flashed through my mind. Xin Xiaotian couldn't help feeling a little hot. He knew that his sanity had begun to waver. The lingering scent of alcohol and the faint fragrance of AI Xian mixed together, making Xin Xiaotian's mind more and more confused, and his body also reacted instinctively. AI Xian immediately felt something strange and couldn't help but look down slightly. Something was pressing against his lower abdomen. Kiss me. AI Xian's seductive voice appeared again, making Xin Xiaotian a little unable to control himself. As he was hesitating, an evil little man in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of Xin Xiaotian, and he looked exactly like him. Kiss her quickly, Xin Xiaotian. A beautiful woman is throwing herself into your arms, don't be so ignorant. The black-robed villain said this with a smirk on his face, while encouraging Xin Xiaotian to kiss her. As soon as he finished speaking, a little man in a white robe suddenly appeared next to the little man in the black robe, and he looked exactly like him. However, the little man in white robe did not have any evil intentions, and looked like an upright and modest gentleman. Xin Xiaotian, stop now. You knew that Senior AI was drunk, and you are taking advantage of her by doing this. You are a shameless and despicable person. The white-robed villain reminded sternly. The black-robed villain pushed the white-robed villain away and shouted anxiously, don't listen to him, kiss her quickly. If you don't take advantage of the opportunity, are you still a man? But the next moment, the little man in white robe ran back angrily and kicked the little man in black robe away. Xin Xiaotian, anyone who takes advantage of others is a scumbag. You are a gentleman, don't be misled by him. Then, the little man in black robe rushed over and pressed the little man in white robe to the ground, and the two men wrestled with each other. For a moment, Xin Xiaotian's mind was in a mess and he didn't know what to do. AI Xian hooked her hands around Xin Xiaotian's neck, her misty eyes full of anticipation and desire. Her breathing was becoming rapid, and the blush on her cheeks was becoming more and more obvious, as if she was telling of her desire. Xin Xiaotian used a little force with his hands to support himself so that his chest was not pressed so tightly against AI Xian's. Because he suddenly felt a little breathless, probably because of nervousness, or maybe the softness of AI Xian's chest put too much pressure on him. AI Xian felt Xin Xiaotian's nervousness, so she loosened her arms around his neck a little. However, AI Xian only loosened her grip a little bit, because she was afraid that if she loosened it too much, Xin Xiaotian would take the opportunity to run away. Immediately afterwards, Xin Xiaotian raised his head, took 2 deep breaths, and then swallowed hard, trying to calm himself down. After a few seconds of silence, Xin Xiaotian slowly raised one hand, trying to pull away AI Xian's arms that were wrapped around him. But as soon as he exerted force, AI Xian's hands clamped tighter. At the same time, there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes and expression. Xin Xiaotian had no choice but to say, Senior AI, you are drunk. Xin Xiaotian's voice was a little hoarse and a little unnatural, and he didn't dare to look directly at AI Xian. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment immediately flashed in AI Xian's eyes. But she did not choose to give up. Instead, she slowly pressed Xin Xiaotian's head down and tried to kiss him. Xin Xiaotian was suddenly made very nervous by AI Xian's actions, and his heart beat even faster than before. AI Xian wanted to relieve Xin Xiaotian of his psychological burden, so she said calmly, Xiaotian, it's okay. You don't have to be responsible for me. I did this voluntarily. If it were another man, he would probably immediately pluck up the courage to kiss her after hearing this. But Xin Xiaotian is different. He was a virgin before he traveled through time, and he is still a virgin after he traveled through time. When it comes to love between men and women, Xin Xiaotian must be yearning for it. But at this moment, after hearing AI Xian's words, he inexplicably had a sense of déjà vu as if he was being treated as a toy by a woman. It's not that Xin Xiaotian is too sensitive, nor is there something wrong with his comprehension ability. The biggest problem is that he has no experience in love. This makes him lack the necessary confidence when facing such more direct emotional and sexual situations. Furthermore, Shin Xiaotian did not understand the true emotional expression of women and was even less aware of the complex psychology behind girls, which led him to misunderstand AIXIN's good intentions. In fact, AIXIN hoped that Shin Xiaotian would not be nervous and feel guilty, but she didn't expect the opposite to happen. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian's face turned gloomy. He suddenly propped himself up, his chest leaving AIXIN's two full breasts, and his expression became complicated and strange. "Senior AI, you are really drunk." Shin Xiaotian's expression suddenly became serious, and he was completely different from before. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian broke free from AIXIN's hands, quickly stood up and took a few steps back. AIXIN suddenly felt panicky. She didn't understand and was even a little confused. When Shin Xiaotian looked at me just now, he was clearly filled with desire. Why did it suddenly disappear? Wait, did I just say something wrong? AIXIN thought quickly and felt that there was nothing wrong with what she said. Aren't there men in this world who don't want to take responsibility? Senior AI, I should go back. Shin Xiaotian said this and was about to walk towards the door. AIXIN paused for a moment, then called out to him, "Wait a moment." Shin Xiaotian stopped at the door and turned to look at AIXIN. AIXIN sat up slowly, and then while fixing her hair, she said with a smile, "Xiaotian, please don't misunderstand me, I was just testing you just now." Test me? Shin Xiaotian frowned immediately, his eyes full of confusion. AIXIN said calmly, "Yes, I am testing you on behalf of Mimi. Mimi has always been worried that you are a man who can't stand the temptation of other women, so I told her a long time ago that I would test you when I have the chance. From the results just now, you have passed the test. Congratulations." AIXIN kept smiling while speaking, as if nothing had happened just now. Really? Shin Xiaotian sneered slightly, and then asked back, "What if I didn't stand the test just now, really?" Shin Xiaotian didn't say anything else. AIXIN immediately said angrily, "Then I would have slapped him a long time ago." Shin Xiaotian opened his mouth to speak, but AIXIN interrupted him, "Xiaotian, it's late, I want a rest, let's talk about it next time." Hearing this, Shin Xiaotian had to swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Then I'll leave." Shin Xiaotian responded and turned to walk towards the gate. After saving her reputation, AIXIN did not go to see Shin Xiaotian off, nor did she say anything. There was silence from the time Shin Xiaotian opened the door to the time he closed it. But if Shin Xiaotian suddenly came back at this time, he would know that what AIXIN said just now was not true. As soon as Shin Xiaotian left, the house instantly returned to silence. AIXIN walked over and closed the bedroom door as if nothing had happened, then sat back down on the bed. A few seconds later, AIXIN suddenly fell back on the bed, then quickly pulled the quilt over her head and covered it tightly. At the same time, AIXIN's feet began to kick wildly and her hands were slapping the bed hard. "Ah!" The next moment, extremely shameful and crazy shouts came from under the quilt. Is there any bug in Chapter 101? The night is cold and the wind is as sharp as a knife. Shin Xiaotian stood next to the electric scooter, closed his eyes and breathed in the fresh air heavily. There was silence all around. Every breath Shin Xiaotian took turned into a white mist in the cold air and then quickly dissipated. Shin Xiaotian tried to let his restless mood dissipate along with the cool air. With each breath, time seemed to slow down, and the complicated and chaotic thoughts gradually emerged from the chaos. After a while, Shin Xiaotian opened his eyes. He took out the key to unlock the car, rode his electric scooter and left the downstairs of AIXIN's house. On the way back, the intimate scene just now kept flashing through Shin Xiaotian's mind. Soft red lips, elastic breasts, and a scent mixed with the smell of alcohol. Fortunately, the cold winter night wind cooled down the temperature, otherwise Shin Xiaotian's face and neck would have been hot and red. When he was almost at Jinchuan Community, a series of system prompt messages suddenly appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. AIXIN favorability 8. AIXIN favorability plus 5. AIXIN favorability 4. AIXIN favorability plus 6. AIXIN's favorability. Shin Xiaotian was a little surprised and immediately braked and stopped on the side of the road, wanting to check what was going on. Why is senior sister AI's favorability so unstable and fluctuates so frequently? Oh my god, there must be some bug in the system. How could Shin Xiaotian know that AIXIN was curled up in her bed at this moment, struggling between her conscience and her desires? AIXIN's mind was in a mess, with all kinds of thoughts and ideas fighting with each other. Sometimes she affirmed Shin Xiaotian's gentlemanly behavior of remaining calm even when faced with a beautiful woman, and sometimes she doubted whether she was not feminine enough and could not attract him. Sometimes she blamed herself for drinking too much, which led to her irrational behavior of seducing Shin Xiaotian. Sometimes she blamed Shin Xiaotian for being unromantic and refusing to eat the food even when it was served to her. AIXIN even blamed herself for waking up at the wrong time. She should have continued pretending to be asleep and see what Shin Xiaotian would do after taking off her coat. If I hadn't woken up just now, would Shin Xiaotian have followed me? Thinking of this, AIXIN suddenly thought of an embarrassing scene that made her blush and her heart beat fast. Oh, it's so annoying. AIXIN suddenly hid herself in the quilt and screamed in shame and anger. Fortunately, the doors and windows were closed, and the quilt covered the sound, otherwise the neighbors next door would definitely hear it. Shin Xiaotian stopped by the roadside and waited for a long time before AIXIN's favorability stopped changing. In the end, AIXIN's favorability stopped at 20, only 1 point lower than the previous 21. Shin Xiaotian then breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, it's not bad, it only dropped by 1 point, which is acceptable. Then, Shin Xiaotian stepped on the accelerator and continued riding towards home. The next day, Sunday. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Sumini was watching TV at home. The programs on TV were a bit boring, and Sumini impatiently changed channels with the remote control. But after changing several channels, there was still no channel she wanted to watch. At this time, Sumini suddenly switched to a channel that was broadcasting the news. Sumini usually doesn't watch the news, but at this moment she stopped changing channels and started watching it very seriously. The news broadcast on TV was a social news. The news was about a girl who got a new boyfriend less than 3 days after breaking up with her ex-boyfriend. When the ex-boyfriend found out, he was very angry, so he found a few good friends and went to the girl's house and beat up the new boyfriend. This news immediately made Sumini think of Wang Shang. Without waiting for the news to finish, Sumini turned off the TV, then picked up her cell phone and called Wang Shang. The phone rang more than 10 times before someone answered it. Hello, Wang Shang. As soon as Sumini opened her mouth, Wang Shang interrupted her angrily, Sumini, how dare you call me? Sumini was inexplicably scolded and immediately became unhappy. She retorted, Wang Shang, are you sick? I didn't provoke you. Wang Shang was furious, Sumini, if you hadn't instigated me to cause trouble for Shin Xiaotian, would I have been? Having said this, Wang Shang suddenly stopped. Sumini was confused by the words and asked hurriedly, what happened to you? Wang Shang, keep talking. Wang Sheng didn't have the nerve to tell Sumini about his embarrassing experience, so he said, nothing. As soon as Sumini heard this, she knew there was a story behind it, and asked hurriedly, Wang Shang, what happened? Tell me quickly. But Wang Shang refused to say anything, and said fiercely, Sumini, don't call me again in the future, I don't even know you. After saying that, Wang Shang rudely hung up the phone. Sumini felt confused and stared at the phone screen for several seconds before calling again. If it were usual, Sumini would definitely not call back. But Wang Sheng's reaction just now really made her confused and curious. What happened between him and Shin Xiaotian? He was so angry. I originally planned to ask clearly as soon as Wang Sheng answered the phone. Unexpectedly, Wang Sheng didn't even give Sumini a chance to speak. The other party hung up the call as soon as it started. Sumini didn't give up and called again immediately. In the end, he was killed by Wang Shang. Sumini was a little angry, but she continued to dial Wang Shang's number. Unexpectedly, this time the call came with a busy tone. Sumini called 3 times in a row, but received a busy tone each time. After a second of silence, Sumini finally understood. That guy Wang Shang blocked his own number. This idiot. Sumini cursed angrily and threw the phone aside. She had been planning to continue watching TV, but as soon as Sumini picked up the remote control, she thought of Wang Sheng's strange reaction and suddenly became even more curious. What on earth happened? Sumini couldn't help but mutter, frowning. Sumini picked up her phone again and found Shin Xiaotian's number from the address book. Sumini actually wanted to call Shin Xiaotian and ask him if anything had happened in the past few days. But when she thought of Shin Xiaotian's bad attitude towards her, Sumini gave up the idea. She doesn't want to put her hot face on the cold butt of a dog. After thinking for a moment, Sumini moved the cursor to AIXIN's number again. After organizing her words a little, Sumini dialed AIXIN's number. After a few rings, the call was connected. Hello, Mimi. AIXIN's cheerful voice came from the phone. Sumini's expression changed instantly, and she said with a fake smile, AI, where are you? Why didn't you call me for so many days? AIXIN immediately said, Mimi, I don't have time to go out and have fun. I'm at home now, and I plan to eat something before going to the stall. Sumini asked, then I'll come to play with you later. Okay, then come over earlier. AIXIN was very happy. The two chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. Afterwards, Sumini turned on the TV and continued watching. But less than 5 minutes later, Sumini suddenly thought of something. The next second, Sumini turned off the TV, got up and ran back to the bedroom, sat down in front of the makeup mirror, and began to put on makeup seriously. Usually when she meets AIXIN, as long as there are no outsiders around, Sumini doesn't care much about her makeup. But the situation today is different. She is not sure whether Shin Xiaotian will also go to find AIXIN. If she ever meets him, she doesn't want to lose to AIXIN in appearance. It's not that Sumini cares about Shin Xiaotian that much, she is just driven by the desire to win. Chapter 102 It's All My Fault. An hour and a half later, the exquisitely dressed Sumini took a taxi to the entrance of the pedestrian street. After getting off the bus, Sumini walked towards the pedestrian street carrying her bag. Because it was not yet 6 o'clock, there were not many people on the pedestrian street. Sumini saw AIXIN from dozens of meters away. At this time, AIXIN had just set up her stall and was hanging t-shirts on the shelf. She didn't notice that Sumini had arrived. Sumini walked forward while looking around the stall, but she didn't see Shin Xiaotian for the time being. Sumini thought to herself, it's best if he is not here, so as not to disturb my conversation with AIXIN. Soon, Sumini came behind AIXIN. Sumini didn't say anything, but raised her hand and gently patted AIXIN who was hanging a t-shirt. AIXIN was slightly startled, then immediately turned around and said with a happy smile, Mimi, you're here. Sumini immediately pretended to be very happy and started chatting with AIXIN. After chatting for a while, AIXIN suddenly discovered that Sumimi was wearing high heels today, and they were very high. Mimi, wait for me. After saying this, AIXIN ran to a small restaurant nearby. A moment later, AIXIN came back with a big red plastic stool. Mimi, please sit down. AIXIN placed the stool in front of Sumini. AIXIN seldom sits down when she is at her stall. If she is really tired and wants to sit down, she just sits on the cartons used to pack the goods. AIXIN knew that it was tiring to go out wearing high heels, so she went out of her way to borrow a stool for Sumini. AIXIN had set up a stall here for a few days, and usually ate at that small restaurant when she was hungry. After a few visits, she got to know the proprietress, so it was easy for her to borrow a stool to sit on. But the problem is that Sumini is not very willing to sit down. Because this stool was borrowed from a fly restaurant. The sanitary conditions of this kind of fly-in-the-wall restaurant are pretty average. Everything feels greasy, even the stools where customers often sit are no exception. Sumini was worried about getting her pants dirty, so she politely refused, it's okay, I'm not tired, I can just stand. AIXIN is worthy of being Sumini's best friend. One look at her expression and you can tell what she is thinking. AIXIN smiled and said, don't worry, I just wiped it carefully, it's clean. As she spoke, AIXIN rubbed her palm on the stool twice, and then showed her palm to Sumini. But even so, Sumini was still unwilling to sit down. She just smiled and shook her head, her body motionless. AIXIN had no choice but to take out a tissue from her bag and carefully wipe the stool twice in front of Sumini. Are you relieved now? AIXIN moved the stool forward a little and motioned Sumini to sit down quickly. The two have known each other for more than 3 years, and Sumini knows AIXIN very well. Judging from her expression and tone of voice, she would get angry if I didn't sit down. Thanks. Sumini was helpless and could only sit down. At the same time, I was thinking, if I had known this would happen, I should have worn cheap jeans. Although Sumini sat down, she only sat halfway. She probably thought that even if her pants got dirty, it wouldn't be too dirty. After Sumini sat down, AIXIN continued to hang up the t-shirts while chatting with Sumini. Soon, AIXIN had hung all the shelves with t-shirts. Finally, AIXIN hung the 1 yuan per piece sign in the most conspicuous place, then came to Sumini, pulled over a cardboard box and sat down. By the way, Mimi, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll treat you, the food here is delicious. AIXIN said as she pointed to the fly-in-the-wall restaurant where she borrowed a stool. Sumini quickly shook her head and waved her hands, saying that she had eaten a lot of snacks in the afternoon and was not hungry at all. Sumini thought, are you kidding me? I dressed up carefully today and wore this, and you actually treated me to a cheap restaurant. Do I still have any hope of maintaining my image? AIXIN had no idea what Sumini was thinking. She thought she really wasn't hungry, so she didn't say anything. After a while, Sumini felt more and more uncomfortable. Because many passers-by and stall owners nearby were looking at her, Sumini felt uncomfortable as if she was being watched. To be honest, this can't be entirely blamed on others. It's mainly because Sumini's outfit is too eye-catching. Anyone passing by would be unable to help but take a look at this exquisite street vendor boss lady. By the way, AI, has Wang Sheng contacted you during this period? Sumini suddenly asked. Originally, AIXIN had a smile on her face, but when she heard Wang Sheng's name, the smile disappeared instantly. Don't mention him to me. I get angry when you mention him. AIXIN frowned and replied unhappily. Sumini quickly pretended to be concerned and asked, "What's wrong, AI? Did he go to the office to look for you?" AIXIN shook her head, "Not really." "Then why are you so angry?" Sumini asked. AIXIN did not answer, but asked, "Mimi, why did you suddenly mention Wang Sheng? Did he come to see you?" Sumini said calmly, "He called me, and as soon as I answered he started to curse me, and then he hung up before I could say anything. Later I called him to ask what was going on, but he had blocked me." AI, what happened between you and Wang Sheng? Why did that guy suddenly act like a madman? Sumini asked with concern. AIXIN suddenly hesitated, struggling over whether or not to tell Sumini the truth. After a while, AIXIN decided to explain, "Mimi, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have involved Shen Xiaotian." Shen Xiaotian? What does it have to do with him? Sumini clearly knew everything, but at this moment she pretended to know nothing. AIXIN sighed and said, "I was setting up a stall here on Wednesday night, but I didn't expect Shen Xiaotian to suddenly show up." It took AIXIN about 10 minutes to briefly explain the whole story. Of course, AIXIN would never tell Sumini that Shen Xiaotian paid Ho Chao and others to teach Wang Sheng a lesson. She just vaguely said that Shen Xiaotian had a conflict with Wang Sheng that night, and then Wang Sheng suffered a loss at the hands of Shen Xiaotian. In addition, AIXIN did not mention a word about what happened in her bedroom after she and Shen Xiaotian had hot pot at home last night. No wonder Wang Sheng was like a mad dog on the phone. It turns out he suffered a loss at the hands of Shen Xiaotian. Sumini finally understood why Wang Sheng was so angry. Then, Sumini suddenly stopped talking and kept staring at AIXIN with a strange look, as if she wanted to see through something. AIXIN felt uncomfortable being stared at by her, so she asked, "Mimi, what's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me like that?" Sumini hesitated for a moment before asking, "AI, are you and Shen Xiaotian?" Just when she was halfway through her words, AIXIN seemed to have her tail stepped on and her face suddenly became flustered. No. Mimi, don't misunderstand me, there is nothing going on between Shen Xiaotian and me. I just used him as a shield, nothing else happened." AIXIN kept shaking her head and waving her hands while she spoke. Sumini smiled lightly and said, "It's okay, AI, if you really like Shen Xiaotian, just tell me directly. I don't like him, so I won't be jealous of you." AIXIN immediately became anxious and said quickly, "Really not, Mimi. Don't match people up randomly. How could I possibly like Shen Xiaotian? He and I are completely different people." Sumini couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, AI, I was just joking with you, why are you so nervous?" Chapter 103 How do you know he didn't lie to you? When AIXIN saw Sumini laughing, she realized that her reaction was a bit over the top. AIXIN quickly adjusted her state and said seriously, "Mimi, don't make such jokes in the future. Everyone knows that Shen Xiaotian likes you." Sumini's face darkened instantly when she heard this, AI, why are you still saying such things? It's not like you didn't see it last time at the outlet. He just won a small lottery, just over 10,000, not over 10 million. He doesn't even know his last name. He's just a toad, dreaming of eating swan meat. The swan Sumini mentioned not only refers to Li Mengxi, but also herself. Seeing that Sumini still misunderstood Shen Xiaotian, AIXIN hurriedly explained, "No, Mimi, the situation that day was not what you thought." AIXIN immediately told Sumini the true situation and emphasized the relationship between Shen Xiaotian and Li Mingyu. Sumini knew about Li Mingyu's existence, but she didn't believe that Shen Xiaotian's purpose in approaching Li Mingyu's daughter was simple. After a 2-second pause, Sumini suddenly became confused, AI, why do you know all this? AIXIN said truthfully, Shen Xiaotian told me. Him? Why would he tell you this? Su Mimi frowned, her eyes full of confusion. AIXIN said, I asked him first, and he told me. And you believed it? Su Mimi asked back, how do you know he didn't lie to you? AIXIN was slightly stunned. Su Mimi's question really stumped her. He really had no way of telling the truth from what Shen Xiaotian said. But my intuition told me that Shen Xiaotian did not lie to me. After a moment, AIXIN said, I don't think he lied to me. His tone and attitude were very sincere at the time. When Su Mimi saw AIXIN speaking for Shen Xiaotian, she immediately became dissatisfied. You said there's nothing wrong with you too, do you think I'm a fool? Su Mimi suppressed her anger and said, AI, you are good in every way except that you trust others too easily. Otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed to date someone like Wang Sheng in the first place. When AIXIN saw her mention Wang Sheng again, her expression changed instantly. Su Mimi immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly changed the subject. AI, what I want to say is that you were deceived by Shen Xiaotian. He is not as honest as you think. AIXIN looked at Su Mimi in confusion. What do you mean? Ha! What do you mean? It means that Shen Xiaotian has more than one woman outside. Su Mimi looked disdainful. Then, Su Mimi sneered, you don't know yet, Shen Xiaotian is chasing after that woman from outlets while also having a hot relationship with a girl from our company. AIXIN was very surprised and immediately opened her eyes wide. Su Mimi immediately raised her voice, really? He and the girl from our company ride an electric donkey to get off work together every day. Not only do they stay together during get-off work and home hours, they also stick together when they eat. I guess they sleep together at night, too. When AIXIN heard this, she became a little anxious. Impossible, Xiaotian is not that kind of person. AIXIN is not like Su Mimi. Her emotions are easily shown on her face. I had such an intimate contact with Shen Xiaotian last night. Today I heard that he was very close to another woman, and I got anxious and emotional. Su Mimi frowned secretly. Look, she has already called Xiaotian so intimately, but she still lied to me and said it was nothing. How hypocritical. Although Su Mimi was angry in her heart, she did not show it on her face. Why would I lie to you? Su Mimi finished speaking loudly and immediately sped up her speech. That girl's name is Yao Qing. Like Shen Xiaotian, she is also from the warehouse department. Everyone in the company knows about their relationship. Hearing this, AIXIN's expression became a little ugly, and her brows furrowed even deeper. When Su Mimi saw AIXIN's unhappy expression, she immediately stepped up her efforts to add fuel to the fire. Also, Shen Xiaotian now lives in Jinchuan community. Guess what? Yao Qing also happens to live in Jinchuan community. I just don't understand. There are so many houses out there. Why doesn't Shen Xiaotian rent a house closer to the company? Why does he have to rent a house so far away from Jinchuan community? Don't you think it's strange? AIXIN no longer wanted to talk, and a layer of gloom appeared on her face. But Su Mimi continued, many people in the company said that Shen Xiaotian didn't rent a house at all. He just moved to Yao Qing's house and the two of them were already living together. I'm not just making this up. When Shen Xiaotian moved out of the dormitory that day, Yao Qing went to help him move. Many people in the dormitory saw them at the time. In the end, the two of them walked away holding hands. Their backs looked so loving. Su Mimi spoke while secretly observing the changes in AIXIN's expression. Whenever Su Mimi saw AIXIN's brows getting more and more furrowed, she felt more excited and enjoyed it more while she was talking. After saying this, Su Mimi felt as if she had let out a huge sigh of relief, and most of the resentment that had been in her heart for the past few days was also swept away. Looking at AIXIN who was frowning and silent, Su Mimi couldn't help but sneer secretly. Humph! You two, a pair of bastards, dare to have an affair behind my back. I will not let you have an easy life. Madam Boss, are these t-shirts really $1 each? At this moment, a guest suddenly came to the door. But at this moment, AIXIN's mind was full of Shen Xiaotian's thoughts and she didn't hear it at all. When the guest saw that AIXIN did not respond, he immediately looked at Su Mimi who was sitting there. Madam, how much are the t-shirts? The customer asked. Su Mimi quickly waved her hands. I'm not the boss lady, she is. As she said that, Su Mimi pushed AIXIN to remind her that there were guests coming. AIXIN finally woke up from her dream, stood up hurriedly and ran to greet the customers. Su Mimi also stood up at this time. She knew everything she wanted to know and said everything she should say. It was time to withdraw. Su Mimi didn't want to stay any longer. It would be too embarrassing to be misunderstood as the boss's wife. Because AIXIN was always thinking about Shin Xiaotian, she was always a little absent-minded when greeting guests. Seeing this, the customer lost interest in buying anything. He asked a few questions and left. AI, my colleague just sent me a text message asking me to have dinner together. I may have to go. Su Mimi walked over and said. AIXIN nodded immediately and said, then go quickly and don't keep your colleagues waiting too long. Then I'll go first. I'll come see you next time when I'm free. Su Mimi smiled and waved to AIXIN, then walked out of the pedestrian street with her hips swaying. As soon as Su Mimi disappeared from the farthest sight, AIXIN frowned and sat on the stool in a sullen manner. For the next 20 minutes or so, AIXIN's mood was very complicated and difficult to describe in words. There was clearly nothing going on between me and Shin Xiaotian, but why did I feel weird and bad after hearing about him? As time goes by, the pedestrian street has more and more traffic. This also shifted AIXIN's attention completely to making money. After all, my dad still needs tens of thousands of dollars for surgery. Compared to love, making money is more important. AIXIN frowned secretly and reminded herself, whether Shin Xiaotian is a scumbag or a gentleman, it has nothing to do with her. It is not worth wasting time and energy on him. Chapter 104. Can you let me die with understanding? About the same time. Jinchuan Community, Shin Xiaotian's home. After exercising, Shin Xiaotian took a hot bath, then cooked a bowl of noodles and was eating them while watching TV. Suddenly, a series of news about AIXIN's reduced favorability appeared in front of him. AIXIN favorability 1. AIXIN favorability 1. AIXIN favorability 1. AIXIN's favorability. Shin Xiaotian was startled and stood up with his chopsticks in hand. What the hell? What's going on? Shin Xiaotian's first reaction was that there was something wrong with the system. But the next second Shin Xiaotian rejected this idea. There has never been any problem with the favorability system. There must be other reasons for AIXIN's favorability to drop. After a while, AIXIN's favorability finally stopped decreasing. Current favorability of AIXIN, 14. When Shin Xiaotian saw that his favorability dropped by 6 points in an instant, he felt so distressed that he even wanted to curse. I fought 2 boxing matches for her yesterday and it took a lot of effort to increase her favorability by 6 points. Today, while I was sitting at home and eating a few mouthfuls of noodles, my favorability rating dropped by 6 points in an instant. This is too outrageous. Shin Xiaotian suddenly lost the mood to eat noodles. He immediately turned off the TV, picked up his phone, and dialed AIXIN's number without hesitation. But AIXIN didn't answer the phone. Every time the call was connected, AIXIN hung up quickly. Shin Xiaotian knew without thinking that something must have happened to AIXIN. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian ran to put on his clothes, went downstairs, rode his electric scooter and rushed to the pedestrian street. In fact, Shin Xiaotian had no plan to look for AIXIN today. After all, something overly ambiguous happened between the two of them last night, so he thought of going again in 2 days to avoid the embarrassment of meeting them. But the situation is different now. AIXIN's favorability suddenly plummeted, and I can't just sit back and watch. You know, the penalty for AIXIN's mission this time is 300,000 cash, which Shin Xiaotian can't afford to lose. Shin Xiaotian rode very fast all the way, and it took him about 10 minutes faster than usual to reach the entrance of the pedestrian street. After parking the car, Shin Xiaotian walked quickly to AIXIN's stall. At this time, AIXIN was greeting 2 male college students in front of the stall. After these few days of training, AIXIN has become very proficient in receiving guests and communicating with them has become easier. Shin Xiaotian did not disturb AIXIN from doing business, but just walked into her stall quietly. AIXIN was introducing her t-shirts when she suddenly saw Shin Xiaotian walk in and sit down directly in the stall. This made AIXIN stunned for a moment. She looked at Shin Xiaotian who was walking over and forgot to say anything for a moment. It was not until the 2 college students reminded her that AIXIN quickly came to her senses and continued to introduce the fabrics and prices of the t-shirts. But at this time, AIXIN's attention was almost all on Shin Xiaotian. Soon, the 2 college students were persuaded by AIXIN and decided to buy 3 pieces each. Then you can pick any one you like and tell me when you're done. AIXIN said with a smile. The 2 college students smiled and nodded, then walked to the shelf and started to discuss and choose. AIXIN turned to look at Shin Xiaotian, but suddenly found that he was looking at her with a serious expression. AIXIN was startled for no reason and turned back guiltily. The next second, AIXIN frowned, secretly wondering, wait, I didn't do anything wrong, why should I feel guilty? He should be the one feeling guilty. Thinking of this, AIXIN immediately adjusted her mood, turned around and walked to Shin Xiaotian. What are you doing here? Not only was AIXIN's voice cold, her expression was also as cold as ice. Shin Xiaotian said, Senior AI, today is Sunday, I am worried that you can't handle it alone, so I came to help you. No need, I can handle it by myself, you can go back. AIXIN said coldly. Of course Shin Xiaotian would not go back. After thinking for a while, he asked, Senior AI, did I do something to upset you? No. AIXIN still felt a little guilty and turned her head slightly to avoid Shin Xiaotian's gaze. Shin Xiaotian said, Senior AI, has anyone ever told you that you are not very good at lying? AIXIN immediately frowned and glanced at Shin Xiaotian, but said nothing. Senior AI, after spending these few days together, we have become quite familiar with each other. If there is anything I'm not doing right, can you just tell me? Shin Xiaotian's attitude was sincere and his tone was patient. Just as AIXIN was about to speak, a customer came in. Madam Boss, are your t-shirts made of pure cotton? Yes, 100% cotton. AIXIN had no choice but to go and greet the customers first and then communicate with Shin Xiaotian later. Unexpectedly, before this wave of customers left, new customers came. Shin Xiaotian reacted very quickly. He immediately stood up and ran to greet them, instantly entering the role of boss. Originally, the two wanted to wait until there were no customers before communicating, but customers kept coming for more than an hour. The two of them had to introduce the items to the customers, help them choose, and collect and give change. They were extremely busy for a while. Oddly enough, during this busy hour or so, the communication between the two was very smooth and tacit. There was no anger or dissatisfaction at all, just like a husband and wife. It was not until almost 9 o'clock that the flow of people on the pedestrian street decreased significantly, and Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN finally had some free time. Shin Xiaotian looked at the empty shelves and said to AIXIN, Senior AI, how much stock do you have at home? If there is no more, you have to buy some quickly tomorrow. Don't worry, tomorrow is not the weekend, and the remaining goods will definitely be enough to sell. There is no rush. AIXIN said with a smile. Business was good tonight. AIXIN was very happy making money and had already forgotten that Shin Xiaotian was a scumbag. As soon as she finished speaking, AIXIN saw Shin Xiaotian's face. Suddenly I remembered that I couldn't be so nice to him, he was a scumbag. What does it have to do with you? You don't have to worry about my business. AIXIN's face changed instantly. Shin Xiaotian was suddenly at a loss for words. He shook his head helplessly, turned around, and walked away. AIXIN thought that Shin Xiaotian ran away because he was guilty and didn't dare to face her, so she immediately gave him a cold look. Of course Shin Xiaotian wouldn't run away, he just went to the nearby store and bought 2 bottles of water. I talked too much while serving customers just now, and my mouth is dry now. AIXIN was slightly surprised to see Shin Xiaotian coming back. But when I saw the pure water in his hand, I immediately realized that I was wrong. Senior AI, moisten your throat first. Swearing makes you sweat a lot. Shin Xiaotian unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it over. AIXIN actually didn't want to drink the water bought by Shin Xiaotian, but her mouth was too dry at the moment, so after thinking about it, she took it. Don't think I'll be nice to you if you buy me a bottle of water. AIXIN said with a stern face, then tilted her head back and took a sip of water. Shin Xiaotian smiled faintly, unscrewed the bottle and drank the water. After drinking the water, Shin Xiaotian asked AIXIN, Senior AI, can you let me die with understanding? AIXIN looked at Shin Xiaotian, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Shin Xiaotian, tell me the truth, do you already have a girlfriend? No. Shin Xiaotian shook his head without even thinking, and then asked, Senior AI, why do you think I have a girlfriend? Suddenly, Shin Xiaotian realized something, is it because I didn't? When AIXIN heard that Shin Xiaotian had misunderstood her, she immediately shouted anxiously, no. It has nothing to do with last night. Why is that? Shin Xiaotian was very confused. AIXIN frowned and said in a somewhat irritated mood, I heard that you are in a relationship with a girl in your company. Is that true? Chapter 105. It's so late, what are you doing going to your house? Senior Sister AI, who told you that? Shin Xiaotian asked. AIXIN frowned and said, "Don't worry about this, just tell me if it's true or not." "No." Shin Xiaotian immediately raised his voice. Then, Shin Xiaotian asked, "Senior AI, did Su Mimi tell you that?" Apart from Su Mimi, Shin Xiaotian couldn't think of anyone else. AIXIN immediately shook her head, but she was not good at lying, and her eyes and expression immediately betrayed her. Shin Xiaotian was somewhat helpless, shook his head and asked, "Senior AI, did Su Mimi tell you that not only am I in a relationship with Yao Qing, but I'm also living with her?" AIXIN didn't say anything. After hesitating for a few seconds, she nodded slightly. Shin Xiaotian said very sincerely, "Senior AI, those are all rumors. Yao Qing and I are just colleagues and good friends. We are not in a relationship, let alone living together. You don't have to explain this to me. I'm not related to you. Let alone you're in a relationship, even if you want to marry someone else tomorrow, it has nothing to do with me." AIXIN looked calm and composed, as if she was staying out of the matter. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, "I don't want to explain, but who asked the system dad to issue your task? If I really leave it alone, I will definitely go bankrupt." "Senior AI, what else did Su Mimi say to you?" Shin Xiaotian asked. AIXIN didn't respond, but turned around and quietly sorted the goods. Shin Xiaotian frowned, then immediately walked around to the front of AIXIN and continued to ask questions. AIXIN finally couldn't stand Shin Xiaotian's constant questioning. Okay, I'll tell you." Then, AIXIN told Su Mimi that she had just come on the content of their conversation. After Shin Xiaotian heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior AI, do you think I'm that kind of person?" AIXIN hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook her head and said softly, "I don't know." Shin Xiaotian immediately said, "Senior AI, please close the stall. I will take you to my house." AIXIN was stunned at first, and then she looked a little flustered. "It's so late, what are we going to go to your house for?" In an instant, the image of Shin Xiaotian pressing on her flashed through AIXIN's mind again. Shin Xiaotian said without hesitation, "I have to prove it to you. I really rented a house and lived alone. I definitely did not live with Yao Qing." After saying that, Shin Xiaotian started to pack the t-shirts on the shelves into the boxes. AIXIN wanted to stop him and kept saying no, but Shin Xiaotian didn't listen at all. After a while, Shin Xiaotian packed up his things, picked up the shelves and left. "Are you kidding? My favorability dropped so much in an instant, how could I not make up for it?" 20 minutes later, the two moved all the things back to AIXIN's house. After going downstairs, Shin Xiaotian did not ride his electric scooter, but took AIXIN to the roadside to hail a taxi and then headed straight to Jinchuan Community. The taxi slowly stopped at the gate of Jinchuan Community. Shin Xiaotian paid the taxi fare and walked towards the community with AIXIN. After walking for a while, Shin Xiaotian raised his hand and pointed at the top of a residential building. "Senior AI, Yao Qing lives in this building. Look, this unit, the one on the right on the third floor, is her home." Seeing that the lights were on in Yao Qing's house, Shin Xiaotian pulled AIXIN to go to Yao Qing's house. AIXIN was startled, and hurriedly stopped and grabbed Shin Xiaotian. "What are you doing?" Shin Xiaotian said loudly, "Go find Yao Qing and explain the misunderstanding clearly. Whether she is my girlfriend or not, we will know it after we meet and talk." When AIXIN heard this, she became anxious. "Are you sick?" "I won't go. If you want to go, go by yourself." After saying that, AIXIN ran away. She would never do such a presumptuous and embarrassing thing. Shin Xiaotian paused, waved and said, "Okay, let's go to my house." AIXIN did not refuse this time and followed Shin Xiaotian quietly. Shin Xiaotian walked forward with AIXIN for a while, and soon pointed to a building and said, "I live in this building, Unit 1, 7th floor." The two quickly entered the corridor of the apartment building, got on the elevator and went up to the 7th floor. In the elevator, Shin Xiaotian prepared the key and opened the door as soon as he got out of the elevator. Click. Shin Xiaotian reached out and turned on the entrance light of the house. Then he turned around and said, "Senior AI, please come in." AIXIN hesitated for a few seconds, thought about it, and walked into the house. AIXIN subconsciously wanted to find slippers to change into, but Shin Xiaotian said, "No need to change shoes. I don't have any women's slippers at home." After saying that, Shin Xiaotian opened the shoe cabinet. AIXIN took a look and found that it was true. There were only men's shoes in the shoe cabinet, not even a pair of women's shoes. Shin Xiaotian closed the door and invited AIXIN to sit on the sofa in the living room. "Senior AI, wait for me." After saying that, Shin Xiaotian quickly went to the bedroom. AIXIN sat on the sofa and observed everything in the living room. She indeed didn't feel the atmosphere of a girl living here. Soon, Shin Xiaotian came out of the bedroom with a rental contract in his hand and walked straight to AIXIN. Senior AI, this is my rental contract. The landlord is Qinyu, Yaoqing's cousin. Take a look. Shin Xiaotian handed over the contract. AIXIN was wondering whether to accept it, but Shin Xiaotian stuffed the contract into her hands. I'll go get you a glass of water. Shin Xiaotian turned and walked away. AIXIN hesitated for a moment, but finally opened the contract. In fact, AIXIN is not a suspicious person, but for some reason, when it comes to Shin Xiaotian, she decides to get to the bottom of it. After a while, AIXIN finished reading the contract. It was indeed signed by Shin Xiaotian and Qinyu, and the rent, lease period, etc. were all clearly written. At this time, Shin Xiaotian also brought a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table in front of AIXIN. Shin Xiaotian said seriously, Senior AI, actually the rent for this house should be 1,800 a month, but Qinyu hoped that I could take care of Yao Qing's safety when going to and from get off work, so she gave me a preferential price of 1,200. This is also the reason why I go to and from get off work with Yao Qing every day. Only then did AIXIN realize that she seemed to have really misunderstood him. I'm sorry, Xiaotian, it's my fault, I didn't understand the situation clearly. AIXIN bowed her head and apologized. As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt message indicating that Yao Qing's favorability had increased appeared in front of him. The message, Yao Qing favorability +2, appeared 3 times in a row, and it instantly recovered to the previous 20 points. Shin Xiaotian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand and shook his head to indicate that everything was fine. AIXIN returned the rental contract to Shin Xiaotian, then frowned. Mimi is really something, she didn't even find out the true situation first, and then she casually concluded about you. After saying that, AIXIN took out her cell phone and prepared to make a call. Upon seeing this, Shin Xiaotian immediately held AIXIN down and said, Senior AI, who are you going to call? In fact, Shin Xiaotian had already guessed it, but he still wanted to confirm it. Call Mimi. I must help you explain it clearly, so that she won't misunderstand you anymore. AIXIN said. Shin Xiaotian shook his head, that's not necessary, Senior Sister AI. Why? AIXIN was puzzled. Shin Xiaotian thought for a moment, and asked with a slightly serious expression, Senior AI, have you ever thought about one thing, why did Wang Shang know your new address after moving? AIXIN didn't think much about it and said, Wang Shang said that he was near the pedestrian street that day and happened to see me setting up a stall. He said that there were many customers at my stall at the time, so he didn't come over to disturb me. He just waited by the side until I closed the stall and then he followed me. Shin Xiaotian shook his head slowly, and then said very seriously, although what he said sounds correct, my intuition tells me that his words are not credible. AIXIN was stunned for a moment, then asked, you mean, someone told Wang Shang on purpose? Chapter 106 ends here. Shin Xiaotian nodded slightly, thought for a moment and asked, Senior AI, after you moved, who knew your new address? Among these people, who knows Wang Shang? AIXIN immediately replied, only Mimi knows. I haven't told anyone else, not even my parents. Su Mimi, that's right. A sneer immediately appeared on Shin Xiaotian's lips, and he finally understood. Seeing Shin Xiaotian's expression, AIXIN's face froze for a moment. The next second, AIXIN looked at Shin Xiaotian in astonishment. Do you suspect that Mimi told Wang Shang? Shin Xiaotian did not deny, although I have no evidence now, I feel it is her. Shin Xiaotian's suspicion was not groundless, because many things were too coincidental. A few days ago, I had just gone to the pedestrian street to help AIXIN sell goods, and Wang Shang showed up right after. And yesterday, Wang Shang had just been beaten up by Ho Chao and his gang, and Su Mimi immediately came over and said bad things about him. When should we not say bad things? Why didn't we say it earlier or later, but only after Wang Shang got beaten? No, Mimi won't do that. AIXIN's mood suddenly became complicated and she shook her head, unwilling to believe that this was true. Shin Xiaotian said calmly, is it easy to prove what she said? Just ask Wang Shang and you will know. I'll ask Ho Chao to call Wang Shang out tomorrow. I don't mind sponsoring some renovation costs for their gym. After hearing this, AIXIN immediately shook her head, no, don't go. AIXIN said seriously, Xiaotian, can we just leave this matter at that? Shin Xiaotian was immediately confused and looked at AIXIN with a frown. AIXIN pleaded, since I already know that everything about you is a rumor, let's not pursue it any further, okay? The moment Shin Xiaotian felt AIXIN's gaze, he suddenly understood why she said that. AIXIN said she didn't believe it, but she already knew in her heart that the reason Wang Shang was able to find her was most likely revealed by Su Mimi. But AIXIN is a very sentimental person, and she doesn't want this incident to affect their friendship. She would rather believe that Wang Shang just met her by chance. As long as Shin Xiaotian doesn't go to Wang Shang to find out the truth, the outcome of this matter will be an accident. Everything Shin Xiaotian suspected was just his guess. Senior AI, have you really thought it through? Shin Xiaotian wanted to confirm. AIXIN did not hesitate, and immediately nodded vigorously, saying with a firm look, yes, I have thought about it, let's stop here. Shin Xiaotian was silent for a few seconds, then agreed, okay, I'll listen to you. When AIXIN saw Shin Xiaotian agreed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. AIXIN favorability +1. AIXIN's current favorability, 21. A system prompt message appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. Shin Xiaotian suddenly felt fortunate that he had made this decision. If he had insisted on finding Wang Shang to find out the truth, his favorability toward him might have been reduced. For some time afterwards, AIXIN sat on the sofa in silence, looking as if she was thinking about something. Shin Xiaotian knew that AIXIN's mind must be a little confused at the moment, so he didn't disturb her and just sat quietly aside. After a while, AIXIN suddenly stood up. Well, it's getting late, I have to go back. Then he nodded and said, I'll take you there. No need, I can just take a taxi back by myself. AIXIN shook her head. Shin Xiaotian said, Senior AI, my electric scooter is still parked on the pedestrian street. If I don't ride it back, I won't have any means of transportation tomorrow morning. Oh. AIXIN nodded and followed Shin Xiaotian out and downstairs. Since entering the elevator, AIXIN has been quiet. Shin Xiaotian was also very tactful and kept quiet, not saying a single word unless necessary. The taxi fare back was paid by AIXIN. She prepared it secretly as soon as she got in the car, leaving Shin Xiaotian no chance to pay. After getting off the bus, Shin Xiaotian first sent AIXIN home, and then rode his electric scooter and rushed home in the cold winter night wind. The temperature has been getting lower and lower recently, and Shin Xiaotian was shivering in the cold wind all the way. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, I have to pass the driving test quickly, otherwise I'd be surprised if I don't get sick from being blown by the cold wind every day. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. AIXIN had just taken a hot bath and was now blow-drying her hair in the living room. AIXIN seemed to be normal on the surface, but she had many questions in her mind. Why did Su Mimi tell Wang Shang my address? She clearly promised to keep it a secret for me, how could she go back on her word? Why did she say bad things about Shin Xiaotian to me? What good would it do her? Since she came back until now, these questions have been turning over and over in AIXIN's mind. But she thought about it for a long time and still couldn't figure out why. Suddenly, AIXIN felt her scalp was extremely hot. Only then did she realize that she had been thinking too deeply and the hairdryer was blowing on the same spot for a long time. AIXIN quickly took away the hairdryer and turned it off, then rubbed the burned area with a grimace. I don't want to think about it anymore, I don't want to think about it anymore. For me, the most important thing now is how to raise enough money for my dad's surgery. The rest doesn't matter. AIXIN frowned and reminded herself secretly, then she cleared away the unnecessary thoughts in her mind. The next day, Monday. Early in the morning, Shin Xiaotian waited downstairs for 15 more minutes. When the breakfast was almost cold, Yao Qing hurriedly ran out of the corridor. Sorry, I overslept. Yao Qing looked apologetic and her hair was a little messy. Shin Xiaotian asked curiously, Yao Qing, is your alarm clock out of power again? It's only been a few days. What kind of knockoff battery did you buy? Yao Qing said as she got on her electric scooter, no, the alarm clock had power. I pressed it to sleep for 5 more minutes, but I accidentally overslept. Luckily you called me. Shin Xiaotian guessed that this was the situation, and couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, I knew it. After Yao Qing sat firmly in the car, Shin Xiaotian stepped on the accelerator and drove her towards the gate of the community. Soon after leaving the gate of the community, Shin Xiaotian jokingly said, by the way, Yao Qing, do you have a house near the company? If you can live near the company, you can sleep a little longer every morning. Yao Qing nodded and said, yes, but that house is too old. I don't like it very much. Do you think I want to live so far away? Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, there actually is a house. Then, Yao Ching said, Xiaotian, how about I ask my parents to buy a house near the company? I heard there's a new property near our company that's pretty good. It just opened recently, and the facilities and environment are pretty good. How about you go with me to take a look sometime? Xin Xiaotian was speechless for a moment, thinking, he is indeed a child from a wealthy family. Buying a house is as easy as buying fruit. Chapter 107. How does your mom know this? On the way to the company, Yao Ching chatted with Xin Xiaotian while eating her almost cold breakfast. Xin Xiaotian actually wanted to buy another hot meal for Yao Ching, but Yao Ching said there was no need to waste it and actually finished it. For this, Xin Xiaotian praised Yao Ching, saying that she was different from other rich second-generation daughters and was so down to earth. Arriving at the company, after Xin Xiaotian parked his electric scooter, he couldn't help but ask, by the way, Yao Ching, how is Xiaoru doing these past 2 days? Yao Ching replied, don't worry, my cousin's people are keeping an eye on us. There won't be any movement in the next 2 days. Yeah. Xin Xiaotian nodded, and then walked quickly towards the warehouse department with Yao Ching. At 2 minutes to 8, the two walked into the warehouse department office. Manager. He had already started calling out names at this time, but he had not yet called out the names of Xin Xiaotian and Yao Ching, so he arrived at the last minute. After the roll call was completed without any incident, everyone dispersed and entered the warehouse, ready to start the day's work. Xin Xiaotian was still with Yao Ching, chatting as they walked towards their own area. Suddenly, Yao Ching said, by the way, I heard some news yesterday. What news? Xin Xiaotian asked. Yao Ching looked around and lowered her voice and said, I heard that our company is going to add a third sales department, and we will transfer some people from various departments of the company to that department. Who told you that? Xin Xiaotian asked. Yao Ching whispered, listen to what my mother said. Xin Xiaotian was a little surprised, how does your mother know this? Yao Ching said, my mother also heard it from someone else. I don't know who it was, but the news is absolutely reliable. Xin Xiaotian nodded slightly, without doubting the authenticity of the news. Yao Ching's father is a big boss, so he must be well informed about the news in the wives' circle, and it is likely that he is right. Xin Xiaotian thought for a moment and asked, Yao Ching, do you want to sell 3 copies? Yao Ching said without disguising, yes, I want to go. If I work in sales, my income will be much higher than my current salary. I want to make more money. I always feel like I don't have enough money lately, but I can't count on my parents to give me any. Xin Xiaotian thought to himself, as long as you listen to your parents, will pocket money be a problem? Of course, Xin Xiaotian would not say such a thing. If Yao Ching is willing to follow her family's arrangements, why should she go out to work on her own? Wouldn't it be better to just lie down at home and be a good girl? Didn't I transfer 50,000 yuan to you? You can use it first. Xin Xiaotian said. Yao Ching shook her head without even thinking, no, that's your money, not mine. I don't feel comfortable using it. Xin Xiaotian smiled and said, Yao Ching, being a salesperson is not as easy as you think. If your performance is not good enough, your monthly salary may not be as much as it is now. The average monthly salary of an ordinary salesperson at Donghui Pharmaceutical is 600 yuan, and the bulk of the salary comes from sales commissions. If your performance is not too bad, you can earn at least 3,000 to 4,000 a month. If I work harder, I can go to pharmacies, clinics and hospitals more often every day. If your performance is better, it is possible to earn tens of thousands or even 20,000 yuan a month. But that is just an exception, it is impossible for it to happen every month. Yao Ching nodded, I know, but I just want to try it. Xin Xiaotian expressed his understanding, and then asked, then how can I get into the third sales department? Yao Ching replied, I don't know yet, I think they will send a notice. Then, Yao Ching asked, Xiaotian, after the company sends the official notice, how about we go and sign up together? Me? Xin Xiaotian was a little surprised. Yes. Yao Ching looked at Xin Xiaotian expectantly. Xin Xiaotian wanted to tease Yao Ching, so he shook his head deliberately and said, I'm not going. Why? Yao Ching asked in surprise. Xin Xiaotian replied seriously, my emotional intelligence is too low, I am not suitable for business, you go by yourself. Don't. Yao Ching immediately grabbed Xin Xiaotian's sleeve and shook it twice, as if she was acting coquettishly, just go with me. Xin Xiaotian stared at Yao Ching for 2 seconds, then asked with a smile, why, are you scared alone? Yao Ching felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head slightly and said, yes, a little bit. Xin Xiaotian then realized that Yao Ching called him just to give him courage. But Shin Xiaotian didn't give in immediately. Instead he said, "It's still a long time since we've made any plans yet, we don't know when the notice will be issued, we'll talk about it when the time comes." After saying that, Shin Xiaotian walked towards his work area. Yao Chang was anxious and grabbed Shin Xiaotian's arm again. "Promise me first, the notice should be sent soon." When Yao Chang spoke, she looked as if she would not let go unless he agreed. Okay, I promise you, okay." Shin Xiaotian agreed with a smile. Only then did Yao Ching smile with satisfaction, then turned around and left happily. The entire warehouse department was very busy this morning, and Shin Xiaotian was no exception. He was busy until almost 11:30 before he had some free time. Because he was feeling tired, Shin Xiaotian scheduled the less urgent matters to the afternoon. "I thought I would take a break and then go eat, then take a nap in the office and continue working in the afternoon." Just when Shin Xiaotian was drinking water, Yao Ching suddenly ran over. Xiaotian, the company has issued a notice." Yao Ching shouted. "What notice?" Shin Xiaotian had been busy for the whole morning and had long forgotten about the matters concerning the sales department 3. Yao Ching was immediately displeased, frowned and patted Shin Xiaotian's arm. "It's the notice from sales department 3. I just told you this morning, how come you forgot?" Shin Xiaotian suddenly realized something and asked, "So fast?" Yao Chang didn't answer and pulled Shin Xiaotian out. "Let's go sign up." Since he had already promised Yao Ching, Shin Xiaotian couldn't go back on his word, so he immediately took off his work gloves and followed Yao Ching out of the warehouse department. The notice of setting up a third sales department was posted on the notice board on the first floor of the office building. When Shin Xiaotian and Yao Chang went over, many colleagues were already standing in front of the notice board. Everyone was talking about this matter at this time, and many people were eager to try it out. Shin Xiaotian and Yao Chang squeezed into the crowd and took a look. The content of the notice was almost the same as what Yao Ching said. As long as they were Dongui employees, they could go to the Human Resources Department to sign up. Yao Ching was about to take Shin Xiaotian upstairs to the Human Resources Department when she heard a colleague ask, "Hey, who do you think will be the general manager of Sales Department 3? Someone immediately responded, "I don't know who it is, but it definitely won't be Manager Sun and Manager Wang." The Manager Sun he mentioned was the General Manager of Sales Department 1, Sun Jijun. Manager Wang is the General Manager of Sales Department 2, Wang Hachang. As soon as he finished speaking, someone next to him complained, "Nonsense, do you still need to say this? Manager Sun and Manager Wang have already been the heads of the department. How could they be transferred to manage the newly added Sales Department 3? Could you please tell me something useful?" These words immediately caused laughter from most of the colleagues. The man suddenly felt a little embarrassed and immediately added loudly, "I haven't finished yet." Do you believe it? The general manager of the Sales Department 3 is either Manager Yang or Manager Lu. It can't be someone else. Manager Yang's name is Yang Feng, and he is currently the Deputy Manager of Sales Department 1. Manager Lu's name is Lu Yongheng, and he is currently the Deputy Manager of Sales Department 2. Both of them are veteran employees of Dongui Company and have rich experience in both management and business. If a new general manager of the sales department is to be selected, these two people should be the company's priority for promotion. Yao Ching couldn't help but elbow Shin Xiaotian after hearing this, and asked in a low voice, "Hey, who do you think it is?" Chapter 108. Is this a bit too easy? Shin Xiaotian shook his head calmly. "How would I know? I have to ask Mr. Li." Then, Shin Xiaotian asked, "What do you think?" Yao Ching replied without hesitation, "It must be Manager Yang." Shin Xiaotian saw him and asked curiously, "Why?" Yao Ching did not answer immediately, but took Shin Xiaotian away from the crowd first. Then he whispered, "Manager Yang is so easy to talk to, much more pleasing to the eye than Lu Yongheng. If Lu Yongheng were the manager, I wouldn't even want to work in Sales Department 3. When Shin Xiaotian heard this, he suddenly wanted to laugh, but he held it back. Shin Xiaotian and Yao Ching are quite familiar with Yang Feng and Lu Yongheng because they often come into contact with them in their daily work. Yang Feng is about 37 or 38 years old this year, about 1.78 meters tall, with a very good appearance, and he always smiles when he meets everyone. The impression he gives is that he is very friendly and easy to talk to, and he is quite popular among people from all levels in the company. Every time Yang Feng came to the warehouse to urge shipment, he would bring some snacks for everyone, so Yao Ching had a very good impression of Yang Feng. Let's talk about Lu Yongheng. Although he is 5 or 6 years younger than Yang Feng, his height and appearance are not as good as Yang Feng. The key is that he is not as easy to talk to as Yang Feng. The reason why Yao Qing disliked him was mainly because Lu Yongheng had complained about her to manager he of the warehousing department during 2 shipments. The first time was when Yao Qing had just joined the company 2 months ago. Yao Qing sent the wrong medicine on Lu Yongheng's order, and Lu Yongheng discovered it when loading it onto the truck. Lu Yongheng called manager he on the spot and pointed out the mistake sternly, so manager he seriously criticized Yao Qing on the spot. The second time was last month when Lu Yongheng had a batch of goods that needed to be loaded onto a truck in a hurry. Because Yao Qing had a lot of outbound orders on hand, she was a bit slow in sending the goods to Lu Yongheng. Because Lu Yongheng was too anxious, he called manager he to complain about Yao Qing, which resulted in Yao Qing being criticized again. Because of this, Yao Qing had a very bad impression of Lu Yongheng, and he was the one she disliked the most in the entire company. Shen Xiaotian asked Yao Qing, "Are you still going to register? What if it's really manager Lu?" Yao Qing said without hesitation, "We still have to go to register, and we can talk about the future later." After saying that, Yao Qing pulled Shen Xiaotian to the Human Resources Department on the 3rd floor. As soon as they went up to the 2nd floor, they ran into Su Mimi. Su Mimi was obviously dressed up carefully today, giving people a very pleasing feeling. It is said that looking at beautiful women often can help live longer. Su Mimi is indeed a beauty, but Shen Xiaotian has no interest in her at all. Because there is a saying that appearance is determined by the mind. In Shen Xiaotian's mind, Su Mimi is just a woman with a good appearance. The moment Shen Xiaotian saw Su Mimi, he immediately shifted his gaze elsewhere and had no intention of paying any attention to her. Yao Qing smiled and nodded at Su Mimi, even though she didn't like Su Mimi either. But we are in the same company and see each other every day, so the face-saving lawsuit still has to be fought. Of course, Su Mimi also saw Shen Xiaotian and Yao Qing. When she saw the two of them acting together again, a trace of contempt and disdain flashed in her eyes. Shen Xiaotian went upstairs and Su Mimi went downstairs. Apart from passing each other and looking at each other for a moment, nothing else happened between them. Although Shen Xiaotian looked calm throughout, he was actually a little panicked inside. "Why are you panicking?" What panicked him was that the system suddenly released a task to favor Su Mimi. At this moment, Shen Xiaotian and Su Mimi have completely torn their relationship apart. If the system dad still issued Su Mimi's task, Shen Xiaotian would probably be depressed to death on the spot. It was not until Su Mimi went downstairs and walked away that Shen Xiaotian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thanked in his heart, "Thank you, system dad, for sparing my life." Yao Qing was unaware of Shen Xiaotian's inner emotional changes. She turned around and looked down, and after making sure that Su Mimi had really gone far away, she quickly ran to Shen Xiaotian's side. "Xiaotian, are you two completely breaking up?" Yao Qing said in a low voice. Shen Xiaotian asked back, "You saw it all, why are you still asking?" Yao Qing lowered her voice and said affirmatively, "It's best if you break up. You two are not the same kind of people at all. No matter how much time and energy you spend on her, it will be in vain." After hearing this, Shen Xiaotian just smiled faintly and continued walking upstairs. 15 minutes later, Shen Xiaotian and Yao Qing walked out of the Human Resources office. The two of them had just filled out the registration form and handed it in, but Yao Qing didn't look very excited. Because the number of people who came to fill out the form and register was far beyond Yao Qing's expectations. After leaving the office building, Yao Qing suddenly felt a little discouraged. "Xiaotian, so many people have signed up, do you think I can be selected?" Shen Xiaotian joked seriously, "How about I spread some rumors? As long as Mr. Li knows your family situation, he will definitely appoint you to the sales department 3. You dare?" Yao Qing was shocked, fearing that Shen Xiaotian would really do this, and immediately frowned and said, "If you dare to say anything, I will break up with you immediately. Also, believe it or not, I'll ask my cousin to raise your rent to 2,200. No, 3,200. Shen Xiaotian was immediately amused by Yao Qing and said happily, "I was just teasing you, why are you reacting so strongly? You're so annoying." Yao Qing spat in annoyance, turned her head away and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looking very cute. After a moment, Yao Qing said, "Whether I can get into sales department 3 this time, I want to thank you for accompanying me to sign up." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Xiaotian received a system prompt message. Yao Qing's favorability +2. Yao Qing's current favorability, 32. Shen Xiaotian was very surprised. He just accompanied her here to fill out a form and register. It only added 2 points of favorability. Isn't this a bit too easy? But after thinking about it, Shen Xiaotian understood something. Although this little thing is not worth mentioning to me, it should be very important and unusual to Yao Qing. At this time, Yao Cheng said, "To express my gratitude, I will treat you to lunch today. What would you like to eat?" Shin Xiaotian thought for a moment and asked, "Anything is fine?" Upon hearing this, Yao Cheng immediately added, "Within 30 yuan, no more." Afterwards, the two of them walked out of the company gate and found a small restaurant nearby. After lunch, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Cheng returned to the company. As the two of them walked to the entrance of the warehouse department, the cell phone in Shin Xiaotian's pocket suddenly vibrated. Seeing that the incoming call was from an unfamiliar local number, Shin Xiaotian answered it immediately. After a brief chat, Shin Xiaotian hung up the phone and said to Yao Cheng, "I'm going to get a package. You go back to the office first." "Okay." Yao Cheng responded and continued walking towards the office. When Shin Xiaotian returned to the company gate, the courier was already waiting there. After signing for the express delivery, Shin Xiaotian opened it and took a look on the spot. The copyright contract for Heart 2 Soft is exactly the same as the copyright contract for Sad Pacific, and the amount is also 100,000 yuan. After confirming that there was no problem with the contract, Shin Xiaotian rode his electric scooter to the nearest post office. In the post office, Shin Xiaotian quickly signed the contract and then sent it back by express mail. As Shin Xiaotian walked out of the post office, he took out his cell phone, edited the message, and then sent it out. "Sister Shi, the contract has been signed and mailed, please check it." After sending the text message, Shin Xiaotian was about to put his phone back into his pocket when a call came in. Shin Xiaotian picked up the phone and a smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian pressed the answer button. "Hello, Sister Shi. Chapter 109. Are you in love?" Li Mingxi's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Xiaotian, I'm too lazy to send a message, so I called you. I hope I didn't disturb you?" "No, I'm at the post office. I just sent a package," Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. Li Mingxi asked, "When did you receive the express delivery?" "I just received it and came directly to the post office," Shin Xiaotian replied. "Thank you." Li Mingxi thanked him and then said, "I may be a little busy this afternoon, but don't worry, I will find time to go to the bank to transfer the money to you." Shin Xiaotian immediately said, "Don't worry, Sister Shi, I'm not in a hurry to use the money. You can take care of your own things first, and then go to the bank when you have time." "Yeah." Li Mingxi responded softly, and then suddenly didn't know what to talk about. If it were any other time, Li Mingxi would have hung up the phone long ago after saying everything she wanted to say. But today was a little unusual. Li Mingxi didn't want to hang up the phone early. She wanted to chat with Shin Xiaotian for a while longer. When Shin Xiaotian noticed that Li Mingxi suddenly fell silent, he quickly checked his phone screen and discovered that the call was still going on. "Sister Shi, are you still there?" Shin Xiaotian asked. "Oh, yes." Li Mingxi responded quickly. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, "Sister Shi, why did you suddenly go silent? I almost thought the signal was down." Li Mingxi was embarrassed to say that she hadn't thought of anything to talk about, so she lied and said, "Sorry, I was distracted just now." When Shin Xiaotian heard this, he immediately asked with concern, "Sister Shi, have you been under a lot of pressure recently? Why do you ask that?" Li Mingxi was a little confused. Shin Xiaotian said seriously, "I read a novel before, which said that when people are under great pressure, they often lose focus involuntarily." "Really? This is the first time I've heard of this theory," Li Mingxi said. Shin Xiaotian immediately explained, "Sister Shi, when people are under great pressure, their brains will be overwhelmed. In order to avoid excessive fatigue, the human brain will unconsciously turn on the self-protection mode. That is, it diverts attention away from the source of stress, leading to states such as distraction and daze. It's like a high-speed machine that automatically slows down to prevent overheating and damage." Shin Xiaotian listened and thought about it, and it seemed that it was really what Shin Xiaotian said. "Sometimes when I'm under too much pressure, I will become dazed and distracted for no apparent reason." "Xiaotian, I didn't expect that you can not only write songs, but also understand psychology." Li Mingxi laughed rarely. Shin Xiaotian also laughed and said, "I don't know anything about psychology. I just learned it from novels." After that, Shin Xiaotian changed the subject and said, "By the way, Sister Shi, have you started recording your new album? How long will it take to finish it?" As soon as the new album was mentioned, Li Mingxi immediately became interested and immediately took control of the topic. Li Mingxi told Shin Xiaotian some interesting things that happened during the preparation stage. He also told him that the recording of the new album would officially begin in the next 2 days. As long as everything goes well, the the new album will be available in 3 months if nothing unexpected happens. Before I knew it, the call had lasted more than half an hour. It was not until someone knocked on Li Mingxi's door that Li Mingxi realized that she seemed to have been talking on the phone for too long. Xiaotian, I have to go busy. I'll talk to you next time when I have time. Li Mingxi said hurriedly. Shen Xiaotian also said immediately, okay, Sister Shi, then you go ahead and do your work. I should go back to the company. Li Mingxi was about to hang up the phone when Shen Xiaotian suddenly called her again, by the way, Sister Shi. What's wrong, Xiaotian? Li Mingxi asked. Shen Xiaotian asked with concern, you haven't had hypoglycemia recently, have you? Remember to bring some sugar with you. Also, eat on time and don't stay up too late. Yeah. Li Mingxi responded softly, feeling a little warmth in her heart. Then I'll hang up, bye, Sister Shi. Shen Xiaotian said and hung up the phone. At the same time, in the provincial capital, in an office of a company, Li Mingxi, who was sitting on the sofa, slowly put down her phone. Because we chatted for a long time, the phone is getting a little hot. Li Mingxi touched the ear that had just been used to make a phone call, and found it was a little hot. At this time, there was another knock on the door. Come in. Li Mingxi responded. Then the office door opened and a short-haired woman in her early 30s with a slightly plump figure walked in. The short-haired woman is named Yin Jianan, and she is Li Mingxi's agent. Sister Yin, are we about to set off? Li Mingxi asked. Yin Jianan shook his head, not yet. Then, Yin Jianan quickly walked over to sit next to Li Mingxi, and began to look Li Mingxi up and down with a very strange look. Soon, Li Mingxi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her. What are you doing, Sister Yin? Yin Jianan approached Li Mingxi seriously and asked in a low voice, Mingxi, are you in love? Li Mingxi was stunned. Sister Yin, how did you know I was in love? Yin Jianan said seriously, Mingxi, I have known you for such a long time, and I have never seen you talking on the phone for such a long time like you did just now. Also, you've only been home for a few days, but you've come up with 2 new songs that are so good. Aren't you a little too efficient? From my experience, something must have happened to you. Having said this, Yin Jianan suddenly moved a little closer to Li Mingxi. Tell me the truth, are you in love? What's his name? Is he handsome? What do you do? How old are you? What's your zodiac sign? Also, how did you two meet? And how did sparks fly? Yin Jianan instantly switched to gossip mode, his eyes shining brightly. No, Sister Yin, I didn't. Li Mingxi quickly denied it, and then explained, he is a good friend of mine. I talked to him for a while about the preparations for the new album. It's not what you think. I don't believe it. Yin Jianan shook his head decisively. Then, Yin Jianan pointed at Li Mingxi's face and said, you looked upset before I called you, but now you look completely different. Look, you can hardly suppress the smile on your face. In fact, Li Mingxi was not unable to suppress the smile. Even when Yin Jianan came in, there was not even a trace of a smile on her face. But Li Mingxi seemed really happy during the phone call just now, and since he was the one involved, he was confused, so he believed it to be true. Li Mingxi immediately raised her hand and touched the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Li Mingxi suddenly found that Yin Jianan was staring at her with surprise. No way, Li Mingxi, you are really in love. Yin Jianan's voice instantly became 3 degrees higher, and his eyes were full of excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. Only then did Li Mingxi realize that she had been tricked by Yin Jianan. No, it's not. I'm not in a relationship. Li Mingxi quickly denied it and then began to explain her relationship with Shen Xiaotian. 10 minutes later, Li Mingxi stopped explaining, feeling that she had said everything she needed to say. Li Mingxi looked at Yin Jianan and asked, Sister Yin, this is the situation. You should believe me now, right? Yin Jianan turned around and glanced at the door, then lowered his voice and reminded seriously, Mingxi, don't let President Wang know about your relationship. Our company has a clear ban on contracted artists dating. When Li Mingxi heard this, he rolled his eyes on the spot and then shook his head helplessly. Li Mingxi was speechless. If I had known that the explanation wouldn't work, I would have saved my breath. Chapter 110. Although it is tiring, it is worth it. Shortly after work started in the afternoon, manager he came hurriedly to inform everyone. Today we must count all the expired medicines, spoiled medicines and medicines that are close to their expiration date. Because the Municipal Drug Administration may conduct surprise inspections in the next few days, if any problems are found, the company will be punished accordingly. Upon hearing the news, there was a sudden wailing in the warehouse department's office. You know, today is Monday and everyone has a lot of things on their hands. Many people are still busy and Haven Tea sent out all the orders they have. If you have to count all the expired, spoiled, and near-expiry drugs today, you will have to work overtime at night. Yao Qing was also one of the wailing crowd, and her pretty face had already become depressed. She has been following an idol drama recently, and if she works overtime at night, she will miss 2 episodes. What the hell? They didn't even notify me earlier if they needed an inspection. It's always like this. It's so annoying. Yao Qing complained. Shen Xiaotian gently patted Yao Qing's shoulder and whispered, "It's okay, I'll help you." Shen Xiaotian had almost finished sending out the invoices in his hand, and he had just counted the inventory at the end of last month. He has records of all expired medicines, spoiled medicines, and medicines nearing their expiration date, so he just needs to pick them out according to the records later. Real? Yao Qing seemed to have seen a savior, and a glimmer of hope immediately appeared in her eyes. Shen Xiaotian smiled and nodded, saying, "Let's go, I'll help you send out the unfinished orders first." Okay. Yao Qing nodded happily. After manager he finished speaking, the two of them walked into the warehouse. As soon as she entered the warehouse, Yao Qing suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly, "Xiaotian, if you help me, what will you do?" Shen Xiaotian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a record book. Whenever new goods enter the warehouse, I will write down the batch number and expiration date. When I do the inventory every month, I will also take inventory." Wow, you have this skill. Yao Qing was very surprised and immediately looked at Shen Xiaotian with new eyes. Shen Xiaotian said seriously, "Yao Qing, you should also make a record book, so that you can save a lot of trouble in the future." Yeah, that makes sense. Yao Qing nodded immediately. Suddenly, Yao Qing stopped nodding and said, "That's true, but if I'm selected by Sales Department 3, I won't have to make a record book." You are just lazy. Shen Xiaotian said with a smile. He. Yao Qing did not deny it and laughed foolishly. This afternoon, Shen Xiaotian was doing nothing but shipping the orders as normal. The rest of the time was almost spent helping Yao Qing count expired, spoiled, and near-expiry medicines. However, what Shen Xiaotian did not expect was that some of the batches of medicines in the area she was responsible for were too numerous and messy, making it time-consuming to count and record them. It was not until 7:30 in the evening that Shen Xiaotian helped Yao Qing finish counting her area. Although it was very tiring, Shen Xiaotian felt it was worth it. Because this afternoon, Yao Qing's favorability level soared by 6 points in a row and has now reached 38 points. Yao Qing's mission goal is to reach a favorability of 40, and now she is only 2 points away from completing the mission. Through doing system tasks during this period of time, Shen Xiaotian also noticed one thing. That is, the higher the target person's favorability, the easier it will be to improve the favorability. Moreover, many things are done when the target person's favorability is low. It is possible that the favorability points cannot be increased, or the chance of increasing the favorability points is low. But if you do it when the target person's favorability is high, the probability of increasing favorability points will be greatly increased. Yao Qing glanced at the time and said, "There's still half an hour left. We have to speed up." After saying that, Yao Qing walked toward Shen Xiaotian's work area. Although Yao Qing's favorite idol drama will start airing at 8 o'clock, Shen Xiaotian has been helping her count for so long, so she should at least return the favor. Even if Shen Xiaotian doesn't need to spend much time counting the goods, I still have to go and help move the goods, just to make it look like I'm doing it. Otherwise I always feel that I am too disloyal. Shen Xiaotian knew that she was in a hurry to go back to watch TV, so he said, "Yao Qing, you should go home first. If you go out and take a taxi now, you should be able to catch up." "That's impossible. You've been helping me for the whole afternoon. I can't just abandon you." Although Yao Qing was shaking her head, her expression and eyes were not firm. "Then you have to think carefully. The plot of the first episode tonight is very important. Are you sure you want to miss it?" Shen Xiaotian asked. Yao Qing stopped talking immediately, frowning and looking very troubled. "Okay, let's go back quickly, otherwise we will miss it," Shen Xiaotian urged. Yao Qing couldn't resist the temptation of idol dramas, and said to Shen Xiaotian with a smile, "Xiaotian, I owe you a favor, I will definitely pay you back next time." After saying that, Yao Qing ran away. Yao Qing's favorability +1. Yao Qing's current favorability, 39. Looking at the system display information in front of him, Shen Xiaotian smiled with satisfaction. I am only 1 point away from completing the mission. There are nearly 5 days left, which should be enough. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help laughing when he thought that Yao Qing's task could be completed with certainty. 15 minutes later, Shin Xiaotian finished his work and left the warehouse department amid the envious gazes of his colleagues who were working overtime. On the way to the parking shed, Shin Xiaotian called AIXIN. After confirming that AIXIN was setting up a stall, Shin Xiaotian just said, "I'll be there right away," and then hung up the phone. Shin Xiaotian had just left the company on his electric scooter not far when a man and a woman standing on the side of the road hailing a taxi caught his attention. Shin Xiaotian knew both of these people. One of them was Su Mimi. The other is Zhang Yuanfang, the purchasing manager. Zhang Yuanfang is 38 years old this year. He is of medium height and has an ordinary appearance, but his beer belly is already quite noticeable. At this time, he was trying hard to wave for a taxi, while Su Mimi was carrying her bag, wearing a pair of very high heels, standing at the back with a cold expression, waiting. Zhang Yuanfang was chatting with Su Mimi while stopping a car. Su Mimi would nod from time to time and respond to him in a low voice. Just then, the two of them hailed a taxi. As soon as the taxi stopped, Zhang Yuan ran over, opened the door, and with a smile, let Su Mimi get in first. Su Mimi thanked her and then got into the car gracefully. During the whole process, Zhang Yuanfang was very gentlemanly and kept his hand on Su Mimi's head to prevent her from accidentally hitting the roof of the car. Soon, Zhang Yuanfang also got into the car. The car door closed, and the taxi quickly merged into the traffic flow and disappeared from Shin Xiaotian's sight. Shin Xiaotian didn't care where Su Mimi and Zhang Yuanfang were going. He just looked at them curiously because they were acquaintances. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian concentrated on riding his bike and no longer thought about anything else. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Shin Xiaotian came to AIXIN's stall. The traffic on the pedestrian street on Monday night is far less than on weekends. When Shin Xiaotian arrived, it was the peak time of traffic on the weekend. But at that time, there were only 2 or 3 customers at AIXIN's stall, and they were all middle-aged women who were just looking around. As soon as Shin Xiaotian arrived, he asked, "Senior AI, how is business tonight?" AIXIN was a little depressed and shook her head, "Not very good. I have only sold more than 10 pieces so far. It is much worse than before." Shin Xiaotian thought she was in a bad mood because of bad business, so he comforted her, "Senior AI, there is no need to be so unhappy. This is how business works. It is normal to have ups and downs." AIXIN sighed and said, "I'm not unhappy because business is bad today." "Why is that?" Shin Xiaotian asked. AIXIN said, "The relative of my colleague's husband has sold all the goods he had." It turned out that a relative of AIXIN's colleague's husband had packed up and sold all the accumulated t-shirts to a former colleague at the weekend. In other words, it is impossible for AIXIN to continue to bring goods here to sell. Once she sold out the ones she had on hand, they were all sold out. Ever since the t-shirt business became popular, AIXIN has been hoping to earn enough money to pay for her father's surgery. But now the supply has been cut off and her source of income has disappeared. How could AIXIN be in a good mood? Chapter 111. Something happened to Mimi. Shin Xiaotian comforted her, "It's okay, senior sister AI. If we can't sell the t-shirts, we can sell other things. We can then look for sources of goods." Although AIXIN nodded after hearing this, she still looked unhappy. Shin Xiaotian wanted to say a few more words of comfort, but suddenly a customer came. Upon seeing this, AIXIN immediately stood up and went over to greet them. Shin Xiaotian stood behind and watched AIXIN greet the guests quietly, feeling helpless. Indeed, as Shin Xiaotian said, they can indeed find more sources of goods to sell. But the actual operation is not as simple as it sounds. First of all, purchasing goods requires capital. If the goods are not marketable and cannot be sold, the loss will be borne by yourself. It's not like it is now, where you get the goods first, pay for them when they are sold, and return them to the owner if they are not sold. There is no risk at all. Secondly, purchasing and selecting goods by yourself is also an issue that requires careful consideration. If I still sell t-shirts, I have to go to the factories in the south to get the goods. AIXIN has a job and sometimes has to work overtime on weekends, so time is a problem. Moreover, considering the quantity AIXIN purchases, it is absolutely impossible to get t-shirts at such a low price again. Once costs increase, business will become more difficult. Besides, it's winter now, so it's okay to sell off-season goods occasionally. But to be honest, the risk is too great to always focus on selling off-season products. 10 minutes later, AIXIN sent away the 2 guests. Xiaotian, we sold 6 more pieces. AIXIN turned around and waved the banknotes in her hand at Shin Xiaotian with a smile. Shin Xiaotian immediately smiled back, nodded and gave him a praising look. At 9:30 in the evening, there were not many people walking on the pedestrian street. At this time, the stalls nearby were all closing up, but AIXIN was reluctant to do so. Because tonight's business did not meet her expectations at all, she always felt unwilling and wanted to wait a little longer. Shin Xiaotian understood what she was thinking, so he stepped forward and patiently persuaded her, and only then did AIXIN agree to close the stall. After tidying up, Shin Xiaotian carried 4 gantry clothes hangers as usual and walked towards AIXIN's home with her. On the way back, AIXIN said, "Xiaotian, don't come over tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The remaining ones should be sold out soon. I can handle it by myself." Shin Xiaotian thought, "No. I haven't completed your task yet, why don't you let me help?" Currently, AIXIN's favorability is 21, which is 9 points away from the 30 points required by the task. However, Shin Xiaotian still responded, "Okay, if you need anything, just call me and I will definitely be there whenever you call." "Well, thank you, Xiaotian." AIXIN nodded and smiled. Not long after, Shin Xiaotian moved the shelf upstairs and placed it in AIXIN's house. AIXIN originally wanted to keep Shin Xiaotian to have a cup of hot water before leaving. But for some reason, as soon as AIXIN entered the house, she remembered the scene of that night and instantly gave up the idea. "Xiaotian, then I won't see you off. Be careful on your way home and send me a text message when you get home," AIXIN said. Shin Xiaotian nodded, turned around and was about to leave. Just then, AIXIN's cell phone suddenly rang. AIXIN took out her cell phone and saw that the call was from Su Mimi. I don't know why, the moment AIXIN saw that it was Su Mimi calling, my first reaction was to feel my heart tighten, and I subconsciously looked at Shin Xiaotian. It is worth mentioning that AIXIN's expression and eyes when looking at Shin Xiaotian at this time. It's just like a wife who is secretly meeting her lover outside and suddenly receives a call from her husband checking on her. Seeing that AIXIN didn't answer the phone and looked at him with a strange expression, Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, senior sister AI?" AIXIN was a little nervous. Yes, it was Mimi who called. Shin Xiaotian was secretly puzzled and didn't understand why AIXIN was so nervous when Su Mimi called her. Seeing that the phone kept ringing but AIXIN didn't answer it, Shin Xiaotian asked, "Senior AI, why don't you answer it?" When AIXIN saw Shin Xiaotian's calm and composed expression, she immediately realized that her reaction seemed to be a bit excessive. The next second, AIXIN pressed the answer button. But it was still a little late. Su Mimi hung up the call just before it was answered. AIXIN didn't think much about it and quickly called back, putting the phone to her ear. Soon, the call was connected. Beep. Beep. But strangely, Su Mimi did not answer the call. Instead, she hung up after the call rang twice. Strange, why didn't Mimi answer my call? AIXIN was very confused. Shin Xiaotian said, "I think she dialed the wrong number. She should call back later." AIXIN also thought that this should be the case, and then she stopped calling. "I'll go back then. Bye, senior sister AI." Shin Xiaotian said hello, turned around and went downstairs. Unexpectedly, before Shin Xiaotian had walked far, AIXIN's anxious voice came from behind him. "Xiaotian, it's bad, something happened to Mimi." Shin Xiaotian immediately looked back and saw AIXIN running towards him quickly with a cell phone in hand. When Shin Xiaotian heard AIXIN's words, his expression instantly became serious. "What's wrong, senior sister AI?" AIXIN hurried over and put her phone in front of Shin Xiaotian. "This is the text message Mimi just sent. Something seems to have happened to her." Shin Xiaotian took the phone and looked at it carefully. The text message from Su Mimi read, "I'm at the Green Shade Hotel, come and save me." AIXIN became more and more anxious as she thought about it. "Xiaotian, Mimi must have had an accident. I called her right after receiving the text message, but her phone was turned off." Shin Xiaotian signaled AIXIN not to panic, then quickly took out his cell phone and dialed Su Mimi's number. Soon, the phone turned off and a tone was heard from the phone. "Mimi's phone is always on 24 hours a day. She didn't answer the call and suddenly turned it off. She must be in danger," AIXIN said anxiously. The next moment, AIXIN grabbed Shin Xiaotian's arm and said, "Xiaotian, come with me to find Mimi. If Mimi really needs a bad guy, I definitely can't handle it alone." Shin Xiaotian nodded without any hesitation and said, "Okay." After saying that, the two of them trotted towards where the electric scooter was parked. Shin Xiaotian actually didn't care at all about what happened to Su Mini. The reason why he agreed so readily was entirely because AIXIN spoke up. After a while, Shin Xiaotian carried AIXIN and rode towards the west of the city at lightning speed. Suddenly, AIXIN, who was sitting in the back, patted Shin Xiaotian on the shoulder and said loudly, "Xiaotian, I remember there are 2 green shade hotels in the city, one in the north and one in the west. Which one do you think Mimi will be in?" Shin Xiaotian turned his head slightly and shouted to AIXIN behind him, "This one in the west of the city." "How did you know?" AIXIN was very puzzled. Shin Xiaotian said loudly, "Believe me, it must be this one. I don't have time now, I will explain it to you in the evening." After saying that, Shin Xiaotian stopped talking and concentrated on observing the road conditions. The reason why Shin Xiaotian was so sure that it was the Green Shade Hotel in the west of the city was naturally because of Zhang Yuanfang. When leaving the company, Shin Xiaotian saw with his own eyes Su Mini and Zhang Yuanfang get into the same taxi. Although Shin Xiaotian was not familiar with Zhang Yuanfang, he had heard about him from Su Mini before. Every time Zhang Yuanfang had a social dinner, he liked to book it at the Green Shade Hotel in the west of the city. So the moment Shin Xiaotian saw Su Mini's text message, he was already sure. Chapter 112: The Little Lamb at the Mercy of Others. West of the city, Green Shade Hotel. In a private room, Su Mini was the only one there. At this moment, her face was flushed and she reeked of alcohol. She was lying quietly on the table and looked like she had drunk too much. After a while, the door of the box suddenly opened. Zhang Yuanfang walked into the box with a slightly bulging beer belly, rosy cheeks, and burping. Seeing Su Mini lying on the table, a barely perceptible smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Zhang Yuanfang's mouth. "Mimi. Mimi?" Zhang Yuanfang walked towards Su Mini and called out twice, but Su Mini didn't respond at all. "Just now I told you not to drink so much, but you refused to listen. Now look, you're drunk." There was even a hint of blame in Zhang Yuanfang's tone, as if it was all Su Mini's own fault. But the reality is not like this. Last night, Su Mini received a call from Zhang Yuanfang. Zhang Yuanfang said that there was a dinner party today, and several salesmen from pharmaceutical factories were treating them, and he hoped that Su Mini could join them. Su Mini knew that Zhang Yuanfang had evil intentions towards her ever since she entered the purchasing department. But Zhang Yuanfang was not handsome enough and was more than 10 years older than her, so Su Mini had no interest in him at all. Normally, when Zhang Yuanfang expressed his affection for Su Mini overtly or covertly, Su Mini would pretend not to understand. Therefore, when Zhang Yuanfang asked Su Mini to go to dinner with him and drink with him, she refused without hesitation. At the beginning, Zhang Yuanfang tried to persuade her in a kind way, hoping that Su Mini could give him face. But Su Mini just refused to agree and looked adamant, which gradually irritated Zhang Yuanfang. As the general manager of the purchasing department, it was rare for Zhang Yuanfang to speak to Su Mini in a humble manner. He didn't expect that Su Mini would not give him any face at all. In a fit of rage, Zhang Yuanfang threatened Su Mini that if she didn't come today, he would send her to the warehouse department next month. Su Mini was immediately frightened. After hesitating for a long time, she finally agreed reluctantly. After all, the salary in the purchasing department is higher than that in the warehousing department, and it is more respectable to say it out loud, and it also makes them feel more superior in the company. Su Mini has long been accustomed to this identity. She really doesn't want to be sent to the warehouse department, as she will definitely be laughed at by Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing. This is also why Su Mini dressed up carefully today. After get off work, Su Mini followed Zhang Yuanfang to the Green Shade Hotel. Before coming, Su Mini knew that Zhang Yuanfang would find ways to get her to drink more at the dinner table. So before drinking, Su Mini went to the bathroom and secretly took 2 hangover pills, thinking that this way she would not be easily drunk. But Su Mini never expected that Zhang Yuanfang would be so despicable as to put drugs in her drink. Alcohol sobering medicine can sober you up, but it can't make a woman obedient. At the moment, Su Mini seemed to be drunk, but in fact, she was suffering from general weakness due to the effect of the drug. However, she still managed to retain a trace of consciousness, but she just didn't have the strength to speak or move. After Su Mini realized that she had been drugged, she immediately called AIXIN for help. But before AIXIN answered the call, Zhang Yuanfang suddenly snatched Su Mini's phone and rudely hung up AIXIN. Afterwards, Zhang Yuanfang also hung up the call that AIXIN called back to Su Mini. The reason was that the pharmaceutical company representatives wanted to toast her, and it was impolite to make a private call at this time. Only after dealing with the toasts did Zhang Yuan return the phone to Su Mimi, but he also told her not to call again. Su Mimi didn't dare to completely break up with Zhang Yuanfang, so she could only secretly send a text message for help to AIXIN under the table. But before AIXIN could reply to the text or call, Su Mimi's phone ran out of battery and turned off automatically. At that moment, Su Mimi wanted to die. She wanted to slap herself in the face for not charging her phone. Of course, Su Mimi also thought about leaving quickly while she still had the strength. But how could Zhang Yuanfang let her go? So he kept finding excuses to hold her back and even instigated the pharmaceutical company representatives to stop her. After a while, Su Mimi felt the effect of the medicine taking effect. She felt weak all over and her consciousness gradually became blurred. Several pharmaceutical company representatives never thought that Zhang Yuanfang could be so bold. They just thought that Su Mimi was drunk. At that time, someone reminded Zhang Yuanfang that he must take good care of the beautiful Su Mimi for him. Zhang Yuanfang naturally agreed readily, but what he was thinking in his heart was that he would definitely strip her naked and take good care of her later. After Zhang Yuanfang sent away several pharmaceutical company representatives, Su Mimi had completely lost her ability to move. She lay on the table like a little lamb at the mercy of others. "Mimi, let me help you go to your room to rest." As Zhang Yuanfang spoke, he put his arms around Su Mimi's waist and lifted her up with force. The moment the soft hand touched his arms, Zhang Yuanfang felt it was extremely good, and a heat immediately rose in his body. Just when Zhang Yuanfang wanted to satisfy his urge to try it out, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Two waitresses came in, chatting and laughing. The next moment, the two found that there was someone else in the box. Zhang Yuanfang is a frequent visitor to the Green Shade Hotel, and many of the waiters here know him. The two of them happened to know Zhang Yuanfang, and they quickly greeted him together, Manager Zhang. Zhang Yuanfang was startled and quickly retracted his claws that were about to touch a mountain peak. Because of the angle, the two waiters didn't notice. "I'm sorry, my colleague can't drink much and he accidentally got drunk, which delayed your cleaning," Zhang Yuanfang said with a smile. The two waiters quickly shook their heads to indicate no. Zhang Yuanfang chatted with the two of them for a few more words before helping Su Mimi leave the box. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Yuanfang behaved like a humble gentleman, without any evil thoughts at all. Green Shade Hotel not only provides catering services, but also accommodation. Zhang Yuanfang had already booked a room. At this moment, he suppressed his excitement and supported Su Mimi as they walked towards the elevator in the hotel lobby. Along the way, whenever someone passed by them, Zhang Yuan would deliberately call them wife or say a few words of concern. When others heard this, they thought they were a couple and didn't suspect anything at all. When Zhang Yuanfang was waiting for the elevator with his arms around Su Mimi, he always felt that time was going slower than any other time. He used to think this elevator was quite fast. Why did it suddenly become so slow today? After a moment that seemed like an eternity, the elevator finally arrived. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Yuan carried Su Mimi into the elevator. Then he quickly pressed the floor number of the room and pressed the door closing button several times in succession. When the elevator door slowly closed, Zhang Yuanfang seemed to gain a sense of security, and his nervous mood immediately relaxed a lot. But Zhang Yuanfang didn't know that when he carried Su Mimi into the elevator, Xin Xiaotian and AIXAN, who had just arrived outside the hotel lobby, had already seen them. Even through the glass door of the hotel lobby, AIXAN recognized Su Mimi's back at a glance. "Xiaotian, it's Mimi." She was taken into the elevator. AIXAN pointed at Zhang Yuanfang and Su Mimi in the hotel lobby, her face looking very anxious. Xin Xiaotian also saw it, so he immediately ran over to try to stop the two people. But in the end, they were still a step too slow. When the two entered the hotel lobby, the elevator door had already closed and started to move upwards. AIXAN was very anxious. "Xiaotian, what should we do now?" Xin Xiaotian reacted very quickly and said immediately, "Senior AI, you stay here and watch the elevator to see which floor they stop at. I'll climb the stairs first, and you call me to tell me the floor." "Okay." AIXAN nodded quickly in agreement. After saying this, Xin Xiaotian ran towards the stairwell without any hesitation and started climbing the stairs with all his strength. AIXAN took out her cell phone and stared at the changing floor number. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 7th floor. AIXAN immediately called Xin Xiaotian's cell phone and said anxiously, "Xiaotian, 7th floor, it's the 7th floor." Chapter 113. Aren't you afraid of spending life in jail? Good. Shin Xiaotian on the phone only responded quickly, and then the call was hung up. AIXIN immediately pressed a few buttons and the elevator began to slowly descend. 7, 6, 5. Watching the elevator slowly descend, AIXIN felt extremely anxious. I thought the elevator would come down soon, but it suddenly stopped when it reached the 4th floor. AIXIN immediately lost her patience and ran towards the stairwell. On the 7th floor, the elevator door opened. Zhang Yuanfang walked out of the elevator with one arm around Su Mimi's slender waist and the other hand holding the arm that was on his shoulder. The corridor on the 7th floor was empty and very quiet. Room 708, which Zhang Yuanfang had booked, was not far ahead, and he was now even more anxious and excited. At this time, Su Mimi had turned into a puddle of mud under the effect of the medicine, and all her weight was leaning on Zhang Yuanfang. When Zhang Yuanfang thought of the wonderful scene of Su Mimi being stripped naked by him and letting him do whatever he wanted under his crotch, the heat in his body became more and more intense. Mimi, we'll be there soon. I'll make you feel comfortable in a moment. Zhang Yuanfang suppressed his anger and whispered as he walked towards the room. Soon, Zhang Yuan arrived at the door of room 708. While hugging Su Mimi, he freed one hand to take out the room card. Beep. The moment the room card was inserted, the door opened with a click. Mimi, we're here. I'll help you in. Zhang Yuanfang kicked the door open while muttering, then helped Su Mimi into the room. After entering, Zhang Yuan stretched out his foot to hook the door back, intending to close it at the same time. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind. The next second, there was a bang and something blocked the door. Zhang Yuanfang was puzzled and immediately turned around to look. This sight was not a big deal, but it almost frightened Zhang Yuanfang, who was already standing up straight. Shen Xiaotian? Zhang Yuanfang panicked and screamed out on the spot. Shen Xiaotian was standing at the door at this time, his right hand blocking the door, his chest heaving and breathing heavily. You, how come you are here? Zhang Yuanfang asked in surprise. Shen Xiaotian did not answer, but looked at Su Mimi. Su Mimi's cheeks were rosy, her breathing was relatively steady, and her eyes were closed, as if she was drunk. Zhang Yuanfang, you actually drugged her, aren't you afraid of spending the rest of your life in jail? Shen Xiaotian could tell at a glance that Su Mimi was not drunk normally. I didn't, she was just drunk, yes, she was drunk. Zhang Yuanfang subconsciously shook his head to deny it, but his expression and eyes showed that he was extremely guilty. Okay, you said she was drunk, right? You can explain it to the police later. Shen Xiaotian said as he was about to take out his cell phone. Zhang Yuanfang was immediately frightened. The police can't come. In Su Mimi's case, a blood test would immediately reveal whether the medicine had been taken or not. The next second, Zhang Yuan pushed Su Mimi aside and ran towards Shen Xiaotian, then used both hands to hold down the hand he had just put into his pocket. Su Mimi, who was pushed away, first hit the wall, and then fell down due to the rebound. Unexpectedly, when he fell, he hit the edge of the bed, and his body flipped 180 degrees, and finally fell on his face on the floor. Fortunately, there was a thin carpet in the room, which somewhat mitigated the impact and prevented Su Mimi from suffering more serious injuries. Zhang Yuanfang didn't have the heart to care about Su Mimi at all. At this moment, he just hoped that Shen Xiaotian would not call the police. Don't call the police, I beg you, don't call the police. A certain part of Zhang Yuanfang's body had completely calmed down, and his cheeks, which had been red from drinking, had begun to turn pale. The entire Dongwei pharmaceutical company knows that Shen Xiaotian likes Su Mimi very much. Now that he had drugged Su Mimi with ill intentions, Shen Xiaotian must be extremely angry. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried running in the corridor outside the room. The next second, AIXIN, looking nervous and anxious, appeared at the door of the room. Xiaotian, where's Mimi? As soon as AIXIN asked the question, she saw Su Mimi lying face down on the floor behind them. If it were any other time, Su Mimi lying on the ground in this position would definitely be inexplicably funny. But the situation is different now. AIXIN has no time to think about anything else. Mimi. AIXIN rushed into the room with a scream, knelt beside Su Mimi, turned her over, and checked her condition. AIXIN kept shouting and slapping Su Mimi, but Su Mimi didn't react at all. If she wasn't still warm and breathing, she would be almost the same as a dead person. Xiaotian, what happened to Mimi? AIXIN was worried and looked at Shen Xiaotian in panic. Shen Xiaotian frowned and said, she was drugged. After Shin Xiaotian finished speaking, he pushed Zhang Yuanfang away with force. Zhang Yuanfang was pushed and staggered, and took several steps back before he could barely stand still. But the next second, Zhang Yuanfang rushed to Shin Xiaotian again and begged, "Xiaotian, don't call the police, I didn't do anything, I really didn't do anything." Normally in the company, Zhang Yuanfang has a sense of superiority over the subordinates in his department and ordinary employees in other departments. But at this moment, he no longer dared to act like a general manager. His only hope now was not to call the police and to resolve the matter privately. When Aixin heard Zhang Yuanfang say this, she immediately became angry and shouted, "She's like this, and you still dare to say you didn't do anything?" Zhang Yuanfang knew he was in the wrong and didn't dare to say anything. Shin Xiaotian stared at Zhang Yuanfang coldly and asked, "What medicine did you give her?" Zhang Yuanfang said quickly, it's just a normal obedient water. You will wake up in 2 or 3 hours. It won't be dangerous. You bastard." When Aixin saw that Zhang Yuanfang dared to say such a thing, she was immediately furious. She stood up and rushed over, raising her hand and giving Zhang Yuanfang a loud slap in the face. Zhang Yuanfang was beaten but did not dare to make a sound. He covered his cheeks and looked at the two men with pity and pleading eyes. "I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, I was just bewildered for a moment, I will never dare to do it again. No, there will be no future, there will be no future." Zhang Yuanfang knelt down with a plop, clasped his hands together and begged for mercy from the two men. Aixin ignored Zhang Yuanfang. She first helped Su Mimi sit up from the ground, and then with the help of Shin Xiaotian, laid Su Mimi flat on the bed. Shin Xiaotian glanced at Su Mimi and said to Aixin, "Why don't we call the police?" Zhang Yuanfang was almost frightened when he heard Shin Xiaotian's words. He immediately knelt down, walked forward a few steps, and hugged one of Shin Xiaotian's legs tightly. "Please don't call the police. I'm willing to do anything, really. As long as you don't call the police, I'll agree to anything you want." Zhang Yuanfang no longer cared about his face at this moment. Because he knew very well that if he called the police, his job, life, and family would all be ruined. No matter how pitiful Zhang Yuanfang looked, Shin Xiaotian would not have any sympathy for him. "Let go." Shin Xiaotian kicked Zhang Yuanfang away and then took out his cell phone to call 110. Unexpectedly, Aixin suddenly held Shin Xiaotian's hand. "Xiaotian, wait a moment." Shin Xiaotian looked at Aixin in confusion, not understanding why she stopped him. Aixin glanced at Zhang Yuanfang, who was sitting on the ground with a pale face, and whispered to Shin Xiaotian, "Come here for a moment." After saying that, Aixin pulled Shin Xiaotian to the door. At this moment, voices were suddenly heard in the corridor, probably another guest coming to check in. Aixin didn't want people outside to see what was going on in the room, so she quickly closed the door. Then, Aixin leaned close to Shin Xiaotian's ear and whispered, "Xiaotian, don't call the police yet." "Why?" Shin Xiaotian frowned immediately, looking at Aixin in confusion, pointing at Zhang Yuanfang and saying loudly, "Senior AI, this scumbag who drugged women. Do you still want to keep him for the new year?" Chapter 114. Su Mimi wakes up. From a personal point of view, Shin Xiaotian really dislikes Su Mimi, and even hates her. Because Su Mimi is a woman with a distorted outlook on life. She is snobbish, materialistic, and has a very bad temper. But this does not mean that Shin Xiaotian is willing to see her being drugged and raped. Essentially, Su Mimi has not caused any harm to society. She just went astray in her personal character and value pursuit. Her shortcomings were mostly revealed in a small circle of interpersonal interactions and did not cross the legal red line to harm the public. Shin Xiaotian knew very well that no matter how unpleasant a person was, he should not suffer such a bad violation. Faced with this kind of thing, Shin Xiaotian had a sense of justice in his heart that drove him to stand up. Even if Su Mimi would not be grateful to him afterwards, Shin Xiaotian didn't care. Because he adheres to his own standards for judging good and evil, rather than deciding whether to rescue based on personal likes and dislikes. As soon as Aixin heard it, she knew that Shin Xiaotian had misunderstood her, and she quickly explained, "Xiaotian, calm down first, listen to me." Then, Aixin whispered her thoughts. "Xiaotian, of course I agree to call the police, but have you ever thought about what kind of impact it will have on Mimi? How will she face her colleagues in the company in the future?" When Shin Xiaotian heard this, he calmed down instantly. Indeed, if this matter were reported to the police, it would definitely cause an uproar in the company. How will colleagues and friends view Su Mimi at that time? Su Mimi is such a face-conscious woman, how much pressure will she be under when facing everyone in the future? Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but glance at Su Mimi lying on the bed, and then glanced at Zhang Yuanfang, who was anxious and panicked. After thinking for a while, Shin Xiaotian asked AIXIN in a low voice, "Then what do you think we should do?" AIXIN whispered, "Xiaotian, how about we wait for Mimi to wake up and let her decide whether to call the police? What do you think?" Shin Xiaotian thought seriously for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, let's wait until she wakes up." Although Shin Xiaotian and AIXIN had lowered their voices, but the room was so small and very quiet that Zhang Yuanfang could still hear the general content. At this moment, Zhang Yuanfang breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Su Mimi lying on the bed, and his mind began to race, thinking about how to get her forgiveness. At the same time, Zhang Yuanfang was praying secretly, hoping that he was blessed with good fortune and that Su Mimi would let him go after she woke up. Shin Xiaotian came back and said to Zhang Yuanfang in a cold voice, "Go to the side and don't get in the way." How could Zhang Yuanfang dare not disobey? He quickly got up from the ground, walked obediently to a corner of the room and squatted down. AIXIN quickly walked back to the bedside and checked on Su Mimi's condition again. Apart from feeling a little hot in her face, neck and body, there was nothing abnormal about Su Mimi's condition. "Sister? Sister, wake up." AIXIN tried to wake Su Mimi up, but to no avail. AIXIN turned around and glared at Zhang Yuanfang, angrily asking, "You bastard, how much medicine did you give Mimi?" Zhang Yuanfang said immediately, "Not much, really not much, just a few drops, she will definitely wake up in 2 hours. If anything happens to Mimi, I will never forgive you," AIXIN said angrily. Zhang Yuanfang didn't dare to respond and continued to lower his head and pretend to be dead. Shin Xiaotian had seen relevant introductions about obedient water in legal news before. This is an illegal psychotropic drug whose main ingredient is hydroxybutyric acid. Its main function is to affect the signal transmission between neurons in the brain, leading to symptoms such as drowsiness, confusion, and poor body coordination. If consumed in excess, the body's breathing rate will be significantly reduced and the body will not be able to obtain enough oxygen. This can cause hypoxia and damage to important organs such as the brain and heart, and can even be life-threatening. Shin Xiaotian walked to the bedside and placed his hand under Su Mimi's nostrils to feel it. The breathing is even and steady, and there is no obvious decrease in respiratory rate. I guess the amount taken should not be large. Senior AI, go find a towel, wet it, and use cold compress to stimulate her, Shin Xiaotian said. AIXIN nodded immediately and quickly went into the bathroom. After a while, the sound of a faucet was heard in the bathroom. Soon, AIXIN took a towel soaked in cold water, quickly returned to Su Mimi, and applied the cold compress on her forehead. AIXIN felt that this was not enough, so she immediately went to get a wet towel and applied it to Su Mimi's neck and cheeks. As the wet towels were constantly changed, Su Mimi's body temperature gradually dropped. "Mimi, please wake up soon." AIXIN was so anxious that she couldn't help but whisper. Just then, Zhang Yuanfang's cell phone suddenly rang. Because the room was too quiet, Zhang Yuanfang's cell phone ringtone sounded extremely harsh and abrupt. Zhang Yuanfang didn't want to answer the call, but it was his wife who called. "Please let me answer the phone. If I don't, she will keep calling." Only after getting Shin Xiaotian's permission did Zhang Yuan answer the phone. "Honey, I'm still socializing." "Yes, with those friends I told you about yesterday." "Okay, I got it. I'll be back later. You and your son can go to sleep first. Don't wait for me." Okay, I will be careful. Good night, wife." After saying that, Zhang Yuanfang immediately hung up the phone and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "You scumbag." AIXIN cursed with gritted teeth. What AIXIN despises the most is this kind of man. He already has a wife and children, but he is still having affairs outside, and some are even so bad as to drug his wife. About an hour later, Su Mimi on the bed suddenly twitched and seemed to be waking up. When AIXIN found out, she was immediately surprised and quickly reached out to pat Su Mimi's cheek, trying to wake her up. "Mimi, wake up, can you hear me?" AIXIN shouted in a raised voice. Shin Xiaotian stood beside the bed and looked at Su Mimi, carefully observing her reaction. Even Zhang Yuanfang in the corner stood up and looked over, his expression extremely concerned. A few minutes later, Su Mimi finally slowly opened her eyes. "Mimi, you're awake, you're finally awake." AIXIN finally breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe the effect of the obedient water has not completely dissipated yet. After waking up, Su Mimi looked confused for a long time, as if she had no idea what was going on. Su Mimi wanted to sit up, but she felt so weak all over that she fell down as soon as she sat up a little. Mimi, don't be in a hurry to sit up. Lie down for a while first. AIXIN said with concern. Su Mimi looked at the surrounding environment and found it very unfamiliar, as if she was in a hotel room. AI, where is this? Su Mimi said in a weak voice, looking at AIXIN blankly. After hearing this, AIXIN didn't know how to respond for a moment. When she turned around again, Su Mimi saw Shen Xiaotian, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Shen Xiaotian? Why are you here too? Su Mimi asked weakly. Shen Xiaotian asked Su Mimi, have you forgotten everything? Hearing Shen Xiaotian's question, AIXIN also asked, Mimi, do you still remember what happened before? Su Mimi didn't say anything, but her mind had already started to recall. After more than 10 seconds, Su Mimi's expression suddenly changed. She sat up suddenly and looked down at her clothes and pants nervously. When AIXIN saw her like this, she knew that she had remembered, and quickly said, Mimi, don't be nervous. Xiaotian and I arrived just in time, and you were not taken advantage of. Su Mimi felt relieved when she saw that her clothes and pants were well dressed and there was no strange feeling in her lower body. Su Mimi was about to speak when she suddenly noticed someone squatting in the corner of the room. After a pause, Su Mimi saw clearly that the man was Zhang Yuanfang who had drugged her. The next moment, Su Mimi became furious. Zhang Yuanfang, you bastard. Chapter 115, you just let him go? Su Mimi cursed loudly and grabbed the pillow on the bed and tried to throw it at him. But now she felt weak all over, and just as she grabbed the pillow and lifted it up, she fell down due to exhaustion. Seeing this, AIXIN hurriedly said with concern, Mimi, don't get excited, calm down. Su Mimi couldn't control her excitement. She tried desperately to sit up, cursing under her breath. Shen Xiaotian didn't say anything, just watched everything in the room quietly. When Zhang Yuanfang saw Su Mimi's reaction, he immediately panicked and felt that he might be finished. After a while, Su Mimi finally sat up. Just when Su Mimi wanted to get out of bed to beat Zhang Yuanfang suddenly stood up and walked over. Su Mimi was startled by Zhang Yuanfang's action and subconsciously shrank back. AIXIN thought Zhang Yuanfang was going to do something, so she immediately opened her arms to block her. Thump! Zhang Yuanfang suddenly knelt down in front of the bed and begged for mercy. Mimi, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I am not a human being. I shouldn't have had evil thoughts about you. I accept all the beatings and scoldings. Please forgive me this time and don't call the police to arrest me. Please. Please. Zhang Yuanfang had a crying voice and looked pitiful, and he was almost about to kowtow to Su Mimi. Suddenly seeing Zhang Yuanfang kneeling down and begging for mercy, Su Mimi was suddenly at a loss. In the following time, Su Mimi remained silent, and Zhang Yuanfang never stopped begging for mercy. Shen Xiaotian watched from the side for a while and gradually felt it was a bit noisy. Okay, stop shouting. As soon as Shen Xiaotian spoke, Zhang Yuanfang immediately stopped and turned to look at him. AIXIN and Su Mimi also looked at Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian said to Zhang Yuanfang, go to the bathroom and stay there. You are not allowed to come out unless I tell you to. Zhang Yuanfang was very obedient. He quickly stood up, ran into the bathroom and closed the door. Shen Xiaotian then asked Su Mimi, do you want to call the police? Su Mimi was slightly stunned, and her expression seemed to show that she didn't react. AIXIN immediately grabbed Su Mimi's hand and asked in a low voice, Mimi, we have been waiting for you to wake up. We just want to ask you what you think. Do you want to call the police to arrest him? Su Mimi didn't even think about it, and immediately nodded and said loudly, yes. I must call the police and have this bastard arrested. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuanfang's voice was heard from the bathroom. Don't call the police, Su Mimi. I beg you, please don't call the police. If you call the police, not only will I be finished, but your innocence will also be ruined. Su Mimi, I am willing to compensate you. I will agree to whatever you want. Shen Xiaotian turned around and yelled, shut up. The bathroom immediately became quiet. The next second, Shen Xiaotian took out his cell phone and dialed 110, saying, then I'll call the police now. Etc. Unexpectedly, Su Mimi suddenly stopped Shen Xiaotian. Suddenly, Shen Xiaotian's thumb hovered over the dial key, and he looked up at Su Mimi. Su Mimi's eyes were tangled. Let me think about it again. Just now, Su Mimi said she wanted to call the police without thinking. But after hearing Zhang Yuanfang's words, "Your innocence is also ruined," he instantly realized the consequences of calling the police. As soon as Shen Xiaotian saw Su Mimi's expression, he knew that she probably wouldn't call the police. How could Su Mimi, who is such a proud person, be willing to make such a shameful thing public? Sure enough, after thinking for a moment, Su Mimi said, "Let's not call the police yet." When saying this, Su Mimi instinctively looked at Shen Xiaotian. But as soon as she met Shen Xiaotian's confused gaze, Su Mimi felt guilty for a moment and quickly turned to look at Aixin. Su Mimi continued, "Ai, he is my leader after all, and I have nothing else to do now, so why don't you give him a chance to reform? What do you think?" Hearing Su Mimi say this, Shen Xiaotian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although Shen Xiaotian disagreed with Su Mimi's approach from the bottom of his heart, he did not express any opinion. After all, she is the person involved, and it is up to her whether to call the police or not. Aixin said seriously, "Mimi, I respect your decision. Mimi, you have to make him apologize to you and promise not to harass you again." Su Mimi nodded vigorously. Then, Su Mimi glanced at Shen Xiaotian secretly, and when she saw that he didn't say anything, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After adjusting her state and mood, Su Mimi shouted fiercely, "Zhang Yuanfang, get out here." Before he finished speaking, the bathroom door opened quickly. Zhang Yuanfang ran out in a panic, and then knelt down in front of Su Mimi's bed again. In order to prevent Su Mimi from calling the police to arrest him, Manager Zhang really gave it his all at this moment. Su Mimi got out of bed and walked in front of Zhang Yuanfang, saying in a deep voice, "Look up at me." Zhang Yuanfang was very obedient and immediately raised his head with a pitiful expression and eyes full of regret. Bang! Su Mimi raised her hand and slapped Zhang Yuanfang hard in the face. The next moment, a red slap mark appeared on Zhang Yuanfang's face. But Zhang Yuanfang was not angry at all. Instead, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. "Mimi, keep going. You can hit me as many times as it makes you feel better," Zhang Yuanfang said, pointing at his own face. Snap! Snap! The sounds of 2 slaps were immediately heard in the room. After slapping Zhang Yuanfang 3 times, Su Mimi was no longer as angry as before. Su Mimi had used a lot of force in the slap just now, and now she was starting to feel a little exhausted. She took 2 steps back and sat on the bedside, frowning and staring at Zhang Yuanfang, saying word by word, "Zhang Yuanfang, listen to me." When Zhang Yuanfang heard this, he immediately became very alert. "I can let you go today, but if you dare to target me again in the future, I will call the police to arrest you." Su Mimi glared at Zhang Yuanfang while speaking. Zhang Yuanfang nodded vigorously and swore hard, saying that he would never dare to have any improper thoughts again. "Get out, I don't want to see you," Su Mimi shouted angrily. Zhang Yuanfang felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly stood up, turned around and ran towards the door. "Stop!" Shen Xiaotian suddenly shouted. Zhang Yuanfang suddenly felt a chill in his heart and froze in place. Shen Xiaotian frowned and looked at Su Mimi, asking, "You just let him go like that?" Su Mimi didn't say anything, but she was thinking in her heart, "I can't call the police to arrest him, nor can I beat him to death or cripple him. What's the point of keeping him around if I don't let him go?" Aixin was also somewhat puzzled and asked in a low voice, "Xiaotian, what else are you going to do?" Zhang Yuanfang also turned around at this time and looked at Shen Xiaotian with a sad face. "Xiaotian, I've beaten Mimi, scolded her, and I've sworn to her. What else do you want from me?" Zhang Yuanfang was a little annoyed, but he didn't dare show it on his face. Shen Xiaotian said, "Write a letter of apology, and you can leave only after you finish writing it." Made the wrong book? Zhang Yuanfang was stunned. Aixin and Su Mimi didn't quite understand why Zhang Yuanfang had to write a letter of apology. Shen Xiaotian was speechless, thinking, "Are you two really college students? How come you don't have any common sense about using the law to protect yourself?" Shen Xiaotian didn't have time to explain to Su Mimi and Aixin why he was asked to write a letter of apology. He took out a piece of paper and pen from the desk drawer, slammed it on the desk, and said loudly to Zhang Yuanfang, "Write. Write down clearly what happened today, what you did, and why you did it." After hearing what Shen Xiaotian said, Aixin and Su Mimi suddenly understood. "Write quickly," Aixin said immediately. Su Mimi also nodded vigorously, staring at Zhang Yuanfang. How could Zhang Yuanfang be willing to write these things? This would just hand his secrets over to other people. If she uses this thing to threaten me in the future, I really have no choice but to obey her. Seeing that Zhang Yuanfang kept shaking his head and backing away, Unwilling to write, Shin Xiaotian stopped talking. He took out his phone and said coldly, "You're not going to write it? Fine, I'll call the police now." No, all right, isn't it okay for me to write? Zhang Yuanfang was so miserable that he could only agree to it. Chapter 116. I knew you couldn't let me go. Nearly an hour later, Zhang Yuanfang finally finished writing the letter of apology. Xiaotian, is it okay to write it like this? Zhang Yuanfang handed the letter of apology to Shin Xiaotian with both hands. Shin Xiaotian took it and took a look at it, then handed it to Sumimi and Aixin, asking them to take a careful look at it. This is not the first draft of Zhang Yuanfang's apology letter. He just wrote 2 drafts in succession, but many details and reasons for the matter were not made clear, and it was obvious that he was trying to get away with it. But Shin Xiaotian was very observant and didn't give him this chance at all. Zhang Yuanfang even wanted to kill Shin Xiaotian. But right now the situation is stronger than the person, he has no choice at all. Finally, realizing that he could not get away with it, Zhang Yuanfang could only write down everything that had happened. Sumimi watched and cursed, wishing she could slap Zhang Yuanfang a few more times. Aixin was also very angry when she saw this. From time to time, she would glare at Zhang Yuanfang and call him a scumbag. After the 2 girls finished reading the confession letter, Shin Xiaotian confirmed with them that there was nothing missing, and then said, "Press your fingerprints." After saying that, Shin Xiaotian placed the letter of apology in front of Zhang Yuanfang and opened the lid of the red ink box next to it. Just now, when Zhang Yuanfang was writing the letter of apology, Shin Xiaotian specifically asked Aixin to borrow a box of red ink from the hotel front desk. In fact, it is not necessary to put fingerprints on the letter of apology, but putting fingerprints on it can greatly enhance the authenticity and probative force of the letter. Shin Xiaotian believes that this link is indispensable. After Zhang Yuanfang put his fingerprints on the apology letter, he asked dejectedly, "Can I leave now?" Shin Xiaotian didn't answer, but looked at Sumimi. Sumimi said angrily, "Get lost." Zhang Yuanfang felt relieved, then he picked up his things, opened the door and quickly left the room. Perhaps because he was eager to escape, Zhang Yuanfang didn't even bother to close the door of the room. After a while, Zhang Yuanfang arrived in front of the elevator. Zhang Yuanfang pressed the elevator button in frustration while thinking about the mistake in identifying the book. The more Zhang Yuanfang thought about it, the angrier and more furious he became. Finally, Zhang Yuanfang couldn't suppress his anger anymore. He raised his foot and kicked hard on the snow-white wall. Looking at the big footprints on the wall, Zhang Yuanfang secretly swore in his heart, "Shin Xiaotian, just wait for me." On the other side, Shin Xiaotian had already walked over and closed the door. He turned around and walked to the table, picked up the apology book and took a look at it, then said to Aixin, "Senior AI, remind her to keep the apology letter. If Zhang Yuanfang dares to retaliate against her in the future, just use this to call the police." After saying that, Shin Xiaotian handed the letter of apology to Aixin. Aixin did not take it, but gently pushed Sumimi beside her, reminding her to take it quickly. Sumimi was about to raise her hand but immediately put it down. She gave Shin Xiaotian a somewhat angry look and then turned her head away. In fact, when Shin Xiaotian asked Zhang Yuanfang to write a letter of apology, Sumimi was quite grateful to Shin Xiaotian in her heart. If he hadn't thought of this in advance, he would have foolishly let Zhang Yuanfang go. With the character of a man like Zhang Yuanfang, if I don't have any evidence against him, there is a high probability that he will retaliate against me in the future. But Shin Xiaotian's behavior just now made her very unhappy. "I'm obviously here. Why did you ask Aixin to hand the letter of apology to me? Can't you just give it to me directly? Why do you have to go through all this trouble? Do I disgust you so much?" Seeing that Sumimi didn't take it, Aixin had to reach out and take it herself. "Mimi, what are you doing?" Aixin felt that it was not a good thing for Sumimi to do this. After all, it was all thanks to Shin Xiaotian today, otherwise something really bad would have happened. Sumimi didn't say anything and continued to look away. Shin Xiaotian ignored Sumimi and asked Aixin, "Senior AI, it's very late, we should go back." Aixin nodded, then took Sumimi's bag, folded the apology letter and put it in her bag. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them walked out of the Green Shade Hotel. "Xiaotian, you go back first. I'll take a taxi to take Mimi home," Aixin said. Shin Xiaotian nodded, but did not leave first. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian waved and called a taxi that was parked not far away. After the taxi came over, Shin Xiaotian opened the back door for them. "Get in." After AIXIN and Su Mimi got into the car, Shin Xiaotian closed the door for them. Before driving, Su Mimi suddenly said to Shin Xiaotian outside the car window, "Thank you." After hearing this, Shin Xiaotian didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly, and then signaled to the driver to drive. The next second, the taxi driver stepped on the accelerator and the car drove away from the hotel entrance. After the car drove away, Shin Xiaotian looked at the time on his mobile phone. It was already past 12 o'clock and almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. Shin Xiaotian immediately shrank his neck after feeling the chill, took a breath and said, "Hiss. I have to buy a car quickly." The next moment, Shin Xiaotian turned around and trotted towards his electric scooter. In a moving taxi. Su Mimi, who had been very quiet, suddenly hugged AIXIN and then began to sob softly. AIXIN certainly knew why Su Mimi was crying, but the driver didn't know. The driver was full of doubts and kept looking at Su Mimi through the interior mirror. AIXIN didn't say anything at first, but the driver looked at her too many times, and she finally couldn't help it. "Master, can you concentrate on driving?" AIXIN frowned. The driver was a little embarrassed and quickly focused his attention on the road ahead. AIXIN knew that Su Mimi was very sad, so she did not comfort her immediately. Instead, she patiently hugged her and let her cry for a while to vent. Sure enough, when the taxi stopped downstairs of Su Mimi's house, she had stopped crying. AIXIN paid the taxi fare, then helped Su Mimi out of the car, and they walked upstairs together. After arriving home, AIXIN originally wanted to go back. But after looking at Su Mimi's condition, he felt a little worried, so he asked, "Mimi, do you want me to stay with you tonight?" Su Mimi nodded immediately, looking as aggrieved as a little girl. After a simple wash, Su Mimi and AIXIN lay on the bed together. Because of what happened today, Su Mimi was still a little scared, so she left a night light on after going to bed. In the bed, Su Mimi hugged AIXIN's arm tightly and whispered, "AI, thank you so much today. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have been killed by that bastard Zhang Yuanfang." Having said that, Su Mimi couldn't help but curse Zhang Yuanfang hundreds of times in her heart. AIXIN said, "The person you should thank the most is Xiaotian. If it weren't for him, I would have gone to the Green Shade Hotel in the north of the city. If that were the case, I don't even dare to think about it now." Su Mimi was very curious. Why did he know it was this one in the west of the city? AIXIN shook her head, "I don't know either. I was too anxious just now and he didn't have time to explain. Then I forgot to ask." As soon as she finished speaking, AIXIN thought of something and said, "Mimi, could it be that Xiaotian knew that you went out for a social event with Zhang Yuanfang today, so he was so sure that you were at the Green Shade Hotel in the west of the city?" Su Mimi shook her head, "I don't know." AIXIN thought about it and said seriously, "He must know that you went to the social event, otherwise how could he be so sure? Mimi, you didn't see how fast Xiaotian rode his bike when he took me to find you. I felt like he was worried to death about you." Following the conversation, AIXIN recounted in detail how the two of them rushed to the Green Shade Hotel and chased her to the 7th floor after she received her text message asking for help. After hearing this, Su Mimi felt secretly proud. "Shin Xiaotian, I knew you couldn't let me go. You deliberately ignored me and deliberately got so close to Yao Chang and AIXIN. Don't you just want to see me jealous? Humph, I won't let you have your way." Chapter 117, Poor Couples Have Many Sadnesses. On the other side, Shin Xiaotian was almost asleep in bed. Suddenly, a series of system prompt messages appeared in front of me. AIXIN favorability plus 10. Current favorability of AIXIN, 31. Congratulations to the host, AIXIN's favorability mission has been completed. Task rewards have been issued, please check in the system mall. As soon as Shin Xiaotian saw the news that the mission was completed, his sleepiness instantly disappeared by half. Shin Xiaotian immediately opened the system mall to check it out. The 30,000 favorability coins rewarded for completing the task have been received, and the current balance is 52,400 favorability coins. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, more than 50,000 favorability coins, that's more than 500,000 in cash. The current average house price in Yan'an City is about 3,000 yuan per square meter, which is more than enough to buy a 150 square meter house. However, Shin Xiaotian's goal is not to buy an ordinary house. His ideal home is a detached villa with a small garden. When the weather is good, the family can chat and bask in the sun in the yard. You can also keep 2 pets or something, it's a pleasant thought. At the same time, AIXIN noticed that Su Mimi suddenly stopped talking and thought she was sleepy. Mimi, go to bed early. You have to go to work tomorrow. AIXIN said as she was about to go to bed. Sumimi immediately said, what kind of work? I'm not going to the company tomorrow. AIXIN thought about it and it made sense. Something bad almost happened today. Sumimi must take a day off tomorrow to calm down. Even if he didn't ask for leave, Zhang Yuanfang wouldn't dare to say anything. AIXIN smiled bitterly and said, unfortunately I have to go to work. Take a leave, AI, don't go to work tomorrow, and stay with me, okay? Sumimi pulled AIXIN's arm expectantly. AIXIN hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and agreed. Sumimi was very happy and immediately stuck close to AIXIN. AI, you are the best to me. AIXIN smiled softly, and suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Why not take this opportunity to ask Sumimi if she was the one who told Wang Sheng her new address? While hesitating, Sumimi suddenly asked, by the way, AI, why are you with Xin Xiaotian today? AIXIN immediately turned around and saw Sumimi staring at her. AIXIN felt a sudden tension in her heart when Sumimi looked at her, and she quickly explained, Mimi, don't get me wrong, Xiaotian just came to see how my business was going, and then I received your text message. AIXIN felt that this was too weak a reason, so she immediately added, it was Xiaotian who came up with the idea of selling for 1 yuan each. It's normal for him to care about the business, don't you think? Sumimi said, I didn't say it was abnormal, why are you so nervous? AIXIN quickly shook her head, no, I'm not nervous, I'm just worried that you will misunderstand me and Xiaotian. Mimi, there's really nothing going on between Xiaotian and me. He was just helping me. Sumimi nodded and smiled, I know, I didn't misunderstand you. Hearing Sumimi say this, AIXIN secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before this, Sumimi did suspect that AIXIN and Xin Xiaotian were having an affair behind her back. But after experiencing what happened tonight, and listening to AIXIN's description of how Xin Xiaotian was nervous about her, Sumimi had already come to a conclusion in her mind. That is, Xin Xiaotian is retreating to advance, playing hard to get. He wants to make her jealous by getting close to other girls, so that she can take the initiative to get close to him. After being interrupted by Sumimi, AIXIN decided not to ask any more questions. Anyway, Wang Sheng 1T dare and 1T provoke me again, so I might as well just pretend that this incident never happened and let it be a thing of the past. The two were silent for a while, and AIXIN suddenly turned her head to look at Sumimi and asked seriously, Mimi, I have a question for you, you must answer me seriously, okay? What's the problem? Why are you so serious all of a sudden? Sumimi also looked at AIXIN with a puzzled expression. AIXIN asked, what do you think of Xin Xiaotian? What are you thinking? Sumimi actually understood what AIXIN wanted to ask, but she still subconsciously pretended to be stupid. AIXIN frowned, oh, I just want to ask you, have you ever considered being with Xin Xiaotian? Sumimi frowned slightly, thought about it and didn't answer directly, AI, do you really want me to be with him? AIXIN nodded and said very seriously, yes. I hope you two can be together. Through my observation over this period of time, I found that Xin Xiaotian is a really good person. He is so good and loyal to you. You have to learn to cherish the one in front of you. Don't wait until you miss him in the future. You won't regret it if you miss him. After what happened tonight, AIXIN also figured out one thing. Nothing happened between Xin Xiaotian and herself that night, and the reason was Sumimi who was beside him. He said that he didn't like Sumimi and didn't want to pursue her anymore, but in fact he had not let go at all. Sumimi was suddenly not used to AIXIN being so serious. She slowly turned her head to look at the ceiling and said seriously, AI, let me tell you the truth. Xin Xiaotian is a good person. I have tried to convince myself to be with him, but what? AIXIN asked hurriedly. Sumimi continued, AI, Xin Xiaotian is too poor. He can't give me the life I want. Even if I agree to be with him now, we will still break up in the future. You can say that I'm realistic, but you should understand that love must be supported by a material foundation, otherwise it won't last long. A poor couple has many sorrows. You should understand this truth, right? After hearing this, AIXIN couldn't help but said, Mimi, Xin Xiaotian is not poor. His current savings must be no less than 100,000. Sumimi's first reaction after hearing this was, is 100,000 a lot? My future husband must be a millionaire at the very least. But the next second, Sumimi was stunned. This was Xin Xiaotian. How could he have a savings of 100,000? Su Mimi asked curiously, AI, how did you know? Seeing that the words had already been spoken, AIXIN said truthfully, Xiaotian told me himself. He said that the last time he won the lottery, the prize money was actually more than 15,000, it was 100,000. Is this true? Su Mimi was so surprised that she almost sat up. AIXIN nodded, and then repeated what Shin Xiaotian had said to her before. Of course, Shin Xiaotian did not mention that he wanted to borrow money to treat his father's illness. Su Mimi's expression suddenly became complicated and she didn't say anything for a long time. After a long while, Su Mimi asked, AI, do you think what he said is true? AIXIN nodded affirmatively, it should be true. What's the reason? Su Mimi asked. AIXIN thought, at that time, he spent 5,000 yuan to have someone teach Wangsheng a lesson, and there was not even a trace of pain on his face. Also, when he said he wanted to lend money to my dad for medical treatment, he was very serious and determined. How dare he do this if he didn't have money? I can see that Shin Xiaotian is not lying. AIXIN did not say what she was thinking in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this time, Su Mimi suddenly became a little unhappy. No wonder his attitude towards me has changed so much all of a sudden. It turns out that he thinks he is superior to others now that he is rich. AIXIN quickly advised, Mimi, don't think like that, Xiaotian is not that kind of person. After a pause, AIXIN continued, Mimi, to be honest, you shouldn't treat Xiaotian like that. If I were Xiaotian, and I had been so nice to you for more than 4 years, but you never responded, I would definitely not be able to stand it. Su Mimi was unhappy and frowned. From what you said, this is still my fault? I didn't force him to be nice to me. He did everything voluntarily. How can it be my fault? After saying that, Su Mimi felt suffocated in her heart and immediately let go of AIXIN's arm, her chest heaving up and down. AIXIN quickly said, Mimi, that's not what I meant. I just want to say that if you think Xiaotian is not bad, you can try to accept him and date him for a while. If you don't like him, you should tell him clearly. Don't keep him hanging like this. It's not good for anyone. AIXIN's words immediately made Su Mimi fall into silence. After a long while, Su Mimi slowly turned her back, reached out to turn off the nightlight, and said softly, I understand. I will seriously consider it. In the dark room, the two men stopped talking, only hearing the sound of vehicles passing by on the street outside from time to time. Chapter 118 I would rather enjoy delicious food alone. The next day, early morning. When Yao Qing walked quickly out of the corridor, Shin Xiaotian was already standing next to the electric scooter waiting for her, with breakfast still hanging on the handlebars. Shin Xiaotian looked at the time and said, It's better than yesterday, not too late. Yao Qing felt a little embarrassed. She stuck out her tongue and said nothing. When the alarm rang today, Yao Qing still couldn't get up immediately. She stayed in bed for 5 minutes before getting up. Shin Xiaotian handed the helmet and breakfast to Yao Qing, then got on his electric scooter and yawned while putting on the helmet. Yao Chang was curious and couldn't help asking, Xiaotian, what did you do last night? You looked like you didn't sleep well. Going to catch a thief. Shin Xiaotian said casually. The thief that Shin Xiaotian was referring to was naturally Zhang Yuanfang, but Yao Cheng didn't know that and thought he was joking. Then, Shin Xiaotian stepped on the accelerator and drove Yao Cheng away from Jinchuan community. After arriving at the company, Shin Xiaotian parked the car, then walked into the warehousing department office while chatting with Yao Cheng. As soon as we entered, manager he informed everyone that President Li had something to emphasize today and asked everyone to gather in the open space in front of the office building. Shin Xiaotian was not surprised, because Mr. Li would do the same every time the Food and Drug Administration came for inspection. It is nothing more than emphasizing work attitude, strictly observing working hours, and standardizing processes and operations, etc. At 8:15, more than 100 employees of Donghui Pharmaceutical Sales Company gathered in the open space in front of the office building. Standing in the most conspicuous position in front of the office building was a middle-aged man in his 50s. The middle-aged man was about 1.78 meters tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His expression was serious, giving people a sense of awe without even getting angry. He is the CEO of Donghui Pharmaceutical Company, Li Pengyue. When Li Pengyue saw that everyone was present, he began his speech. Li Pengyue held his head high and chest out, full of energy. Even without a loudspeaker, everyone could still hear what he said clearly when he stood in front of people. Just as Shin Xiaotian expected, Li Peng kept emphasizing the same old things over and over again, with no new content at all. Li Pengyue was not a talkative person, and he finished talking about all the things that needed attention in about 10 minutes. At the end, Li Pengyue called out the names of several department heads and asked them to go to his office for a small meeting, and then signaled that everyone could return to work. Shin Xiaotian heard it clearly, and among them was Zhang Yuanfang's name. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but look forward and saw Zhang Yuanfang standing in the middle of the first row. At this moment, his expression was very serious and focused, as if nothing had happened last night. Shin Xiaotian sneered in his heart, this guy is really good at pretending. Just as Shin Xiaotian turned around to leave, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder gently. Turning around, I saw it was Zhang Yuan from the purchasing department. Is there anything wrong, Sister Yuan? Shin Xiaotian asked. Zhang Yuan did not speak immediately. Instead, she waited until some of her colleagues had dispersed before asking, Xiaotian, do you know where Mimi went today? Why hasn't she come to work yet? Shin Xiaotian looked around in confusion, isn't she here? Zhang Yuan was speechless and thought to herself, why am I asking you this now that you are here? Zhang Yuan shook her head with a questioning look in her eyes. Shin Xiaotian was not surprised that Su Mimi did not come to work today. I guess it's because I went to bed late and was in a bad mood, so I skipped work today. Of course Shin Xiaotian would not say that he knew, so he shook his head and said, I'm not sure, didn't you call her? Zhang Yuan said, I called, but the phone was turned off. There are 2 main documents that I don't know where she put them, so I came to ask you, but I didn't expect you didn't know either. Zhang Yuan was helpless. After saying that, Zhang Yuan left. Shin Xiaotian did not stay any longer and turned around and followed his colleagues back to the warehouse department. After 10:30 in the morning, some leaders and staff from the Food and Drug Administration came to the company. They first visited various departments in the company's office building accompanied by General Manager Li, and then began the spot check work. This shows that Mr. Li maintains a very good relationship with the leadership of the drug administration. If it was a pharmaceutical company with average relationship, there would most likely be no visit, and it would not have received the news of random inspection in advance yesterday. The areas that Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing were responsible for were all inspected. But they had already worked overtime to do the inventory yesterday, so the process went very smoothly. Before noon, the sampling task was successfully completed. When it was time for lunch, Mr. Li would naturally invite the leaders to a nearby restaurant for a working lunch. Shortly after the people from the Food and Drug Administration left, Shin Xiaotian and Yao Qing left the company and found a small restaurant nearby to have lunch. While eating, Shin Xiaotian's cell phone rang. Shin Xiaotian glanced at the caller ID and found that it was Mao Guoqing calling. Hello, Mao Dan, you're calling me at this time. Are you going to treat me to lunch? Shin Xiaotian started joking after answering the phone. Mao Guoqing's laughter immediately came from the phone. Sure, take a taxi over now, and I'll treat you to a good meal in our cafeteria. Forget it, I'm not interested in your cafeteria. Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. After the two chatted for a while, Mao Guoqing got to the point. Xiaotian, are you free tomorrow night? Let's go out for a drink and I'll tell you something. Okay, but let me make this clear, I have to treat you this time. By the way, remember to invite my sister-in-law along. Shin Xiaotian reminded. Mao Guoqing said, she can't come tomorrow. The boss won't give her leave. Shin Xiaotian immediately joked, I think you don't want your sister-in-law to come, because you're afraid she won't let you drink, right? Mao Guoqing immediately laughed, no. She really can't take a leave. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, okay, let's go to the restaurant we ate at last time. I think the food is pretty good. I'll call you after get off work. Okay, see you tomorrow. Mao Guoqing agreed readily. Shin Xiaotian replied, see you tomorrow, and then hung up the phone. Yao Qing asked curiously, who asked you out? A friend of mine from the orphanage asked me to have a couple of drinks tomorrow. Shin Xiaotian said. Can you take me with you? Yao Qing asked. Shin Xiaotian looked surprised, you want to go? Yao Qing immediately said, you go out and eat and drink, it will be so boring for me to eat alone. Shin Xiaotian thought about it and said, okay, go if you want to, but let me make it clear that when we two men drink, smoke, and tell dirty jokes, you are not allowed to get angry. When did you start smoking? Yao Qing asked in surprise. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, I don't smoke, but my friend does. Forget it, I hate the smell of cigarettes the most, you should go by yourself. I'd rather enjoy my food alone. After saying this, Yao Qing shook her head in disgust. Just as Shin Xiaotian was about to speak, a system task message suddenly appeared in front of him. Mission target, Mao Guoqing friendliness 25. Task content: improve Mao Guoqing's friendliness towards you, up to 100 friendship levels. Note, this task is a long-term task and has no time limit. Tips 1. Every time the mission target's friendliness increases by 5 points, you can receive a mission reward. The reward content is random. Tips 2. Every time the mission target's friendliness decreases by 5 points, 50,000 cash will be deducted once. After Shin Xiaotian looked at it carefully and compared it, he found that it was the same task as Yao Lang's. Since binding the system, Shin Xiaotian has figured out some rules. That is, the system generally does not release tasks for no reason, and usually only releases them when encountering things or situations. Just now Mao Guoqing said that he has something to tell me tomorrow. From this, it seems that this matter should be very important. Shin Xiaotian suddenly wanted to call and ask what was going on, even if it was just to get a clue first, but after thinking it over, he decided not to call. Anyway, we'll see him tomorrow, and there's no time limit for the task, so there's no need to rush. Chapter 119: Mao Guoqing's Invitation. After get off work in the afternoon, Shin Xiaotian rode his electric scooter to take Yao Qing to a time-honored hot pot restaurant. Yao Qing asked Shin Xiaotian why he was so kind to treat her to hot pot. Shin Xiaotian's answer was simple: it was to compensate her for having to finish her meal alone tomorrow. The hot pot was a sumptuous meal and Yao Qing was still hungry for more at the end, but her stomach was no longer full. Shortly after returning home from eating hot pot, Shin Xiaotian suddenly received a system prompt message. Yao Qing's favorability +1. Yao Qing's current favorability, 40. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Task rewards have been issued, please check in the system mall. Shin Xiaotian was very surprised and happy. He didn't expect that he could complete Yao Qing's task with just a hot pot meal. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, it seems that next time when Yao Qing has a task, I can just treat her to a delicious meal. After opening the system mall, Shin Xiaotian took a look at the account balance. At this time, 67,400 favorability coins were lying safely in his system account. Shin Xiaotian thought about it, and then withdrew 17,400 favorability coins, or 174,000 yuan, from his account. Because under the current system level 2, the daily withdrawal limit is 50,000 favorability coins. Shin Xiaotian was worried that if he needed money urgently one day, he would not be able to withdraw it all at once, which would delay things. So, in order to prevent any trouble from happening, I decided to withdraw the 17,400 favorability coins first. A few seconds later, the mobile phone received a text message about the bank card deposit. The current bank account balance is about 230,000 yuan in cash. Finally, Shin Xiaotian looked at the props that could be purchased again. Seeing that there were no prop cards worth buying, Shin Xiaotian went to bed. The next afternoon, after work, Shin Xiaoxia first sent Yao Qing home, and then rode his electric scooter to the door of Hai Ji's food stall. What surprised Shin Xiaotian was that Hai Ji's stall was not open today. Upon closer inspection, there was a piece of red paper pasted on the door of the shop, which read that the boss is happy, so we will be closed for 3 days. Shin Xiaotian was speechless and thought to himself that this was such a coincidence. Xiaotian. Just then, Mao Guoqing walked out of a grocery store opposite with a lit cigarette in his mouth. I originally wanted to call you to tell you, but when I looked at the time, I thought you would be almost there, so I didn't call you. Mao Guoqing said while puffing away. Shin Xiaotian did not get out of the car and asked Mao Guoqing, what should we do now? Mao Guoqing smiled and said, it's okay, just go to another restaurant. There are so many places to eat around here. Okay, then you choose the place and I'll go with you. Shin Xiaotian motioned Mao Guoqing to get in the car. Mao Guoqing sat astride Shin Xiaotian's back and said, let's go to the night market by the river. I know a restaurant that has good food. Shin Xiaotian responded and left with Mao Guoqing. Yanjiang River is a river that runs through Yannan City. The riverside has beautiful environment and fresh air, and many citizens like to go to the riverside for fun. In recent years, the Yannan municipal government has invested a lot of financial and material resources to build a several-kilometer-long riverside scenic belt on both sides of the river. The riverside night market street that Mao Guoqing mentioned was opened during this period of time. Although it has only been around for a short time, the Jiangdian night market has developed rapidly and is now one of the most notable night markets in Yannan City. Night Market Street is a road along the river. On one side is the riverside scenic belt, and on the other side are dozens of night market shops with unique characteristics connected together. After dusk every day, the night market street gradually becomes lively and lasts until 2 or 3 in the morning. It was almost 7 o'clock when the two of them rode their bikes to the night market. Shin Xiaotian found a place to park the car, and then walked towards the night market with Mao Guoqing, chatting and laughing. Soon, Mao Guoqing brought Shin Xiaotian to a night market restaurant called a Siang Barbecue. As soon as we sat down, a middle-aged but still charming proprietress came over to greet us warmly. The two of them discussed and ordered some barbecue and draft beer, and the proprietress turned around and went back to her work. After the proprietress walked away, Shin Xiaotian smiled and joked, "Mao Dan, did you choose this restaurant because the proprietress is pretty?" Mao Guoqing didn't shy away and said with a frank smile, "Of course, I'm very picky about food. It's not enough for the boss lady to be pretty if the food doesn't taste good. She has to be pretty and the food has to taste good, ha 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 ha." After a while, draft beer and barbecue were served. "Come on, Xiaotian, let's clash first." Mao Guoqing picked up a full glass of draft beer and said to Shin Xiaotian with a smile. Shin Xiaotian was very straightforward and immediately picked up his draft beer and clinked it with Mao Guoqing. Then, they both raised their heads and took a big sip happily. Then, the two of them started chatting while eating skewers and drinking. After finishing a glass of draft beer, Shin Xiaotian asked, "Mao Dan, didn't you say yesterday that you had something to tell me? What was it?" Mao Guoqing gradually put away his smile after hearing this, and said seriously, "Xiaotian, since I went to work in the south, I haven't been back to the Red Star Welfare Home. I want to find time to go back and take a look. Can you accompany me?" Shin Xiaotian was a little puzzled and asked, "Why do you suddenly want to go back and take a look?" Mao Guoqing said with a hint of sadness in his eyes, "I had a dream a few days ago. In the dream, I returned to the time when I was a child in the welfare home. After waking up, I always felt a little bit uneasy, so I wanted to find time to go back and take a look." Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, "Mao Dan, I didn't expect you to be so sentimental." Mao Guoqing didn't say anything, just laughed twice. Shin Xiaotian had just received a task from Mao Guoqing yesterday, so he naturally would not refuse his invitation. "Okay, I haven't been back for a long time. Whenever you plan to go, I'll go with you," Shin Xiaotian said. The last time Shin Xiaotian returned to the orphanage was during his sophomore year. At that time, Dean Wang, who had raised them, was ill and hospitalized, so Shin Xiaotian went back specifically to visit him. Not long after that, Director Wang passed away, and since then, Shin Xiaotian has never returned to the Red Star Welfare Home. By the way, Xiaotian, how is Dean Wang now? Has he retired? Mao Guoqing suddenly asked. Shin Xiaotian shook his head and said, "Dean Wang has passed away." Upon learning the news of Dean Wang's death, Mao Guoqing was very surprised and immediately asked when it happened. Shin Xiaotian then told everything he knew. "Xiaotian, do you know where Dean Wang is buried? I want to go and pay my respects." Mao Guoqing's mood suddenly became much heavier. After Mao Guoqing's grandmother died, the 7-year-old boy was left on the streets. If Director Wang hadn't taken him to the Red Star Welfare Home, he would have starved to death outside. Shin Xiaotian nodded, "I know, I'll bury him in the cemetery. I'll take you there when the time comes." "Good." Mao Guoqing nodded heavily, then filled the glass with draft beer and started drinking it in big gulps. As time goes by, more and more customers come to the night market to eat and drink, and the whole street becomes more and more lively. There are many street singers in the night market, both men and women, who usually carry a guitar and a homemade playlist to solicit business on the street. If any guests need a song to liven up the atmosphere, they can ask them to play and sing one for just 30 yuan. Of course, the levels of these street singers vary. Whether you can meet one with good singing skills depends on your luck. At this time, Mao Guoqing suddenly pointed to the side not far away and said, "Hey, Xiaotian. That girl is pretty. How about asking her to come over and sing a song?" Shin Xiaotian turned his head and looked in the direction Mao Guoqing was pointing. She was a good-looking young girl, holding a guitar, with 2 ponytails, and dressed like a college student. But if you look closely, you can tell that she is not a college student, and she is just dressed like that to cater to everyone's preferences. Shin Xiaotian saw Mao Guoqing staring at the girl, so he said, "Mao Dan, you keep staring at her like that, aren't you afraid that I'll tell my sister-in-law?" Mao Guoqing was startled and immediately looked away. Then he said seriously, "Xiaotian, don't be ungrateful. I saw that you don't have a girlfriend yet, so I wanted to help you create an opportunity." Shin Xiaotian immediately rolled his eyes, "Thank you." Chapter 120, I thought it was someone else. "You're welcome. This is what I should do," Mao Guoqing said sarcastically. In fact, Mao Guoqing was just speaking casually and had no intention of asking anyone to request a song. He and Zhao Qiaoli have been saving money to open a milk tea shop. They are usually very frugal, and he would not be willing to spend 30 yuan to order a song. In his opinion, instead of spending money to listen to people singing, he might as well buy a few packs of cigarettes. After the two of them had been chatting back and forth for a while, Shin Xiaotian finally realized that Mao Guoqing had a hobby, which was looking at beautiful women. Although Mao Guoqing is a man who was very loyal in love, it does not prevent him from having a hobby of looking at beautiful women. When he was working at the KTV, whenever he saw a beautiful woman, he would secretly give her a score in his mind. But if you really ask him to chat up a beautiful woman, he will instantly become timid and will never do anything to let Zhao Xiaoli down. To put it bluntly, he is a king of big talk. Just then, a woman's singing was heard over there. Shin Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing immediately stopped talking and turned to look over. The one singing was the girl with twin ponytails. As soon as she opened her mouth, the small area nearby became a little quieter. The singing voice of the girl with twin ponytails is very clear, just like a mountain spring, without any impurities. There is a sense of elegance in the ears, like the flowing clouds in the sky, rolling and unrolling, very free and easy. Shin Xiaotian was immediately attracted by the singing and couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Seeing that Shin Xiaotian was watching intently, Mao Guoqing stretched out his foot and gently touched his shoes. "Hey, are you attracted to her?" Mao Guoqing asked with a smile. Shin Xiaotian was somewhat speechless, and said to Mao Guoqing, "They sing so well, can't I just appreciate it?" After saying that, Shin Xiaotian temporarily ignored Mao Guoqing and continued listening to music. As the song finished, scattered applause broke out all around. Shin Xiaotian couldn't help but applaud. Although his singing skills were far worse than Li Mingxi's, he still thought it was very good and worthy of encouragement. The girl with twin ponytails smiled and bowed to thank everyone, then took the money from the person sitting next to her. She took a $100 bill, and just when she was about to ask for change, the man waved his hand and said, "No need for change." The girl with twin ponytails was stunned at first, then she showed joy and bowed repeatedly to thank the other party. Mao Guoqing was a little surprised. "Xiaotian, this woman is so generous." After hearing what Mao Guoqing said, Shin Xiaotian noticed that the person who ordered the song was actually a girl. Because of the angle, Shin Xiaotian couldn't see the girl's face for the time being. But from the way she sits and the way she dresses, I can tell that she should be a very cool girl. "Boss, let me sing another song for you." "What do you want to hear?" Twin Ponytails felt that it was inappropriate for her to only sing one song after being given 100 yuan. The cool girl thought about it for a moment, and then wanted to order a song. But at this moment, three ruffian-looking men suddenly rushed up to the two of them. "Bitch, I didn't expect to see you here." The person who spoke was the tallest man among the three. He was well built, probably over 1.80 meters tall, and had a fierce look on his face. The girl with twin ponytails was startled and subconsciously took 2 steps back with a horrified expression. The muscular man frowned and glanced at the twin-tailed girl, growling, "What are you looking at? Get lost." How could the girl with twin ponytails dare to provoke these people? When she saw that the situation was not right, she ran away with her guitar without saying a word. But the cool girl was still sitting at the table, her back looking very calm. "You stinky bitch, I'll see where you're going today." The sturdy man pulled over a chair and sat down opposite with his arms and legs spread. The other 2 men in the group had already circled to both sides of the girl, and the 3 of them surrounded her. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" the cool girl said coldly. The muscular man got furious when he heard this. "Stinky bitch, stop playing dumb with me. The slap I received yesterday was not in vain." After hearing this, the cool girl remembered something and sneered, "Ha! I thought it was someone else." Then the cool girl stood up, turned around, and prepared to leave. But as soon as she took a step, the 2 companions of the sturdy man blocked her. It was at this time that Shin Xiaotian could see the girl's face clearly. Her eyebrows were like distant black ink, slanting into her temples, her eyes were narrow and deep, and her dark eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, yet she disdained to show it. Under the high nose bridge are thin lips that are not lipsticked, and the corners of the mouth are slightly turned down, which exudes a sense of stubbornness and arrogance. "Hey, Xiaotian, this woman is so beautiful," Mao Guoqing said in a low voice in surprise. Shin Xiaotian really wanted to nod and say yes, but he felt that he shouldn't care about other people's appearance at this time. "You bitch, you want to leave right now?" "No way. I'm telling you, if you don't settle the score for this slap today, you can't go anywhere." The sturdy man had a fierce look in his eyes. At this time, the eyes of the people around fell on these 3 little hooligans. Although many people frowned and felt disgusted, no one was willing to step forward and meddle in this matter. Shin Xiaotian frowned secretly and thought, "These 3 guys are too arrogant. This is a night market after all, and it's under the watchful eyes of everyone. Get out of the way. Or I'll call the police, the girl warned sternly. As she spoke, the girl took out her cell phone from her pocket and prepared to call the police. Unexpectedly, as soon as she dialed a number, the man next to her snatched the phone from her. The girl was startled and quickly turned around to grab it back. But the man had already thrown the phone to the sturdy man. The girl was anxious and angry, and immediately rushed towards the sturdy man, trying to snatch back her phone. The sturdy man immediately stood up, raised one hand high, and held the phone to the highest point. Give it back to me. Give my phone back to me. The girl is about 1.65 meters tall, and she can't reach her phone even if she stands on tiptoe. Hee, I don't want to return it. I want to take it myself. Ha ha ha. The muscular man held up his cell phone and teased the girl while laughing. The other two also started laughing, and one of them even whistled twice, looking extremely obscene. Seeing that she couldn't get the phone back, the girl became anxious. The next second, the girl put her knee on the muscular man's crotch. Ouch! The sturdy man suddenly let out a painful sound, bent down and covered his vitals with one hand. The girl took the opportunity to grab the phone, but before she could touch it, she was slapped in the face. Pa! The slap was loud. After being beaten, the girl fell to the ground, feeling dizzy and unable to recover. It was this muscular man who slapped the girl. Although he was hit in the crotch, he did not lose his fighting ability. But it still hurt a lot. After slapping her, the sturdy man quickly covered his crotch with both hands and clamped his legs tightly together. Brother, are you okay? The two younger brothers asked hurriedly. A few seconds later, the sturdy man said angrily, You bitch, you dare to kick my vitals, I will kill you today. After saying that, the sturdy man endured the pain and kicked the girl. Unexpectedly, just as he raised his foot, a figure suddenly rushed over and pushed the strong man away. The sturdy man was caught off guard and fell flat on his face, looking very miserable. Brother! The two younger brothers exclaimed in unison, and immediately ran over to help the sturdy man up from the left and right. Mad, who is it? The sturdy man was furious and his eyes immediately fell on the man who pushed him over. This person was none other than Shin Xiaotian. Chapter 121 Event Mission. Shin Xiaotian is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs. But just now, system task information suddenly appeared in front of him. Event Mission. Mission Target, Lycia Current Favorability, 0. Task Content, Help Lycia. Task Reward, 10,000 Favorability Coins. Note, there will be no penalty for mission failure, but the release of event missions will be reduced in the future. Shin Xiaotian was very surprised when he saw the system information, because this was the first time an event mission appeared. The rewards for the mission are also very generous, including 10,000 favorability coins, and there is no penalty. For the sake of these 10,000 favorability coins, Shin Xiaotian is determined to take action. Shin Xiaotian reached out to help Lycia up and asked, Are you okay? Lycia's left cheek was already red, but she still shook her head firmly, I'm fine. The sturdy man was suddenly pushed to the ground by Shin Xiaotian and was extremely angry for a moment. After he was helped up by his two younger brothers, he immediately glared at Shin Xiaotian with fire almost spitting out of his eyes. The two younger brothers had the same expression. The three of them formed a semicircle and surrounded Shin Xiaotian and Lycia. The situation was about to break out. Boy, you dared to push me? The sturdy man's crotch was still hurting, and he gritted his teeth while speaking, full of anger. Shin Xiaotian looked at them coldly, without any fear. Three men bullying a girl, don't you feel ashamed? Stop talking nonsense! The sturdy man roared and punched Shin Xiaotian. The sturdy man's movements were swift and powerful. An ordinary person would probably find it difficult to resist. But Shin Xiaotian is no ordinary person, he is a 6-year veteran scout, proficient in fighting skills, and his body's reaction speed is far beyond that of ordinary people. A second before the fist came, Shin Xiaotian easily dodged it by turning sideways. At the same time, Shin Xiaotian quickly grabbed the sturdy man's arm and twisted it hard. With a click sound, the strong man's arm was dislocated on the spot. Ah! The sturdy man cried out in pain, and an expression of agony immediately appeared on his face. His right arm hung limply at his side. Because the pain was so severe, it instantly overshadowed the pain in his crotch, and all his attention was focused on his dislocated right arm. The two younger brothers nearby were stunned at first, then they reacted and punched Shin Xiaotian almost at the same time. Shin Xiaotian did not retreat but advanced instead. His body flexibly shuttled between the two men, and every attack he made accurately hit the opponent's vital points. After just a few rounds, the two younger brothers were knocked to the ground by Shen Xiaotian and groaned in pain. Xiaotian, when did you become so good at fighting? Mao Guoqing's voice suddenly appeared behind Shen Xiaotian. Shen Xiaotian looked back and saw Mao Guoqing looking at him in surprise. In fact, when Shen Xiaotian rushed over to rescue Li Xia just now, Mao Guoqing had already followed. He originally wanted to ambush in the crowd and suddenly rush out when Shen Xiaotian was besieged by 3 people. However, he didn't expect Shen Xiaotian to act so decisively and swiftly, leaving him no chance to participate at all. After Shen Xiaotian took action, the scene became a little chaotic. The diners around all retreated away, fearing that they would be drawn into the fight. Li Xia did not take a step back. She couldn't help but look at Shen Xiaotian with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She really didn't expect that Shen Xiaotian, who looked gentle and polite, could be such a good fighter. You guys just wait. The sturdy man covered his dislocated arm and shouted viciously at Shen Xiaotian. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a noise outside on one side of the crowd. It turned out that several patrolling police officers had quickly rushed over after hearing the noise. Soon, the crowd cleared a passage and several patrolmen rushed in and immediately took control of the situation. Don't move, police, the leading policeman shouted. When the 3 little hooligans saw the police coming, they immediately felt like they had seen a savior. Comrade police, he hit us, quickly arrest them, the sturdy man shouted. Yes, police comrade, they beat people in the street, it's totally unreasonable. Comrade police, you have to make the decision for us. The other 2 brothers who had fallen down also sat up hurriedly, and with sad faces they testified against Shen Xiaotian together. Police comrade, don't listen to them, they were the first to start. Mao Guoqing immediately stepped forward to defend himself. If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone what happened. As he spoke, Mao Guoqing looked at the crowd, but everyone avoided his gaze. The policeman said in a serious tone, don't make any noise. We will investigate what happened. All of you, please come back to the station with us. Shen Xiaotian was not afraid to go back to the police station with the police to assist in the investigation. After all, there were many cameras on the night market street, and there were cameras in front and behind where they had just sat. So what happened just now could not have escaped the camera's recording. At this time, Shen Xiaotian felt someone pulling his arm. He turned around and saw it was Li Xia. Lend me your phone so I can make a call. Li Xia said. The scene was a bit chaotic after the fight just now, and the cell phone that the muscular man snatched away has disappeared. Shen Xiaotian didn't hesitate and immediately took out his cell phone and handed it to Li Xia. Li Xia immediately took the phone and quickly dialed a number. Then, Li Xia said to the phone, Uncle, I'm Li Xia. I'm at the night market by the river now, and someone just bullied me. After hearing this, the man on the other end of the phone became nervous and his voice instantly rose. Xiaoya, are you okay? Li Xia immediately told her uncle about the current situation. Xiaoya, can you give your phone to the police officer in charge? I want to talk to him, said the person on the phone. Immediately afterwards, Li Xia found the police officer in charge and handed him the phone that was on the phone. The leading policeman was a little nonchalant at first, but when he heard the person talking on the phone, his attitude instantly became serious. Got it, Chief Zhua. I understand, okay, don't worry, I know what to do. The leading policeman responded while nodding. After hanging up the phone, the police returned the phone to Li Xia and said, Director Zhua asked you to go back to the station with us first. He will be here soon. Li Xia nodded, then turned to look at Shen Xiaotian, handed over the phone and said, Don't worry, everything will be fine. Shen Xiaotian just heard the leading police officer call the person on the phone Director Zhua, and Li Xia called him uncle, so he thought there shouldn't be any big problem. Whose phone is this? At this time, a policeman picked up a mobile phone. Li Xia immediately raised her hand and said, It's mine. Li Xia walked forward, took the phone and took a look. Apart from some damage to the outer shell, there was nothing wrong with the rest. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the police station near the night market street. Shen Xiaotian, Mao Guoqing and Li Xia had just finished giving their statements and hadn't even sat down when a police car arrived outside. Before the car came to a complete stop, the passenger door opened. Immediately afterwards, a tall and righteous man in police uniform jumped out of the car. This person is Zhuo Feng, the 39-year-old director of the Changbei police station in Yan'an City. Zhuo Feng walked quickly into the police station and saw his niece Li Xia at a glance. Xiaoya, are you okay? Zhuo Feng looked nervous and hurried towards Li Xia, looking her up and down. Chapter 122 I Remember Your Name. Licia shook her head and walked forward. Uncle, I'm fine. Where are those three bastards? Zhuofeng asked with a frown. Licia turned around and pointed at the three little hooligans sitting by the other wall not far away, over there. Having said that, Licia quickly recounted what had just happened. Zhuofeng's eyes became sharp before he finished listening. He stared coldly at the three little hooligans and said in a deep voice, Xiaoya, don't worry, I will take care of the next thing. After saying that, Zhuofeng was about to go find the police officer in charge. Licia hurriedly grabbed Zhuofeng and pointed at Shen Xiaotian. Uncle, he saved me just now. When Zhuofeng heard this, he immediately looked at Shen Xiaotian. Then, Zhuofeng walked up to Shen Xiaotian, stretched out his right hand and said, Thank you, young man. Shen Xiaotian stood up and shook hands with Zhuofeng, saying calmly, You're welcome. If anyone had seen this, they would have helped. I just happened to be there and did what I was supposed to do. Seeing Shen Xiaotian's calm face, Zhuofeng nodded with satisfaction, then patted his arm gently and asked, Young man, what's your name? Where do you work? My name is Shen Xiaotian, and I work at Donghui Pharmaceutical. Shen Xiaotian said. Shen Xiaotian had already told us all his personal information when he was giving his statement just now, so there was no need to hide it. Zhuofeng was a little surprised and couldn't help but glance at his niece. Licia was also surprised and couldn't help but look at Shen Xiaotian a few more times. Zhuofeng asked, Xiaotian, your Donghui Pharmaceuticals CEO is called Li. Li, what's his name? Shen Xiaotian said, Li Pengyue. Yes, it's Li Pengyue. Look at my memory. We had tea last time. Zhuofeng said suddenly. Shen Xiaotian had no idea that Zhuofeng had actually never forgotten the name Li Pengyue. He was just being professional and wanted to use this method to confirm whether Shen Xiaotian was lying. Shen Xiaotian asked, Director Zhua, do you know our CEO Li? Zhuofeng smiled and said, I've had tea with you once, so I'm not too familiar with you. When Licia heard her uncle say this, she wanted to laugh, but she tried hard to control herself. Shen Xiaotian didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, Li Pengyue was a well-known figure in Yan'an City, so it was not surprising that he had a wide network of contacts. As they were chatting, an old policeman walked out. Director Zhua, I'm sorry, I'm late. The old policeman saw Zhuofeng as soon as he came in and apologized repeatedly. Captain Lin, I just arrived too. Zhuofeng said hurriedly. This old policeman is the director of this police station. After greeting Lin, Zhuofeng said to Shen Xiaotian, I'll go take care of things first, and we'll talk later. After saying that, Zhuofeng walked towards the office while talking with Chief Lin. After the two walked a few steps away, Shen Xiaotian asked Licia in a low voice, which bureau is your uncle the director of? Director of the North City Public Security Bureau. Licia replied. Shen Xiaotian thought to herself, the night market street is located in the North City district, and her uncle is the director of the North City Public Security Bureau, so he is her immediate superior. Thinking of this, Shen Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the three little hooligans, thinking to himself, you've walked into trouble. Suddenly, Zhuofeng's voice came from the front, Xiaoya, come here. Coming. Licia responded and walked over immediately. Soon, Licia followed Zhuofeng and Lin into the office. Just as Shen Xiaotian was about to sit down, he heard Mao Guoqing beside him say with a smile, Hey, Xiaotian, those three little hooligans, are they regretting their actions now? Ha ha ha. Shen Xiaotian turned around and glanced at the three little hooligans. Sure enough, they all looked dejected, and each one looked more miserable than the other. By now they should have known the identity of Licia's uncle, and the three of them probably wanted to die. Why hit anyone else when you can hit the niece of the Public Security Bureau chief? Isn't this just asking for trouble? In the office, Zhuofeng met the policeman in charge. After the two sides chatted for a while, Zhuofeng realized that his precious niece had just been slapped by a hooligan. Xiaoya, you were beaten by others, why didn't you tell me? Zhuofeng suddenly couldn't suppress his anger. Licia forced a smile and said, Uncle, I'm fine. I don't feel any pain anymore. Zhuofeng frowned and said to the leading police officer and Director Lin, I only have one request, this case must be investigated and handled strictly. Chief Lin and the leading police officer nodded quickly and promised that they would make the three little hooligans pay the price they deserved. Are you kidding? The niece of my immediate superior was beaten up, and it happened in my own area. If I don't deal with it seriously until Director Zhoi is satisfied, how can I live well in the future? About half an hour later. Licia walked out of the office first and then went straight to Shen Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing. Hey, she's out. Mao Guoqing saw Li Xia first and immediately stopped talking to remind her. Shen Xiaotian turned to look at Li Xia and nodded slightly as a greeting. When Li Xia came up to him, Mao Guoqing couldn't help but ask, "Beauty, how long do we have to wait before we can leave?" Li Xia said, "Don't worry, it won't take too long." Li Xia didn't know how long it would take, but she was sure that it would not exceed 10 minutes. After saying that, Li Xia sat next to Shen Xiaotian. "Thank you today." Li Xia thanked him. Shen Xiaotian shook his head slightly and smiled to indicate that you're welcome. "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Li Xia, Si means thought and Ya means elegance," Li Xia said, stretching out her white right hand. Upon seeing this, Shen Xiaotian immediately stretched out his right hand and shook hands with her lightly. Then he replied in the same sentence, "Shen Xiaotian, the Xiao of dawn, the Tian of daybreak." Li Xia smiled knowingly, nodded, and then read out the words word by word, Shen Xiao Tian. "Well, I remember your name." Li Xia's tone was quite meaningful. After saying that, the smile on Li Xia's face quickly disappeared. The next second, Li Xia glanced at the three droopy little hooligans with disdain. "These three guys won't be able to get out for at least 10 days or half a month," Li Xia said coldly. Shen Xiaotian thought, "No way. Your uncle is the director of the Public Security Bureau. If these three guys offend you, will they get away with it? By the way, why did these three people want to trouble you? Did you know them before?" Shen Xiaotian asked curiously. Mao Guoqing was also very curious about this matter and immediately pricked up his ears to hear the whole story. "How could I possibly know such gangsters?" Li Xia looked disdainful, as if it was a great shame to have anything to do with them. After a pause, Li Xia slowly explained the reason. "I went to the bar to meet a friend last night, and I ran into that big guy just as I arrived at the door of the bar." The big guy she was referring to was naturally the sturdy man whose arm was removed by Shen Xiaotian. "That guy tried to talk to me, but I ignored him at the time. Who knew he would be like a dogskin plaster, constantly pestering me? I'm almost annoyed to death by him. Later, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I slapped him in the face in a rage." When Shen Xiaotian heard this, he couldn't help but look at Mao Guoqing. When their eyes met, they both thought that this slap was quite in line with Li Xia's temperament. Li Xia continued, "I slapped him hard at that time. I guess he was stunned. By the time he reacted, I was gone. I thought that was the end of it. Who knew that we would meet again today at the night market? It's unlucky just thinking about it." After listening to this, Shen Xiaotian nodded, "So that's how it is. It's really unlucky." Mao Guoqing joked, "I guess he didn't check the almanac before going out." Li Xia looked at Shen Xiaotian with a smile and said, "Luckily I met you, thank you." When Shen Xiaotian heard her say thank you again, he quickly waved his hands and shook his head, indicating that he really shouldn't say thank you anymore. Chapter 123 Appointed General Manager of Sales Department 3. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Shen Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing walked out of the police station. As soon as Mao Guoqing went out, he stretched himself and said, "Ah, I can finally go home." Just as Shen Xiaotian was about to speak, a system prompt message suddenly appeared in front of him. "Congratulations to the host, the event mission has been completed. Li Xia's current favorability, 10. Task rewards have been issued, please check in the system mall." Shen Xiaotian immediately opened the system mall and checked his account. 10,000 favorability coins had been received and the current balance was 60,000 favorability coins. Shen Xiaotian thought to himself, this kind of difficult event mission is quite worthwhile. I earned 10,000 favorability coins in just over an hour. I hope the system will release more often in the future. At this time, Li Xia also followed Zuofeng and Lin out of the police station. After greeting Zuofeng and Li Xia, Chief Lin nodded to Shen Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing, and then returned to the institute. Zuofeng smiled and said to Shen Xiaotian, "Xiaotian, take my car, I will take you back." As he spoke, Zuofeng pointed to a police car on the side of the road ahead. Shen Xiaotian shook his head and said politely, "No need, Director Zhuo, we came here by bike." After hearing this, Zuofeng stopped insisting, smiled, nodded, said goodbye, and then walked towards the police car. Li Xia immediately smiled and said goodbye to Shen Xiaotian, then followed Zuofeng into the police car. After the two got in the car, Shen Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing walked towards the night market street while chatting. Mao Guoqing asked in a low voice, "Xiaotian, why didn't you ask Li Xia for her phone number? Your heroic act of saving the beauty left a good impression on her. Maybe we can develop a relationship in the future." Shen Xiaotian smiled and shook his head. What are you thinking about? Do you think this is a romance novel? Mao Guoqing said seriously, I'm serious. After what happened just now, this girl obviously has a crush on you. Since you don't have a girlfriend now, why don't you try to get in touch with her? Shen Xiaotian shook his head, not interested. Mao Guoqing was incredulous and said, oh my god. Xiaotian, are you too picky? You don't even like a beautiful lady like Li Xia? Shen Xiaotian didn't bother to pay attention to Mao Guoqing and just quickened his pace and walked forward. On the other side, in a moving police car, Zuofeng was driving the car and Li Xia was sitting in the passenger seat. The driver when he came here before was one of Zuofeng's subordinates. Later, Zuofeng didn't want to waste other people's time, so he let him go back first. The police car suddenly slowed down and then stopped at an intersection waiting for the red light. Taking advantage of this gap, Zuofeng said, Xiaoya, I never expected that Shen Xiaotian is actually an employee of your father's company. Li Xia nodded and said, yeah, I was also quite surprised. I didn't expect that there would be such a brave young man in my father's company. Zuofeng smiled slightly and said, you will go to work at your father's company in a few days. I wonder what kind of expression this kid will have when he sees you in the company. I am quite looking forward to it. Li Xia was actually quite looking forward to it. When she thought about Shen Xiaotian meeting her in the company in a few days and showing a surprised expression, she suddenly found it interesting. Li Xia thought to herself, it's a pity that he is in the warehousing department. If he was an employee in the sales department, I should be able to transfer him to work in my department. Shen Xiaotian would never have thought that the Li Xia he saved was actually the only daughter of the boss Li Pengyue. Li Xia is 23 years old. Her mother died when she was in junior high school. After his mother passed away, Li Pengyue ran the company while taking care of his daughter's life and study. Finally, this summer Li Xia graduated from a prestigious university in Jianhai City. After graduation, Li Xia wants to stay in Jianhai City to work. But Li Pengyue firmly disagreed because his wife was no longer around and his daughter was the only relative he had. Li Pengyue's attitude is very clear and tough. He hopes that his daughter will return to Yannan City to develop and help him run and manage Donghui Pharmaceutical Company in the future, and eventually inherit his father's business. But Li Xia was very reluctant to do so. She always felt that the outside world was huge and the sky was high enough for birds to fly freely. She wanted to create a world for herself through her own efforts and let her father see her abilities and talents. But Li Pengyue refused to budge on the matter, and even threatened that if his daughter did not return to Yannan, he would publish an announcement in the newspaper to sever the father-daughter relationship. Although Li Xia was very depressed and unwilling to accept it, she could not prevail against her father and could only return to Yannan obediently. However, Li Xia also put forward a request, that is, she could join Donghui, but she would definitely not start from the bottom. At least she should be arranged to be a department manager, otherwise she would rather stay at home every day, eating and waiting to die. After hearing this, Li Pengyue agreed immediately and said that he would definitely give her a manager position. So not long after, Donghui Pharmaceutical Company posted a notice to add a third sales department. Li Xia was the person appointed by Li Pengyue as the general manager of the third sales department. Of course, Li Peng was not a tyrant, and he would not be so stupid as to set up a department just to play with his daughter. Li Pengyue had thought about it long ago. At that time, he would appoint an experienced deputy general manager to help him manage the third sales department secretly. In other words, Li Xia is the general manager of sales department 3 on paper, but in fact the deputy general manager appointed by Li Pengyue is the real manager. Li Pengyue did this for one purpose only, which was to make his daughter realize that this society is not as beautiful as she imagined. Instead of letting my daughter encounter setbacks outside, it is better to let her experience these by my side. In this way, when his daughter suffers various blows or even loses confidence, he, the old father, can appear in time and become a strong backing for his precious daughter. At this time, the red light turned green. Zuofeng immediately stepped on the accelerator and followed the car in front across the intersection. After driving for a while, Zuofeng suddenly asked, by the way, Xiaoya, does your face still hurt? Uncle, you've asked me this 800 times. Li Xia's tone clearly showed that she disliked her uncle for being too long-winded. Zuofeng said seriously, Xiaoya, if you were a boy, I would definitely not keep asking, but you are a girl, it's different. Li Xia had no choice but to say, I know, my face doesn't hurt anymore, it's true. Zuofeng then smiled and changed the subject. By the way, Xiaoya, aren't you curious about why Shen Xiaotian is so good? In the surveillance video, he broke the gangster's arm with one move. If you say he has never practiced, I definitely don't believe it. Li Xia said. I asked him, and he said that he grew up in an orphanage. When he was a child, he often fought with others. Then, in order to win, he learned a lot of tricks. Gradually, he learned more and more tricks. Zuofeng was very surprised. He grew up in an orphanage? Yes. Li Xia nodded. His friend is the same. They grew up in the same orphanage. When Zuofeng heard this, his impression of Shen Xiaotian immediately improved a bit. In his opinion, an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. It is very rare for a child who lacked guidance and education from parents and elders since childhood to still have such upright values when he grows up. Xiaoya, Shen Xiaotian is a very good kid. If there is a chance in the future, I will help him as much as possible. Zuofeng said. Li Xia immediately said, Uncle, don't worry, my mother taught me since I was a child that I should be grateful and repay my kindness. I will not forget it. When Zuofeng heard his niece suddenly mention her sister, he suddenly felt sad. As soon as Li Xia saw her uncle's mood change, she immediately understood why. After a pause, Li Xia said, Uncle, you have been out of town for the past few years, and you have finally been transferred back this year. Why don't we go see Mom during the new year? Okay. Zuofeng agreed immediately, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 124. Something is happening. In the next 2 days, Shen Xiaotian went to get off work and came home normally, and would go downstairs to run in the community around 9 o'clock in the evening. What surprised Shen Xiaotian was that the system was very quiet in the past 2 days and no tasks were issued. If Shen Xiaotian hadn't checked the available props every morning when he got up, he would have almost forgotten that he was a person with a system. On Friday morning, Shen Xiaotian was working when suddenly the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. When I escaped, I saw that it was a text message about the arrival of money in my bank card. The text message showed that 100,000 yuan had just been deposited into Shen Xiaotian's account. Shen Xiaotian knew at a glance that it was the copyright fee for Li Mingxi's Heart Too Soft. Just when I was about to reply to a text message, the phone rang. As expected, it was Li Mingxi who called. Hello, Sister Shi. Shen Xiaotian immediately answered the phone with a hint of smile in his tone. Li Mingxi asked, the money has just been transferred to you, remember to check it. I've received it, Sister Shi. Just as the text message came in, your call came right after. Shen Xiaotian said. After the opening remarks, the two began to chat. Li Mingxi first asked about Shen Xiaotian's recent situation, and then told him that her new album had already started recording and everything was going well. After a moment, Li Mingxi suddenly asked, by the way, Xiaotian, what's your QQ number? I recently made a demo of Heart Too Soft and wanted to send it to you for a listen. Shen Xiaotian subconsciously wanted to tell him his QQ number, but he swallowed the words back as soon as they came to his lips. Because Shen Xiaotian suddenly realized that he did not have QQ now, and the QQ number he remembered in his mind was the one before he traveled through time. Sister Shi, I don't have a QQ number. Shen Xiaotian said. Li Mingxi on the phone was very surprised. You don't have a QQ number? No way, are you a modern person? Shen Xiaotian explained, Sister Shi, I wanted to apply for a QQ number before, but I am busy with studying and working every day, and I basically have no time to go to the internet cafe. Li Mingxi then remembered that Shen Xiaotian's situation was different from that of many people. People are busy making a living every day, so how can they have the time to surf the internet? Sister Shi, please send me your QQ number first. I will go to the internet cafe at noon to register one and then add you. Shen Xiaotian said. Okay. Li Mingxi agreed readily. At this time, Li Mingxi hung up the phone because she had to start working. Less than 2 minutes after I hung up, Li Mingxi sent me a text message. It was an 8-digit number, which should be her QQ number. Shen Xiaotian replied received and was about to put away his phone when the call rang again. But this time it was Mao Guoqing who called. As soon as the call was connected, Mao Guoqing's voice came from the phone. Hello, Xiaotian, I have asked for leave tomorrow. You must rest on the weekend, right? The last time they had dinner, the two agreed to find some time to go back to the Red Star Welfare Home together and pay their respects to Director Wang. In fact, the next day, Mao Guoqing went to his leader to ask for leave as soon as he got to work. But my boss said that KTV is too busy on weekends and no leave is allowed, so the leave has not been approved. Last night, Mao Guoqing treated his leaders to a midnight snack and drank a lot of wine, which is how he got this day off. Don't worry, I'm fine. Shen Xiaotian replied. Mao Guoqing was very happy and immediately made an appointment with Shen Xiaotian to meet at the entrance of the ticket hall of the central bus station at 7 o'clock on Saturday morning. After hanging up the phone, Shen Xiaotian went back to work. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, Shin Xiaotian had sent out all the orders in his hands. Just as he sat down and drank a sip of water, Yao Qing suddenly ran over from a distance. "Xiaotian, something's happening." Shin Xiaotian was a little confused. What happened? Yao Cheng did not answer immediately, but pulled Shin Xiaotian to a place where no one was around, and said in a low voice, "Xiaoru sold the bag today." "Oh?" Shin Xiaotian immediately became interested and asked, "What's the specific situation? Tell me in detail." After waiting for so many days, Xiaoru finally couldn't hold back any longer. Yao Cheng said, "Yesterday afternoon, Xiaoru went out alone. She went to a wholesale market in the east of the city." Shin Xiaotian learned from Yao Cheng that Xiaoru had been shopping in the wholesale market for nearly 3 hours yesterday and bought a limited edition A-grade bag. This morning, Yao Cheng went out early, took an hour-long drive, went to a pawn shop, and sold the real limited edition bag. Shin Xiaotian asked, "Did you take any photos?" Yao Cheng nodded, "Yes. Not only do I have photos, I also got the surveillance video of the pawn shop." Then, Yao Qing curled her lips and said with a bit of pain, "Just this surveillance video, it cost me a full 2,000 yuan. That pawnshop owner is really shady." Shin Xiaotian's previous idea to Yao Qing was to let Yao Qing collect as much evidence as possible that Xiaoru sold the limited edition bag she gave her. For example, transaction records, photos of bags being sold, etc. Unexpectedly, the person who followed Xiaoru not only took photos of the transaction, but also bought the surveillance video of the pawn shop as requested by Yao Qing. Yao Qing continued, "Xiaotian, I just found out today that Xiaoru was a repeat offender. She not only cheated my brother, but she also cheated other people." "How do you know?" Shin Xiaotian asked. Yao Qing replied, "Brother Dao asked me about it." Shin Xiaotian knew without asking that Brother Dao should be the person Qin Yu arranged to follow Xiaoru. After Brother Dao bought the surveillance video, he chatted with the pawnshop owner for a while. "Guess what happened?" Yao Qing said excitedly. Shin Xiaotian shook his head and waited for her to continue. Yao Qing immediately said, "The pawnshop owner said that since the beginning of last year, Xiaoru has often come here to sell things. Sometimes it's gold and silver jewelry, sometimes it's brand name bags, and there are also digital cameras, high-end sunglasses and other miscellaneous things." Shin Xiaotian asked, "Has Brother Dao asked the pawnshop owner how much money Xiaoru has cashed out from the beginning to now?" "I'm not sure about the exact amount, but from what Brother Dao said, Xiaoru must have earned at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan after selling so many things," Yao Qing replied. Shin Xiaotian nodded and asked Yao Qing, "Now that we have the evidence, when are you going to confront her?" Yao Cheng said without hesitation, "Tomorrow. Every time I think of how this woman has been treating my brother like a fool, I get so angry." "Xiaotian, come with me tomorrow," Yao Qing said. Shin Xiaotian was embarrassed. "Yao Qing, I don't have time tomorrow. My friend and I have to go back to the welfare home and pay respect to our director Wang. We won't be back until after 5 p.m. When hearing the first half of the sentence, Yao Qing wanted to say, "Why don't you go back at another time? After all, it's hard to come by the chance to expose a gold digger in public." But when Shin Xiaotian said later that they still wanted to pay tribute to the deceased, Yao Qing immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Shin Xiaotian thought about it, then asked, "Yao Qing, can Yao Lang accept you doing this?" Yao Qing immediately said in a cold voice, "You have to accept it even if you can't accept it. After all, he is the only son of my parents. If he can't even bear this little blow, how can he inherit the family business in the future?" From then until lunch, Yao Qing was discussing with Shin Xiaotian about meeting Xiaoru tomorrow. Then he asked where he should meet Xiaoru tomorrow. After a while, he asked again what tone he should use to speak harshly when he saw Xiaoru. Is it better to appear angry or to appear cool? Chapter 125. I gave you 1 point less because I was afraid you would be proud. After lunch, Yao Qing returned to the office, while Shin Xiaotian went to a nearby internet cafe. Now is the era of the rise of the internet, and new internet cafes are often opening in the streets and alleys. Especially near schools, both regular and illegal internet cafes have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. The internet cafe that Shin Xiaotian went to was called Enet Love. In Shin Xiaotian's eyes, the name of the internet cafe is indeed a bit rustic, but it cannot be denied that this name is a true reflection of the times. As soon as he entered the internet cafe, Shin Xiaotian was choked by the smell of cigarettes. The internet cafe has a good occupancy rate, with 70% of the machines being occupied. Shin Xiaotian glanced around as he walked towards the cashier counter. Most people were playing legendary online games, and there were also some girls who specialized in chatting on QQ. There were several QQ accounts logged into one screen, which was quite eye-catching. After paying the money at the cashier, Shin Xiaotian found a place with few people, turned on the computer and started registering QQ. A few minutes later, Shin Xiaotian registered a 10-digit QQ number. Shin Xiaotian recorded the QQ number on his mobile phone before logging into QQ. After going online, Shin Xiaotian thought about it for a while, and then changed his nickname to Cloud in the Sky. Shin Xiaotian started using this online name after he graduated from junior high school. It has no special meaning. He just picked it up casually at the time, and then he has been using it ever since. He has long been used to it. After changing his nickname, Shin Xiaotian looked up Li Mingxi's QQ number. Li Mingxi's online name is Xiaoxi and her avatar is a little penguin wearing a red flower. Shin Xiaotian laughed secretly. Is the name so plain and down to earth? It doesn't look like you in real life. Shin Xiaotian looked at Li Mingxi's detailed information. His age, birthday, and zodiac sign were all filled in randomly and could be ignored. Click Add Friend. As expected, Li Mingxi's QQ needs to be verified. Shin Xiaotian left his name and clicked OK. After adding friends, Shin Xiaotian suddenly felt bored. So Shin Xiaotian wanted to find a game to pass the time. After all, the minimum internet access here is 1 hour. Whether you use the service for 1 minute or 59 minutes, you will have to pay for 1 hour of internet access. Just when Shin Xiaotian was browsing the web, wondering what game to play, QQ's coughing sound suddenly appeared in the headset, and the small speaker in the lower right corner began to flash. When Shin Xiaotian clicked on it, he was a little surprised to find that it was Li Mingxi who accepted his friend request. As soon as Shin Xiaotian opened the chat box, Li Mingxi sent a message. The message is not text, but a colon followed by a right bracket and a smiley face. Shin Xiaotian also immediately typed a reply to the message. Cloud in the Sky, Sister Shi, why are you here at this time? Xiaoxi, I just finished my meal and came here to see if you added me. I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy. Cloud in the Sky, I am always punctual and trustworthy. After chatting for a while, Shin Xiaotian discovered that Li Mingxi typed much faster than he had imagined. Often, Shin Xiaotian would only send one message when Li Mingxi had already sent 2 or 3 messages. While typing and chatting, Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, Li Mingxi on the internet is much more talkative than she is in real life. This must be what people often call a sense of contrast. After chatting for a while, Li Mingxi suddenly sent an audio file. Xiaoxi, Xiaotian, this is my newly recorded demo of Heart Too Soft, you can listen to it and see what you think. Clouds in the Sky, okay. After receiving the file, Shin Xiaotian opened it immediately. After turning up the volume of his headphones, Shin Xiaotian began to listen carefully. The main melody of this new song Heart Too Soft is still the same as the original version. The difference is the arrangement of the prelude and some details in the middle of the song. After listening to the song, Shin Zhao's feeling can be summed up in 4 words, impeccable. Shin Xiaotian immediately opened the dialog box, intending to tell Li Mingxi what he thought of the speech. I don't know whether Li Mingxi has estimated the time it takes to play the file. As soon as Shin Xiaotian put his hands on the keyboard, Li Mingxi sent a message. Xiaoxi, how is it? Does it sound good? Clouds in the Sky, it sounds great, so great. Absolutely impeccable. Xiaoxi, you are so fake. I want to hear the truth. Cloud in the Sky, Sister Shi, what I said is the truth. It is really beautiful. I can't find any faults. It is simply perfect. Xiaoxi, can you not be so vague and tell me what's so good about it? Shin Xiaotian thought about it seriously, then typed quickly. Clouds in the Sky, the new arrangement is more suitable for female singers, and I was very emotional when singing. In short, I am very satisfied and I like it very much. Cloud in the Sky, if the full score is 10, I give it 9 points. Xiaoxi, didn't you say it was impeccable? Why only give it 9 points? Cloud in the Sky, I gave you 1 point less because I was afraid you would become too proud, hee hee. After Shin Xiaotian sent this message, there was suddenly no movement from Li Mingxi. 2 minutes later. Xiaoxi, Shin Xiaotian, I didn't expect you to be so good at chatting. Xiaoxi, whether what you said is true or not, I will take it as the truth anyway. Clouds in the Sky, every word comes from the heart, with the conscience of heaven and earth. Xiaoxi, okay, I'll believe it for now. In this way, the two chatted on QQ for about 15 minutes. Xiaoxi, Xiaotian, I have to go to work. I'll talk to you next time. Cloud in the Sky, okay, 88. Just as Shin Xiaotian was about to close the dialog box, Li Mingxi sent another message. Xiaoxi, by the way, Xiaotian, there is one more thing. Cloud in the sky, what? Xiaoxi, next weekend our company will hold a small appreciation party for our fans. Xiaoxi, do you want to come over and take a look? Just as Shen Xiaotian was about to reply to the message, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Shen Xiaotian had to stop typing, took out his cell phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar local number. Shen Xiaotian immediately took off his headphones and answered the call. After a moment, Shen Xiaotian said, "You dialed the wrong number," and hung up the phone. Shen Xiaotian put on his headphones again and looked at the screen. While he was on the phone, Li Mengxi sent him 2 more messages. Xiaoxi, if you don't have time, forget it. I'm just asking casually. Xiaoxi, I should go to work, 88. When I looked at Li Mengxi's QQ avatar again, it had turned gray. Why did you go offline so quickly? Shen Xiaotian couldn't help but mutter something, then quickly typed a reply. Just now. In the provincial capital, in the office of Li Mengxi's agent in Jianan. Li Mengxi sat alone in front of the computer at her desk, typing quickly and then pressing the shortcut key to send. The next moment, the message, "Do you want to come over and take a look?" was sent from QQ. For some reason, Li Mengxi suddenly felt a little nervous and uneasy. Li Mengxi thought, isn't it too formal for me to invite him on QQ? Would it be better to give him a call? Wait, what if he is not available or doesn't he want to come, and he says something to me on the phone, wouldn't I be even more embarrassed? Oops, that was sloppy. I should have asked him if he was free next weekend. Suddenly, Li Mengxi felt a little regretful. But it's no use regretting, the message has been sent. QQ in this era does not have a recall function. Once a message is sent, it is like spilled water and cannot be taken back. After waiting for a while, Li Mengxi saw that Shen Xiaotian had not responded yet, and suddenly she felt a little uneasy. He has always replied to messages quickly, so why did he suddenly become silent when I asked him if he wanted to come to the fan meeting? Could it be that he doesn't want to come, but doesn't know what reason to use to reject me, so he is worrying in front of the computer? Thinking of this, Li Mengxi quickly typed and sent out a message. If you don't have time, forget it. I'm just asking casually. After waiting for a while, Shen Xiaotian still didn't reply. Li Mengxi frowned as he looked at the dialog box, and gradually he became impatient. Suddenly, Li Mengxi typed quickly again and sent, "I should go to work, 88. After sending it, Li Mengxi immediately closed the dialog box. Then he changed his QQ to invisible mode, and his avatar instantly turned gray. Chapter 126 Good Friends. Li Mengxi was feeling a little depressed at the moment, and thought, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have asked him. At this moment, the penguin avatar in the lower right corner of the screen suddenly flashed. When Li Mengxi clicked it, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and a happy smile appeared on her face involuntarily. Shen Xiaotian sent a message in the dialog box on the screen. Cloud in the sky, sorry, Sister Shi, I just received a call. Cloud in the sky, are you still there, Sister Shi? I have time next week, I will definitely be there on time. Li Mengxi was wondering whether to reply to the message. Suddenly the office door opened and Yin Jianan pushed it open and walked in. Yin Jianan immediately saw Li Mengxi staring at the computer screen with a silly smile. Mengxi, what makes you so happy? Yin Jianan said as he walked towards the computer, wanting to see what was going on. Li Mengxi was shocked and immediately closed QQ in a hurry. When Yin Jianan came to Li Mengxi, the screen had returned to its usual desktop state. Yin Jianan frowned slightly, turned his head and stared into Li Mengxi's eyes. Li Mengxi, why were you so flustered just now? Li Mengxi shook her head and said calmly, no. After saying that, Li Mengxi stood up and prepared to leave. How could Yin Jianan let her go? He immediately pulled her back and made her sit back on the chair. Li Mengxi, you wouldn't be secretly browsing those unhealthy websites while I was away, right? Yin Jianan asked suspiciously. Li Mengxi lost her composure when she heard this and shouted, how is that possible? Sister Yin, am I that kind of person? Yin Jianan immediately looked Li Mengxi up and down. Li Mengxi was speechless when she saw this, but she also cooperated. She immediately straightened her chest and raised her head, allowing Yin Jianan to look at her. After a moment, Yin Jianan said seriously, you don't look like it, but there is an old saying that you can judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart. It's possible that you just happen to have this habit. You are the one who has it. Li Mengxi immediately said in dissatisfaction. After saying that, Li Mengxi stood up and walked out from behind the desk. When passing by Yin Jianan, Li Mingxi's chest accidentally hit Yin Jianan. It was clearly just a light touch, but Yin Jianan deliberately staggered back. "Mengxi, please don't hit people with the ball." Yin Jianan frowned deliberately and rubbed the place where he was hit. When Li Mingxi saw her like this, her face turned red and she immediately stretched out her hand and twisted her waist twice. Although Yin Jianan didn't feel any pain, she was ticklish, so she immediately started giggling and quickly moved away a few steps. "Mengxi, are you really not considering entering the film and television industry? If I had your figure, I would have entered the film and television industry a long time ago." Yin Jianan said this while looking at Li Mingxi's proud bust with envy. Li Mingxi shook her head and said, "I'm not interested in acting. Besides, I can't act either. You can learn if you don't know how to do it." Yin Jianan smiled and said, "If you are willing, Mr. Wang will definitely help you hire the best acting teacher. By the way, I just heard a few days ago that Director Chen from Beijing is preparing a large-scale costume production, and it should start shooting after the new year." Yin Jianan asked seriously, "How about I help you make some contacts and see if I can get you a guest appearance to test the waters?" Li Mingxi still shook her head. "No, I've already said that I'm not interested in acting, I just want to sing well." Seeing her firm attitude, Yin Jianan didn't know what to say. Li Mingxi took 2 steps toward the door, then suddenly turned back and said, "By the way, Sister Yin, I have something I want to ask you for help with." "What's the matter? Tell me." Yin Jianan was very straightforward. Li Mingxi said, "Can you save me a front row seat for our company's fan party next weekend?" Yin Jianan suddenly became curious and asked with a gossipy look on his face, "Mingxi, is this the first time you asked me to save a seat for you? Tell me, who's coming?" Yin Jianan said as he took a few steps closer. Li Mingxi said calmly, "A friend." "Is he your boyfriend?" Yin Jianan asked with a raised eyebrow. When Li Mingxi heard this, her face instantly turned red and she quickly denied it. "No. He is a good friend of mine." Yin Jianan shook his head to show his disbelief. "Which good friend of yours is it? Do you dare to tell me the name?" Li Mingxi had no choice but to say, "It's Xin Xiaotian, the original author of the 2 songs, Sad Pacific and Too Soft Heart. I plan to sing these 2 songs at this fan meeting. First, I want to see the fans' reactions. Second, I want Xin Xiaotian to come and listen to the performance. If there are any shortcomings in the arrangement, I can make changes in time." Although Yin Jianan didn't say anything after hearing this, he still smiled meaningfully. "What are you laughing at?" Li Mingxi felt a little guilty because of her laughter, but her expression remained calm. Then, Yin Jianan nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely arrange a seat for your good friend." When Yin Jianan spoke, he deliberately emphasized the word good friends. Xin Xiaotian immediately rolled his eyes at Yin Jianan, then found an excuse and quickly left the office. Saturday, 6:50 a.m. Yannan Central Bus Station, at the entrance of the ticket hall. Xin Xiaotian had just waited for a while when a familiar voice came from a distance. "Xiaotian." Xin Xiaotian turned around and saw that the person coming was indeed Mao Guoqing. However, Mao Guoqing was not alone, Zhao Qiaoli was also with him. "I just don't know whether she came to see Mao Guoqing off or to go to Yannan County together." When the 2 of them approached, Xin Xiaotian immediately greeted Zhao Qiaoli with a smile. "Is my sister-in-law going too?" Xin Xiaotian asked Mao Guoqing. Mao Guoqing said, "Yes, she always said that she wanted to visit the place where I grew up, so she switched shifts with her colleagues." Xin Xiaotian immediately nodded to welcome her, and said with a smile, "It's just right that sister-in-law is here. It will be more lively to have more people on the road." Then, the 3 of them went into the ticket office together. In less than 10 minutes, Xin Xiaotian queued up and bought 3 bus tickets to Yannan County. As soon as she handed the ticket to Mao Guoqing, Zhao Qiaoli handed over the money. Xin Xiaotian was unwilling to accept it, but Zhao Qiaoli refused to agree, saying that even brothers had to settle accounts clearly. Xin Xiaotian had no choice but to accept their ticket money. While waiting for the bus, Zhao Qiaoli went outside and bought 3 breakfasts. Xin Xiaotian also wanted to give the breakfast money to Zhao Qiaoli, but Zhao Qiaoli said that she had no change and refused to take Xin Xiaotian's money. Xin Xiaotian was speechless and thought that Zhao Qiaoli was too double-standard. Not long after finishing breakfast, the 3 of them lined up to check their tickets and enter the station. It takes about 45 minutes to get to Yannan County from the city by minibus. But the Red Star Welfare Home is relatively remote, and after getting off the bus they still have to take a motorcycle ride for nearly an hour to get there. Along the way, Xin Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing spent most of their time answering Zhao Qiaoli's questions about the Red Star Welfare Home. For example, how many years has the welfare home been built, how many people can live in it, what are the meals like, etc. It can be seen that Zhao Qiaoli is really interested in the place where Mao Guoqing grew up and lived. At 8:20 a.m., the three arrived at Yannan County bus station. As soon as the three of them walked out of the station, several taxi drivers came over and asked them where they were going. Just as Xin Xiaotian was about to ask how much it would cost to go to the Red Star Welfare Home, a rough big hand grabbed Xin Xiaotian's arm. "It's you, Xin Xiaotian." Chapter 127. Is there such a good thing? Xin Xiaotian turned around and looked at him, and was immediately surprised. "Uncle Hu, why is it you?" The man's name is Hu Weiguo. He is in his 50s, has dark skin and is very thin. He used to deliver rice noodles to the Red Star Welfare Home. Before Xin Xiaotian left the welfare home, rice noodles were served for breakfast 3 or 4 days out of 7, so Hu Weiguo went to the welfare home quite often. The reason why Hu Weiguo recognized Xin Xiaotian at a glance was because Xin Xiaotian was the most diligent and best performing student in the Red Star Welfare Home at that time. Of course, it is also because Xin Xiaotian's appearance has not changed much from before. Hu Weiguo smiled kindly and said, "Xiaotian, are you going to the welfare home?" "Yes." Xin Xiaotian nodded in response. Hu Weiguo immediately said, come on, my car is parked over there, I'll take you there." Most of these drivers who were soliciting passengers knew each other. When they saw that the man was Hu Weiguo's acquaintance, they stopped talking and walked away to solicit other passengers. Hu Weiguo was about to pull Xin Xiaotian away when he heard Xin Xiaotian say, "Uncle Hu, I'm not alone." Hu Weiguo turned his head and his eyes immediately fell on Mao Guoqing's face. Hu Weiguo took a quick look at Mao Guoqing, frowned slightly and said, "Hey. I seem to remember you. You are also a child of the Red Star Welfare Home, right? Your name is, what's your name? Let me think about it." Hu Weiguo could hardly remember Mao Guoqing's name, but he looked familiar. Mao Guoqing smiled and said, "Uncle Hu, my name is Mao Guoqing." Hu Weiguo suddenly realized, yes, I remember now. Your name is Mao Guoqing. You love to steal food from the kitchen and were even scolded and cried by your Dean Wang. Ha ha ha. When Zhao Qiaoli heard this, she immediately looked at Mao Guoqing and then tried hard to hold back her laughter. Mao Guoqing was speechless and said quickly, "Uncle Hu, you remembered it wrongly. The one who stole the food was Han Xiaolu, not me." "Isn't it you?" Hu Weiguo was a little surprised. Mao Guoqing said affirmatively, "It's really not me." Hu Weiguo paused for a moment, then smiled awkwardly, "Maybe I remembered it wrong, sorry, ha." The next moment, Hu Weiguo's eyes fell on Zhao Qiaoli. "You are." Hu Weiguo tried hard to search for Zhao Qiaoli's face in his memory, but he just couldn't remember it. Zhao Qiaoli smiled and said, "Uncle Hu, my name is Zhao Qiaoli, I am Hu Weiguo's girlfriend, I am not a child of the Red Star Welfare Home." Hu Weiguo then laughed and nodded to Mao Guoqing, saying, "You are quite capable, you little brat. You can even trick such a pretty girl into getting her." Mao Guoqing was not happy when he heard this, and said shamelessly, "What do you mean by lying?" "It's because I am charming, okay?" Ouch. At the end of his speech, Mao Guoqing suddenly screamed, and everyone looked and realized that Zhao Qiaoli had pinched him on the waist. Since they met an acquaintance, the three of them certainly would not look for another car. Everyone followed Hu Weiguo across the road and soon arrived at a silver van on the side of the road across the street. Xin Xiaotian looked at the van in front of him and asked curiously, "Uncle Hu, it's been so many years, why is your van still so new?" When Hu Weiguo delivered rice noodles to the welfare home in the past, he drove a van, but it was not this new one. Hu Weiguo smiled and said, "What are you looking at? This is a new car. The old one was scrapped several years ago." Xin Xiaotian then realized that he had remembered it wrong. He smiled awkwardly and laughed it off. After getting in the car, Xin Xiaotian sat in the passenger seat, while Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiaoli sat in the back. As Hu Weiguo started the car, he asked, "Xin Xiaotian, how long will you stay this time? Have you found a place to live?" Xin Xiaotian replied, "Uncle Hu, we just came back to take a look and pay our respects to Dean Wang. We have to go back to the city in the afternoon." "Oh, so that's the case, okay, I'll take you to the welfare home first," Hu Weiguo said as he stepped on the accelerator. After the car started, Hu Weiguo started chatting with Xin Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing with a smile. Although they were said to be chatting, in fact, Hu Weiguo was the one talking most of the time, and Xin Xiaotian and the other two just had to listen. I learned from Hu Weiguo that the road leading to the welfare home has been rebuilt. It used to be a bumpy dirt road that became muddy when it rained, but now it has become a smooth and comfortable concrete road. In addition, Hu Weiguo has long stopped his rice noodle business. His main job now is to deliver goods for others. When he has no work, he will come to the bus station to solicit passengers. Huegwa also told them that his son had married and had a big fat boy, and that he was living a very comfortable life. It was not until Huegwa said he was tired and stopped that Shin Xiaotian asked, "By the way, Uncle Hu, has the welfare home changed a lot in the past 2 years?" When Huegwa heard Shin Xiaotian's question, he immediately asked, "Don't you know? There was a fire in the welfare home a few months ago." Ah! The three of them were surprised. Huegwa held the steering wheel, looked at the road ahead and said, "I thought you came back because you knew about the fire." "Uncle Hu, is the fire serious? Is anyone injured?" Shin Xiaotian asked with concern. Mao Guocheng and Zhao Qiaoli also had serious expressions and looked at Huegwa, waiting for him to continue. Huegwa said, "It is serious, really. The row of old houses at the back have all been burned down. Fortunately, no one was injured. I heard that it was discovered in time and everyone ran out." Shin Xiaotian and the other two breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Then, Mao Guoqing asked about some details of the fire. Huegwa hid nothing and told the three people everything he knew. The fire was caused by a child playing with fire and accidentally igniting debris at the back of the house. Fortunately, it was not late at night and no one was sleeping, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. As he was listening, system task information suddenly appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. Event mission. Task goal, improve social favorability currently, 0. Task content, donate to the Red Star Welfare House. Task reward, double the donation amount. Mission time, 3 days. Task penalty, none. Shin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, and then he carefully read the task information several times. Social favorability. This is the first time it appears. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xiaotian's attention was focused on the line double return of donation amount. Damn, double refund, is that true? Shin Xiaotian was secretly shocked. There is such a good thing? Will any donation be doubled? The system dad issues this kind of task just to give me money. Thinking of this, Shin Xiaotian immediately opened the system mall and checked the balance of favorability coins. In fact, Shin Xiaotian had just checked it when he woke up in the morning, but he couldn't help but take another look at it now. After completing Li Xia's event mission, the balance of favorability coins is 60,000. The next morning, Shin Xiaotian withdrew 10,000 favorability coins, which is 100,000 yuan. The current account balance is 50,000, which is exactly the maximum amount that can be withdrawn in one day. Shin Xiaotian thought to himself, if I withdraw 50,000 favorability coins into cash, that would be 500,000 in cash. The next moment, Shin Xiaotian took out his mobile phone again and took a look at the last text message about the bank card payment. Excluding the small amounts, the current balance in Shin Xiaotian's bank card is 430,000 yuan. This already includes the 100,000 yuan copyright fee that Li Mingxi transferred to me a few days ago. And the 100,000 cash from the last withdrawal of favorability coins. Shin Xiaotian did a quick mental calculation, 500,000 plus 430,000, a total of 930,000. If the donation can really be returned double, then wouldn't the total amount become 1.86 million? Oh my god, is it so cool? Shin Xiaotian suddenly became excited when he thought that he could become a millionaire by going all in. Chapter 128 Red Star Welfare Home. Thanks to the smooth concrete road leading to the Red Star Welfare Home, Huegwa drove a minivan and took the three people to the gate in just 35 minutes. As soon as the car stopped, Shin Xiaotian opened the door and jumped out. Immediately afterwards, there was a whoosh sound and the side sliding door of the van opened. Mao Guoqing walked down first, followed closely by Zhao Qiaoli. Mao Guoqing walked to Shin Xiaotian, looked at the gate of the Red Star Welfare Home, and said with emotion, "It's been a long time since I came back." Shin Xiaotian didn't say anything, just nodded slightly and looked at everything in front of him. The Red Star Welfare Home was established in the 1970s and has stood quietly for more than 30 years. The two heavy iron doors in front of us, with mottled rust on them, show the traces of time and also witness the changes of the times. Most of the original red paint on the iron gate has peeled off, revealing the dark base color. The Red Star logo on top of the door has gone through wind and rain, but it is still eye-catching. The red paint on the stars has lost its brightness and become dark and simple. The concrete pillars on both sides of the iron gate are also covered with cracks from the years, and some places are even incomplete, as if they had been gently gnawed by the teeth of time. In the corner of the wall next to it, there were clumps of unknown weeds growing in the gaps between the bricks and stones, swaying gently in the wind from time to time. This is where you grew up. It looks pretty nice. Zhao Qiaoli's voice suddenly appeared. Shen Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing turned to look at her at the same time. Isn't today Saturday? Why does it look like no one is here? Zhao Qiaoli asked curiously. Only then did Shen Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing notice that the iron gate of the welfare home was closed, and there was no one in the yard. It felt very quiet. Shen Xiaotian turned around and asked Hu Weigui, Uncle Hu, why is it so quiet today? Where did everyone go? Mao Guoqing was also confused and asked the same question. When they lived here before, the welfare home was very lively on weekends. It was impossible for it to be as quiet as it is today. Hu Weigui thought for a moment and said, they should be going to the central square to hold a fundraising event. What fundraising activity? Mao Guoqing asked hurriedly. Hu Weigui said, there was a fire before, and the welfare house has always been short of funds. Director Lu organized everyone to raise funds from the society once a week, hoping to build the house as soon as possible. Shen Xiaotian and the other two nodded after hearing this. Then can we still go in? Zhao Qiaoli asked. Mao Guoqing said, someone should be on duty. I'll go ask. As he spoke, Mao Guoqing walked to the iron gate and shouted twice towards the communication room inside. After a while, the door of the old message room opened, and a thin old man with a hunchback walked out. Who is it? Everyone is out today. Come back this afternoon if you have anything to say. The thin old man walked slowly and shouted to the outside of the iron gate. Mao Guoqing recognized the old man at a glance and immediately said, Grandpa son, it's me, Mao Guoqing. Old man's son hurried to the iron gate, took a look, and then started laughing. Oh. It's really Mao Guoqing. I heard from them that you went to work in the south. When did you come back? I just came back not long ago. Mao Guoqing was embarrassed to say that he had come back early. He was a little afraid that old man's son would ask him why he didn't take the time to come back and visit. While speaking, old man's son had already taken out the key and opened the small iron door on the big iron gate. The lubricating oil on the hinges of the small iron door had dried up a little, and when it was opened, it immediately made a creaking sound, as if an elderly person was telling about his past. Shen Xiaotian and Zhao Qiaoli also walked up at this time. Shen Xiaotian greeted with a smile, Grandpa son, do you still remember me? I am Shen Xiaotian. How could I not remember you? You are a college student who graduated from here. Even if I don't remember you, no one will forget you, ha ha. Old man's son started laughing as he spoke. When he heard that the three people had come back to see everyone, old man's son immediately invited them in. Shen Xiaotian responded, and then said to Mao Guoqing, Mao Dan, wait for me. After saying that, Shen Xiaotian walked towards Hu Weigui who was standing next to the van and smoking. Uncle Hu, we want to go to the cemetery later. Would it be convenient for you to give us a ride? Shen Xiaotian asked. It's not inconvenient. Hu Weigui agreed readily. Shen Xiaotian immediately took out his wallet, pulled out 2 100-yuan bills and handed them over. Uncle Hu, take the fare first. Hu Weigui was startled and quickly pushed Shen Xiaotian's hand back. Why do you need so much? It's too much, too much. Shen Xiaotian said, Uncle Hu, just take it, and think of it as us renting your car. That doesn't require so much. Hu Weigui shook his head. Later, under Shen Xiaotian's persuasion, Hu Weigui said he was only willing to charge 100 yuan no matter what, otherwise he would not take the business. Shen Xiaotian had no choice but to take back the 100 yuan. Don't worry, just take your time to watch and chat. I'll be waiting here for you to come out. Hu Weigui said with a smile. Shen Xiaotian thanked him and then went into the welfare home with Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiaoli. After the three of them went in, they first asked about the fire. Old man's son pointed to the back of the main building and said, the row of old houses in the back were all burned down. They were just cleaned up last month. Now we are waiting for the money from above to rebuild them. The row of old houses at the back are dormitories, where most of the boys over 12 years old in the welfare home live. Shen Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing also lived there for a period of time. Shen Xiaotian expressed his desire to go to the back and take a look, and Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiaoli had the same idea. Old man's son said, you guys go and see for yourselves. I can't go over because my legs and feet are not very agile. Anyway, you are all familiar with this place, so just call me if you need anything. After saying that, old man's son returned to the message room. Soon, Mao Guoqing turned into a tour guide, introducing every detail of the welfare home while taking Zhao Qiaoli to the back of the main building. The original row of old bungalows has now disappeared. There were no signs of a fire around, but the empty space made Shin Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing feel very uncomfortable. Mao Guoqing couldn't help feeling sad for a while as he looked at everything in front of him, but after a moment he suddenly laughed. Mao Guoqing asked, "Xiaotian, I remember you used to live in the second room on the left, right?" Shin Xiaotian nodded. Mao Guoqing immediately said, "What a coincidence. I live in the second room on the right. So, to be honest, we are both second rate. Ha ha ha." After saying this, Mao Guoqing burst into laughter. Although the joke was quite boring, Shin Xiaotian and Zhao Qiuli still laughed. Afterwards, the three of them went to take a look in the main building. Shin Xiaotian soon discovered that every dormitory was much more crowded than before. The reason was that after the dormitory at the back was burned down, everyone was forced to live in the main building. The room that originally accommodated 8 people now has to accommodate 10 people. A room for 10 people should have 12 people living in it. Even the storage room and the entertainment room were cleared out to make room for beds, but there was still not enough space. Shin Xiaotian looked at the crowded dormitories and couldn't help but frown and said, "It's cold now, so we can get by if we squeeze in, but when summer comes, won't we get sick from the heat?" Mao Guoqing agreed with it deeply. He nodded repeatedly, and his brows couldn't help but frown. Zhao Qiuli thought for a moment and asked, "In a situation like this, how long does it usually take for the higher authorities to allocate the money?" Shin Xiaotian shook his head and replied, "If there is money from above, it can be allocated in a few months. But the problem now is that there is no money from above. Otherwise, the dean would not lead everyone to organize a fundraising event." Mao Guoqing nodded inside. "Speaking of this, I still remember one year when it rained heavily, a large section of the outer wall was washed away. Later, Dean Wang submitted reports every month requesting funding for repairs, but it took almost 2 years for the money to arrive. Just think about it, how much does it cost to build a wall? And it takes so long to build it. If the funds are allocated to build a new dormitory building, I don't think there will be any news for 3 to 5 years. Zhao Qiuli felt powerless after hearing this. She could only sigh helplessly and said nothing more. Chapter 129. How much do you plan to donate? The three of them wandered around the Red Star welfare home for about an hour and then left. Hu Weiguo was dozing off in the car and woke up immediately when he heard the sound of the car door opening. "Uncle Hu, let's go to the cemetery now," Shin Xiaotian said after getting in the car. Hu Weiguo immediately perked up, started the car and drove out. Yannan City Cemetery is on the other side of the county town, about an hour's drive away. Along the way, Hu Weiguo was chatting with Shin Xiaotian, while Mao Guoqing was answering Zhao Qiuli's questions. Before entering the cemetery, the three of them bought some paper money and sacrificial supplies from the wreath shop outside. Just like before, Hu Weiguo was still waiting outside the cemetery. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, the three of them walked out of the cemetery after paying tribute to Dean Wang. Before getting in the car, Mao Guoqing suddenly said, "Xiaotian, we just discussed and decided to donate some money to the welfare home. Although it's not much, it's also a small contribution." After hearing this, Zhao Qiuli nodded immediately with a very sincere expression. Shin Xiaotian immediately laughed. "This is not a coincidence, we thought of the same thing." "Really? Brother Xiaotian, are you also planning to donate to the welfare home?" Zhao Qiuli was a little surprised. Shin Xiaotian nodded seriously, "Of course. I was adopted by the Red Star welfare home when I was young. If it weren't for the welfare home, how could I be who I am now? Now that the welfare home is in trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing?" Mao Guoqing agreed with Shin Xiaotian's words very much. He immediately patted him on the shoulder with admiration in his eyes. At this time, system information appeared in front of Shin Xiaotian. Mao Guoqing's friendliness +2. Mao Guoqing's current friendship level, 27. Shin Xiaotian was not surprised by this, and asked calmly, "By the way, how much do you plan to donate?" Mao Guoqing hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Zhao Qiuli and asked, "Wife, what do you think?" Zhao Qiuli immediately said, "Why are you asking me? It's up to you to decide on this matter. I support you 100%. Mao Guoqing thought for a moment and said, "How about we donate 20,000 yuan? Zhao Qiuli didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shin Xiaotian was secretly a little surprised, but not because Mao Guoqing said he would donate 20,000 yuan. But I didn't expect Zhao Qiuli to agree so readily. Shin Xiaotian secretly observed Zhao Qiuli's expression and found that her sincerity was indeed not pretended, but came from the bottom of her heart. Shin Xiaotian suddenly had a new understanding of Zhao Qiuli, and felt happy for Mao Guoqing. Mao Guoqing is really lucky to find such a kind girl. Xiaotian, how much do you plan to donate? Mao Guoqing asked. Me? Shin Xiaotian was suddenly stumped by the question. Of course, it's not that Shin Xiaotian hasn't decided how much money to donate. But he didn't know how to tell Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiaoli. If I suddenly told them that I was going to donate 930,000 yuan to the welfare home, they would probably be dumbfounded on the spot. Seeing Shin Xiaotian was slow to speak, Zhao Qiaoli immediately said, Brother Xiaotian, you don't have to worry about how much we donated. It doesn't matter how much we donated. What matters is the thought. Zhao Qiaoli mistakenly thought that Shin Xiaotian felt pressured after hearing that they had to donate 20,000 yuan and was too embarrassed to say it out loud. When Mao Guoqing heard his wife say this, he reacted instantly and said quickly, Xiaotian, don't feel pressured. Just do what you can. Seeing the two of them say this, Shin Xiaotian nodded and smiled, I understand. I will do what I can. While they were talking, the three of them had already walked out of the cemetery, opened the door and got into Hu Weiguo's van. In the car, when Hu Weiguo learned that the three people were going to donate money to the welfare home, he immediately praised them. Before 12 noon, Shin Xiaotian and the other two returned to the Red Star welfare home. After dropping off the three people, Hu Weiguo drove the van home. Hu Weiguo always went home for lunch at noon, but he left his phone number to Shin Xiaotian, telling him that if he needed to go anywhere, he could just call him and he would come over as quickly as possible. At this time, the Red Star welfare home was already bustling with activity. Old Man Sun told Shin Xiaotian and the other two that Dean Lu and the others had returned and should be in the office now. On the way to the office, the three of them met two acquaintances, one named Kai Xiaohua and the other named Wang Xiaoliang. Both of them were abandoned outside and adopted by welfare homes at a very young age. They are 8 or 9 years younger than Shin Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing. I used to follow the older kids around, but now I'm a junior high school student. The three of them chatted with Kai Xiaohua and Wang Xiaoliang for a while before continuing to walk towards the office. Zhao Qiaoli was a little curious and couldn't help asking, Brother Xiaotian, why are your names so similar? You both have the character Xiao in your name. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, because they were all chosen by Dean Wang. Dean Wang likes to name people Xiao what the most. Then why are the names of National Day different? Zhao Qiaoli was puzzled. Mao Guoqing continued, that's because I already had a name when I came here. Only those without names were given to Dean Wang to choose. Oh, that's right. I came here during the National Day when I was 7 or 8 years old, and I had forgotten about it. Zhao Qiaoli smiled. After a while, the three of them arrived at the door of the dean's office. Just as I was about to knock, the office door opened. The next moment, a man in his 50s came out with a lunchbox and almost bumped into Shin Xiaotian and the other two. Shin Xiaotian had never met Dean Lu, but he felt that this man looked very similar, so he asked, Hello, is this Dean Lu? Dean Lu immediately looked at Shin Xiaotian and the other two, then nodded, Yes, I am. Who are you? Shin Xiaotian immediately introduced himself and Mao Guoqing's identities. When he learned that Shin Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing were children from an orphanage, Director Lu immediately became enthusiastic. Dean Lu didn't even go to get food. He hurriedly led the three people into his office and greeted them warmly while making tea for them. Shin Xiaotian still has a deep memory of the dean's office. During his senior year of high school, Shin Xiaotian would review here every weekend. If it weren't for Dean Wang providing Shin Xiaotian with such a learning environment, Shin Xiaotian asked himself if his college entrance examination score would reach the scoreline for a second-tier university. While thinking, Shin Xiaotian seemed to see himself sitting in front of the dean's desk, concentrating and working hard on the questions. At this moment, Mao Guoqing's voice suddenly interrupted Shin Xiaotian's thoughts. Director Lu, we have just discussed this. We would like to donate some money to the welfare home to do our part. Mao Guoqing said seriously. Dean Lu was stunned at first, then his face showed joy, and he tried hard to suppress his excitement and spoke. Oh. It's great that you have this kind of heart. On behalf of the welfare home, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Thank you so much. To be honest, Dean Lu was not in a good mood this morning. Because of today's fundraising event, they only raised about 800 yuan in total. This is far from the expected result. At this moment, someone suddenly came to the door and wanted to donate money to the welfare home. How could Director Lu not be excited? After expressing his gratitude, Dean Lu couldn't help but ask Mao Guoqing, how much do you plan to donate? Perhaps because he thought that asking this question would easily cause misunderstanding, Dean Lu quickly added, don't get me wrong. We are very grateful for any donation. We don't have any other intentions. Mao Guoqing immediately nodded to show his understanding, then glanced at Zhao Qiuli and said, President Liu, my husband and I plan to donate 20,000 yuan. 20,000? Dean Liu was immediately surprised and thought he had heard it wrong. From the start of the fundraising campaign to now, the largest private donation received by President Liu was only 5,000 yuan. Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiuli actually offered to donate 20,000 yuan right away. Dean Liu felt that everything he saw was unreal. Do you really want to donate 20,000? Dean Liu was a little worried that Mao Guoqing might have said something wrong, so he hurried to confirm. Until Mao Guoqing nodded, and then repeated what he had just said. Only then did Dean Liu completely believe that all this was true. Chapter 130. You are the first. Then, Dean Liu stood up happily and said, Three of you, I think you haven't had lunch yet? Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Mao Guoqing immediately said, Don't bother, President Liu. If you want to treat us to lunch, just go to the cafeteria. I haven't been back for several years, and I miss the taste of our cafeteria. Zhao Qiuli also nodded, indicating that she wanted to go to the cafeteria to try the food. Dean Liu naturally agreed and led the three people out the door. Shen Xiaotian was speechless for a moment, shook his head and thought, I want to donate too, why don't you ask me? However, Shen Xiaotian did not say anything, but just followed him quietly to the cafeteria. When he arrived at the cafeteria, Dean Liu originally wanted to ask the chef to cook a few more dishes. But Shen Xiaotian and the other two did not agree, saying that it would be fine to just eat the same thing as everyone else. Sure enough, under the supervision of Dean Liu, the auntie serving food in the cafeteria didn't shake her hands at all, and the meat and vegetables were served perfectly. Afterwards, the four of them sat down at a table in the cafeteria and started eating while chatting. During the visit, Dean Liu asked about the recent situation of Mao Guoqing and Shen Xiaotian. Seeing that their work was stable, he immediately showed a look of relief on his face. At the same time, President Liu also admired and appreciated Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiuli even more. Because they are just workers with ordinary income, they are willing to donate 20,000 yuan to the welfare home all at once. This noble character is really rare and precious. After lunch, Mao Guoqing asked Director Liu for the welfare home's bank account number and said he would go to the bank to transfer the money immediately. Dean Liu actually wanted to go to the bank with Mao Guoqing and others. After all, this is 20,000 yuan, and he was quite worried that Mao Guoqing would change his mind at the last minute. But there were a lot of things going on in the welfare home and Director Liu couldn't leave at all. He had no choice but to keep his worries to himself and hope that the donation would go smoothly. The bank is not far from the welfare home and can be reached in 20 minutes on foot. So Shen Xiaotian didn't call Huigua. When they arrived at the bank, Shen Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing each took a blank transfer slip and walked to the table nearby to start filling it out. Mao Guoqing thought his handwriting was too ugly, so he gave the task of filling out the form to Zhao Qiuli. While Zhao Qiuli was filling out the transfer form, Mao Guoqing quietly walked up to Shen Xiaotian and asked in a low voice, Xiaotian, have you decided how much to donate? Shen Xiaotian nodded, I've thought about it. Mao Guoqing immediately asked, how much? 930,000, Shen Xiaotian said lightly. 930,000, why did you only donate so much? At this point, Mao Guoqing suddenly froze and his voice stopped abruptly. Then, Mao Guoqing's eyes widened, his voice instantly rose, and he asked in horror, how much did you say? Because the noise was so loud, everyone in the bank lobby turned to look at Mao Guoqing. Zhao Qiuli, who was standing next to him, also looked over, gently nudged Mao Guoqing, and asked, hey, what are you yelling about? Mao Guoqing realized that he had lost his composure and quickly covered his mouth. After everyone's eyes had moved away, Mao Guoqing asked Shen Xiaotian again, tell me again, how much do you want to donate? Shen Xiaotian had already filled out the transfer form. He handed it to Mao Guoqing and said, take a look at it yourself. Mao Guoqing took the list and looked at it, and his eyes widened again. Mao Guoqing was worried that he had read it wrong, so he quickly counted the zeros at the end, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. Shit, it really is 930,000. Shen Xiaotian said calmly, don't make such a fuss. Xiaotian, how do you have so much money? Mao Guoqing suddenly lost his composure. This is 930,000 yuan. How many years of hard work would it take to earn enough? Although he knew that the money was not his, Mao Guoqing's heart was beating very fast and he couldn't control it. Mao Guoqing's hands were shaking as he held the transfer slip. He looked at Shen Xiaotian's face, then at the slip in his hand, his expression always one of disbelief. Zhao Qiuli had already filled out the form. She came over and patted Mao Guoqing on the shoulder, frowning and saying, "What are you yelling about? Everyone is looking at you." Mao Guoqing didn't care about anything else and directly put the transfer slip in front of Zhao Qiaoli. "Wife, look at this." Mao Guoqing pointed at the amount column, feeling a little excited. Zhao Qiaoli didn't understand what was going on, so she lowered her head and looked at him calmly. But the next second, Zhao Qiaoli's expression froze. Soon, Zhao Qiaoli, like Mao Guoqing, silently counted the zeros after 3 in her mind. 9, 99, 930, 000? When Zhao Qiaoli spoke again, she stuttered. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Qiaoli raised her head and looked at Qin Shaotian in disbelief. "Brother Shaotian, you are not kidding us, are you? Are you really going to donate so much money?" Zhao Qiaoli's face was filled with shock. Mao Guoqing had the same expression, staring at Qin Shaotian without blinking. Seeing that the two were not in a good state, Qin Shaotian had to pull them to a bench in the corner to sit down. "I know you are surprised, please feel free to ask whatever you want to ask." Qin Shaotian knew that he couldn't hide this from them, so he just spoke out. Mao Guoqing immediately asked, "Shaotian, do you really have so much money?" Qin Shaotian nodded with an affirmative look in his eyes. Zhao Qiaoli also asked, "Brother Shaotian, aren't you an ordinary wage earner? Why do you have so much savings?" Qin Shaotian smiled and replied, "I won the lottery once before, and I also have a side job that makes money, so I saved some money." "Have you ever won the lottery?" Mao Guoqing asked in surprise. Qin Shaotian nodded, "Yes, about 1 million. Mao Guoqing couldn't help but be amazed and thought, "So many?" Zhao Qiaoli looked at the numbers on the list and asked, "Brother Shaotian, did you donate all the money?" Qin Shaotian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I didn't donate all of it. I still have some money left. It's enough." Qin Shaotian thought to himself, "I wonder how they would feel if they knew that the system would return all donations." Afterwards, Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiaoli asked some more questions, and Qin Shaotian answered them one by one. After a long time, the two of them finally calmed down a lot. "Shaotian, compared with you, my 20,000 is not even worth it." Mao Guoqing suddenly felt ashamed. "Wife, how about we donate a little more?" Mao Guoqing asked Zhao Qiaoli. Without waiting for Zhao Qiaoli to speak, Qin Shaotian said seriously, "Why are you competing with me? This is my windfall, I don't feel bad about donating it. You worked hard to save your money, and it's amazing that you're willing to donate 20,000. You still need to open a milk tea shop with the remaining money. If you donate it all, will you still be able to live your life?" After hearing this, Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiaoli slowly calmed down. After a while, Mao Guoqing suddenly asked again, "Shaotian, are you really willing to donate so much at once?" Qin Shaotian smiled very confidently and said, "If I say that making money is not difficult for me at all, would you believe it?" After these words were spoken, Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiaoli looked at each other almost at the same time and were instantly speechless. Just then, a window called Mao Guoqing's number. The two of them didn't have time to say anything else and hurriedly took the transfer slip to the window to handle business. A few minutes later, Qin Shaotian's number was called at another window. Qin Shaotian handed the transfer slip into the window and waited quietly for the transfer to be completed. On the way to the bank, Qin Shaotian had already withdrawn all 50,000 favorability coins. After a while, the bank teller finished the operation, and Qin Shaotian stood up and left the window with a transfer receipt. Immediately afterwards, Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiaoli came over. The two of them looked at Qin Shaotian's transfer voucher carefully, their hearts filled with waves of emotion. "Oh my god, this is 930,000 yuan. It's donated just like that, wow." Mao Guoqing muttered to himself and finally slammed his fist a few times. Then, Mao Guoqing looked up at Qin Shaotian, gave him a thumbs up and said, "Shaotian, I have never really admired anyone in my life. You are the first one." As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt message appeared in front of Qin Shaotian. Mao Guoqing's friendliness +3. Mao Guoqing's current friendship level, 30. Congratulations to the host, successfully increasing Mao Guoqing's friendliness by 5 points. Random mission reward, get the persuasion skill. Chapter 131 Double Return. Qin Shaotian was very curious about what this persuasion skill was. Qin Shaotian immediately opened the system and checked the description of this skill. Persuasion, after use, the chance of persuading the other party increases 5-fold, lasts for 2 hours, and each use consumes 1,000 favorability coins. After reading it, Qin Shaotian understood that this was an enhanced version of the powerful eloquence card. But isn't it too expensive to use 1,000 favorability coins at a time? Shin Xiaotian thought about it carefully again and felt that the price was not that expensive. After all, the chance of convincing the other party increased by 5 times, which was much better than the powerful eloquence card. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shin Xiaotian and the other two returned to the Red Star Welfare Home. When I walked into the dean's office, Dean Lu seemed to be working attentively, but his true state of mind was not what he seemed. A few minutes ago, Director Lu had been standing in front of the office window, looking outside the big iron gate of the welfare home. Dean Lu has been waiting here since Shin Xiaotian and his friends went to the bank. Seeing that more than an hour had passed and Shin Xiaotian and the others had not returned yet, Dean Lu couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Could it be that Shin Xiaotian and the others suddenly changed their minds and no longer wanted to donate the money? But that shouldn't be the case. Judging from their expressions and tone just now, they were clearly very sure. After a while, Dean Lu couldn't help pacing back and forth in the office, secretly regretting that he didn't go to the bank with them. Just when Dean Lu was getting anxiously waited, the 3 figures he had been thinking about finally appeared outside the big iron gate. Dean Lu was overjoyed and subconsciously wanted to walk out of the office and go downstairs to greet them. But when he reached the door, he stopped immediately, feeling that he was being a little out of control. After all, you are the head of a hospital. You can't act like you are blinded by money. So Dean Lu quickly sat down at his desk and began pretending to work. In fact, his ears were always listening to the noise in the corridor outside. When 3 mixed footsteps sounded, Dean Lu immediately sat up straight and perked up. President Lu, we're back. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mao Guoqing said as soon as he entered the door. Shin Xiaotian and Zhao Qiuli walked behind and greeted Dean Lu when they came in. Dean Lu then put down the pen in his hand, stood up with a smile, and greeted the 3 people. No, you are very fast. Mao Guoqing stepped forward and handed his 20,000 yuan transfer receipt to President Lu. President Lu, this is my transfer voucher, please take a look, Mao Guoqing said. Dean Lu took it and looked at it carefully. He immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly, saying, Thank you so much for being willing to donate your love to the Red Star Welfare Home. Mao Guoqing quickly waved his hands and said a few words modestly. Zhao Qiuli also stood beside him and smiled. At this time, Dean Lu's heart was at ease. He quickly asked the 3 people to sit down and then walked to the finance office next door. Please wait a moment. I will ask someone to issue you a receipt, said Dean Lu. According to normal procedures, after people from the public donate to the welfare home will issue a legal and valid receipt. It will also include information such as the donor's name, donation amount, and donation date. As soon as Dean Lu walked to the door, Mao Guoqing called him. Dean Lu, my friend also donated money. Hearing Mao Guoqing's words, Dean Lu stopped and looked back. Shin Xiaotian walked forward and handed his transfer voucher to Dean Lu. President Lu, this is a gift from me, Shin Xiaotian said with a smile. At this time, Mao Guoqing and Zhao Qiuli were silent. They both held their breath and stared at Dean Lu's face, looking forward to his reaction when he saw the transfer amount. Dean Lu took the certificate with a smile and looked down at it. The next second, Dean Lu's eyes became visibly bigger. 93,000? Dean Lu cried out. Then, Dean Lu looked up at Shin Xiaotian and said, You donated 93,000? Mao Guoqing had been waiting to see Dean Lu's surprised reaction, but when he heard his words, he was speechless. Zhao Qiuli couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Shin Xiaotian smiled and said, President Lu, you are mistaken. As soon as he finished speaking, before Dean Lu had time to take another look at the transfer voucher, Mao Guoqing walked over. President Lu, please look carefully, it's not 93,000, it's 930,000. Mao Guoqing said in a stern tone. Dean Lu was stunned on the spot. What? Dean Lu looked at the transfer voucher intently. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. Shit, it's really 930,000. Perhaps because he was too surprised, Dean Lu actually swore, which was very inconsistent with his mature and dignified appearance. Dean Lu was worried that he had read it wrong, so he quickly looked at it twice to make sure that it was indeed a donation of 930,000 yuan. When he looked up, Dean Lu saw Shin Xiaotian and the other 2 looking at him in surprise. Dean Lu immediately realized that his words were inappropriate and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't mean anything else. I was just too surprised. Dean Lu never expected that he would receive such a huge donation today. He always thought that Mao Guoqing's donation of 20,000 yuan was a great fortune. Unexpectedly, the highlight turned out to be this young man named Shin Xiaotian. Dean Lu felt his heartbeat quicken and his face turned redder. As long as there is money, many problems in the welfare home can be easily solved. Wait for me a moment. I'll ask the finance department to issue a receipt. It will be ready soon, right away. After saying that, Dean Lu walked out of the office in a daze, holding the transfer voucher for 930,000 yuan. After taking 2 steps, Dean Lu immediately turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Because he was so excited at the moment, he accidentally went in the wrong direction. When Shen Xiaotian, Mao Guoqing, and Zhao Qirli saw Dean Lu like this, they couldn't help laughing. After a while, Shen Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing were sitting in the dean's office chatting. Suddenly, I heard a woman scream coming from the finance office next door. The 3 of them looked at each other and instantly understood what was going on. Just as Shen Xiaotian and the others thought, the female financial officer screamed out in excitement upon seeing the transfer receipt for 930,000 yuan. About 10 minutes later, Dean Lu and the female financial officer returned to the dean's office together. The 2 handed the stamped receipt to Shen Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing. The female financial officer is relatively young and came here last year, so she doesn't know Shen Xiaotian, let alone know that he grew up here. When she found out that the donor was Shen Xiaotian, she immediately looked at him curiously. In her opinion, Shen Xiaotian must be a rich second generation, otherwise how could he donate so much money at once? Shen Xiaotian looked at the receipt in his hand, thinking happily, now I just have to wait for the system to prompt me that the task is completed and then return the funds double. After 2 minutes, the system prompt did not appear. Shen Xiaotian thought to himself, hey, system dad, are you asleep? Wake up quickly, I'm waiting to collect the money. 5 minutes passed and the system did not respond. 10 minutes passed and the system still didn't respond. 15 minutes later, the system still did not respond. 2 minutes later, Shen Xiaotian began to panic. Damn it, system dad, what are you doing? Didn't you agree that you would return double the donation amount? Why is there no response yet? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Shen Xiaotian's mind, oh my god, is the system dad trying to trick me on purpose? At this moment, Dean Lu suddenly said, 3 of you, wait for me, I'll get a camera and we'll take a picture together. After saying that, Dean Lu walked out of the office. Shen Xiaotian asked Mao Guoqing curiously, why do you still need to take pictures? Just now, Shen Xiaotian's mind was on the system, and he was almost absent-minded, so he didn't hear what Mao Guoqing and Dean Lu were talking about. Mao Guoqing explained, President Lu said that today's event is so big that we must publish a report, so we need to take pictures. Hearing this, Shen Xiaotian suddenly remembered the key word of this task, social favorability. Shen Xiaotian thought for a moment and finally figured out why after so much time had passed, the system still did not prompt that the task was completed. It turns out that the photo-taking step was missing. The so-called social favorability refers to the general public's favorability towards oneself. If you don't report your donation and let the public know about it, how can the public have a good impression of you? Thinking of this, Shen Xiaotian understood everything. 10 minutes later, Dean Lu came back with a digital camera and a smile on his face. This digital camera is his personal belongings and is usually kept in the dormitory. I encountered such an important thing today, I definitely can't not take photos. Soon, with the help of the female accountant, the group photo of the 4 people was completed. In addition, Dean Lu also took photos with Shen Xiaotian and Mao Guoqing and his wife. After the shooting, Shen Xiaotian indeed received a system prompt message. Social favorability +1. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Task rewards have been issued. The next second, the cell phone in Shen Xiaotian's pocket vibrated. I took out my cell phone and saw it was a text message from the bank. With anticipation, Shen Xiaotian opened the text message and was instantly overjoyed. The text message shows that 1.86 million renminbi has been deposited into the bank card. Shen Xiaotian looked at the phone screen with a smile that could not be concealed, with only one word in his mind, awesome.